This young man was transformed into Korin Locke, an ordinary character in Ahan's legendary hero world, where the story unfolds at an academy filled with countless dangerous events. Here, Korin has the chance to meet Paru, the main character and another player trapped in this world. With experience from going through all the chapters and knowing everything about them, Korin quickly became close and formed a strong partnership with Shu. They thought that with Shu, they could save many people, prevent the apocalypse, and finally return to the real world. But reality is twisted far from what Korin dreamed. This Shu is not as innocent and harmless as he appears. The Sword Emperor's granddaughter died on the way to Marriott's memorial, and the final boss of the first stage suddenly disappeared. Mysterious deaths and disappearances, events that were never part of the original game storyline. Suspicions piled up, and finally, on a quiet, cool night, Korin decided to secretly follow Shu and discovered a secret underground vault where he kept precious items taken from other characters, like Marriott Dunilev's magic staff and the Odachi relic of Alicia, a missing heroine. Not only that, but there were also many items belonging to the missing characters over time. The most shocking of all was Mari Dunel's body, preserved in a giant glass tank in the corner of the room. Just as Korin was still in shock, a familiar voice sounded from behind. "Damn it, what the hell? Why are you here?" Sio asked Korin with a displeased look, and Korin immediately retorted angrily. "What's going on here? You said before you were chasing Marriott and lost track of her. Well, she's just a ghost anyway. You want to waste the blood of a high-level vampire? I was just using it properly, and you've already had a sip too." Korin remembered the vial Sio had given him to drink earlier, and his insides immediately churned. Seeing Korin's miserable state, Sio sulked and said, "What's wrong? I worked hard to create this place, you know. I captured her and built this chamber inside that guy." "Why? Why would you do that?" "Of course, it's to complete the story more effectively. Your way of playing is all over the place, always trying to save people and then losing. Why don't you just kill those El and Jer guys already? You keep protecting people we can't control no matter how much we raise our favor points with them. Better to use them like this. Listen carefully. I'm much better at this game than you." From the start he lied. This bastard is not a newbie. Thinking to himself, Korin asked with a dark expression, "How many times have you done this?" "Not sure. Let me see." Sio calculated for a moment, then replied, "If I kill 3 more, it will be 100,000 newtons." At this moment, Korin lost his temper, grabbed Sio by the collar to lecture him, only to make Sio angry. With a flick of his hand, Sio sent Korin flying backward, almost falling into the Hell server. At that moment, SHU, like a madman, kept criticizing Korin while confessing to belong to the Rainbow System. His heart had long had only 3 chambers for blood, and 1 chamber held Korin's image. The bus crab was so overwhelming that Korin was culture shocked, quickly giving Sio a loving punch before seizing the chance to grab his pants and run away. But before he could act, Sio quickly restrained him. "You won't escape me. I will bind you forever. You are mine. In this fake world, you are the only thing that's real." The arrogant CEO Siu Korin's cheesy lines are hard to swallow, crying and cursing. "You scare me to death, you bastard. Everything will end soon, and once it does, we'll be together forever." Sio gave a sick smile, locked up his beloved, and went alone to deal with the final worm. The final chapter is unfolding. It's beginning. Korin looked at the notification and muttered, "Is this Paru's plan all along? He's always handled everything on his own, so the final bug probably won't be a problem for him. Once he finishes the final boss, what will happen to his butt?" Luckily, Korin won't have to go through a future soaked in cooking oil because SHU has been destroyed by the bug. Everything returned to the starting point. Korin opened his eyes wide as if he had just gone through a nightmare. He sat up abruptly, looking around and realized he had returned to 3 years ago, the moment he first crossed into this world. Given a chance to be reborn, Korin silently vowed this time he would take down Paru from the very beginning. He still remembered the Rotong River Dam collapse. During the mission to tame the river monster, the dam suddenly broke, sweeping away an entire village. Thousands of water monsters and innocent people drowned. In the face of such a horrific scene, Pihu wore an expression of utter satisfaction. At that time, Korin didn't understand why he had that expression. But looking back now, even if dozens of people died, for a psychologically disabled guy like Shu, all he cared about was the pile of experience gained. This time, Korin was determined to stop it from happening. Right now, Sihu was only level 5, the same as him. All the factors that make a player stronger are at MK3 Academy. After entering the academy, Sihu became much stronger. He's not a monster yet, but no one knows how fast he will grow after entering the academy. The enrollment ceremony is in 5 days. In other words, the only way to take down Park Shu is right now by guiding the mission. The vehicle heading to Mercata City has been ambushed by monsters in the forest, so protect everyone along with the guards until it can be repaired. Without waiting for the mission to appear, Korin rushed off there. The main goal was not to save them from the monsters, but to save them from Sio's hands. In another place, after dealing with the small monsters, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Lore, one of the guards, praised Sio after witnessing his performance. "You've got talent, kid," Sihu replied with an embarrassed look. "Thank you." At that moment, the coachman called out loudly, "Sir Lion, Quico, Miss Laura, the carriage is fixed, let's go." "I want to go to sleep right away." As Leon and Laura happily chat, A fierce roar suddenly echoes, startling them both as they turn around to see a large wooden beam heading straight for them. Then, Lion and Laura drew their weapons, preparing to fight. From the shouted voice, it was clear that the monster they faced this time was a level 2 werewolf. As soon as it saw the humans, the werewolf quickly closed in, and with a single strike, Laura was taken down. In this urgent situation, Leon immediately shouted to urge Seo, who was standing behind. "Hurry and get in the carriage, I'll buy you some time," Sihu said as he ordered the driver. "Go ahead, I will follow. I can't leave Leon behind." Saying that, he ran straight to Lon. Sadly, Leon was already dead, and when the werewolf saw someone approaching, it threw Leon's body aside and slowly advanced towards Seo. Corin had also arrived at the scene, feeling increasingly guilty. Damn it, has it already started? I tried to run as fast as I could, but I couldn't stop it. If only I had more time to prepare, I might have been able to save them. Seeing Seo's confused face facing the monster, Corin didn't rush out, but hid in a corner to observe. I have to confirm first before intervening. This is Park Seo? Is he truly a hero who will save the world, or just a player like me? Seo stared at the werewolf for a moment, his confused gaze gradually turning bloodthirsty. Just as he was about to strike, a female voice sounded, bending down. Alyssa Aiden appeared, swinging her sword to slash the werewolf. The werewolf was no pushover either, quickly extending its claws to successfully block one of Alyssa's strikes, catching her off guard. Briefly about Alyssa Aiden, she is the second daughter of the Aiden family, the wielder of Odachi, one of the 6 king swords, and one of the most influential members of the team. After the failed attack, Alyssa immediately stood in front of Sihu, both to keep distance from the werewolf and to protect him. "Step back, I'll handle this." Alyssa spoke to Seo, but sadly her kindness was misplaced. Taking advantage of her guard being down, Seo slashed her arm with a poisoned dagger. Alyssa, holding her injured arm, looked at Seo with a disbelief in her eyes. "Why?" Sihu smiled and replied, "Sorry, I was so scared I lost control." Corin, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in anger. "So it was you all along, Seo. If Alyssa Aiden dies during the mission, he will obtain the Odachi and then join the Lunia Aiden team, a legendary holy sword, on Alyssa's side. At this moment, it seems the poison is slowly taking effect. She begins to feel dizzy. Seo's image gradually blurred, and at the same time, the werewolf fiercely charged at her. There was no time to think, so Alyssa immediately focused on fighting the monster while Sihu watched her struggle in surprise. She has been poisoned but hasn't died yet because she's an important NPC in the story. After avoiding the wolf's continuous attacks, Alyssa jumps back to create distance, then uses her remaining willpower to focus and unleash her ultimate skill, Tram Lao, aiming at the wolf, ready to strike and decide its fate. "At this rate, I can take down that monster alone, so how could I just let it be?" Sai-hun smiled wickedly and continued to throw a poisoned knife at Alyssa using a dirty trick. So it's not just a coincidence." Alyssa clenched her teeth in anger as she spoke. At the same time, the werewolf was right in front of her. She quickly drew her sword, delivered a fatal strike, and sent the werewolf to meet its ancestors. The werewolf's body collapsed, falling on top of Alyssa. At this moment, the poison fully took effect, leaving Alyssa unable to move, so she could only watch helplessly as Seo took her precious sword. "Here it is, Oda has arrived," Seo shouted excitedly after pulling Alyssa's sword from the werewolf's body. "This thing can only be used with a special skill, so what are you thinking?" Seo flicked the sword and turned to look at Alyssa with a cruel gaze. "That's right, killing NPCs also gives experience, doesn't it?" Just as Seo was about to finish off Alyssa, a bag of powder suddenly flew and hit him right in the face. "What the hell is this?" Sihu looked at the yellow powder in his hand, angrily glanced around and shouted, "Who the hell did this?" "Show yourself." 3 horned rats appeared and ran straight to Seo to attack him. Actually, what was thrown at him earlier contained ingredients made from topanic mushrooms, the favorite food of the forest monsters, covered in a thick layer of powder. So now in the eyes of the monsters, Baxio is nothing more than a fresh piece of meat covered in a special sauce. While Seo is busy fighting off the trio of horned rats, Corin takes the chance to check on Alyssa. Thank goodness she's still alive. Corin quietly breathes a sigh of relief and secretly pulls Alyssa to a safe place. But when he saw the werewolf's body, an idea suddenly came to Corin's mind. He left Alyssa behind and went to the werewolf, breaking one of its fangs with a dagger. Just then, Seo's voice rang out behind Corin. "Who the hell are you?" Corin was not afraid at all, and even asked him back. Killed 3 horned rats in a flash. "That Odachi is amazing. I'm Seo. This voice sounds somewhat familiar." The moment Corin turned his head, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Corin, you rascal! How did you manage to get here?" Sihu raised his sword, cautiously asking Corin. Seo's expression makes Corin suspicious. Has this bastard lost his memory from before? In that case, even better. Corin sneered and replied, "Hey, you'll hurt yourself if you hold your sword like that." "What?" Sihu naively believed Corin's words and quickly looked at his grip. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Corin threw a handful of sand into Seo's face. Blinded, Sihu couldn't open his eyes and began swinging his sword wildly. "Damn you to death!" Corin looked at Seo with a judging gaze. This guy's swordsmanship is clumsy, but he swings really fast. Still, Park SH is physically better than me. Just taking a risk, no other choice. Corin ducked to avoid Seo's sword and rushed forward to slash at his neck. At that moment, Seo regained his sight, allowing him to easily dodge Korin's attack. Plan A failed. Then switched to Plan B. Korin continued to wildly attack Shu with the Fang knife, aiming to keep him from thinking clearly and forcing him to focus only on the Fang knife. Sure enough, this method worked. Just as Seo was busy blocking the Fang with his sword, Korin used his other arm to pull out a dagger and stab straight into Seo's shoulder. Not stopping there, Korin pulled the dagger out of Seo's shoulder and stabbed directly at his neck. Sihu used his uninjured arm to block Korin's knife, but Korin refused to let go, pressing down with full force and successfully driving the blade through Sihu's neck, ending his life. Seeing Seo lying motionless, Korin silently said, "Thank you for everything in the past life. I have to admit, it's because of you that I've become stronger. Even so, I have no regrets for doing this because I have dealt with the seed of a monster. Player Park Sihu has died. Calculating anomalies in the main storyline, running a backup world review, transforming Korin Lock to run tests, potential, mindset, compatibility, player logs, and transferring previous player experience to Hero Korin Lock. Switching to the minimum reserve amount for the event of a storyline collapse and the minimum stats to start the backup player program. Korin Lock, an A-rank knight, is the martial arts successor of the backup player. Seeing the series of notifications before him, Korin couldn't help but feel a bit confused. A backup player? That means now I will have a status window. Suddenly, an incessant cough sounded behind Korin. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Alyssa's presence, hurried over to check her injuries, and began administering first aid. After extracting the poison and bandaging the wounds, Alyssa was temporarily out of danger. Korin quickly ran off to find ingredients and began preparing medicine for her. In her delirium, Alyssa still remembered to ask the name of the benefactor who saved her. "It doesn't matter. Just stop thinking so much and rest. I'll wake you up when the medicine is ready." Korin replied and gently placed a cloth on Alyssa's head. "From now on, you have to operate in the shadows. The fewer people who know about you, the better." Alyssa didn't ask anything further and peacefully fell asleep. Only then did Korin have time to review the current situation. The story of the legendary hero of Ahan is truly a hero's tale. While dealing with incidents at the academy, players will become heroes and save the world. The hero will defeat countless monsters and take down the final boss. Even a scoundrel like Parhu has to follow the storyline, because if the final boss isn't defeated, the world will be destroyed. But that guy is dead, so who will take on that fate now? Is there anyone else besides me? But those bastards? If you want me to do that, at least make it worthwhile. Korin looked at the pile of notifications. The Windows system, you're not allowed to access it, which makes life even more sorrowful. I became a substitute player but wasn't allowed to use the support devices for players. I was so excited to look forward to this, and yet, this is how it turned out. It's really hard to accomplish something in the future, isn't it? Just the memories of my past life are not enough. I have to use external factors to help complete this. With that in mind, Korin immediately carved an ancient symbol into the ground. A stream of fire element burst out from the rune, surrounding Korin with a sense of joy. Just as expected, it worked. After 3 years of training, Sin is no longer just the heir or a backup. He is determined to survive. The magic you learned in your previous life was runes of ancient language. The ancient characters contain hidden power, duty, restraint, and vows, known as the trio of command runes. This is one of the powerful laws that govern this world, also the source of human strength and the origin of destruction. Korin decided to carve these runes onto himself, the first of which is duty. This command increases the power of the spellcaster when they swear an oath. Simple vows like not eating chicken are easy, but rarely grant any additional stats. Anyway, even if it's easy, you still need to swear to do something that can be easily completed. After considering, Korin begins to swear. "I will not turn a blind eye to greed before the treasures of good people." Immediately, the system notifies me of my duty. "I will not pretend to be blind and greedy for the good person's treasure. Your stats will increase after completing the mission. Failure to comply will result in a 10-point stat penalty." Then, Korin Kroon restricts his right arm and swears, "I do not perceive souls." The oath has been established. If you do not comply, you will take 600% damage from the opponent. Activation limits apply. Crystal damage is 0%. Physical damage increases by 50%. In this world, everything has its own extrasensory abilities, including spirits and ghosts without physical bodies. Because spirits can only interact through mutual connection, they cannot use their power to influence things beyond their sensing ability. The benefit of the interaction with Korin is that the spell becomes a shield that protects him from all other entities. Finally, using the power of the oath to command this world acts as a shield, but carries great risks and many benefits. That's why both Park Seo and I used it in our previous lives. But even Seo, who has everything within the system, failed at the final hurdle. If that's the case, I should be quite worried too. Thinking of this, Korin decided to choose the most weighty oath. "I will save this world." The noble goal that every warrior pursues. A vow with the greatest ambition. At this point, the trio's mission is complete. Failure to fulfill the vow will inevitably lead to death. The next morning, as soon as Alyssa opened her eyes, she realized she was lying on a bed in an unfamiliar place. Reflexively, she sat up, but the sudden movement aggravated her wound, causing her to cry out in pain. A nurse heard and came over to ask, "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Alyssa asked curiously. "Where am I?" You are at Maba City Hospital. Who brought me here? The nurse smiled and said, your family just left. Just left? Seeing Elisa seemed agitated, the nurse quickly advised, you're not supposed to move yet. It's okay. Where are my things? Alyssa said, looking around as she searched. Seeing a backpack next to the bed, Alyssa asked, is this the one belonging to the person who saved me? Without waiting for the nurse's answer, she grabbed the bag to check. When she saw the backpack, she frowned and muttered, there's still blood on it. Then Alyssa glanced at the nurse and asked seriously, is there anywhere that sells honey candy? The nurse reluctantly reminded her, you can only have soup for now. 3 days after the initiation mission, today is the opening ceremony of MK3 Academy. Korin is also on his way to the academy. He takes out his wallet to find his student ID card when he suddenly notices a letter tucked inside. I don't remember putting this here. Korin opened the letter with suspicion and read, sent to my son. You have no idea how proud I am of you. Please become the protector of those around you. After reading, Korin sighed softly and said, when did she put this in here? Korin Lowe is an ordinary, mediocre child, but he also has a family. When I first arrived in this body, I behaved very awkwardly and distant, but they still treated me the same. And that's when I began to love this family and this world. That's the difference between Paru and me. Since it's the first day of school, the gate of Mokaba Academy is bustling with people and vehicles coming and going. Wow, there are so many ships. This is Mokaba Academy. While the new students were still bustling around, not far ahead, a blue-haired girl suddenly raised her hand and called out loudly, hello, new students, gather here. Hearing that, Korin immediately walked over. The girl with green hair smiled and greeted him. Are you a new student too? Wow, you're really tall. You must eat a lot. Do you want to eat some potatoes? The blue-haired girl said as she took potatoes out of the basket and handed them to Korin. Korin muttered softly, potatoes? A while later, a vehicle carrying the new students arrived at the academy. That is the construction building where magic students gather and conduct research. Over there is the physical training room, and they lend out many great weapons. Sitting among the new students, watching the cheerful blue-haired girl enthusiastically introducing everyone around, Korin recalled Mari Donilev, a second-year student at MK3 Academy who was beloved by all and had a very bright future. In life, people will encounter many unforeseen misfortunes, and in the future, Mari Donilev will face a great tragedy. She is the final boss of Act 1. Very quickly, the vehicle arrived at the area for new students. All right, when you get off, each of you will take a potato and a sweet potato. After a brief announcement and once everyone had gotten off the bus, Marriott waved from the bus and shouted, good luck, see you all later. The new students then entered a spacious room. Noticing a formation starting to activate on the roof, Korin whispered, the expansion of the magic array has begun. The entire room suddenly plunged into darkness. The students were confused and didn't know what was happening when a voice rang out. Don't be afraid. Why are the students of the academy scared of this thing? Korin muttered as he tugged at his earlobe. That's Haman's voice. He always says the same thing. Like a training camp, this world has a history of fighting against demons. The most effective weapons against them are superhumans who can use aura or mana, and the place to train these people is the MKAB Warrior Academy. A beam of light shone where the powerful sound path emerged. The new students saw a dark-skinned man wearing glasses slowly step forward to introduce himself. I am Professor Prom Damon from the Night Department, in charge of this year's opening ceremony. Seeing FM's casual demeanor, Korin smirked quietly and thought, it's been a while since I've seen this guy. Most of you probably came here to become knights or mages. When you arrived, your certificates were already provided. But don't go around making a lot of noise if you're empty inside. Let me see what you're capable of. As PH finished speaking, a small screen appeared in front of each student. Korin looked down at the screen in front of him. Korin's aura rank was 680, low. Mana rank 120, very low. Overall ability, very low. Overall rank is very low at 6. Korin frowned and thought to himself, this is frustrating, but my stamina stat is shockingly high. At this moment, a row of numbers from 1 to 6 appeared in front of Pump. You all are looking at your rankings. Stand in front of the number that matches your rank. Hearing Fuck's prompt, the new students all moved to the number corresponding to the rank displayed on the small screen. Korin stood at the front of line 6, mocking himself inwardly. There were about 400 people, so I'm in the last 1%? Good luck to you all. As Peachum finished speaking, all the new students turned into light and were transported to their separate spaces. In the observation room, a group of professors also witnessed the situation outside. A blonde female professor looked at the orb projecting the new students standing before number 1 and number 2 and spoke up. This year's batch has a lot of hidden talent. There's no need to rank the first and second students. Let's wait until we've evaluated the others. The granddaughter of the sword genius, Alyssa Aiden, the cleric of Avaloan, Ewan, the mercenary of Swordmaster Ronwaski, the engineer Gollum Grinnell Luden, and the sole top-ranked marksman Sauron. Mentioning the last name, the blonde female professor frowned in confusion. That child actually got admitted? What was the principal thinking? A male professor with a goatee suddenly spoke up. Do we really need to test the 6th rank? The 5th rank doesn't look any better. Just eliminate the 6th rank outright. The blonde female professor angrily questions. The principal says all students have the right to learn. Does he dare to go against that? The male professor hesitated and said, "Let's get started." In Corin's space, a weapon cabinet fell from above in front of him, along with a notification that monsters would invade in 30 minutes. Please handle as many monsters as possible. A test puts me in an empty space and forces me to fight monsters according to their level. This is tough. Corin muttered to himself as he approached, opened the weapon cabinet, and began happily choosing. Let's see. Most 5th or 6th graders won't think much and will just pick whatever they want. And most will choose a sword. In my previous life, I did the same. Now behind Corin, 3 short-bodied hunting dogs and a legendary monster appear. Ah, swords look cool, but they say it takes 100 days to master a spear, 1,000 days to master a saber, and 10,000 days to master a sword. So the answer is the spear. As he said this, Corin grabbed a spear, spun around, and launched himself fiercely at a short-haired hound. The spear moved at lightning speed, piercing the short-haired hound's head before it had any chance to react. Then Corin threw 2 more spears into the air and laughed, saying sorry. 2 short-haired hunting dogs growled and charged at Corin, but after only a few steps, they were pierced through by 2 spears Corin had just thrown from high above. Looking at the bodies of the short-haired hounds, Corin continued, "But I have too much experience killing you guys. Let's see, 20 seconds is a bit long. In my previous life, I couldn't even kill these hounds, and ended up getting wiped out. But this time is different. I will kill them all until I reach the next rank." Determined, Corin hoisted his spear on his shoulder and confidently shouted, "All right, bring on the next wave." Corin waited for a moment but saw no movement. He began to suspect, thinking he had already reached 5 minutes. So why was there nothing happening? Is the system broken? At the same time, in the observation room, the lecherous male professor looked at the images of the level 5 group and shook his head in frustration. If they can't even kill those monsters, what else can they do? Back in the day, I could kill level 5 monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. If level 5 is like that, I have no expectations for level 6 either. The male professor walks over to the level 6 team observing and suddenly sees an image of Corin sitting and yawning. What? The monsters weren't supposed to be summoned? There must be a glitch. In the space, Corin is sitting and yawning while waiting for the next level monsters, then suddenly sees 3 short hunting dogs being summoned. He said confusedly, "Huh? Why are these the ones?" In the observation room, the bearded professor summoned monsters into Corin's space and then paid no more attention, continuing to watch other spaces. These miserable bastards. The goat-bearded professor didn't realize that behind him, a broadcast was showing Corin easily taking down 3 monsters with just a few throws. Ah, is this the first person to succeed? Oh, it only took 7 minutes and 22 seconds. I thought level 3 would only take 2 or 3 minutes. So what are level 9 and level 6 doing? While talking, the bearded professor turned around and caught Corin yawning. He shouted in confusion, "What's wrong with that bastard? Why is he yawning again? Is the system broken? The monsters are always summoned." The white-bearded professor came over to ask, "Is it broken?" "No way. For 20 years, Josephine's experimental magic has never been wrong." The white-bearded professor pointed at Corin's image and said, "But he should have been eliminated a long time ago." Clearly, the monsters were not summoned. The white-bearded professor asked, "Did you see the monsters that were not summoned?" The professor with the goat beard awkwardly said, "No, I didn't necessarily see that happen." The professor with the white beard pressed, "So you didn't see it happen." The goat professor tried to argue, "Damn it, I already said it was a mistake. I will summon them once again." In the space, Corin sits bored, waiting for the higher level monsters to be summoned. But instead, 3 short wolf-like creatures appeared. What the hell is this? Why have all the monsters been these same ones all this time? You're not even trained dogs. Corin shouted loudly. He stood up and simultaneously threw 3 long spears at the monsters. The 3 monsters were instantly killed, and the result appeared. 7.3 seconds. 7.3 seconds? What? Shouting loudly, the bearded male professor turned to call Fom Mark. "Look, Professor PH." Fack looked over and asked, "What's going on? What's wrong?" "What is the fastest speed you recorded for levels 3 and 4? Fom replied, "There's a kid named Jer who did it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask?" "Nothing much, just a casual response." The bearded professor then turned back to look at Corin on the screen, thinking to himself that with how good he is at throwing weapons, he must be the son of a hunter. Let's see how he handles a level 4 monster like that. So, a level 4 wild boar monster was summoned in front of Corin. This fight is even faster than before. Corin took only 3.7 seconds to defeat the monster. In the observation room, the male professor exclaimed, "This won't be easy." He didn't believe it and directly summoned a level 3 monster, a bear owl. Inside the space, the bear owl appeared and immediately screeched, attacking Corin with one hand. Corin dodged, appearing under the bear owl's armpit and dealt a wound. The bear owl reacted instantly, swinging its other arm back at Corin. Corin had no choice but to stop attacking, jumped aside, and traced the ancient rune Ken with his hand. Immediately, a flame appeared, engulfing the bear owl. In the surveillance room, the bearded professor shouted ancient magic language upon seeing this scene. His shout caught the attention of the other professors, and even Fom glanced over and whispered ancient language. In the space, the bear owl in the sea of flames keeps swinging its thick wings. It doesn't seem to be very effective, but it will block your view, so that's enough. As he spoke, Korin jumped high and aimed his spear at the top of the bear's head to strike down, ending the monster. In the observation room, the bearded, white-haired professor looked incredulous and muttered, "That kid is definitely not an ordinary level 6. Unfortunately, the monster test only goes up to level 3. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting one. I've been looking forward to him fighting the evil spirit so much." Professor Dowday responded as he worked, saying, then after this, let's start the test with a level 5 evil spirit. In the space, Korin silently suspects that something has been summoned, but he cannot see or hear it due to the restrictions of the punishment. Restrictions prevent me from perceiving the soul. I can't sense or touch the soul, so that means I can't reach the evil spirit to see if my guess is correct. To test his hypothesis, Korin stood still, closed his eyes, and began counting. 1, 2.16, 17.45, 46.5, 8, 59, 60. Done, it must have been activated. I have confirmed everything. Taking a deep breath, Korin raised his hand and shouted, "I give up!" So, Korin's test results are in. The evil spirit test, grade 5, G, fire. BR, rank not achieved. BAPN, rank not achieved. Monster test, level 5 hunting dog, 7.33 seconds, new record. Level 4 wild boar, 3.7 seconds, new record. Level 3 bear strike, 11 seconds, new record. In the observation room, the male professor with a puzzled face looked at Korin happily enjoying his results and muttered, "Is he withdrawing? What is this kid even?" When Korin went outside, quite a few new students had already gathered here, having finished the test. They were casually chatting with each other. "Hey, what's your rank?" "4th rank." "I'm doomed. What about you?" "Hehe, level 3. "Wow, so you managed to kill both the bear and the stomach demon?" Korin didn't pay attention to them. The person your uncle is paying attention to is a student with blonde hair and numerous tattoos. Jerhinch. "Peter, that kid is the one who started the fight with the player at the beginning of the story. Paru killed him because he provoked her. Although Jer is arrogant and a bit cocky, that's normal for someone his age. Anyway, that crazy guy." Korin was lost in thought when a few whispers snapped him back to reality. "Look, those are 5th years. Wow. So they can't even beat a few monsters either? Did someone lose to both the hunter and the demon?" Korin glanced at a bespectacled student bowing his head among the 5th-year students, secretly thinking he was too arrogant and, while mocking himself NCO, he met a similar fate as Jer. At this moment, a man came out on the stage holding a mic and said, "Hey everyone, good morning. I am the director of CASA. To become strong, you have joined the academy where the powerful gather. Some people are already strong enough, while others still have a long way to go. Although I cannot guarantee that you will achieve what you want here, I hope you can find your own path in this place. We are here to help you take the right first steps. From the second step onward, it is your responsibility. I wish you all a happy day." After Aries' speech, the students gradually dispersed. "From today, I am a level 3 hunter knight. I'm saying this to the guy sitting alone over there." He walks over and asks what grade you're in. Locke looks up and replies, "I'm in 5th grade. "Level 5, pathetic. You can't even kill a ghost, huh? Or are you really a hunting dog? Haha. Hey, Jer, what's going on? Who are you?" Korin didn't answer but looked at the tattoo on the back of Jer's neck. "Wow, your tattoo looks so cool. You must have a really talented tattoo artist. It still looks good up close. The tattoo on your back is your blood type, right? So you can quickly receive a blood transfusion when injured. You really prepared well." Jer pointed to the tattoo proudly. "Wow, you really know a lot." To be honest, this was tattooed by my mom. She is a tattoo artist. Her specialty is line work, but since I asked, she tattooed in the old school style. She's really amazing. "Do you have any other tattoos?" One side laughs and asks, while Korin remembers that he already knew everything. "How?" Before Jer disappeared in his previous life, his mother came to the academy and said that his tattoo was not just for looks, but because she cared about her son at the academy. It truly is a parent's heart. Jer happily rolled up his sleeve to reveal the tattoo on his upper arm. "Let me introduce you. I have one here too. This is a flying carriage symbolizing MK3 Academy." Korin spoke up. "Wow, that's really cool. I am Korin Locke, and you answer." Then Jerhin Jupiter, Korin turned to Elle and asked, "And you?" From afar, Alyssa watched everything unfold. She saw Korin joking with the others and softly said, "So he saved his friend from being bullied. That's great. He seems like a good person." Meanwhile, Korin was thinking to himself, and that was his way of leaving a good impression on Elle. If I remember correctly, Lee should have found his free skill book by now. Korin couldn't help but smile mischievously. But Alyssa over there thinks differently. His smile is quite charming. I wonder what kind of person he is. Most of MK3's facilities are provided for free. The coffee here is cheaper than outside, and the dormitory is free. Among them, the most recommended facility is the training room. The reason is simple. Using this room makes even impossible training exercises possible. For example, fighting against a spiritual entity that Korin can't see. Look, that first-year student is using a spiritual entity to train. Usually they only start training with spiritual forms in the second year. Maybe he heard the rumors and decided to try this. I heard that many second-year students can't even catch wind-type spirits. The gossip from outside where Korin is training made Mariette curious, so she stopped to watch. When he saw you get hit on the head by the spirit, someone laughed and said, "Ha ha, look at that! Daring to be so bold, huh?" Korin stood there, clutching his injury and sighed. "Still too much for me, huh?" At this moment, the bearded professor approached and said, "So you're a first-year student?" Korin was startled and turned to greet him. "Hello, coach. Why are you fighting the spirit?" Korin replied, "I want to practice the injury technique." The coach asked further, "Are you confident you can do it?" "I can do it." "What's wrong with the test paper?" The coach paused thoughtfully, then smiled brightly, took out a stack of tickets and handed it to Korin, saying, "Your spirit is great. Here, I give you a meal voucher. Once you succeed, come find me and I will reward you." "Haha!" Holding the stack of tickets in his hand, Korin exclaimed in surprise, "Yes." By the time he reacted, the coach had already walked away. Korin let out a breath, smiling to himself, suddenly wondering why he was so worried for no reason. Rewarding with food? That's not so bad, isn't it? Now let's start again. Korin kept pushing himself, continuously attacking the spirit with his spear, but never succeeded once, and in the end, he was even knocked down to the floor by it. Lying on the floor gasping for breath, Korin suddenly had a cloth dropped over his face. Mariette stepped forward, handed him a cup of water, and asked if it was very difficult. Korin honestly replied, "Yes, I am very tired." Mariette advises you to rest. You've worked hard already. You just need to get used to it. One day you'll be able to do it. Try again next time. No, there won't be a next time. Even though I might only have a year or two, back then there was Parkseo, we had a player window, along with potions and skill books. But now Parku is no longer here. I killed him, so now I have to do everything on my own. He whispered to himself. Korin accepted the glass of water and said, "Thank you, I will give up later." Standing up again, Korin with determined eyes silently said, "I have to become the strongest. First, I have to determine my own limits. It might be a bit much, but I need to test how my current abilities compare to the past. I don't have a strong body, nor magic or aura. Information about Sihu and the future is useless when facing monsters and these geniuses. But to fight monsters and geniuses, I have to work harder than anyone else. That's the only way. The past 3 years won't betray me." Muttering to himself, Korin continuously used spear techniques to attack the spirit, but after a while with no result, he suddenly threw his spear at the spirit above, only for it to dodge skillfully. Mariette guessed, "He threw the spear away. Has he given up?" Then she immediately doubted her own guess. "No, he hit it and is now capturing it. Wow, he's amazing." Just as Mariette was too stunned to speak, Korin lost momentum in midair and crashed hard onto the floor. Mariette rushed over worriedly and asked, "Are you okay, Junior?" Lying on the floor, Korin smiled bitterly to himself, realizing he had overexerted, at least for this body. The next day, at a place within the Dream Academy K3. "Hello, juniors. Today I will introduce the school's facilities to you. This is the pride of our school." Meanwhile, while Mariette excitedly introduces the new students, Korin among the crowd is thinking about something else. To fight properly, the body is the most important. To improve your physical condition without relying on Paru's medicine, there is only one way. Never ignore the suffering of others. Korin glanced at Elle, then put his arm around him and asked with a smile, "Hey, do you want to go eat with me?" Before Elle could react in surprise, Korin leaned in close to his ear and whispered, also mentioning the magic book. Spellbooks are simply skill books, powerful artifacts that grant you magic or abilities just by reading them. The MK3 Academy library is as large as the entire academy, storing and passing down knowledge to future generations. It's just a trivial matter. Actually, this place is used to hide the spellbook. In the library, Korin pointed to a bookshelf and smiled, asking, "If you hide a tree, shouldn't it be hidden in the forest?" Locke from behind spoke up. Yeah, you have to keep your promise." Korin replied, of course, as long as he met the conditions, he would get the magic book. A diligent student, a model pupil from a good family. He remembers all kinds of magic and writes them down in his notebook. Of course, no matter how many spells there are, using them all would still be very difficult. If your level and mana are too low, no matter how good your theory is, you can't do anything. But with a magic book, that's a different story. He whispered to himself. Korin started rummaging through the bookshelves, beginning to search. A BCD, here it is. Black heard a bit of noise behind him and turned around to remind them not to mess around. Then he opened his mouth in surprise and asked, "A secret door? How did you find it?" "Come on, just hurry up," Law shouted. "Wait for me. Let's go together." In the narrow passage, laying behind Korin glanced at the walls and whispered, "So scary." Suddenly, Korin stopped, turned to Luan, and reached out saying, "Locke, it's time to keep your promise. You have to do well." "Oh, I see. You want me to help fight the evil spirits? But what do I need to do?" Locke hadn't finished speaking when Korin suddenly punched him out and grinned, saying, Hee, let's get started." Korin stood still, deep in thought, although he originally came here to save Locke and also to complete the special mission. If I can catch the evil spirit here, I might get the hidden fragment I want. But there's a small problem, Duke Sabasia. An evil spirit. This is an impossible mission. Why can't I catch a normal one instead of a demon lord attacking from the southern commander who led for 800 years? causing most players to die as soon as the mission started. Of course, I'm not among them. Thanks to the limitation that prevents seeing souls, the Duke's attacks have no effect on me. Of course, the problem is that I can't see him either. Then Corin suddenly burst out laughing and said, Duke Sabancia, sorry, but I can't see you anywhere.
Then why don't you possess this guy's body?
Corin's suggestion suddenly made the furious Marquis Sabania stop his attack.
He stands right behind you, silently pondering if there are many different factors in this world,
such as those that turn ordinary people into monsters like vampires or werewolves. One day, Duke Sabasia awakened as a vampire and murdered his servant. Although he tried to suppress his vampire instincts, he still failed. Finally, fearing he would kill his wife and daughter, the Duke had his family move elsewhere and close the city gates. To prevent a massacre, he used magic to seal himself inside a book, which is the one in this library. At this moment, Sabasia also decided to possess Locke, and suddenly his eyes turned deep red before he roared and charged at Corin, aiming directly at himself. Oh, is it because he's a vampire who got somehow triggered and suddenly exploded? Corin slightly leans back to dodge. Next, he punched him in the head, causing the opponent to collapse to the ground. The second reason I chose Locke is because he was possessed by an evil spirit like Duke Sabania. He can unleash the maximum hidden power within himself. The exemplary student from Ahan's hero legend has the lowest physical strength stats. I care for her deeply, but this is the best strategy to complete the mission. Alright, if I kill her while her soul is possessed, I might be able to get the highest grade item like the Duke's cloak or a vampire's armor. They are all items that Parhu used, playing a major role in the events to come. But I am different from him, he thought silently, as Corin looked at the person struggling to stand and asked, Are you not curious? About your wife, Duke Luina, and your daughter, Duchess Cecilia, and how they are living after you were sealed away? Then, Corin told the Duke many things. How his wife died after leaving the city, and how his daughter became a skilled explorer, traveling around the world. I don't like Parhu's way of doing things, but as Corin, someone who also has a family he loves in this world, I want this pitiful soul to die with dignity. With that in mind, Corin smiled and asked, What do you think? Are you satisfied with my answer? Tears were streaming down Elle's face. Sorry for barging in. Thank you for telling me. Corin smiled and said, It's okay. I wasn't hit anyway. And even if I was, Elle's punch is weak. Sabancia said, I still have something to ask before I ascend to heaven. Corin and he had a long conversation before Sabania ascended. In the end, Sabasia dissipated and left behind 3 items, 2 of which are funeral objects for the soul's remains. For the remaining soul of the evil spirit Duke Sabancia. Rima, the magic book, the book that once contained the sealed soul of Duke. Inside are supernatural powers and spells, and if you read it, you can learn them. In the last red book, Corin used it without hesitation. Persistent Rebirth. Warrior, you have gained a new ability. You have used the magic book, the Resilient Warrior. Just like a warrior who never loses the will to fight. As long as you stay determined, your body will continue to recover. Corin quietly thought, the Persistent Rebirth Warrior is the special power that Bastard Park has, but I don't know how much he can recover, because he's never really been injured. At this moment, Elle has also regained consciousness. Corin looked at him and warned, You're awake? Don't rush. A malevolent spirit just possessed your body. Law asked suspiciously, Shouldn't it hurt when your body is possessed? Corin avoided eye contact and lied. I don't know either. Probably. Then Corin handed Elle the Roa book and said, Stop talking, just take this. Law asked curiously, Is it a magic book? Am I really getting it? Watching Elle happily read the magic book, Corin quietly thought the reason he finally chose Elle was simply because he wanted to see how someone strives to earn a reward. System notification. Quest. Do not ignore the misfortune of others. Quest completed. Duke Cbania difficulty P. The 80-point reward is evenly distributed. Detailed information cannot be viewed. Holding the leaf and leaving this place, Corin saw the notification and thought, I got 80 points. In this game, each level up grants 5 stat points. Then, this number must correspond to leveling up 16 times. I didn't even see a level up notification, so the level 1 reward is just 80 points. Could it be that to compensate for not being able to directly increase stats? But with this much experience, the system notifies about the secret mission to not ignore the misfortune of good people. Distributing 40 stat points evenly times 2, Locke did not ignore Lemon's misfortune and received 40 stat points. The reward is evenly distributed times 2. Corin Locke did not ignore the Duke's misfortune. The next day in the training room, Marriott appeared carrying a basket of potatoes and called out, Does anyone want some potatoes? Here, me too, handing out potatoes to everyone. Mari suddenly noticed Corin warming up nearby and left everyone behind to ask, Are you planning to capture a spirit again today? Corin replied, Yes. Marriott smiled and said, I believe you can do it. Junior, I will cheer you on. Marriott, how could a 5th-year, first-year kid catch a spiritual body? I was paying close attention, but I still failed yesterday. Stop giving him hope. Why does that rookie keep grabbing Marriott's attention? Hearing the people behind, Marriott smiled and turned around, saying, So what? I bet 2 gold coins that the junior will succeed. Marriott, why do you keep taking care of him like that? I bet 70 silver coins that he will fail. Hearing the noisy crowd behind, Corin slightly pouted and said, Why are you betting on me? I just want to train. Back on the training ground, Korim grabbed his spear and assumed a fighting stance. Whatever, just focus on training first. I have the stats from helping Sabancia ascend, so I'm sure I can catch it. But now, I don't even know how strong I've become. Let's start with the weakest basic ones. The technique I used to defeat the spirit before was the snake strike. Among the deadly sands, this technique is quite difficult, so using the simplest move from the basic techniques, the QX even a single strike might be hard to defeat it. Thinking to himself, Korin quickly uses the basic move of the giant snake to thrust fiercely at the spirit. Suddenly, the spirit is pierced by this simple attack and explodes. The people outside watched in shock, exclaiming just from one strike. Is the Chishu explosive technique capable of reaching that level? Even Korin finds it hard to believe and wonders. Wait, isn't that a bit too strong? Maurice then said, yesterday I only shocked everyone with 3 moves. This time I need a strike from you. Yes, understood. Softly speaking, Korin thought to himself, what is this? So, she must have witnessed it everything yesterday. No, more importantly, a mage can see Huasawai with the naked eye. What kind of absurdly sharp eyesight is that? Mari shoved a bag of money in Korin's face. Oh, this is my share. Yes, Mari explained. Thanks to you, I also made some money, so of course I should give you a part. Korin asked suspiciously. My part? Marriott asked. Why wouldn't I like it? Of course I like it. Who would ever turn down money? Marriott, you really are smart. Keep it up in the future. Silently, Korin took the bag of money from Mari's hand, and the two shared a satisfied smile. When night falls, Korin walks alone down the corridor, lost in thought. It was the same in my past life. I fought hard to develop my martial arts skills. It's the same now. I'm almost at the 5th step out of 6 to reach enlightenment. The road is long, but my healing magic is advancing faster than I imagined. So I'm not that worried. The problem is the ancient magic. Korin raised his hand and drew the ancient haggler's rune. The system announced, you lack mana, and in my previous life I couldn't fully master it either because ancient magic requires an enormous amount of mana. If I could master it, I'd definitely be much stronger than before, so I should think carefully. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and the Sin Guardian whispered to herself, no matter how skilled I am with healing magic and ancient language spells, I can't defeat that bastard here at the academy. The only woman even Pak Paru couldn't kill. One of the most powerful forces in Ahan's hero legend, the infamous balance breaker, the demon warlock Warren. Korin glanced at Waran, suspicious and wondering why she suddenly appeared here and was talking to him. He didn't know the reason, but decided to ignore her and leave, as he couldn't handle this ticking bomb. Waran didn't agree. She spoke again, saying, I have been merged. I don't think you are the owner of that body. Warren's words made Korin break out in cold sweat. He looked at her again with fear, thinking to himself, what? How does she know I've taken over this body? It seems like a body with 2 souls, one human and one demon, coexisting. Warren's existence is truly a paradox. It is said that the yin-yang eyes of those on the border between life and death can see the colors of souls, and perhaps her not recognizing it is even more strange. He silently wondered if Korin was only looking at Waran without answering her question. Waran, seeing Korin remain silent, continued to ask, what is it like? What does it feel like to crush and swallow that original soul technique? I don't know. Korin nonchalantly replied, but inwardly he wondered if in his past life he had also been troubled by this. Are Korin Locke and I 2 different people? Could it be that the memories I assimilated are actually Korin Locke's and not my own? If so, then who is the one I attended the male high school and the military-focused graduate school of dynamics with? But it was all in vain. War was different. The true owner of that body was not human. A hint of surprise appeared on Warren's face when she heard Korin's answer. But in an instant, her eyes returned to their usual coldness, because that body was truly the original. You're just a thief who stole it, so you have no right to control that body. In a neighborhood near my hometown, there's a guy who turns into a giant green monster whenever he gets angry. His name is Brooke. Do you know him? What the hell? The funnier thing is that these 2 opposite personalities hate each other. So, what do you think? Pretty interesting, right? Because they excel in different areas, Korin tried to joke, pointing to his head, then smiled blankly. But in the end, your dull story received 3 parts confused looks and 7 parts Warren's fatherly gaze. At this point, you sighed and said, well, what I mean is that whether it's the original soul or a newly formed one, both have different personalities. And isn't that how they coexist? Whether we want it or not, we have been born into a body. Because when we are born, no one is to blame. War was silent for a long moment, then said meaningfully, in this world, some are born as a sin itself. Korin understood Warren's pain in saying this, but now he could do nothing and chose to remain silent. See you again. Korin said goodbye and then turned to leave. The next day is the weekend, but from early morning, Korin went to the Southern Academy to check the mission board. So this is necessary for the development process. My goal isn't to level up, so I don't need to be too picky. I just want to try something. Anyway, Korin glanced at the girl standing next to him, curious about why she was watching so intently. Looking back now, I don't have much information about Elisa. In my previous life, that bastard Park killed her, and now my memories are different from what I saw in the game. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Korin decided to ask Alyssa directly. It turned out she needed money, which was why she was taking on urgent missions like this.
Although level 2 trainees receive considerable activity funding, Alyssa's family income is in the top 10% of the kingdom, so the school decided not to support her. Besides, my family believes in raising us independently, so I have to earn my own living expenses at a minimum.
Even if I say so, seeing Alyssa's sorrowful face, Corin could sympathize to some extent.
So you kindly suggested to her, if she needs money right away, how about the patrol mission?
This mission pays pretty well.
Oh, really? Alyssa happily reads the patrol mission details and then suggests to Corin. They will accept up to 3 people. Do you want us to work together?
Sorry, I have other things to do.
Corin declined because he already had his own plans. He would choose the most worthwhile mission and quickly level up. The first task is to find the lost cat named Nabi. The experience points and rewards are small, but that doesn't matter because your goal is to do the right thing. If Corin saves and returns Nabi the cat, who was almost killed by the sea monster, he can prevent the owner's misfortune of losing their pet and falling into depression. From then on, he can receive the reward for his kindness. Sure enough, right after returning Nabi to its owner, Corin's system immediately notified him of completing the duty. You did not ignore the misfortune of Anamark Milan. The difficulty and the 5-point reward are evenly distributed. Indeed, the system works. So even the smallest task can help me boost my stats a lot. Corin laughed excitedly, like he was high, which scared little Anna, who quickly hugged her cat and ran away. After the first mission was successful, Corin pressed on, completing other tasks such as rescuing a weak young man from bullies or retrieving a wedding ring for a newlywed couple. While immersed in joy and watching the score soar, Corin suddenly realized he had forgotten something even more important than the points. He even carefully took notes before heading out today. With time running short, Corin immediately grabbed his pants and ran to the fried chicken shop. Here, a muscular uncle is furious because he hasn't found the perfect sauce recipe for his chicken yet. Just then, Corin appears like a god. After telling the uncle to add malt syrup, he smiled blankly and then just left the restaurant. What's wrong with that crazy guy? Who would be stupid enough to add malt syrup? He complained but still tried it anyway. Right after that, someone hundreds of meters away also heard his shout. This is the flavor. Corin stood outside listening and laughed with satisfaction. This is the mission I absolutely must complete. Without seasoned chickens, this world would be chaos. At this moment, your system notification appears. Fulfilling the duty without ignoring Junjiro's hardship earns 5 points, evenly distributed as a reward. Corin only does this task out of personal interest, but unexpectedly, it still has an effect on what makes him excited, waving his arms and laughing happily. He just doesn't know that Warren, standing on the roof, has seen all his strange actions. He really is a strange person, War muttered in surprise. A voice called out from behind Warren. Are you here? I let you be because you didn't leave the city, but at least you should have gotten permission to go out before leaving, the professor gently reminded Warren. War turned to look at the female professor, then ignored her and turned away, continuing to look at Corin, involuntarily recalling the words he said last night. Being born is not a sin, and that is a blessing. Then she thought of the image from the past. The man looked at her angrily, gritting his teeth and saying, You shouldn't have been born. War silently watched the sunset for a long time, as if he could see the loneliness etched on the little girl's shoulders. A few days later, the school held an evaluation for all first-year students based on their survival skills at the hunting ground. The blonde female professor briefly explained the rules of the test. If you reach the hut at the northern end of the forest, you will pass temporarily. Wear the wristband corresponding to your rank. You will need to return it at the shelter at the finish point. You will earn points based on how quickly you reach the destination with that bracelet, and your reward will correspond to your score. While the female professor spoke, Corin glanced around looking for Warren. Sure enough, Warren was nowhere to be seen. Anyway, Warren isn't allowed to join the practice sessions, probably for fairness. While Corin was lost in thought, someone suddenly called him Alyssa. Alyssa, did you complete the mission well? Alyssa cheerfully replied, Yes, thanks to you, I was able to earn some living expenses. Luckily, it was useful. Do you want some candy? I was going to buy one for my sister, but it's too sweet to eat. Then Corin took a shiny gold candy from his pocket and handed it to Alyssa. By coincidence, it was exactly the honey bomb candy that Alyssa loved, so she happily accepted it without a second thought. All right, students, the hunting exam begins. With that, the blonde wind mage created a massive barrier, drawing awe from the students. Even Corin couldn't help but admire, having seen countless mages, but only Josephine could use spatial magic for such a large crowd. Still as majestic as ever, Grand Mage. A few seconds later, the students were teleported to random locations inside the hunting ground. As soon as Corin arrived at the new location, he heard a fight nearby and couldn't help but be surprised. Has the battle already started? The hunting ground is an important event that even veterans have to try countless times. It is a battle royal system where you start at random positions and must take your opponent's gloves to accumulate points. Seeing the two students fighting fiercely, Corin ran away while muttering to himself, That's right, fight fiercely. I'm not interested in you guys. The most dangerous person right now is Alyssa, a second year with blue bandages. Warren isn't here at the moment, so as long as we deal with Alyssa, the rest are just free points. Alyssa, you might not know this, but I embedded a tracking spell into the candy you ate. This curse will ensure we meet again. Corin followed the curse's guidance while smirking, repeatedly calling Alyssa's name and returning to the original gathering spot, at which point Professor Josephine said to the principal, "I will also go into the forest." Although the professors are stationed everywhere, it's still better to be cautious. Just then, Professor Josephine noticed something unusual and looked around carefully. "Wait a minute, come to think of it, where is that child? Director, could it be you?" The principal smiled and replied, "I didn't bring her there. She went there herself." "So she went there on her own?" "Yes, I think her heart has undergone some change. Somewhere in the forest, Alyssa is angrily scolding the students who just attacked her, now lying scattered on the ground." "Why are you acting like that? Don't you see how cowardly it is? How many people are attacking me alone? A trainee who's afraid of a little hardship isn't enough, and your cowardice is what we excel at." At that moment, a young man suddenly charged from behind to ambush Alyssa, but unfortunately his plan was foiled when a large stone suddenly flew over. Realizing who had just helped her, Alyssa couldn't help but feel happy. "Gorin, are you here to save me?" Unfortunately, Alyssa's brief moment of relief was cut short by Corin's words and next move, sending a chill down her spine. It's so beautiful, that blue glove. Of course, for someone like Alyssa at level 2, this is nothing. She simply leans slightly and easily avoids Corin's attack. But her young girl's soul has been deeply wounded. "Corin, I trusted you. Because you gave me candy, I thought you were a good person." Corin, hearing that, responded without even feeling embarrassed. "She will also become a good person when she hands me the bracelet. Alyssa is a second-class knight and specializes in pure martial arts. Her special defensive ability is probably not yet at a proficient level. So in terms of combat ability, she is currently at an intermediate level 2. That's why Alyssa can't compare to her genius older sister. But still, she remains a talent ranked in the top 1%. That's why Alyssa, who easily defeated a 7-member alliance of 3rd and 4th year students, was not worried about facing a 5th-level knight like Corin, but that was 30 seconds ago. While struggling to defend against Corin's storming attack, Alyssa couldn't help but question life itself. What is this? He's too strong. He attacks at close range while also weaving and striking from a distance. He was teasing, counterattacking, and applying constant pressure. As a 2nd-level knight, Alyssa quickly regained her composure and began analyzing her opponent. His breathing strangely changes between the thrust and slash stances. Realizing this, Alyssa focused on Corin's arm. The moment you change your move, you launch a counterattack, but surprisingly, Corin seems to read Alyssa's mind and instantly uses his spear to neutralize her sword, then smirks confidently and says, "If you rely only on talent without real combat experience, it's not going to work." Next, Corin used his spear to nullify Alyssa's sword, combining 3 basic techniques: Extreme Spear, 6 Harmony Spear, and Chaos Barrage, into an effective attack move, which was also a swift counterattack, successfully defeating Alyssa. Alyssa was knocked back a distance, sitting and clutching her stomach, silently praising herself for managing to block the blow just in time. Otherwise, I would have been in danger of losing my life. Although not incredibly strong or fast, the mastery of each technique is extraordinary. What the hell is he? Is he a 5-star knight? I have completely failed. With no other choice, Alyssa was forced to give the blue bandage to Corin. Corin happily accepts it and promises, "I will use it properly." At that moment, a noise and the screams of many people from afar catch Corin's attention. But before he could go check it out, a large sword flew straight at him. Corin immediately used his spear to block the blade, silently assessing the situation. "It's too heavy. This is a magic sword made of mysterious metal with 4 times the density of steel, enhanced with supportive magic, making it an effective weapon against large monsters. Being attacked by this is really hard to defend against." Thinking this, Corin added more force and luckily succeeded in making the sword change direction. "What? You managed to block the heavy thrusting sword?" This is no joke. Ron summoned the sword back and then coldly ordered Corin, "That bracelet, put it down and leave. Level 5 guy." Seeing the owner of the sword attack him, Corin's mind kept shouting in frustration, "It's over. It seems to be that Doranwaski. I really don't want to face him at all." Even after defeating numerous opponents, he still had not a single scratch on him and looked incredibly composed. This clearly shows he is definitely different from Alyssa. Now that it has come to this, Corin gritted his teeth, grabbed the sleeve, and ran away with his pants, leaving Drawn stunned. But just a few seconds later, Drawn with blazing eyes looked at the struggling Corin and uttered a suggestive remark. "The thing you have in your mouth. It must be blue, right?" As he finished speaking, all the hot bullets aimed at Corin's body flew towards him, and he also crouched down to chase after Corin. Corin is upset because he has to shout his head off. "Why are you like this? You usually don't do things that don't make money." Then he continued to question Alyssa, who was running right behind. "Alyssa, why are you running after me?" Alyssa sniffled as she ran and replied, "Because I also don't want to die and I don't know the way out." Corin ran straight ahead, reassuring himself that as long as he could take this bracelet with him, it would be fine. Unfortunately, Crenell brought along a giant golem waiting at the exit, and upon seeing Corin with the bracelet, he smirked and said, "Well, sorry, you have to leave your rank to pass." The current situation is giving Corin a headache. In front is Crenell, behind is Drawn. While trying to avoid fighting others, he ultimately had to face two bloodied enemies at once. This time, there's really no other way. If battle is unavoidable, then there's no choice but to face it. A moment later, there was a knock at the door of the exit house. Oh my, it seems the champion has arrived. May I ask who that is? When an uncle pushed the door open, he saw Corin's cheerful face, with Alyssa's blue bandage still in his mouth. I am Corin Locke, is my choice of product approved. Oh my, bringing back the green badge, this is truly an outstanding student. It's nothing, I just met Mai. Outside that door, Alyssa is still in shock from what she just witnessed. Excellent. He pierced through Than Trung's sword lines thanks to his agility before the sword could unleash its full attack. After snatching the opponent's sword, he drove it deep into the ground, preventing the enemy from retrieving it. The swords that couldn't be blocked, he dodged, then used the opportunity to direct them toward the golems. With quick reflexes, he quickly hid behind Drone, using him as a shield against Golem's attacks. As Drone blocked Golem, he attacked Golem's core and disabled it. Immediately after, Grinnell also fell because Gum was no longer under control. With quick reflexes, sharp judgment, and even determination, he proved himself as someone who had fought in countless battles. Everything was decided in just a brief moment, which could be the experience accumulated over a long period. He's so young. How can he be this skilled? Watching him, I feel like I see my sister's figure again. Remembering what Corin once said, don't rely only on talent and neglect real combat, Alyssa quietly resolves to try harder. At the same time, Ron looked at the sword in his hand, constantly wondering how he quickly found an answer to counter him before his own strength could be fully unleashed. How does this kid figure out my weakness? In an instant, he knew all my techniques and secret moves like the back of his hand. In another corner, Cranell lay curled up with his injured arm, recalling Corin's words earlier. For a small weapon with high attack power and speed, Gum was nothing more than a target dummy. If I were you, I would first ask a friend to escort and protect me instead of that golem. I don't have any friends. Corin seemed confused then and replied, so try to find yourself a friend. Remembering those words, Grinnell's heart ached painfully and tears welled up. This bastard was mocking him, and today was the day he would take him down. The three first-year students with strength each remember Corin Locke in their own way. Now, among the remaining participants at the hunting ground, the one with the greatest power is believed to be under the protection of the EUN Forest. But here, it's not just ordinary players who can participate. There is also the Archmage of MKAB Academy, Marriott Donalev. Because she was helping the other members train by taking on the role of a monster, for Ewan, this was the first time she faced an opponent beyond her limits. So, the training session at the hunting ground was over. Mari thought so. After giving Ewan her first real shock, Mari approached Yen and gently asked, are you a new student? Hello, I am Mary. My name is Duin. What is your name? Marriott looked back and asked the nun standing not far away, that's Warren. Oh my god, you must be looking for someone. You're just gathering your friends and fighting me if you meet. War considers Mari's words as a passing breeze and gently brushes past her, but before she can go far, a giant wall of ice appears, blocking Warren's path. Forgive me. You can ignore me, but according to the rules, I am still a monster, so I can't do this to you, Marriott said with a smile. How annoying. War turned back to look at Marriott, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. Back to Corin. After some calculations, that uncle at the station couldn't help but be amazed. A total of 117 points. It's been a long time since I've seen a score like this. Corin smiled eagerly and asked, can I choose my reward? Immediately, a list of items appeared before him. The most valuable item is the shark bear honey. But I came here with a plan. So Corin didn't hesitate and chose ginseng seeds. Oh, you really have an eye for choosing ginseng seeds. So what about the remaining 17 points? Corin hesitated for a moment, then chose the plant supplement and covered his ears before quickly leaving the finish station. Wow, shopping is really amazing. Even if I played it 1,000 times, it wouldn't go as smoothly as this. Not to mention, this is the first time I've seen them finish this challenge so well. Corin looked at Jirenel running towards him, actually heading to the finish line. Oh, second place with 19 points. Jir cheerfully said, I have 15 points. La, panting heavily, boasted. Corin smiled and praised them. You two work really well together. Jir wiped the sweat from his forehead, grinning as he said, this game is easy. How about we train together in the gym tonight? If you still have enough energy to go to the gym, then help me find the gum course, okay? Corin's words made Cranell next to him startle. You're very lucky, right? We'll help you. Cranell felt touched inside, but still bravely said, I'm fine. In moments like this, you should say thank you. In the past, Corin worked a lot with Cranell. There weren't many heavy-hitter tanks like Golem in mid-sized monster battles. Everything is gradually coming to an end. Second-ranked mage Cranell Luden is restoring the Golem's core. Second-class knight Alyssa Aiden is injured. Second-class knight Dron Waski is out of energy. Second-rate mage Ewan is dead. Corin hurriedly runs over to check. After confirming that Ewan, lying in a heap on the ground, was still breathing, Corin finally breathed a sigh of relief and helped her back to the base. Ewan's mind is hazy now, constantly muttering, Marriott, that girl. Suddenly, the beasts from the forest scatter in panic, while Yoon whispers, Marriott, run! Her innate talent for analyzing magic and her natural mana seem to have never experienced despair, disappointment, or failure. Her talent will follow in the footsteps of Senior Professor Josephine. As people say, Mariette Donilev is truly a genius. For Mariette, this hunting ground is like a playground. She just needs to control the difficulty and help the younger ones grow like a senior mentor. That's how she usually does it. But facing Warren was a different story. Now, Mariette stood in a corner, gasping for breath after Warren's relentless assault. I need to analyze this, Mariette told herself. But at that moment, she suddenly saw Warren charging straight at her. With no time to think, Mariette immediately conjured ice arrows aimed directly at Warren. But this move had no effect on Warren at all. The arrows shattered as soon as they touched her. So Warren kept charging straight at Mariette. I can't stop her with just basic magic. Although Mariette promised the professor she wouldn't use offensive magic beyond intermediate level, she has now truly started using advanced magic. In other words, whether she wants to admit it or not, Mari has begun to fight Warren with full power. That's understandable because what's in front of Mariette isn't a knight, a mage, or a game at all. It's simply a natural disaster in human form. Mari used high-level magic to create an ice wall around her body, but it ultimately shattered. Then, unfortunate Marie was struck by Warren's kick. The blow left Mary seriously injured. Watching Warren step closer, she panicked, raising her hand to cast a spell while shouting, "Don't come near me!" At this moment, Professor Josephine's voice rang out. "War, stop!" Joss steps out of the space portal and after reminding Warren, gently asks Mariette, "Are you okay?" Mariette, "Yes, I'm fine." As soon as she finished speaking, Mariette fainted. In the end, some unexpected results appeared in this hunting training ground. First and foremost, the top scorer and the student with the most points is Corin, a fifth-year student. Warren, the top of the first year, and Mariette, the top of the second year, have had a conflict. Hearing that Mariette was injured, Corin immediately ran to the infirmary to check on her. Seeing Mariette sleeping soundly on the hospital bed, Corin let out a relieved sigh. "I'm really scared. I thought she had already awakened as a boss. She looks like she's fine. Everything must still be going according to the original plan. Let's leave it for now. There's still 3 weeks before she awakens. Now, I need to go prepare a few things." After leaving the hospital room, Corin headed to the edge of the hunting grounds to meet someone. I looked around carefully, saw no one, then quietly shed tears, before pretending to slip and fall into the pond to lose the ginseng seed, and muttered, "What should I do now? Such a precious seed my mother left behind." As Corin was crying uncontrollably, a gentle voice spoke out. "Why are you crying?" "Here he is!" Corin couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. In the legend of hero Ahan, there is an Easter egg that you can only use once. For those who don't know, an Easter egg refers to a detail or interesting element cleverly hidden by the creator in a game, movie, or story to make it more enjoyable for players or viewers. The old man's golden axe accidentally caused the iron axe to fall into the lake. He then asked if it was his golden axe or silver axe. That old hermit, just like in the original story, appears with a gold and silver spear but only for the highest or lower level weapons. And when throwing other weapons in, there's no reaction, so everything stops there. Corin tried dropping 500 different items into the hermit's lake, but then some veteran players challenged by throwing a bunch of random items, including rare ones, into the water. An Easter that the dam producer added in their boredom. Returning to the present. After hearing Corin recount the story, the hermit opened his hand to reveal a golden seed and asked Corin, "Is this golden seed yours?" "No." "Could it be this silver seed?" "No." Corin continued to follow the script. The wise man kindly smiled, holding out his hand with a ginseng seed and said, "This must be your living seed." "Yes, that's right. This is definitely your live ginseng seed." Corin performed with all his heart, tears streaming down his face, then happily smiled in response. "Even after seeing the gold and silver, you remain ungreedy and very honest. I value your honesty and will give you these seeds." The old hermit left behind all 3 types of seeds, ginseng, silver ginseng, and gold ginseng, for Corin before disappearing into the water. That's why you couldn't see Corin's disgusting smile. The regular ginseng seed increases mana, but the gold and silver seeds have very special effects. These 2 items can be duplicated. This is a secret fragment that can only be obtained through this method in the legend of hero Ahan. Golden ginseng seed. If planted, the ginseng tree will glow with a golden light. Gold and silver ginseng seed. If planted, the ginseng tree will glow with a silver light. In the past, Pihu ate the golden seed and Corin ate the silver seed, but now they will both belong to Corin. That night, Corin returned to the dormitory to rest after a long, tiring day. But what was about to happen made him can't help but think. According to the story, what makes Mariette become the first boss and awaken as a vampire, especially with the mission happening over the next 3 weeks, is the encounter with the serial killer vampire from the foggy city of Joe. I don't know how the demon tribe's minions inside Mariette awakened, but we still have time. That's also why I showed my strength to those strong ones in rank 2, because no one wants to fight a weak 5th rank knight, even if I ask them to. The first thing that attracts them to the main player is innate talent and strength. Within a week, they will be fully recovered. At that time, I will propose forming the first boss guild of the legendary hero Ahan, and the special dragon Mariette Donilev still has 3 weeks before Mariette awakens. If I am well prepared, confident, and have enough members, I will easily save a girl from her unfortunate fate. Until then, I will train Alyssa to help the drawn mercenaries control their swords near the Avalagin Forest Tomb and grow closer to Cranel the Wizard Golem. If everything goes well, this will be as easy as pie, as long as no unexpected events occur. Thinking of this, Corin happily went to the restroom without realizing the variable was about to occur. That night, Isabel, who was watching over Marriott, suddenly woke up. Seeing Marriott sitting dazed on the sickbed, her friend anxiously asked Han, "Marriott, are you okay? How's your throat?" Seeing Marriott remain silent, thinking she was still upset about being defeated by Warren, Isabel comforted her. The first-year girl should know her limits, and you're also restricted to basic magic. Suddenly, Marriott's eyes turned red, then she stared intently at Isabel's neck and suddenly grabbed her shoulder tightly and said, "I'm so thirsty." Because of the fight that injured the upper-class students, Warren was punished with 4 days of detention. So boring. Warren closed the book, suddenly remembering what Josephine said yesterday. "If I had known, I wouldn't have sent it to you. If you want to study, I will tutor you privately. Reflect on yourself. Should I just jump off the building now?" Just as Warren was seriously contemplating this, Corin suddenly appeared by the window. War sat in an awkward upside-down position that startled her. "Dad, I knew you'd be here." Corin smiled mischievously. "War, right? I think I've seen you before. I am Corin Locke." "Can you open the window?" Corin said as he lifted the snack box for War to see. Although War pretended not to care, he still listened to Corin and opened the window. "Here, I don't know what you like, so I just bought this cake. Besides, coming in empty-handed would be strange." War pointed at Corin's face, warning him that entering here was against school rules. Corin laughed and replied, "I haven't gone anywhere, I'm just hanging from a tree, and so what if I like to go there?" It seems that now Miss Josephine isn't here either. Corin glanced at Warren, thinking to himself that he came here just in case the boy was injured, but he had no scars on his body. It seems he's been forbidden from going out and meeting others because of what happened at the hunting ground. He's a nobleman, so it's understandable that Miss Josephine is worried. But locking him up like this for more than 4 days, while Corin was lost in thought, Warren suddenly mentioned something important. "Did Josephine go out somewhere? It's been over 4 days and she hasn't come here." "What do you mean?" Corin hurriedly asked. "So she hasn't come back here even once since then?" "Yeah." Warren's response surprised Corin so much that he forgot he was hanging upside down on the tree, and his legs suddenly loosened, causing him to fall freely to the ground. Pain so intense that his body immediately activated the warrior's regenerative ability to heal himself. Suppressing the pain, he bid farewell to War and immediately headed to the infirmary. Josephine goes outside, leaving Waran, the most dangerous person at Mokaba Academy, behind. Professor Da, the representative swordsman of the magic department, and Professor Pum from the knight department. They used to be defenders before, but now they are nowhere to be seen. Something very unusual is happening. My request to see Marriott was denied. Isabel, the person guarding Marriott, is missing, and there are guards stationed outside the infirmary. I felt it was strange from the very beginning. The more I think about it, the more it seems my suspicions are correct. Unable to stop him from visiting Marriott, Corin resorted to a dirty trick, lying that Josephine told him to bring food for the guards. The soldier believed him completely and ate the poisoned food Corin handed over. Less than a minute later, Chow Chow rushed in. In a critical moment, the guard had no choice but to ask Corin to stand guard for a while he quickly ran off to relieve himself. After the soldier left, Corin stepped inside. Before pulling back the hospital bed curtain, he took a deep breath to calm himself. That can't be true, right? There's still a whole month to go. It's still too early. "Please, I hope my suspicion is wrong," Sister Marriott, Corin called out as she pulled back the curtain. "Isabel, Marriott should have been here, so why is it Isabel now and not missing?" Without a doubt, Corin's gaze stops at the bite mark on Isabel's neck. This is what the professors are trying to hide. Marriott Donalev has awakened as a vampire and has become the final boss threat in the first act. In addition, this happened 3 weeks earlier than the original plan. As soon as he returned from the infirmary, Corin immediately looked for a countermeasure. There is a 4-stage attack strategy to defeat the final boss of the first arc. The first stage is to quickly and efficiently deal with the monster's attacks. Stage 2 involves trapping her in magic circles, then shifting to the next phase after gaining the upper hand through damage. Stage 3 is where we confront the powerful enemy, wreaking havoc in the Blood Realm. When we defeat the enemy, it will transform into its final form and the final stage begins. The core of this attack strategy is the final form, so sometimes it can be done without the players. If the top first-year students at the academy join forces, reaching phase 3 wouldn't be too difficult. But just thinking about it gives Corin a headache. Alyssa Aiden was injured because of me. Gronwaski's weapon was also destroyed because of me. Grinnell Luden's golem core was also destroyed and hasn't recovered because of me. Didn't I ruin all the top first-year students? Not good. He's lost his temper and is tearing into Corin's mind. In the original story, after encountering the vampire murderer in the Foggy City, Marriott attacked her roommate and went into a rage. Later, in her previous life, after that happened, everyone waited for Isabel, who was downstairs at the dormitory, to quickly settle everything. But Peru deliberately let Marriott escape, and thanks to me, everything is a mess now. Alyssa broke 8 bones, and Grinnell's gun is broken. So he's completely useless. I also thought about War, but I couldn't predict how the battle would change if he joined.
So the next day, Korn started recruiting. First, with Drawn. In a corner of the training room, Korn approached Drawn and offered him a work registration certificate. Mercenaries, this mission will be especially difficult. I need to find and capture this person alive, Ron replied with a frown. Are you crazy? The rule for mercenaries is to only fight when you're sure to win. And you broke my sword too. I only have 2 left. At first, Drawn stubbornly refused, but as soon as Korn mentioned the reward of 20 gold coins and 100% pure soul dust, he threw all principles out the window and agreed to join Korn's team immediately. The next targets were Ian, Jer, and L, and based on their personalities and what each desired, Korn easily convinced them to join his team, specifically using a magic book to lure Un, leveraging honor and reputation, things that can be gained from successfully confronting a particularly powerful demon tribe, to persuade Jer and L. A minor damage and a healer, plus a few others, are enough to pass the first stage. So, the minimum conditions have been met. That night, the whole group gathered and began their mission. Korn remembered what Sio had said. Then she cried and ran into the forest. It took a lot of effort to find her. Who would have thought that someone so strong would dig a tunnel in the forest and stay underground for an entire month? He said she was hiding in the forest, and the only forest nearby the Dream Academy is the reason Korn led everyone to the hunting ground. Is she really here? Miss Marriott is the target. I know the mission's goal, but how am I supposed to find her? Ron also asked Korn out of curiosity. Korn led the way while answering. If you want to find her, maybe in a few years you still won't know if you do. If you want to know, just go ask. You'll find out eventually. Don't worry. Korn's nonchalant attitude makes Yen suspicious. Isn't that right? Actually, you already know what's going on. You say it, but still plant the magic staff into the ground and start chanting the spell. Oh, spirits, lead us to her. Wow. Standing to the side, watching the spell casting, he couldn't help but be amazed. A whole bunch of spirits are gathering around. Jer also excitedly added, judging by their reactions, there must be countless spirits responding to Yen's call, but I can't see any of them. Korn thought to himself and then turned to ask Yen. So have they found Mari yet? Oh, then I hesitated before answering, and everyone suddenly looked at Korn with strange eyes, making him feel confused. What's going on? What are you all looking at? Where is she? Right behind you, someone said in a panic. Without waiting for anyone to remind him, Korn also sensed the danger and immediately used his spear to block the surprise attack from the monster, then spun around and slashed, making the monster vanish. Soon after, not just one but a whole swarm of monsters charged toward Korn and the others. Did Marriott turn into a monster? Elle and Jacker asked in unison. No way that's happening. It's just in time for me to warm up my body. Jer, don't rush ahead, they'll surround you. Step back 3 paces, don't rush, just keep fighting and their numbers will slowly dwindle. Korn shouted to warn Jer, then turned around to direct the others. Elle, support from behind. Yun, stay with Lee. Drone, you already know what you need to do without me telling you, right? Just don't get too carried away. After saying that, Korn rushed forward to support Jer. Everyone immediately followed Korn's orders. Drone, while fighting off the monsters, couldn't help but admire Korn inwardly. Despite the surprise attack, he didn't seem at all caught off guard. Not only that, he also outlined a reasonable plan and provided support. He's not just strong, but also has the experience of a captain and a strategist to lead a team. He acts like a commander. Who would have thought he's only a level 5 knight? There must be something wrong with the Academy's ranking exam. The monsters keep increasing, making Jer anxious and quickly turned to ask Yen. Hey, I thought Marriott was supposed to be here. What's going on? I don't see Marriott anywhere, only monsters. I'm just repeating what the spirits told me. Yoon hesitated and asked, is it possible that Marriott is controlling them right now? But monsters don't usually hunt in packs like this, and they seem more aggressive than usual. No. Korn denied and explained that Marriott is not the one behind manipulating them. That's not so easy for her. And even if she did control them, attacking chaotically like this is completely out of her style. Then why? Why did these monsters attack us? Ron raised a suspicion. Neither of them were just monsters. Each species has its own hunting instincts, but sometimes they become so desperate that they forget their nature. For example, there might be something they can't handle, something that forces them to run away when faced. As Korn finished speaking, a figure emerged from the forest. The Lock people all shouted out at once, Marriott! Korn immediately gave orders. Get ready to fight. Yu stepped back. El jumped back while complaining he could barely catch his breath. Yu followed him and asked Korn if that was enough. Korn nodded in agreement, then instructed Drawn and Jer. Drawn Jaeger, step back 1 pace and support me. Drawn smiled as he prepared his weapon and replied, I trust you, my master, since it seems you already have a plan in mind. And Jer asked a question showing his IQ of 2,000. Is it a step the size you take or a step the size I take? Korn decisively said, I will lead the charge. Immediately after, Korn's system kept notifying. Third rule, I will save the world Marriott Dunilev, increasing all stats by 50%. The fate of Marriott, her impact on this world. These backup parameters are definitely based on the potential impact on the world in the future, not on events that happened in the first act. I will save the world. Let's take the first step to save the world and stop Marriott. Looking at the final notification, Korn took a deep breath, steadied himself, and raised his weapon with a loud shout. All right, let's go. I will save the world.
Take the first step to save the world and stop Marriott. This conflicts with the first command. Don't ignore others' suffering. Save Marriott Donalev. Hero Corin Locke wishes you luck. Marriott keeps moaning and radiates a dangerous dark aura. Her bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent were actually shedding tears, and this contrasting image made Ewan feel deeply moved. She is crying, Ron coldly replied upon hearing that. It won't change anything anyway. Just eliminate the demon clan. As he finished speaking, Ron's flying sword shot toward Mary's but was immediately blocked by a red sphere. I didn't expect my sword to be blocked. Lag explains that it is a blood core, a creature born from a vampire's blood. I didn't expect a newly awakened vampire to have a blood core with it. Seeing everyone start to panic, Corin reassured them, "It's okay. It just was born. It still hasn't received her blood or magic to guide it anywhere. Without replenishment of blood and magic from its master, it won't be able to do anything except block attacks. For a mage, their biggest weakness is usually their defense, but now being protected like that is a serious problem," Ron warned Corin. "It'll be fine, don't worry." "Disappear!" Marriott shouted loudly and launched a wide-area magic attack towards everyone. "Ewan, I understand," Yu replied and immediately started to act. "I don't know about elsewhere, but this is my territory in the forest." As I said that, I placed my hand on the ground to create a magic circle. Immediately afterward, giant trees sprouted from the ground, forming a massive wall in front of her and her allies. This skill not only helps block attacks, but also increases attack speed and protects the soul from negative effects. As soon as Marriott's magic beams touched the wall you just created, you could feel how powerful its destruction was. Seeing Ewan's sweaty face, Jer started to worry and asked, "What if that defensive wall breaks?" You were already scared enough, and hearing this just made you more panic, so you immediately scold and brush off your mouth. "Jer, what are you talking about?" That single attack already drained half of my mana to maintain the shield. The deadly curse effect of the vampire is affecting me, but I have to endure it so everyone else has a chance to attack. Corin promised he would defeat this vampire. Ewan silently encourages himself. "You're reaching your limit, you, right? Just hold on a little longer. I'll take it down in 5 moves. Corin assures him. "You can really do it, right?" "Yes, of course I can." The battle with the vampire Marriott Donalev is divided into 4 phases. Stage 1, summon monsters around to attack the player team. Stage 2, after you defeat the monsters, Mary's will fight on her own. You need to face her from stage 2 to stage 4 to unleash the strongest spells. In other words, before the final stage, she hasn't used all her power yet. This time is the same, just like Corin's past life. Hell, you should leave before E does. You can only use basic magic about 2 more times, so take care of yourself. Hearing Corin remind him, he couldn't help but be amazed. "Are you counting?" "Yeah, once you've used up your mana, run as far away as you can." Corin told Elle and then turned back to observe the wall in front of him. Up to now, although the attacks are wide but not very strong, the real danger is the alchemical spell that will happen afterward. As expected, shortly after, the wall also was covered with cracks and then shattered into pieces by Marriott's freezing alchemy. As the wall collapsed, IU began reciting the Earth Mother Nourishment spell from the trees and wheat. "O gods and insects, let the decay cover the world." As Ewan recited the spell, Corin quietly muttered an ancient phrase. When he saw the person start to glow, a fierce gust of wind appeared. Corin knew that the gods were responding to his plea. Although he was the one who wrote those ancient characters, only a pure ritual could activate it. Although it resembles an ancient language, it is a system language from a different civilization. These secret languages can only be obtained after completing the story of Yuen, the one who always strives to become an Elder Forest Mage, the Forest Mage, nature's favorite child. The 1,000-year secret language belongs only to those of the Friendly Fairy Clan. A whirlwind swept through the ancient trees in the forest, converging at one point, and from there an enormous willow creature appeared, leaving Jer and Dron stunned. Even she was stunned and shouted, "That language can summon this thing?" Seeing her expression, Corin chuckled to himself, thinking, yes, it's a bit cheating to help him summon this, but in this situation, there's no other way. "Time is running out," Corin immediately ordered. "Rear, there's still a live giant owl. Throw it to the Willow Man quickly." "There's still a live giant owl?" Jer hesitantly looked around and then exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, you're really something. There's still one more of this kind." Corin didn't reply, only chuckled dismissively. "You're not going to tell him that the owl was prepared by you while they were still fighting. Quickly throw it into Liu Nan's chest," Corin urged Jer. "All right." Jer responded with a sound and precisely threw the mighty owl into Liu Ren's chest, igniting the sacrificial object inside. It acts like the energy that allows this summoning magic to function. As soon as the giant owl is burned, the energy core on Liu Nan's chest changes color, and even its eyes shift from red to blue. "Charge forward," Corin shouted the command. Liu Ren immediately moved his massive body straight toward Marriott. As Liu Nan moved, Yuen felt a sharp pain that made her uncomfortable, instinctively clutching her left chest. It seemed too much for him. It was really hard for him to endure summoning magic like this for several minutes. "Don't stop, Yuen. If you do, everyone will die." Yuen was in so much pain that her whole body was drenched in sweat, but she still responded, "I know, I will try." Marriott, seeing the puppet approaching, unleashed her power and cast a wide area spell to attack the Lunan. Corin, is this okay like this? Jer asked worriedly after seeing the Lunan figure full of holes from Marriott's attack. Don't worry. Corin reassures as usual, because Lunan is not a living being, but just a puppet. No matter how many holes it has, it can't die. And theoretically, in a battle between fire and ice, fire can never lose. That's what he thought until he saw Lunan's flame extinguished by Mary's magic. Watching Lunan shut down and collapse to the ground, Corin felt worried for the first time. It seems that the common knowledge you have is being completely overturned. This is a level of difficulty called Marriott Dunelev. Ewan could no longer hold on and collapsed to his knees. Yu stepped back and was able to retreat. What? But Corin immediately interrupted. Your mana is gone. Even if you're here now, it won't change anything. I understand. I'll withdraw first. Ewan had no more objections and followed Corin's advice. Hey, do you think we can do it, Corin? Jer asked, confused. Marriott Dunelev has used all her area attacks, so her magic is now weakened. Do you guys know what that means? What is it? It's us who will take action. With that, Corin rushes straight toward Marriott. Ron and Jer also didn't stand still, rushing forward together with Corin. While dodging Marriott's magic, Ron guided his heavy sword straight toward the blood orb. But as soon as it touched the blood core, the heavy sword was immediately blocked. Damn, this blood core is really tough. Ron complained irritably. At that moment, Jer suddenly jumped high, gaining momentum, then slammed straight into the blood orb. That is Jer's special attack. It stacks destruction with the damage inflicted on the opponent multiplying many times over. He's really useful. Luckily, I called him to join the team. Haha, I broke through. Before Jer could rejoice, Corin scolded him. Idiot, watch out. When the blood sphere breaks, that's also the start of Phase 3. The blood barrier is activated. Marriott screams and unleashes her power, creating a powerful shockwave that injures Ron and Jacker, knocking them far back. Only Corin is still standing after Marriott's outburst. He grimly thinks to himself that we're trapped in this world. As soon as the blood sphere is broken, it triggers a trap and now we're caught in it. The pressure is real, because before it was only on the defensive. Now that the blood orb has absorbed her blood and magic and created this, I don't think I'm the only one fighting it at this stage. We need at least 3 people to stand a chance against the third stage from the past. But now Corin sighed, slung his wounded shoulder, and with a confident look said, well, it's not really a problem. The outcome will be the same. I will still be the one to win. On Marriott's side, thoughts about the madness of a vampire kept appearing in my mind. If I were born a normal human, I could tell the difference between animals and people. If you are truly human, it's natural to be so terrified that you close your eyes. Watching animals struggle desperately for survival, a strange chilling sensation runs down my spine, completely different from the burning feeling in my throat. My throat was drawn to someone's neck whose name I didn't know. I bit it. My sharp fangs, which have always been there, tore through the flesh and reached its blood vessels. The creature is trembling. I don't know if this is fear before being hunted or fierce resistance anymore, because I no longer feel the terror that makes me close my eyes. The painful moans were like a piano melody. That warm blood flowed on my wet tongue, down my body, warming my cold skin. Until I thought my blood vessels had stopped flowing, I felt them expanding again. Isabel's moans and the creaking sound of the bed also ceased. Only the sound of my pounding heart, ready to burst, spread throughout my body. The scent of that delicious blood both choked and disgusted me. My whole body, full of vitality, seemed ready to collapse completely, because only now did I realize it was not an animal or anything else. I have committed a crime. I almost killed my friend as if I were just killing an animal. Mari started to panic. Not only that, but she was even more ruthless than that. Even when she realized she had treated humans like animals, she clutched her starving belly and ran away. It was Corin who found her. Currently, Corin is facing the wolf-headed monster, which spits out spikes from its mouth heading straight at him. Corin confidently used the 4 Emperor thrust to take down this damn mutt. Deserved to die for daring to bite a human. You rush forward with the Quethian spin, and the monster immediately transforms into its 2 minions. This dog has really pissed me off. You easily dodge the attacks of those 2 little mutts. He ruthlessly attacks the 5th disciple, throwing Muok-san to send the 2 younger ones to their ancestors. This is no different from offering bait to Corin. Just add a bit of wild ginger and shrimp paste, and it's perfect. Everything's pretty simple compared to its cheap growling. The angry monster instantly teleported. It moved so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. Well then, let me teach you a few moves, my dear dog. The key to victory isn't a 100-step plan. The most important thing is to find the weak spot in just one move. This move is old, DM. You can't use the same move twice. The Serpent's Art of Heaven, the Serpent's Ascension, the Poison Dragon's Final Blow. This surge of power is so terrifying it shatters the surrounding space sphere. That wolf monster lies on the brink of death, still holding on with what little strength it has left, choosing to protect its creator until its very last breath. Corin doesn't understand why it has to be like that. Just wait. He will definitely save her mother. Marriott in the final stage. As soon as this stage begins, Marriott Dunelev pushes one of the team members into a critical situation. That's why I can't remove her combat bloodthirsty effect alone. Usually, to save a team member targeted by the blood-sucking demon, all team members must stand close together and deceive her into making it hard for her to identify the weakest target in the team.
But right now, no one can help Korin as the system reports that Mariette Donalev's blood-sucking demon boss is recovering her stamina and mana. Now you understand what it feels like to have your life taken away. You can endure it. Korin has the skills to deal with this. Things like this he can endure. The resilient warrior keeps rebirth like a fighter who never loses their fighting spirit and always maintains their own willpower, and his body will continuously recover. Korin recalls that kind-hearted child's moment, chatting with everyone and sharing potatoes with those tiny hands. He gently reminded her to slow down, and Mariette began to feel something. Since he grew up, the moment Duke Sebatia awakened as a vampire, he had drained his servant's blood to death. Even the greatest commander in history couldn't resist the urge to drink blood. It took Park Si-hoon a month to capture Mariette, and because she was forced to drink the monster's blood, which was no different from seawater, it only made her thirstier. But Mariette had never killed anyone. She endures her desires and cravings through her superhuman willpower. This is an unnecessary arrangement for a final boss who has only one weakness. That is why Korin believes that a better ending definitely exists. Mariette awakens, tears streaming down her face as she apologizes to Korin. It doesn't matter how many times she has to die, or whether she's the top witch or even a vampire, that's not the important issue. Korin always sees her personality like parent. Like the teachings of the master you met in this world have turned you into a different person. That master once said, "Am I really an adult, son? As long as I am an adult, I will always bear the responsibility of protecting you. The one you always looked down on as just an NPC in the game protected you and said you were just a child." As the successor, Korin witnessed his predecessor's final moments and listened to those teachings. It will be fine as long as he is certain that he is truly an adult. Look, Parn, you will definitely choose a different path from him. The system board displays a notification. Mary's difficulty S reward received. Aura rank increased from low to above low. Mana rank increased from lowest to low. And pain tolerance ability increased by 100 points evenly distributed. So Mariette happily returned to her cheerful self. Korin thought her taste buds would change, but it turns out she still loves potatoes. Mari grinned widely. Potatoes are always delicious no matter how you prepare them. Korin moved closer, making her cheeks flush. Mari shyly blushes and nudges Korin, saying she's now both dirty and smelly. But it's okay. When she bit his neck, he had already washed his hair. Mari sat quietly in a corner. She's afraid of Oran. She's really terrifying. She thought she was already done for. Mari was very scared, but she couldn't do like Korin. He met Warren, and it stirred something inside her that made her change her mind and join the hunting practice. War accidentally met Mariette during training, and to fight the top mage Mariette, she used her true power. That annoyed Mariette, and the vampire within her awakened. She can't understand what motivates Korin to rise up. He doesn't give up. The spirit back then was the same. Everyone mocked him, saying he couldn't succeed. But in the end, Korin still managed to do it. The image of him in Mariette's mind is truly awesome. That thing with Zamba isn't impressive to you either. Korin likes a happy ending. Good people will be rewarded, and bad people will be punished. It's like a touching moral story. For you, she's a good person. Very kind and caring, and overall, you like a happy ending. Korin really wants to be happy. Hearing these words, she blushed deeply and awkwardly said she needed to take a shower and finish her potatoes. Gently send Korin away, he happily agrees and promises to see her again. Mariette smiles, silently thanking him for comforting her. But she is no longer sure if she has the right to be happy. Mari will be temporarily detained because of what happened, and it will be very difficult to return to normal immediately. Korin thinks she will be released soon because the vampire will return to school normally. Even if Mariette awakens and becomes a vampire, most people won't feel threatened by it. Suddenly, the chairman wants to meet with you privately, which makes Korin a bit confused. The chairman wants to discuss Nariette's punishment. Korin was surprised to hear that she would be punished. He didn't think that would happen. So the outcome wasn't as good as you hoped? Korin hurried to explain, but her punishment had already been decided. You still want to say something as someone who truly fought alongside her. How could the punishment be decided so quickly? The chairman smiled at Korin's fierce reaction and said, "Don't worry, there is no punishment. I also think she is not dangerous, so I wanted to see the reaction of someone who has actually fought her. Now I have no more doubts about my decision. Don't worry, she will be released soon. We just need to confirm her stability. I've heard what the other students said, but I'm very curious to hear the details. Even if it's simple, can you explain it to me?" Korin sighed in relief. "You explained what needed to be revealed, that Mary's is very safe and that the child is not a monster. You don't know how much he believes, but you made your stance very clear." The chairman listened to the story with a pensive expression. Regarding this, they will need to make an official announcement. Of course, they won't reveal everything. The chairman will leave after hearing the details. He bows to apologize and thank Korin for helping them prevent dangers caused by the inexperience and complacency of adults. If you need anything, the chairman will do his best to repay you. Korin quietly thinks that the Casa chairman of the academy is very valuable. This is someone who always knows their weaknesses and tries to take on more responsibility. Remembering what he said in a previous life, Korin believes he has good intentions. You happily ask the chairman to hold his head up.
Meanwhile, Marriott sat alone in deep thought, recalling the moment Corin embraced her. Her reason had disappeared, swept away by waves of emotion, but when she pushed out the cold monster inside and regained her human side, the only thing she could do was say sorry. Mari, with a headache, thought about those apologies. What right does she think she has to demand an apology? Is Isabel safe? Because she is the most beloved person, the feeling of guilt has eaten away at her. That is why Marriott did not resist Professor Josephine's magic, but simply accepted it. Then she locked herself inside the iron bars again, pretending to be someone else when Corin visited. But in reality, she was exhausted. She is a monster and a demon. The enemy of humanity, someone who can drain human blood at any moment. But the words you wanted me to be happy with made all her worries disappear, because they were the most sincere words she had ever heard, as she remembered the image of you risking everything to save her. The one who has become a monster. That powerful moment, the sacrifice and sincerity of you made Marriott realize that a part of her life will forever live on in her memory. A week after Marriott's accident, everyone was still buzzing about it because some bastards had leaked that she was at the school, but the news died down quickly since the Waran beast had obediently enrolled. Corin was surprised to hear them say she was still imprisoned. A week has passed, but on paper, that's how it is. Mari Donolev has been released. Everyone is congratulating her on becoming special. But Isabel isn't here, so that doesn't mean she has been set free. Marriott is trapped in her thoughts again. She must be really afraid of me and hates me a lot, right? If I were her, I wouldn't want someone who drains my blood as a friend. I don't want to get in the way of others or Isabel. If that's the case, I need to disappear from this academy. The knocking on the door interrupted her train of thought. She wondered who else would come here at this hour. Opening the door, it was Isabel. She hugged Marriott tightly, sobbing. Are you okay? How do you feel now? Marriott was surprised to see her friend like that. She wondered why Isabel wasn't afraid of her. She just smiled and said she had seen everything before passing out. The face of my friend, after biting me, looking helpless and guilty. But no matter what happens, we will always be friends. So, no matter what happens, I just want you to see me as a friend. Mari finally felt like a weight was lifted from her heart. She burst into tears like a child, yet she still thought Isabel would hate her. Actually, she was already feeling much better. However, she hadn't been discharged yet, so she couldn't go out right after Marriott was released. If it weren't for a junior secretly taking her out, the junior she mentioned is Corin. He believes a girl like Marriott Dunelbev won't fall apart after this accident. Mari blushes shyly, realizing she has helped her again. This marks the end of the first part of the story. Everyone ended up with a happy ending, something that never happened in the past. Although some unforeseen things occurred and nothing went according to plan, he even liked this ending more. Even without a player, the world continues to turn. Even if things don't go according to plan, everything still ends well. This moment confirms the beginning of a new world. Corin's schedule is quite simple. Just classes, lunch, training, dinner, and more training, but he must become stronger. Given the fast approaching scenario with that girl, he must be even faster. Supreme Serpent, Ascending Serpent, Venomous Dragon Unleashed. Marriott watched Corin training and praised him. You've been really hardworking today, and I'm back to normal like nothing ever happened. Alright, since you've tried so hard, you have to eat a lot. I didn't cook much, but you should eat it all. Corin said excitedly that he would eat everything. Your bandaged hand is bleeding a little, which makes her panic. No, I saw the blood and spilled it. I need to quickly handle this blood bag. Fresh blood and packaged blood differ slightly in freshness and flavor. It's like organic food versus sprayed food, or more accurately, fresh meat versus frozen meat. So that means you've accepted eating frozen meat for the rest of your life. Sometimes drinking a little won't hurt. Marriott didn't understand Corin's meaning. He meant that sometimes she could just suck his blood, willingly. Mari blushes deeply as Corin continues to tease her. I can regenerate, so if you're tired of packaged blood, you can come to me. Or have you started craving it now? Marriott doubted the fear humans had of their own kind. Don't say things like that. I refuse because I don't want to bother you. She handed you a vial of vampire blood and said, this might be a bit nauseating, but it's very good for your body. Vampire blood is one of the best magical ingredients. Corin gulped without thinking. The system reports that you have absorbed a high-grade elixir. This is a type of elixir containing special ingredients. The aura rank has increased by 1 level. The maximum aura has risen to 500, and 10 points have been evenly distributed. Corin felt the difference in his body. It wasn't pleasant at all, but he was definitely stronger than in his previous life. That's perfect. With this, you can probably start making friends with that girl. Elisa Aiden, a direct descendant of the famous and swordsmanship family and a rank 2 knight, has had her life changed drastically from before. After sensing the invisible wall between herself and a 5th rank knight she met at the hunting training ground, she realized she needed to improve and started making an effort. But of course, until just a few minutes before she got to eat that delicious honey candy, Alyssa Aiden was basically lazy and unambitious, with no real interest in swordsmanship. Although her swordsmanship talent is nearly at a genius level, her attitude towards studying is terrible, always getting below average grades. She is very happy here. She didn't need to swing her sword 10,000 times a day or take tests full of basic moves or sweat through fierce sparring with her siblings anymore. Besides, there were no older sisters here, so she prepared a peaceful mind to enjoy this space. Corin appears and breaks her happiness, noticing she hasn't been to the training room lately, and she tremblingly explains she's very busy with homework and other tasks. Corin eagerly invited her to join his team because he knew it would earn a lot of money. Alyssa was so angry she cried. Why does he keep looking for her all the time? In a way, Corin has become difficult for Alyssa to approach. Standing in front of him, she felt her lazy habit of neglecting her talent being exposed. The demeanor of a genius swordsman who earned a second-class knight certificate at a very young age and the granddaughter of a genius swordsman was revealed. Above all, this person's method is also very difficult. He keeps talking about the basics. Alyssa silently thought, isn't it normal at this age to perform a deadly cool move? Corin keeps recruiting, and the two teams will get 2 gold coins, with difficulty only at level 2. Alyssa, after hearing that, was overwhelmed. With that amount of money, she could buy so many clothes and honey bomb candies. Alright, it's a deal then. When it comes to money, there's no more dignity left. They will go next week, so now they have to prepare their things. Today, you plan to take on a short-term mission for 20 coins. Let's do it together, because it's all about the money. Her eyes light up at the thought of money. Dealing with someone obsessed with money is really easy. That should be enough for the script. I'm not sure, but based on my prediction, it will be today. Alyssa enjoys the patrol missions on the task board. She just follows the preset route in the city center and investigates if there are any issues. Monsters only come close to the city once every 4 years. Mid-level monsters rarely appear, so the chances of problems are very low. The work was light, but the pay was high, and Alyssa never found it burdensome. Besides, she always lived admired by the men around her. The compliments made her proud. Even when facing dozens of monsters, she defeated them immediately. It's just a tiny ant-sized issue, and you're acting like it's nothing, just as expected from a swordsman from the renowned End swordsmanship family. She thinks about how the entire family looks down on her. Tisk tisk, my sister was already reaching the top at my age. Finally, I have found the heir of the Aiden family of swordsmanship. Lunia Aiden is the greatest genius of this generation. As for the second daughter, she is the illegitimate child, but her bloodline is still quite strong. Now Alyssa just ignores everything. The family looks down on her, but is she really that useless? Today's patrol mission was completed safely and happily, as long as nothing else happens. Suddenly, a signal from the previous patrol team appeared from the sky indicating a level 2 or higher monster nest. It was a deputy mage, only visible through a special telescope. This is the secret method of the guard team. If nothing else happens during the patrol, it will end without having to kill any monsters. But when an unexpected event occurs, everyone is required to participate in the raid. This is a level 2 monster nest found by the patrol team earlier and serves as a den for wolves gathered around the werewolf. The wolf demon is a monster Alyssa can defeat even if poisoned. This time, we can easily beat it. However, it is actually a Doulahan, a level 1 monster. Alyssa was surprised to see a Doulahan appear here. To resolve it quickly, she used the End family's ultimate territorial strike technique, but it seemed impossible as the werewolf easily dodged. Its resilience was no different from that of invertebrate animals, and it quickly and skillfully restrained her. This monster is at least a level 1 creature. At this point, all she can do is call for Corin. A warrior's honor is something Alyssa doesn't possess. In the midst of the chaos, while Corin was dealing with another monster, Alyssa burst into tears. The creature almost took her life, but it was instantly blown apart. Alyssa thanks the person who helped her, but then sees the familiar sword. She is the eldest daughter of the renowned End swordsmanship family and is destined to become the next successor. The strongest swordsman of the generation, destined to follow the path of the genius swordsman, is Lunia Aiden, Alyssa Aiden's older sister. Lunia doesn't understand what her sister has done to end up like this, seeing Da but refusing to retreat. Why didn't you analyze the enemy carefully first, and above all, why did you draw your sword so foolishly? Who did you learn that from? Alyssa hurriedly apologized. Her sister refused to accept any excuse. She questioned her sister, saying that the consequences of her actions are entirely her responsibility, and that saying a few words won't change anything. You must remember that your actions have put the soldiers who trusted you in danger. Alyssa lowered her head and only nodded softly. Your sister's shouting is enough to make you pee your pants and straighten up. As an Aeon swordsman, you must always be confident. Then, Lunia turned to Corin and said, I am the Holy Sword. The first female disciple of the celestial swordmaster, Lunia Ein Corin, also introduced herself as the 8th disciple of Lanza Conante. Corin is Alyssa's friend. Did she only emphasize those 3 words? You understand what she means, but you can't reveal your abilities. Only 2 people use the spear this way. Besides Corin, there are only 2 others. Lunia realized that the person opposite didn't want to reveal anything more, so she didn't press further. Aiden's elite squad, all of them are 2nd tier knights, also known as the 5 Swords. Speed Sword Jenny, Lena the Sword, Twin Sword Siren, Demon Sword Milia, and Fury Sword May. The 5 of them reported that they had dealt with all the monsters in the area and asked whether they should pursue the escaped creatures. They are all at the same or higher level than Alyssa. Lunia ordered everyone that there was no need to pursue. Now, return home. You too, Alyssa Aiden, a swordsman who prefers practicing in a team. They are usually called sword circles. They follow their leader. gather together, and eventually see themselves as a sect. 60 years ago, the swordsmanship genius Garen pioneered a new generation of swordsmen and, as the head of the family at that time, began spreading martial arts schools that made the Aiden family famous as a representative swordsman clan across the continent. At this time, in the Dream Sword village Kaba, Aiden, Lunia is also the female village chief. Authoritarian, disciplined, and with a tendency towards organized crime. All of these have existed since its founding and still linger to this day. Elisa also had to kneel and pay a visit to the village chief. I, a direct disciple of the family, second-level swordsman Alyssa Aiden, respectfully greet the village chief. Those around her couldn't understand why. Even with the direct disciple of the family present, she made the descendants kneel like that. Lunia read out the list of tasks her sister had completed. Patrol duty, protecting merchants, and handling level 4 monsters. She thinks it's all nonsense, and there's even a task to help out at a coffee shop. Alyssa explains that task is just to wear a uniform and hand out flyers. She thinks that the cafe uniform is cute and very pretty. Lunia says her sister is really pathetic. She didn't think she would use the family security badge for such things. You want to stain Aiden's reputation? Aren't all these missions just low-level monster hunts? You think that just by fighting monsters like these, you're already a hero? Alyssa, don't forget that human nature can't be changed. Hearing the lecture, Alyssa lowered her head in silence. After Alyssa's group left, the village chief's wife asked about Corin's background. He's just a level 5 knight, but Lunia can't believe it. The MK3 trainee level test isn't that unreliable. Corin's gaze was fixed on Alyssa from beginning to end. Yet, the monsters couldn't even touch him at all. Fighting so distracted, yet still focused. As if you have decades of experience. That is the sensitivity and determination you can only achieve by honing your skills in real life. And the ability to use a spear at a glance seems simple. But for the female swordsman at the peak of end, she recognized that his spear skills were quite good. The meeting was brief, but she was quite satisfied with that friend. If that guy sides with his sister, the academy has asked her to visit there to exchange experiences, so she will probably meet him again. Whenever Marriott, also known as the Potato Senior, comes, she always brings a lot of things. There were potato cakes. She grilled lamb meat 30 times already. The fresh meat just arrived today. Professor Josephine asked her to help butcher the sheep, so she practiced right away. Corin eats happily while she lives a dull vampire life with packs of congealed blood to get through each day. It's delicious, and you're very touched. Mari showed her joy clearly. Next time I'll bring beef. Don't you like braised oxtail? Corin took her hand and gently replied, I like it very much. Her heart is probably racing wildly. She even promised to definitely bring oxtail stew next time. Anyway, your hands are really big, rough, veiny, and strong. The hand of an energetic young man is wonderful and strong. Just as the mood was getting romantic, Isabel Marriott rushed in, breaking the romantic atmosphere. After saying that, they said goodbye and left. Women are truly hard to understand. In my previous life, I couldn't even go outside once for 3 years because of that pun guy. Truly, you can never predict what will happen. The reason I can't date is all because of that bastard Park. He keeps a tight grip on Corin. My current friendships are very different from those in my past life. Sometimes Ian would bring rare wild mushrooms. Then they went straight to the library and started learning the alphabet. Ron also often comes to see you, more than friends do. It seems he considers Corin a useful ally. So, if there's a tough mission with a big reward, he suggests you team up. Suddenly, Jur and Elle turned pale with fear. It was Warren. She came here to claim the food promised by Corin a month ago. Elle and Jur shrank back and ran off, so the two of them went to eat together. She looks very much like a cat, so Corin took her out to eat fish. Warren was about to swallow the fish whole, which shows no respect for the food at all. After a few skillful techniques, a delicious bowl of fish rice was completed. Cuisine is not just for swallowing. You have to see it with your eyes and smell the aroma as well. That's how you show respect for food. The weapon crafting process is also well underway. It might be a bit earlier, but the second phase will start soon. The beginning of the second phase is the final product test. Giger still hasn't learned a thing with only 10 minutes left before the test. He's definitely the type to swim when the water's up to his neck. When asked, Corin casually replied, I don't need to study. I'm not sure if this counts as cheating, but you're different from everyone else. This isn't the first time you've taken a test, so show us your top spot. The official exam begins now. Corin eagerly read the exam question. Something about if the moment of inertia of motion x is y, then what value of y is needed. To perform the movement is 85z. It's over. The smile suddenly faded and froze for 5 seconds. Damn it. What does this mean? Soon the exam will be over. Jur keeps yawning repeatedly, while Corin looks like a blank sheet of paper. What does the exam have, besides my name on it? Even Jur managed to answer 1 or 2 questions before falling asleep. It's an unacceptable humiliation. He forgot that his dictionary doesn't include the word learning. He just keeps exploring advanced skills without knowing anything about this world. Corin clenched the test paper tightly, showing determination. What's so hard about this test anyway? Still a long way to go. At the festival hall, the pinnacle of the courses, one of the easiest challenges in the game. The department's test is a golden opportunity to boost the tiny scores from the written exam. These component tests are either created by the Knight Department's professors or by temporary trainers invited from outside. 15 trainees on each team must face them and demonstrate their abilities, then be evaluated and scored accordingly by the supervising professors. Since you're a level 5 knight, the trainer's level must not be high, Korin sneers. You will get extra points if you beat the trainer, already confident to apologize before knowing the outcome. But judging by everyone's reaction, this trainer seems to be quite formidable. Unexpectedly, it's Lunia Aiden herself. She greeted Korin. "We meet again." Korin was stunned. Korin gaped in shock. Why the hell is she here? The first-year students' group practical exam is about to start. The special guests for today's tests are swordsmanship experts from the prestigious End Sword Academy. The 5 swords don't hold the students here in high regard, but that swordsman over there needs to be watched carefully. After the command to attack was shouted, everyone immediately charged like beasts. Ron began to calculate. Even if all the opponents are high-level swordsmen, we also have Alyssa Aiden on our side. So, there are 2 level 2 fighters, but Sen-Ra is very difficult. The 5-peak sword formation pushes everyone back. Sen's chances of winning are slim. They approached the opponent and obstructed their vision, causing chaos on this side. Their combat experience is extensive, making it very difficult to handle this situation. So, first, Ron needs to secure a clear line of sight. Suddenly, a dark sword strikes from behind, but Ron quickly dodges the attack. Elisa, worried about Drone, was distracted, and Jenny's swift sword has now closed in on her. They are confident that with about 10 trainees here, just 3 of them can clean up. Elisa fell into a passive position, and the onlookers held their breath in suspense. Just as expected, the N5 peak swords were incredibly powerful, truly terrifying. One by one, they took down their opponents, leaving only Elisa and Drone able to resist for now. Drone's experience is not inferior to the 5 legendary swords. As the dust settles, Milia is overwhelmed by the 5 dark swords and the battle turns in their favor. Drone will soon achieve victory, while Alyssa remains at a disadvantage against her opponent. Jenny Khan, do you really think you're the heir of the Heavenly Sword when your abilities are so limited? If this is your true strength, you wouldn't even graduate from the academy. You might as well drop out and go back home to learn how to swing a sword, chasing chickens. Hearing these words, Alyssa was furious. She didn't want that. Although she opened her eyes to see the limits and the surroundings, she still felt powerless against such a formidable opponent. Jenny sighed in frustration. It seems there is still a long way to go. According to the original instructions, Lunia Aiden's role should have been different. Why is she participating in Phase B of Team B? Facing the Korin group, Lunia begins to take her stance. Just consider this an experience in the special class of combat. What does special class combat mean? Special class combat? A monster that can single-handedly take on an entire army. Dozens of guards struggle against it, even a whole battalion. A monster you can hardly ever defeat, known as an uncontrollable disaster. A monster that most guards never encounter even once in their entire lives. Anyone who has encountered it would dismiss it as a lie or a fabrication, but if it were that person, the story would change. Lunia Aiden can fight against those monsters because she is a monster of monsters. The battle raged fiercely and painfully. I almost got killed. Jer feels like this test is a bit too much. Facing such terrifying enemies, how can anyone survive? But she's surprisingly tolerant. If this were a real fight, everyone would be wiped out in 10 seconds. Even Law is so scared she feels like her soul has left her body. Jer told handsome Korin not to give up because no one could carry this much weight. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately hit and rolled around. And so everything has been destroyed and only Korin remains. He pretends to surrender and give up, but she's not sure he will really do that. This is a chance to face a strong opponent, and she doesn't want to miss the opportunity to fight you. Korin truly doesn't know if anyone can stand up to Lunia Aiden. In their previous life, the two fought side by side in many battles because she was the one who gave him the spear and taught him practical combat techniques. So it's no exaggeration to say that Korin learned to use the spear from his ancestors, but even after the final training session, he still couldn't surpass Lunia. She is a challenge you must face. If you want to improve, you will eventually have to surpass her with your own strength. Lunia was very pleased. She launched the first attack, and Korin blocked the initial strike. The two of them kept fighting, one attacking and the other defending. No one could believe that a knight from the academy and a first-year student could hold their own against Lunia Aiden. It seems he is also exhausted from the relentless attacks. Seeing her opponent drained, she counterattacks. It can't end so simply. It's the N1 sword technique, a deadly instinct. Lunia prepares a final decisive blow. Everyone worries, are they going to kill that fellow student too? Everyone immediately demanded to stop this test. This is the An technique, the ultimate strike, the domain of the false cut, where the entire world comes to a halt. But only Lunia An could move. The blade moves slowly, like in slow motion, thrusting the spear straight into Lunia's sharp sword and striking as fast as possible. But right now, Korin's spear can't move. In this frozen world, he can't make a move. He can only perceive the frozen world at a few specific points. When he faced Marriott, was it just a coincidence? You can no longer control movement in this space. Just one more step. It has to be precise. Just one more step and it will be done. So Korin also made an effort to bring her dagger to touch Lunia's sword. Everyone was stunned in shock. instinct rather than knowledge, a feeling of omnipotence as if being the center of the universe. Lunia knew Corrin reacted instinctively to her domain. That was enough. She even remembers waiting for the clumsy sword of yours to be incompatible with your skills. She suddenly turns her gaze toward Alyssa, who is lost in thought. Tests and similar things no longer matter. The reason she didn't avoid this battle was to let someone like Corrin admire her territory. Corrin gradually realized that he had lost the battle but had achieved his goal. Lunia said she would stay in this city for a while because she had some matters to attend to. She warned him not to interfere in her and her sister's affairs. No matter how much he resists, the outcome won't change. Lunia is determined not to let Corrin touch Alyssa. Corrin understands why she showed him her territory. But whether everything goes as she wishes, I can't be sure. So the judges have made their decision. Corrin Locke scored a perfect score in the practical exam. Everyone is talking about it. Facing Lunia Ann and scoring a perfect score, and even in a solo match. How is that possible? Some people didn't even believe he could stand up to her. Bapu! That young man is a level 5 knight. The professor muses quietly. Surely this student once intended to be unconscious. A few days later, without even needing Lunia to remind him, he knew he needed a better weapon. Corrin went to a weapons workshop, where the seller was very curious, wondering why the academy, which had never hesitated to give valuable materials, would need to come here. He didn't bother explaining anymore. He had done this many times before. These super red earth materials are worth 100 gold coins each, so of course no player could ever make use of them. Usually you would want to use the materials after completing the mission, but you have a super recovery dust, a second-rate analyst, and a first-class granite silver. And it also received the full support of the school council. The most powerful weapon to bring peace to the world is this one, the legendary sword of the White Knight from the Shadowed Land, also known as the White Blade. Alyssa remembers the first time she went outside, remembers the time she cut down a level 5 demon and frowned at the entrails, and blood oozing from its body. But the smell of human blood was different, and she recognized it immediately even though it was her first time. This distinctive scent belonged to an endangered species. Alyssa was leisurely guarding the area. This mission was to catch a werewolf for 70 silver coins. This mission was still better than the other one, the urgent task to capture a murderer in the Misty City, with the reward of a diploma and the chance to consult with an academic advisor. However, there are still a few other reasons why she chose this mission. Suddenly, she overheard everyone talking about a level 5 knight, none other than Corrin Locke. He happily greeted Alyssa. The other defenders didn't look pleased. The Defenders Association has cried countless times over quota systems and even planned to make trainees endure harsh diets. These guys probably didn't expect a 5th-tier kid like you. But luckily, Alyssa is with you. Those people looked at you with deadly eyes, but they didn't dare say a word in front of the Saint Knight's granddaughter. Stop looking at him, it's really annoying. You asked about her contacts, but her connections are still normal. But that's not what you mean. It seems Corrin knows something about her sister. He advises Alyssa to hurry up. Her sister seems serious. She will make it impossible for her to hold a sword anymore, but this girl will never give up. There are 2 ghost wolves and more than 20 regular wolves in the werewolf den. The hunting team skillfully dealt with the ghost wolves, even managing to catch one. But then something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a wave of bones appeared around, making the fight more difficult. A guardian is worried about the 5th grade kid, but now isn't the time to focus on him. Luckily, Lady Ayan is still doing her job well. The evil spirits suddenly advance. There shouldn't be this many spirits and demons in this area. In remote and sparsely populated areas, there can't be any demons. These are artificial demons, artificial evil spirits. Alyssa realized it. She was facing a malevolent spirit head on. But because there were too many, another one attacked from behind, putting her life on the line, and she could have died. However, she still managed to react, cutting it in half with 2 strikes. This smell, the scent of human blood, is very distinct. While Alyssa was still in shock, another one tried to attack her from behind, but Corrin dealt with it just in time. What are you doing? That's not a real person. Their bodies move using dark magic. The main event of episode 2 is defeating the killer in the Fog City. In the original scene, the group of players must chase down a crazed serial killer that Marriott defeated at the end of the first episode. You chose the werewolf hunting mission. In this mission, the killer Jia Do has been exposed and was eventually captured after a battle. Everyone was panicked because it seemed like the boss had appeared there. Corrin reminds everyone to get ready to run. He quickly took down the guy with a single move of the 6 severing blades. If that's all there is to it, then he can't be the boss. Since Jia Do is quite strong, you can't catch him alone. Anyway, you've already done a great job destroying his puppet. That's enough for today. Hopefully he can meet Corrin once again. The issue here isn't about strength or compatibility, but about that hidden master. It turned into smoke and disappeared. This is the fire spirit. When the bone wave is summoned, a zombie mage's HP drops. Otherwise, the bone wave will automatically disappear. What you just crushed is just a puppet. Also the thing that creates the fog. A zombie created from a mage's corpse. The reason it's so hard to catch is because it uses puppets to confuse the information, making it impossible to find that ghost because it has already merged into the bone mist. This fog of bones is quite dangerous, so I ask everyone to run away immediately. I didn't even retrieve my spear because it will automatically return to its owner. Suddenly, someone was caught in the roots behind her. Alyssa turned back to try to save her teammate, but behind her was the hand of a demon. It quickly took her away. Corin urgently told everyone to run out of this forest. Don't worry about us and lend me your cloak. Corin grabbed his spear and the cloak and charged forward. There won't be a second chance. Don't even think about it. You've already been trapped in this bone maze once. At that moment, your ankle was sprained. In less than a minute, you were closer to death than ever before. If she was reborn, she should have lived longer. The problem is Alyssa. They are all around her and she can't take anymore. She trembled as she swung her sword, but it didn't cut because of lack of strength and improper stance. She remembered her sister that day. Maybe it's just because she's weak. Alyssa helplessly gave up, wishing she could save someone with the cool attitude like Corin did for her life. She wanted to become someone to be proud of. Lost in her dreams, Corin's voice echoed again. It was her savior. Corin came to check on Alyssa looking worried. She was crying her eyes out, saying she couldn't let go of it. Please save me or I will die like this. He put his cloak over her, then comforted her to stay calm, took her hand and the sword. Hacking randomly won't work. Focus properly and strike hard. All that's needed now is calmness. From now on, he will protect her from the zombies. And she also knows what she needs to do. Alyssa, frightened and crying, says she lacks strength, the fog has hurt her, and she feels dizzy. Corin confidently affirmed that she could do it. Among the swordsmen he knew, she possessed exceptional talent. If you are determined, you can definitely do it. Just one step is enough. After saying that, he charged into the evil spirits like an arrow. Alyssa now needed to overcome her inferiority complex. I can't stay here any longer. So how can someone with a lower aura than me like you endure it? If you say that to me, I have no choice but to do it then. So she regained her resolve and drew her sword to fight. That secret technique can cut through anything. To use it, she must awaken her eye realm. A cursed ability that forces you to see other realms is the Aiden technique. Aiden, the first swordsman, the wandering slayer, with a single strike from Alyssa, can defeat all the evil spirits here and completely destroy their bones. The fog of bones disappears and everyone is safe. That is Josiel, the vampire killer from Fog City. Everyone was stunned to see the forest cut in half. How can humans do that? I've heard of this technique before. So this is G's legendary territory cutting move. Corin couldn't believe his eyes. You thought she would use the third technique of Not Tram or Tiet Trio, but unexpectedly, she has already mastered that move. Alyssa is as happy as a child. She finally did it. However, now is not the time for her to use this move yet. All her teammates are happy because of that, meaning she will be the next leader of the Ain family. Because no one except the Sword Emperor can wield the Tram Nguai territory, everyone praises Alyssa as the future heir of the Aiden family. So your plan has failed. Why does it always go off course like this? The Daily News reported that Zhao Do was defeated with a nightmare fog. The silent killer has murdered dozens of knights. Zhao Di was defeated by the candidate for the next head of the renowned End Swordsmanship family, and many newspapers covered and reported on this event. Gu Kim read it and was very angry. She tore up the newspaper and threw it away. The renowned End Swordsmanship family operates within the sword sect and acts based on strength. Under Garen Aiden's powerful influence, they have been waiting for a swordsman to succeed him. The Trampling Realm. It exists in the realm of the mind, a level most martial artists are unaware of. Garen Aiden had been waiting for someone to carry on his legacy for a long time. Lunia trained until she sweat and bled. The calluses on her hands are proof of her life, but even Lunia, known as a genius of her generation, cannot satisfy the Sword Emperor. But her younger sister, who had only been holding a sword for a short time and was training with her, was never seen as a rival by Lunia, the illegitimate child brought home by the Lord from outside. At that moment, the two sisters were training together, but suddenly Lunia was struck by a sword. That's not a deadly move, so how could this happen? She was lying in a pool of blood while Alyssa was still stunned by the scene before her. Lunia couldn't see that move, or rather, she couldn't see it at all. When she focused her mind, she was already struck. The issue isn't speed, it's something else. The territory. That deep and mysterious path of martial arts, Alyssa has already taken a step into it. She couldn't believe that such a young child could also be lazy. She must have been shocked. But she understood the title he told her about the twisted nature that even prisoners could not comprehend. Demon Sword, the talent of demons. Gren also appointed Alyssa as a candidate for the next head of the family. And so, Alyssa Aiden became a candidate for the Aiden family head, despite everyone's objections. The memory of patting her half-brother, who grew up in her father's indifference, surely only lingers somewhere in the past. The Five Swords saw the lords in such a dazed state and became very worried. She simply said softly, "Don't worry." She also wants the girl to step into the territory, because if she can see that sword move once more, perhaps she will also be able to set foot in it. Lunia ordered everyone to prepare for the sword challenge. Meanwhile, Alyssa was also resting actively. Corin came to ask when she would recover. They said that applying ointment to the wound would make her well again in a day or two. You also wonder how she can control the territory here? Even if her vision allows her to see the territory, that doesn't mean she can use it right away. Alyssa blushed with embarrassment because he believed she could do it, and she never expected that when she tried, she actually succeeded. She's so jealous of a genius who doesn't have to try it all. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside, and it was Marriott rushing in to visit Corin. The two greeted each other. Marriott is a second-year student in the Department of Magic, while Alyssa is a first-year student in the Department of Knights. Corin wonders why she came here to visit Alyssa. She shyly said she was very worried about me. Then, with a terrifying expression, she started to question me. Are you too close? Her expression suddenly looks so scary. Another guest has come to see Corin. War is here again asking for food. That was close. You feel that Marriott isn't comfortable standing in front of Warren. But he thinks that even if it's not Warren, anyone would feel uncomfortable with that appearance. Marriott started to tremble when she found out Corin had eaten together with Warren. It turns out that's what made her uncomfortable. Corin cheerfully explains, "Don't worry, I'll prepare a really delicious meal for you too." Hearing this, Mari was clearly delighted. Corin realized that today these talented people had accidentally met. He turned to tell Alyssa that the rumor about her inheriting the Tram territory had already spread, so her sister would challenge her to a sword duel soon. Alyssa jolted in surprise. Challenging to a swordsmanship duel is a tradition among swordsmen where 5 Grandmaster swordsmen test the skills of the family heads who have taken control of a branch. That's the reason behind it. But for a long time, the Yin family has used sword duels to legally eliminate their opponents. Alyssa was crying her eyes out. If she fights her, she'll die. From the start, she couldn't even beat the 5 swords, so how could she win against her? Corin said he has a very good idea and will tell her, but on one condition. From now on, if he suggests fighting monsters or training in the gym, she must do it without complaining. Basically, she's a regular member of the team now. Alyssa quickly agreed and promised to listen, so please help her. You will consider her promise as a vow. Corin Locke has endured the hardships of this period, whether short or long, along with the truths he has learned throughout his life with this very body. That night, Warren challenged one of the 5 swordsmen she claimed was from Alyssa's studio, a master swordsman. She launched an attack while her opponent still didn't understand why the student suddenly acted that way. It turns out Corin told her that if she caught this person, he would buy her sushi. While on the other side, Corin directly faced another one of the 5 swords, claiming to be a master of swordsmanship from Alyssa's studio, Corin Locke. Your plan is to strike first before being attacked. That is the truth of life. He said he wanted to learn from the famous swordmaster Lena. This team is full of strong and beautiful people. Alyssa Dojo, master of swordsmanship Corin Locke. Alyssa Dojo, master of martial arts Warren. Alyssa's Dojo, the master of flying sword Dron Waski. Alice's Dojo, the talented mage Marriott Donolev. The new leader of Alyssa's Dojo, Alyssa Aiden. Aiden, the #1 swordsman, has officially been defeated. Lena still doesn't understand why he had to do it. To develop a new martial arts school like Alyssa, you need to raise your reputation. He's trying to expand aggressively. News about N's new technique showing him defeating the top swordsman has been published, and the news of the 5 swords being defeated has also spread. According to the clan rules, there is something called the sword test. It is a trial to select the leaders. But even Alyssa knew it was a way to crush other opponents. That's why Corin said he would change this system by joining the dojo's trial and defeating the 5 swords one by one under the new dojo's challenge format. What she ultimately wants is a one-on-one fight with her sister. If she wins and announces it, her sister's people won't be able to touch her. That's why she started this. All the dojo registration fees, maintenance costs, and mercenary hiring fees were handled by Lady Marriott. But once Alyssa receives the prize money from the GZ mission, she must hand it over immediately. Lunia finds this really interesting. If she wants to escape, she has to run as soon as she sees her sister. She knows that the idea of challenging the martial arts school didn't come from her. Facing her sister, Alyssa could only cry and be afraid because she was too quick and light. That expression of hers is enough to let her sister know that Corin Locke is the mastermind. Seeing Alyssa look a bit scared, Corin reminds her if she wants to say something. She doesn't know if she can defeat her, the top swordsman of the Aiden Lords Lunia. Alyssa begins her challenge as the new owner of the Aiden Dojo. I want to duel with you. A one-on-one duel is fine, but Lunia warned she wouldn't use training swords or non-lethal weapons. Still, Alyssa was ready. The top swordmaster of Aiden, the eldest disciple Lunia Aiden, and the top swordswoman of Aiden, the second swordmaster, Alyssa Aiden. It's time for the battle between the sisters to begin, Marie thought to herself. Even if she fought with all her strength after turning into a vampire, Lunia was still an opponent she couldn't be sure of defeating. She was very worried about Alyssa, but Corin always believed she could handle things on her own. At this moment, Corin Locke and Marriott's trust levels remained unchanged. Lunia threw a bag of money to you. If this is for repairing the dojo, it's too much. It's not for restructuring the operations. As she spoke, she launched into an attack, and just the first sword strike left Corin and Marriott stunned. The entire dojo shook as the two girls faced off directly, with Alyssa deeply admiring her sister, whose passion for swordsmanship still burned brightly. She is her idol. She truly is a hero straight out of a fairy tale. A hero like Lord Garen Aiden, the one from the stories that followed her throughout childhood. Compared to her, she was just a daughter of a concubine. Her mother died giving birth to her, and her father saw her as a stain. Because to him, the only thing that mattered was the bloodline of the great sword king, Garand Aiden. Alyssa always felt happy and excited to meet Lunia, but the day she first fought someone else, everything went wrong. Lunia continues her first attack by stepping back and swiftly swinging her sword forward, following exactly what she learned from the book. Although she was skilled in attacking techniques, she surprisingly used defense to fight. Alyssa tried to block her powerful sword strike. My sister's strength pushed me back, but I still move with the same light steps as always. You're such a coward. Use your speed to confuse her and attack at close range. But basically, Alyssa is no match for her sister. The third level of the Supreme Sword technique, the Thunder Slash Break. Luckily, she was able to dodge this move. Otherwise, her head would have been severed from her neck. Alyssa immediately hugged her. She didn't attack with a sword, but with her body. Both of them fell down. Lunia kicked Alyssa hard. She couldn't believe that her sister thought she could defeat her with just a few tricks. She raised her sword and swung it down fiercely. Alyssa quickly caught it. Everything is exactly as Corin said. If that's the case, she'll use a combo sword attack. Lunia won't be able to lift her hand anymore. Although she fights very well, she's still inexperienced and naive. One kick from her caused Alyssa pain. She wanted to end the fight with this final move, but she didn't expect Alyssa to be able to block it. She's gradually catching up to Lunia's speed. Not only that, Alyssa is also beginning to see her territory. This is the sister she wanted to see. She wants to see the true nature that she has denied. All the talent that you possess. It seems that Alyssa has realized that fighting isn't as far off as she thought and is actually very close now. So, Lunia will respond. The two sisters charged at each other, recalling their childhood memories. The first day, Alyssa learned swordsmanship. She hoped that one day she would become a skilled swordsman like her sister. Alyssa unleashes all her strength to defeat her sister as their swords clash, a flash of light like stars shining through. The domain of the slash explodes everything. Corin and Marys were very excited to see that everything was over. The winner had been decided. The winner of the match is none other than Alyssa. Compared to the swordmaster Lunia Aiden, Alyssa's only strength is the domain of slaughter. Therefore, the only way to win this match was inside the domain, so Corin guided her to focus on dodging, escaping, and stalling. By pointing out Lunia's habits and patterns known from her past life, they seized the only opportunity to win in a domain battle. But fighting inside the territory means Lunia's sword will break. Alyssa can't believe she has defeated her sister. From now on, Lunia and her subordinates will no longer interfere in her sister's affairs. Alyssa runs over to her. She must be very scared. Alyssa, who is obviously weaker, managed to defeat Lunia's masters, so it's understandable that she's afraid of how others will judge Lunia and also worried about her sister's attitude when she turned her back on her. But that worry was unnecessary. Lunia turned back and patted her sister's head like when they were young. Lunia Aiden, the first time Corin met her in his previous life was before Mary's accident happened. He was a bit surprised because they crossed paths earlier than in the original story. During that time, Lunia searched for Alyssa's killer, but in the end, she couldn't find out because the real culprit was Perun. Even 3 years after Alyssa's death, Lunia still tirelessly searches for the culprit. Every year, she comes and prays for her sister's soul. You think she really hates her sister? Yes, she does hate her. She only saw her as lazy, unserious, and clingy to the point of being annoying. As if no one but Lunia could ease her bitterness. Lunia did not hate Alyssa. No matter what happens, even if my sister surpasses her, she will just quietly support and smile. That's the kind of person Lunia is, as Corin remembers. Alyssa was very moved when her sister patted her head and said, "You've grown taller." And so, Lunia Aiden was defeated. Alyssa Aiden, Lunia Aiden. Difficulty B. The reward, Aura Fame, increased from low to medium. She received 600 mana and 40 stat points evenly distributed. The next day, when the two sat and talked, Alyssa said she was very afraid of fighting, but somehow a part of her smiled when she fought. So she always avoids fighting because she feels she's no longer herself. She also fears facing Lunia, so she pretends to be unserious and only does basic tasks. Because she has won, she will officially become the heir of Aiden. As for Sister Lunia and her subordinates, they will keep an eye on her. But if Alyssa runs away, the bond between her and her sister will be broken. Corin denies that. There may be some distance and things might become awkward, but relationships are not something that can be easily cut off because in the end, they are sisters. And she has done much better than he did when they were kids, and he was beaten up by bullies in the neighborhood. But then the real difficulty wasn't physical pain, but my anger at myself for not daring to stand up. Alyssa is stronger than Corin back then. You hope she will always be able to hold her head up high with pride. Alyssa wondered why he spoke and behaved like an old man when they are the same age. It's as if you've lived through so much already, she can feel it. How could she possibly know that Corin has lived 14 years longer than her? And if you count his memories from when he was 30, he should be 50 now. Alyssa thanks Corin for the accident today in the forest as well. When he saved her in the woods, his voice and posture confirmed it was definitely Corin Locke. Alyssa excitedly said she owes him a lot, so if he needs anything, just let her know. Corin's proposal was simply to be friends. The offer left her feeling flustered. She's never had a boyfriend before, so this is probably a good thing. I mean, you're a guy. She is happy to have a trustworthy friend like you. Punishment awaits the devil while a bright future awaits the good. Children will always be joyful with better choices for everyone. Back to Isabel Kameen, she has recently been worried because her friend Mariette has someone interested in her. He is ready to kneel and offer his blood bag to her, or even give her his neck. Although Mariette refused and said she already received blood bags from Professor Josephine every day, Isabel found it irritating. The fool's words made Mariette uncomfortable. It happened every day, so it wasn't a problem. What she was really worried about was Corin Locke. He was a fifth-year student who had recently become close to Mariette. He is a rough fifth-ranked knight, but that doesn't matter. The fact that he can stand face-to-face with Swordmaster Lunia Aiden means he is truly talented. But what worries her is that Mariette and Corin went into a room together and locked the door. Isabel pressed her ear against the door, trying to listen in on their conversation. Corin wants to remind about the previous offer regarding the land they obtained when registering the martial arts school, as it is being rebuilt after being affected. He thought about building a hostel there. If he considered investing in it, he was sure the profit would at least triple. Maybe the time will come unexpectedly. Isabel thought this bastard was just after Mariette. In the training room, Isabel watches every move Corin makes, seeing Alyssa, Aiden's youngest daughter, talking to him. They talked about the food and dishes at Than Truck, a very wonderful restaurant. Isabel's anger grew even more. Isn't that a famous dating spot? This flirtatious boy just seduced Mariette, and now he's dating another girl. She was so angry she slipped from top to bottom, but her hatred for Corin didn't drop at all. Not only is he cheating, but he also dares to talk about money. He's really disgusting. The next afternoon at the restaurant, Corin was sitting and eating with Warren. They both ate sushi and meat together, and he also mentioned the money and this investment deal with her. Isabel was still secretly watching. In the end, she concluded that Corin Locke was an astonishing con artist, a damn scoundrel. The costs for registering the guild when renovating the martial arts hall, hiring mercenaries daily, taxes, and so on all added up to 97 gold coins during the fight with Lunia. Converted to Korean won, it would be about 100 million won, and all of this is thanks to Mariette. He is extremely grateful for that. He didn't expect her to give a full 100 gold coins. Did the mage really make that much money? That's what you think. Lunia contributed 50 gold coins for the reconstruction, and Alyssa received 100 gold coins from the dungeon raid. War also has a lot of funds managed by followers, and UNL and Jer also have savings. That bastard drone is obsessed with money and has a huge amount of it. In the end, Corin earned 550 gold. With that amount, he bought the entire land. Although it is still a barren plain on the outskirts of the city, in the second semester they will hold a friendly exchange festival with Borome Academy from the eastern continent here. It will be the peak season for lodging services, with visitors flooding in from across the continent. Just a few hundred gold can be earned back in just 2 weeks. Corin is a boss and a regressor. Knowing the future means he has to know how to use information like this. You will rake in money from all over the world. Meanwhile, the chairman is talking with Professor Josephine about how the Catholic Church, the royal family, the Mage Guild, and the association have a negative stance toward their school. But that is not something we can handle. Professor Josephine said that our orders will support the chairman's decision. She thinks the opportunity is given to everyone. The chairman decided to go out for a bit, and the professor wants to go out instead of him. The chairman objects. Other places are fine, but the Catholic Church is not for her. Take care of this place while the chairman is away. If anything happens, use the emergency communication network. Professor Josephine is reviewing the report volumes. The vampire renewable energy experiments are not approved, and the construction of the third dormitory is postponed. Next is Corin Locke's report. The professor was very surprised. What is he planning to do now? That is Corin LCK's ginseng harvest and land request. In the west wing of the Academy's laboratory, Corin is carefully tending to his ginseng. Alyssa wonders if they will harvest ginseng in a place like this. She only knew that they screamed a lot when they were pulled out of the ground, so you need to protect your ears carefully when digging them up. Otherwise, your eardrums will be pierced like thunder. You have to wear good ear protection and harvest them in a spacious, well-prepared area. And so, the two of them used the special silver fox leather earplugs together. Corin alone couldn't harvest the ginseng. Someone needs to hold its flower and pull it along the root, while another cuts the root and stem, because as long as the stem and root are still attached, the ginseng will keep screaming. This is the 4th time you've harvested ginseng. In your previous life, you did it together with Perrin. Finally, after using all his strength, Corin managed to pull out the ginseng root. But what kind of ugly ginseng root is this? It started yelling. Corin asked Alyssa to cut the root right away, but he didn't know that Alyssa was foaming at the mouth from this scream. Who told you to wear headphones improperly? Probably best to do it yourself. They say if you bite the dog back, the dog won't bite anymore. He decided to fight Lothi with it too. Do you think you're the only one who knows Lahet? I'm even more terrifying than La. Saying that, Corin threw it into the air, then with one strike cut its body in half and scattered it. That ginseng owner also shut up immediately. It's finally over. Is harvesting ginseng really that terrifying? And the girl next to him. Loy brought her here, and she's completely useless. Looking at the pile of ginseng, Corin begins to panic. You want to harvest until you get the silver ginseng, but if you try again, you think you'll faint. Suddenly, someone calls Corin. It's strange because he had already put up the warning sign. It turns out it was Mariette. According to today's schedule, she has several tests in the laboratory.
Seeing the noise outside, she jumped down here to check.
Oh,
I'm jealous now. I jumped from the 12th floor to see what Krat is doing with another girl. Korin just explained that we are harvesting ginseng. Mari was excited and wanted to join in. But after that shock, Korin was too exhausted. She didn't notice and just went on to harvest them. Korin was worried that only a knight could cut it properly. As she finished speaking, Mari easily pulled out a silver ginseng root. Korin turned pale with fear. If she hears the sound of the ginseng's first cry, she'll probably ascend to heaven. The ginseng root was pulled out before it could even cry. Mary swiftly brushed away its hair. She has a whole garden of ginseng at home, and just this year alone she has harvested 30 roots. What the hell, everyone? She decided to boil a pot of water to brew medicine. She asked Alyssa to find something to put in her mouth, like rabbit meat and potatoes. Alyssa immediately obeyed the captain's order. Korin didn't know what to do now. Don't worry, because Aunt Mary's won't let her do anything. She'll handle everything. There are 2 ways to absorb ginseng. One is to eat it directly as usual. However, the most effective method is to brew the medicine with the roots of the red amaranth, silver grape leaves, goji berries, deer velvet, and 28 other ingredients, then boil everything for over 10 hours. If they do that, they can make ginseng decoction. While everyone has something to do, Korin, who doesn't know what to do, sits down in boredom and starts writing a few lines on the ground. Marriott realized it was ancient language. She didn't understand the meaning but had seen it before in her liberal arts class. I don't know where Korin learned it, but now the ancient language is a real language. He learned it from his master. It's only been a few years since you learned the ancient language and how to use her spear. She left behind martial arts and the original language. Among those 2, you have found a way to learn martial arts, but the ancient language is a different matter. Knowing how to read the ancient script doesn't mean you can use it, recover it, and transfer it to the body. The ultimate power that only one person can wield. One of the goals of the final clone is to recover and possess this original ancient language. While the master was trying to transfer the ancient language back to you, she lost her life before she could do so. It was all because of him. Mari wondered who Korin's master was. If she knew the ancient language, then she might be affiliated with the Wizard Tower. But she was just an ordinary person like anyone else we see on the street every day. A kind person like many others, someone who always tried her best. Marriott noticed that Korin seemed very upset when talking about this master. She sent her most trusted aide to bring in the potatoes. Dioku is the wolf monster from that time, so she has completely subdued it. Because she kept sharing Korin's blood, she finally gained that adorable confidant. He looks quite cute too. If its ingredients include blood, then the amount of blood in its body must definitely be his blood. That means Korin is its father. Marty blushed with embarrassment, and then the 2 of them played together very happily. This vampire-type dog is very energetic. Finally, the ginseng decoction is ready, and Korin drinks it immediately. The system reports that you have absorbed the ginseng decoction, significantly increasing your mana regeneration. Your maximum mana has increased by 1,300 points. Now you've boosted your strength stats. You should also remind those 2 to drink. This medicine only works once. The ginseng herb is indeed powerful, but it only takes effect a single time. If you give the rest to LH Yan, they'll be really happy. The rest is platinum ginseng. Korin decided to devour it whole. The system notifies that you have absorbed the platinum ginseng. Your magic core has been formed. The magic core is a place that contains all the magic of a knight. Just creating this kind of core alone required pushing my magic to the limit. But Korin already has one without doing that. And once his level is advanced, he can have even more core nuclei. The effect of the silver ginseng is truly top-notch. Elisa cheerfully reminds Korin to eat the yellow one for a more impressive look. But it's not the right time for him to dig up and eat the golden ginseng yet. After the recent events during the school council meeting, Professor Heyman demanded that everyone reassess the abilities of 5th level student Korin Locke. For a first-year student to already be 5th level is not something to take lightly. Everyone wondered why such a student had to be reassessed, and it was because the senior professors had not yet reviewed the first-year midterm exams. Korin Locke faced off directly against Master Swordsman Lunia Aiden in just 3 minutes. No one believes that, thinking she was lenient because there's no way a swordmaster would go all out in a midterm exam for a child. Professor Hammond still believes it. No one in this meeting thinks Lunia went easy on Korin Locke. One person believes that relying only on the midterm exams to promote him might be a bit too much. Even if there are grounds to doubt his abilities, according to the rules, a result is needed before a promotion can be recognized. That is the law. Then, let the association handle the official ranking assessment. He thinks it's enough to reevaluate based on the criteria for issuing the official guard certification. However, that would mean changing that dog's school schedule and the homeroom teachers as well, another professor said. Professor Hammond is the one who raised this issue, not Coach Hammond. Everyone suggests that Professor Hammond should take on this task as well. He also wants that. Even though the senior year seems to surpass his stats, his one-on-one match with Lunia N was truly top-notch. His combat skills, no matter how this skinny-haired professor highlights them, still resemble that person's technique. We need to reassess him. Today, Korin and Alyssa are in the same class, and they even sit next to each other. But that seat belongs to Jur.
Elisa quickly apologized and said she would switch seats, but he said it wasn't necessary. Outside, he acted gallant, but once seated, he glared at Corrin fiercely. He's jealous. First the most popular person at the academy, then the senior potato and the super cute demon clan girl, and now even the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. Jealous to death. That's the glow of the main character. Only he lives a life like the prime years of a romance movie. What about Jer's school youth? Why is it so cold and lonely around where he sits? The professor entered the classroom and announced that the official lesson was starting. As mentioned in the previous session, today the whole class will be doing group work. Everyone was discouraged because they hated doing group work the most. He began explaining the group assignment to the whole class. Because you are from the night department, I won't give you difficult math problems, or tasks like planting magical trees that the professors from the magic department might assign. He snapped his fingers, and a piece of paper appeared. The topic of this group project is healing magic. No one knows why it's about healing magic. Elisa happily turns to Corrin. Since illusion magic is your specialty, this task is too easy for you. Corrin remained silent. In his previous life, his group activity was boxing. Form Damon is a boxer. His specialty is a boxer who constantly changes distance and pressure in his fighting style, along with a unique dark power. He is also a first-class knight from the BVQU Academy in the north, and is famous for his glove engraved with ancient runes. I don't understand why Form is teaching spear techniques. He really is sharp. Corrin sensed that he was trying to test him. Form said this group assignment would involve selecting and researching a special set of techniques. Then, the students will have time to perform various illusion techniques. One student asked, "Professor, wouldn't students who use illusions as their main weapon have an advantage?" He will consider this by adjusting the evaluation criteria and awarding bonus points. Each group will consist of 4 members, all randomly drawn. This group exercise is meant to encourage and assess students' teamwork skills, but in reality, the diligent ones end up being the ones who suffer. A battle to see who is more stubborn, doing group assignments with people who don't even know what they're supposed to do. Those waiting with their mouths open, or those who just lost their grandparents? Corrin has endured this for 4 years in the Specialized Physical Education College and 3 years at the Academy. But this time is completely different. Jer Hinch. Peter, a third-class knight with exceptional physical abilities. His judgment skills are not bad. He can do well what is required. As for Alyssa, there's no need to say, she's a genius swordsman, extremely powerful. The last member is Warren, who is a bit rough around the edges but quite diligent. Recently, watching her focus during class has become a hobby for Corrin because all the team members are very strong and hardworking now, and they can say goodbye to their painful past. He booked the training room for 3 hours, so now he will teach everyone the theory and attributes first. But it seems this training room isn't very stable. Corrin and Jer have been using this training room for 2 months. The entire walls of this room are made of high-density anti-impact material, and they are not cheap either. Yet something like that was destroyed. Warren truly is the original Avenger. With just a punch, Corrin told her to spar with Alyssa to practice combat skills. But why did she end up destroying the entire room? Seeing that expression, she still doesn't realize what she did wrong. Of course, the whole group was kicked out of the training room. Now, I don't know where to train anymore. They went to the church on Sunday to review the group exercise. Corrin let the members express their thoughts freely. Everyone remained silent. Elisa apologizes for not being able to control her power yesterday, but she also did very well. At least you can help her practice. Corrin's illusion magic is so perfect that just copying it is enough to help Alyssa master this skill. But that's because she has good observation skills. For Jer, using a long weapon seems to make spellcasting a bit more difficult. He is having difficulty performing the spinning spear move correctly, but he did very well. Just learning the 8 basic spear techniques will make his trident skills more versatile. War doesn't bother her at all. Maybe because the game incorporated many Earth beliefs, so there are similar customs here. Corrin asked about the church's Holy Communion ceremony for the goddess. Attending the church's weekend service is mandatory, so she was forced to participate in that ceremony. She volunteered to study to become a nun alongside other believers. Yes, she went to read the Bible. There are things she can learn from mythological stories. The Catholic Church may have outdated views, but it always teaches its followers one thing. Love. Love yourself. Love friends and family. Love those around you. Love and be loved. Love is very important. Alyssa wondered why she lost yesterday. War confidently said, "It's because you're too weak. You can't resist at all. Just a little effort from me is enough to throw you into chaos. No matter how much you train, weakness is weakness. The strong will win." For Corrin, she's not wrong, but that's the kind of emotion only the strong can show. He wants to bet with her. If he can make her kneel within a minute, she will have to treat everyone to a meal. War agreed, but if she wins, she won't need a reward, because she will definitely win anyway. So the two of them began the match, and Jer gave the signal to start. These two still don't understand how things ended up like this. They are getting into position. When the signal is called, Corrin charges forward like a leopard. He will start with his secret technique. Their strongest move, the deadly snake strike, War can easily block it. She really is as strong as they say. If that's the case, Corrin used the Tiger Roar wind with both legs, but his weapon was shattered to pieces, leaving him weaponless, yet he still remains very confident. The monster 8-form body technique makes it impossible for Warren to attack him, which she finds very troublesome. She wants to end the fight with a punch. Corrin would have to stay in the hospital for at least a month if he got hit by that move. Following Warren's advice to dodge, he wants to test how well he can block the attack using the chain-linked martial arts. Even though he completely blocked it, his whole body still felt like it was being crushed. War was surprised when Corrin didn't dodge, and just seconds later, Corrin appeared behind her. War collapsed to her knees, so she had knelt down. She wanted to try again out of defiance, but no way. Hehehehe. Seeing your teasing attitude only makes Warren more annoyed. A few days later, although it took some time, he finally understood each member's abilities, so he thought he could gradually teach them magic and prepare for the group's performance. But today, Warren asked for a day off, claiming to be sick. It's so complicated, getting sick at the right time, always trying to make things difficult. In this case, the team leader will have to use the secret weapon. He even went all the way to her house to bring hot, delicious food right in front of her. For someone as greedy as War, it's impossible to resist food right in front of him. Thanks to the food, she recovered instantly. It's that simple. Corrin says, the chefs don't take 30 minutes to make a dish, they take 10 years. From sourcing fresh ingredients, processing them, to preparing everything, most chefs spend about 10 years perfecting their dishes for their customers. He means he trained for 3 years so his martial arts could make her kneel once. Her favorite food and his martial arts are similar, like choosing the right ingredients compared to the stance he takes before striking. It all starts from the smallest details. Corrin happily smiles, wanting to make peace with her. War said nothing. She simply handed him a notebook. This is the research paper he assigned to her. She finished it all. Corrin happily ruffled her hair, appearing cold on the outside but still doing a good job. Elisa and Jer are also diligently practicing their combat skills, and thanks to Waran, they don't need to worry about the research part. They will be ready for the group presentation. Time has flown by, and it's already mid-May, the first week of the group presentations. The presentation order is based on the draw number, and the group before Corrin has already started. This is Group 1 led by Pal. Today's topic for Group 1 is 5-star commerce. Their preparation seems very good and thorough. After completing his performance and receiving the professor's approval, he decides to break this formation. The outstanding graduate of the Northern Guard Academy, former first-class knight of the Elasform Marman Kingdom, steps into action. If any team can withstand for 10 seconds, they will receive the highest score for this exercise. Now the real group task begins. All the students were surprised because this wasn't part of the assignment requirements. The professor was so fast, throwing punches left and right. He moved so quickly that no one could see his punches, not even raising his hands, and one by one they all collapsed on the floor. Anyway, choosing the weapon training group is good, but lacking focus and practice isn't too bad. Grade B should be enough. Team 2 is the next group. They have completely lost their spirit. How can they possibly fight Professor Fack? Could they just give up? Whether it's a lethal spear technique from the Nine-Tails Dragon region or like 9 dragons flying, everything is shattered, and the spear art is just useless complexity. If the user isn't skilled with it yet, what else can they do? The third group steps up. This is also Corrin Locke's team, with him as the leader. This team performs the 8-trigram spear technique of Lan Yachat, consisting of 6 moves. The group began their performance, countering the attack, knocking the opponent's weapon away, and stabbing the defenseless enemy. In the end, they succeeded, and Corrin was so happy he shed tears. War has trained harder than you think. The professor praised that after the team eliminated unnecessary moves in combat, the core of the method looked simple but was very excellent. Corrin said he would prepare the whole team for more training, but the professor only asked for a one-on-one real combat match with him, and Corrin realized this had been his teacher's plan from the start. You just agreed, and the professor charged in immediately. Lightning fast left hook, right punch following the stance, especially like boxers use to attack their opponent. Normally in this situation, you should block from the right to avoid taking damage, but his body didn't move the right stance. Foot, it was the left foot. And you already knew that the teacher was left-handed, so Corrin was able to completely block his attack. The professor's movements completely changed when facing him. No one could believe that a level 5 player could withstand the Professor PHM's punch. He silently thought that with this level of strength, it means you've surpassed the other students. Now show me your true power, not these basic moves. Lan Na's technique is really unpredictable, but let's see if you can withstand this move this time. He decided to use his final attack. This attack looks very terrifying. Everyone is watching with wide eyes. Yet Corrin remains very calm. PHM has also stopped his move immediately. He doesn't know that this student is still standing there. It turns out it's been over 10 seconds. The teacher must be very surprised. He has only used his right hand so far, but in fact he is left-handed. Your reactions today were based on knowing that the teacher is left-handed, which means he was just testing your skills. He turned around and commented on Group 3. When it comes to secret techniques, many fools choose complicated methods. But in reality, the basics are the true secret to success. So Team 3 received a perfect score of A+. I'm so happy for you. Lord Corrin, long live with an A+ grade. Pi wants to have a private chat with you for a bit. No pressure, just a normal conversation. He asked you, do you really belong to the 5th rank of knights? Your recent match performance doesn't seem to match that of a 5th rank knight. He humbly said that he was just a little better than his friends. But Korin, who cannot sense souls and can only catch evil spirits under certain conditions, must have gained some insight that significantly improved his strength beyond others of the same rank. He said that the professors had gathered and debated about you, whether it was necessary to reassess your true strength. You will be assigned more complex missions, through which your rank will be reevaluated. The highest rank achieved will be revealed through those missions because Korin has demonstrated some accomplishments and a much greater strength. Therefore, the professors might make an exception and promote him. Leveling up doesn't really cost anything anyway. The missions will probably be more difficult. But from then on, Korin also received many more rewards. He could choose high-level missions if he wanted to. If you want to take on a level 5 mission, you usually can only do so when you reach level 5. But now, things are different. You happily accept the reevaluation of your rank. The first thing to do is to complete the 2 missions involving monsters and evil spirits. Of course, the decision depends on Korin. Currently, there are 4 dungeon extermination missions assigned by the Hunters Guild. Fortunately, there are 2 missions involving monsters and 2 involving evil spirits. So in the end, you must catch 1 monster and 1 evil spirit within the time limit. It's time for Korin to choose. The next day, he went to the deserted forest and met Professor Hammond there. You feel like this place is a bit too dark to say good morning. When Professor Hammond was young, he risked rushing into the fog in the haunted forest to catch a monster. A little praise makes him start his freakout, beginning his story from the west side of the deadly forest. Hearing about the hero's story, Old Man Heyman also gave Korin many good experiences. The professor began to say, your first task will be the monster on the western mountain of Fog City, Trantin, the 2-headed. It's slow, but very dangerous. Korin wondered why the 2-headed Trantin, which was normally a top-tier monster, is now considered semi-top. It is still not fully grown, so its rank has dropped. From what Hammond has heard, it has raised wild wolves and some low-level monsters as subordinates. Dealing with it, you can't attack head-on. A skilled person needs not only strength, but also intelligence. He will evaluate everything about you after this mission. The mountain to the west of the Foggy City. The cave where Trantin lives at both ends. Neither Old Hammond nor the association staff will come to help you, although they will do something if Korin is in danger. At that moment, the promotion was already ruined. Heyman wanted Korin to tell him his assessment. He begins analyzing. Based on the surrounding footprints, there are signs of the spirit and the wild wolves traveling together. They probably live together in some area. There are 3 wild wolves in the pack, but only the footprints of 2 4-legged creatures match Trantin. One seems to be female and appears to be pregnant. You sit down to examine the footprints on the ground instead of the tracks of the monster being dragged away.
It means the hunted monster hasn't been eaten yet and has been dragged somewhere else. Neither Trantin nor the wild wolves have the habit of keeping leftovers.
They might think their companions can't move or carry food over. That's a brilliant line of reasoning. Hammond asked how he planned to take down the 2-headed Trantin and the wild wolves. First, he would separate Trantin from the wolves. They are monsters but have very sharp senses. You will use the strongest weapon given to humans to deal with them. That weapon is the head. Too bad for those monsters. I am the monster behind all this. Even though humans have expanded their influence and control over the world, there will always be lurking threats. Evil entities are infiltrating this world, and the ruler of this forest is one of them. Like a tyrant with a 2-headed mind controlling the forest, where few humans dare to venture. To him, this forest is his kingdom. The long-haired hounds are the ones who noticed. They have disappeared. The newborns who couldn't move just disappeared without a trace after realizing that the young ones in the herd had been kidnapped. They show the extreme fury of a monster. The furious howls of the forest ruler and his minions shake the entire woods. The 2 are swallowed by rage and scream out loud. We must chase after them and rescue the children. The long-haired hounds track the scent of the captured offspring with their minds close behind. The smell of the offspring grew stronger. They can even smell the scent of the intruder who took the children. As usual, nothing can block their way in the forest. It's time for the foolish intruders to pay a heavy price for daring to disturb the forest ruler as they follow the trail. What they see is their prey lying on the ground, whimpering in a deafening sound. The children nuzzle and check if their father is safe, trying to help them leave, but a strange light suddenly shoots straight up into the sky. The trunks of the trees become weapons that kill them. Ropes snap, and wooden beams fly straight at it, no longer following the trail. Now they have to run to survive, with no trees left, only that place remains the safest spot. They try to catch their breath, unaware of humans' true intentions. A huge explosion engulfed the entire forest and burned them all. That idiot has lost his loyal subordinates. The furious howl of the tyrant echoes through the forest as the trees continue to rush forward. An ordinary trap cannot catch that tyrant. He is truly the ruler of the forest, but he doesn't realize that the hunt has only just begun. The forest's ruler with 2 heads is also a natural-born hunter. The first head has good eyesight, while the second has a keen sense of smell, and they work together to avenge the long-haired hunting dogs. So switching to the hunting pack was not difficult. If anything, it's that there are so many remaining traces that it becomes absurd. He's a bastard who didn't even bother to hide his footprints or scent carefully, I never expected the long-haired hunting dogs to lose to a bastard like this, but unlike on the first day, Ooh couldn't find his prey. Even though the traces are still there, no matter how much Aura chases after them, he can't find that guy. Even when he feels like he's about to catch him, he still can't. While camping and pushing aside his unease, he was ambushed. It would have been a surprise attack if neither of the two heads had recognized it. Its second head was awakened by the hailstorm pouring down from the sky. Oer was only grazed by a few shards of ice, and that was the extent of the attack. But the assault was not over yet. Whenever he was about to fall asleep, hailstorms would come crashing down again and again. After a few times, he tried to ignore it because it didn't really affect him much, until the fiery stones flew and ignited. Even after chasing to dawn and the chaos he caused, the prey continued to leave faint traces but still did not reveal itself. 3 days have passed like that, and he realizes he's being hunted. When he notices the prey's position has shifted, and he's not the chicken but the rice, only sadness and anger remain in his heart. And then the source of that anger revealed itself. Corin simply yawned briefly and nodded. It's time to end this. Seeing you appear, it didn't hesitate to attack, but Corin jumped up and struck down. The moment the prey fell, he would use the 2-meter-long birch wooden club to knock that small body away. But the second red strike had already caused him great pain. 8 trigrams, primordial master, this is the finishing blow. The tyrant who once ruled the forest has been hunted down by a human. Corin was disappointed because after gathering his inner strength, it was still too weak. So, it's finished. 3 days ago, you and Marriott sat and talked together. Corin asked directly, if you trust me, how far are you willing to go with me? This question made Marriott burst with anger. She insisted she would go all the way, definitely to the end. He has a plan that requires Marriott's help. I will explain the plan starting tomorrow. You and Alyssa. Hearing this, Marriott felt upset. Why does their plan include that girl? Although she is a veteran guardian and a special vampire who has experienced a turbulent youth, deep down she is still a girl. Corin Locke's choice of words was enough to stir her heart. But she's not stupid. That guy always stays one step ahead with his plans and reacts quickly just before everything happens. Whether it's when he saved her or helped Alyssa Aiden, she is always very grateful for his kindness. But how much and how far that young man knows, she has no choice but to question herself. But having fallen into the trap of awakening, she is quite blind and once again chooses to follow the call of unrequited love. The reason why mages want to become professors at the academy is not only because of the vast collection of books in the Dream Library, but also because of the enormous research building at the west end of the academy, and the most precious materials that mages have always dreamed of are there. It includes a special monster that cannot be killed and can only be sealed. Over here, Fap and Dina are talking. Dina wondered if Fom had seen the wild boar eat the entire iron ore, and whether the source of the forest, which is now still confined here, had been discovered yet. Professor Fack wants to write a thesis on the influence of demons, especially lower-ranked entities, and the source of demonic energy affecting our human world. So he needs to implant the ancient language into this special monster. Dana is very happy because today it's rare to find a sorcerer proficient in ancient languages. Luckily, he's here. Ancient languages are rarely understood because they've existed for so long. In actual combat, they are also very difficult to use. But with someone like Marriott, Professor Dina never expected a special vampire to willingly support her experiments. The encounter between two special beings, the reunion of Donalev from the first timeline and the second king of the Iron Worm, leads to the next mission, the Haunted House. This is a simple quest available in the second chapter of the original game. But to defeat the level 1 evil spirit haunting the house, you must avoid attacks from countless objects inside and find the hidden magic circle in the basement and destroy it. The difficulty of this mission far exceeds its outward simplicity. Veteran players call it the Haunted House, a challenge to prove oneself as a veteran player. The main limitation is the inability to sense spirits. Usually Corin Locke cannot sense spirits, but this time is an exception. Duke Shabania, who has possessed it, or the spirits that have taken control of the magical tools in the Haunted House's laboratory. The seismic event will occur when the Haunted House is successfully possessed, meaning physical power can be used to affect everything inside. Whether it's the teacher, Corin, or anyone else, they can't ignore it with religious laws. So Corin will carry his spear, jump in, attack this spot, then tear it out, cutting off the stem and top to disconnect it easily. Finally, I jump to dodge, then point the spear forward and stab the window, shattering the glass into pieces, slide to avoid it, and head toward the door. Once inside, cut the clock on the upper right, jump and attack 3 times, destroy the nails shot from the stairs without looking up, just move forward. In the middle of the basement, next to the magic circle, there is a map. When it flies toward you, just slash it in half and break it into 2 pieces, then crush the magic circle to weaken its spiritual power. There's a candle on the upper right, kick it once and use Kenneth's spear with Hagel's fire. Then go up to the 3rd floor. The door breaks and boom! A painting will fly randomly toward the participant, so be prepared to dodge it. Then a wall appears that cannot be moved, followed by plates that will cause tetanus. Now there won't be any furniture flying towards me anymore. Then, the teachers will start wondering which little devil this is. And in shock, all the ancient magic inscriptions carved so far will activate fire simultaneously, causing the house to burn down on its own. allowing a safe escape. True men turn their backs on the explosion. He looks pretty confident too, no kidding. The teacher's jaws drop to the floor when they hear it. It's a magic challenge that even a second-level wizard couldn't handle, but Corin Locke managed to do it. After muttering for a while, he just stood there and laughed like a god. That's it. This was the legendary streamer's final tactic that shook the entire Korean streaming community, leaving behind valuable experience. Thanks to that, he was confident enough to overcome it. The professor approached Corin, placed a hand on his shoulder, and congratulated him. After this event, he was surely recognized as a semi-legend level 1. There is a nearby port city called S, where there's a very good restaurant. The professor suggested that the two of you go there to eat together. If it's really a place far from the fish market, then this is also where that thing is. And that's why I chose to raid the evil spirit in this area. The professor leans on his shoulder, happily discussing the meal and even enthusiastically mentioning a place that sells fresh fish. Corin glances sideways behind the tree. Diogu's beast is also secretly following its master. 88 years ago, in the northernmost region of the continent on the peninsula. Although it is a freezing cold land, it hides countless natural resources beneath the ice layer. The ice mountains contain such large deposits of minerals that they are called the Iron Mountain. The pioneering miners heading to the polar region in search of gold and iron witnessed something unbelievable, a large herd of wild boars devouring chunks of iron. It is a monster that devours everything, the Dingle Iron Mountain Demon Lord. That was the first time it saw a human. Over here, Annalisa hurriedly ran to the 4th floor laboratory because she had overslept today. She wasn't allowed to be late. That's what Corin said a few days ago. In the 1st floor laboratory, Marriott is creating a miracle drug when Alyssa walks in. Senior is just doing a little experiment during the break, not anything important. Diogu said that Marriott called Alyssa, so she's here. Everything was because Corin asked Maurice to explain some things to Alyssa. She handed the junior a vial of solution. This could be called a miracle drug. Alyssa doesn't care. If it's good for the body, she'll naturally drink it all at once. Marriott hurriedly stopped her. It's very hot, so you need to sip it slowly. You should check if it's safe. As soon as she finished speaking, Alyssa showed a strange expression, as the taste was so delicious, like homemade. So, the taste is good, safe, and non-toxic. Now Mariette begins to explain to Alyssa about the upcoming event, which is related to the King of the Iron Mountain that Corin asked her to clarify. The demon sealed in the laboratory is Tiet Son Vuong. Alyssa ran as fast as she could, feeling confused inside. She didn't know why Corin called her, but that no longer mattered. She needed to get there as soon as possible. In the basement laboratory on the 4th floor, Merritt is talking to the professor. The professor wants to know what this student thinks makes monsters different from other special demons. Merritt immediately thought of power. Power is obvious among special entities. One of the strongest abilities is the power of domination. Some demons emit energy different from ordinary demons. In theory, they are called alpha entities, and unlike normal ones, they are stronger and have control. Alphas can easily control others, but that dominance doesn't work on different types of demons. However, it does work on special demons. Special demons can control weaker demons, and Marriott has experience with this. She thought about the moment she escaped from the frenzy hunting ground driven by thirst, controlling other monsters to offer her blood. However, Marriott's thoughts differed from what the professor just said.
It's a bit different from domination. Back then, instead of controlling their minds, she used their fear.
The professor continued explaining that there are 3 types of demons: monsters, evil spirits, and half-humans. They are the 3 basic types, but the influence of the alpha trait varies. However, the idea that she could command the half-humans is unlikely. They need to investigate further. The intelligence of half-humans is higher than that of humans, so this kind of domination would not affect them. The theory has been explained enough. Now they are starting the practical part. Everyone begins bringing out the fangs for the experiment. The purpose of this experiment is to test the influence of the monster's alpha trait. Specifically, if Marriott can freely use this trait, in theory, humans will be able to control most monsters and evil spirits. It is a bigger experiment than Marriott expected, and it also satisfies her curiosity like a sorcerer. If successful, humanity will be able to proactively prevent the threat of demons. Now, Mary's will test her ability to dominate the Nanthi. She stands in front of them, her fiery gaze demanding they all step forward. The wild boars each crawled out of the iron cage, then followed her training and lay down. But instead of obeying, they collapsed and rolled around on the floor. Marriott was a bit confused and turned back to ask the professor. Denna believed that this was the limit of communication between nobles and monsters. Low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand commands. Now, they will test the difference compared to other creatures of the same kind. Professor Fa will be the one to release the prince's seal. He begins to use the ancient language to exercise. First, we'll release the seal on this giant monster king. Once the alpha is unleashed, the piglets become much more aggressive. The first, third, and 7th protective circles were immediately activated. Then the chains of the 4th and 6th seals were released. The wild boar cubs lost control and charged straight at the 2 people attacking. Fortunately, Marriott was still able to keep the situation under control. Suddenly, a major disturbance occurred, announcing an emergency that the monster in cage A107 had escaped. Professor Dina was terrified. That monster was Manto. It attacked people with its sharp teeth. Marriott quickly fires many arrows at it, but its speed is too fast, and she is still unsure what to do. Professor Fack arrived like a god, delivering a powerful punch into the monster's mouth, followed by a destructive spiral. After defeating it, Fom Mac felt that something was very strange. At this moment, the laboratory shakes as a frantic staff member rushes in to report that the monster is escaping from its cage and banging itself against the cell. Dina quickly operates the manual Z17 to activate the large monster resistance circle and the sealing magic. Now, the female professor will reseal the Iron Mountain King while activating the sealing protocol. They will lose some research resources, but safety remains the priority. She believes she can do it. At the same time, the experiment team members are also in a panic. Team 2 failed to activate the magic circle, and the sealing magic circle as well. Someone has destroyed the sealing magic circle. At this moment, the chains binding the Demon King are also breaking apart. It has escaped. Meanwhile, Korin and his teacher are enjoying a quality meal in Kangsa City. The reason you're able to enjoy such a grand feast in the middle of the day is because Old Haman took you to a famous live fish restaurant to celebrate your promotion to a higher rank. Korin expressed his desire to have a little more wine. However, Korin Low currently is still a third-year student, so he rarely has the chance to drink at all. I don't understand why these bars are so strict about checking personal information. That strange combination of medieval and early modern times does have some pretty interesting rules. The sadness of not being able to enjoy fried chicken and beer together at the top fast food restaurant of today. I never expected that Korin, someone from the world's top country in daily alcohol consumption, would now be unable to drink it. He starts to talk about morals. In the East, they believe that alcohol is something we must learn from adults. He speaks with a sincere and earnest tone, wanting the teacher to be the one to teach him about alcohol. Teacher, Haman's eyes sparkled brightly after hearing this. He never expected the boy to look at him with such caring and admiring eyes. That's definitely not a sign of craving alcohol. This student genuinely wants to talk with me. So, Korin's plan has succeeded. The wine has been poured into the glass. He went out already, but still fell into the trap set by that young kid. Suddenly, there was a noise, a dog barking that made him shiver. Is there anyone else besides the owl? Korin's heart aches as tears stream down his face. He has been waiting so long just to drink alcohol, but he was stopped by a fool. Meanwhile, the laboratory situation is very unstable. King Tiet's son has escaped from his pen. Form hurriedly turns to Marriott. They need to stop it as soon as possible before this place is completely destroyed. Marriott quickly swings Thuong Fa Lei directly at the monster. However, before reaching its flesh, the Crystal of War shattered completely. It only inflicted that much damage, not enough to scratch the giant wild boar. Professor Fa also couldn't stand still. He said he would handle the rest, then threw all his strength into a punch at the monster, but he didn't feel any impact at all. Looking at the interface, it seems this fat pig has thick, fatty skin so the punch can't hurt it. After being repeatedly punched, it starts to get angry and attacks with a roar. The professor was knocked back and slammed into a rock. The situation started to spiral out of control, alarms blared continuously, and all the seals on the Iron Mountain King's cage had been broken, with countless other giant monsters emerging one after another from the iron cage. The laboratory must quickly activate the emergency alarm code, trigger the red alert, evacuate all staff and security teams immediately, activate all defensive magic circles, and finally summon the legendary spirit team to the scene. Activate Team Gum, initiate the threat prevention system, and absolutely prevent the monsters from escaping the laboratory. Facing the G team is the Poison Dragon, the #1 demonic beast and the king of demonic beasts. The Ginger team also finds it difficult to contain this situation. The laboratory continues to request urgent assistance. They cannot contain higher-level monsters without the magic circles. Dina worries that if they escape from the academy, everyone will be allowed to fire and paralyze the monsters across a wide area. A horned monster ignores the attack and charges straight at Dina. In a moment of danger, 2 swords suddenly shot out and pierced through the monster's body. Dina could only stand there, eyes wide open, witnessing the scene as it was Drawn who stepped in to help. Drawn said he was just out for some real combat experience, then challenged all the monsters there to come at him if they dared. They went mad, but were all subdued by the colorful swords. One of them spewed a terrifying flame from its mouth. Faced with this situation, the fragments immediately combined to form a golem and became a scrap golem fortress. Grinnell was excited because he could now fully control it. It really works. The technique Korin taught only really works. A few days ago, Korin said that physical strength is the key to upgrading power, then had Grinnell train very seriously in the training room. He also showed him a few techniques to control the golem. Korin said he learned that while studying in the library, and the price for passing on this knowledge was that Grinnell had to go on a practical trip here today. The Scrap Fortress Golem is gradually being pushed back. The monster in front of us is a level 1 creature that is too powerful. Standing before the risk of completely breaking apart, the roots grow out to support the giant body. That is the supporting roots, part of the Scrapwood Fortress. Even this method was also taught by Korin to Doolin, and the reason he knew this would happen beforehand makes everyone curious. The Poison Dragon is about to ascend to the 3rd floor. Alyssa's sword slices through its body. The surrounding dust is thick and smoky. No one knows if the monster has been defeated yet.
Dina never expected that the students appearing here would all be at least second-ranked knights or mages, and the female professor has never felt grateful for students like these. However, she suddenly realized something. Why were all these students in the laboratory at this exact moment? They all answered in unison that it was a field trip. Korin's plan is to have those kids appear in the laboratory and handle the problem properly, while he is still sitting at the restaurant enjoying his meal leisurely. Tiet Sun Vuong has not been defeated, and its blood zone immediately engulfs everything. Luckily, they had prepared a magic barrier in advance as Korin advised. Now, it can't burrow into the ground to escape. Yet the Blood King allowed the ice chunks to pierce through his body. Everyone around turned pale with fear. Mari just reminded everyone not to let their guard down. It could have many other ways to attack. King Hiran is not like an ordinary monster. It is a level 1 creature that looks like it stepped out of a monster movie. Just moving is enough to shatter everything around it. Crano could no longer hold on and had to ask Duan for additional support. Gum Spirit's body was shattered after the attack from the level 1 monsters. But Cornell connected the joints using the magic technique that Korin Locke taught him. With Yuen's support spell, Gum became stronger when facing the monster. According to this plan, Duan will enhance Gum's fist strength through the effect boost. Additionally, they will detonate all 5 bombs absorbed in the spirit crystal simultaneously and unleash a large amount of magic on the monster. The legendary Ahan and the student duo have cleared a large number of monsters in the laboratory. The golem control system is currently being checked. The magic enhancement technique is checking its operation. The target detection radar has also been activated. Equipped with natural wooden fists and fairy bomb explosions will be enhanced. A message appears, all systems are stable, you now have control. Grinnell immediately ordered Goldem to advance, the ultimate form of scrap wood missile elbow. What makes veteran players' hearts race is this moment. Crano gazes at the golem with pure emotion and excitement, having even named it Luden the Warrior without realizing when. This is the dream team of Hero Ahan, returning to the port city, far from the laboratory. Korin specifically chose this mission to reach this place, the church. A nun opens the door and Korin introduces himself as a trainee sent out from the academy. Due to the mission, I cannot attend the holy service. I would like to request to use the prayer room of the church. The nun completely agrees. You sit at the prayer table, and if I remember correctly, this is the seal. Due to the unexpected situation, I hope you can come as soon as possible. He activates the seal and immediately receives a response from an unknown person. That person asked you how you knew about the seal. Korin knows she probably has many questions about him, but now is not the time. For now, at least, that's the case because there are many things to do. First, they need to handle the urgent situation. Returning to the laboratory, where the fierce battle between Gum and the Iron Mountain King is taking place, Alyssa sees the Gum Spirit and can't help but be amazed. She has never seen it before. Now, Alyssa can't look away. She must focus on dealing with this monster first. The top-tier Poison Dragon Demon Beast, Alyssa must face it alone. But Korin told her she absolutely must not use the domain slash. Alyssa knew that Korin probably saw her potential strength, but she truly didn't believe she could live up to his expectations. Suddenly, a sound echoed and the entire surrounding space shattered. It was the Blood Realm. Marriott is lying unconscious on the ground, covered in countless wounds. Just as Korin said, Mari definitely cannot defeat this hellish demon. It instantly transforms into a legendary monster demon after absorbing the legends from the mine, with the original ancient language greatly boosting its resistance to physical and magical attacks. That is why countless heroes have fallen and failed to destroy this monster, leading to its sealing here. Nevertheless, Marriott remains determined not to give up. Because Korin asked her to, she must fight with all her might and not be allowed to fail. Professor Dana from the magic department could only gape in front of the scene unfolding before her. Fake Ice Flower Magic faces off against the legendary monster entity Steel Mountain King, a high-level vampire Marriott Dinilev. Although she's struggling, she still manages to fight the demon beast. This battle is only possible if she is a special class. Professor DNA just realized he's witnessing a moment that will someday go down in history. DNA couldn't hide his surprise and fear. Mary's used a multi-layered blood snow barrier to block the ice attack aimed directly at the monster. The students are fighting desperately to stop the demon from escaping the laboratory, but everyone can feel that failure is imminent. The vampire girl could die at any moment. Fortunately, Diogu appeared just in time to save her master from danger. If Diogu is here, it means Korin is also present. On Alyssa's side, she doesn't know what to do to defeat it while unable to use the domain slash. The monster is still full of energy, its mouth wide open as if it could swallow everything. If Alyssa herself were Korin, there would be no other choice, basically just as she knew. Dodge and slash, eliminate all unnecessary fears and doubts from her mind, and act. Ain's first sword technique. Ascending to heaven, she struck countless blows into its body. A devastating explosion made everything become hazy. Still, Alyssa managed to do it. She succeeded without using the domain of trampling. At this moment, a familiar voice echoes. Korin has returned. He stood there with his arms crossed, calmly praising everyone for doing very well, while Grinnell's spirit also achieved victory and defeated the opponent. Grinnell doesn't need Korin or friends, only the warrior Luden. However, it was actually necessary to be friends with Korin, to be able to create this warrior Luden. Korin looked over the situation for a moment.
So King Han has been defeated. Where is the poison dragon when there's only this blood left? Alyssa quickly reports the situation. Marriott is still trying to hold back the poison dragon. Josephine wants to know what the next plan is because he brought her from the church all the way here. So he must have thought of something. Corin only asked her to help him catch the demon. But there are many monsters besides the demon here. There is something Corin said that will definitely happen here while explaining the plan to Marriott. It might be that the magic-engraved wild boar monsters in the laboratory will be difficult to control according to Marriott's wishes.
But after feeding them the ancient language stones that Marriott prepared earlier, activating the resonance ability of the ancient language would cause explosions, allowing us to wipe out all these wild boars. Yu and Neon Tuong, engraved with primitive ancient language stones, if given enough time, could be the weapons to defeat the monsters in this laboratory.
Among the mid to high level monsters that might survive, some could resonate with the explosion of the ancient language stones. The remaining about 30 elite monsters are led by King Steel Mountain. Corin charged forward without any hesitation. All the main characters of the Ahan hero legend are gathered here. These are the heroes who will save the world in the future. After confirming that Marriott is safe, they, along with the Spirit Golem, are ready to launch a counterattack to defeat it. This team is not only luxurious, but also very smooth. But what makes the team members uneasy is that their opponent is a giant monster. King Tiet Sun, the ruler of the Iron Mountain who is uncontrollable, crushes everything without surrendering, ruthless and merciless. Everyone avoids the brutal king, as he will devour everything in his path. Grinnell, still young and inexperienced, eagerly ordered the warrior Luden to charge, but Corin quickly stopped him because they couldn't face it head-on. However, Grinnell didn't care because this warrior was a powerful golem, capable of defeating King Han. Grinnell kept ordering it to use the X7 Spirit Bomb to boost its attack from above, but it couldn't hold the charge for long and had to watch its own warrior get bitten on the arm. But since it was already happening, Corin decided to let Grinnell unleash his attack on the demon.
Meanwhile, everyone begins to retreat. You ask Duen to create a tree to hold it in one direction.
The vines tightly bound the demon beast, but it used its original language to break free from the constricting ropes. Ron will go around behind and attack it, using the magic sword as expected. Corin is indeed a strategist who plans very precisely to minimize casualties. There's no reason for a mercenary not to follow orders. Fire and lightning swords. All weapons are enhanced with the finest magic stones Drawn received after defeating Mary's in his dragon ghost form. But now, the Iron Mountain King possesses a different power that makes it harder to deal with. It continues to use the original language, with a sharp as a blade gaze. All those swords didn't cause it any harm at all. Corin immediately understood Marriott's intention and ordered the Earth Spirit to attack. As expected, it works. To attack the Steel Mountain King, they need to separate physical and magical attacks. This is a fairly common tactic. The original ancient language, the 8 characters, the past, the heaven, a place that's hard to exist but becomes emptiness. Through the original ancient language, the Steel Mountain King can gain perfect strength and defense. He resists physical attacks with chain weapons and magical attacks with blue weapons. It will switch between feather colors to counter the damage dealt to it. Juen and Grinnell will stay behind and try to hold it back. If you slip, hold on again. Drone will attack from mid-range, Alyssa and Corin will wait behind. Mari will leave the counterattack to Diogu. She just needs to move according to Corin's orders. Just encourage everyone not to overthink what to do next. This is a quick battle that can't last long, so just use all your tricks and we'll win. This young man will surely bring victory when facing a legend. The demon begins its attack. Jen and Grinnell use the golem to block it, with its fur changing from blue to red to prevent physical attacks. Immediately, all control was broken. It managed to escape. Then Drawn used his swords to hold it down. The strategy is to keep attacking head-on so it cannot escape, then Diogu will charge straight into the middle of the boar's face. Everyone cheered as they saw it work. That attack was even more direct than the previous one. However, the Demon Devil's fur color has not changed. The transformation has stopped and it remains red. It is a fake. After seeing that changing its fur to green could resist magic, it used a trick to deceive Dioku, its most dangerous opponent, a giant curse that destroys everything it touches. A blinding flash of light destroys and sends Dioku flying away. Corin immediately orders Marriott to recall Dioku, then uses his blood wound to block the monster. She acts immediately. Corin also begins to move. He rushed in front of the small pale green jar to see how it would block this attack. He charged forward and stabbed his spear down. E2 Moxon's ultimate attack aims to kill in one strike, whether red or pink, all targeting the giant boar. Everyone around there witnessed for the first time that just throwing a spear could cause such a violent shock. However, the monster's reflexes are also very good. It dodged this attack. You tell Marriott to use the blood wound attack again. If it uses Lamvu to block the wound, it won't be able to block Corin's physical attack. On the other hand, if it uses Crimson Wind to block your attack, it won't be able to block the blood wound. This is a magic that combines both physical and magical damage. I really want to see how this giant monster will block continuous attacks with blood wounds, but it's no coincidence that it's called the Iron Mountain King. It only sneered with contempt and finally faced both attacks. Its absolute defense against physical and magical assaults is known as the indestructible golden body. Its fur has turned completely golden. The king is smiling as if he's satisfied. It sneered, and in the end, it remained the same. its secret trump card with the 5-minute limit of invulnerable, indestructible body. No one can oppose the king when he enters this state. Corrin urgently orders everyone to leave within 5 minutes, as no attack can affect him at all. However, they were completely surrounded with nowhere to run. The debris from the building blocked their path. It's all part of this wild boar's plan. It's laughing. To corner the humans, it rammed into that pitiful wall countless times. The giant couldn't stand up to it. The magic of a small half-body is useless. Now is the time for the king to escape from the prison that held him. Kim Vu, the final state of King Thiet's son, the demon beast of Dingle Peninsula, the 5-minute undefeated state of the final boss in Part 2. That was the terrifying moment that drove many players into despair. But in fact, there is still a hidden method here. Corrin orders Elisa to immediately break the seal. Physics and magic, piercing sword techniques bypass all defenses 100% and deal true damage. Aiden, the greatest swordsman, the most effective attack against the legendary opponent is the Demon Sword Slash and the Domain Slash. Here, Elisa draws her sword and charges straight at the opponent. Corrin praises her. There is another Elisa among the team, more than 10 people. She was blushing and worried, afraid that it might move again. Now is the time for Madame to shine. Professor Josephine quickly restored that giant magic circle to suppress the demon. The indestructible metal body is really strong, but after breaking through that defense, the monster won't be able to use the original language anymore. Marriott is also ready to use the blood wound again. The rest will be left to Professor Josephine. This will be the final blow to end everything. The Great Bloodfire Spear technique is used. The nightmare has lasted 80 years. Monsters have defeated countless heroes. The demon beast of the Dingle Peninsula has been completely destroyed. The light emitted as it disintegrated could not be ignored by any spear wielder. The 8 ancient runes needed to ascend to heaven are divine relics left behind by the gods. No matter how great the power, it cannot destroy these ancient runes. But its protective shell of ancient runes remains intact. 80 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula chewed and absorbed a large amount of ancient runes. No one thought it possible to defeat it and take those stones out because the ancient language stones grant their owner near immortality. But now that the demon has been unsealed and defeated, the protective shell of ancient language stone inside it has shattered. So where did the original ancient language shell go after it lost its outer layer? The answer is very simple. It will wander looking for the nearest shell before stopping. It has found its destination. 10 years ago, he also joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor because of this. King Snow Mountain was defeated by the academy students, and this ending was too lenient. Although it wasn't what he wanted, it had been sealed in this prison for 80 years. But it was natural that the power of the King of Iron Mountain had weakened. Now he only needs to leave the academy and then disappear from the city through that route. But the person who defeated the vampire Marriott and the great demon king of Iron Mountain, 5th ranked knight Corrin Locke, is directly blocking him. Who else could he be here but the Master's disciple? He is the disciple of the disciple who was expelled by Master Corrin. Based on that relationship, you are his senior martial uncle. It seems he finally realizes that Corrin knows his true identity. Fum only had one thought after seeing you use the same spear technique as his master, because the only person he knew who mastered the 6-branch spear technique at the highest Grandmaster level was his master. When Tuong Vuong saw Corrin use a technique identical to his own, he probably thought there was a high chance that you were another disciple of his master. But in fact, you are the disciple of a master he has never known. It was in the place where he infiltrated to carry out his mission that you figured out his intentions. Maybe he found Corrin's existence too confusing and suspicious, so the safest choice was to ignore it. Corrin, who once fought Lunia Ann in the midterm evaluation, was sent to the outskirts of the city to assess rankings. That was just an excuse for him to eliminate you from the plan to destroy King Iron Mountain and take the primordial language for himself. Then FM successfully carried out his scheme and left the city. He thought simply sending Corrin somewhere else would make the plan succeed perfectly, but he couldn't have imagined that she would use Josephine's seal to teleport back instantly. Professor Dina's experiment and Marriott's chaos are probably very beneficial for Feet Map because he's just waiting for that moment. The primordial language Corrin definitely won't let him take it anywhere. PH no longer hides his identity. He doesn't care why Corrin knows everything. A mere insignificant student trying to stop his plan by blocking the way like this is just ridiculous. Fum Da Menon is famous as the top knight across the entire continent, and he is also the mastermind behind breaking the seal of King Iron Mountain, the final boss of Part 2. Later, he will appear under the name Heavenly King, one of the 4 kings. His strength must be on par with Lunia Ann at her highest level. If things go well, Form has the potential to reach the master level without much difficulty. Form naturally will not be wary of Corrin. He uses dark energy to attack confidently, believing he will end this battle quickly. FM's psychic ability is a quick counterattack with increased damage in the dark, but Corrin didn't choose this battlefield by chance. There is solar runes here. This light makes him cautious. The enemy of darkness is holy light, which is also his weakness. Dark mages need darkness to fully unleash their power. Just as water mages need damp places, fire mages require dry, hot air. The solar runes appear everywhere, preventing Fum from fighting. Corrin still sat there with his chin resting on his hand. It took him a lot of effort to carve out all those solar runes over the course of 20 days. But in return, there is a lot of magic power and advantages to confront Fum. Each ancient script always has its own advantages and inherent weaknesses. He had to prepare for this final battle against anyone. The most ruthless counterattack against Fan Kuang in the spreading sunlight would leave him helpless. The explosive attack drained a lot of FM's magic power, but no matter what move he used, Corrin would just counter it. Still, he hasn't given up yet. Faced with such a persistent and cunning opponent, he immediately used the image clone, an attack that was close range and incredibly sudden. Corrin also drew his spear to counterattack, then used a powerful left punch straight at your handsome face. Corrin spun around to dodge the attack, continuously using his back quay footwork. However, Corrin still manages to avoid it. Luan is a technique that continuously strikes the opponent's blind spots. He didn't think you could avoid that move. Corrin counterattacked with the 4 steps, the complete circle, and the flying sky, a technique formed through experience. Both sides were fighting with fists and words. He needs to leave the city as soon as possible. He must avoid the attention of those who think he is dead. If he truly decides to run away, he will definitely use space magic to teleport elsewhere. But Corrin will absolutely not let Fonjian escape like that. Even if there's no need for a duel, it must still happen because it's the law. The more dangerous the challenge, the greater the reward. There are many things in this world that can bind a person. For those in the shadows like Palm, the law cannot refuse a duel. Palm, bound by the law, must accept the challenge. A fair fight is an 11. That's why he came here alone. Every duel is fair and sacred. A life and death battle between 2 people, so the limits of the law also count as 1. As long as Corrin comes here alone and the dual language is activated, he has no choice but to fight. Damon, disciple of the War King, along with the first strike of Heavenly Queen Aranua Corrin Locke. According to the rules, both must state their names to each other, win or lose. There can only be one outcome to the match.
The backup system reiterates the rules. The first commandment, duty, is not to turn a blind eye to others' misfortune.
The second commandment, restraint. I can't understand how the backup spirits increase damage dealt by 50%. The third vow is to swear I will save the world. Exchange and double the stats. The persistent warrior is 100 times more effective, enduring pain and defending the entire territory. The average magic mind flow is 3,500. Corrin Locke is about to begin his mission to save the world, starting with defeating FM Dam. The battle between swordsmanship and martial arts is essentially a fight over maintaining distance. The martial artist will use ancient language to accelerate and close the gap, while the swordsman tries to maintain distance. The martial artist will focus on seizing every opportunity and finding the swordsman's weakness. As soon as the swordsman reveals a weakness, they will close in on him. But this attack method has already been seen through by the swordsman. In close combat, jumping reveals many weaknesses. The martial artist will wait for the opponent to land and then unleash the endless divine strike. However, Corrin's injuries and his speed are also too fast. He can attack 7 consecutive times while he's suspended in the air, missing only 1 second of distraction. Form aimed a wicked punch directly at the opponent's face. Corrin was hit. Even though his hand was bleeding from the cut, he kept fighting, trying every way to close the distance, which left Corrin in shock. You didn't think he could attack and endure that much pain at the same time. Thuathang charged forward, using divine strikes and continuously attacking with countless fists. He poured all his strength into this final blow. If Corrin can block it, he will win. But in a very brief moment, Corrin saw his fist opening. Successfully grabbing the spear, he used a fake move and carved an ancient script onto the spear. Without weapons, fighting becomes much harder. A swordsman losing their weapon is like losing an arm. Corrin kept enduring terrible blows from his fists. He thought he could easily summon his spear again, but it was stuck so deep that he couldn't pull it out. A sudden fist appears from behind and strikes straight with a left punch, but it seems he has underestimated Corrin. Even without weapons, he is still a deputy master. Clearly, a spear master can still master martial arts techniques. As he spoke, he responded with Bat Kui, Thang Long Trung. The foundation of all martial arts is physical attack. Corrin uses all his strength in the Bagua. The triple opening palm aimed straight at his chest. Fack was a bit surprised, but Corrin's boxing was really not as powerful as his spear techniques. He didn't sustain a single injury. In response to Corrin's enthusiasm, he countered with a left hook to the ribs. Corrin's Bagua is very powerful, but he forgot one thing. It's only his secondary weapon. As for Foe, it's something he has trained his entire life for, including a series of left punches, straight punches, flying punches, side punches, and spear thrusts. Corrin could no longer fight back and could only try to block the attack. He planned to use his final punch to end the match, but the spear helped Corrin block this strike. PH was amazed. How could that spear come back when he had already thrown it away? Corrin had to admit that his opponent was a very strong adversary. Until this moment, he finally realized that the kid in front of him was deliberately taking the hits, to follow him and then approach to take the spear. Now that the weapon was in his hand, he didn't hesitate to immediately use the serpent strike technique, stabbing multiple times into his opponent's body. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and his clothes were torn to shreds. It was an incredibly impressive scene. The way Corrin handled losing his weapon and then realizing he could no longer use martial arts. Those methods are very good and precise, since when did PHM find himself at a disadvantage? Even though he was beaten badly, he still pretended to be fine, still tried to act like a cool professor. Faced with such a situation, Fomac truly had to fight seriously. He engraved 3 ancient scripts on his arm. In a world where the sun does not exist, part of the sky is also forgotten. Vax summoned the celestial spell, the Dark Sword, and swore to serve the darkness. Corrin's use of the solar language to oppose the shadows was clever, but that small trick would not stand against eternal darkness. This is the forbidden land of the great dark warriors of Black Heaven. He charged forward, declaring that today he would give Corrin 2 choices. First, be torn to pieces by dark monsters. Second, be punched down by him to settle there with his father. Oh, Corrin simply said one thing softly. This isn't a 1-star fight. He knew he would use tricks, so he prepared a golden ginseng in advance. As soon as I pulled it out, it started screaming. It emits a sound 7 times louder than a normal ginseng and cannot be blocked by any magic. Even the darkest monsters cannot withstand the scream of the most unique ginseng in the world. This means Fuangma also cannot endure this little trick. Blood flowed from Corrin's ears because of that terrible sound, but he was still confident that he would defeat Fiamdaemon here. The beast was dead, but the ginseng would keep screaming. All of his image segments will gradually disappear. And let me tell him now, Corrin has a strong healing ability. The longer this battle goes on, the more he adapts and gains an advantage, while he will have to endure great hardship. The spell begins to surge with blood, and using the X12 projection, it declares that from the moment Corrin entered this dark fortress, there would be no chance of winning anymore. He continues to attack, but Corrin dodges all the strikes. Suddenly, he rushes from behind and takes control of him. Corrin immediately uses the Demon Spear to break free from the suppression, continuously summoning ancient inscriptions. A spiral rocket combo attack. Corrin keeps enduring the damage. He takes off his shirt, and the light emanating from his body overwhelms all the shadow demons. Many solar runes are engraved on Corrin's body. That's why the shadow agents become useless, but doing so is no different from committing suicide. That body could be burned to ashes at any moment. Corrin rushes forward with the ultimate serpent strike. It's time to stop struggling and fight to the end with pure technique. Since this is a fair fight, both must attack with all their strength and hold nothing back. By instinct, he can sense that the warrior facing him is his sworn enemy, and at this moment, PH is willing to risk his life in the fight. He will bet everything he has. The 6 Sura techniques are used immediately afterward. That is a self-destruct skill that burns away the user's demonic magic core to gain power and speed. Only the great celestial kings possess this skill. Now the real battle begins as the 6 paths of war clash with Sura. Corrin also used that skill. Both warriors are putting everything into this attack. Both endured unavoidable pain and were evenly matched, with no clear winner. It seems everything has come to an end. The spear is covered in blood and the entire body is soaked in bright red. They stood silent for a long moment, the outcome just as everyone expected. Corrin's spear had successfully pierced Fiam's body. He had won, but whenever he closed his eyes, he could still hear those screams. A haunting scream. When Fu was defeated by him in the second phase, he and everyone else were trapped in a nightmare-like reality. Hell disguised beneath the layer of heaven. Innocent people are dying one after another, and Corrin has also lost many comrades in this battle. One of the 4 heavenly kings, the demon king F. Daemon, tried to spread that hell onto this world. Tate Vantaza's trusted ally this time will not be like before. He truly collapsed in front of Corrin, lying in a pool of blood. The boy searched his body as expected, but he didn't find that item on him. One of the 4 mysterious treasures guarded by the monks. The Falius Leah Fell Destiny Gem. If he truly possesses it after returning the ancient language, then Corrin's chances of winning have likely decreased significantly. At least he got back what he needed. Tate Vantaza is hunting for the 8 ancient stones to summon the Dark Fortress into this world. This must absolutely not fall into his hands, but I still can't understand why that matters enough to make him slaughter everyone out there. They are angry and resentful about that world, which is understandable. But their anger in that way is completely wrong. Corrin lies on the ground, sighs, with his left ear pierced after running around with that ginseng root in his hand. The right side isn't much better. He relied too much on his healing ability, but the sun curse burned away part of his body, though he can still endure the pain. However, the wound caused by the phantom was the real problem. It tore Corrin's liver and broke his collarbone with a punch. When he punched the sternum, he broke several ribs and twisted Corrin's insides all over. He struggled to lift his left leg, but it was also somewhat injured by the Sura attack. I thought I was used to pain, but things aren't looking good right now. He has to remind himself to stay alert. The system reports you have defeated FM Daemon and the reward is being sent. However, that no longer matters. My vision starts to blur. Everything gradually becomes hazy. Corrin defeated a great evil and will receive a bonus reward. That is the map of the 4 secret treasure chests of Findis' son. In the midst of the drizzling rain, Corrin realized Elisa was carrying him back home. While the cleanup was being handled by Professor D.A., she seemed to be sad. Dron has also left. Duin and the others have found it. Before leaving, Dron also said not to expect much because their relationship was just a simple business partnership. The old language and the golden ginseng have also been stored away. She let Corrin rest on the bench in the park, and he took the opportunity to praise her for her expertise in the field. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Steel Mountain King. Although Elisa modestly denies it, that fact cannot change the fact that she contributed to an important victory. Now that she thinks about it, Alyssa remembers that during their group missions and even when making ginseng water, Corrin was always sitting and drawing ancient scripts. He had been preparing for this battle for a very long time. Elisa wanted to know why he had to face him alone when everyone else could have fought together. Corrin stared intently at her. It would be better for him if fewer people died. Although very indifferent, Corrin did his job very well. He had a broken rib and was taken to the hospital because his plan was too dangerous for him to ask for help. After hearing that everyone brought food and fruit to visit Corrin, the one peeling the peaches, the one feeding him, and the one sitting there watching and admiring, the response to their concern was our guy's high-quality dog meal serving. Look at this. Who wouldn't feel a little teary-eyed? The viewers understand how the two brothers feel. The scene where all the beautiful girls are so attentive to their friend. Neither of them understands why they have to witness this anymore. Feeling jealous, she saw her mother. Alyssa noticed that it was rare for them to gather all together, so she suggested playing a fun game. Marriott happily agreed, even wanting to invite Corrin's friends to join. And with just one sentence, her anger and jealousy instantly turned into admiration, moved and grateful. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Miss Josephine and Madame Ariokasa, the current principal of Mokaba Academy, arrived. They arrived just as Corrin expected after all he had to meet with them. Now is the time for him to show his worth to the principal. The principal had to ask Corrin's friends to leave the room for security reasons. He sensed they still doubted him, so he needed to steer the conversation elsewhere. Corrin reveals that FM is the spy, but they don't seem as surprised as expected. Maybe they also uncovered something from FM's body commandments. But there are still things they don't know yet. Tate Van Taser Fen is his disciple. Josephine reacted fiercely, believing that it was impossible. He passed away 80 years ago. The 6 guilds of commerce and the commandments. Usually everyone here knows because those are the things the two of them taught him. In a way, Corrin also has a similar background. After learning that Corrin is Van's disciple, Josephine couldn't hide her anger and immediately became cautious. However, Corrin is not the type to kill anyone at will. He didn't say it out of nowhere to put himself at a disadvantage. He also knew this wasn't the true form of the two of them. The true forms of both of them are in the main building and cannot appear. His disciple Van Taza is still alive, and they are scattered across the continent, and now he has become very powerful. He is much stronger than before and no longer alone. Everything is due to the principal's decision 80 years ago. And the origin of your power has been scattered across the continent, and only 2 parts have been recovered so far. Corrin presents the new ancient language he discovered. There's something the principal might not even know about. Even the Truth Stone is just a bluff. One of Danua's 4 secret treasures is in his hands. If he cannot fully recover his power, he will no longer be considered a usurper. You give the stone to Aaron Danua. Things are becoming clearer now. That is why Professor Josephine, with over 80 years of experience, was not appointed as the headmaster, and why the Rising Star Casa was immediately given the position. Because 80 years ago, the Academy's head was Mr. Ven, 50 years ago, it was Mr. W, and the current head is Mr. Casa. A truth is that their bodies are built and strengthened by ancient runestone fragments. Corrin took off his shirt, revealing scars from the wounds. Both he and the headmaster share the same goal, those scars. Corrin kneels before the principal, feeling honored to become your spear of hope to protect this world. I hope he can treat Corrin like a servant too. Errol Casa, right? It should be Aaron Danua. Corrin Locke still can't forget that action of yours from the previous life. Now is the time for you to repay him. Miss Josephine slowly walks back into the main building's room. Aaron sat there silently, truly unsure whether Corrin was trustworthy and if Tate was really still alive. Aaron knew she shouldn't trust anyone easily, so the only option was to have someone monitor every move of this student. They still can't fully trust Corrin. Aaron can't act lightly because she bears a heavy responsibility since everything Corrin says could be a lie. However, he still couldn't understand why he looked at me with that sad expression. During the Mekaba Academy's anniversary, there will be a reappointment of ranks based on each person's performance. That also carries great significance. If the rank you received upon entering the Academy was only temporary, this is an official ranking issued by the Academy's Guardian Guild. Because of the reappointment process, many students trained hard to achieve the best official ranking possible. It can be said that many students are now at a level comparable to the Academy's Guardians. Now, they will begin announcing the students who have just changed levels. The top second-year magic student, Mariette Dunalev. Although Mariette's student faced difficult circumstances, her ambition and progress were demonstrated through her support in handling accidents on the training ground. Honestly, it can be said that she didn't contribute anything during the semester because she wasn't allowed to leave the city after becoming a vampire. However, Mariette still assists Professor DNA with research, and her abundant magic power after turning into a vampire has been very helpful to the Academy. With such abilities, her promotion is only natural. Above all, Mariette's efforts to prevent Lord Steel Mountain from causing harm minimize casualties at the Academy. with nominations from the Academy's principal, Mr. Casa, and the North Branch president of the Guardians Association, Mr. Dina Grandia, Marriott will be promoted to the semi-elite rank. Everyone around was moved to tears. Now she can be called the youngest semi-elite guardian in history. She will definitely be remembered in history. The next students called, like Marriott, also made great contributions during the recent incident. Hearing these words, everyone started to discuss. Is there anyone else supporting that incident? None of them knew what was really going on. Although the incident was widely known, no one knew the details. What happened that day was kept secret. No one knew about the existence of the Steel Mountain King or the traitorous Professor F. M. Damon. The names called were Cranel Luden and Duin from the Magic class, the Knight class Elisa Aiden, Ron Waski, and finally Corin Locke. All four of them, with those achievements, will be promoted to second highest rank. Although Corinne is still a 5th rank guardian, his outstanding performance has earned recognition from Principal Errol Casa, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Hamels. With the recommendation of the 3 above, he will be promoted to first class guardian. Everyone around is whispering and gossiping. It's truly extraordinary for someone at level 5 to be promoted to level 1 in just 1 semester. Corin officially advanced from a 5th level guardian to the top level guardian, receiving an unofficial ranking after the society's deliberation. Your abilities are undeniable, but Corin's quick promotion to the top rank was also thanks to his own efforts in defeating Professor Pahem in battle. The most important thing is the privilege of the top level guardian. The authority to join the guardian team immediately has finally begun. If it normally takes 3 years in the game, even if he graduates early and now achieves it in less than 2 years, it will be a significant change for the future. Corin will gather all the elites here, with power and privileges forming influence, allowing him to do anything. Finally, summer vacation has arrived and everyone's plans are different. Some are earning money, some are going back to their hometowns, and others are doing internships at the Demon Tower. The person planning to visit Ceres has experience. They will head west. Everyone says there will be a castle destroyed, so Cranel wants to go there to find the energy core for Gum. Alyssa, feeling exhausted, thinks she might have to return to her family because her uncle is urging her to go back quickly. As for Corin, when he returned to the house from Corin Locke's memories, it was completely empty. They went on a trip without him. They went on a trip to Venice because a system glitch delayed message notifications by 3 days. Elisa mustered her courage and asked Corin if he wanted to go back to her house. Because going alone is a little scary. With Alyssa's personality, she shouldn't be afraid at all. Nothing happened in the game, so she would be safe even without him. So Corin refused. He decided to visit the Eastern Sea. There is a place Corin must go, and he has to leave immediately. There's still a little time before the next semester. Without this summer break, it wouldn't be easy for you to get there. Corin boards a train and begins his journey. He still has 9 hours to sit here before reaching the northern continent. There is a group of bandits on this train. They draw their weapons and demand everyone to raise their hands and surrender everything they have. Everyone on the train was terrified and too scared to make a sound. The leader of the robbers, the arrogant punk, was actually a senior citizen. He was acting superior because his rank was higher than that of ordinary people. At this moment, 2 people accidentally entered the passenger compartment where they were carrying out their robbery plan. Where the hell did this bastard come from? Do you even know how to read that you went into the wrong room? If you want to live, raise your hands quickly, but the idiot doesn't realize he's messing with the wrong person. This young man is Corin Locke, and he has no family ties to anyone. He doesn't talk much, and a punch to the chin sends him flying, hitting his head on the ceiling. Corin Locke, now a first-class knight, isn't afraid of those who sell their ranks. The Southern Campaign officially begins. In the secret library of MKAB Academy, the book Corin is holding is The Demon Path Wisdom, about the resilient recovery of warriors. He once saw a dying warrior lying on the bloodstained battlefield. He pressed his wounded body against the rock, but he still stood firm. I asked him if I should just slit his throat. He replied that he would be so happy just to have a little water to quench his thirst. Respect to this tough warrior. He took water from a nearby lake and offered it to him to quench his thirst. Then, something truly astonishing happened. His wounds were fully healed. After reading the book, Corin was utterly amazed. That warrior was badly wounded and near death, but he recovered. His stance was heroic, as if he was begging for salvation. Suddenly, the friend with the vacant eyes approached and asked, "Is the Southern Fortress still standing? If you ever go there, stop by my office." It probably still there. Corin didn't know what it was because in his previous life, he couldn't find anything. That friend of yours didn't reply, only saying that Corin must find it himself. I hope you have the same ability and courage as that warrior. If you have the courage like him, there will be nothing in this world you cannot do. He is a humble man, not a hero or a saint, but someone who will save this world. People always have the choice to run away from imminent danger, but you chose not to escape. At this moment, a soul emerges from that friend's body. He showed that he really respects Corin and finally thanked you for telling him about his wife and child at the entrance to the southern land on the middle tier. That is why, according to Corin, he decided to go south, and why he chose to go with Marriott because she is from the south. The police officer happily thanked them for helping catch the thief. If it weren't for you two, he would have been in big trouble. The robbers were lined up in a row. The police officer also rewarded Koran with a bag of money. He said he didn't need to do that, but how could he refuse? Well, I guess I'll accept this kindness since your duty is not to ignore others' misfortune. The reward for this is 2 skill points. Just as expected, people need to live well. Holding the money bag, both of them happily went to find a good restaurant to eat. The police officer watched the 2 students laughing and talking, thinking they were happy because they had done a good deed. This is the entrance into the southern land. All carriages stopping here are heading to the big city in the south, Lep City, and from there you will have to travel for at least 8 hours. This is no different from torturing my back. Wainvin parking lot, Koran has used this kind of transportation a few times in his previous life. It's faster and more comfortable than riding a carriage, but not everyone likes this way of travel. People will be moving on giant birds. They didn't have to spend 30 silver coins each time they rented because Marriott's tribe had given her a slightly different one. Hesver Wenger, a mighty giant eagle. Hesver. This is the city of ELP. It is preparing to land to welcome important guests. The Legend of Ahun, the fastest and most agile transportation. Its price is equal to 12W. You need to sit steady to control it. The operations team is already preparing to clear the parking area, while the control team will verify the images at 200 SOL in the sky. I predict they'll arrive within 10 minutes. The 2 staff members sit and chat with each other. What will the academy do this month? It's the academy's day off after all. Then the students were allowed to go home, so their princess is returning.
That means Lady Marriott is coming here. Everyone has prepared a grand welcome.
The 2 of them land, the door opens, and inside are countless servants and attendants neatly lined up, bowing to Lady Marriott as she begins her vacation. Congratulations on your promotion to semi-special rank. Koran begins to realize that their destination is the city of Lei, and to the east is the city of Duna. The names of these 2 cities combined form the name of Marriott's Dunalite family. She once said that her family's farm must be huge, around 2 million or so. Koran naively thought it was 2 million payan, with each payan being 3.3 square meters. But the truth is 2 million hectares. Koran couldn't close his mouth. 2 million hectares is equivalent to 6.5 billion a peon. No wonder, since the Donalev family is very famous in the south. Dunalev Hair Salon, Dunalev Grocery Store, Dunalev Office, Dunalev Agricultural Center, Donalev Professional Wrestling Federation, and so on and so forth. Many signs you saw on the street indicate that. At the Dunal Mansion, standing in front of this majestic house, Koran couldn't help but be stunned. Marriott never said she was rich because her parents are wealthy, but she isn't rich herself. Butler Paul also spoke up. After all, she would inherit this estate because she is the eldest daughter of Donalev. After learning that the young lady returned with a junior, he approached Koran and teased her. For many generations, the family has always had a son-in-law living with them, who would provide and support a house for the Dunalb family's business from his own home. Miss Marriott has been called the flower of the South because of her intelligence and beauty since she was young. The number of suitors vying to become her husband was so many it could fill an entire potato warehouse. Maybe even more. Koran pretended to understand. But he spoke so quickly that he didn't understand anything. As for the Duke's castle, it seems like someone has bought it recently. The main buyer is Count Cassius. The Duke's fortress was also owned by someone else in Koran's previous life. If I'm not mistaken, he's a merchant from the distant southern islands, but he's a rotten scoundrel. To get the permit, Paru and Koran spent days and nights battling the great water monster. And after many hardships, they finally gained entry to the Duke's fortress. Will he have to go through that again here? Marriott warned Count Cassius in advance so they can come anytime. Since CR wanted to enter the Duke's estate, she informed him in advance. He agreed immediately and they could go whenever they wanted. He said he would host a party on Friday, so the 2 of them will go together. Koran is standing there stunned. Can this mission really be completed that easily? Even though in the past life he had to work like a dog just to get in once. Marriott is truly a superstar goddess queen, the most beautiful girl. She suggests that the 2 of you go shopping together tomorrow. They also need to prepare outfits for the party, and it's pretty boring here too. The shopping area also left him stunned. A 3 gold suit, a 6 gold necklace and shoes, a 4 gold formal outfit, plus a watch and so on. The payment method is a blank banknote. All of this is designer goods, and this amount of money could even make someone a wealthy real estate owner in Seon. Because of the overwhelming value, he felt a bit confused and even thought that she would make him sign a slave contract. But Marriott happily continued shopping. She bought so much that Koran became frightened. She carried out a large wooden box and handed it to Koran. This is a mineral commonly used in Oda, the item you couldn't touch before. It seems like even the Academy doesn't have it. Unbreakable stone. Unlike the silver crystal type that cannot withstand strong magic and will break, the indestructible stone will not shatter. He was as happy as a child receiving a gift, curious about how she managed to get this since it's not something easily found. This stone makes him happier than all the gifts he received today because it is a special gem used for Emperor Garandon's hidden sword. Marriott shyly said that if you attach this to a spear, it will greatly increase its power, even enhancing its domain. Koran will be able to overcome any challenge easily because she knew it was very beneficial, so she searched everywhere to find this special gift. Seeing Crash so happy makes her happy too. Truly a caring girl. That evening, when they returned home, a lavish meal had already been prepared. Visiting a friend's house means sharing a meal with their family. The person with that warm smile is her mother. Before she could greet, someone interrupted. He wanted to ask you a question before everyone started the party. Based on your answer, you'll either be allowed to sit or not. That question is whether you're a virgin or not. This is Mardenaleb, Marriott's father. Upon hearing that question, he froze, and the lady beside him slapped her husband. What a rude question.
But which father wouldn't be like that? If he becomes part of the Dunlop family, he must be a virgin.
They say if the head goes in smoothly, the tail will follow, but it seems like this meal won't go very smoothly. The father keeps pushing on. My daughter is hard to deal with. Mari will marry the person she likes.
Marriott had to stop her father immediately to prevent him from saying something that would embarrass her, even having to drag him away.
The lady heard Marriott's letter about him and truly wanted to meet this young man. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to Korn for helping her daughter. Korn was very confused. He only did it because he felt he could. Moreover, Marie deserves to be happy. Hearing that, the lady's face started to flush. When she received her daughter's letter, she thought the girl saw the world through rose-colored glasses. Turns out, this boy named Korn is the one who truly brought those colors. Where did Dad suddenly pop in to warn us? I do appreciate it, but I'll only give you a handshake. Moreover, you must maintain your chastity. The two women, too embarrassed to approach, resorted to violence to restore order. Korn felt that this was truly an interesting family. The next day, at the Duke's castle, Count Cassius happily ran out to welcome the two of them. He looks as fresh as a flower, as happy as winning the lottery, and is very eager to welcome the young lady. Given this friendly attitude, I never would have guessed it's the same person. Korn begins to question life itself. Could it be that the person from his past life was right, saying that if he didn't catch the sea snake, they wouldn't open the door? The two of them entered the castle together, and Korn had to admit to himself that he was very proud. If I don't save this girl, I will never see her as beautiful as she is today, and the southern people will lose their beloved princess. In the south, it's no exaggeration to say the influence of the Dunalev family is absolute, which made Marriott reveal her face instead of catching a sea snake that would have been more useful. Everyone at the party was talking excitedly, surprised that the Dunalbev family was here.
It turns out that Count Brandria really has influence. The two of them brought everything they needed.
When the party reaches its peak, you will talk to the Count, leave your things, and then go to the study. Suddenly, a dashing young man approaches and introduces himself as Gailey from J. Rondinium. He wants to invite Marriott to dance, and soon after many other young men also expressed their desire to dance with her. They even competed fiercely with each other. Marriott was left wondering how to handle the scene in front of her. Korn stepped in and rescued her. Those guys are passionate but lack manners. Korn kissed her hand and invited Marriott to dance the first dance with him. This is the basic etiquette to make someone want to dance the first dance. In the past, he was scolded for forgetting. If a beautiful lady is in front of you, to dance the first dance with her, you must first kiss her hand. Mari was so moved she couldn't speak, but immediately agreed. The two of them merged into the melody and danced together. He felt like he was abandoning his savior, so he had no choice but to repay her. He had asked for her help many times back in the south, but this scene is really dangerous. Those two round white things keep hitting his face, making Korn unable to help but complain. Because she was too shy, Mary's high heel stepped on Korn's foot. He was in a lot of pain, but still pretended he was fine.
Then Korn moved closer to Mari to guide her in dancing. Mari's face was as red as a ripe fruit, even more embarrassed when CR told her she didn't need to care about others' gazes.
Now just look at me and enjoy the dance. Put your foot on mine and follow my lead. Look straight into my eyes. Follow the direction of my feet and catch the movement. You have very good eyesight. The whole room seemed to belong only to the two of them dancing, just as he had learned in his previous life, with trembling eyes seeking stability by looking into someone else's eyes. Both of them were smiling without knowing who started first. They danced together and shared a fleeting moment. After the opening dance, the other boys tried to ask to dance with her, but Marriott refused. Then Korn escorted her out of the party. Those jealous nobles are furious, and the goddesses in their hearts are walking with such a fool. The other young ladies, on the other hand, find those two truly romantic. Korn's attention is really impressive. That dance was truly remarkable. They have arrived at Count Cancia's study. The evidence they need to find here is the trace of Count Cansania. The story of the Duke in the game requires the player to find traces of the Duke's wife Luina and daughter Cecilia in the Duke Sebastia's quest. Usually, just giving this book to the Duke completes the side quest. But in the game, there was no instruction to search the study in her previous life. Even though she didn't know why he called her here, Korn decided to search first. They searched for a while, but found no results. This mission is really difficult, with no evidence at all, no hidden spaces or anything similar. Now, Marriott is very hungry. She doesn't even have time to eat because she hurried here immediately. Marriott looks at Korn with a shy expression. That look is a sign that naturally forms as their relationship develops. And before they knew it, they were sitting on each other's laps affectionately. It turns out Korn let Marriott drink his blood to make up for breakfast, and she eagerly bit into his shoulder. Korin calmly said that maybe it's because he has the endurance of a persistent warrior, so he doesn't feel anything. Suddenly, Korin realized something about the endurance of a persevering warrior. He had accepted it along with a soul. Remor is sealing the book where the Duke's soul is imprisoned. It has special powers and a protective charm. Korin asks Marriott to summon Diogu again, hoping she can bring it back to a slightly drunken state, similar to a starry body before its form was fully created. Marriott understood and acted immediately. Diogu, once a handsome pawn, has now transformed into a hideous pig. Soon after, Diogu also gradually disappeared. Korin, a person who cannot perceive souls and cannot see it. He instinctively felt something chilling surrounding him. Everything around was shrouded in darkness, and Korin gradually realized that the Duke should have spoken earlier if things had turned out this way. What is sealed inside the Grior Grand Library is the soul of Duke Sebatia. The thing he decided when he couldn't die and had to endure the thirst for blood is the separation of his soul and body. So where is the Duke's body? The answer is right in front of Korin now. The Duke appears with a lot of murderous intent and asks the young man in front of him why he has come here with fragments of his soul and why he's in this castle. Korin said he is his descendant. He has a question that's a bit curious. If his body and soul are separated, how can he still be like this? However, Duke Sebastian shows his authority. He believes he is the one being asked and that Korin is only allowed to answer. He exudes a terrifyingly strong presence. I thought everything would go smoothly, but it turns out this is not just an ordinary book. 800 years ago, a great general who led the entire southern region was the Duke Sebastian Zook. People praise him as the strongest of his time. No, he is the strongest of all time. Now, Korin is fighting against the person known as the strongest of all time. Knowing that this young man came here after meeting his own soul, he asks if he killed that soul or not. Korin firmly said no. He even helped his soul find peace and move on. Did he really think this time he would bring him something other than that magic book? He was angry because he didn't believe at all. Because if his soul had guided Korin here, then he wouldn't have led a blood-sucking demon to this place. He wouldn't believe the lies coming out of the kid's mouth in front of him. Korin has no idea what he's rambling about. And besides, how can a soulless corpse move like that? Because this is the body of a blood-sucking demon, it is immortal. It needs a fragment of a trapped soul in this castle so he won't become a monster like the one Korin led here. The monster he refers to is Marriott. Korin passionately explains that she is not a demon. She has already mastered the power of the blood-sucking demon. He appeared helpless to free himself from the bloodthirst that had haunted him for 800 years, destroying his soul, senses, and emotions. But the only thing that still remained was the taste of fresh blood. The blood-sucking demon cannot resist this instinct, and neither can he. He doesn't believe in things he can't prove. If Korin intends to stop him, even you will be in danger. Korin never planned for this. He shouldn't have brought Marriott along. They have imprisoned Sebastian Zook's body for a long time because he harbored a grudge against the blood-sucking demon. That hero has completely lost his mind. If he was the strongest in his era while alive, then at least now he's at least a semi-rare level. Korin needs to fight with all his might. You immediately use the 6 paths technique to unleash the supreme serpent art. The serpent ascending to heaven charges straight at the Duke. He also used the deadly dragon head attack to fight back. The terrifying power emanating from his sword is the power of creation. In his lifetime, he killed a dragon to gain this power, then combined it with the ultimate demon sword technique to cut the dragon man straight down the body of Korin. It seems he was mistaken. This guy is even stronger than a special class monster. After dealing with the obstacle, Sebastian slowly approached Marriott. To him, the girl in front of him is a low-level monster, so she is not allowed to live a normal human life. Marriott doesn't understand what he's talking about or what that monster is. However, that bloodthirsty act proved everything. She is not yet able to overcome it with willpower. In the end, she will crave the blood of her beloved and slaughter everyone she cares about. He aimed the sword at Marriott and relentlessly drove her away from there. She managed to dodge a sword strike, but her panic prevented her from fighting back. Diogu saw her owner being attacked and intervened, biting his hand, but was immediately restrained by a chain. Its snout is also locked in place. The Count sarcastically praised him, saying he was quick and truly a brave beast. You are even faster than I was at my peak, but it has no strategy in battle, only a beast that relies on strength. As he spoke, he stabbed Diogu in the chest with the Romania sealing sword. This sealing sword will imprison immortal beings within a space connected to it. In front of this sword, immortality is nothing. He wants to end Marriott's uncertain life himself. A monster will always be just a monster. Marriott didn't believe it. To her, it was wrong. If Korin said it was okay, then it was truly okay. Seeing the girl in front of him still holding such strong faith, he immediately took Korin, who was badly injured, away. This was the best path for both of them. Marriott sank down beside Korin's frail body, her hand trembling as blood pooled on the ground. Marriott looked at the blood and gasped. For the Duke, he had no expectations of those pathetic bloodsuckers. Even when a lover is about to give birth, they cannot overcome their instincts. However, that's just what he thinks. The truth is, Marriott didn't drink that blood, but kissed Korin, using her own blood as a potion and injecting it into his body. She not only didn't drink blood, but also gave her own blood. Mari surpassed her limits in this situation. She should have lost all reason to control her instincts, yet Marriott truly managed to do it. Only Sabenia could not. He can't save anyone. He has already succumbed to his own desires. But this boy and girl are different. Maybe he realized that he couldn't judge everything on his own. Then he stabbed Corin right in the chest with his sword. Marriott wanted to stop him but couldn't. She didn't know how much longer this man intended to torment them, but she truly didn't want him to take her Corin away. Light began to glow around them. Both of them are taken back to the previous room. Corin gently places his hand on her shoulder and reassures her that he's fine. Marriott, tears streaming down her face, worries for CR. It was Duke Sabania who saved Corin. He threw his sword to the ground and transferred his dark magic stone to him. Now Sebastian understands why his soul led Corin here. He sees the qualities of a hero inside him. Those who seek power are greedy, but you are not. You possess faith and pride that those others often lack. Above all, Corin has changed what he once could not. He has the power to change this world, something he failed to protect 800 years ago. Duke Sabancia wants Corin to be the one to correct the mistakes he has made all this time. After saying those words, he gradually disappeared and vanished completely. Corin felt that in his heart there was a core of Great Mage Sabancia Zook. He never expected to receive such a gift. Marriott hugged Corin tightly, probably very scared, afraid that he would leave forever. She cried and begged Corin not to die without her permission. Anyway, everything has come to a peaceful end. This reward is more than enough. This time, Corin's reward is Sabasia's magic core. The magic level instantly increased, and the core ability was also formed. If there is any hope for something, Corin Locke hopes that his body and mind, which have endured suffering for 800 years, will find happiness. The system continuously notifies you that you have received the core of Duke Sabasia's aura, and that your aura has leveled up. The twin core ability has been established. Corin's second core not only increases his aura level, but also includes a second core. Even this core has abilities like Perseverance, Rebirth, Endurance, All-Field Mastery, and a dual core. But he still feels it's really strange. In the game and in my past life, why didn't the Duke grant this power to the player? Wouldn't it have been better if he had been kind from the start? How could I let others suffer like that? Suddenly, a maid stepped in. She had to witness the two of them lying together without clothes, embracing each other and panting, and Corin knew that anyone seeing this would misunderstand. So he hurriedly explained that it wasn't what it looked like. How could I possibly believe it? Seeing, hearing, sweating, the tense atmosphere rising, the maid blushed and couldn't speak, hurriedly ran away, and didn't forget to apologize for ruining their big moment. Corin could only helplessly call out and explain that it was a misunderstanding because this news had infuriated Mary's father. He swore he would skin Corin alive, strip his bones, and drink his blood. It took 20 days before the misunderstanding was resolved. During those 20 days, he had to hide in the mountains and spend time training his aura. Everyone in the city was searching everywhere for the daring person who dared to harm their young lady. But luckily, somehow the misunderstanding was resolved. Corin nearly became the #1 enemy of the South. When they returned to school, the second semester was starting, and they were also preparing for the festival. The two of them sat happily in the carriage, chatting about the inn. Their inn will do very well, definitely earning several times more. A large number of tourists will come for the festival, and of course, the inn will prosper. After making a big profit, he will sell that land and make a mountain of money, and then money will generate more money. With these plans, Corin is unlikely to remain poor. Just thinking about it makes me feel ecstatic. The festival season is truly the best. But a cold splash of water doused those hopes, washing away Corin's dreams. A giant storm is approaching. But in the previous life, this never happened. Such a huge storm will definitely cause trouble for the festival. Mari comforts him. Sometimes you have to face failure when doing big business. But what must be, must be. Debts still need to be paid. If he can't pay back the money, Mariette won't make things difficult. She just needs Corin to meet one of her conditions, and you feel her offer is very suspicious. It can't be like this. There has to be a way. At Marikaba Academy's special dormitory, they have to stay overnight in the principal's room. Right now, only that day remains here, with Professor Josephine returning with Warren. During the break, they are both at the chapel. The principal agreed to let Corin stay here tonight. After all, to him you are no longer an outsider, and he even plans to keep you here permanently, starting this term. He probably knows partly because he wants to keep an eye on me. Professor Josephine and Principal Aaron probably want to find a way to monitor me because they still can't fully trust me. This storm makes them curious. Such a big storm must have caused quite a bit of damage, but so far, there haven't been any serious consequences. The city is outside the storm's eye, but the suburbs will be more affected. That storm can't move because it's not a natural phenomenon, but created by a monster. The story begins on an important coastal road in the southern archipelago, where along the Yania Strait lives the lonely king of the ocean, the sea serpent. This mad king cares nothing for human lives and begins attacking ships, invading human territory. One person wants to become a hero and is determined to fight that king. That person is Levent Bernaria. Despite his father's worries, he still wants to fight the monster because it's an A-rank creature. If he succeeds in defeating it, he will immediately be promoted to a first-class knight. After that, he could rescue Lady Marriott from Corrin's grasp. The rejection of the dance challenge fueled his obsession to surpass Corrin Locke, defeat the Sea Serpent, and bring peace back to the Strait. And so they set out. A breakthrough army fought fiercely for 6 days and 5 nights, and peace returned to the Enya Strait, but only partially. In the end, they couldn't catch the Sea Serpent and let it escape. That Sea Serpent caused innocent people to lose their lives. These storm birds are Van storm birds used for childbirth. They become the eye of the storm to protect themselves from enemies. Their nickname is Golden Storm because their bones and flesh are medicinal. Even monsters crave them. The injured Sea Serpent can't ignore the Van egg nest, and its offspring have decided for the sake of the unborn child. It heads north, flying as fast as possible to a safe place. And so, the place it chose to give birth was the land that Corrin had poured his heart into. Who could have imagined that a storm bird would end the future of wealth? You don't know why they are here, isn't it because in summer you can't even see them since they breed on the small islands in the archipelago? But then, he also realizes it might be due to the butterfly effect he himself caused. A flap of wings bringing the storm with it a real hurricane. The construction workers hurriedly evacuated despite Corrin's pleas, as they couldn't continue building in such an increasingly stormy weather. If we keep building, we'll lose our lives for sure. With a storm like this, there's no point in festivals or celebrations anymore. If this storm lasts another week, Corrin's hostel will be gone. He spent 280 gold coins to buy the land, 330 on raw materials and construction costs, and 220 to finish the architecture, of which only 100 are his own. The others will have to borrow money. If the business fails, he will be left with a debt of 720 gold coins. With this situation, we're truly doomed. A little while later, MK3 Academy held an emergency meeting to deal with the storm, and Principal Ariokasa summoned some students and professors. Among them are Hamgirls, the Night Department with Professor Arian appointed for DNA, the Magic Department with Professor Ega Linton, the Magic Department, Loralamus, the Alchemy Department with Professor Ogun Renchi, the newly appointed Night Department professor. They discussed the main cause of the Anvin fall leading to this storm. Haman desperately wanted to catch those drops, but Ega firmly opposed, claiming the storm would pass on its own within a month, and there was no need to risk doing otherwise. Lurila wants to know what evidence he has to confirm that. Ega explains that Anvin's breeding season usually lasts from June to September, and they are known for their short reproductive cycle. Even considering other variables, the storm will pass in a month. If that's really the case, there's no need to take risks. Lurala also thinks that the current situation should be maintained. However, Ogun believes it needs to be subdued. Not only will students miss the return to school in time, but the festival will also be postponed, and outsiders will think the academy deliberately did nothing. Another person argued that their academy is an educational organization and that monster extermination should be left to the guild to handle first. Many opinions were expressed, some agreeing, some opposing. Corrin remained silent for a long time before finally speaking up. Though aware of his inexperience, he asked the seniors to hear him out once. He is full of passion and fire, even willing to bravely pursue the truth with kindness, never going against his ideals even if it means risking death to protect the weak and defeat evil. We are guardians, protectors of humanity, so of course we must fight. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't control himself. It's understandable, because this is his chance to change his life. Faced with opposition, he became even more frantic, claiming to think of the victims who lost their homes in the storm, but in reality, he was just trying to save his own life from becoming a beggar. They are pushed out onto the streets, losing their jobs. The children are starving after losing their homes, and they cannot abandon them. Everyone was moved by Corrin's sincere heart, even praising him as a model of chivalry, then continued to act mournful, claiming that this wasn't about chivalry or vows to protect, that such grand ideals were just about saving people, and urging to save the inn that was mistaken for a home. The other seniors, after hearing this, also became eager for justice and admired Corrin for being such a passionate knight at such a young age. Everyone immediately formed a raid team, vowing as guardians to protect them with all their might. Thanks to this brilliant performance, all the professors and classmates agreed to launch the attack. The assault team will soon be formed and head towards the storm. They have finished talking with the support team, now they just need to time it right. Seeing Corrin so moved, the professor never expected him to have such a noble heart for saving others. Of course he must be sincere, especially since he still owes 720 gold coins. Corrin's entire life depends on this moment. The plan is simple. To catch the falling gold of Anvan alive inside the storm, they need assistance from a support team to create a crack in the storm. If they succeed in creating a crack, the infiltration team will enter and defeat Anvan. It would be great if the plan goes smoothly, but there are countless monsters in the storm. These monsters got caught in the storm while trying to devour Anvan. They had been starving for a long time and were extremely ferocious. However, Corrin wasn't too worried. During his prime, this professor was called the Haman Slayer, the first-class knight Hamgels. He swung his 2-meter-long axe as if it were just a pair of chopsticks. The first-class knight, Professor Ogun, first-class mage, and temporary team leader, the one who displayed such exceptional talent is not a cigarette but the staff he uses as a weapon. Professor Ega, and above all, the second-year student is also a first-class knight like Corrin Locke, a member of the Mandu tribe from the North Island, the fierce warrior BJER. With such outstanding team members, it's no wonder they can't defeat these monsters. That fierce warrior really looks huge. I wonder if he's a hybrid of a human and a giant. The main goal is to catch Van. They must penetrate the Eye of the Storm before Lun Rong suffers damage and capture Van. And of course, this will also cause damage to his inn. For the inn, for the money, for a wealthy future, just wait and see. Van. Everyone prepared to enter the Eye of the Storm, with others following closely behind. Once inside, they realized there was a smaller storm within the larger one. This has never been seen before. Ega thought it had sensed the approaching intruder and used her final strength to create a smaller storm. This can only be attributed to maternal instinct. Even as a monster, it's truly remarkable. According to Professor Ogun, if everyone can withstand the wounds all over their bodies, they might be able to pass through. Because this would cause heavy losses for the professors, they didn't need to push themselves too hard. Ega immediately sent a signal to call the support team. Professor Da immediately demonstrates her power after receiving the support signal, summoning red lightning across the sky. However, it seems she used too much power. This thing might even wipe out the entire professor army. Everyone quickly took cover behind Ega's shield. They only needed enough power to dispel the storm, but she was too eager. That brute strength is actually the Crimson Demon. Now I see how terrifying it really is. Just one strike, everything seems to be completely destroyed. Almost the entire army was wiped out. That's why Haman hates mages the most. But anyway, everything has been resolved. With that amount of lightning, the storm will probably be destroyed. However, it remains completely still without the slightest movement. With that much, even the weakest monster would have a hard time surviving the lightning. But they didn't care at all. People gradually realized something strange. That Anvin is getting bigger. It seems to be evolving. The demon's evolution is a unique phenomenon that occurs during the process of accumulating life experience. It is not just a stage where the alpha leader of the herd blossoms, but also when the vessel of the species reaches a higher state. For a creature that can survive in such a massive storm, it's no surprise that it can resist lightning. Anvon absorbed all the lightning from Professor DNA. They can no longer consider it a weak monster. Anvan is now the king of thunder and wind, and everyone is immediately caught in that tornado. The current mage team cannot help at all, even if they ask for support now, and Van's power will only grow stronger. This creature is definitely not simple. The current chaos only gives more room for Korenlock to show himself. He used the snake strike to drive his sword into the ground to steady himself in the air. He realized that martial arts only work when your feet are firmly on the ground, and now he's truly helpless. Koren couldn't do anything anymore, and his chance to shine was gone. He turned to Beeger, but there was no hope at all. When in the air, whether you're a 2-meter giant or wielding a spear, you're both vulnerable. But Koren can't give up. Thinking about the 720 gold coins, it also depends on whether he can catch that falling monster. Koren used Beeger's head as a stepping stone to fly up. Just because he's struggling in the air doesn't mean he can't do anything. Koren will not give up. You don't want to give up to a monster. Koren flies up and uses each person as a stepping stone. He must kill the monster that intends to swallow his 720 gold coins. The encounter between a blind man seeking revenge and a monster trying to protect its child. Their lives depend on this moment. A desperate battle has just begun. But suddenly Slam appears out of nowhere to block his path. But it's not over yet. Just 2 strikes with the wooden mountain and pink thrust are enough. The sword thrusts into the storm but is useless. All ground-based martial arts are ineffective in the air. Koren gradually becomes helpless. So it's the end, right? So everything has gone down the drain. Is it all over now? He blames himself for not investing and instead using that money to buy good food. And in Koren's storm, the world has collapsed. At his most desperate moment, he heard a sound. It was loud enough to be heard even in the middle of the storm. Someone is fighting Anvin, but who exactly is that person? That person just used a few basic slashes, swinging left and right, front and back, and the monster was completely defeated. The storm has also stopped. The silhouette of the mysterious figure peeks out from the thick dust. Even if he has to pass through the Valley of Darkness, Koren will not be afraid. Koren will not be, because the gods are always by our side. Even before being buried under a debt of 720 gold coins, the rescue team had already arrived. This rescue team is none other than Waran and Ko Jospin. The storm caused by the hurricane attacking the suburbs of the city has created chaos and left significant damage as they left. Thanks to early intervention, the city suffered little damage outside the rural areas. Although there are a few victims, they will recover soon. The academy is funded by taxes, so symbols and hero images are very important. For the guards trained by the academy, volunteer work is one of the ways to maintain that image. Unlike Marriott's enthusiastic friendliness, Warren is completely different. She seems like she was forced to participate in the volunteer work. Seeing how mean his friend is, Koren starts to reason. Do you know when humans first began to form a civilization? I've only heard about it, but the beginning of civilization was discovered from a foot with a broken bone that was healed. If you broke your leg clearly, you would die naturally, but the broken bone was healed. It means someone helped them until they recovered. When a person is helped through hardship, that is the beginning of civilization. But War believes that also means that weak humans are meaningless to her. War has never received help from a human before. Corin didn't hesitate to say she would be the first to help him. War remained silent for a moment, but then quietly walked away. It seems she doesn't believe it's true, because a weak person shouldn't talk nonsense. War knows he is a Aesayasoa, a creature created to be close to humans and monsters. If she knew her past, if she understood her true nature, maybe Corin wouldn't have enough trust to turn away without suspicion when standing next to Warren, a voice always echoing in her mind. Give back the body. She knows it's not her body, but she will never give it back. Although she appears cold and indifferent on the outside, deep inside she still has a faint hope that Corin will help her. The Guardian Academy is located in the city of Maba. People often say it's the safest place in the world, but the truth is different. Small alleys everywhere in the powerful and lawless areas are the Black Star Society. Their main source of income is slaves and illegal alcohol distribution, but to strengthen their position in the area, they have very special businesses. For example, they handle customers like this. When they see customers who are rowdy, drinking heavily, and causing trouble at the bar, they will come over. The Black Star Gang sells illegal alcohol to this tavern, but still collects protection fees. If you want to meet them, there's no better place than here. The tall, dark, and smelly guys approached Corin's table. Judging by their appearance, they probably thought he was a student from the academy, a minor who shouldn't be allowed here. Maybe this gang also doesn't want to get involved with the academy, so they told you to finish your drink and leave, and they would pay for the alcohol. However, Corin didn't care and directly poured the drink over his head. The underlings behind him are eager to fight, but are held back. This manager has dealt with many kids like this before. They pick fights all day because they're the academy's guards. They're not afraid of anyone since they think they're the best. I thought he would hold back, but no, he ordered his followers to attack and teach him a lesson. These guys are the crazy hunting dogs from the north known as the Frenzied Red Dogs, infamous slave hunters. A student who is just like a little puppy doesn't realize how terrifying a tiger can be. It's this scary. Corin punched each one. No one left out or envied. In just minutes, all those crazy hunting dogs were beaten to a bloody pulp and thoroughly crushed. If the group earlier was a bunch of crazy red dogs, then I am the one who specializes in catching those crazy dogs. To prevent them from fighting over each other, Corin also gave the manager a punch, expecting to knock him out. That day, the Dark Star Society completely disappeared. Anyway, it's not really related to dealing with the gang. Corin had his own reason for targeting the society, which was the ones involved in trafficking. You want to rescue the victims of theirs, the demi-humans. In this world, demi-humans are always treated cruelly. They were locked up like animals. They are different from ordinary people and are creatures easily rejected and despised by humans. Corin has freed them from those cages. When they go outside, a carriage prepared by the Danuno family will be waiting. Those who go out first can follow that way. The freed nobles are deeply moved. Doing this will make them let their guard down around you and ultimately achieve your final goal. You asked a noble if he has a pair of siblings named Ren and John. She pointed to the two half-beasts beside her. They look smaller than I imagined. In my previous life, Corin had already met both of them. At that time, they were already 20 years old. I also heard that a wolf's body develops according to the level of mental development, so this is too young. Noticing someone approaching, the older sister tightly hugged her brother, begging them not to hurt him. The sister's name was Ren, and the younger brother was John. Corin heard that wolves awaken right after they are born, so they were sold off as children. Ren used to be very blunt, and her attitude was very different. She became like that in just 1 year. In her previous life, Ren and John were villains working at the Wolf's Catholic Church. The Orthodox followers and extreme supremacist bigots, in their efforts to raise awareness about the demons, committed countless acts of cruelty against captured wolf slaves, leading to a confrontation with the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Those two were not easy opponents in their past life. However, in the end, they all got pierced by Paru. Corin is saving unfortunate villains who will later evolve into powerful mid-level bosses. He reached out to them but was pushed away. Corin held the two children in his arms and gently comforted them to soothe their fear. The children who have never been protected by adults and have always been oppressed are truly unfortunate. After seeing both of them return to normal, they started to say their names. Corin also introduced himself as Corin Locke, a guardian. It seems like the two sisters are feeling much more at ease. Now that they've been won over, do you really have to hand them over to the guards at the academy? Corin previously thought that mid-level bosses like Ren and John weren't children like this and believed they had more power. He wanted to use their abilities to control the enemy. At this moment, Lenya, the bar employee, stepped forward. She looks like a regular bar staff in a small alley, but in reality, she's the manager of an information-gathering guild. She wants to know how Corin will handle those two kids. For now, just take them to the inn and give them a hearty meal. Hearing that, Lenya thought this young man was a philanthropist, but she didn't know how to explain it so she would understand. Well, whatever she thought. Now, he still has to save himself as he promised that day. The next day, at the eastern village of Maba City, where the Flying Beast lands, a one-legged white bird just arrived, and these people came from the east. The young man with white hair shows his officer badge from Baram Academy.
The elderly scholar-looking man is Kang Run, and the two below are his disciples. First Jin Hyu, and then Student Council President Kang Iwa. The cheerful and friendly staff, the Kingdom of Elas welcomes the three, with a carriage already waiting there. All three of them came here for a reason. The leader of this place took something from their kingdom. The Emperor is certain about this. The master instructs his two students to hide their hostility and forget about those things. Only then can they act. For Jin Hyuk, he can't forget what that damn thing did to them. It seems something happened in his past. Jin Hyuk secretly watched a girl standing in front of a fire as the building burned down. A month after the storm accident, the academy was bustling with excitement for the upcoming festival.
The festival isn't like its name suggests. It's more like a battle between the academies.
An event where students from 4 academies in each region compete for dominance. Everyone is eagerly training in preparation for the festival. Some believe teams should be formed early, while others think individuals, pairs, and groups should choose among each other. Alyssa asks Korn what event he plans to compete in. He said he would team up and bring her along, most because they are already a fixed team. For group matches, teams are randomly assigned, so he's not sure, but he still hopes to be in the same group as Alyssa. If she continues to team up with Korn, Alyssa will have to go on living as a hard-working coolie. Alyssa wondered why Korn didn't pair up with Marriott, since she is the strongest. However, he thought Marriott would definitely fight alone. It seems like she really wants to win the solo match. Suddenly, everyone around started to whisper excitedly as they saw 3 people in Eastern attire approaching. These are the main characters of Part 3. Immortal Taoist Kang Rian fighting the wolf Sajin Hyuk and the sword saint Kang Ya. The Taoist met Jospin and asked to transfer the students from Mariaba Academy to Boram Academy. However, she refused. He believed they were just making a reasonable request as close relatives of that child. A year ago, they faced a devastating and tragic accident, and the center of that accident was his granddaughter. While the electric tower was burning to ashes, Josephine took his granddaughter away. They found the girl and of course want to bring her back. But Warren is a special case. The reason he requested to meet immediately upon arriving as a judge for the team battle was because of Warren. The old sage said that a monster resides within the girl's body, and he only wanted to help her. Warren's life depends on that child, and it is the wish of Principal Isle's friend and Kang Yu's father. Kang Run doesn't care and says they will handle it themselves. Josephine won't be able to integrate with that monster from the start. Of course, Warren studied the entire first semester without any issues. He wants her to prove what she just claimed. The bishop appointed by the Catholic Church has started to interfere. Has that cruel demon already merged? Who knows if that's part of her cruel plan? Jospy warned the fat man to watch his words. He doesn't agree. They believe what they see and hear, not her words as evidence. He wants to release Warren during the festival. If that evil thing has slaughtered countless lives, her true nature will also reveal itself in the heat of this event. Although their words are baseless, Josephine is not confident she can convince them, because when it comes to trust, even a witch like her is a target of criticism. This might be a good opportunity. If she shows others that demons can harmonize with righteousness, it will be beneficial for the future. So, Josephine agreed to have Warren compete in the singles match, and afterward, her choice of where to stay would be entirely up to her. She doesn't know about the Eastern Continent, but here, the legal guardian of Warren is Principal Errol, Josephine, and the Great Saint of John Cathedral. That alone is enough to demonstrate credibility and ensure the girl's safety. The teasing story is over. Josephine gently chased these 2 people away to clear the air. Looking back, everything really seems to match what Korn said, that during this festival, Vantaz's subordinates are sneaking around. He only knows that something is about to happen, but he doesn't know the details. But according to the speculation, the Catholic Church and Boram, either one or both, are involved. The answer is both. The Catholic Church is struggling this time and desperately trying to expand its influence, while Borame's spirit mages and their disciples are also participating in this matter. The keyword is the Nightfall Zawarin. This is a crucial event that determines the fate of the characters and marks a turning point in the main storyline, as well as the overall direction of the entire LS Kingdom. Korn wants the professor to keep an eye on the Catholic Church. There are inns built outside according to religious principles like this. Student Barame is there, so it will be easier to keep an eye on them. However, Josephine still has some doubts about Korn. She still thinks he's a disciple of Vantaza. Korn remains unwavering. If she doesn't believe it, she can keep doubting because that is the right stance. But no matter what she does, his goal remains the same. Korn takes off his shirt to reveal the oath, "I will save the world." If she knew the oath of a hero, her suspicion would lessen a bit. Jospin heard that the new inn built on the outskirts was funded by the students. Korn says that has nothing to do with him. Even if she knows that the landlord received contributions from him, it still doesn't matter. Maybe Marriott recently moved her things there and is setting up a stall on the street, but that still doesn't matter. She ensures daily supplies, food, and drinks for 100 long-term guests, round-trip transportation costs, etc. All these profit-making projects are planned by people with a broad vision. Sometimes people just need a little help. Whenever Josephine suspects Korn, she just denies it stubbornly. No one argues back. And then time passed, and the preliminary team battle festival began. Only 16 teams advanced, with Warren being the only one absent among the named characters. Jeez.
Maybe she's only participating in the solo competition. Looking at the characters here, the weaker ones probably won't dare to step into the arena. Elisa barely managed to squeeze in. The spokesperson was the Sage Canrian. He is the judge of the competition. This is the preliminary round that will determine the 16 Guardians who will compete in the team matches, with difficulty probably reaching Hell level. If the ice on their hands falls off, they will be disqualified. The main theme of this test is the most important duty of the Protector: rescuing the people. Immediately, the 8 Trigrams formation was activated, knowing that Cangrian is the most talented formation mage on the eastern continent, but no one understands the scope of this and how the rescue mission works. In front of them are stone figures and the rules of the duel. First, after touching the civilians, you can give a command. Second, lead the civilians to your target and earn 1 point for each person. 3. If the civilians are unnecessary, deduct 2 points per person. They only need to touch them for them to move. Seeing his passionate friends, Corrin truly admires the kids, while Alyssa is busy handling the hunting dog and receiving a shower of praise from her teammates, taking them down with a single strike. Elisa really is different. It's lucky to be on her team. Your duty to protect the civilians demonstrates your skills as a guardian. To keep them safe from monsters, you must move as many civilians as possible to the safe zone. Elisa felt a sense of achievement. If she could save 2 more people in front, they would have rescued a total of 10. The next step is to start searching for a safe zone. 1 team member will be assigned to scout ahead. This is the 8 Trigrams formation, so there is a safe zone nearby. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. That's not an earthquake. It's Corrin's army standing there, declaring that if everyone puts down their weapons, they will be spared. His team has tied the puppets together to make a cart, and they still show no signs of stopping. Corrin stood there laughing loudly. He wanted over 1,000 students to earn points by transporting a limited number of puppets. Why should he bother with such annoying tasks? Corrin is no longer just Corrin. He is now an omnipotent, immortal god. For him, eliminating others was much easier. At first, the plan only involved 3 people. Corrin and the group of Jer and El want to recruit the trainee disciples because stepping towards success is the first thing they need to do. Jer and El kept praising Corrin as a great leader, a leader with extraordinary strength, while Corrin crossed his arms and laughed uncontrollably after hearing that. The essential goal is to pass the qualifying round. With only 16 people left in the inner circle, we must eliminate all unnecessary opponents. So your plan is to quickly stabilize, find a safe area, and attract many students to Corrin's side. You will use them as shields to avoid direct confrontation. A curly-haired wizard, angry at Corrin's actions, clenched his staff and shouted to take them all down. But his friend quickly stopped him from risking his life. Another shout echoed, insulting Corrin's team as cowardly. If this stalemate continues, when will the attack finally begin? The current image shows a formation of stone statues forming a perfect shield for Corrin. In this mission, if Corrin's team can move the statues to a safe location, they will earn 1 point each. If destroyed by the enemy, they will lose 2 points. Corrin sat confidently on the stone throne. Duong smugly declared that everyone would win if they followed his plan. The attackers below are so furious they start shouting insults at Corrin, calling him a coward, and if things keep going like this, they will lose. All the opponents charge forward toward the stone statues and Corrin's team. If they dare to provoke Corrin, he should come down and fight them one-on-one. The attackers' plan is to climb up the statues and throw everyone, including Corrin, down. Seeing their confidence, Corrin only smirked maliciously and placed his hand on LC's head. Law also cunningly smiled, acknowledging that the golden moment had arrived and LC had endured for a long time. But Corrin told LC to wait a little longer. As the attacking group approached, they immediately launched fireballs, creating a massive explosion that made the attackers scream in pain. The students worried that if the statues were also destroyed, they would all be doomed. But Corrin simply replied that there were still many statues left, so a little damage wouldn't matter. And this is also the difference between the missions of the 2 teams. One team will strengthen their forces to collect the stone statues early on, which is Corrin's team. The other team attacks to destroy the opponent's statues to earn points and defeat enemies to retreat from the safe zone. That team is led by Alyssa. But still, each side has its own strategy. Corrin smirked and ordered his team to take down anyone who stepped forward immediately. The teammates behind respond with a clear shout. You see, the Academy occasionally offers missions like this for 2 opposing sides to face off, and the number of eliminated members from both teams keeps increasing. Back to the present, Alyssa and Corrin have come face to face. Alyssa, terrified, points at Corrin, unable to believe her eyes. She never expected Corrin to appear here. Corrin is standing with his hands raised, a clownish smile on his face, declaring that he is the all-powerful one. Corrin, with a fake smile and rolling eyes, looks down at Alyssa below and calls her name, allowing her to join his gang in this battle. Alyssa, sword in hand, hesitated and asked again, unable to believe what she just heard. Corrin persuades Alyssa to remove her insignia from the attacking side and join his team. If she agrees, he is willing to make her vice captain. But Alyssa outright refused. Corrin ignored her objections. He didn't care whether she agreed or not. What he needed was to add more new forces during the attack, and he needed her. Corrin issued a command that anyone who could bring Alyssa back to the team would become the leader of a unit. As soon as the order was given, countless people appeared and attacked from behind Elisa. And she still stood there, confused and not understanding what was happening. The three attacking Elisa felt guilty, but they couldn't disobey their leader's orders. One person in the group shouted attack and all three charged at Elisa. Elisa cried out loudly. It turns out that the three of them are on Alyssa's side and wanted to switch teams, so they took this opportunity to change allegiances. Her teammates are still hesitant, admitting they'd rather face her than confront Corin. After hearing that, she cried even louder. She had trusted everyone so much, but she never expected they would do this to her. Corin watched the situation unfolding and chuckled slyly. Peace was just an illusion. The true nature of this society is to do anything to benefit oneself. Blood is splattered everywhere. Humans will do anything to survive when faced with danger. Morality no longer matters in life and death situations. Everyone fought each other fiercely, and Alyssa was the one who defeated the three attackers. But she was furious and said enough is enough. Faced with the betrayal of her teammates, Alyssa was truly corrupted by Corin. In her sorrow, she declared she no longer needed anyone and would fight with all her might, showing no mercy to anyone. Elisa Aiden has officially become the vice leader. The scene shifts to Marriott's place, where she knows that forming a team was everyone's shared idea in this battle. You can't do anything alone, especially when facing Genius 52 Marriott Dunilev, so Marriott's team is a close-knit group of friends with many members. They were confident they could overcome everything with their strong friendship. However, when Corin's army of stone statues invaded, the whole team faced an unavoidable hardship. Marriott was stunned to see Corin. Isbel quickly stepped in to calm her down, saying they could win. Because even if Corin has a larger army, their attack power cannot match Mari's side. Corin's sweet voice rang out, causing Mirage to freeze for 3 seconds. Corin, tears in his eyes, asked Marys if she really chose to face him like this. And those words instantly shattered Marriott's already trembling heart. Mari trembles, unable to speak, while Isbel stands nearby, confused about what has happened to Marriott. At this moment, Isbel still doesn't realize that their 2 years of friendship mean nothing compared to Mari's first love. Mari raises her staff, her face flushed. This first love has corrupted her into a savage like Corin. She even shouted loudly, declaring she would side with him. Marriott rushes to attack her friends, who are still bewildered and don't understand what she's about to do. The continuous screams echoed out, and Isbel was so stunned that she fell backward in shock. She broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe Marriott would do such things to her friends. Before she could gather her thoughts, Marriott had already finished with the others and was approaching her. Isbel could only stand there in fear, stammering helplessly as the Corin demon group watched this scene and cheered uncontrollably. Jur praises the group's new recruit and looks happy as each person is taken down. After finishing off all the friends, Mari raises her staff in celebration. She smirks with a wicked smile in the name of Corin. She even claims herself to be the undefeated warrior. The corrupted villains under Corin's control are growing more and more insane. They stand behind Corin, continuously chanting slogans of total victory, sweeping away all obstacles. Charge forward, brothers! Corin flicked his cloak back and grinned ear to ear. Having teammates carry the load really is easy. The teachers watching everything on the screen are sweating bullets. They don't know what's happening out there. Kang Run turned back and asked Josephine if she knew what Corin was planning. But Josephine couldn't have predicted Corin's plan either. But to be fair, this can also be considered a surprise of this tournament. Josephine admits that Corin has moves she couldn't predict, and everything she thought was completely true. Corin's team quickly passed the qualifying round and celebrated as if they had a bountiful harvest. Everyone dancing a strange dance on top of the stone statues. Although they achieved an incredible record, Corin's group also unintentionally left a bad impression on everyone. The next round is the doubles competition. The first opponents the Corin team must face are the Chen twin brothers, who are also second-level guardians at the academy. The Chen sister threw a bunch of charms directly at the Corin group, but Corin quickly dodged them all. Corin points at the Chen siblings and orders Alyssa to attack. Alyssa is surprised, not understanding why Corin chose her. Alyssa straightened up and prepared herself, raising her sword and blaming Corin for everything that had happened. These two Chen siblings just let her handle it. 2 sharp sword paths are unleashed, and Alyssa counters with precise strikes, hitting her targets accurately. The 2 sisters cried out in pain, and the fight ended quickly. Corin praised Alyssa's tactics as quite good, but Alyssa angrily said she fought alone while Corin just stood there giving orders without helping. Corin disagreed, feeling that cheering for teammates also boosts their strength. Alyssa curtly emphasizes that she's very annoyed. Jin Hyuk and Kang Yua are watching from the stands. After watching Alyssa's match, Jin Hyuk realizes she is the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, but he feels she isn't very strong. Kang Yua's sharp eyes assess Alyssa's abilities. She thinks that Alyssa's skill when facing weaker students isn't bad, but her focus is on Corin. She realizes that the key player in this team is Corin. All problems and changes that occur stem from Corin. Kang Yua immediately concluded that Corin was the one promoted to 5th level guardian based on his recent rank, and her mind went back to the 2 formidable opponents she had researched before coming here. The first person Kang Yua is wary of is Berserker, and the second is the vampire demon Marriott Donilev. But after watching the recent battle, when their sister threw a spell at Corin, he was able to dodge the attack very easily. In terms of strength and coordination of the Tran brothers, they are not weak. This only proves one thing: Korin's strength cannot be matched. Looking at Korin's back on the arena, Kang Yuan comments that Korin has meticulous observation skills and can make quick and accurate decisions. Along with his experience in assessing situations, Korin can be considered the strongest among the students present here. Jinhoo also realizes how serious the situation is. If they face Korin, they will definitely encounter many difficulties. A clever person like Korin is not someone everyone can go up against. He hopes they won't have to face an opponent like that. As he was speaking, Jinhoo saw something and turned to face the person who just appeared with a shout. Jinhoo's eyes immediately filled with murderous intent, his face showing hatred and anger, as the intense battle inside the arena drew cheers and shouts without end. Outside the arena, Warren slowly walks out step by step. Everyone is focused on the match, so the school is quite empty at the moment. This silence is completely different from the daily hustle and bustle. Warren closed her eyes, and this stillness reminded her of that day, the day she was born. Traveling back to the past, Warren was still very young at that time. When she woke up after the transformation, everything around her was just blazing flames that burned her flesh. Everything was destroyed that night. In her mind, all she could hear was the voice saying, "Kill them all. Let them all die." The house is engulfed in flames, and she stands alone on a mountain of nearly burned corpses. Lost in the past, War is suddenly pulled back to reality by an unknown murderous intent. She realizes someone is attacking her. Jinhoo quickly kicks straight towards Warren. Warren's sharp eyes seem to have realized something. He could clearly see Jin Hyuk's methods and attacks. Warren successfully blocks the attack, and Jinhoo steps back to maintain distance. Jinhoo is quite impressed by Warren's incredibly quick reflexes, while Warren realizes the source of the sharp aura emanating from Jinhoo. War felt the murderous intent from him was too heavy, while Jin Hyuk just rambled that not everyone could recognize Jinhook's attack, let alone block it. Jinhook charged straight at Warren, asserting he would defeat Warren. From his techniques and speed, she also admits that Jinhoo is indeed a formidable expert. War frowns, realizing that Jinhoo's hostile attitude must definitely have some underlying reason. War asked Jinhoo if he had known her before. Jinhook just hummed in response. Jinhook denied what was just said, asserting he had no idea who they were, but his face clearly showed resentment. He claimed he had never seen Bao before, but his expression betrayed that he knew too well. Jinhook apologized to Warren for his overreaction. He thought she was an acquaintance and was just joking, but he ended up mistaking her for someone else. War was speechless and didn't know what else to say. Warren feels very familiar with Jin Hyuk, but she can't remember anything. And anyway, it's no longer important to her. War reminds Jin Hyuk to be more careful. He also smiled and said he would be more careful next time. But after Warren left, Jin Hyuk clenched his teeth and gritted them, his aura continuously emanating intensely. Korean watches everything carefully and slowly approaches Jin Hyuk. She feels his recent actions were too reckless. Kang Run blamed Jin Hyuk for his reckless action earlier. He shouldn't have revealed his power here. Jin Hyuk still doesn't see himself as wrong. He believes that his recent actions have proven that the Master's 8 gates influenced the Shadow Person. Watching Warren's figure fade into the distance, Jin Hyuk muttered about the masterpiece of a powerful monster created by spirit sorcerers. To seal the creature and save Lan, the great array of 8 trigrams Kim Toa Di La must be established. Korean looked at Jin Hyuk's trembling clenched hands. She knew he was holding back, but she still advised Jin Hyuk to stay silent and wait.
To lure them away, they need to wait for the right moment. Kang Run thought that once everything was over, maybe removing that evil thing from Iran would allow Jin Hyuk to do whatever he wanted.
Jin Hyuk, upon hearing this, became even more filled with murderous intent. Jin Hyuk promised not to act recklessly because what he wanted to do was to kill after subduing the demon inside him. The second round of the knockout stage has finally arrived. All the contestants are now at the Elas Kingdom Center in Azaria City, where the second round is taking place. At a roadside pub, the tables are full of patrons, waiters bustling back and forth, and lively chatter fills the air. Korin is also sitting inside. The fact that the second round is taking place in such a remote location was completely unexpected for me. I remember when I received the message from Professor Josephine. She said the venue for the knockout stage had been changed by Professor Kangrin. When he received the news about himself, Korin was a bit surprised. Josephine also straightforwardly asked if he was the one who stole Griffin's goods, but he just denied it, saying he knew nothing and never took that item. Jospin seized the opportunity and pressed Korin, asking what that thing was. Korin looked away nervously. Actually, I did take something, but it was the former teacher's belongings. Items secretly smuggled through this country by Kang Run. And Korin sighed mournfully as he remembered the scene of himself leading the gang to steal the items. The items you took are necessary to activate the 8 Gates Golden Lock Great Destruction Formation, which is targeted in the next round. The theft of Griffin's goods was uncovered and caught by Josephine, but it was all just a play staged by Kang Run and Legend Yang to buy time to recover the smuggled goods. As Tao Tao is mentioned, Kang Run enters the tavern where Korin is sitting. Seeing Kang Run, Korin silently curses the rats, whose minds are nothing but scheming. Elisa marvels at how Nazar City doesn't seem like what she heard. She asks if you want to eat anything. Corin reminded Alyssa that the instructions clearly stated not to eat or drink here. Elisa asked disappointedly why Kang Ruin on this side seemed to have completed his task. He confidently announced that all 16 students from Griffin Academy and all 16 from MK3 Academy had apparently arrived. Kang Run quietly announced the 58-minute mark, while the groups were still eating, drinking, and laughing, as his countdown continued steadily through 59 minutes and 59 seconds. After the countdown reached 59 minutes and 50 seconds, a few of them drew their swords and took a stance. Finally, they started the countdown from 5. Corin also stood up and grabbed a weapon. Alyssa was confused, not understanding what was happening. She looked confused, first at Corin, then at Kangrian. The old man gave the signal to start. The talisman in his hand also glowed with a bright yellow light. Corin immediately attacked a young man holding a drumstick, blood splattering everywhere, screams ringing out loudly. Elisa is extremely confused. She asks, "What are you doing?" Marriott also struck hard, piercing the head of a trainee fighter. The others also ruthlessly hacked and killed, heads falling one by one, blood splattered everywhere. Seeing the blood splattered everywhere, Elisa still didn't understand what was happening here right now. The tavern was now filled only with piles of bodies, blood everywhere, and the few strong survivors left. Elisa turned pale with fear, unable to understand what everyone was doing or what was really happening. Corin noticed the despair in her eyes and urged her to take a closer look at the bodies. Only after hearing this did she calmly take a closer look around. The ones who were just killed didn't seem to be human because their bodies decomposed too quickly, revealing flesh and bones on their faces in the blink of an eye. Corin wondered why Kang Run chose this place for the second round of qualifiers. As far as he knew, Nazaria was a city trapped in a time loop since the event 300 years ago. During the day, everything still appears normal. Daily life continues as if nothing has happened. But when night falls, the entire city of 1.2 million people here will become a land of the dead. The image of Nazar City at night, mysterious and haunting, appears in Corin's mind. In Corin's memory, this is an abnormal existence, and Nazar is also known as the City of the Dead. After confirming the situation at the still-lit tavern, an announcement for the knockout stage officially begins immediately. Kang Run carefully explains the rules of the second round. Each team will be divided, and their main task is to collect the Moonlight Crystal. The deadline is until the morning of the day after tomorrow, and anyone who wishes to withdraw midway will be immediately approved. After the list was announced, each team received only some basic instructions and a backpack with essential supplies before being thrown out of the hostel. Outside, there are about 1.2 million zombies wandering around. Corin's Team D still includes the original members Alyssa, Jer, and Elle. Corin walks while seriously calculating. If you want to save Waran, your team must reach the third round, and only the top 4 teams qualify for it. For now, you can only play by the rules of this zombie festival. The moon is now full and hanging above their heads. Corin has a plan. The truly strong ones are in the city center. Your team will target the outskirts area. The difficulty around that zone is only moderate. Corin throws the spear from above. The zombies hit by the attack instantly vanish. To clear the way for this plan, just Corin is enough. The scene shifts to the outer suburb watchtower, where Corin's goal is to climb as high as possible. High places are easy to observe. You can identify the glowing zombie remains. When the zombies swallow the moonlight crystals, their bodies will glow on their own. When they reach the watchtower in the plain, LC spots a few glowing zombies. LC wonders what exactly is causing that glowing zombie, while Corin is still calculating how to collect points safely and securely. Corin explained that the glowing zombies can be considered the end point of this cycle. They must catch those. You also emphasize quality over quantity and suggest that LC use flying magic to support the other 3. You don't need to attack. I also agree with the plan that Corin proposed. L decided to use magic from a distance, but before he could finish speaking, he noticed something. Everyone wondered what that surprised expression on Corin meant. Corin claims he hasn't used any magic, but the zombie below has grabbed Lathan's sword, making it clatter as the Reverend Titan charges toward the group where Corin is standing. Corin didn't understand why they had become the target of this Titan. Hearing this, Corin broke out in a cold sweat. You told Elle to run quickly, so Elle also panicked and ran away, not understanding why they had to escape. But Corin dared not reveal the reason, fearing everyone would panic. The Titan targeting them is the final boss of the central area. Corin warned LC to use the flying spell quickly, but he was a step too late because Elle had already fallen for the attack. The swift strike was too fast to see, making Corin break out in a cold sweat. You don't know what move Elle was hit with. Could it be that Elle was struck by Ghost? After taking the hit, Elle was immediately removed from the match. As he exited the competition, Corin could only hopelessly call out his name. The notification appeared announcing that L B-Man had been eliminated. When hit by a sufficiently powerful attack, the player will be eliminated and transported out of the competition area. Seeing LC being thrown out by the system, Corin's face turned pale with fear. L was eliminated so quickly that it's understandable, and Corin is also overwhelmed by the speed of the attack. For now, setting aside L, Corin immediately gives orders to Jer and Alyssa. The Titan below is ready to strike again. It throws its sword. unleashing a powerful force toward Korin. The beam was cut in half by the attack, causing the upper part of the building to fall freely downwards. Korin quickly ran ahead, instructing Jer and Alyssa to climb to the top of the tower and then run in the opposite direction. Jer was annoyed because whenever the squad went with Korin, bad luck always seemed to follow. The sound of collapsing debris continued to echo, and the clock tower was knocked over in an instant. The thick dust and smoke obscure everything, and the once majestic tower now lies in ruins on the street. As the debris settles, the dust begins to clear. A stone shifts, suggesting something alive is underneath. It turns out it's Korin's group. You and Alyssa are still lucky to be alive. You quickly ask about your teammates' situation. Alyssa teases that going with Korin always broadens your horizons. Korin could only sadly admit that the first day was a loss. They were eliminated too early. Now the whole team can only keep running until morning. Maybe they'll have a chance. Jer also happily agreed that Korin was right, but before he could enjoy it for long, a giant hand grabbed him. Jer couldn't tell if he was dizzy from fatigue or what, but he saw 5 enormous toes on his hand. A demon bird, appearing out of nowhere, swooped down and grabbed Jer. Jer could only scream loudly for help, while Korin looked stunned and confused, not knowing what was happening. Alyssa warns Korin about what just appeared. Korin looks carefully at the newcomer and then grimaces with a sigh. You anticipated the worst, but you didn't expect it to happen. The White Soul King has appeared. Another powerful monster appears, attracted by the commotion Korin just caused. Korin feels things are getting more and more difficult, from the giant Titan demon to the abyssal underworld. Now even the White Soul King has come to his location. Nazaria's 3 bugs are all here, each at least at an elite level, and now Korin and Alice's group is surrounded, with no way out. Alyssa nervously asked Korin what to do. Are we all going to die here? Korin just sighed in frustration as the 3 monsters suddenly attack Korin and Alyssa all at once without any warning. Colin grit his teeth, unsure what to do. Clearly, he had tried everything to hold on, but everything seemed to be forcing him to stop here. Failing in this round, a blinding light suddenly appeared from the sky, catching even Korin off guard. Korin turned back, a powerful strike like thunderbolt with blue lightning aimed directly at the Titan, causing the ground to shake from its force. Korin realized this was not an attack, but merely a blinding light used to obscure the view. When he saw clearly the object emitting that blinding light, Korin realized it was a spear and seemed to recognize its origin. A hand reaches out and grips the sturdy body. A shadowy figure in a cloak passes by Korin, then leaves, telling him to head this way. Alyssa ran over to Korin to ask Han about the situation, and seeing that he seemed okay, she inquired about Jer, but Korin just froze silently. In the end, both Korin and Alyssa decided to leave. In a dark alley, Korin leans his hand against the window frame, catching his breath. The mysterious person asks if he's okay, and luckily no one is injured. Korin, exhausted from running at full speed, is still trying to regulate his breathing. He thanks the mysterious person for their help, but also wonders about the origin of the spear in their hand. The mysterious person also replied that she had questions too. She took off her hat and cloak, and she didn't understand how Korin was able to learn her spear techniques. Hearing this, Korin widened his eyes in surprise, unable to believe his ears. Alyssa also seemed surprised by the appearance of the mysterious woman. Actually, when I first met Korin, I found this voice too familiar. The mysterious person approached Korin, looked him up and down, then nodded and confirmed that's it. When he saw her movement flow like water, he recognized this technique as Silent Divine Step. Looking more closely into her eyes, clear blue like a stream, he became even more certain of this woman's identity. This person is Aaron Danua, Korin's master from a previous life. Aaron smiles and confirms that he is her student from a distant future. Korin was still bewildered and asked why Aaron was there. Going back to the past during the second winter break of the previous year, Bae-seo was standing outside the principal's office waiting for Korin. When he saw Korin, Seo scolded him for being so slow. Korin just changed the subject and scolded Seo for being rude. Then he got to the point. You don't know why Shu called you? When Korin realized he was standing in front of the principal's office, he was suddenly surprised and speechless. Before he could grasp the situation, Seo knocked loudly on the principal's door. The door gradually opened. Seo knows that Korin once mentioned you wanting to become stronger, so it seems this time Seo has found someone to teach you. You look into the room, which is filled with light, and Seo's voice still echoes in your ears. He said he would introduce you to a teacher who can help you become stronger. Aaron sat in the room, looking out. As soon as she saw Korin, she recognized him as the one often seen with Seo and greeted him first. And that was also the fateful connection made possible by Park Soo's gamer privilege and the first time Korin met his master, Aaron Danua. Back in the present, the zombies still linger in every alley and corner of the city. Only one house is protected by numerous spells to keep the zombies out. After finishing her arrangements, Aaron walks into the room and explains that normal zombies cannot enter the building. Alyssa politely thanks and invites Aaron to try her chocolate. Aaron sits down and accepts Alyssa's kindness, but she also reminds her that eating food from another era is not allowed here. Seeing Alyssa still eating the chocolate bar in her hand, Korin quickly recalled the knowledge in his mind about this place. This is 300 years ago. Because the timeline is repeating, if you eat food from 300 years ago, there are 2 possible outcomes. One is that the food will return to its original timeline. The second is that the eater will be trapped in the past. Knowing the consequences in advance, Korin has never broken the rules. But if someone breaks the rules, something will definitely happen. Korin watched Elisa eat with satisfaction. Even if it tastes good, it still makes you sweat. He sighed and said, "Just eat and you'll see." Elisa asks why Aaron is here and reminds her to call Aaron master. Korin remains silent, saying nothing. Aaron took a sip from her glass and said she understood the main point. Elisa brought up the past to talk about Colin's old master. And because Aaron was in this city during the event 300 years ago, Elisa wanted to know more details about what happened. Korin, hearing Elisa's unintentional reminder, felt that everything truly was a mystery. Nazaria is a city where time repeats itself. Everything must repeat. Korin watched Aaron drinking tea, feeling a growing suspicion about how she could move normally with such a clear mind. Aaron stood up to answer Korin and Alyssa's questions, saying that because she's a friend of the god of death, she can be free like this. After hearing that, Korin still couldn't understand Aaron's intentions. Aaron walks toward the window. This city of Nazar is a kind of ancient poison that creates zombies. Aaron is here to prevent the emergence of the Immortal King. And Aaron also announces that the Immortal King is about to appear in the city center. Elisa is surprised and a bit confused when she hears about the Immortal King, but Korin remains as calm as ever. Korin stood up, supporting himself with his hand, and said that if something like this is happening, they should leave quickly. Aaron didn't want Korin to go because this was basically her problem and had nothing to do with him. He only turned to ask Aaron once if she really needed help. Aaron smiled. She admits that Korin is a sharp child. Korin and Aaron's group are rushing as fast as they can toward the city center. Korin knew from the start that Aaron had no intention of refusing help from him because the main task of this qualifying round was also the main mission he had to complete. He had to work with the mysterious swordsman Aaron to prevent the birth of the immortal king, Nazaria. Elisa notices something and informs Korin. He just nods once. In his heart, he still believed that helping Aaron was something he couldn't refuse from the very beginning. The Titan, sword in hand, roared orders to the zombie soldiers standing in front. Looking at the Titan, Korin knew he had to eliminate the 3 undead kings to weaken the immortal king's power. The Titan swung his sword fiercely, the wind-breaking force of his slash creating unimaginable power. Although their attack was quick and decisive, Korin and Aaron still managed to dodge easily. One is Aaron, the other is Korin, working together with their twin spears to unleash a supreme technique that sweeps across the sky. Then both of them swung their swords, executing a coordinated move with their spear technique that lit up the entire sky. The Titan, caught off guard, raised its hand to block the attack. Korin swung his sword at Titan but was unlucky and was blocked by Titan's blade. However, Aaron seized the opportunity, ducking under the blade and using the cover of Dio's shadow to attack Titan. Just as planned, Aaron stabbed Titan straight in the stomach. Seeing the plan succeed, Korin immediately informed Elisa that this was the moment. Elisa had been waiting beforehand, and as soon as she heard the signal, she drew her sword from its sheath and decisively cut off the zombie Titan's head. Elisa lands gently, causing the beheaded Titan to drop its sword and fall to the ground. Korin takes the enormous moonlight crystal from the Titan's body while Elisa stands nearby, waiting to be praised. Korin has to admit that adding just one more person to the team significantly reduces the difficulty. Korin is not convinced by Aaron's strength, and Aaron just looked at him and smiled, praising him for his hard work. Today, we'll stop here. The sun has already risen in the east, peeking behind the houses. Usually when on missions outside, groups set up camp to rest at night. But in Nazaria, it's the opposite because this city is extremely safe during the day and very dangerous at night. The scene shifts to a house where the morning light has already filled the surroundings. Elisa has fallen into a deep sleep, and outside someone asks if she's asleep. Aaron teases Korin that since both he and Elisa are kids, what's wrong with sleeping together? But when he just rested his chin and said he wasn't a kid, she changed her way of addressing him to little one. After all, Aaron had taught him everything, so if he's not a kid, what is he? Korin listened without replying, then looked away and recited the techniques Aaron had taught him. After hearing this, Aaron also admits that he is the disciple she chose. But what she didn't expect was that the child she selected was just an incredibly ordinary kid. After hearing this, Korin became even more contemplative. In fact, Aaron had chosen Bant to be the heir. But 80 years later, Aaron regretted that decision. Korin knew everything, but he chose not to speak because he didn't want to bring more sorrow to the person living in the frozen timeline from 300 years ago. Lost in thought, Korin didn't notice Aaron poking her finger into his cheek. Aaron keenly saw through Korin's contemplation. She asked what he was afraid of. Aaron felt so lucky to have a disciple who loved and cared for his master wholeheartedly. But he only saw Aaron lost in her own thoughts. Aaron realized what worried Korin was, and after hearing just a few words, she knew her future didn't look very bright. Korin immediately retorted, but she just scolded him for being a foolish student. Don't you know how powerful your master is? Remembering the painful memories of his past life, Korin silently answers Aaron's question when faced with countless evil and enemies. Aaron is the one who stood up against evil. At that critical moment, Aaron stepped forward to block the enemy because she wanted to buy more time for him. But Korin did not accept Aaron's actions. Facing that situation, Aaron became an incredibly steady and reliable shoulder. She asserts that she is an adult and has the responsibility to protect a child like Korin. Corrin looks at her mentor's back, feeling overwhelmed. Aaron was the mentor who guided, taught, and changed Corrin and also sacrificed herself to protect him. In the past, Aaron looked back at him with a smile on her face. Even though she knew the outcome would be unbearable, she still comforted Corrin by saying everything would be fine. Corrin then remembered that bastard Pihu. He always blames himself for not recognizing that person's true nature sooner, and even wonders countless times if he could have saved his master by eliminating Pihu first. Even though he knew what the future held, he kept failing over and over again, and each time he had to find a way to fix his mistakes. He remembers the monster down there. Just one flap of its wings could cause unimaginable consequences. Then he recalls that his purpose for attending the festival was to save Warren, but everything has gone awry. Now, you are back in this city. Even meeting your respected master from 3 years ago here was unexpected, and just one unforeseen variable could ruin everything. He closed his eyes tightly, unable to escape the thought that he would fail again. That thought haunted him and kept him from sleeping. You accidentally voiced your thoughts out loud. Aaron immediately asked what you're afraid of failing at. Corrin was startled, like she was scared when she heard that. Aaron smiled and said, only fools keep thinking about others' failures, while those who constantly question their own failures are the smart ones. At least Corrin is the type of person who is smart. Quiet, he asked Aaron in return if she could still say those words if she herself faced failure like him. Aaron hugs her student from behind and admits that she has been continuously failing. Her hug caught Corrin a little off guard. Aaron continued talking about her failures, but in the end she concluded that her wisest decision was to choose him as her successor in the art of commerce. After hearing that, he stared in surprise. Aaron continued to hold him. Aaron is the queen of Lochvian. She will bless Corrin's future path. So she advised Corrin to rest, get some sleep, and everything would be fine. Corrin nodded to himself, recalling Aaron's words, but he wasn't sure if things would really be okay or if he could truly save everyone. The scene shifts to where Waran is standing, participating in the individual qualifiers at a festival held between Mkaba and Griffin Academies. Under the arena, Waran's opponent kept attacking, but she didn't fight back. The spectators couldn't believe what they were witnessing. No matter how hard the knight tries, he can't hit Waran, and he screams in despair, why? Professor Josephine advised Waran not to take things too seriously. The defeated knight climbed onto Waran, grabbing her head and whining that she should be more tolerant. Corrin's words echo in Waran's ears again. He tells her that there are many weak people in this world, so she should treat them with kindness. Another opponent swung an axe straight at Warren's head, but it didn't faze her. Corrin's words still echoed, saying her very existence was a threat to others, so he hoped she could cooperate to get through this festival smoothly. The knight's squire failed and could only bow his head, crying and admitting defeat. War simply said 2 words so boring and made no move to fight back. War remembered the martial arts lesson with Corrin. It was just a training session, but it was much more exciting than the current battles by several times. Corrin in the past, when teaching Waran, started the training with very simple things. While having a meal with Professor Josephine, War honestly admitted that Corrin's strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. And Josephine also agreed with this opinion. She made a comparison and admitted that no one could compare to Corrin. War doesn't want to lose anymore. The lessons Corrin taught have become deeply ingrained in her after all those days of hard training. Remembering the fighting techniques Corrin taught, Waran clenched her fist into a punch and delivered a powerful strike. A green-scaled dragon also emerged from there, heading straight for the opponent. The dragon brushed past the opponent, causing the axe to also exit the scene. The axe exploded right in front of him and the dragon shimmered behind him, making him break out in a cold sweat. The flickering light suddenly burst apart, intensifying his fear to the point of turning pale. War realizes she has gone a bit too far, but her face remains expressionless. The opponent, frightened to the point of losing his footing, kneels down and shouts out 2 words, monster. Warren didn't reply. She was too used to those words and didn't bother to be angry anymore. War placed her hand on her chest. She didn't feel sad, but for some reason today, her heart ached so intensely. After a while, the final match of Group C finally arrived. Waran's opponent this time was a student from Griffin Academy. War had thought this guy would be just like the previous opponents. Jin Hyu greeted first, and his greeting caught Waran's attention. A murderous intent like water pouring out, he smiled wickedly as he greeted Waran. Jin Hyu repeatedly uses the skills Heavenly Wind Long Arrow and Warrior Piercing Armor / Moonstep, delivering ultra-fast kicks with immense damage, but Waran remains calm and still without moving. Jin Hyu continues to unleash deadly moves that envelop his entire body. Waran also has to admit that Jin Hyu is a very strong opponent. The spectators immediately erupted in shock as they realized Jin Hyu was completely different from the previous players. Jin Hyu launched a counterattack, aiming directly at Waran's face with a kick. But Waran remained standing still, showing no intention to fight back or dodge. Suddenly, a loud explosion of smoke and fire. A fierce collision occurred right on the arena. When the dust settled, Jin Haihuk stared in disbelief. Waran still stands motionless in place. The ground around her remains completely unaffected. Apart from where she stands, all the earth and rocks have been swept away to a depth of a meter. She calmly asks Jin Hyuk if he's finished his move. With the power of a Jasa, Waran's defense is nearly absolute. If this move is used against an ordinary person, few could withstand such a kick. Warren advised Jin Hyuk to give up because continuing would be pointless, but Jin Hyuk only laughed cruelly and kept calling Warren a monster. Even Jin Hyuk scolded her that it was too late for her to show mercy and compassion, which drove Warren crazy. She retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Jin Hyuk said through gritted teeth. He emphasized the mercy she was trying to show everyone by not fighting back against him, a mercy that should have been reserved for his family when they were slaughtered. The more Jin Hyuk spoke, the more he clenched his teeth with a grinding sound, his eyes narrowing as he declared he would kill Warren regardless of the cost. That day he was lucky to survive, but the others did not. His tear-filled eyes looked at the scene of destruction everywhere, smoke and fire filling the sky, bodies scattered all around. He holds his loved ones close, but hatred clouds his reason. Warren cannot believe in her hands, fear and torment reflected in his eyes. She couldn't believe there were still survivors after that night. The immortal dark mage Jerong trembled as he looked at the book, sensing that something was wrong. His gaunt, emaciated body looked like nothing more than a bundle of bones. He kept insisting that the current moment was perfect and that this was a rare opportunity and a miracle granted by the heavens. He gazed at the peaceful scene outside, confused and unable to remember if he had activated the magic circle or not and why his ritual had succeeded, but everything around remained so calm. It seems Jerong has realized the loop. He still retains the memory of successfully performing the ritual and transforming, but he has been sent back 3 days before the ritual took place. He doesn't know who was involved or how they managed to make time repeat like this. This was the first time he was sent back in the loop, and he realized something. And he screamed in fear 2 words, "Witch!" He insisted that this was caused by the water government. Jerong burst open the door and ran outside. He still vividly remembered Erin's face, a witch with silver hair and blue eyes. Jiray walks on the green grass. After 300 years, he has determined that the cause of everything is Erin. But he didn't know how or by what method this could happen again over the course of 300 years. Jerong stood on the ground, looking up at the blue sky above. He saw that the magic circle imprisoning this city within the infinite epic was still clearly visible in the sky. Looking at the center of the formation and the ancient script in the middle, Jerong immediately guessed that Erin had used the maximum absorbed power of the moon to strengthen the magic circle she inscribed on this city. A pure form of magic, forged from raw and intense power greater than any great mage in history. And he also saw the strange object inscribed on the magic circle. That thing contained an overwhelming power, so just a quick glance was enough for him to recognize it immediately. N is the language of the primal beginning. It is a special ancient language that was forgotten and faded about 3 years ago. The moon-absorbing stone engraved with the letter N symbolizes the meaning of the 2 primordial words. Lost in concentration, Jerong didn't notice someone approaching. That person greeted Jerong first. The greeting successfully caught his attention. Jir burst into loud laughter upon seeing that the visitor was Erin, and he was ecstatic to finally realize he had been trapped in this formation for 300 years and that Erin was the one responsible. Jir chuckled eerily, his bloodshot eyes revealing the joy of finally uncovering the key to the problem, and he loudly declared that because of Erin, the time in this city kept repeating endlessly. It was all caused by Erin herself. Erin just stood there listening without replying, protesting, or arguing. Erin's eyes are filled with coldness and cruelty as she calls out the immortal king Jerong in a harsh voice. A single call had such a strong effect on Jerong that he couldn't move, and he let out a moan of pain as his body swelled and transformed, his eyes turning a cloudy red like Satan's. Being forced to transform like this causes his body constant pain, tears streaming down his face as his eyes flicker uncontrollably. Erin stands to the side, reminding Jerong to fulfill his role. On the second night in Nazaria, the gloomy city under a starry sky, Alyssa and Corrin carry out the plan they had previously discussed. Alyssa deliberately used herself as bait to lure a Streaker. She drew her sword and decisively cut it in half. Corrin has also finished Bak Hon Vuong on his side. They successfully defeated 3 zombie kings, the Howling Abyss Demon a Streaker, the White Soul King, and Titan. Although Corrin and Alyssa are not high-level guardians, they have both defeated powerful zombie bosses. Alyssa happily shows off the moonlight crystal she's holding, excited to share the masterpiece they both just harvested with Corrin. He sat among the pile of demon corpses, lost in his own thoughts. They were able to easily hunt demons in this city full of zombies thanks to Erin. Erin smiles happily. Now their only goal is the immortal king. Corrin rests his chin on his hand, knowing Erin has probably done this countless times. Erin's guidance was truly skillful, a perfect plan in every detail. Finally, on the 3rd afternoon, the final boss they had to face appeared. Jerong stands in the middle of the road, emanating a sky-high aura of resentment. Their mission is to defeat Jerong before he fully awakens his power. Immortal King Jerong, the dark mage who caused the Nazar undead army uprising 300 years ago, and also longs to become the king of the undead, Alyssa was a bit disappointed to see Jerong's true appearance. She turned to ask Erin, who was smiling gently, whether the person in front of everyone was really the immortal King Jerong, because although his appearance was deformed, he didn't look very impressive. Corrin speculates that his appearance might be due to an incomplete evolution process. Erin ponders and agrees that his soul has not yet been fully corrupted. He also lacks the wisdom of a true mage. Corrin ignores everything. He told everyone to get out of the way. Hearing this, Eren didn't understand what he was trying to do, and she saw Corrin suddenly rushing forward alone, determined to handle Jirong by himself. Elisa also shouted in panic to stop Corrin. No matter what he looks like, Jirong is a super boss. Corrin also agrees with Alisa. Although he is an incomplete monster, Jirong is still the undead king resurrected through a dark forbidden ritual. Jirong's power definitely surpasses Marriot's. Calling him a super-level ultimate boss isn't wrong. Yer also sensed that something was about to happen to him. Corrin used the death lightning technique to strike Ger with a powerful lightning bolt, causing everything around to shatter. Corrin felt the tremendous power emanating from Jaren. After attacking, he just let out a sigh of relief. It seems Jaren is not to be underestimated. The immortal king Jirong roars as he unleashes his power, repeatedly using his ultimate skills, Death Curse, Death Wind, and finally, Apocalyptic. His strength shatters buildings and destroys the streets. Elisa was surprised that Jirong could cast high-level magic spells so rapidly, even without needing any cooldown time, as she stood protecting herself and asked Corrin if he was okay. Jirong the Immortal King thought he had defeated his opponent and laughed with satisfaction. Little did he know he would be attacked repeatedly. In Corrin's eyes, his power was only mediocre. He used the Infinite Heaven Slash to cut Jirong into pieces. Because he wasted too much magic power, he couldn't withstand your final move. You unleashed your ultimate technique, Nachimaki. Finally, King Immortal Jirong became a pool of blood at Corrin's feet. Those who focus too much on power like King Immortal are even easier to deal with. If he can overpower him with skill, he can easily tease him like a weak boss. Moreover, Nazaria is a repeat mission. He has already defeated him thousands of times before. Elisa was also amazed by the outcome. Corrin killed Gurang, and she felt like he was getting stronger every day. Corrin thought she might even handle him more easily than he could. He realized he was now alone, with only Alyssa remaining. She just realized that Eren had disappeared. Clearly, Eren was still standing beside her a moment ago. Corrin quietly deduces and decides to find Eren alone. Before leaving, he tells Alyssa to stay in guard against the zombies. Elisa watched his figure leave, wondering about Eren as she looked down from above at the ruined city engulfed in smoke and fire. There's really nothing to see here. Corrin found Eren standing alone, looking down at the pile of debris below. Nothing special about it. He asked her if this was not the first time the Immortal King Jirong had appeared. Eren admitted to what he just said.
This has happened all 36.539 times. Nazaria repeats the Demon King extermination mission every 3 days.
The Dark Mage Jirong exploited the lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into zombies. This happened 353 months and 27 days ago. 1,200,000 zombies suddenly appeared and disappeared along with the Immortal King. Corrin also learned that Eren had repeated this 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Eren kills the Demon King Jirong. Corrin asks her why this loop keeps happening. Eren gently smiled and answered his question. She is the one who created this city. Eren slowly utters a horrifying truth from her seductive lips that the cursed city of Nazaria was actually created by her. And if those 1.2 million zombies leave the city, the entire continent and the world will disappear instantly. The ancient runestone appears alongside countless glowing magic circles in the sky. Eren used ancient language to interfere with Jaren's magic circle. After hearing the truth from Eren, Corrin couldn't understand the resurrection of 1.2 million people. Doing such things is truly too cruel. A dark voice echoes from the void, saying you will understand soon. Corrin realizes this voice. No one else. It is death itself, the one always chained with a sharp scythe. The Grim Reaper said he would keep watching over you because you are someone who dares to challenge death. Maybe the Grim Reaper already knows that Corrin is a false reincarnation. Death is an entity created by the system to collect the souls of the dead. Its task is to ensure that the collected souls are reborn into a new life to continue the cycle. So, the zombies, those who keep escaping death and reclaiming life, are the source of the death god's sorrow. Nasri has been doing this for over 300 years. Eren admits she is the one who created this 3-day loop, which is why the death god came here to destroy the primordial language that taints death. But she had previously made a pact with the death god because the zombies also turn the lives they kill into zombies. When Eren met the Grim Reaper, she seriously raised the difficult issue that if the 1.2 million zombies left the city, all of humanity would become zombies and there would be no souls left to continue the cycle. It was because of this sharp statement that Eren forced the Grim Reaper to make a choice. 1 is to ignore the cycle of 1.2 million souls, or wait for the collapse of the world, and the Death God has chosen to make a pact. The pact between Eren and the Death God includes 3 conditions. As long as these 3 conditions are met, the Grim Reaper will not interfere with the 3-day loop. The first condition is that Erenua must defeat Jaren the Immortal. Then, Jaren's memories will be reset to 3 days earlier. When everything is restored, Eren will be forced to leave this city. That is also the second condition. Finally, Eren Danua, the creator of the 3-day cycle, will no longer interfere with this loop. Then, the existence of the Titan, the immortal giant, the monster falling into the abyss. A Beast Streaker along with the White King will gradually be defeated. The immortal King Jerome will be executed on the third night. The 3-day cycle will repeat continuously for 300 years. Back in reality, Eren painfully recounts everything. Gradually, everything becomes tragic. After 20,000 times, Jerome finally realized he was trapped in a 3-day loop. Korin is frustrated. He doesn't know how long Eren plans to keep repeating this. How much longer can her mind endure, and how much longer can she keep killing Jerome? Korin shouted at Eren.
You ask her how long she plans to keep doing this? Are you going to keep repeating these 3 days over and over?
Even though she's very tired, as long as she can, Eren keeps going. She can understand why Korin came here. You are trying to save someone and also saving many others. What Eren said reminds you of Warren's image, and Eren advises you to leave quickly. The Grim Reaper could only say that saving the world requires sacrifice as he looked at Eren's lonely back. Korin is a lost soul. Eren is not part of this world. She will deliberately ignore the existence of you. In the end, Eren turned her back and walked away. Her sacrifice was so great that no one could recognize her. He also doesn't know how she sacrificed herself. Thinking of this, Korin grits his teeth, feeling very angry. He knows she always thinks about sacrificing herself. He recalls the image of his master from a previous life when she willingly put herself in danger to protect others. That's why Korin respects her so much. A lonely person fighting alone, silently protecting the world. However, Korin came up with a different solution when thinking of the Death God. Korin called the Death God. Eren suddenly turns back, confused and unsure of what Korin is trying to do. Korin reaches out towards the Grim Reaper. He proposed making a contract together, vowing not to give up and to seize every chance to save his master. Eren tried to stop him, but she was too late. The light from the contract formation barrier continues to shine as she moves closer. The glowing yellow orb on the scale. The Grim Reaper found this situation quite interesting because the one who made the contract was a liar. He praised Korin's bravery, a deceiver of death himself, for wanting to make a pact with the Grim Reaper. The scale is tipping towards the larger purple orb. Korin, small and humble, stands before the mighty god of death. The Death God looked at him and demanded that he state his wish. Making his request, Korin wanted to cancel the contract made by Eren Danua. But first, the god of death must give him a treasure from the mortal realm. He wants at least something ranked level 10 or higher. Like all other contracts, Korin also had to exchange something else for his wish. Korin thought for a while. You promised that within half a year you will clear out the entire city of Nazaria, which is overrun by zombies. The Grim Reaper paused for a few seconds, stunned by Korin's bold promise. Death himself insists you cannot do this. Though small before death, Korin ignores his doubts. Whether you can do it or not depends on the Grim Reaper. He just needs to put it on the scale. Korin asked the Death God about the fairness of his contract. A second later, the golden orb on the scale grows larger and begins to shine brighter. After weighing the contract, the Grim Reaper replied that it was still not fair enough. Eradicating 1.2 million souls is not enough to match Korin's reward. Although the Grim Reaper said so, the weight of the golden marble was much heavier than the purple one. It proves that the contract is still unbalanced, and learning this surprises Korin. The Grim Reaper once again asked Korin to choose a number. Only then would the balance be restored. Korin broke out in a sweat, thinking. Odd numbers indicate the top 10 death items. If a choice must be made, Korin would definitely pick that number. After considering everything, Korin decided on the treasure he wanted. Once the contract was made, Korin went to where Eren was standing. Eren is still in a state of shock. She didn't expect Korin to dare do such a thing. She rushed over to him wanting to know what he had done. Korin saw her running up and was also surprised that she had patiently waited for him. Korin told Eren about the contract he just made with the God of Death, which is to purify Nazar within half a year. If he succeeds, Eren's contract will also be nullified. Hearing the conditions of the contract, Eren could only helplessly scream. She could only say that he was crazy, because she knew that if he didn't fulfill the contract with the God of Death, not even his soul would remain, and he would be deprived of his right to reincarnate. In response to Eren's worries, Korin gently lowered his voice with respect and told her, I learned this from Eren. He learned it from Eren. That made Eren pause. She seemed a bit surprised. At first, Korin thought it was just a game, but in the most dangerous moments, the hardest times standing before a world of smoke and fire, monsters lurking all around. You met an adult, and that was the first time you encountered a real hero, a hero you couldn't protect, the one who fought alone against the world, the one who sacrificed herself to protect you. The moment she turned back and smiled at you while standing amidst the ruined, smoky battlefield broke your heart beyond endurance. Korin tightened his grip on Eren's shoulders even more. This time, I want to save her, and I will definitely not fail. I am no longer the weak person I used to be. It's nothing as grand as saving the world. What you're doing is very simple. Smiling brightly, you see this as just repaying a favor. The peaceful starry night sky. Eren faces a monster covered in tumors. He fights with a strange staff, and this is also a very long time later in Nazaria. The monster screams in fear, constantly shouting for the wizard. Wizard? He unleashed all his magic to fight back. Life went on for 300 years. The monster was attacked constantly, and it could no longer hold out. In the end, Eren completely blew him up. This event still repeats itself today. Eren opens her helmet and sighs. The city remains a hellish pit of chaos. Erin stands alone, looking down at the ruined city. The mechanical routines have repeated for 3 years, and she has been fighting this terrible schedule all that time. The reason isn't anything special. It's simply because she is a hero. She is the last remaining saint on this land. The Queen of the Shadow Realm has now vanished into the void. Erin knew all along that she was someone special. Living as a hero is something she has always taken for granted. And right now, she still is, still living as a hero. But the only difference this time was that she heard someone say they wanted to save her. She had always thought that saving others was only the hero's duty. She takes on the hero's duty and has to suppress her own feelings, even neglecting herself. Yet Corin says he wants to save her to repay her kindness. Erin put on her hat and cloak. It was Corin who rekindled the feelings buried deep within her subconscious for 300 years of solitude. You said you would always be by her side. Erin blushed as she remembered Corin and what he had said. She was moved by the genuine concern from someone else, and the Grim Reaper, watching from the side, was also pleased with what he had witnessed. Anyway, Erin has been a close friend who has been with him for 300 years. He thought to himself that even a hero can fall into love. This isn't so bad at all. Death thinks back on the pact between him and Corin. He feels this will be very difficult because even though he gave him a choice of numbers, he didn't expect him to pick something like that. At that moment, Corin decisively chose what he wanted. He chose the Death God's orb. The item only attacks, not defends. A strike can separate the body and soul. This is a magnificent treasure of death. It grants the power of the Grim Reaper's scythe when the user equips it to their weapon. Still, its effectiveness is only at its peak when used by the Grim Reaper himself. For humans, it only grants a relative advantage. But for someone like Corin who cannot sense souls, this is the worst choice. Still, the balance of the exchange is no longer tilted. That also means the reward Corin chose is perfectly suited for the exchange. The Grim Reaper is growing more pleased the more he thinks about it. He stroked his chin, praising it as interesting. Not knowing what Corin wants to change, he was also very curious. The scene shifts to the entrance of Nazar City, where Kanaan Kangrun stands with his arms crossed, lost in deep thought. The qualifying round is coming to an end. 8 teams with a total of 32 people from Borame and Maba. Only half of them will be able to advance to the next round. At 6:50 in the morning, the scoreboard displays each team's points. Borame Academy's team 1, including Kang Yua and her teammates, scored a total of 558 points. MK3 Academy's team 2, with the presence of the villain Mary's, earned 499 points. Mary's teammates are still chatting about some kind of spell. Mary's also agrees that if their team doesn't break the moon crystal, they might still have a chance to win first place. The final scores are listed. Team 1 with 558 points, Team 2 with 499 points, Team 4 with 160 points, Team 3 with 155 points, Team 6 with 126 points, Team 8 with 98 points, Team 7 with 55 points, and Team 5 still not back. After seeing the scores, everyone agreed that Borame would definitely win this time, and perhaps this place no longer concerns them. Some see it as luck to have survived, while others discuss how their ending resembles that of Mandrak's band of thieves. The 2 young men, Jer and El, who were eliminated early, are still anxiously waiting for their teammates to return. The MK3 Academy is good at forming teams, but their overall skills are only average at best, and when it comes to weakness, Team 5 is the prime example. Even Corin's team, known as the Incompetent Corin Group, didn't expect much from the start. The others also joined the discussion, saying that except for Teams 2 and 5, no other group from MK3 Academy has a chance to make it to the next round. Even Corin's 5th team lost 2 members right from the start. There's no way to turn the tide now. Kang Run was also very pleased to hear that. He secretly cheered Borame would have 3 teams in the finals, and the MK3 Academy he disliked would only have 1 team in the finals. As they were chatting loudly, the door to the room opened and Corin's morning greeting echoed in. Elisa realized they were already late, and knowing there was only a minute left before elimination, she let out a relieved sigh. Corin waved his hand, saying that they had arrived anyway. Kang Run cleared his throat, reprimanding Corin and Elisa for being late to the meeting. Elisa, after hearing this, blamed Corin for not eating until after finishing the work. Corin didn't want to wait too long to eat. Moreover, since you are still in the competition and not taking the chance to eat, when will you ever eat? Kang Run irritably reminds Corin's team to submit their products so he can update the scores. In his heart, he was sure that Corin's team would be disqualified. Alyssa placed a gem on the scale. Kang Run kept mocking that Corin's team score would definitely be very low. But what he and everyone didn't expect was that after just 1 stone, the score jumped to 250. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe the score of 250. Kang Run immediately concluded that Corin's team 5 ranked 3rd. But Corin managed to beat him because he still hasn't submitted all the Moonlight Crystals. The 3 Moonlight Crystals from the 3 Undead Kings are already placed on the scale. Everyone was terrified and shocked when they saw it. They asked where Corin's team had gone to hunt for the Moonstones. Could it be that they went straight to the city center to hunt the 3 legendary monsters? Still stunned, Corin then presents the Blood Red Moonstone. This is also your final item. The Immortal King Jerong's Moonstone is placed on the scale. The score on the scale immediately skyrocketed. Everyone was stunned. Kang Run's team members all stared with their mouths open as they read the number 1,000, while the total score displayed on the scoreboard for Corrin's team was 1,768 points.
Corrin gave a thumbs up and praised it as excellent, while old Kang Run still couldn't believe his eyes.
The final leaderboard shows Corrin's team in the lead with 1,768 points, and the 4 teams advancing to the finals are Team Na, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 4. The carriage is waiting outside. The morning atmosphere is so lively. Alyssa asks if Corrin will still come here. Corrin just let out a small sound, then confirmed that he had to go, and it seemed like Alyssa had figured out his intention to save Aaron. Alyssa announces that she and Mary's will be going with Corrin next time. Alyssa smiles beautifully. She doesn't want you to do everything by yourself. Even though she doesn't know what your plan is, if Corrin acts like that, it will make her very worried. Corrin was very surprised after hearing that. He always thought Alyssa was just a fool, but it seems he was wrong. Corrin agrees with Alyssa and thanks her for thinking of him, but he also warns her that she might get tired because there are still many things waiting for them ahead. Corrin closed his eyes to focus, but his mind kept racing. He wanted to figure out how to harness the power granted by the god of death. Although the mortal treasure is a bit different from what he expected, the death god's orb could become a special hidden item for this move of his. Corrin remembered Warren's lonely back when she insisted that no matter what he did, it was useless, and no one would help her. Corrin smiled confidently, thinking maybe what he gained from the god of death could be the secret weapon to save that child. When he returned to school, Corrin immediately went to find Warren, but he was met with shocking news. Professor Josephine announced that Warren had been imprisoned. Traveling back to the past, there was a girl named Lon who was loved by everyone. The girl couldn't see her sister, so she happily ran over to hug her because it had been so long since they last met. Iwa was also happy to see her sister again and asked how her health had been lately. But Lon is an unfortunate child who has never been able to go outside on her own because of her deadly illness, her face always looking exhausted. It turns out that because Lon has the pure yin body, she carries a self-destructive curse, where endless evil spirits overshadow positive energy, disrupting the balance within her body. Lon has carried that curse since birth. Her father, Kanggu, has tried everything to cure her, but no medicine can break the Tai Am curse. Lon's father was also so devastated that he frantically searched, turning the room into chaos. A happy and peaceful family suddenly vanished. Lying on the hospital bed, Lon tries to call her father, and Kanggu doesn't hesitate to call her by name. If there are 2 unfortunate things in this happiness, the first is Lon's curse of illness. Every breath for her is a struggle. Kanggu is also determined to save Lon. And the second thing is this. To save Lon, Kanggu is willing to do anything, and his face changes as if he becomes a different person. And that is Kanggu's innate talent. The second thing is that Kanggu dedicated his entire life to finding a powerful source of positive energy, capable of suppressing the girl's innate negative energy. Despite trying every possible way to find a cure, the impenetrable wall of Tai Am was beyond human effort to overcome, and from that moment, Kanggu changed his way of thinking. If there isn't enough positive energy to suppress the negative energy, then just find a way to drain that negative energy. And so, a creature born with innate negative energy was created. Tears are carved into their bodies. The most familiar monster to spiritualists is the one tasked with guiding lost souls back to the earth. Kanggu accidentally turned his daughter into a zombie while she was still alive. Sin Quang Ti has fire attributes, and that was the moment she was born. Jin Hai's hot blood rushes to his brain as he recalls that compassion. His eyes become as wide as the ceiling because they should be for his family when they were murdered. And without saying much more, Jin Hyu decided to kill the people before him. Around him was an endless sea of fire. He is determined to kill the person in front of him. Around him lie scattered corpses everywhere. Warren, confused about life and the events unfolding before him, couldn't understand what was happening. So Kamun took the opportunity to order Hoa to kill all the humans on this land. And no living creature is allowed to exist on this land. Jinhu immediately called Waran a monster, a cold-blooded, heartless beast. Moreover, Jinhu said that Waran is still pretending to be a good person, which is disgusting. But War is so confused that he doesn't understand anything and wants to deny everything. Jinhu kept mocking Warren's body, saying Warren was not Lon, but just a monster who stole Lon's body. But War still denies it, thinking this is Warren's body. Suddenly, a hand appears from below and grabs Warren's foot. That skeleton cursed Warren to die, but suddenly it turned to beg Warren to go and die. Its words were full of sincerity because Warren's father had been torn apart by that skeleton, and it would bury Warren under the guise of the royal family. The skeleton then grabbed Warren's neck, cursing her to die. The wails continued, insisting that Warren should never have been born. A terrifying shadow appears, demanding its body back. Warren, terrified, tears up, repeatedly insisting this body is hers to forget reality. All sounds overwhelmed Waran, making her feel everything was too noisy, and she unleashed her power. The strong tendrils shot toward Jin Hyu, causing her pain and forcing her to cover herself with her hands for protection. In the midst of overwhelming rage, golden chains shot out and tightened around Waran's body. The chains tightened so much that Waran collapses, barely able to say that she deserves this body. While Waran is still lost in her illusion, she mutters to herself that she must absolutely not lose this body. Several others quickly surrounded Warren, ready to attack her. Now, let's return to Professor Josephine's office.
Professor Josephine seriously explains the reason why Warren is being held here. After hearing everything, Corin also somewhat anticipated this outcome.
But unexpectedly, it arrived so early. You wonder if the real reason is because of those two seals.
Professor Josephine felt as if he had uncovered something and gently lifted her glasses to confirm that it was true.
But during the battle with Jin Hyuk, the two charms were burned. At that time, Bishop El Jinyang used that as an excuse to criticize Warren's loss of control, and ultimately, under Professor Camrion's guidance, Warren was brought back to the east. They also decided to create a new talisman to suppress Warren's power. But something still doesn't seem right. Corin thought that if such a harsh decision was made against her just because one of those two seals was destroyed, it would be a bit hard to understand. And now they are trying to blame the Academy for losing control of Warren, which is truly ridiculous. Ao, who had been standing behind, suddenly asked Corin to confirm how much he had figured out. Looking at Ario's expression, it seems he has already figured it out. Considering this time, Professor Cangrian from the east appears to be scheming something. Corin suspected this move and wondered if Ario had considered letting Warren fall into their hands, then suggested that everything be left to him afterward. Although it was a bit rushed, he still trusted himself on this matter. Corin also honestly expressed that he wanted everyone to live their own lives and no one to be left behind. At this point, the legend of the hero Allahan begins with Act 3 about the divine flying sword, and this demon will be a bit different from the previous bosses. Professor Josephine then fell into deep thought for a moment. Ari also said nothing, and the trust in the character in the story meant that she would be forced to choose between these two things. It's either saving the fire or saving the orchid, but either way, the easiest choice is like Paru just needs to pick one, and that is the most effective choice. But Corin doesn't care about that kind of game because only kids choose. Adults take everything. And the main task now is fire in line with a difficulty level of A+ and the accompanying conditions. At that moment, in the dark prison, only my two words echoed. War sat there, only able to think that this body was his. But Kang Run suddenly appeared, raising doubts about whether it was possible. War immediately wondered who this person was. But Kang Ryun took the opportunity to introduce himself as Kang Lan's uncle, the original owner of the body you are occupying. But War only lost control further and groaned, demanding to have the body back, because this belongs to Waran. But Kangrian seems to sense there is some misunderstanding somewhere. Kang Run knew that Warren wanted to completely take over that body. Remembering the scene at that time, when he ordered the fire to kill all humans on this land and no living creature was allowed to survive here, Kangrian now put on a scheming face and tempted Warren by claiming he could help him. Kangrian's face looks like a venomous snake smiling as it offers a sweet, poisonous apple to a child. A gunshot rings out, but a shadowy figure lurking behind whispers that it can't be done, that the voice cannot reach Juan. Kang Run immediately said that the body already belonged to you, but from the very beginning, it had never been touched. So, 2 days after returning from the qualifiers, everyone was given a rest. And this is probably to create opportunities for the students just back from Nazar, so Corin and Mari Donalev go for a walk around town.
Both of them will prepare thoroughly before Kang Run's side makes a move. Corin then turned to ask Mariette Donalev if the stall was set up in front of the inn yet.
Mariette Donalev immediately told him that the stall had been reported and summarized since yesterday. He was really curious about the income, and Mariette Donalev didn't mind sharing it with him. As for the skewers, the ingredients are supplied directly from the Dayanep family. Just spread some sauce on the skewers and sell them at 3 times the price. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile happily, imagining the piles of gold because finally, this day had come. And this is the price of traveling. The Griffin gang will have to spend all their money. At this moment, Mari Dunalep noticed the magic stone throwing game, and the game master quickly called Mariette Dunalep over to try throwing once. Suddenly, Duong realized it looked familiar. Turns out this man appeared again this year. He then introduced both of them to defective magic stones, broken into smaller pieces, and when Mariette Donal touched them, he found it quite fascinating. The shopkeeper, intrigued by how soft it felt, encouraged Mariette Donalev to try it, and sure enough, it was really soft. The shopkeeper then knew how to promote his product, saying it wouldn't normally feel this way. Because the magic stone absorbs mana very well, its attributes can also change easily, which is why it is often used as a material for crafting magic wands. Corin immediately suspected that this soft thing could explode at any moment and needed to confirm, so he quickly grabbed it and held it up. With his spear throwing and stone throwing skills trained, Corin's accuracy at this close range is as easy as pie, almost 100%, and hits the bullseye directly. The shopkeeper was immediately overwhelmed with life and reported a score of 95 points. Mari Donalev was visibly delighted. The higher the accuracy, the smaller the dispersion range of the magic crystal used in the festival, and vice versa. The lower the accuracy, the larger the dispersion range. In the game, Corin has tested almost every type of equipment and magic that reduces accuracy to create a 0% accuracy. And with this level of reasoning, the spread range has increased to 100 million, and if exploited, it will lead to a certain outcome. Colin approached the shopkeeper and offered to buy all these magic stones at double the price, making the shopkeeper confused about why he wanted such a large quantity. Corin just smiled dangerously without answering, because of course these stones were for a special skill that only veterans knew about, and Corin came for this very reason. The surrounding atmosphere darkened as he happily imagined the scenarios, making Mari Dunilev think he was smiling too sinisterly. But suddenly Duong asked her if the carriage company was a subsidiary of the family clan. And just like that, he asked for the carriage schedule, leaving Mari Dunilev confused and unsure of what he was planning. Only Corin saw that he was about to return, as the carriage was already set into motion, and the governor immediately called Iwa for something. At this moment, Yuga also shoved a protective charm made from peachwood into Warren's mouth, which is the nemesis of the Kwang Thi. Yua glared after seeing the opposite reaction. Warren couldn't take it anymore and collapsed, coughing continuously. Yua quickly warned Warren that it was best not to cause trouble before they arrived. Jin Hyu sat in a corner, pondering whether it was really that simple to be done because the talisman only made Warren thinner. But for Iwa, that was enough. Because the goal was to separate the demon from Lan, but hearing this, Warren became even angrier. Iwa was very annoyed and explained to her and also told Warren that at some point Kang Run would separate them both, leaving War completely confused and scared. Iwa simply lightly explained that War might disappear or become a vengeful spirit, causing Warren to startle and resist losing this body. Iwa also didn't care about anything because that body never truly belonged to Warren. And that's what War needed to know. Warren immediately flew into a rage. The man sitting outside the car heard a strange noise and looked towards the source of the sound. If he hadn't looked, it would have been just the sound of a bell. But then a giant supercar appeared, startling the man, and soon after, a collision occurred. The impact was so strong that the car was thrown far away and crashed into the wall. The man who was driving earlier also collapsed on the street in pain. Kangrian suddenly appeared and asked if the two people with him were injured anywhere. Iwa and Jin Hyu quickly report that they are fine. But could there really be a bomb attack here that Kangrian knows nothing about? Only a single bullet fell to the ground, and Kangrian realized he was facing a tough opponent. The area also turned into a bloodbath, leaving Jin Hyu clueless about what was happening. The bandits cheered as the situation finally reached a dead end, and there was no more hesitation. This was the perfect moment to seize all the valuable goods. Suddenly, they found Warren growling on the ground, feeling lucky to have caught such a beautiful girl. And then the leader of the gang happily ordered to capture Warren. The clown-faced leader immediately claimed he would handle this girl. At that moment, a loud scream at Professor Josephine's place announced the kidnapping, leaving everyone there confused about what was happening and who the kidnapper and victim were. A man in a brown suit rushes in to report that 5 minutes ago, a mysterious group of robbers attacked Griffin's luxury carriage and kidnapped Warani, causing Professor Josephine to panic, so much that even someone who has never sworn in 35 years exclaimed in shock. Quickly, the robbers rode their horses at full speed down the road. Sitting on his horse, War anxiously asked to find out what chaos was unfolding. Only Corin is seen holding Warren in his arms, reminding the others not to cause trouble while he's gone and that he's coming to rescue Warren, but Warren just faintly feels it's all useless. Corin also explained that if those people took him away, it would be dangerous. But with Warren, it didn't concern him at all. Corin simply doesn't care about anything. For him, living under the same roof means it's connected. He secretly thought that Corin felt lucky to still be in time, because if Kangren had taken Warani, they would definitely have forced her soul out of her body. If that's the case, Hoa or Lan will definitely disappear. War just sighed and said nothing. I don't know how long it has been, but the sky has turned dark again. One of the bandits returned and told Corin that they had arrived, so they would stall and leave traces as agreed. That person took the bag of gold with a joyful heart, hoping for a happy collaboration. Corin also wished them well and hoped they wouldn't do anything bad and that they would meet again. But judging by that big smile, he's probably gotten a lot. Everything was peaceful. Then suddenly he fell, and Corin didn't know what had happened to War. Warren's face hasn't looked good since earlier, but all I hear is her talking about what those people who took her earlier gave her to drink. Hearing that, I eagerly guessed if it was some kind of charm or spell. But if it's Warren, it's probably just a cold, but it'll take a few days to recover. In the vast mountain forest, he suddenly said something to Warren that made Warren shout loudly, not knowing what Corin was planning to do. Without getting an answer, he only saw her legs trying to run fast as Warren struggled, wanting to get down and run on her own. But Corin stubbornly reminded her not to try anymore because she couldn't even walk properly. Corin was also quite casual because Warren was also easygoing. But Warren's face didn't look comfortable with this and tried to tell Corin that he was uncomfortable and wanted to be let down. Corin ignored what War said, just telling her to take a debt so War would be speechless for now. On Kangrian's side, after the recent bombing, Iwa and Jin Hyuk moved quickly. Yua quickly told Kangrian that they were fine. Jin Hu was also surprised that someone dared to attack him, and Kangrian had no idea what was happening. The atmosphere suddenly turned red, making Jin Hyuk confused and unsure of what was happening. Who am I? Where are we? And the barrier seems to be having some issues too. Mari Dunilev, standing above, looks down and thinks that's enough. She suddenly remembered Corin's warning that just an hour of stalling would be enough. From the outside, the barrier looked like a round ball enclosing everything, as if trying to scoop up the people inside, causing screams from within. The spirit beast suddenly appeared and surrounded Kangren's group, leaving Junhyu puzzled about the flaw in their barrier. Kangrun then turned to call Iwa. Yua, understanding Cryon's intention, immediately responded that she would chase after him. Mari Dunale also noticed this strange behavior, turned around and scolded her teammates for using the fear everyone and run tactic, because they still need to hold back the other two. Mari Dunalev found the current situation unbelievable, as someone managed to break through the barrier and only hoped Korn would be safe. And right now, it's pouring rain heavily, and Warren's condition is worsening for unknown reasons. Korn, holding Warren in his arms, was worried sick. The journey had already been quite long, and with the current situation, they could only find a place to rest first. Suddenly, he saw a strange figure appear right in front of him. Yua just landed and struck a cool pose thinking he had gone far away, but the person in front of him looked really familiar. Without saying much, Iwa immediately drew his weapon and confronted Korn, making him wonder how Yua managed to catch up and even pass through the barrier. You try to protect Warren in your arms, but accidentally get hit by a dart, leaving a wound. Even though Warren is sick and about to see the elders, he still tries to ask if the person helping him is okay. But Korn, with his extraordinary body, comforted Warren, telling him he's fine because the dagger isn't poisoned, though he worries he can't protect War and defeat the enemy at the same time. Korn looked at the situation behind him and repeated her question. In situations like that, just jump into the fight quickly, no hesitation at all. Korn charged at Igawa, and Iwa, surprised to see him do so, was not shocked to see that he was not running away. Korn quickly expressed that he was just eliminating the less feasible options as soon as possible. Both sides then charged at each other like moths to a flame, not hesitating to give each other a brutal beating. Iwa not only physically fights, but also psychologically torments Korn with questions about whether he has what it takes to defeat Yua, and right after that, Yua strikes, forcing Korn to stumble backward. But with his extensive experience and the main character's aura, he quickly placed his weapon on the ground as a support. With such a heavy attack from someone of Iwa's low level as expected, all his strength was truly unleashed. Seeing the woman in front of him, Korn immediately recognized her as the Swordmaster, the strongest female knight of Zia Griffin, also known as the female Sword Fairy, possessing an enormous amount of aura, so vast that it can be seen with the naked eye, which is the clearest proof. Iwa subtly reminded Korn not to hold back anymore and to unleash himself freely like the host with Iwa. Not to mention he also has a combat aura. But who would have thought that Korn's combat aura was something he gained through tricks? Because it is a trump card only used in desperate situations along with the reincarnation demonic core that you obtained after destroying the Vanad forging car. But in hindsight, those things seem like a useless card more. Because it can only store a huge amount of combat aura like a sealed dam with no way to release it and unleash its power. Seeing that Korn didn't seem willing to use all her strength against her, Iwa decided to go along. If you want to keep it hidden, then Iwa will force it to be revealed. Iwa uses the dragon destroying technique, leaving Korn stunned by the situation and unable to analyze the move she just used. You try to hold on to analyze everything. You decisively use the first move, long slash, with the mindset that if you've already touched, you're ready to clash. Korn's fierce 5-meaning technique instantly summoned a dragon spirit beast. Korn used all his strength to fight against an opponent who no longer held back with the ancient evil technique. Each move was unleashed one after another, leading to the final blow, and the unfolding battle became so intense that others could only breathe oxygen to keep up. I don't know how long it has been, but finally the fight came to an end. Korn gently knelt down on the ground, exhaling deeply. You look really scary. I might just go to heaven soon. Yua fought this match seriously, without joking, but when faced with Koren's teasing, silence was the best response. Igawa looked at his opponent and thought about the techniques he used, which should have guaranteed victory, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even leave a scratch on his opponent. Iwa is really curious about who the person in front of her is, but instead of asking about her doubt, she wants to know why you are protecting Waran at all costs. But it seems there is some misunderstanding because you are in the position of a kidnapper, and your joke is not funny. Yua immediately introduced herself as Warren's cousin to him, and in her eyes, Warren was a ruthless and cruel demon, a vicious and merciless Yasha, and surely Koren has also heard about the Luna massacre. Hearing Iwa's argument, Koren only feels regret for a person because the perpetrator of the crime remains free outside the law, and those below have to kill each other to survive, which is why Iwa can't understand what he's trying to say, and he wants Iwa to realize that the martial schools in this country are extremely brutal. They are constantly challenging and sabotaging each other. That is the harsh reality. But the more Iwa listened, the less he understood what you were trying to say. Before Iwa could react, you quickly unleashed your power with the Swift Slash technique. Knowing how dangerous the situation is right now, Iwa quickly jumped off the branch she was standing on and rushed to Koren. This time, Iwa's fury caused the surrounding aura to turn black. Iwa stares ahead, confirming once more whether the person in front of her truly intends to challenge Iwa openly. The person in front stammers loudly, shouting their name with determination. Grandmaster of the Martial Arts School, Alyssa, full name Elisa Aiden. Elisa Aiden expressed her desire to challenge Iwa, leaving Iwa so stunned that she almost cursed out loud. Korin then encouraged her, praising Elisa Aiden as a swordswoman with a unique mindset for daring to challenge right here in this desolate place. Truly passionate about life. Although unsure of her strength, Elisa Aiden confidently drew her sword and ran forward, showing admiration for Iwa, hoping Iwa would teach her, leaving Iwa speechless in this scene. Iwa didn't understand what was happening, but still raised his hand to block and asked Elisa Aiden if that was really okay with her. Confused, he wondered if the person in front of him actually thought they had successfully challenged Iwa. Elisa Aiden didn't care about the situation in front of her and just winked at him to remind him to focus on his own task, while Korin, seizing the opportunity, quickly thanked her. He happily grabbed Warren and, feeling elated beyond words, ran ahead so the others could have some space. But this isn't what YA wanted, and all I could do was helplessly shout for him to stop as the sky began to grow darker. Korin's hand struggled to wring out his white shirt as he muttered whether this was called luck or suka. But for now, let's put that aside, because at least the weather is helping you escape by hindering the alertness of the guards and the knights sent to search for the hostage. Sitting in the cave, Korin tries to squeeze out water from his shirt bit by bit, silently grateful that the weather is helping him delay the pursuit. He doesn't forget he's here with Warren and turns to ask about Warren's condition. But War just lay there without answering. Perhaps this is the only moment when the hostage is in such a bad condition. Seeing the hand placed on his forehead, Warren tried to apologize and update you that he has a fever. And with no other choice, he had to perform first aid on the spot, gently holding Warren in his arms, taking a bottle of medicine, and telling her to drink this because it would help Warren feel more comfortable. The bottle of medicine Korin gave Warren is a high-grade elixir. After a little infusion of the potion, Warren asked Korin where he was. This wide area is the territory of the horned bears, because when they encounter places without suitable caves, they dig large hollows in trees to make their nests. As soon as he finished speaking, Korin suddenly realized something. Warren's condition was worsening, and it would take a while longer for the medicine to take effect. Korin sighed upon noticing the situation was not good, which caught Warren's attention. War felt a bit worried when he saw Korin about to leave somewhere, but he honestly told himself he would go hunting bears, because there were definitely horned bears here, and he would take their fur to keep her warm. But just then, a blinding flash of lightning struck down, causing Korin to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the hem of his pants. Turning around, Korin saw War trying to stay upright even though his breathing was becoming irregular. Warren's face shows sincerity, hoping that Korin won't go anywhere, as Warren recalls everything they have been through while Korin is tidying things up. My beloved daughter has always been deep in Warren's subconscious because that was the first scene she saw when she opened her eyes. A stranger standing in front of her, crying uncontrollably and calling her daughter as the child finally woke up. From Warren's perspective, he is simply the owner looking down at Warren with tearful eyes. The man calls Warren his daughter and also calls her Lan. Seeing the tearful scene before her, Warren felt nothing because Kuwangti had just been born and she knew that was the name given to her. Warren repeated the word the man had said without understanding its meaning, but he was very happy and embraced Warren tightly in joy. But at that very moment, Warren instinctively realized that Warren needed to play the role of Lan because if the father found out, this man would immediately abandon Warren, and Warren also feared that he would go looking for the real Lan. I don't know how many times Warren accidentally imagined what the future would be like after returning this body, but not long after, this chaotic life also started to have problems. That was the moment when everything fell apart over a trivial reason. The man called her father coldly let go of Warren and said that Warren was not his daughter, leaving Warren stunned. That was the first time Warren saw what blood looked like. It was when she was ordered to eliminate the sea monster ravaging the city, a command her father had given her. At this moment, next to Warren is her uncle, the one who came to treat her and keeps laughing when he sees Kuang Ti easily defeating a level 1 demon. He is the one who named Warren Hoa. From that very moment, while praising her, Warren completed the mission her father had given her. Kangrian's eyes at that time were filled with greed and scheming. War also had to endure his father's indifference when he realized War was not his daughter. That was also the moment he understood his own worth. Then whatever they want, whether it's the Lord, the royal family, or the priests, Warren also has to obey their wishes and become a relentless killing machine, regardless of whether they are monsters, demons, or humans. Remembering the moment when the skeleton grabbed her, the fragmented memories of seeing people turn to dust. Warren thought she needed to eliminate her weak original self to take over this body. And so, Warren transformed into someone else and was born anew. Seeing a strangely carved stone hidden among the hay, which seems to be called Xiao Yue La, Warren, resting, suddenly notices Korin offering her something and wonders what is happening. But he just thought Warren liked the darkness. But more importantly, he wanted to give Warren what he was holding in his hand. Korin then wrapped Warren with a piece of cloth as a blanket. Even though War didn't need to resist, his stubbornness showed as he still made her accept it without complaint. Since tonight is very cold and dawn is approaching, Korin hopes War will sleep peacefully and wake her up when the sun rises. Surely the rain will stop, making Warren sit there blushing like a tomato. No matter how she thought about it, Warren couldn't understand what Korin wanted, so she asked him directly. This is also normal because in the past, everyone Warren met wanted something from him, whether it was a lost daughter to his father, a healthy cousin to his aunt, or a weapon capable of destroying everything to Kangrian. They all wanted something from Warren, but Corrin just remained silent and said nothing. You want to know if Warren still remembers the first time they met, which leaves Warren confused about your true intention. If he doesn't remember, Corrin doesn't mind telling Warren that back then he confided in him about not being the owner of this body, and that War is just a thief who took over without any rights. And in that situation, both then and now, your answer remains the same. Being born is completely innocent. And in Warren's eyes, this answer was an unpredictable move. But somehow, right after, Warren became angry and thought it was an irresponsible statement. Warren shouted loudly because he thought you didn't understand how dangerous empty words are when it comes to forgiving a monster. No. Even when Josephine and the principal fully knew that what he just said to Warren was just empty words and thought they could make a monster become good, it was truly laughable. Not to mention, they also believed this world could change. He immediately applied the tactic of pretending not to know anything. In Corrin's view, whether the world changes or the monster becomes kind-hearted, he doesn't know. Your only goal is simply to save the people in front of you. Looking back at Corrin's past, he was also one of those suffering from misfortune, and among them, he was the only one who could save them. Hearing that answer, Warren also froze for a moment, and Corrin guessed that was enough. Only then did Warren honestly admit that he was afraid. The more War spoke, the more he withdrew because Warren knew full well that this body was not his. It never was from the beginning, and everyone kept saying that War had to return it. War fully knows that she will have to return it. She knows very well, on the other hand. But what War fears most is what will happen to War after returning it, leaving Corrin silently watching the scene. War helplessly looked up, seeking an answer. The only thing she wanted to know now was whether she should return this body or not. Corrin pondered for a moment. Her words about returning it struck Warren's nerve. Disappointment after disappointment, Warren closed her eyes and accepted it because in the end, Corrin was just like everyone else. But before she could finish speaking, he suggested that they talk first and figure things out later. He happily proposed to Warren that she would be the landlord and he would pay the deposit and rent, which caught Warren completely off guard with this unexpected situation. War nervously told him that the two issues were completely different and that, as far as Corrin knew her true nature, it didn't really matter to him. In his extensive experience, there are many people who do worse things than monsters, not to mention those who pretend to be heroes but secretly slaughter others. So the most important thing is the choice and action. This is the true principle. Corrin casually lies beside Warren and tells her that the nature of things doesn't matter because Warren hasn't made a choice yet. She also firmly says she will help Warren until she makes her decision, so there's no need to worry too much and just rest assured and sleep. Seeing that, she let out a breath and decided to go to sleep instead. Corrin also yawned without hesitation. But this still torments Warren because from the start the outcome was predetermined and Warren can no longer give Lon up. Seeing Corrin's figure, Warren also feels conflicted inside because he can't speak the truth as it would affect the only hand reaching out to him. This made Warren feel endless pain. He couldn't hold that hand, nor could he let go anymore. The very next day, just as the sun was rising, Warren asked Corrin where he was planning to go, but it seemed like he was searching for something, muttering that it was probably nearby. Looking at the remaining items, all burned black and unusable, he suddenly found something. Corrin softly reassures Warren that the apple tree struck by lightning might hold something valuable. In his hand is beech towel mock, and since they are in this forest, he thinks this piece of wood will be useful. Corrin then asked again if War was a Jiangshi and confirmed whether she knew that Jiangshi with such strong negative energy, like War, might have some weaknesses. This was the first time Warren heard about it. Gently placing the beech towel mock into Warren's hand, Corrin explains that this item contains very strong positive energy and is often used to ward off evil spirits. But if War eats it, some things will happen. Corrin explains to War that balancing the yin and yang within the body will temporarily neutralize her Kwang Tai traits, but Warren still doesn't understand this advanced knowledge. He then slowly explained what would happen if she ate it, that she would lose control of her body, making Warren even more frightened and doubtful of life. War threw the piece of wood in his hand without knowing why Corrin gave it to him. He simply picked it up, and this is the moment when War has to make a choice, because Warren can't keep being selfish, only thinking of himself without taking responsibility. Corrin fully understands what people who only think of themselves are like, and he doesn't want Warren to become that kind of person. Corrin just wants her to make a choice, so once again he places the piece of wood into Warren's hand. After all, Warren still has to take responsibility for her decision. However, this happened so suddenly that Warren didn't have time to react, just as the crucial moment was approaching. A voice from somewhere appeared, questioning why Warren was here, causing both Corrin and Warren to look towards the source of the voice. The mysterious stranger, emanating a dark green aura, slowly approached Warren, showing anger that a monster like War had already paired up with a guy. Corrin, sensing the situation was getting out of control, pushed Warren aside, leaving War confused about what he meant. Corrin, straightforward and fearless, charged ahead to tell Warren that no matter how far he ran, Yua and his team would still chase after him. That's why we need to settle this right now, Jin Hyu called out to Korn, but he retorted that his name is Imathan. But Jin Hyu didn't believe it, thinking Korn was so shameless that he had to disguise himself. Jin Hyu quickly unleashed a powerful acceleration attack to release the storm of destruction. Both of them charged at each other fiercely, throwing punches with great energy. Jin Hai-Huk raised his arm, finding the whole thing quite amusing. Maybe it was because the monster had lured him in. Korn also praised his opponent for being able to use alchemy without relying on a formation. Immediately after, he attacked his opponent by asking to see it again, and thus Jin Hyuk was hit without a single miss as all strikes were delivered at incredible speed. His speed is even comparable to Iwa's, or maybe better. Jin Hyuk once again uses his signature storm technique. But Korn felt this move was too reckless because it left many openings, and Jin Hyuk only realized it now and couldn't counter. He immediately decided that the game ends here, but suddenly the talismans start appearing from nowhere and converge towards him. The fiery sky makes Korn confused about what is happening. Kamoon suddenly appears to inform him that no matter what he does, it will be useless because the talisman was created based on the main formation. It messes with your thoughts, control signals for your muscles, and the flow of internal energy, all against your will. Trapped, Korn curses bitterly, but Kangrian remains unaffected. Kangrian slowly approached Warren, causing her to panic and step back. Then decisively, Kangrian stuck a red talisman on Warren's forehead to suppress her. Although at first she refused, Warren's eyes gradually grew heavy and she lost control of her body, standing still like a statue, making Iwa curious about the talisman Kangrian just placed. Kangrian understood what Yuga wanted to ask and confirmed that it was a seal talisman for Warren's consciousness and soul, which, once lost, would be forever destroyed by the Great Lay Annihilation Formation. At that moment, Iwa realized that he could finally bring Lan back home, but Korn behind him kept struggling. If you can't punch, then use nonviolent language to threaten Kangri that he will pay for his delusional dreams. Camry at this point ignores him, just leaving with his companions and letting him become food for the monsters. Korn there screams in pain, unable to let Warren disappear like that, trying to call him back, but hopelessly, utterly pointless. Alone, Korn is left in the vast forest, suddenly feeling completely exhausted, but strange sounds came from Korn's mouth. He went from painful collapse to an indescribable euphoria as the plan went perfectly. Colin is kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a formation, and after a moment, a pack of bright-eyed purple wolves approaches him step by step. They surround Colin in a circle, growling with hunger. Then each of them seems to be gathering spiritual energy, preparing to do something. Then it opens its big mouth and roars. Colin's face remains calm, showing no signs of worry or panic. Suddenly, some piece of paper was torn into pieces. It turns out these golden wolves are tearing at his clothes, but Colin looks completely absorbed, face pressed against the ground. Then he sneered with a sinister smile as he felt Kang Roan had left. Immediately, he returned to his gentle and cheerful demeanor, massaging his tired shoulder and happily thinking everything was settled. The two golden wolves earlier also did the same, smiling and praising you for acting well, but a bit over the top. Suddenly, Lin wondered if Lin and John had finished their task yet. The smile faded behind tears as Lin and John simultaneously held back their laughter. After a moment, the two of them transformed into confident individuals, chest out because Linnea had taken care of it. Then she wondered again what he was asking them to do this for. Ms. Lin raised her hand to her mouth and smiled happily. You think this is just a small matter? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and Lin wondered if this could be called a conspiracy theory. Inside this old castle covered with green moss and plants, a voice exclaims in admiration. So this is where Kong Yua is? She looks serious and frowns as she questions someone her father is asking about. They still haven't found the thief who stole the relic or a replacement yet? The servant, bowing respectfully, sat beneath her with a slightly awkward expression, advising her to be patient, just like Ya and her companions, as this place is beyond his reach. But Kang Ya remained unwavering and suspicious, as if they had brought along something very valuable. His face suddenly turned pale as he glanced at her with self-reproach in his heart. These church members, if it had been before, they would never have dared to speak to the church's bishop like this. Thinking that, he continued to believe they always hide in the shadows and are not easy to reveal themselves. As he spoke, he whispered to himself that he had to hold back because the church was weakening and he needed their strength. Kneeling before Kang Ya's unwavering gaze, the fat man kept rambling, claiming he had found a trading guild that could provide a substitute. They are merchants who have traded with the East for a long time. Today, that merchant will bring the goods here. She cautiously wondered about the name of that trading guild, Mandragora Guild. As soon as the words finished, her gaze suddenly sharpened, as if she recognized the name somewhere. The blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun, as the MC's announcement echoes through the sky and earth. Finally, the most exciting part of the festival begins. The team finals have begun. Inside the changing room, everyone can clearly hear who will be the winner. Mixed with the MC's voice are the excited shouts of the crowd pushing and shoving. Where's the line here? Meanwhile, Kang Run suddenly appears and smirks with a sinister smile, remarking that this is very good because it remains intact. In the corner of the room, a girl dressed entirely in black sits curled up, a black talisman with red writing pasted on her forehead, looking sad. She clenched something in her hand and ordered to go, while outside the audience was lively and cheering under the MC's guidance. And now, please welcome the contestants to the arena. For the knockout round of Kang Iwa's teams A and B, Kyawa steps out with a commanding and confident look, walking proudly with the other members. Next are MK3 Academy groups A and D. Maria and Alyssa step forward. Seeing that, the host wonders if Team D is missing a member. The host stared at them in confusion, puzzled by the fact that Captain Colin was missing and didn't appear in the first round either. The MC is sure he won't participate in the final round, but suddenly something made him stammer, and a proud metallic blade suddenly rang out loudly. At the moment of victory, I will personally lead you to the gates of Valhalla. Yuan was annoyed and a bit surprised to see that bastard still alive. This crazy monster confidently stands on the stage, raising his hand high and shouting for everyone ready to give their all. Hearing that, the people behind him cheer loudly. He asks with a mocking face, showing his distorted flag-like expression, pretending to be disdainful, as he questions the professor if the match can start now. Kang Run immediately nodded and waved his fan, releasing a burst of golden air, still marveling. That troublesome kid, I have to admit he's quite special. I declare the test begins. As I finish speaking, the ground seems to shake violently. The formation is gradually being completed, and at the same time, the content is being revealed. Within the formation, the 8 gates will change constantly, confusing those trapped inside. Whoever finds the correct path, reaches the center, and retrieves the Imperial Dragon Seal will be the winner. As he finishes, a golden dragon with shining eyes and a long beard appears. The golden dragon stands in the center, surrounded by other creatures, and the 8 gates dungeon a great array of destruction, causing the players to sweat profusely and wonder if this is a maze. Damn it, I'm starting to get confused now. The announcement sounds, the formation is activated, transforming the entire arena and dividing the contestants. A man with a murderous gaze, holding a fan with a glowing purple cross, wondered why Lin was so secretive, but the poison had already been deployed, and now he could no longer escape. The girl in black earlier was still sitting motionless, holding something in her hand. On this side, the screen suddenly became distorted, causing everyone to be confused about what was happening, as the image was interrupted. Below the distorted screens is a mysterious green array. The host from earlier nervously turned to ask the person next to him, "What's going on?" That person was just as panicked. He thought the magic from the formation was causing the TV signal interference. After hearing that, the red-haired MC had to swear under his breath, "Damn it, how could I make such a stupid mistake?" At this moment, Kang Run suddenly stops and contemplates. So from now on, he will begin the ritual to separate the fire from the lawn.
Then Run ordered Iwa and Hyuk to go protect Hui and Vu in the north. Hearing the order, the two immediately rushed off at full speed.
He keeps rambling that as long as Hui and Vu is protected, everything else can be destroyed, and Iwa flying away also glances back to signal him to protect his uncle. Run assured her with an indifferent look. Over here, the fake merchant is grinning from ear to ear. He braved the cold amidst the gossip of those around him. The 9-Dragon Bagua is not that place. Can you find the connection of the formation? Colin, can you wipe off that disguise? I want to call you this master. Since ancient times, the protector of the emperor in the center has been Xuanwu guarding the north, always behind the emperor, so Xuanwu can both protect and attack at any moment. Soon Iwa and Jinhu also appeared, standing beneath the giant turtle snake statue. Jin Hyuk told her to look over there. Hearing that, Ya also looked over with surprise. A voice then rang out, saying that to break the formation based on the 4 divine beasts, Hui and Vu must be defeated first. Suddenly, 2 people rushed out from nowhere to attack Y and Jin Hyu. Colin appeared in front of Jin Hyu, smiling and greeting him friendly, once again meeting the fake artisan. Jin Hyuk is sweating profusely, not knowing how much he has figured out. How can he come straight here without getting lost? Alyssa wonderingly asks, "Are these 2 people okay?" He looked indifferent and reassured her that it's better for Mary to handle the remaining 3 alone, as Mary is confidently taking them on by herself. Kang Iwa is different. She fights while calmly thinking, could it be that her uncle's 8 gates formation has been broken? According to what Kang Yu knows, the 8 gates armor has 365 variations, including stone walls, mazes, fog, and no matter how strong someone is, they cannot break through. While she was lost in thought, her opponent suddenly spoke, saying he knew she was restless inside. Then he sneered and asked if they had bought the artifact. He knew about this because he had followed the trail and found out. Kang Yua immediately frowned and grimaced after hearing him, then gritted her teeth and asked why he knew about the relic. Because it was stolen long ago by a gang, that's why they had to buy the relic from the trading guild. After a few seconds of thinking, her eyes suddenly flicked to the right as if she had discovered something, and in a flash, a voice admitted. That's right, he decisively pushed her away, then admitted he was the one who stole it and fought back. His eyes now looked like a bloodthirsty beast that eats people, claiming that both the bandits and the merchant guild were created by him. Kangwa was furious and could not accept this truth. She rushes forward with her sword, but is met with the enemy's indifference, as he believes they cannot defeat him. She pushes Alyssa back. He then asked Alyssa if she should take revenge for what happened before. Alyssa was defeated once by Kang Yua and suffered a humiliating loss. She also lost because Colin told her to yield the move. That time, Alyssa had to struggle a lot to pull off a convincing act. Hai-Uk smirked and asked the person next to him if Kang Yua had let Alyssa win, but was immediately told to shut up. Then Kang Yu clenched his sword and said they must finish this quickly. As she finished speaking, she and Hai-Uk quickly charged forward with fierce rage, while Alyssa's group on the other side also launched their attack without hesitation. Kang Yua and Hu simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques, the Spirit Destruction piercing armor and the Dragon Sword technique, as a fierce aura of rage surrounds her after the incantation of the divine spell. The furious dragon demon slays the evil demon with extreme righteousness, ascending to unleash the heavenly demon dragon. On the other side, Alyssa responds with her domain-slashing sword technique. As their aura clashed, a devastating shockwave erupted and everything blurred into a haze of light from the collision of their techniques. After a moment, a figure gradually appeared, one missing half of their leg, another holding a shattered sword. The dust settled, and Alyssa looked around in confusion before turning toward Kang Ya. At this moment, Hitch and she are both stunned because his leg has been cut off and her sword isn't in much better shape. Kang Yue, unwilling to accept such a humiliating defeat, clenched her teeth in anger. Their hatred only grew stronger, and both of them stood up with angry expressions, turning to Alyssa's group as if they wanted to devour them alive. Their eyes showed a hint of determination and rage, aiming to destroy and save Lan. The two of them charged forward without hesitation, but before they could strike, someone threw a weapon to break the barrier and declared that they would reveal the truth. If Colin didn't speak up, they would fight to the end, even if only with claws and fangs. Hu and Kua looked stunned at what was in front of them. A strange beast with tiger fangs, goat horns, and a pig face. That is Thao Tit, one of the 4 beasts representing destruction, completely opposite to the divine beast protector. As both of them read the words on the turtle shell, they became even more panicked because on the turtle shell of Huyen Vu there was Thao Tit, which Master Kang Run, a wizard, could not fail to recognize. Colin's gaze grew cold as he looked at them and softly questioned whether they intended to use this great destruction ritual to separate fire from Lan, but the result was the opposite. Colin's indifferent gaze at what he held in his hand told them that from the very beginning, Kang Run never cared about Lan. He sealed Lan for his own benefit and sacrificed her for his career. What he wanted from the beginning to the end was fire. That was Kangrian's ritual to eliminate Lan, and for the fire to take over the entire body. 3 years is a long and short time after witnessing the fire caused by his own brother Kang Yu. He was enchanted by its power. That fool only cared about finding his daughter until it was too late to regain control of the fire. He was accused of being the culprit behind the Luna massacre and was torn apart by the royal army. This made Kang Run feel grateful that someone died in his place in Luna. Not only that, but he also created the divine fire of destruction for him. But what Kang Run couldn't have expected was that Kang Yu had entrusted word to the headmaster of MKA Academy. Even as a skilled wizard and the head professor of Griffin, he still found it difficult to interfere in the affairs of another continent. And just when Kang Run was desperate, that man arrived. He is Tess Banhaza, a legend from 80 years ago, a creator of illusions. The man with the devilish face only asks Kang Run to do one thing: destroy and kill, annihilate everything, then break the facade of the principal so that the woman cannot leave the palace. For Run, that was truly an enticing offer. As long as he had fire, destroying a city or even the entire world was no big deal. Soon, the chains of the holy beast of the Western Church will imprison and drain her endless inner strength. And what is binding Waran in human form, Lan's soul, will be completely destroyed. In the end, all she needs is to consume the 10,000 souls pill that Bantaza gave to Kang Run, and Waran will immediately ascend to queen, awakening as a true Yaksha. Just as Kang Run was laughing with delight at the prospect of achieving his goal, Colin's voice rang out, saying that it would not happen. He smirked and said that if everything went too smoothly, it would be boring. Kang Run was surprised to see him, and before he could reply, Kang Yua interrupted to ask if he intended to use the ritual to destroy Lan. She doesn't understand why he wants to use the evil relic instead of a divine beast. Many questions run through her mind. Could it be that the Luna City massacre was ordered by Kang Run and not caused by Waran losing control? Kang Run didn't answer immediately, but clenched his teeth, muttering curses at them for being useless and asserting they had been exploited. His eyes turned fierce as he used blood magic and told them not to worry, because in just 10 minutes, all living things within the formation would melt away and become one. He said while attacking wildly, with a crazed expression, he will turn everything into medicine to help the demon rise to a higher level. Anvo, a mere second-tier demon, easily defeated a group of 1- and 2-star guardians after risking everything to ascend. If a super level-up monster fights, it will definitely be unable to resist. The sharp sword is stuck into the ground, then lifted with a triumphant voice, and as soon as the words are spoken, the patterns and enchantments in the formation instantly disappear, causing Kang Run to become even more bewildered and exclaim why his formation vanished, calmly explaining that next is the part about the ancient artifacts Kang Run secretly stole and transported. Who stole them? Whether it was the trading guild supplying goods in urgent need, and if so, who introduced them? Raising many questions about who provided the artifacts, who engraved the ancient runes on the artifacts, and she sneered, saying it was all done by him, then didn't forget to curse the old man as a damn old fool. After destroying all the artifacts of the four beasts, that old man would also be doomed. He angrily scolds you, then says it's not over yet and throws a fan attack at Colin. Immediately, the sealing spell on Lon shatters. He abandoned the Ascension, poured all his strength into destroying Colin's group, then would restart the ritual whenever he wished. As soon as he gave the order to kill, Lon immediately sat up and obeyed. Hai Uk was stunned, gaping in shock as he saw the old man truly controlling war, and also confirming that the Luna massacre was caused by him. Even with Yua standing beside him reminding him to stay calm, he couldn't keep his composure. But Huck's leg was broken, her sword was shattered, so she couldn't do anything right now, and her eyes flicked to Huck, indicating that there was something they could do. The four of them exchange glances without speaking but still understand each other. Then Colin, holding his weapon, says to Alyssa, "Coordinate the plan like when we fought King Steel Mountain, one facing him and the other attacking." The battle begins, the ground around them shatters and explodes. Alyssa stands in shock, stunned by what is happening before her eyes. At this moment, Colin, wielding his weapon, seemed to become a different person, rushing forward with murderous intent like a meteor crashing through the atmosphere. Alyssa looked at him and wondered if she could even survive 30 seconds if she had to face Colin. She wondered if there was anyone who could defeat him right now. But everything was completely wrong. Warren charged forward like a weapon to block the attack. For her, this moment felt like a gentle breeze. Colin, furious and grinding his teeth, shouted two words. "Damn it, you damn thing, just stop already." 1 minute and 20 seconds after the fight began, even after unleashing all his strength in a fiery assault, this natural disaster still remained unmoved. War instinctively unleashes a deadly Aura Claw attack at Colin, but he quickly dodges, otherwise he might not have survived intact. Alyssa, standing nearby, sees this and panics, calling out to Colin to stay alert. As soon as he realized something was wrong, Warren silently closed in, and in an instant, Colin was knocked back several meters. The ground around him kept exploding in continuous bursts, as if the end of the world was coming. Everything was so different that just trying to keep up with Warren's movements was enough to shatter Colin's internal organs. In front of Colin, Warren is charging with murderous intent. He's reached his limit and regeneration is useless. Tronqui thought it was all over and that Colin would have to die, but he still stood firm, waiting for the approaching enemy. Even if it's just one more strike and you'll disappear, Colin's determined gaze shows he will fight to the end no matter what. And it became even more surprising when a figure appeared in front of them, blocking all the attacks for Colin. By the time she regained her senses, Alyssa was covered in wounds and ready to log out of the server. She doesn't want Colin to die. She has walked dozens of steps across the territory. That body will have to endure an even greater pressure than blocking Waran's attack. The situation is not over yet. Waran charges at them once more. Colin warned Alyssa to get out of the way, but the enemy's speed was too fast for her to do anything with those injuries. She could only brace herself and stand firm to defend herself. Seeing that, Miss Lean had no choice but to rush forward at full speed, hoping to pull her away to another place. An explosion erupts like a prepared mine, and Warren, with vacant and emotionless eyes, looks around the deserted battlefield. Colin quickly managed to lead Alyssa to a safer place, though he kept scolding her for her reckless actions. Then he took out a special medicine and helped Alyssa treat her wounds. This is a rare divine remedy that Colin carried, but if he didn't treat Alyssa immediately, she would either be exhausted or die from excessive blood loss. After a while, Alyssa gradually stabilized. Normally, Colin would try to hold out until Mary destroyed all the four cursed relics. Then, with just a small opening, Alyssa's domain would deal 100% penetrating damage, and Colin would unleash his ultimate move. You had a plan since returning from Nazaria, but there were two setbacks. The first was Warren being released from its seal, much stronger than Colin had imagined. And secondly, Alyssa was seriously injured while trying to save him. Although she managed to handle the dangerous situation, she lost her fighting ability after recklessly running dozens of steps within the territory. Thinking about this, Colin could only sigh, unsure if he could hold out until Mary destroyed all the relics. When he heard Alyssa apologize, he just thought to himself that he couldn't blame her for breaking the plan. Thinking back, if he had taken that direct hit, Colin would probably have died instantly. Even regenerating would be useless. After a while, he carried Alyssa and said he was fine and thanked her for saving him. Sister Lynn took Alyssa to a safe place to hide. Then he looked around cautiously. Alyssa asked worriedly if he was okay, and he simply replied, "Not okay." All of the aura stored in the reincarnation core and Colin's body is depleted. After the battles with Sajin Hayuk and then Warren, he has exhausted too much of his reincarnation energy. Now, Colin is deeply conflicted, unsure whether he should continue to use it. Although he might try to use it, this reincarnation core contains a power that his body cannot withstand. Even with the support of the law, he couldn't be sure. At this moment, Alyssa revealed a shocking piece of news. Waran never used his right hand during the entire attack. That also means the power just now was nothing, and she seems to be holding something in her hand. Hearing this, Colin finally laughed. In the end, she had to make her own choice. She still carries that burden, so Warren is still standing there. From the swirling dust, Colin's faint figure gradually appears. He wipes his mouth, a triumphant smile spreading on his lips, then points his spear at Waran and says, "There's no other choice left."
The blurry silhouette of the girl behind the thick dust clouds. Korin grits his teeth and laughs self-mockingly. It recalls old memories. Chen Dashua was so scared she dropped an item. She doesn't understand why Korin gave it to her. He quietly picked up that item, affirming that Waran must make a choice. She can't keep being selfish, only thinking of her own benefit without taking responsibility. Sihu's disgusting face reappears as a reminder. Korin knows very well that people like him only think of themselves, and he definitely doesn't want her to become someone like that. Korin gently placed that object back into the opponent's hand, saying words that Waran had to understand on her own, silently wishing to help her, but knowing that whatever path she chose, she would have to bear the responsibility for her decision. She was trembling with cold sweat, unable to speak. Back in the present, Warren's current appearance can only be described as frantic. Korin wondered whether she was still there. The tip of the great sword gradually shrank into a finely crafted, sharp spear. His gaze became more determined than ever. Korin remembered now. That was Sevencia's forged demon sword he saw in his castle. That majestic and heroic appearance is truly admirable. Korin is confident that its magic power has definitely been passed on to himself. Sevencia forged it, the great hero of 800 years ago. Right here, right now. Korin will recreate that legend. Did you ask Warren if he has waited long enough? She suddenly reacts in surprise as she is being controlled. Korin thrusts forward, the first demonic spear, enveloped in a dark black aura of shadowy energy. The celestial dark demon also charged forward fiercely in response, demonic energy. The two sides clash, causing a devastating explosion. Blinding light blasts away almost everything around. The ground is torn apart. This clash is one to look forward to. This is not a battle between Korin and Moran. They now wield the power of Phythian Dasoa and Forged Savani. This is the battle between two legends, Kang Run shouted in amazement. No way. He thinks Korin can't match the Phi Heavenly Dark Demon. People like this usually don't listen to reason, so just let them deceive themselves. He roared and ordered Warren to kill him. The talisman gently moved. She took a deep breath, and upon seeing Korin, she immediately recognized the clenched fist with aura concentration of about 1,000. He quickly devised a plan, so he used the Black Abyss Demon Spear. The powerful attack descends with blinding intensity, and the pressure at the intersection is unimaginable, a fierce assault. What you need to prepare is also 1,000 reincarnations. Korin calculated carefully. Even if Warren has 100,000 reincarnations, the amount she can unleash at once is only 1,000, if she can compensate for and nullify that power. He confidently claims that he can fight against Warren even while struggling to defend himself. But the tremendous pressure pressing down on Korin's body from borrowing Savania's aura is overwhelming. He feels like he's being crushed bit by bit. War is gaining the upper hand, knocking the spear away with a punch. The pain starting from his fingertips made Korin unable to hold his weapon firmly, and it felt as if all the tendons and bones in his body were severed, losing their function. Despite being covered in wounds, Korin keeps pushing forward without stopping. No, he knows he cannot stop. Because it was so obvious, the opponent hadn't yet exerted full strength, and Warren hadn't used his right hand. Korin struggled to strengthen his hand with the Black Shadow 8 Trigram Extreme Fist. She successfully blocked one of Warren's strikes, and she was amazed. With incredible reaction speed, Warren immediately launched a kick, but luckily Korin still managed to block it. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward recklessly, stepping firmly with his right foot like Mount Tai and stretching his left arm out like a spear. Cao Dui gasped in shock. Even in the middle of the fight, speaking like that must mean he's confident now. Korin focused all his strength on the battle, his awareness, breathing, muscle movements, and the half-step distance. Moments that only appeared in an instant. You seized the opportunity, your eyes showing clear determination. Korin definitely didn't miss this chance. He unleashes the Black Mystical 8 Trigram's Extreme Fist and strikes directly at his opponent's heart, continuing his assault. Meteor strikes shattering evil fire. Mirror, 8 forces, primordial, head pressure tearing apart the ground. Korin collapses, panting, covered in wounds but victorious. War clears his throat and spits out fresh blood. She is stunned. Korin has broken through Warren's absolute defense, yet her tiny legs continue to move as if nothing has happened. That's as far as you go. Your power shows no signs of weakening. I can't fully suppress War. She slowly took each step forward. Was he about to give up? Is death already decided? Kang Run burst out laughing. I knew it. What can you possibly do? Just order him to kill Korin. Time's up. Suddenly, a strange purple aura enveloped Warren, and his eyes showed that this was clearly a premeditated move. She stood frozen in place, as if an unusual movement was happening, her small mouth slightly open as if she wanted to say something. Korin stared in shock, his eyes wide open, the ground and rocks around them trembling violently, and the mountains beginning to collapse. What is this? Suddenly, countless chains rush in from nowhere, binding Warren so he can't move. Kang Run is panicking. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Korin smiled faintly in relief. He hadn't wasted a second or a minute to stall. Everything is part of their plan. Mary, Kang Yua, and Saint Hyuk. The people who disappeared from here must have destroyed all the artifacts inside the formation. He kept repeating the same phrase over and over as if there was nothing else. No way, this can't be happening. A sharp object pressed against Kang Run's neck.
He was trembling in fear and whimpering. Josephine arrived to help, and she ordered Kong Kang Run to stay still. He keeps his guard up. Korin relaxes completely and looks over there. Done. You notice an unresolved issue. War is sitting there in a daze, under control. He slowly approached. Although he looked very miserable now, Korin couldn't help but feel surprised. He quickly tore apart the damn talisman. How cruel. How could he use such a disgusting thing on a girl? Warren collapses after unleashing the cursed power that controlled her. Korin quickly catches her, his eyes no longer filled with crazed red. She wakes up, he greets her with a smile, and her blurry vision gradually becomes clearer. Korin's face is very gentle, and Warren can't understand why he saved her. Korin replied, I already said I would help her until she makes her choice. Korin asks Warren to make a serious and proud decision. She was so surprised that she clenched Warren's hand tightly, trembling so she wouldn't regret, so she could respond to his kindness, so she could prove she wasn't a monster. As that person said, that her 4 elements weren't her true nature, but a choice. The black aura gradually vanished from Warren's body, and she stared blankly as it merged into the wind, crushed by an extraordinary power. Bai Tao Mok has turned into dust. War is terrified. She doesn't know what to do now. The fact that Bish Tao Mok is no longer useless shows that even with a choice, the outcome won't change. War is heartbroken and wants him to see that right now. I want to repay his kindness. Korin chuckled bitterly. Beach Tao Mok has been crushed. War is really strong. He gradually faded, but he didn't forget to comfort her before losing consciousness. There are still many other ways. Korin collapsed onto Warren's shoulder, thanking him for returning his kindness. She grits her teeth and trembles as she confesses that she is a monster. She hurt you, she killed many people, and she even stole Lon's body. Will Warren worry that he can never be forgiven? Korin just smirks. He held that tiny body and said he didn't even know himself. She cried loudly in Korin's arms. He promised that they would find the answer together. Kang Run's awakening ritual failed, and he was also captured and imprisoned. As for handling the aftermath, just do what we always do. Korin said they received instructions from Professor Josephine and Master Aaron on how to handle this, if it's resolved smoothly or rather hidden. The Master Griffin's wind incident that caused this tragedy is an issue, but the Warren ritual could make everyone fear and be wary of the girl. Those afraid of Varan will condemn her, and others will start to watch her power. Professor Kang Run has returned earlier and was informed that he died in an unfortunate accident. We will handle it this way. I have spoken with Principal Griffin, a calm female voice said. Korin chuckled softly, saying it's good that everything has been settled smoothly. Griffin couldn't have asked for more favor than this. The person who requested fair compensation has already been satisfied, right? The woman responded that the principal was going to overlook it, but she agreed with Korin on this matter. Korin, lying on the bed, chuckled playfully and said, Is that so, Principal? Oh my, you're so kind. The female voice into the conversation is Professor Josephine, and she continues by saying that they can't easily trust others, then sincerely thanks Korin. Korin is now sitting on the bed wrapped in bandages, only covering what needs to be hidden, and still showing off what should be visible, calmly humbling himself in response to the professor's gratitude. You just need to trust each other someday. Professor Josephine hesitated for a moment, but then spoke up. Perhaps she hesitated a little, but she also hoped that day would come, and she advised Korin to rest and take care of his health before turning and leaving. As she reached the door, she slowed down and gently reminded him that the festival still wasn't over tomorrow. Just as Professor Josephine left, a slender arm appeared in front of the door. Mariette Dunal ran over happily and hugged Korin tightly, asking if he was okay and paying close attention to everything from his expression and posture to even his broken nails. Korin looked at her bandaged finger and sighed, but didn't seem too bothered. Mariette Dunalev smiled playfully and chided him softly. Why are you always so reckless? Always letting yourself get hurt and ending up in the hospital. Korin stared in shock at the girl before him, nervously stammering empty words of comfort. Why are you crying? What's going on? Mariette Dunalev brushed away the tears that were about to fall. She raised her teary eyes, half joking, half serious, saying she was crying out of worry for him, but the straight-laced Korin had no hint of romantic emotion at all. He asked her back with a completely unrelated question about whether her father was hurt somewhere. She was the one who destroyed all the stone paths and relics on her own. Kua and Sun Hu also destroyed one, and Korin suddenly fell into deep thought, realizing that was why they left. Thanks to that, he barely survived. Mentioning those two makes Mariette Dunlap furious. She shouted in anger, blaming both of them for everything that had happened. Korin doesn't think that's right. He objects because he says they are not bad people, they are just put in difficult situations. You understand that Jin Hyuk wants to avenge his family, and Yiwa wants to save her cousin. They're just trying their best. The real villain is Kangren, the one who exploited their desperation. They shouldn't confuse the target of their hatred. Merit Donalev admired the man before her, secretly envious because she was the older one. Korin, hearing this, smiled slyly and then seductively asked Marie Dunal to call him Big Brother. Marie Dunal pouted and scolded Korin for his bad habit of always making others call him brother all day long. She blushed slightly and sincerely expressed her concern, pleading with Korin not to let herself get hurt. But she knew that it was inevitable. Korin couldn't respond immediately. He looked down at his carefully bandaged hands, pondering, and couldn't deny it because it was obvious. He was the one bearing the responsibility to save the world, yet he had no special strength compared to other gamers, just a side player relying on swordsmanship, and his body would have to endure a lot. Mari Dunalbev softly asked Korin if he had nothing to say to her, as she had long felt like he was living in a different world. Marriott Dunal paused for a moment before saying with certainty that she would fight alongside Korin, just like this time, always by his side to help him. No matter who you fight, I will always support you. Marriott Donalev's sudden words startled Korin. From the bottom of your heart, you can only whisper your gratitude and appreciation for her encouragement because from now on, you will have to fight against those with evil ambitions, misguided beliefs, and powerful enemies who want to destroy this world. How can you save the world when facing enemies like that? The answer is always very simple. Together, the two of them clap their hands as a symbol of their noble promise. Marriott Donalev quickly mentions that her next plan is to register the Guardians group as well. Korin was amazed at how fast things were moving. Marriott Donalev explained that the Harvest Festival was coming soon. If we don't register now, everyone will be busy with the holiday, so the two of them naturally start discussing it. From Korin becoming the team leader to Marriott Donalev being the deputy, but just as Korin was about to consider who else to include, Marriott Dunalev's sharp hearing caught another voice calling Korin's name. Korin looked surprised and smiled as she greeted from the door. The person coming in was Alyssa. Marriott Donalev also smiles warmly and greets his junior Alyssa. Alyssa, who is in a wheelchair pushed by a nurse, has both her arms and legs casted thick as pig's legs. Korin immediately burst out laughing without holding back, teasing Alyssa as if she were already a corpse. Alyssa pouted, unable to cry but not able to laugh either, pouting and asking back who was to blame. Korin pursed his lips, recalling that moment and admitting it was indeed his fault. He felt very guilty and also thanked her very much. Korin's handsome smile appeared, making Alyssa blush. She was flustered and quickly looked away, shyly mumbling a vague response. Thanks to the Maria elixir, her bones had healed, but she still needed to rest for 2 weeks. Even with the best medical treatment, the festival will end in just a week, so I won't be able to join the closing bonfire. Korin reassures her that Alyssa will be discharged soon, but she should rest and recover first. Alyssa cries as she sits in the wheelchair. I also want to join the campfire class. It's for the winter festival, after all. Korin tried to comfort her, but Alyssa refused, arguing that they were two different things. Hearing that, he fell into thought. That's true, isn't it? Because you've participated many times before, but this is Alyssa's first time. Korin confidently promised Alyssa that he would buy her a jet skier dress at the winter ball, unaware that he had awakened something very terrifying, and Alyssa was utterly stunned to hear him say that. She quickly asked again, is it really true, the luxury brand? Korin confidently replied, just go ahead and buy it now that he's become rich. Alyssa immediately argued about the title because he's the same age as them, but then she quickly dropped the issue and asked Korin if it's true that we are making a lot of money. Korin chuckled triumphantly, claiming it was enough to buy a fancy dress. But at this moment, Marriott Donalev seemed to turn into a bloodthirsty state, her whole body emanating a terrifying dark aura. She couldn't hold back and voiced her concern, wondering if the remaining members Korin wanted to invite were actually Korin himself. They laughed and played casually without a care, pointing to Alyssa and introducing her. This is Alyssa Aiden and Lenia Klee. Mari Dunalev asked if she was a girl, but Korin, not noticing anything in the question, replied yes. There is a beautiful girl working in intelligence. Marriott Donal clenched her teeth and said, oh, so they're beautiful? Korin continued to explain that the two are Len and John. Mari Dunalbev asked who these two people are. Korin explained that they are a pair of wolf siblings. Len is a girl, so just note that John is a boy. Mari Dunalev sighed softly. Korin didn't notice and continued saying that he was also planning to invite them, but it was a bit difficult to say. However, he hesitated, thinking that since they were close, she would probably agree. Mari Dunalb gritted her teeth and asked if that Drit girl was really close to you. Korin casually replied that they were close enough to tease each other and occasionally eat together. He finalized the list with Warren's name, confident she would join, so he asked Marriott Dunaleb to just write her name down. Under Elisa's terrified gaze, the pen in Marriott Dunaleb's hand shattered into pieces, signaling the impending storm of anger called Gentuong. Korin was still rambling on about Professor Josephine agreeing, so there was no problem. Suddenly, he looked up at Marriott Dunalev and stammered, calling senior. Facing him was a furious and terrifying Dunal. Is she repeatedly questioning Korin in her mind? Is she trying to drive him crazy? Korin now couldn't hide the panic in her eyes, but who asked her to bear the consequences alone? Everyone fears fire. They are cautious, condemning and saying she shouldn't have been born. They threw stones and did the most contemptible things, calling her a monster. But this time she injured Korin, nearly hurting everyone again like before. But this time the boy caught her and said he would help her until she made a choice. Strength is Warren's only value, the justification for pushing the original aside and taking over this body. So she felt she couldn't be weak. She couldn't rely on anyone. But Korin appeared and spoke those gentle words to her, saying he would help her and urging her to make a proud choice so she wouldn't regret it, to find the answer together. At that moment, she cried intensely. Those warm words seemed to warm her long frozen and hardened heart. Even now, when she remembers, she is still very confused. War sits in the room, gently touching her heart, wondering what she should do. The warmth that hurts, the concern and worry like sharp knives stabbing into her heart. She hates him, Corrin, because he made that little heartache so much. Hua has been lonely since birth, living a life of constant exploitation, so she refuses to let anyone into her world. Yet Corrin suddenly appeared by the window, smiling like a handsome guy, and greeting her with a few casual words. Are you feeling better? Is there any problem? Recently? But Warren interrupted before Corrin could continue. She stood up and urged him on. War mentioned Lan and asked Corrin if he definitely had a way to change everything, right? Corrin didn't answer right away, his eyes gently lowered with concern, then he sighed. Yes, it's truly pitiful. He reached out his hand, but suddenly it was grasped. War quickly grabbed Corrin's hand, hesitatingly stopping him and even foolishly asking if he wanted to eat. Warren's whole body trembled, trembling in anticipation of the answer. Corrin could see her fear. Corrin reached out with his remaining hand, gently stroking her head to comfort her, softly saying, It's okay. Once this is over, you'll definitely buy fish for her. Outside, Warren was hovering in the air. Corrin below, holding a long spear called the Death God's Protective Pearl, begins. Choose weapon is sure to separate the soul from the body, bypassing all defenses. Divine weapon harvests souls with 100% accuracy. Of course, if humans use it, the accuracy rate would drop sharply and become useless, especially for Corrin, since he cannot sense souls. The accuracy rate is 0. Corrin threw the spear directly at Warren, but it was deflected away. It veered straight down into the ground. War was stunned, but Corrin was not surprised. You look at the spear and tell Warren that this time I will show you a spell, the faulty magic stone used in the festival. This spell's area of effect increases as accuracy decreases, making it more difficult to use. According to its mechanics, with the lowest accuracy, the maximum range is 100 meters. But what if Corrin, who has 0 accuracy, uses it? The dispersal range would be infinite, ignoring the fact that you cannot interfere with the soul and activate the effect. To be precise, this is not an attack by Corrin, but an attack by the magic stone dispersion. A brilliant purple light radiated from the tip of the spear, enveloping Warren. Suddenly, Warren collapsed, and Corrin hurriedly ran over to catch her. He quickly said he only infused a little magic and immediately asked how Warren was, if she was hurt anywhere. Warren was nestled in Corrin's arms. She smiled brightly and beautifully, softly thanking Corrin. Lan has woken up, her eyes sparkling, cheeks blushing, and she greeted Oppa. Corrin, holding her like a princess, was also startled by that call, recalling the time before they met. Mari Dunelev once got angry and slammed the table, scolding why they kept calling him Oppa as if he couldn't stand it otherwise. Alyssa also once felt upset for being forced to call him Oppa. She thinks it's unreasonable to call you Oppa, since they are the same age. And also, little Anna, the crybaby girl. It hugs the silly cat and says, Thank you, Knight. Damn it, you're a real pain. Now it's all good. Corrin, with tears in his eyes, felt a flash of truth in his heart, finally freed from the title of old man, and silently thanked Lan for leaving such a wonderful impression on their first meeting. Corrin lowered her, and Lan, seeing his expression, also guessed that he was feeling happy. Corrin didn't deny it either. Because you are often called an old man, Lan's use of the term Oppa was a comfort to you. Seeing that, Lan confessed that she also thought so, as it seemed you always wanted to be called Oppa. This made Corrin feel warm inside, realizing that she had always been watching over him. War had possessed this body for 3 years. Lan stepped down, feeling her legs. During that time, she was trapped inside her own body and could only observe everything through Warren's eyes. Feeling sympathetic, Corrin asked if she didn't resent losing her body for 3 years. Lan just replied vaguely, Then she grabbed her dress and ran quickly down the street with a bright face. She cheered, hoping he would see her running and boast that for the first time since falling ill, she could walk and run like this. She just loves to run and jump like that. Lan marvels that it must be thanks to Hoa using the accumulated power within her. Corrin looked at her and reminded her to be careful because her body isn't used to this yet. Pushing too hard could be dangerous. He looked at her sadly and said that at first she hated Warren. She even yelled to take back her body. Then she stepped into a puddle, stopped, and explained. But her voice has never been heard before. War only talks to himself like a loner. She feels the breeze blow by and continues to reflect, knowing that those monologues are not an attempt to avoid her, but are expressions of guilt and remorse directed at Warren herself. Lan crouched down to add, understanding how difficult it was to overcome that fear and anxiety because they shared the same body. Looking at her reflection in the water, Lan reached out her hand as if to look at Warren and thought that she shouldn't push War away anymore. War has courageously decided to return the body to her. Corrin listens to these words and shares her thoughts. That is tolerance and forgiveness. She had her body taken away for 3 years, was ready to embrace Hoa in his arms and smiled, praising her for having grown up. Lan looked up, squinting her eyes in a happy smile. Of course, even though she stopped aging at 14, Hoa was only 3 years old. She has wanted a little sister for a long time, and now she finally has one. Corrin looked enlightened and nodded. Yeah, that's right. Now the two of them have become sisters sharing the same body. Suddenly she spoke up, but it made him suspicious. She still stood with her back to him, proposing a hypothesis. If she were in danger, would Oppa save her as coolly as he did last time? What do you mean? He replied. Just say the word and it's fine, anytime. Lan blushes and also thinks you would answer like that and praises you for being great. Then she calls Oppa again, making Korin look confused, but she suddenly talks about something unrelated, saying she also likes fish and adding Warren that they share the same hobby. Then throws something into a puddle, splashing water everywhere and calmly lists other things like food, music, and books before suddenly leaning close to your ear and whispering that she also likes boys. It leaves Korin stunned. The signal is too strong, it's hard to handle. At the same time, she reached out to touch his chest playfully. If he became her husband, they would legally have 2 wives. This makes Korin flustered and shy, stammering and asking what she's talking about. She pressed her chest against him, looking up and teasing him to answer right now. But Korin's face was flushed and he couldn't speak a word. Then you definitely won't fall for it, pushing her away and scolding her for joking around with others. But Lan still insists that she's not joking. Back in her hometown, people at this age have already done everything. Then she even acted seasoned, with rosy cheeks and a mischievous smile. This is what you call love or something. Shaking. Korin relented, saying if she wanted to continue living with Hoa, she should also ask for her opinion. Suddenly, Lan stepped forward, kissed her on the cheek, and thanked him, making Korin flustered and wide-eyed in surprise. Suddenly, she fell and hit her head on you. Korin was panicked. What's going on? And you tried calling Lan, but a fierce-eyed guy looked up angrily and answered you. Then she got furious, like she had lost her virginity and was threatened. Don't misunderstand. Those words are nonsense. You're just cowardly thinking it's easier to change people. Then she walked away muttering to herself like someone just released from a mental hospital. Who's calling me sister? It's just a misunderstanding because of the noise. Be quiet. Watching her talk to herself, Korin suspects Hoi the Watcher. Are they talking to each other? She turned back and asked why you're not going, and remind them that dinner should follow the usual hierarchy at the usual place. He looked confused but agreed. Korin sighed, thinking that must be Warren and Lan's apology. Sorry with food. Kids will always be kids. But then I suddenly remembered her whispering in my ear about my preferences as a boy. I scratched my head and my ear, convincing myself that being childish really is childish. Somewhere, someone said it's time to meet the elders. The armored hand moved, silently lamenting that the old church's resources poured into this Dream Kaba festival are enormous. They thought that after everything was over, they could overthrow the first princess of the Protestant church. But in the end, a Templar lay on the ground, seemingly ready for the altar to watch naked chickens. Yet he narrowly escaped the grasp of death and muttered about total failure. Remembering the unique sword, he wondered who he really was and how he knew the Crusader Knight's plans in advance. Then he looked up at the ceiling in disbelief. Clearly, he had followed Lord Lazan's orders and summoned 100 Templar Knights. Hundreds of people were deployed into this 100-year-old tunnel, and now they are all lying around like him. But he is not willing to accept that. So to lure danger from Tan and Lan, he has taken a huge risk. But that guy, Sin, with one hand on his shoulder and the other on his hip, looking down at him with a mocking smile. What can 100 Crusaders really do? If he had truly gone all out, he would have had to send the Holy Knights. It was Korin who destroyed everything he had. At that moment, he pointed his finger in Korin's face and yelled, "What gives you the right to do that? Do you think you can survive?" But suddenly something was thrown at his head, causing him to fall backward. It was Korin who did it. You casually threw something from afar, making him fall right there, while Professor Josephine said she could handle this. Still, Korin took back his staff and told her it was fine. He also had a chance to test out a new technique. Seeing that, Josephine wondered about your throw that defeated them in one shot. But she also praised you, saying that even though your body isn't fully healthy, you did very well, and they can just let us capture them. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate, standing there and pointing to remind them to take out the poison pill hidden in the right molar of their teeth. Jospin walked forward with many questions on his mind. How did you find out about the tunnel the old church prepared 100 years ago from the beginning? Why did you ask to monitor the old church? Outside, night has fallen, and for now I can rest assured because you are an ally. Josephine blinds the unconscious knights. The next day, at an ancient castle, dawn illuminated everything. War has woken up. She lies there contemplating the calmness of the strong. Nothing can harm her body. The rhythm of this body is much slower than normal. In short, Lan suddenly calls out from within, urging Warren to wake up. But even though she had opened her eyes, she still lay there like a dead fish on the bed. Lan kept tossing and turning, not wanting to get up. Warren and Lan are both lazy. Lan is still persistently urging him to get up, right? Wake up already. Juan lies on the bed covering her ears, thinking that if she does so, she won't hear Lan anymore and will scold her for being too noisy. Still, she can hear Lan's voice echoing in her mind, complaining, "Really? For her to say that to me? Time to have breakfast. Let's go eat." Suddenly, she heard something outside and sat up, curious. She stepped down the stairs and claimed it wasn't because of Lan, just her curiosity. Suddenly, she saw Korin sleeping on the ground, his mouth still drooling. She wondered why he was sleeping there, while Lan happily called out Oppa Korin. Then Lan, mischievous as ever, woke him up. But she wondered why it had to be her. Hearing that, Lan started rambling. She said sleeping there would make your mouth crooked and urged Warren like there was a fire. Seeing her finger poke his cheek, Lon asked if she also liked Corin. Hearing that, Warren looked confused. She doesn't know that he casually does things she never asked for, always enthusiastic, which she can't understand. Then Lon, like a ghost, squats beside Corin with Warren, suspiciously asking if she hates him, but she quickly replies that she doesn't hate him. Then Lon stubbornly clung like a hungry leech and asked if he liked her, but Warren couldn't answer and vigorously poked his cheek, saying he hated him. Suddenly Marit Dunlop from behind her squinted and asked with a smile, "Why are you up so early today?" War replied indifferently because of the noise. Then Marriott ordered Dyoku to carry Corin to bed, making sure Warren and Lon could sleep without being disturbed. Walking with Dyoku, Marriott casually told Warren that if he's sleepy, he can go inside and keep sleeping Jr., but then she suddenly mentioned the sofa without context, making Marriott suspicious. Then Warren still sat on the ground and asked why he couldn't lie on the sofa. This made Marriott even more confused about her own intentions, but she still replied that there was no blanket here, and the weather was cold, so he would catch a cold. Hearing that, Warren pouted and looked away, muttering to himself, "I really can't argue with that." Suddenly, Marriott cheerfully added, "There's already steamed potatoes in the kitchen, just eat them." Then she turned her head back, squinting and saying, "We can eat afterward. It's okay if she finishes everything." Warren sat with his knees drawn up, watching Marriott's footsteps thoughtfully, then his eyes turned cold like a killer's, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Us?" In another place, at a different time, the teacher is giving a lecture. In situations like this, students can use nearby materials in case of emergencies. Sitting below, Corin thought that although the festival wasn't over, the class was still ongoing, and since he had learned this before, he focused on other things. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Corin Lock Hero, Strength Points 8,130, Magic Points 6,770. The recovery trait of the Resilient Warrior, Enduring Pain, Understanding the Field, 3 core nodes, and Releasing Demonic Energy. Looking at the new data, Corin stroked his chin, pondering that with these stats, he had surpassed Arisa in the early stage. Additionally, he carefully examined the attribute data, the resilience of the Steadfast Warrior, Pain Tolerance, Field Knowledge, 3 core nodes, Mana Release, and Calculations, now at an advanced aura level, imagining a 3-headed figure shining in blue, red, and yellow inside his chest. At this stage, normal knights only possess their first core, but you have obtained a second core from the Silver Mandragora you own, and a third core inherited from Duke Sabantia. Corin tilted his chin and smiled. Arisa also said that this time she had obtained a core. With a few steps in the field, it seems this has helped her grow tremendously. This time, Arisa has reached the upper middle level in aura. Remembering the previous battle, Arisa fought until her flesh and blood were almost indistinguishable. Yet she remained steadfast, holding her sword without giving up. Although she was only classified as mid-low level before, her rapid progress over the past half year is very promising for the future. The only thing left is to unleash the demonic energy the system mentioned, which involves activating internal strength and accumulating it under high pressure to store and release up to 20% of the total aura and spiritual power. This is an incredibly useful trait. Currently, your aura stat is 8,130, and 20% of that amounts to a massive surge of 1,600. That is an incredible amount of power. Corin has tried releasing his spiritual energy to test it out. The problem is that when he tries this in the hunting zone, he can't control it. Corin, feeling bored, furrows his brow in thought, wondering if he might be able to do something similar with the Duke Sabantia's final ghost sword. Can he cut through the sky and kill a dragon with just one strike? Suddenly the teacher spoke up, saying there were only 5 minutes left of class so she would check the students' notes. Corin remained deep in thought, unable to absorb her words. Suddenly he was startled, checking the notes. Why is he doing that now? Who am I? Where am I? Seeing the teacher smile softly but exuding a dark oppressive aura. Are you a coal seller? Because everyone keeps sleeping in class. The professor is getting annoyed. And he swore because judging by Professor Law's personality over the past 4 years, she would punish them by making them clean the classroom. There's nothing to worry about. But if this isn't a dedicated alchemy lab, filled with stains from experiments, dusty glassware, rusty nails, and who knows what else, then maybe you should be concerned. Just like his miserable mood, the other students are now frantically borrowing each other's notebooks to copy. But close friends don't need to worry about each other, and I'm not free to help others. I feel like my afternoon plans have gone up in smoke. After this class, you plan to spend the whole free afternoon enjoying the festival. Better late than never. He thought he should write something and reached for a pen, but then he touched a small hand. He was startled and looked at that hand. On the left is Jur, and on the right is you. Looking up at the ceiling, quickly pulling your hand away. War is sitting there watching your hand. You pull back your hand, but suddenly she grabs it and interlaces her fingers with yours. Her face was also flushed as she looked at their clasped hands with delight and confirmation. Then she squinted and smiled, pressing the back of his hand against her chest and asking if he wanted to see her notes. Oh, Lon smiled brightly and asked if you wanted to see it. Corin blushed and stammered, seeming not to understand what she was talking about, guessing it was a note. Lon told you to turn to the right page and finally invited you to go eat together. Corin agreed easily and even kindly treated her to a meal, making the students sitting behind envy and gossip. While they whispered about the strange sudden closeness of the two, Marriott's subordinates who had been present earlier were listening in, no one else but you. After class, they walked together down the corridor, chatting a bit about Lan. Finally, Corin mentioned the photo of Hai Huck and President Kang Yu-hua. They also bear significant responsibility in this matter and, of course, are victims as well. However, they still have the ability to hold him accountable, and Kang Ru will be secretly executed, meaning unofficially. Now that he is no longer alive, Yu-hua must take on the role of head of the Kang family.
Lan always thought that Hayuk and Yuhua had suffered a lot because of her. Corin was a bit curious about the concept.
Does the head of the family have to be the leader of the clan? Lan insists that it is. The head of the family takes care of everything from household matters to the family's marriage arrangements. At that moment, Lan suddenly changed her expression, pressed herself against Corin's chest, and said she had already asked for permission to marry him. This makes Corin feel even more guilty and conflicted. He could only raise his hands in surrender, secretly hoping Waran would wake up soon to stop Lan, or something bad would happen. Over here, Marriott loudly ordered Dooku to quickly recount every detail, and it began to explain in a strange language. While Marriott over here was cooking beef, her fury flared up from what she was hearing. She muttered a few angry words, so that's what it was. Her eyes fixed on the pot of soup while nurturing feelings of jealousy inside. Although neither of them had a special relationship, Mari suddenly decided to do something.
Mary is quite a rational person. Her actions are more about survival than love.
But still, frequent intimacy cannot be without special meaning. The image of Lan wishing to become Corin's wife gradually appears as a moment from before. Hearing it recounted firsthand, what he said about the husband and 2 wives was enough for Marriott to understand her situation. She clenched her chopsticks so hard they broke, secretly thinking of a special way to get revenge indirectly. After rummaging around for a while, she came up with an interesting plan, the beauty strategy, and suddenly felt excited about it. Then Marriott quickly dismissed the thought and kept talking nonsense. In Dooku's eyes, at that moment Marriott seemed ready to unleash her fury at any moment just from her anger. Suddenly, she called him and asked about men's preferences. Dooku, narrowing his eyes with a cunning smile, finally answered with one word: bones. Inside the dining hall, at a long table, Marriott and Corin sat facing each other. She revealed she had researched something just for Corin, then handed him a bowl of Darren's special blood soup, a dish the uncles at the farm often cook. She is sure that Corin will love it. As expected, he was delighted to receive a delicious bowl of hometown-style soup and eagerly asked how she got the secret recipe. Corin quickly gulped down the entire bowl of soup. Marriott happily said that the soup was made from congealed blood. He kept praising how delicious it was, with a soft and smooth texture that made her even happier. Corin set the empty bowl down on the table, feeling very satisfied, and let out a sigh. Suddenly, the system interface appeared in front of him, reporting that Corin had consumed a top-grade blood potion and learned the Monster Force skill, increasing his strength by 30 points, which made Corin feel awkward. He immediately frowned and called out to her. Mari suddenly tensed up, attentively listening with a blushing face. He immediately diagnosed that this blood dish was not from an ordinary pig or cow. The system panel appeared, showing a strength bar that temporarily increased power by 200% and couldn't stack with other buffs. Immediately, Corin was so happy, he rushed to hug Marriott, repeatedly saying he loved her, making her blush and cover her face. And she felt that following the Forging Spirit's advice was truly a wise choice. Inside the library, Warren's voice was heard saying she intended to share a story about a friend. She had heard that when you're with someone, your heart feels like it's floating on clouds. Josephine was surprised, and Warren continued that she felt like she was floating on a gentle cloud, her heart pounding, sometimes feeling a sharp pain in her chest, and she blushed as she shared her feelings. Josephine gradually thought that this might be a love counseling session. She adjusted her glasses and silently told Warren that after leaving her high-ranking demon identity, she had become a young girl experiencing love for the first time. Then, Josephine is certain that the suspect is probably Corin Locke. If it's someone War has interacted with, it can only be him. Corin has even been reported for fraud by female students in Yirha. In Josephine's eyes, he's already a playboy. She confidently guesses that with her rich romantic experience, it will be a tough challenge for a newcomer like War. Jospin deduces with a sharp gaze. The person Warren secretly loves is surrounded by many female followers. Then she gives Warren some advice. Opportunities don't come often because those many women care about won't easily approach anyone. Jospin gently places a hand on her shoulder and sincerely says, secretly reminiscing about 100 years ago. There is a famous love novel titled 101 Ways to Seduce Him, which also served as a love guide for young women of that era. Suddenly, Josephine gave a different piece of advice, saying Warren should act boldly or she would never win his love. Hearing that, Warren immediately realized something. Jospin finally bluntly advised her to clear out anyone who dares to stand in her way. And the one giving advice is a single witch, the only one with love experience from 100 years ago, the golden girl of the witch community. War Doran, both inexperienced young women, took the advice seriously. After finishing the interview, Jospin teleported Warren back home and before saying goodbye, wished her to find love soon. Suddenly, what she saw before her eyes made Waran extremely surprised was that Duke Gu was lighting a fire outside the cold mansion. Inside, there was the shadow of a girl along with her Korin. War's pupils dilated with jealousy as she saw Marriott sitting on top of him. She is panting heavily in a suspicious way. She presses her hand on his shoulder, opens her mouth wide with her characteristic vampire fangs, and slowly leans in to bite his neck. Marriott's chest pressed against him as she moved closer, and when she bit into Korin's neck, he held her tightly. The scene between them was incredibly intimate. Everything was within Waran's view. She pursed her trembling lips, feeling secretly betrayed inside. Every falling leaf resembled her heart at this moment. Now she understands that Korin is just a guy who likes to help others, and his kindness is only directed towards Marriott. Her heart feels tight, and she continues to overthink, wondering if she was too proud to believe that Korin liked her. Marriott was closing her eyes in enjoyment when she suddenly opened them and looked at Warren, startling her. She finally smiled, then pulled her fangs away from his neck, not forgetting to lick the bite mark. War is now in Marriott's sights. Her gaze seems to say she won't give up her Korin to anyone. They were only separated by a wall, staring at each other intently. Suddenly, Lan reached out and begged her sister to hand over the task to her. Lan's hand reached Waran's face. Now she had completely taken control of the love war, promising to personally eliminate anyone who tried to interfere. Elisa took the fork with the remaining food and fed herself, then praised how delicious this chocolate mousse was, which surprised Korin a bit. She also smiled and said that her hometown was basically a rural area, so there weren't any pastry shops at all. It really made him doubt his ears. Asking if her hometown was truly that remote. But at first, Korin had planned to rest a bit to prepare for the upcoming holiday and go out to buy some sweets, only to end up sitting and eating cake with all his familiar people. Suddenly, someone called him Marriott, and Warren invited him to eat cake. But since Warren was closer, he paid more attention to her first. After taking a bite from Warren, Korin looked back toward Marriott. She fell silent with a heavy heart after another girl took the bite meant for her. Warren suddenly handed her the strawberry cake she was holding. But she had no reason to refuse, so she reluctantly accepted. Suddenly, Warren turned to ask Korin to help her get the cake. He used a fork to pick up the cake, worriedly, and finally, when he brought it over, Warren opened her mouth, expecting to be fed. Suddenly, Marriott slapped the cake into her face. That's what you call a loving feed, making Korin stand still for a moment. Mari then wiped her hands while sneering mischievously, maliciously asking if the cake was delicious. War replied that it was good, but emphasized the word treat. Then, Marriott asked if she wanted to have more, and immediately, the atmosphere grew tense. Even Korin was confused about why the mood felt so strange, her eyes darting to the sides. War, while wiping the cream off her face and exuding a threatening aura, asked about Marriott's potato farm and then continued to tease her with what she called her potato cake. She once again frowned and asked Waran if he wanted to eat more beard-shaped bread. But who would be stupid enough to eat right now? Watching the two girls argue fiercely, Jer broke out in a sweat and asked Korin what was going on. Even you can't help but worry, constantly saying you're afraid. Everything is beyond what he imagined, so he had to stand up and excuse himself to go to the bathroom. Jer and Jack also stand up at the same time, leaving Alyssa puzzled. The three men walk away arm in arm, talking about the two furious girls from earlier. Alyssa couldn't hold them back even if she wanted to. She returned and sat down, feeling the pressure from Warren and Marriott. Although they spoke politely to each other, the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the end, Marriott boasted that Korin would be coming south with her this winter, and they would go on a hot spring vacation together. At the same time, she also shared that Korin had gone to the John Sanctuary with her to receive a blessing from the Saintess and casually criticized her foul-smelling hot spring, both of which left Alyssa stunned because they were such shocking news. One of them dropped the final bombshell. Korin had decided to go home with me, leaving Alyssa exclaiming, "What?" While the three boys were all using the bathroom together, suddenly Korin had a strange feeling. Alyssa placed the cup on the table with her trembling hand and nervously told Korin that she had some business in the east, so they formed a team and went to watch the solar eclipse together. This causes the two girls in front to appear even more intimidating because of the third person. Alyssa, under pressure, gradually lowers her voice. Her eyes even blurred with tears. She stammered for a moment before shouting in fear. Why? Even hearing it from the men's restroom, Korin became confused and turned around. A few days ago, Korin asked about the distance to the eastern forest. To clarify, right spirits cherished by elves can accompany them without needing direct interaction. But it is truly rare for a distant spirit to come here. The person in front of you is In. She announced that she had found the person you needed. His name is Uskias and Findius. Findius is the secret realm housing one of the four great treasures, the Clausula Sun, guarded by Uskias. In the game, the secret realm hiding the great treasure of the Clausula Sun is occupied by Tess Bonhaza and the Royal Guards. At the same time, Bantaza and the Royal Guards couldn't even get past him. Becoming stronger is good, but if you can also weaken your enemy's power, that's even better. If one of the four treasures falls into the hands of the Royal Guards, Korin just needs to get one first. Usually no one knows the time and place, so it's impossible to get it. But after defeating Mark Demon, the reward will be the map of the Sun Clausolas among the four great treasures. This information is not part of my belongings, but is directly transmitted into my memory. During the solar eclipse, when the sun's power is at its weakest, I can seize Klossala. In the 3 years of playing the game, the solar eclipse has only occurred once. Moving to May 8th after the spring break, reports of the Wolf King's territory appeared. He continued his thoughts, even though it was a hidden place, but with Yuan's power, Corrin believed they would find a clue. Good, everything is going according to plan. Corrin suddenly smiled and clenched his fist. This holiday, he would go to the east to find Findi Diaz, and with the hope of obtaining the ancient treasure Clarsalis first, then to ruin Bantaz's plans and his subordinates. Just thinking about it, he smiled with satisfaction and swore he would make them fail completely. After reporting it, Corrin kept trembling and said that the trip would also be a good opportunity to ask for the opinion of Duke Sabasia. In response to your enthusiastic explanation, Marriott's deadly glare was the reply. She then asked about the departure time, and Corrin opened his eyes in slight surprise. She reached out with her palm holding a crest, saying it was the family crest of her ducal house. With this crest, you can gain cooperation in most places. Then, she reminded him not to follow anyone who promises him potatoes. Corrin immediately said he's not a child. Then she took his hand as Corrin was about to leave, shyly asking him to wait a moment, seeming hesitant to do something. He also just gently smiled and said that he would drain all the blood without regret and would only survive on the stored blood for a long time. In the end, he just said thank you and quickly moved on. A day before departure, Corrin now stepped out of the bathroom, his wet body wrapped in a towel draped over his shoulders. He felt tired from being drained of blood even though he sat still. When Corrin looked down at her bed, she saw War lying there listlessly, which surprised him greatly. She just sighed that she took too long to shower. Corrin wondered why she was here. Warren simply confirmed that she would sleep here, which made him even more awkward because they are of the same gender and shouldn't be so close. She then said that they had slept together before. Remembering the earlier moment when he was lying next to her, he denied it because it was only an emergency measure to avoid the rain. At that time, Warren was already discouraged, just hoping Josephine wouldn't find out what she was doing. Moreover, what happened the day before also made her somewhat rely on him. Corrin finally smiled and took off his coat, only to be stopped by her throwing a pillow at his head. War wondered why you took off your shirt, which made you realize she was worried about you. Both of them lie under the bed. Warren looks up at the ceiling and continues, "If you get hurt, I will feel heartbroken." This surprised you. War finally asked if you would continue fighting. Just like what he had done with her before, Warren pressed his face close to his and said he would protect him and didn't want him to get hurt. Corrin sighed, turned away but understood her feelings a little, and finally thanked her. Then he mentioned going to the east, and Warren also felt more at ease. The words War said that day gave us the strength to try harder. The next day, at a coffee shop, someone called out Corrin's name. He asked Elisa if she was the one because her picture was in the newspaper and he had the latest information from her. Breaking news, Swordmaster Galen hands over the 5th sword to his granddaughter. The Aeon family inheritance battle begins. This really made Elisa choke on her coffee and claim she had no idea about this. You said it was obvious because she finally escaped from oppression. Then he asked if everyone was ready with their luggage. Elisa and Ewan quickly responded yes. Elisa had already prepared food and clothes, and as for the others, their pride speaks for itself. She is confident in her ability to control nature. He quickly showed his disappointment. Their rookie behavior was too obvious, leaving both of them a bit confused. At that moment, Corrin explained that they would ride the wand straight to the east and then asked them what it meant. Both of them fell silent. Corrin cunningly reveals the answer. They're about to regret it. The main character's aura is a given. Both girls, who had just been talking confidently about packing their bags, are now being driven by W to the point where they can't control their actions or words. Elisa's condition is even worse. She only knows how to be dazed and scream while Minoran says she can't open her eyes. Meanwhile, just a moment ago she was maintaining the image of the Nature Mother. Now she's being blown away by the strong wind that can even blow away her composure. That was a life-changing experience, and she promised never to rely on what they call nature again. Corrin was already prepared, wearing specialized gear. Corrin at that moment could only call them fools because at an altitude of 1 kilometer, regardless of the season, you need to wear cold-resistant clothes and protective glasses. And I have the experience, knowledge, and expertise to do so. They kept calling your name along the way, begging nature and humans in every way, finally turning a new page with blue ocean waves and lush islands, or perhaps the eastern Taklakan. Elisa lost her balance and waved her hand, and he looked back confused about what was happening. On the other side, more elephants emerged from the forest and charged wildly. They are also known as Oliphant, with red eyes that always lock onto their prey. Elisa, flying and pointing in that direction, was very surprised to see a village far away, fearing it would be destroyed by the elephants. Rin here whispers that there's no need to rush. Saving a small village won't delay us. Elisa then bravely orders Wiv to bring the people down. Corrin orders the trees to grow in the path of the elephants, while Elisa takes on the responsibility of fighting. As planned, EU immediately caused the trees to grow where they were, making it easy for the branches to cling onto some of the elephants' legs. The dense trees sprouted up, forming a thick shield, but the chance to hold back the monsters was with Elisa waiting in ambush behind them. She jumps down from above, raising her sword and channeling her energy. Then, with a single strike, her sword clashes against the elephant's tusk, ringing out with a deafening sound. She still doesn't believe they can stop this. The elephant is moving more violently, to the point that the roots are no longer effective. Yuen also realizes this and becomes worried. Immediately, Alyssa retreats with quick jumps. Korin jumps down from W, grabbing his spear, with Mage Yuen above him. You ordered them to focus on the lead elephant and trap it tightly. As long as they hold the lead, you will handle the rest yourself. Suddenly, Korin sensed something. From afar, a group of people suddenly arrived, using both horses and WV mounts, catching everyone by surprise. A slash cuts across the elephant's leg, followed by another. The elephant is torn apart, with swift sword strikes slicing all over its body. The herd of elephants was immediately taken care of. The people in that group are monster hunters from the Ein family. Suddenly, someone from their group spoke up, saying Alyssa was still as pathetic as ever, which confused her. Then, suddenly threw an object at her. Alyssa instinctively caught it, and the person quickly threw another one to Korin. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he accepted it. When he opened his palm, the thing inside was a candy, which made him even more confused. The person who threw the candies to both of them was Lunia. Elisa was also startled by that move. In response, Lunia simply reminded everyone to be more careful next time, and then asked about Korin's top ranking. Lunia said it was a great step forward, encouraged him to keep it up, then turned around and walked away. Just by looking at her back, a thought crossed Korin's mind. She remains as cold as ever. Because she is naturally calm, Lunia suddenly remembered something and turned to seriously ask, "Do you want to marry me?" The question stunned Elisa and Yuen so much they almost fell over, not even daring to dream it, and even Korin frowned in confusion. As if wanting to say, what the hell is going on, a major family in the south controls fertile lands, countless islands, and important trade routes. In contrast, the east not only borders the heretical empire, but also faces harsh natural conditions and constant attacks from monsters from the cursed land. But even in such difficult circumstances, the east has maintained a solid reputation, undoubtedly thanks to the An family, the protectors of the frontier. Inside the familiar eastern grounds, many people are standing in neat lines, bowing respectfully before a person. They all shout in unison, "Welcome, Your Excellency!" That person is none other than Lunia, she ordered. "That is my sister and her friend. Prepare a room for them." The soldiers immediately obeyed. She turned back and told her sister, Alyssa, "Follow me. Over here. Korin and Yuen are playing chess." Yuen exclaims, "This is a tough game. Why is Colin so good?" "How much experience do I have to worry about?" she said softly to Korin. "Is Elisa okay? Things got pretty tense earlier." He replied, "It's okay because they are sisters after all." Yuen is still very worried. Could it be that he will punish us for failing to handle the mammoth? But Korin thought Lunia was not that kind of person, and as he was lost in thought, the door opened and someone entered respectfully calling Korin. "The Lunia clan leaders want to see you." Over here, Lunia is standing with her hands clasped behind her back, waiting for Korin to arrive. She turned around and asked, "You're here?" with a very cold and distant expression. Lunia told Korin to sit down because they had a lot to talk about. While he was worried about whether he would get punished, she poured him some tea and asked, "So you're almost 18 years old, right?" "Same age as my sister." She straightforwardly asked if you are married yet. The unexpected question made Korin cough awkwardly and wonder why she was asking about that. Lunia is always serious about this kind of thing. "If you don't have anyone, would you like to marry me?" Korin wondered if she was serious. She didn't look like she was joking at all right now. She raised her hand to her face, analyzing that you have martial arts talent and are diligent in training. "Your face also meets my standards." Korin joked, "I didn't expect you to care so much about appearance." "Lunia, honestly, I'm also a woman, so at least I should consider the face and body of the man I'll sleep with." But Korin also saw the issue and asked for the real reason behind this. "That's because of my sister. I remember that time, after Alyssa defeated me in the sword fight, the senile old sword emperor suddenly appeared and declared. He appointed Alyssa as the 5th-generation swordmaster. As soon as that old man finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving my supporters restless."
You are the one who advised Elisa and came up with that bold plan, so you probably understand too. Lunia took a sip of tea and continued, "My position is starting to waver."
And leaving that behind, I kept receiving invitations to meet with famous swordsmen and heirs of noble families, which was political marriage. But Lunia didn't like that. She doesn't want to become a commodity on the marriage market. Korin asked, "So you want to pretend to marry me to fool everyone?"
Lunia sipped her tea and nodded with a smile. "That's right, Elisa is an illegitimate child of the Aiden family, but when she returned to the family, she was greeted with a mountain of fruit. That is the result of her being designated as the heir early on and getting caught up in the family power struggle." A woman in a red dress holding a sword asks,
"I heard that your father appointed you as the 5th swordmaster and others." Her soul may be small, but the responsibility is too great. The woman emphasized that her father's orders in black are absolute. She declared that your opinion could not change anything. She is Sophia, Lunia Aiden's biological mother and the current chieftain Jen's wife. Everything follows the will of the former clan leader Garen Aiden. His will carries great weight. She threw down her sword and told Elisa, as the 5th-ranked swordswoman, to strive for the honor of the family and the safety of humanity. She will choose and lead the main family members and train during her time here. Elisa tightly grips her sword and obeys. Basically, she cannot argue. From a young age, obedience has been ingrained in her blood, and even now, that hasn't changed in front of the woman standing before her. Although she knew she would never be accepted by this family, Elisa silently walked outside the mansion, sword in hand, casually approaching the side of the room and overhearing the sounds inside. All right then, think positively. Through the door crack, she saw Corin and Lunia sitting there chatting. Lunia said, "So tomorrow we will spend the whole day together having fun." Elisa leaned against the wall, contemplating. "Are they dating?" A slight smile crept on her lips, and her voice sounded more excited than usual. "I remember when she asked Corin if he wanted to marry me, and her words made no sense at all. It can only be my second sister." A cold and decisive person, Elisa is thinking that something as important as marriage must have a reason, but she is definitely well-intentioned. I could tell from the midterm exam that Lunia was both curious and had a good impression of Colin. That is respect for a talented swordsman and a desire for territory. But if she didn't like Corin, she wouldn't have made that proposal. She smiled softly and said this is good because Elisa cares for both of them. Lunia is her half-sister whom she has always admired, the one who has cared for her like a mother since she was young. Although they are currently facing each other, she truly wishes her sister happiness. Corin is also a special person to Elisa. He trusted her talent, supported her, and helped her survive against those pursuing his sister. The young girl with the sword sits outside the door. They are very well suited for each other, and both are people she cares for and respects deeply. Their union is a good thing. She thought so, but her heart was heavy. Outside, white snowflakes were falling into the cold that covered the entire area. The pipe and a sigh of relief, a puff of smoke enough to warm the body. Lunia, holding the paper in her hand, asked, "What is this, mother?" Mrs. Sophia replied, "That is a list of famous swordsmen from the eastern region and the eldest son of noble families. Most of the supporters are from my mother's clan, so I cannot ignore the pressure from these meetings." Remembering Corin's distorted face, even though I accidentally said it, he is handsome. Objectively speaking, he is a good man, and he also has a progressive spirit in martial arts. Anyway, the next heir is decided by the grandfather. Garen Corin, the Sword Emperor, has reached the territory, so anyone opposing him will be dismissed. Holding the pipe in her hand, a sudden thought flashed through Lunia's mind. She thought about Alyssa's feelings for Corin. I don't know how deep those feelings are. At least like, or maybe more. She tapped her cigarette to let the ash fall and wondered about those feelings. But my sister's belongings are mine. I have the right to own them. As a leader, I don't concern myself with such trivial matters. Outside, a girl spoke. "Excuse me, are you planning to date Corin?" Lunia A reacts. "Jenny, what kind of dating? It sounds so unpleasant." "This is a pre-marriage investigation activity. Are you not satisfied?" Jenny wondered, is he really that much better than the men Sophia brought? She added, "That's why we lost the sword fight. Moreover, he outperformed Lunia at such a young age and achieved outstanding success. He is very worthy of Lunia." The young masters turn around, and sure enough, Jenny has a good eye for people. But Jenny asked, "Do you ladies plan to go on a date dressed like that?"
For someone as confident as Lunia, it doesn't seem to be an issue. But from an outsider's perspective, it's hard for Jenny to understand.
On a beautiful day beneath the buildings, the date was about to begin. Lunia's call made Corin blush. He looked intently at the girl in front of him, making her wonder, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lunia, with a completely different appearance and wearing a traditional dress with jewelry, asked, "Is there something on my face?" Corin said nothing, slightly blushing as he looked at Lunia. Then the girl quickly took his arm to start the date. Inside the forest, signs of movement and reports of creatures near the border were detected. Elisa is leading her people and ordering them to go there quickly. It seems she has been assigned this task because her sister is busy on a date with a young man. Inside a house, soft lights and gentle music are playing. A man is standing there singing beautiful songs. Outside, a monster was split in two by a young sword wielder, a young girl with blood on her face and clothes, breathing heavily. But she kept going, charging with her sword to fight them. Inside, a man and a woman are enjoying peaceful artistic moments together, gazing at the stage lights and listening attentively to the soothing melodies. Outside, Elisa continues to fight off the monsters. Her sword strikes might help her forget about those two. They and the people there are giving endless applause for the performance. And she also claps for herself with determination on her face and blood of the enemy on her clothes. The two she cares about are sitting together, not saying much, blending into the applause of the audience in the theater. In the forest area, Elisa claps her hands together to dust them off after completing her mission. She breathes a sigh of relief and turns back to the scene behind her where her teammates and the corpses of monsters are standing. Today, everyone has worked hard. The blue sky and white clouds mark the end of the concert. They ask each other questions and discuss the angelic voice they just heard. Lunia, still holding Corin's arm, asks, "Are you happy?" He gently says it's a new and exciting experience. She reached out and took his hand. "That's good then. The most important thing is that you are happy." She bent down and kissed his hand. "Today has been a wonderful day," Corin wondered. Isn't it normal for men to kiss women's hands? But for Lunia, she's used to doing this. All of this was witnessed by Alyssa standing behind. A girl with an innocent face, blood on her face and clothes, overhearing the two in front of her talking about caring for each other and meeting again tomorrow. Everything was settled. Corin left, and Lunia returned to the estate where she ran into Elisa. She said you look terrible. Did you just come back from patrol outside? The little sister only lowered her head.
Did you just meet with Corin?
Lunia asked straightforwardly. Yes, I just got back from hanging out with him. Elisa unconsciously clenched her sword and hesitated. Is that so? Hearing my sister ask, I guess you two had a good time together. This made Lunia smile softly. Elisa added, Are you wearing traditional attire? I remember you haven't worn it since 5 years ago. The older sister's call startled the girl. Lunia walked past and said, Change your clothes and then meet me at the martial arts hall for a sparring match. Elisa asked, A sparring match?
Usually she would avoid trying to train with her sister. I don't know why my sister made this suggestion, but I can't refuse.
In the quiet of the night, a voice suddenly spoke up. This is unusual. You're always avoiding it. But now, Elisa, you're ready to accept it, huh? So that was Lunia's voice. Right now, she and Elisa are ready for their upcoming match, and Elisa feels a bit nervous at her sister's words. Then Lunia pointed her wooden sword forward and told her sister that no one was watching. So go ahead and show your skills without hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them became serious and introduced themselves. One was Lunia Aiden, the top disciple of the Aiden sword sect. The other is Elisa Aiden, a level 1 swordsman of the one sword sect Aiden. Now, both girls are ready. Let the fight begin. Suddenly, Lunia forcefully slams her wooden sword into the ground. In the next instant, a whirlwind of rocks she created sped towards Elisa, frightening her momentarily. But in a flash, she shattered each stone and narrowly avoided her sister's attack.
But that's not all. Lunia activates her second Tiger Guarding Golden Bow technique. In the blink of an eye, she teleports behind Elisa and asks if she still remembers.
Seeing Elisa frozen and unable to react, Lunia took a few seconds to remind her to continue the attack. Hearing that, Elisa suddenly panicked and turned around. But it was too late. Lunia kept unleashing piercing and pure light attacks on her. Even though she was being continuously battered, Elisa's eyes remained determined. Lunia's last move was a psychological attack on Elisa. Right now, she's desperately defending against Lunia's continuous barrage of attacks, but her reflexes still haven't caught up with that move. Elisa's eyes sparkled as she watched Lunia relentlessly keep attacking. She thought to herself that if she could read Lunia's attack from the feint to the decisive blow from start to finish, it wouldn't just be about responding anymore. Elisa clenched the wooden sword tightly in her hand. The fight was extremely evenly matched as both of them were revealing openings to each other at this moment. Lunia believes that if Elisa can predict them, counterattacking is entirely possible. It seems that Elisa is aiming very precisely at the target she will attack, which is exactly Lunia's head. She continued to strike straight ahead, but Lunia narrowly dodged the attack. Suddenly, Lunia pauses her breath before throwing a punch into Elisa's stomach, knocking her back several meters. Now, Elisa is covered in dirt and wounds all over her body. She looks at her sister and silently whispers to herself. Through relentless effort and training, her experience has been honed to an unbelievable level. That's why you could say she's no different from a sharp hawk. Lunia stepped forward to praise Elisa. You've improved a lot compared to before. You must have been practicing really hard. Even though she was praised, Elisa still thought to herself that Lunia was truly outstanding. She then forced herself to stand up, respond with a yes, and Lunia wondered if it was because of him that she changed. Hearing this question, Elisa was momentarily stunned, and Lunia asked again, Do you know what you and he have in common? Elisa looked annoyed and asked back. What is that? Lunia responded while taking a defensive stance. Don't waste your strength. When it comes to swordsmanship, we all share the same way of thinking. To fight and win, fancy moves and old tricks are not necessary, she said as she attacked Elisa. Faced with this surprise attack, she managed to block just in time. Lunia warned her that one wrong move could lead to a big mistake. Not stopping there, Lunia showed her another way to fight. Sometimes dodging is the smarter move. Hearing this, she was confused. How to dodge when Elisa believes she can read Lunia's movements. However, in the next attack, Lunia used Piercing Strike, leaving Elisa clueless on how to dodge. So, Elisa lowered her sword and surrendered. Remembering the last match, she thought to herself that she believed she had caught up with her. Even just a little, after winning that sword fight, she finally felt like she had become a swordsman worth being proud of. Returning to harsh reality, Elisa realizes she was truly naive, that victory was simply due to luck. Keep trying. If not, I will forever only be able to stand behind us. She realizes there is an insurmountable gap between Lunia, Aiden, and Elisa. Despite Elisa still lowering her head behind her, Lunia kept walking away. Now she was blaming herself. How frustrating that was. A few days later, Lunia was being served water by her mother. She asked her, So it's this year? You're not even engaged yet, Lunia Sophia continued. I heard you're seeing a boy recently. Lunia simply replied briefly that it was just a coincidence, but she is very strict. She advised that after the engagement, I would be allowed to stay out overnight. After all, men are just tools to elevate the family's status. Sophia Ann was once known as the best female swordsman in the East when she was young, but after her husband Jaden had an affair, her view on marriage gradually became distorted. Sophia reminded her daughter that she should marry the person who brings her the most benefits. Lunia reassured her not to worry. She confidently asserted that he was definitely many times better than the person her mother wrote in that matchmaking book. She was surprised to hear that. Oh, is that kid really that impressive? Lunia briefly introduces Corin to her. He was able to enter the field at a very young age. It can be said that his talent is no less than that of our grandfather. Sophia wondered what Korn's talent was, and Lunia explained that it was a special ability, not just physical strength, one that could lead him to victory. Then Lunia hesitated for a moment, making her mother anxious. After that, Lunia didn't hesitate to mention another good point of Korn. That kid is handsome. Her words surprised Sophia a little. Lunia now looks truly terrifying, as if her ambition has awakened. He has a face that suits her, and it's also quite interesting to take away what her sister has always desired. Seeing her daughter like this, Sophia also felt helpless and speechless. She could only sigh and say, "I am beginning to doubt your morals." And this is the first time Sophia has reconsidered her views on marriage. 9 days have passed since she arrived at the main house of the Aiden family, and the New Year celebration has begun. The atmosphere here feels just like being in Korea. Dema excitedly waves her hand to call Korin. As he passed by, Ewan also said they were looking for him, but he didn't respond, and now the festival would soon end. Korin grimaced silently, realizing that our original reason for coming to this eastern land was to find the hidden FIAS treasure. Fiendias, the secret land of the monks, is a fortress outside the natural world surrounded by mountains and monsters. Located beyond the border, it is managed by the Ian family. This is the eastern border. Yin thanked a spirit for guiding her, even inviting it to share a piece of cake, and it happily took a bite. Ewan is accompanied by sisters Lunia and Korin into the forest. You seem a bit surprised by that tiny spirit, while Lunia feels glad to have a spirit mage here. Ewan led the way and said, "We won't get lost even if we enter this forest." Korin turned around and said to Lunia, "We are all very grateful to you. Lunia, anyway, thank you for coming with us. That's why we could cross the border area easily. Don't be so formal. I don't understand why you're seeking out this mysterious land beyond our borders. You're still a minor and my fiancé, so I have to do this." In a mountain range filled with monsters like this, an ordinary guard isn't enough. With Warren and Marriott still not here, Lunia's support is invaluable. Suddenly, Elisa stammered from behind, "I think it's better if you don't say things like that. I mean, about the fiancé." When Lunia asked why, she explained that it was just because people around would look at her strangely, but Lunia replied that she didn't care what others thought. Seeing that my sister remained so determined, Alyssa hesitated for a moment before speaking honestly. "If you have no intention of taking responsibility for Korin, you shouldn't have obstructed his marriage. That's not a good thing." Hearing this, Lunia laughed and asked, "Why do you think that? It's right in front of us. Once we pass through this magic circle, we'll get there soon." Everyone standing behind watching as they cast a spell, suddenly their reflected images shatter into separate mirror pieces. Korin quickly realizes we've fallen into a trap. As expected, this space is worthy of being guarded by a high-level mage. Now only Korin is left standing alone in the forest, having been separated from everyone else. He wonders about a spell that makes anyone who enters the boundary feel confused. Is it similar to the 8 trigrams palm from the previous fight? Then he thought this must be some kind of test to assess the abilities of those entering this hidden area, but this trick is outdated. Korin quickly prepared himself for battle. "Come on, enemies, bring it on. Whether it's illusions or monsters, I can handle them all." Suddenly, a footsteps appeared calling Korin, and as soon as he heard that voice, his face turned extremely panicked and sweat started pouring down uncontrollably. The person who greeted is Seo, and his greeting made him tremble uncontrollably. Seo put on an expression that couldn't be more insincere. "It's been a long time since we last met." Given this situation, Korin could only despair. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Korin looked at the young man in front of him in horror. But it was Seo. Why was it him? Korin's confidence is shattered in an instant. Without a word, he immediately swings his spear to attack. What on earth is going on here? At the moment Korin lunged, Seo raised his hand to block a force that appeared to stop Korin's attack. Korin glared fiercely at Seo, grinding his teeth as he called him a fake. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled with a sinister grin. "Korin is not wrong, but you're also a fake, aren't you?" At this moment, Korin's face really looks terrible. Has he already destroyed the sanctuary? The fear in your heart has finally appeared. The main character of this world, Fiyu, may be cruel, but his strength is undeniable. He deserves to be called a god and is on a different level of power from Korin now. At this moment, Seo, standing beside Korin without him noticing, let out a cold laugh. "You might be proud if you kill him, but do you really think you can save this world?" Korin's forehead was now covered in cold sweat, and Seo's words weighed heavily on his heart like a stone. Seo saw his face become even more smug, and said he had tried to seize everything but still failed. So what can someone like Korin with an incomplete system do? How could he possibly truly defeat Tess Banha? Korin furiously furrowed his brow for a long time before firmly saying he could. He would seize one of the 4 great treasures to weaken his power. And that is also why he came all the way to this distant east. He is trying to see a perfect ending. Seo snorted coldly, annoyed. If you truly wanted to see that ending, you should have chosen him again. Korin refused to accept it and argued. But that would threaten his purity. He sneered in contempt. And what's wrong with you liking that? What do you feel when you sacrifice yourself for others? But think about it. Instead of saving those NPCs, you should focus on the bigger picture. In Shu's mind, if Korin had found the treasure faster and seized all the items, he would have been much stronger. Clearly, he also knew that the current approach was not the most effective method. See, you sacrifice 10,000 people to gain this power. Players naturally become stronger in proportion to the sacrifices of others. So, Seo maliciously suggested that Korn sacrifice what was necessary and join him to save the world. Korn stared at him in horror for a long time, realizing he was trying to lure him into the same evil path as himself. But he was disappointed. Korn just coldly laughed and said, "That's right," but in his hand, energy was already gathering. He coldly said, "Even if I start over, I can't help but regret the items and events I missed." At this moment, Korn's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. He gritted his teeth because that worthless thought still existed. So why did he see this illusion? Korn kept recalling the people he had saved. Mary Dane, Alyssa, Aiden, Hoa, and Lan as well. The people you've saved, you've never regretted, and you will save more in the future whether it works or not. At this moment, Korn's eyes are filled with determination. The area around his body is engulfed in blazing red energy. He doesn't hesitate and directly punches Seo in the face. Immediately, Seo's illusionary body was shattered by Korn. After finishing, he retracted his weapon into his hand, his thoughts gradually drifting away. How could you be afraid of this illusion? But thanks to that, you became completely alert. You have no regrets about what you've done. If you could go back again, your choice would remain the same, never changing. At this moment, Korn has returned to the real world, and Lunia's voice echoes alongside. Korn was startled and turned to see the three Lunia walking toward him. He was a bit suspicious. Ien, being a ret, wouldn't be affected by illusions, so why was Lunia moving so quickly? Lunia heard this and calmly smiled. That guy kept rambling, so she just cut him off. After hearing that, Korn chuckled softly in admiration. Truly, this person doesn't know what it means to back down. He then glanced at Alyssa, who was still dazed nearby, and asked how she was doing. Lunia said maybe illusions are what she loves, but she will probably wake up soon. As they were talking, a deep voice suddenly echoed. I didn't expect them to get out of the bone screen. Korn and the other person immediately looked around cautiously. When they finally realized where the voice was coming from, they only saw a black panther standing on a nearby cliff. Korn was stunned. That panther could talk and wasn't even a beast. As soon as the words left its mouth, the black panther apologized. Then a blue energy enveloped its body, and in an instant, the black panther transformed into an old man. He smiled at Korn's group and said kindly that he was honored to meet Dee and her friends. He introduced himself as Uskias, the guardian of Fiendias, and said he would take them there. Luina hesitated and looked at him with suspicion, but they still followed and soon arrived at a palace guarded by many people outside. This is where the Sun Sword Clausulus is kept. Korn looked at the people in front of him with some suspicion, then turned his head and whispered to Yen. She nodded in confirmation that they were her kind. Hearing this, he didn't ask further but looked around at the scenery, then couldn't help but praise how beautiful it was and asked if she wanted to sell a piece. Yuan looked at him in disbelief, calling this the green land, and he still dared to buy. Korn chuckled softly and calmly said, I invest in real estate to look towards the future. With that, Korn's group followed Uskias deeper into the palace and stopped in front of an ancient tree. Uskias opened the door and invited them in. He sat in the main chair in the room and glanced at Korn, asking why he had come to this distant land. Korn, without hesitation, revealed his purpose. He is searching for one of the 4 great treasures, the Sun Sword Clausulus of the Jinnu tribe. Uskias' face darkened at these words. So he's also searching for it. Korn nodded softly and said, Because I am the official heir of Queen Endadan Nua of the Heavenly Land. That's right, you are my master's successor. Even if you go back, it won't change anything, but you have understood the main point of Uskias' words. If he says so, it means someone else is looking for it. But before you could finish your sentence, a sudden cough interrupted you. A person enters the room, their aura exuding yin and yang energy, claiming they smell the scent of blood. As soon as they step in, they stare intently at Korn for a long moment, before coldly saying, You are the one who killed PM. Korn was also watching him at the same time. He thought someone would come, but it seemed to be another crazy person. Murius the Monster, King of the Dark Shadows. Beast King Junskis. He frowned and looked at you, suspiciously asking if you knew who he was. And then he lowered his head again, staring straight into your eyes with a mocking tone. Is this the Queen's protector? The throne of darkness belongs to only one master. When the era of darkness comes, your goddess will be torn apart, leaving nothing but prey for the Beast King.
But at this point, he suddenly stopped, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. Then he turned to the door and shouted loudly, warning, Don't call him anymore.
He then looked at Korn with an apologetic expression and said, Sorry, let's get to the main point now. At this moment, Uskia suddenly spoke up. Both of you want the Clausulus sword, but he has no right to give it away. He is just the one setting the challenge. Hearing this, Korn couldn't help but furrow his brow. As expected, Riss still remains neutral, but that's no cause for happiness. He doesn't know what the challenge entails. Although neither side knew more in the current situation, Bantaz's team had possessed all 4 great treasures in the previous round. While Korn was pondering, Uskias told the others to wait at his place. The details of the test will be announced after the discussion is over. June heard this and smiled. He enjoys challenges. Then he squints at Korn and calls him in a cold voice. You also stared at him, and the two of you fell into a tense standoff. After a long while, he once again smiled arrogantly. He was looking forward to it. The next morning, Elisa was still lost in her illusion. She lay on the white bed, her eyes closed, just dreaming with her eyelids fluttering gently. In her dream, she saw an ideal life of a reunited and happy family. The two people she worshipped and admired made a vow to share their love with each other. 12 grandchildren used to call her ma'am and hug her tightly. This must be a happiness that shouldn't be broken. Lunia is loyal, and Corin is not someone who makes their partner cry. So this is a happy ending. A good thing for everyone. But she felt uncomfortable with that. The images in her dream made Elisa's body tremble uncontrollably, as if she was holding something back. At this moment, Corin's voice calling her suddenly echoes, making her unsure whether she's dreaming or awake. They are missing someone, yet she acts like this, and he can only hope she wakes up before tomorrow. At this moment, Alice's arm suddenly reaches out and grabs his collar. He still thought she was awake, but suddenly she sat up, startling Corin. Elisa stood facing Corin, her body pressed close to him. Corin panicked and called her name, but before he could say anything, she covered his mouth. Elisa opened her dreamy eyes and looked at him, softly calling him husband. You couldn't hear what she was saying, so you asked her to repeat, but Elisa didn't answer and gently stroked your fingers, making you panic. What exactly is she doing? But the surprises still weren't over. Elisa suddenly moved closer. This action brought their faces close together, Elisa's warm breath on Corin's neck making him itch, unable to resist pressing his body against hers. After a moment, she whispered to her brother-in-law again, then smiled seductively and said, Lena isn't here now. Corin was terrified, stammering in fear. What? Suddenly, Elisa slowly closed her eyes, then lay down flat and wrapped her arms around him. Corin wondered what on earth was going on. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Uskas announced, I will now reveal the second challenge. Elisa wondered why it was the second one. Isn't this the first task? Hearing that, he replied, You have completed the first challenge. That is a test of how far you can go to stay true to your principles. Corin's memory pushes Sihu away. Uskias continued, Do you have enough resolve and righteousness? He raised his hand to affirm, You have already proven your true selves. Hearing him say that, Elisa repeated to herself about proving her true self, then recalled last night when she pressed herself against Corin to seduce him. Her brother-in-law is not here now. That memory made her feel extremely embarrassed. She let out a small sound. I don't think I can go that far. Being next to you, I don't know what else. Just giving a thumbs up to cheer. Don't sell yourself short like that. Be confident, because you've already held on to your faith. Lunia, standing on the right, also pats Elisa's head and encourages her. No matter what her main actions and goals are, just stay determined and carry them out. Human strength comes from their own perseverance, and hearing that made her blush even more. I don't think I can do it. And she knelt down on the ground. You encouraged Elisa to rest if she was tired, but she refused. It's okay. Someone like me who is guilty doesn't deserve it. Hearing Uskias announce the second challenge, the dragons accompanying you will help surprise her. He assigned the task of finding a mistletoe on an oak tree to create a staff, with a deadline by sunrise tomorrow. Then let's get started. The oath states that both sides accept the outcome and will not fight for 60 days. And it was made before the challenge was announced. Corin looked at the group opposite and thought to himself, there was no such procedure before, but I asked Uskias to act as an intermediary to prevent him from interfering and causing trouble. He was watching the leader of that team, whom he called Doom Norris. While their team started searching first, Corin continued analyzing. Unlike Chris, who remained neutral, he supported Bant. Then your group started searching, but Corin remained worried inside. Although Ian has improved his strength, Dom Nor remains at the sage level. He doesn't attack, but the difference is huge. Yu was stunned and reported, Something's wrong, the spirits are not responding. Lunia sighed, just as I expected, everyone is on Doom Nor's side, it won't be easy. Suddenly, Alyssa shouted loudly, then pointed to the branch and said, I found the mistletoe! Corin looked helpless. This is just a poplar tree, Elisa? At the same time, Corin remarked that it was truly a perfect gamble. Mistletoe doesn't usually grow on oak trees. Then Alyssa happily carries another tree. What do you think now? You didn't care and your thoughts kept going? Oak trees are already hard to find here, let alone one with parasitic mistletoe. That's almost impossible. Thinking of that old man, even with spirits in the forest, it's hard to gather everyone back to the village. The three girls debated whether to cut the mistletoe and attach it to a normal oak tree. But I'm confident I can chop down a tree myself. That would defeat the purpose of the ritual. Hearing that, Corin's mind sparked with an idea, and he let out a chuckle. The next morning, the sky was clear and blue. Uskias declared, I will end the challenge. Everyone take the staff you prepared. Junesky wonders what is going on. Then, he was sure I had prepared a big, sturdy staff, but it was much smaller compared to the one from Corin's group. Junesky couldn't believe it. How can your tree be bigger and harder? Lunia refused to answer. Shut up, you bastard. You don't need to know. Corin silently narrates in his mind that Alyssa has grafted a parasitic seed onto the oak seed she found, then used magic to make it grow. Thinking of that, he clenched the potion bottle. It was supposed to die soon anyway, but I experimented with something I brought back from the east and succeeded. Uskias announces, you have successfully completed the second challenge. Now step forward slowly.
Everyone has passed, so I will announce the final challenge.
The sky gradually turns to dusk as he points ahead, saying, "In the northern forest, there's a tree with red healing fruit. Your task is to bring those fruits back." Korin looks up at the sky, guessing it won't be an easy task.
Suddenly, a roar echoed as I descended from above. I am Savan.
His eyes looked down, the one here to take the fruit. In the end, Savan made the final decision. Prove that you are worthy. He is a giant in the sky and of the same kind as the Titan who guards the sun in heroic legend. A Han-Jun Sky laughed. He's a terrifying giant. Lunia expressed her feeling that it might be quite difficult to defeat him. Korin advised, "Don't think about that. Winning or losing won't get you goalless anyway." A thought crossed his mind. They probably won't make me defeat the guy if it's just the first and second challenges. Maybe Seven confirmed Korin's suspicion. "I will test your intelligence. Solve the riddles I give you. Mythical creatures love riddles." "Don't you know?" You replied somewhat uncertainly. Meanwhile, Jun Sky cheered. "Do the giants in the sky like riddles too?" "I will solve it. The giants in the sky love treasures and riddles, but since the world can be easily destroyed, they limit their fun." Korin agreed, and Savan immediately announced the rule. The team that answers 5 questions correctly first would win, with each side only allowed to send 2 people. Then he announced the rule that they were disqualified because of riddles. Seeing Junskis laughing loudly, Titan, who loves riddles, thought to himself that whoever represents them would probably be better than that side. Hearing Lunia act clueless and look at me as if to say, "Do you know how to solve riddles well?" Alyssa raised her hand to volunteer, saying, "I can solve a few riddles from books." Korin felt that just Alyssa and I would be enough on this side. After both teams finished selecting their members, Savan announced the start. He posed the first riddle. In the morning it grows, by noon it shrinks, in the afternoon it grows again, but by night it disappears. Korin suddenly exclaims and repeats the question in his mind. "If I think a little more, I might guess it out," you said with a determined look. "The answer is a raised arm," and Jun Sky responded before the shadow. Savan says that's correct. Korin and Alyssa are surprised. Is it just a coincidence? I told myself that because he's usually so overwhelming. I forgot. Korin's eyes were stunned by the characteristics of Skyas. Then he continued reading the second sentence. "The unseen thing that no powerful existence can defeat. It always comes close, but once it passes, it will stop forever," Jun Sky replied calmly. "The answer is time." Then the third question, both joy and comedy and tragedy. "It is a play in which all beings play the main role." Once again, he laughed loudly and replied, "Life and death, or simply living, are one and the same issue." Korin's mind analyzed that this was no coincidence. It felt like facing thousands of people at once. He laughed loudly and said, "Sky is good at solving riddles. It's too easy." Korin hurriedly turned and said, "Elisa, give it a try. Isn't it true that you read a lot of strange magazines?" "It's just a magazine that every girl has to read. I only signed up for what they all do." Then Savan presented the fourth riddle. "To me, it's beautiful in a way others cannot understand. To me, it's violent, but to others, it's liberation. Your face is covered in sweat. This question is really complicated too. Am I really this stupid?" Korin's thoughts are suddenly interrupted by Alyssa. "Can I try that? Did it make you suspicious for a moment?" Savan told her to just say it. She hesitated before giving her answer. "Alyssa's imagination of her wedding with Korin is beautiful to me, but others can't see it that way. To me, it's violence, but to someone else, it's liberation." In the end, Alyssa confirms the affair. Everyone was surprised when they heard that answer. "What do you mean?" A silent space envelops everything. It's also right for her to speak first. Savan nodded in agreement. Then suddenly she burst into tears, begging, "I didn't mean it that way. Please let it be wrong." Korin refused to understand. What is Alyssa thinking? And Alyssa tries to justify herself. That's not it. "Please don't avoid my gaze and give me a chance to explain," Korin finally said. Although it broke the chain of thought, was that just a coincidence for the cautious? Skies guessed correctly on 2 questions in a row, and the confrontation ended in our defeat. Junski's laughs, holding the spoils of victory and turning to leave. "This one is perfect. I did well, right?" The henchmen all congratulated each other, but all that was left in your mind was the thought that you had lost completely. Alyssa felt sad. "What do we do now? Did we really fail?" Ewan encourages her. "The challenge can't end like this. We just lost a crucial ingredient." Believing that, Alyssa sighed in relief, then continued to tell us that we should never give up just because of one failure. Maybe suddenly her eyes turned suspicious. Lunia asked if it was the enemy. Ewan responded while sensing, "There is no one." Everyone suspected and called her name, and Ewan continued speaking. "Exactly. There was not a single spirit around." Elisa continued, "Now that I think about it, I didn't even see any monsters. Clearly, they were still there on the way." Korin suddenly thought to himself, "Are there no spirits or monsters? This is the mountain range of that monster. If neither species can be seen, there are only 2 reasons in this forest. Either the people ahead have left, or someone has wiped out everyone, or they all fled in fear of the overwhelming power." June Skies chuckled softly, then turned to ask, "Are we too deep inside?" Norik muttered, "Olo Brentata," then slammed his staff into the ground. A magic circle opens, revealing a huge castle that is then cut in half. Fragments of bricks and stones fall out. Corin shouted loudly to warn her to get out of the way quickly. That incredible power crashes down to the ground. A ring of light appears, and fear keeps her frozen in place. Corin held her tightly and pulled her away. His eyes suddenly looked behind. A humanoid monster appears. Immediately, Corin orders a quick retreat. Ewan thanks you. Corin can't believe there's something like that here. June Skies still sneers as he releases the snakes, with slashes cutting through them. The humanoid monster cut down all the snakes. Lunia was stunned. He's the one who will later become famous all over the world. She continued. Jang of the Aiden School, the one who countered the attack with a move to block the cursed sword. Beyond the borders of N lies a land called the Demon Realm, where wild beasts and demon creatures claim to be the masters of the forest, existing in a strange balance. And the one who shattered that balance was only an old man wielding a sword radiating with supreme aura, gazing deathly and saying, "That demon and that sword belong to me." That's why we don't call them demon humans, because they originate from animals with limbs like wild beasts, and they understand what the old man just said. But this demon creature firmly holds a sword in its hand, and a pure electric aura radiates from its grip. Although rare, there are also monsters that resemble humans, and this one is among them with upright legs and a hand holding a sword. Whether it exists to survive or to destroy, no one knows. The old man let out a loud breath and raised the sword in his hand. When he saw a demon creature wielding a sword, the Sword Emperor laughed. The monster learns to use a sword, and unexpectedly a one-sided master-apprentice relationship begins, known only to the master. Two figures clash, their forms blurring in a flash, continuing until the 8th day. The demon relentlessly charges forward at a terrifying speed with glowing red eyes, while the Sword Emperor remains steady, his broad-bladed sword resting on his shoulder. He smiles and enjoys the fight with the demon, his gaze filled with dominance as if teaching it how to wield a sword. He continuously attacked it with increasingly complex sword techniques, aiming for its weak points, while the monster on this side kept defending, trying to counter all of it. The entire creature emits a purple aura, and its face changes as it stammers, "What is that name again?" And then he personally gave it a name. He called it the Sword Demon, with twin swords in hand and a deadly red gaze. Being called by that name, the name only it and that crazy old man knew about, made it hesitate for a moment. But in the future, that name will become famous worldwide, and it will become the strongest swordsman in the legendary hero of evil, yet it is also a creature standing on Banatha's side. However, its attack on Dunoran Sky under Banjatha's command shows that it has not fully belonged to that side yet. That might be a stroke of luck, but there's no reason to celebrate. Corin is now wondering how to stop that thing. Now it's our turn. The demon sword has turned around and swung its sword straight at you. Lunia quickly slipped behind it and shouted at the monster. Then she swung a powerful, determined strike towards it. But it simply swung its sword to deflect and pushed Lunia's chest backward. That was a continuous combo attack that left her stunned. The sword hand was pushed back and her body spun around. Lunia landed, but the force of the blow made her slide forward several meters. It took her a moment to regain her footing and raise her sword again, staring at it. The demon creature pulled its sword back in front of its face, still with that deadly gaze fixed on her. Lunia asked it, "Where did you learn that swordsmanship?" Before she could get an answer, it suddenly appeared behind her in the blink of an eye. Realizing the danger, Lunia quickly spun around and delivered a devastating slash from the demon sword. But the attack still did not stop. The sword in its other hand is pointed straight at Lunia's head, the tip almost touching her eye, just a hair's breadth away. Lunia seemed unable to counter this attack, but she angrily shouted arrogantly and quickly tilted her head to the left to narrowly avoid it. The sword in its hand still aimed to kill her quickly. Lunia leapt into the air, and the demon sword immediately spun around, its legs transforming into sharp blades. Its eyes are fixed unwaveringly on Lunia, a fierce concentration from a demon sword master known as the Demon Sword. It looks like it's using multiple swords at once, all aimed at the same target. The blazing red sword auras aimed directly at Lunia, who was at a disadvantage, but with her sword in hand and controlling the distance with a single blade, Lunia was determined to fight back. She quickly uses her mind's eye, her gaze shining brightly as she sees through her opponent's moves. Two streams of white and red aura continuously clash, each collision producing deafening sounds and dazzling light. Lunia defends herself and prepares to counterattack. She charges towards the demon sword in front of her. It couldn't believe its eyes that the series of sword techniques had been countered by that girl in such an awkward stance, and the key to victory was Lunia's half-body decisiveness and combat experience. Her shoe heel pierced the creature's leg, anchoring it in place, and she softly smiled, saying, "Time to finish it." Behind the monster, Corin and Alyssa have time to cast their spells. The two-dimensional fierce bloodthirsty attack and the three-hack breaking blade. They leap into the air, ready to strike down. The monster is being locked in place by Lunia and is almost immobile. Two powerful moves, one gold and one blue. Strike where the demon sword just stood, but somehow it flips over and dodges, leaving Lunia stunned. Dodge must be some kind of illusion. After dodging the deadly attack, it quickly landed on the ground with both feet planted firmly. But the swords and spears of the three people flashed, surrounding it from three sides. Almost simultaneously, Below Corin and Alyssa, each on one side, and above Lunia was striking down to encircle the monster. Corin shouted loudly, "I will absolutely not let you escape first," but suddenly he groaned and froze.
The creature's face was split into two distinct parts. One side a demonic shadow with deadly red eyes, the other a human face with a sinister smile.
It unleashes its Solo Phantom Sword Strike with 6 glowing arms sprouting from its body, laughing loudly as it swings its sword almost without leaving a gap. The sword energy from all directions is now closing in to trap the 3 of them. Corin grimaced in discomfort. Moving within this domain is already hard to breathe, and yet there are 8 attacks coming. Facing the threshold of life and death, a yellow image appeared in Corin's eyes. Aiden draws his sword in a single stroke, activating the Tram domain as the poison dragon emerges. Corin unleashes a golden dragon circling around him, trying to counter the demon's 8 attacks. Even with all his strength, he only managed to block 5 hits. There are still 3 more to go. They target Lunia again, and even if she is aware of the domain, she is half a step too slow. Before Lunia can draw her sword, those 3 strikes have already landed on her. Corin was truly worried. If things continued like this, Lunia would be in danger. But the sword was drawn, surrounded by a faint blue aura and powerful arcs of lightning. A lightning sphere surrounds Lunia, forming a protective barrier against the sword attack. This is the ultimate defensive skill only the most advanced swordsman can master. With the sword in hand and lightning surrounding her body, this move is called Protective Aura. Even the monster is amazed to see this. Lunia then unleashed her false domain/technique, delivering a sharp cut that sliced through the monster, causing it to stumble backward and revealing a bloody gash on its shoulder, making it momentarily stunned. "Can you dodge the critical hit?" She added, "This one is very dangerous. We need to deal with him right here." Colin agreed, and the 3 of them charged again. In Colin's eyes, the demon sword was still not at the level he knew, but its ultimate move would be the supreme technique to cut everything without rival, and he had to destroy it here to prevent future disaster. The demon sword then laughed loudly at the 3 of them, when suddenly, a shadow with purple eyes appeared behind it and whispered into its ear, "Hello, Hien." This startled it, the appearance so close without it noticing. Immediately, it spun around and slashed backward, cutting that person into multiple pieces. The black fragments fell to the ground with a thud and began to smoke. Then the pieces of flesh melted into pools of black mud, revealing purple spots inside them, and from there, a swarm of black snakes emerged, rushing towards the monster. The demon sword shows no fear or hesitation, simply standing there and smiling softly. The black snakes cling to the monster's body and then immediately turn green. In front of Corin now are 2 figures. One is an elderly man with silver hair and beard wielding a staff with blue magic. The other appears to be a black-robed wizard with a body made of snakes reconnecting itself. They are the king's subordinates and stand before the monster, making it laugh loudly. Even the sword demon is terrified of these foes. It unleashed countless sword strikes to cut through the endless snakes, but they kept coming without end. And then, after temporarily averting the immediate danger, the sword demon turned and fled. Those 2 are beings with nearly immortal lives. The figure in black with the deadly smile is the lawbreaker Doom Norris. The other is the king of the fallen, Jun Sky. The 3 girls were almost speechless. Only Corin softly said, "Monsters, they are the enemies we have to face." Somewhere in the forest inside a treehouse, a voice echoes saying, "Sorry, I couldn't do anything." She was sitting on the bed, blaming herself. Lunia tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, it's something unavoidable," Elisa said with a smile. "It's nothing serious. I'm not badly hurt." Thinking back, that monster used black swordsmanship. Alyssa wondered if it had read any swordsmanship books. Lunia waved it off and said, "Stop talking nonsense. It's a monster. If anything, it probably learned from hundreds or thousands of battles." Lunia's eyes are determined, and only one person could have done something like that. A chuckling sound comes from behind, making both turn around. "It seems my granddaughter has figured it out." That is indeed Gandon, the Sword Emperor and their grandfather. Lunia scolded this crazy old man. What did he do? "Teaching swordsmanship to monsters?" the Sword Emperor said with a smile. "That's just an old man's pastime. But to be precise, I didn't teach him anything. I just showed him." The Sword Emperor steps down, creating a wave in the spiritual sea of space, like a type of domain. Everything beneath their feet is marked with a grid pattern like a chessboard. The space shatters as the Sword Emperor glides past his 2 granddaughters and speaks. That is a domain. He added, "That guy isn't walking within the realm of sword humans, but within the realm of sword demon beasts. Isn't that very interesting?" Lunia could only marvel. The old man is crazy. The Sword Emperor smiled and said, "Maybe I will soon witness the next level of swordsmanship." Her granddaughter stared intently at him and continued to curse. The old man is shameless. Hearing Elisa call him grandpa, I recall the training matches with my sister and the 2 immortal monsters we just met. She spoke up, saying she no longer wanted to be weak. Alyssa stepped forward with a look of determination. "Teach me swordsmanship." The Sword Emperor nodded with a smile, agreeing since this was the one he chose to inherit. "Very well, I will teach you." Grandfather and grandson face each other, one daring to learn and the other daring to teach. The small figure stands before the towering, muscular body of his grandfather, captivated by swordsmanship, as the enlightenment of madness begins. In the main hall, everyone was standing in front of Drit. Corin asked, can we participate in the final challenge even though we didn't get the Demonwood fruit? Alright, but since you don't have the fruit, the final challenge will benefit Sky and Dun Norris. Don't be too biased, Riss. We lost because that demon sword guy appeared halfway through. At least give us some advantage. Without waiting for you to say more, he immediately announced the final challenge. Holding the staff in his hand, he declared, "Grow the magic staff you have made until it touches the sky." Drip pointed up and faced the giant guardian of the sun. Korn thinks, "We have 3 weeks until the eclipse. We must grow the magic staff to reach the sky before then." Meanwhile, Alyssa is trembling, her kin. Demon magic always flows when swinging a sword, so she understood the talent and demon magic of the sword demon. That made her afraid because he is much stronger than her. The wound on her hip is bleeding. Amid Alyssa's disheveled state, the familiar voice of the Sword Emperor rings out. "You still have a long way to go. Girl?" He stood there watching her and continued speaking. "But I never expected you to come and ask me to teach you swordsmanship on your own. I haven't wasted my efforts raising that disciple." Hearing this, Alyssa wondered. "A disciple? Do you mean that demon creature? Why didn't you kill him?" The Sword Emperor replied. "He is a talent capable of reaching the heavenly sword realm, a level you have never heard of. Of course, because I am the one who created it." Hearing my grandfather say that, Alyssa felt a bit excited. She stomps her foot on the ground, ready to rush at him, then raises her sword and shouts, "Don't tease me!" The Sword Emperor raises his sword high into the sky, radiating dominance, and surrounded by lightning, and says, "Anyone who reaches this realm can cut through the sky and split the world in two." He swung his sword down, clenched his teeth, and shouted, "I want to see a swordsman like that!" Alyssa stood there, raising her sword to block, and scolded. The old man muttered to himself as the two faced each other, smiling warmly and saying to his granddaughter, "You're becoming more and more like your sister." One beautiful morning in the kingdom of Ela, at the southern castle with its unique architecture leaning against the mountain, Marriott, adjusting her dress, asked, "Mom, can I go now?" She gently tugged at her dress, saying, "In 4 days, the spring festival will be over." Corin has left a mark. She looks a bit hurried. He wants her to meet him before the start of the actual event. Although writing W is still possible, remembering the other girls around him makes her feel a bit uneasy. She looks quite neat now, her face slightly blushing when she thinks of Corin. Suddenly the door opens, and Mary's father stands there shouting, "You can't go anywhere, Mary! The holiday is for the family to gather." A sudden arm appeared, grabbing his neck, and his mother's familiar voice rang out, "You can get married once you get there." She held her husband tightly and smiled, saying, "Our girl Mary is also at the age to love. Don't forget to give me a grandchild." Hearing that, she blushed, covering her head, and ran outside, confusedly calling Wev on and borrowing Herval to move. Mary shouted, "Let's go! Dad is waiting for us! Is the swift flight of a large bird the instinct of a high-level vampire?" Marriott sensed the arrival of a new rival. Elsewhere, under the blue sky and white clouds, a gentle voice spoke. "Hello, Saintess. Waran, novice nun." "Is that so?" "Hurry inside!" The two of them stepped into the large room where the holy maiden sat at the distant table, her pink hair and silky curls flowing. She is the Saintess Estelle Hadassah Elas, radiating purity and beauty. Approaching them, the holy Saintess looks at them with reverence. She rushed down, hugging the girl in front of her happily, but was met with indifference. "Get out of the way," the chubby Saintess asked the girl. "I heard something big happened at the festival. Are you okay?" "Of course you're not hurt, right?" The girl blushed slightly, turned away, and said, "Stop joking. Take it off for me." The Saintess asked with a big smile, "Why?" War shyly replied, "It's so hot and uncomfortable. Please do it." "It seems you are, Lon, right?" The girl then innocently smiled and replied, "Hello, holy maiden. I agree too. We need strength." When asked why, the girl replied, "I want to become his first wife." The priestess fell silent for a moment, then placed her hand on the girl's head as golden magic flowed forth. A moment later, Waran opened his eyes and asked, "The seal has been lifted, right?" The Saintess replied, "Just the first seal." Immediately, the girl quickly turned towards the window and said, "I will leave right now." Professor Josephine stood there reminding me that it's 24,000 kilometers to the eastern border and I should ride west. War insisted I can go faster and I can't let her get there first. The battle for the harem throne is more intense than ever. The professor tries to rush forward to stop her. "If you don't spread it, you'll lose 3 weeks, so why keep looking out the window?" The girl jumped out and replied, "I will be there in 2 days." The Saintess stood there smiling. How strange. The girls fighting over Corin, the vampire Dan Keem, the tiger Lunia Aiden, and Elisa. You've had to face both of them, and he's involved in all kinds of trouble. The Saintess smiled mysteriously at the destruction of the Iron Mountain King and Warren's transformation. The young successor, Corin. 3 days later, Corin muttered with a piece of wood in his mouth, "Even the Sword Emperor is truly treacherous." You're sitting there bandaging Alyssa. She screams in pain, "I will die from blood loss before I can reach the top of the tree." "I'm about to die," Corin dismissively said. "Come on. It's not your time to die yet." Elisa pouted and looked annoyed, but when she saw the small magic staff in front of her, Corin said, "I think I can climb up." Seeing the huge difference between the two staffs, she was a bit skeptical and asked again, "Why the flag?" Elisa looked at him suspiciously. "I don't think it's possible. We shouldn't let her finish her sentence." Corin interrupted, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Looking at the young man in front of her, Alyssa silently wondered how he could always have such a strong will, whether it's preventing the giant wild beast from escaping, facing Professor Plum in battle, or fighting the indestructible steel demons. Even when facing impossible challenges, he always keeps moving forward. She turned to ask, "Corin, what do you really want to do?" "You didn't even have time to answer before someone interrupted, working hard until this late?" Norris stepped forward and said, "Corin, the Queen's envoy, I want to talk to you." He stepped closer, raised his hand to stroke his beard as he looked at the two of them. Seeing that, Alyssa immediately stood up, frowning slightly. "What is that?" Dumb asks. "Why do you humans stand in the way of heaven's grandeur? Of course many people will die. Don't you know that?" He stood up and asked, "Why would a Rick who values nature above all else take that side?" He replied, "That is obvious. After hundreds of years of my life, I have only one conclusion. To protect nature, humanity must die." At that moment, his face darkened, and behind the hood, his eyes gleamed with a deadly intent. Elisa realized, thinking to herself, that he was not truly human with a cold, indifferent gaze like a plant, harboring a great malice towards this world. Deep inside, he seemed to embody death itself. Corin placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Look carefully, Elisa," then directed his sharp spear at him and declared, "What I want to do is kill all those kinds of people." He stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, "You've come all this way to stop us. I understand you're very serious, but at least now you will fail. Look at these two wands. Do you see the difference? I have lived with nature for hundreds of years, and you cannot bridge this gap no matter what magic skills you use." He continued, "Do you think you are the most knowledgeable?" Corin ignored it and walked toward the staff. After posting about throwing the Mandragora into the lake to the community, many people thought that the golden Mandragora was the answer and used it to increase their power. But those who are tired of the usual way of playing like you even use those rare items for experiments. Corin took out a vial of yellow liquid from his pocket. "You are probably the only one who tried to grow a golden Mandragora." Corin turned the plant that Elisa brought back in the first challenge into a giant magic staff. Just a few drops of experimentation are enough to create that effect. Even if you've been sailing the seas for hundreds of years, you've never seen anything like this. The yellow liquid in this image is something you crafted yourself. It's the only hidden item we've ever had. Golden Mandragora Fertilizer. Conan is using it to water the magic staff with a confident, mysterious smile. The Golden Mandragora Fertilizer helps the magic plant grow, creating a mana recovery zone that restores 185 mana per minute. The ground trembles slightly as Corin's voice echoes. "Hey, Riss, I call new players rookies." Dung's gaze remains quietly watching the change. You glance at him and smile, saying, "I don't know how many years you've lived, but the longer you live, the more new things you'll learn. Look here, rookie." Corin crossed his arms in front of his staff and confidently said, "I will show you a miracle." The staff radiated a brilliant golden light, then shot up into the sky at great speed. The light radiating from it, combined with its rapid growth, left Alyssa stunned as it almost pierced the blue sky and touched the sun. Seeing how high it had reached, Corin marveled, "I never expected it to get this far." The sky is brightening. He raised his hand to his forehead and looked up. "Good, your growth rate is 3 times faster." Drit stood there and said, "No matter what, you've done very well. Now I will ascend to the heavens. And as a sage of Findia, my final advice is not to miss the moment when the sun wanes to obtain the Cloud Solace." He clenched his fist and told Corin, "And as a resident of this land, I want to say goodbye to you." He bowed his head respectfully. "Everything now depends on you." The young hero smiled. Alyssa called out to him, "Corin, I will call you sister." She excitedly asked, "Are you planning to leave right now?" Corin replied, "No. Climbing it can't be done in a day or two. We need to prepare, and we'll set out a week after we've gathered enough food, clothes, and supplies." He looked up. The final battlefield of the war for Cloud Solace was one of the 4 treasures in the sky. Corin quietly thought that in a week you should prepare Doom Norik carefully, because he will bring the strongest members, including Alyssa and Lunia, who are here. There are also the Dragon Makamariet and Warren. A dazzling light from Anand's staff, and Corin's reproachful voice echoes. Yet in the end, no one arrives. He and everyone else are climbing up, walking and wondering, what are they doing that no one has come here? Corin stood there scratching his head in confusion. The powerful force he expected to bring was missing 2 girls. Right now, only Lunia, Alyssa, and Ian are here. Down in the wooden room, the Guardian is asking if they've almost broken through the barrier. "What is going on?" the servant replied. "At first, bringing them here wasn't like this. They are none other than Warren and Marriott." He wondered how such a strong aura could have such terrifying power. I don't know what they saw inside that illusion. "Ukias is serious. They've been like this for days. If it continues, the land of the gods will be in danger. I have to enter the illusion to bring them out." The 2 subordinates standing beside him asked, "What can we do to help?" A faint light splits his body into 2 parts, red and blue. Udis closes his eyes and answers, "No need, I will split my body and bring both of them out." His eyes widened as he entered and saw the illusion, trying to find a way to rescue them. In the illusory realm, at the academy, people are whispering. "I heard she had a child before graduating from the academy, right?" Mary walked away and saw the kids who looked like tiny copies of Corin. The voices of everyone still echoed in her mind. Oh, so that's a violation of the rules, right? The boy looks just like his father. So this is the wedding hall. Mary stepped in and smiled. The announcer's voice echoes as the groom makes his way into the ceremony hall. Hearing that, she opened her eyes wide to see who the groom was. The person entering was none other than Corin in a handsome black suit. Everyone was amazed and said, "Wow, he looks so handsome." Seeing him, Mary thought to herself, how can he be so impressive? Her cheeks flushed briefly. Corin looks so handsome. The music starts playing again as the bride walks into the ceremony hall. Mary glanced over, wondering if the bride was too beautiful. Walking into the church with a bouquet whereon the guests buzzed with excitement. They look perfect together. The bride smiles, looking truly beautiful. She softly called the groom. "Hey." Seeing them embrace passionately, Mary felt a bit devastated. She couldn't believe her eyes. She collapsed to the ground, watching the two lovers in front of her, and wondered, this isn't right, is it? Corin. Mary was stunned, tears streaming down her face. A year passed by like that, watching a family of three play happily together. That child looks exactly like Corin. Mary stared intently at the child, thinking to herself, that child must be mine. Corinne was very thoughtful on the wedding day. However, that outfit brought back many memories for Mary. She thought that if it were her, she could do better. In her mind, she thought she could give him everything he needed. Homes, land, mineral rights, status, everything he desired. In this illusion, Mary always looked toward Corin and believed that all she needed was for him to come back and live with her in a happy, warm home. That's all I need to do. I'll give him everything. She opened her eyes wide as if Mary had realized something in her mind. Seeing the one she loves marry someone else, she cannot accept this failure. She can't believe it's real. Sooner or later, Corin will also pretend. In the end, he is just a human, and his life is only 100 years. But Mary is different. She is an immortal vampire. She placed her hand on the forehead of the old man lying unconscious before her, thinking maybe she should turn him into an entity like herself. And later, the two of them can live together. And in the end, he will belong to me forever. Just 100 years. Mary thinks she can endure their marriage for 100 years. Then I will take him away and gradually erase Waron's images from his memory. Her tears fall onto Corin's face, revealing the heartbreak of the vampire. She sat there in sorrow, vowing to make him happy. Meanwhile, Mary in the wedding dress and groom Corin were about to share a sweet kiss. And Waron, the one witnessing their happiness, feels disappointed and sees herself as a failure. This is the first time Warren has given her heart to a man like this. She sees Corin picking up food. Sitting on a branch outside the window, she watched him care for Mary with each bite, a bitter smile on her face. Lan asked what they were doing, while Waron wondered what she was even watching. When Lan asked what she wanted, Warren replied to herself, "Nothing like this is in my plan. I love my wandering husband. I want to call him by all those titles. I want to live a simple life like a happy, ordinary family." But now in front of her is the happiness of Corin and another girl. She closes her eyes tightly, wondering why she can't do the same. "Please help me." War slowly opened his eyes. "I also wish for that happiness." In Waron's illusion, Corin is sitting on the bed asking her how long it's been. "Are you okay?" Without saying a word, she walks over, interlocks her fingers with his, then pushes him onto the bed and says, "Take it off." She boldly strips Corin's shirt, causing him to panic and ask why she's doing this, then presses her face against his body, reproaching him for being terrible for looking at someone else instead of her. She opens her mouth wide, ready to bite him. "All of this is your fault." Warren bites into his shoulder, causing Corin to close his eyes and endure. Her tooth mark is left on his shoulder. She sat on Corin's body with a mesmerizing gaze and said, "This is your fault." She told herself she had given him everything she had. Then, he must belong to me. The morning has come, sunlight streams through the window. So, a man and a woman have been together all night. War is sleeping soundly in Corin's arms. Moreover, they are holding hands tightly. Time passes quickly, and the yellow flowers outside the window have bloomed. The bird calls the season back and will naturally bring her a lively baby. Warren smiled, but tears fell because she thought she had won. Her innocent face lay there. Next to her, Vampire Marriott is also staring with sharp fangs. The two girls lie there, lost in their own illusions. Upon hearing the call, Mary woke up first and didn't understand what was happening. He gently cleared his throat and introduced himself. "I am Uskias, the guardian of Findia. If you're here to see Corin, it might already be too late. They've already begun their journey to the sky, exactly 3 days ago." Hearing that, the two girls were both a bit surprised and wondered silently. "Are we too late?" They asked together. "Why do you know we came to find Corin?" Hearing that, Uskias fell silent. Dahyun is dead. Riss already knew this day would come. He stammered, "I am a guardian, so I know many things." He thought to himself, "I will surely bury the dark past of those 3 girls forever. It's cold, there's nothing here, Corin." He drew a few crescent shapes on the tree trunk and replied, "Hang in there a little longer. It's almost here." According to historical records, Bantaza's forces possess 4 great treasures. They include the ADRA Lightblade, Cloud Solace Sunsword, Leafai Lifestone, and Andre Magic Shield. If the story matches the game, I am currently chasing Bantaza's subordinates. I can visit Gurias and Murias, but of course those treasures are no longer there. What I skimmed through in the game shows that the magic shield is deep within the dark shadows. In reality, it might be hidden inside a poisonous snake's den. So what that guardian said about Clueless reaching up to the sun could be considered a metaphor. If that's true, then Yuan's voice is calling out to him. Look there, Korin. The clouds are coming down and you're about to touch them. It's not the clouds coming down, but the oak tree growing up. It's reaching through the clouds. The higher you go, the stronger the wind and the lower the temperature. And Korin gasped in surprise at the scene before him. A massive castle rises from a floating rocky mountain among the clouds. After a moment, the group stands before the gate. But it looks very small. With this size, it could be the fortress of a giant. It looks truly majestic. Yuan warned, but Uskias said there is a giant guarding the sun here. No matter who is guarding it, we can't go through the main gate. The fruit of the evil tree is the ticket inside. Korin smiled cunningly. All right, let's try calling and see what happens. He took a deep breath, started to speak loudly, and raised both hands to shout inside. Is anyone there? The wind softly howls as they appear tiny before the tall gate and thick wall. The gate slowly opens. Elisa nervously calls out to Korin. He smiles. All right, let's see how it goes. From now on, we'll adapt as needed. Lunia stared in surprise as the giant's voice asked, Who are you? A massive hand clung to the gate, and it continued, Are you humans? Humans dare to come here. Behind the gate, not just one, but many giants appear. Lunia prepares to draw her sword. Alyssa panics. Oh my god, it seems like they all have pretty high levels. Are you planning to fight them? A giant asks. Go ahead. Human, do you have the key with you? It presses its face close to Korin's. He answered quite calmly that we don't have it. He squints. No, then become my meal. After finishing, it swung its giant fist directly at where Korin was standing. The boy calmly raised his hand to block. Wait, Korin continued. We are the vanguard heroes recognized by Lord Uskias. He kneels and explains. Soon our master, the demon lord who rules all, will bring the red fruit of the wooden demon tree here. The ogre asks, So who are your masters? Korin smiled and replied, Our master is the great hero Joe Stai. I secretly thought, if I don't have him, I just need to pretend to be the one who owns those magic wood fruits. We also invited a Dret here to represent the wise ones. Me? The giant stepped closer, scrutinizing her with suspicion. Are you approved by Sevan and Findia? Yuan didn't know how to explain, only managed a helpless smile. That thing, Korin whispered into her ear. Go ahead and do it. Yu immediately raised his magic staff, activating a spell that made it glow along with the branches sprouting out. After muttering something about a spell, a huge blue figure with 5 circles on its head looked at the ogre. It is called Wickerman. Still, the giant looked down at him and continued. A rise who knows about the red magic fruit and can control Wickerman is not unusual to represent Yukias. But as for the key, Korin quickly replied, I know that without the red magic fruit, we can't take the sun, but our hero says it's polite to warn the great giants. Hearing that, the giant smile and say, Fair enough. The door opens again and a voice echoes. Good. June Sky's subordinates, I will welcome you as guests. It didn't forget to turn back and remind, but understanding the meaning, Korin politely clasped his hands and replied, Of course, that goes without saying. Out. He grinned cunningly, feeling victorious. Wasn't it easier than eating cake? The 2 girls behind him didn't even bother to react. Lunia asked Korin, Is this the plan? He responds softly, Everything begins from here. With a cunning smile and calculating eyes, he added, I will now loot this place completely. To be safe, I told Lunia and Yuan to stay behind and we will go to the giant's treasure. Although I feel a bit embarrassed to admit it, in the last game, stealing was a daily routine for me because player Park Sihu had a universal bag. So no matter the level or area, the first thing I did was search for treasure. Elisa followed and asked, Korin, how could you find the treasure on your first visit to the giant's castle? I answered that treasures are usually hidden in similar places. The problem is we need to find the sun sword here. Wow. In front of them now is a large room filled with extremely valuable giant's gold coins. However, the ceiling was broken and there were no guards, because Cloud Solace needed to absorb sunlight over 3 days. So they say it can only be taken during an eclipse when the sun's power wanes. Alyssa then asked, So we just need to take it at night, right? He nodded and said, I suppose so. She picked up a sword, put on a golden crown and asked, Do you think we can find the sun in a place like this? Korin cautiously looked over and replied, I thought there was no one guarding it. It seems taking only the sun sword is impossible. Looking at the golden mountain before her, Alyssa now understood why there were no guards. A hen appeared. It was big, and she looked at it with curiosity. A chicken? It's a bit small compared to a giant's portion, isn't it? Korin nervously warns that someone has run away. Elisa panicked. Suddenly, where did she run off to? The giant appears with a smile, revealing bright white teeth. Oh, my dear. Are you here? It stands there, eyes fixed on the clueless chicken. Humph, my little darling, come here. Inside a cramped space, the 2 are pressed close together, trying not to make a sound, hoping they'll just move somewhere else. The chicken appears, staring wide-eyed at the 2 people. It seems like it saw them already. The chicken looked around and clucked loudly. Korin stammered. Hey, hey, Alyssa signals. Oops. Korin remained silent. The chicken clucked and then laid a huge golden egg. Korin wondered if all this gold was just from that little chicken laying it. Elisa frowned and said, That sounds a bit rude. The giant picked up the chicken and pouted to kiss it. My adorable little one. Let's go with Dad. Oh, it took it already. Just stealing one piece of gold from it is enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. Alyssa reminds, wake up, we're here to find the sun, not gold. She sighed. Phew, that was almost dangerous. Corin agreed and replied, yes. The two of them, one above the other, blushed as they looked at each other. Corin remembered her alluring face from that moment. My brother-in-law isn't here right now. Why am I even thinking about that night of the kiss? Now Alyssa asks you, Corin, what do you think of her? You feel confused. Lunia, she's a wonderful person. I also care for her a lot. She blushes slightly. Do you like her? Corin asks further. She's a good person. Talented, kind, and beautiful. Which man wouldn't like her? So, Corin remains quite calm. Anyway, let's keep searching. The day after tomorrow is the solar eclipse, which will end in 2 hours. If we don't make it, Sky will legitimately take the sun. Elisa didn't bother with those words. She stood up and looked at him, gold falling from her body like that. Suddenly, Alyssa looked up and said, but Corin has something strange. What is he curious about? Step back a little. A place that is always illuminated by sunlight during the day and can never be reached at night. The two of them looked in that direction. Could it be that during a solar eclipse, its power would weaken? Is there really a place like that? Today is a crescent moon, but the moon in the sky is strangely full. Cloud solace. The sun is hovering over the sky island disguised as the moon. Returning to the room, the four of them sit back. Ewan asked, so during the day it's the sun, and at night it's the moon, and it's floating above the sky island. Corin replied, maybe it's not really far like the sun or moon, but an illusion created by the sky island's barrier. But it's definitely unreachable. Ewan wondered if there was any way to touch it. He rested his chin in thought and replied, I guess we can't do it, but the solar eclipse will happen in 2 days. Let's stay calm and find a way. 2 days have quickly passed in the blink of an eye. Contrary to our plan, during those 2 days, we couldn't find a way to reach the sky. June Sky and Dun Norik are almost here. In the end, arriving 2 days early became meaningless. The two of them are slowly climbing up and getting closer to the giants' territory than ever before. Behind them, the giants' voices ask each other, making Corin briefly think, if it's not Driss, can we really eat him? The other guy replies, wait, maybe we can hit a different one. The giants of Sky City and the Sky Giant Savin have commanded their bloodlines not to attack and to deliver the sun to whoever brings the redwood demon fruit. The giant is excited that after delivering the sun, we will be free. When the mission is over, we will climb down and eat the humans. The other guy said more. Dumsajaki has already prepared the gift, right?
He brought a lot of snakes and toads. Corin looked at them and smiled with a sigh.
Whew. Anyway, arriving early isn't entirely pointless. The sun is still there and they have no other options yet. The eclipse is approaching and the moon has partially covered the sun. The giant grinned and said, San definitely isn't here. This place is a bit cramped for a sky giant, but outside, John Sky has arrived. He spread his arms and said, my heart is pounding fast. The gate opened again and the crowd cheered. Then let's go get the sun sword. Before we could step in, a voice rang out, stopping that guy. This surprises him a little and makes him worried. Wait, that's Wickerman clinging to the gate, opening it to look at them. A voice rang out before John's amazement. My master, the great hero, has arrived. Corin, in Jur's form, holding the golden egg-laying chicken, kneels and presents it respectfully. Master, I have followed your orders. He looked bewildered at the clucking chicken in front of him, puzzled. Hey everyone, what's going on? A scream echoes as the thieves, along with a sword, slash through Wickerman. The giant, furious creatures charge out, destroying everything and shouting, daring to steal our precious treasure. He shouted, I will kill you, but something made him stop and stare wide-eyed. Corin keeps messing around. Oh, great sky. Hey, hero, we stole the giant's treasure on your command. The chicken is in his hand. How can this false accusation be cleared up? He wondered, confused. Huh? Me? When? You turn back to look at the giants behind you, adding fuel to the fire. Now, let's work together to destroy these fools. Doom Norris realizes he's been tricked and immediately casts a spell from his palm. The giant orders to kill them all and eat them. They rush forward with their fists, pounding the ground. The close followers are caught, screaming in pain, help me, don't eat me. But regardless, the giant puts them in his mouth and laughs loudly. Kaka, I will eat Junsukiraki. Suddenly, it froze as if choking. From its mouth, purple snakes burst out along with black smoke. Dong angrily turned back to look at Corin and looked extremely annoyed. Unlike him, he laughed loudly and thought to himself that no one could stop me. Not Yujin Sky or Bentaza. No one. If I can't have Cloud Solace, I will turn it into dust. Ewan runs last, determined to let them fight each other. Better for all of them to die together. Lunia glances at him and asks, do you have no shame? Corin. As the group runs down below, Corin replies, I have never known what shame is. Lunia wondered, who is Imahan? Alyssa explained, there are only 2 of them. She takes out a small cloth and hands it to Corin, saying, wipe it, I can't stand even this part of my fiancé anymore. It's really sad. Elisa asked him, but what if June Sky defeats all the giants and takes the sun? Corin, wiping his face, replied calmly, nothing to worry about. He would still keep that sinister smile. When I reach the ground, I will cut down all the oaks. Yuen only then realized the face of the cursed demon. Evil villain, evil demon. Korin led the charge excitedly. Only the winner can write history. Ha ha ha. Getting solace is the best, but if I cut down the trees first, I can trap the two king's subordinates on the Sky Island forever. Everything is going according to my plan. Is there something down there? Lunia quickly asked, wait, what is that? They seem to be trapped in some kind of space. Impossible. The craving of the twin blades, the sound of metal forged in the cold and deadly battles where hot blood is spilled. And before them now is a familiar sight. With twin swords in hand and a murderous evil aura, it was none other than the demon sword. The deadly blood-red eyes of the demon sword looked at Korin's group and let out a faint, thrilling cry. They were blocked by their opponent from the previous fierce battle, where victory was still undecided. When Dung and Junsky appeared, Lunia stepped forward, drew her sword, and declared confidently, I will handle this. She uses a protective barrier of strong energy, with her entire body and sword wrapped in black mana, and a lightning arc swirling around the blade, making it incredibly powerful. The demon's sword rushes forward, but he ignores Lunia, leaving her puzzled. Was she being overlooked? She turned back and thought, do I want to defeat those who use the field first? The demon's sword, he is the one who will later become the strongest swordsman under King Ahan's legendary hero. He is ignoring the person blocking in front of him and aiming straight at Korin. But now he's just a simple monster, not much related to the world's destruction. He also drew his spear, channeling all his strength towards him. So, in this battle, he must remember the help of the Law Realm. Poison Dragon strikes. His sword and spear clash, emitting dazzling light with halves of gold and purple. On the second move, crescent-shaped sword energy slices down sharply. From the third to the seventh move, they strike quickly at vital parts of Korin's body. Basically, he can't defend against them. After finishing his continuous sword combo and the unmatched 8-weapon technique, he slipped behind you and smiled wickedly. Korin stood there, blood spurting from inside his body. Before he could even process what was happening, he was struck again with a powerful blow to the side, the pain overwhelming and causing him to gasp aloud. The force is too strong, knocking you back. Alyssa reaches out with her sword, calling Korin's name worriedly. He quickly intervened to stop her from acting. Don't come any closer. Korin grimaced, clenched his teeth, and could only focus forward during the fight. After finishing, he shouted and stared directly at the demon sword, preparing to counterattack. He had already appeared behind Alyssa from somewhere, and Korin quickly warned her to move away. When the field ends, the next phase will follow, moving half a step slower than the field. Lunia clenched her sword and said, Do you dare to look down on me? In the blink of an eye, she appeared before everyone, glaring at the sword demon in anger. How dare you ignore me? Her name is Lunia Aiden, the false domain cutter. When outside the domain, Lunia's abilities surpass even those of combined Korin and Arisa. Even the demon sword struggles to face Lunia from outside the domain. But once again, the demon sword uses a deadly gaze to stare at her. Old master of the slashing domain lost his strength in the face of the truth. A domain where even stepping in once is beyond reach. So he dared to enter twice in a row? Lunia wondered at the incredible power of the demon sword. It's the same move that defeated Korin in an instant. The peerless 8-arm technique. Lunia realizes that this time as well, he's targeting the user of the field, not her. She watches him closely. When this domain ends, I will take advantage of this half step to make sure I cut down the sword demon. However, my sister can only block up to 3 of his sword paths when this domain ends. Lunia was a bit displeased. She snorted softly, then stared intently at him with her gaze. The sword demon remained unchanged, focused on his target and smiling contentedly. The sword was shattered, blood pouring out. Alyssa stood there, wide-eyed, not understanding what just happened. The young girl softly called out a few times, then called for her sister. Lunia appeared and blocked him. She drew out her secondary sword, holding his hand tightly, but couldn't see clearly where the blood was coming from. Lunia's hand trembled at the overwhelming power of the demon sword. She muttered about this realm, then gently turned the small sword in her hand downward, and with all her might, drove a powerful strike into him. Caught off guard, the demon sword looked up to the sky and howled in pain. Then, in a frenzy, bit into Lunia's shoulder, surprising Alyssa. She runs forward, swinging her sword to free her sister, while the sword demon jumps back so Lunia can kneel there. Alyssa nervously calls out, Sister, sister, but still remains cold. She pulls her hand away from her sister and says, Let me go. Now is not the time to worry about me. Her eyes are firm and determined as she reminds herself. Don't turn back now. You fool my sister. And as she finishes her words, Lunia faints in Alyssa's arms. She anxiously calls out, Sister, the young girl's mind is in complete chaos and full of questions. The opponent in front of her is a sword demon. Alyssa wondered, how can I face something like this? The spell chant echoes, and the familiar blue light appears. Wickerman, summoned by Yuen, stands right behind the demon sword, towering over him. Yuen steps forward and says, Alyssa, run now. She wondered, Wickerman, but how come he can do it twice without a sacrifice? Meanwhile, Wickerman's giant hand is coming down. It prepares to seize the demon sword, glances around briefly, unable to dodge, then raises the sword to unleash the twin sword ultimate technique, the twin dragon demon heaven slash, as 2 blazing red dragons appear and strike directly at Wickerman. The destruction of the monster summoning caused Yuen to sustain internal injuries. clutching his chest and coughing up blood. Seeing this, Alyssa was stunned. Everyone in front of her had been defeated. Seeing that, the little girl was terrified and wanted to run away. However, the demon sword moved again, stomping hard on the ground before leaping into the air and charging straight at Alyssa. The only one still unscathed, she raised her sword to try and defend herself. She told herself she couldn't run away. Behind her, her 3 teammates were lying there. Corrin forced himself to take out a bottle of medicine and cursed. Damn it. Ewan lay there worriedly asking Corrin, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Focus on Lunia first." While you were lost in thought about your speed and strength in this current state, Jun Sky's voice rang out behind you. He is rushing down with the giants falling freely behind him, grabbing your head and grinning maliciously. "Hehehe, you don't have to worry about them." Then Jun Sky broke the tree and plunged to the ground right in front of Yen. Just after falling from the tree, he laughed loudly. Jun Sky looked at Corrin and said, "The kid killed PM? Let me see your true strength." He smiled and said to him, "You bastard, thanks a lot." The screen displayed, the backup system was activated, checking the rules. His hand senses and points upward, a smile still on Corrin's face. The spear from the tree is summoned by his hand and speeds downwards. It quickly darted past Jun Sky's eyes. Despite still being injured, Corrin used the infinite healing spell to wildly attack, slicing the snakes coiled around him into pieces. Then he immediately stabbed the spear into the tree trunk, sat on it, and sighed. Jun Sky's voice asked from afar, "Is that an act?" He looked at him floating on the branch opposite and asked, "According to the rules, we shouldn't be able to attack each other, right?" He took off his hat and smiled in response. "Hey, that's right, exactly like that. So, if violated, the head will explode and die instantly." His head was glowing. Small orbs appeared, and then boom, it exploded. It's just like that. In the end, whether it's a mission or a phrase, who solves it first or who gets the sun sword doesn't really matter. His head regrew, he put on a hat and looked at you with deadly intent. Just kill him and take it. Corrin clenched his fist, thought for a long time, then gave him a middle finger with a smile and said, "I think so too." Unleashing blood wounds, the bloody spears pierced through and shattered Jun Sky's body. At that moment, the 2 girls who arrived late appeared. Marriott asked nervously, "Corrin, are you okay?" With his body regeneration ability, Jun Sky's familiar voice echoed again. "What is that?" That made Mary flinch for a moment. He fell to where the 2 girls were and asked, "Are they your friends?" Both of them shouted in unison. "That's disgusting." Corrin immediately rushed down and kicked him hard in the back. Both of them looked worried as Dong Than called out to you. Corrin looked at them and said, "Don't worry about me. Go upstairs quickly. Hurry up." Jun Sky looked at you and asked, "Do you want to save your teammates? But I'm also curious, as the Pope, you must know for sure, right?" "My master will grant you any power you desire, so why do you oppose us?" Corrin replied. "BM Dunn Norris, you too. Banta as well. Your way of doing things is wrong. In a world turned desolate and become a god, what good does it do? And the reason I defeated you? It's simple. The rules appear. The first rule is not to abandon the innocent who face misfortune. The second rule is that attacks do not recognize souls. The third rule is a vow. I will save the world. The rebirth of the resilient warrior increases by 120%. Endurance of pain. Knowledge of the field. Hero Corrin Locke. A blinding light appears, shining like the sun. Defeat evil and save the world. He still wears a cheerful expression as he looks at you. Corrin said, "The minions of the sovereign lord of monsters, Jun Sky," then drove his spear into him. "I have to see myself victorious before I can move on." I remember that day when the demon sword clenched the sword in his hand and then a voice echoed down from above. In the darkness, the shadow on the mountain peak looked at him and called him a monster. That person is the Sword Emperor. He sneered and declared, "That sword is mine." Under the crescent moon, it was something he could not accept at that moment.
He jumps up, spreads his arms to release a murderous aura, and wonders why he was taught to use a sword before crossing his twin blades and striking down hard. The only difference is that this time his opponent is Alyssa, a girl who still looks innocent, underestimated by him, and ultimately left behind as she raises her sword to block a powerful attack, making the girl grunt. "Girl."
He sliced through everything in front of him with that move and wondered silently, does that old swordmaster know that what I inherit is not just a sword? The feeling that old Hang carries every time he faces an enemy, the power of the sword, the strength of his body, the sense of disappointment and weariness from surpassing everything. He raises his sword, creating an illusionary sword filled with power. He understood that even with such great power, he still couldn't reach that old Sword Emperor.
So he vents his anger on the opponents he faces and looks at them with a deadly gaze, now unleashing his power and aiming straight at Alyssa, who is pinned there.
The deadly move is approaching, and it's uncertain whether the young girl can escape the danger. A deafening sound erupts, and the explosion seems to shatter everything. This boat of the demon sword is also too powerful, but after unleashing his move, he wondered, why did I have to face these difficulties after climbing trees for days to reach the sky? Amidst the dust, Alyssa stands firm, steps forward, smirks confidently, and with a sharp gaze asks, "Sword Demon, do you think I can't defeat you?" He doesn't answer, lets out his own roar, then immediately charges at her, swinging his sword repeatedly. She raised her sword to block, but still got hit. The sword energy sliced into her flesh all over her body, and she bled quite a lot. For him, this was a situation hard to accept. Emotions he couldn't understand. He is a predator lunging to strike but being deflected repeatedly. The opponent, a fragile prey who should have vanished long ago, is still fighting back fiercely. A sword strike slips through and cuts her hair tie, but he cannot understand why that person isn't defeated by my power. Why does that person still stand firm? Alyssa is using what she just learned from her grandfather. Her hand gracefully blocks the demon sword's attack step by step, and she even laughs mockingly, looking somewhat eerie, as if she's savoring some kind of pleasure. The black sword aura, surrounded by blue magic, delivers the ultimate strike. Alyssa charges at him, a pure slash, and his blood begins to flow. She smiled at him and said, "You seem to have slowed down." He looked confused, crying out a few times, feeling that his strength was still abundant and had not diminished at all. Just prey in front of him, Alyssa swinging her sword, En's twin swords have become faster. A series of black sword techniques she used to attack and push back the sword demon. It's been a long time since I saw him in a disadvantaged position. Black Mist, the strongest sword in Fist, is being pushed to the limit. The sword demon screams, determined to break free. He unleashes his energy field technique again and charges with the 8 unmatched moves. The first move aims straight at Alyssa's neck, while the second and third strike her hips and legs. The remaining 5 moves encircle her small body, and her sword falls from her hand. After the slash that pierces the domain, for the first time the sword demon feels no movement at all. Alyssa's eyes are intensely focused, as if she already knew how he would attack and acted accordingly. She clenched her sword with both hands and charged forward, opening her third eye, revealing that she was using the continuous slash technique right within the demon sword's domain. A swift, sharp sword streak was left behind as Alyssa sped through. The sword slash across the demon's shoulder made him roar. The fake skill of the realm cut left a long gash on his shoulder, and blood spurted out. Meanwhile, the demon's sword seems to have realized something. That's why he was able to reach this place. She continues to attack with the move Alyssa Corin sent, the poison dragon's head. The demon slayer continues his attack, believing that the one before him is a fellow demon, a genius of the demon gods enchanted by the sword. He came here solely to hunt that person. He secretly thinks that if he can kill him, he will be able to reach the power of that old demon. He is drawing his blazing sword again, preparing to face the real opponent wielding the green aura sword. The 2 girls who just arrived are fighting back against the giant crowd. As for the sword demon, he felt bored with everything except the young girl in front of him, the one emanating an alluring aura that stirred his fighting spirit and murderous intent. He believes that Alyssa's birth, her life, and all her efforts are arranged for him, and at this moment he seems to channel all his remaining strength, emanating a dense, evil, murderous aura. Kim Kui confirms that at this moment his only thought is to cut through the ultimate realm he can reach. His hands clasped together, with 2 swords standing upright side by side. Then Aiden's faction, the demon sword, took over. He looked like he had thousands of arms. After the heavenly hand technique, the demon sword directs all its sword energy straight at Alyssa. With a vast range, the sword technique also strikes the giant crowd that just descended, and the trees seem to be cut into many pieces. After finishing, he stood there looking somewhat tired, as that last attack contained almost all of the remaining power of the demon sword. Suddenly, something made him feel confused. After all that power, Alyssa still stood there and walked behind him. A long sword slash cut through the giants and right through the demon sword. The cut on the tree trunk also shows signs of being sliced through. All the giants have a cut right across their necks. They had no time to understand what just happened. Heads were falling, and on the demon sword's face, there was a cut like a thread. He wondered if there was a realm even higher than the Tranquility Realm. Alyssa stood there coldly, with a few sparks of lightning still flickering around her. She stood there, recalling the moment Lunia reminded her. Once you enter the battle, don't look back. Corin also said that during combat, you only need to look forward while reminiscing about the time sparring with her sister at the family clan, and even the failures, as she lowered her head, biting her lip until it bled. Alyssa stepped forward and told herself that from now on, she would only move ahead. The black sex Arisa summoned the heavenly sword, a young girl wielding a realm that others find hard to reach. The demon sword master, unmatched in a lifetime, taking a single step forward to surpass him, carving a miracle in an instant. A single move to destroy everything called an unprecedented leap across realms. Before dying, the demon sword suddenly realized that it was all along waiting for this moment, only to serve as a stepping stone for his opponent's advancement. Alyssa Aiden. The trunk was chopped into many pieces and fell down. Below, Corin is struggling a bit in the fight against Jun Sky, grimacing as he thinks climbing up is already hard enough. Behind him, the serpent arm is closing in. Corin quickly swings his sword to cut it. Please don't go too far. He chases after, laughing with delight. It seems you've also been struggling. Jun Sky, the one hailed as the Beast King, is a solitary being with unmatched power, a bottomless abyss of darkness, home to venomous snakes and mysterious, unpredictable entities. He is one of the 4 great secret treasures, using his endless vitality to attack Corin. Many venomous snakes burst out from his body, aiming straight at him. Corin turned back, a hint of worry in his eyes. Suddenly, he changed his attitude, smiled, and said, "The The soul of a cowardly beast like you is not worthy to be my opponent. The round stone on the spear radiates an aura of darkness. It is called the Gem of the God of Death. Its effect is to definitely hit the target, separating body and soul into two, bypassing all defense mechanisms. Those soul snakes fell down like rain. But Junsky still looked very calm and asked, "Is God the one who harvests souls?" He smiled and continued rushing forward, asking, "But hey, I can keep fighting without getting tired. What about you? Is your magic power enough?" Korin jumps up and replies, "You know quite a lot, but your eyes aren't very sharp, are they?" Bright spots appeared at his feet amid the danger, as if he had guessed something. Only in this world could a miraculous fertilizer nourish an oak tree that reaches the sky. So how far would the roots of that oak, constantly absorbing endless magic, extend? All this vast land has been cultivated and nurtured by me. This place grants me endless magic power. The top assassin under Queen Korinlock stands on the spear and receives the sweet fruit she once nurtured, but then Junsky's voice echoes. I have to admit that something made Korin's face change color. He grinned widely, and indeed, in his current form, I can't win. How long has it been? The entire legion has gathered together, with his true form as a giant dragon coiled around the massive oak tree. This is one of Junsky's ultimate forms. Korin looked at him with a bitter smile. This is truly too much. The great serpent, Fanga's giant snake, was even bigger than the massive oak tree. Korin looked at the colossal serpent before him and smiled, thinking this was one of Junsky's final forms, truly without end. He spoke in a haunting, mesmerizing voice. I was imprisoned in darkness by the queen, swallowed in a narrow cauldron, but now the queen is trapped and the throne is empty, like a wolf hunting unguarded sheep. I will devour everything she tries to protect. I will devour the queen Korin's head and the last fragment of the goddess Erinua. With that, he charged forward with his mouth wide open and sharp, deadly teeth. Meanwhile, Korin remained calm and asked him, "Do you only know how to talk about yourself?" He stomped on his spear and then leapt into the air to warn. I already told you that this is my territory. The magic resonance spell is activated. Next to Junsky's death aura, cracks appeared on the tree trunk with a golden light shining through. Korin's voice softly echoed, "Choose your sleeping spot carefully." Junsky, in his dragon form, begins to feel a bit worried. What the hell is this? You bastard, are you crazy? All the runes Korin secretly carved into the oak tree since he started climbing now activate together with the overflowing magical energy of Kenesoa Banan, causing the tree to burst into flames and the massive body wrapped around it to be affected. Junsky screams in horror, wondering if he thinks he will be safe in such a hellish fire, while Korin jumps upward, looking down at him with a mocking smile. Are you here to fight me? And I came here to take that thing? Junsky falls down unwillingly, screaming in pain, knowing that the fourth treasure can only be obtained during the moment of the solar eclipse, while Korin is now taking the opportunity to jump up and seize it. The Sun Sword, Cloud Solis, after all, if either side can harness the power of Cloud Solis, they will win. You clutch your wound and say, "And those who can't will fall and die." Korin looks at Run burning and coldly laughs. If you want to live, fly away. He keeps calling you a bastard while struggling in the inferno, a wing spreading out amidst the blazing smoke and flames, along with Junsky Korin's deathly call. He closed in right behind him with sharp claws, no longer in his giant form, but now transformed into a dragon soaring to attack Korin and heading toward the sun. After a while, they chase each other through the clouds and reach the giant's flying castle of the solar eclipse, plunging everything into darkness. Below, Mariette is using magic to attack the giant. Noticing your arrival, the girl turned around and called out Korin's name, while Junsky praised him. You're holding up pretty well for a human like you. He also grits his teeth and looks at him. Now it's time to end this. The legendary mystical dragon. But with all my strength behind the attack, the third core activates, and I will surely reach that legend. His whole body radiates deadly intent and fierce determination as he charges forward with his spear aimed at the dragon before him. Junsky also shouted fiercely, "Victory or defeat will be decided after this move." The first dark magic spear, Hakuin, is about to pierce straight into it. Suddenly, Junsky's eye widens as if realizing something. His body shrinks, transforming into a human form with smaller wings, and he exclaims, "It's a trap." Korin suddenly thrusts through Junsky. Is he transforming to dodge? He then launched the snake head and threatened, "Just stand there and watch." Korin hurriedly swung his spear to cut them down, trying to dispel them. His face looked a bit grim, as this seemed to drain quite a bit of his energy. Junsky asked if you knew the condition for the red magic seed to sprout. A full force attack from you was so easily deflected. In his hand are now the red raw wood seeds. In the darkness, the red raw wood seeds absorb negative energy to sprout, and this moment of the eclipse is the condition for it to rise. The demon tree grows rapidly, like embracing the eclipse, wrapping around and holding the sun in an instant. Countless snakes, a toad as big as a house, 3 fierce dragons, and 3 magic-possessed bulls. An assembly of shadow beasts, monsters sealed from hell, and the king of all bulls. Junsky transforms into a huge black bull, even holding a treasure, all as if embracing something glowing inside. His arm has grabbed the sword, which is the Sun Sword. In the form of a bull, Junsky roars with excitement. Korin frowns slightly, thinking he never expected to face the sun twice. What bad luck.
The scene is quiet on the giant's wall as Korin is knocked back and flung toward it. The collision shattered everything, dust and smoke rising. Korin lay there, softly groaning in pain, still trembling. A large flame erupts behind him as Korin struggles to sit up, spear ready in hand. June Sky steps forward and laughs loudly.
Looks like you've spent the whole day doing this, huh?
Is this probably all you have left? As he finished speaking, circles of light appeared around Korin. Hellfire erupts, flames rushing to trap and restrain Jun Sky. He raised the sun sword in his hand, and all flames had to bow before the sun. Jun Sky was deluded, but it was useless. Korin blocks the spear in front of him, thinking, damn it, I can't even buy time. He slashes down as the enormous solar energy radiates from the sword. A huge explosion erupted where Korin had just been standing. Rocks shattered and flying everywhere along with smoke and fire. Luckily, he had quickly slid to the side to dodge the deadly strike, but he suddenly found himself standing right in front of you without warning. He swung his sword up and shouted, "Die!" Korin quickly kicked off the ground and jumped up, narrowly avoiding the strike just before the sword descended. June Sky continued swinging his sword. "Do you think you can escape forever?" Korin sneered. "You're the ridiculous one, a weapon-wielding beast. That is why the demon sword is a special existence." He charged forward and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha! It seems you're about to die." The intense energy from the sun sword continues to surge. Korin, with his spear ready, confronts it as his domain appears, with chessboard-like squares forming. Every clash between spear and sun sword produces a loud sound. Fang Tian Ta faces the summoned poison dragon, but even a single strike is enough to make Korin drop his weapon. His heart suddenly shines as if something is there. June Sky glances at him, now the final blow. The short sword pierces through Kwang Thi's indestructible armor, a reckless suicide attack. He immediately clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful strike filled with energy, aiming directly at the opponent's torso, with the Black Mysterious 8 Trigrams Extreme Fist. Korin used it to deliver a powerful punch to Junie's face. The force of the blow caused several castles to collapse, with devastating destruction. The space is filled with dust and smoke. The outcome still uncertain. A broken tree lies on the ground, and Korin's fist is bleeding. He lies on top of Jun Sky, coughing and spitting blood. He laughs loudly, his mouth wide open revealing sharp teeth. Korin lay there feeling somewhat hopeless. This monster, even if I give my all, I cannot win. The Celestial City is trembling after the great battle, the Ogre of the Celestial City. These creatures, when they mature, are all low-level demon humans, at least level 1. They are large and rough, but also possess considerable strength. However, there are 2 elite demon humans on this side, and continuous magic attacks are being launched against them. Mary keeps the giants occupied and calls out, "Warren, you need to hurry. Go help Korin." War hummed softly, but she realized what was in front of her. She struck it directly in the face, but it didn't seem to have much effect. The giant roared and covered its face, smiling at her. "Looks like this won't be easy." There are only 2 girls, but the giants of Heavenly Sky City number 50, creating a huge disparity in strength, and the giant king standing far away radiates a powerful aura. Alessa achieved a miracle by knocking out nearly half of the giants with a single strike, but those were just low-level soldiers sent down to chase after June Sky, and the elite commanders remain intact in Sky City, one of them wearing a crown and emanating a terrifying energy. He opened his eyes to look at the 2 small girls in front of him.
In a situation where neither of us can guarantee our safety, leaving this place is impossible. In the end, we can no longer rely on anyone's help.
Korin is lying with his head pressed against Jun Sky's, almost exhausted. He stood up, flinging him to the ground. Korin lay there in a pool of blood. The resilience of the brave warrior has also reached its limit, so recovery is no longer quick. The reincarnation core no longer senses any strength. He lay there helpless, his whole body heavy and his vision fading. Korin struggled to lift his head, wondering to himself, am I going to die soon? Sio's image appeared and said, "I told you so, the more players die, the stronger they become. At least I have reached the final battle." "And what about you? Did you almost die just by meeting Tess's subordinate?" Behind him, June Sky is drawing the sun sword. Sio sneers, "Do you understand? Everything you've done so far has been meaningless." Korin's response was wrong, causing Sio's image to falter. "You keep saying, even though you're more experienced than me, why don't you understand? But maybe that's right, because you've never seen it with your own eyes." The seniors smile, a vampire who still makes those around him smile. The children who have just accepted themselves and are growing up, and that person, the one pushing beyond his limits, step by step moving forward. Sio's figure leaned close to Korin's ear and whispered, "You seem to be in pain, huh? Then just give up. You've probably done your best already. Don't let the illusion defeat you." Korin stands up and strikes back. "You get up once more. If you knew all that, you wouldn't be living so easily." Jun Sky, a bit surprised, turned back and asked, "Are you still able to recover?" Reincarnation, the spear is pulled back. But did he catch it again on its way back? June Sky raises the spear and says, "If you want it that badly, then come and take it." As he finished speaking, he shot the spear straight at Korin. The spear pierced into his right shoulder, pinning him to the wall, and he cried out in pain. Kati. It still hasn't stopped. Jun Sky rushes forward with the sun sword, slashing down and shouting, "It's over!"
Korn refuses to give up, gripping the sword tightly with his bare hands, holding it just in front of him. The firepower from the sword radiated out, causing the skin on his arm to sizzle and burn as Korn screamed in pain. The solar energy burst forth, burning his clothes. Korn was in excruciating pain. Sky City was engulfed in smoke and fire, and Korn lay there, his whole body burned. June Sky tightly grips the sun sword and breathes a sigh of relief, resting the sword on his shoulder before walking away. Suddenly, he turns his face back and looks in amazement. Once again, Korn stands up, grabbing your head and lifting you up. He asks, "What? You're not dead yet?" He gently throws you into the sky, Korn injured and falling freely below. June Sky channels mana and transforms, saying, "If I burn your bones and marrow, you won't be able to reincarnate anymore, right?" He shifts to the dragon's body. Seeing Korn raise his hand, June Sky asks, "So, in the end, you still want to grab the spear?" Then burn to death in this flame. With that, a great fire shot straight from his mouth toward Korn. But what is happening is beyond his expectations. June Sky asked in surprise, "What is this? Is my fire being drawn in? Could it be that by the time he realizes it, the sun sword is no longer on the ground?" Korn used the last of his strength to grip the sword tightly. He coughed harshly, and the sword was inscribed with the cycle of rebirth from an unknown time. At that moment, as he used both hands to hold the sword that was secretly trembling, Korn gasped, panting, "Is a toad snake crawling again now?" "Anyway, you're still a subordinate of the king," Korn said coldly, pointing the sword at him. "Then it's just me!" he roared, spewing fire from his dragon's mouth. "You're a damn nuisance, die!" Korn pointed the sun mirror at him. "Last time, Sio and I reached the final boss first. That means we have defeated the king's subordinates, those who use the 4 sacred treasures. So where did those 4 treasures go?" From Korn's palm, streams of light gathered like the sun. Yes, he is the queen's champion and the only one in this timeline. Knowing the true power of Cloud Solace, Korn kept that energy in his hands. The previous owner of Cloud Solace was Korn himself. His whole body glowed, surrounded by flames. A notification appeared, "You have used Cloud Solace." Cloud Solace chooses its user. Cloud Solace recognizes you as the Sun Warrior, the solar deity Korn Agatlam. Having learned the sunlight, Agatlam receives the sun's protection while it still exists. The dragon's flames shoot past Korn. Amidst the flames, the blazing eye of the sun appears. Jun Sky is stunned to witness it. He has no idea. The sunlight beam shot past the dragon's head, setting it on fire. Korn, with his white hair glowing fiercely, said, "This is the second time I've used the sun." Not giving up, he transformed into a bull and punched you from behind. Korn gently sidestepped, muttering to himself. Kenna. So, the cracked stones are trembling, a large circle of fire is lit up surrounding Jun Sky in the furious curse of that bastard Taolas, gathering all the heat and fire around, concentrating into the tip of the spear. Gathering the sun's energy, the fire created by magic with all its heat concentrated in one spot. Cloud Solace at the tip of the blazing spear aims directly at Jun Sky. Suddenly, the surroundings turn colorless. Jun Sky gradually disappears along with a desperate scream. Then he slowly vanishes, the attack just now blowing away an entire giant castle. Jun Sky's body turns to dust and disperses into the air. Korn plants his spear into the ground. Whether it's 100,000 or 1,000,000, bring them all here. I won't stop until I save this world. Korn stands there full of pride. Meanwhile, Warren struggles to fend off the powerful attacks of the giant. It punches her and shouts, "You hurt my comrades!" From behind the blood-red arrows flying toward him, he unleashes the Crimson Flame Blood technique to counterattack. The giant beast panics and turns around, but it seems to be too late. His body was pierced by red arrows like a hedgehog. Marriott and Dioku arrived just in time to rescue him. She immediately asked, "Waran, can you feel it too? Something is not right with Korn." However, the current situation here is really troublesome. There are still many giants in front of them, too many enemies, and the leader hasn't even entered the battle yet. Mary suggests, "Then Dioku and I will attack first to clear the way." The Lao La giants suddenly point far away and say, "Look, General, over there. Isn't that a blinding light like the sun with hellfire stepping onto the ground?" Korn holds the small sun of the sun god's might, full of energy in his hand. Seeing that power, a fierce instinct arises, as if unable to resist a certain force. But before the power of the sun, all the giants had to kneel and submit. War exclaimed, "Oh my." I looked away for a moment and couldn't see Mary anymore. She ran over and hugged Korn without him noticing. He was a bit worried about her being a high-level vampire, but the sunlight here really made him uncomfortable. "Are you okay?" Mary didn't care, tears streaming down her face. "What does that have to do with anything? Why are you hurt like this?" "I couldn't go on living if something unexpected happened to you." At this moment, Warren stepped forward and asked Han, "Are you injured?" Korn reached out to pat her on the head and replied, "All right then." "I'm fine." You smile brightly and continue. "Now everything is fine." Mary still holds you tightly, not letting go. The three of them stood there relieved, ignoring the kneeling ogres beside them. Their aura changed, Korn's hair returning to its familiar black color. The ogres looked up, eyes wide, and forced a sad smile to reassure them, "Don't worry." The ogres cheer, "Kill him now. This is the moment he's unguarded. We can defeat the power of the sun." Seeing that, they all run together. Korin wondered, why does the power of the sun no longer work? War replied, those bastards must have awakened. The ogre leader leapt forward in a long stride. Warren worried, I need to catch up. He jumps to the front of the battle, swinging his arm to strike down, shouting, I will kill you all. Korin orders everyone to get out of the way. Along with the giant hand descending, he roars, I will devour all humans on the earth and make them submit as slaves. A shadow is falling down. Korin worried, it's not good. We might be captured. But unexpectedly, a lightning bolt streaked through and the giant arm was cut off. The ogre leader roars in pain. Korin smiles mockingly. Are you perhaps too late? That old man is the Sword Emperor. He stepped forward laughing loudly. It seems my old body has truly slowed down. Climbing trees with this body isn't exactly easy. Speaking of the battle between the Sword Demon and Elisa, the Sword Emperor praised that fight as truly magnificent. The battle between the two of them has created quite a pressure on everyone. He smiled and said to Korin's group, go ahead, young man. Now let me deal with these unruly kids. Just waiting for that, you run down quickly. Yes, you've worked hard. Unfazed, he turns back alone to encircle the fierce ogre army. The Sword Emperor smiles and says, yes, although I arrived late to this battle, this can be considered my compensation. It seems I missed an amazing scene earlier, but in the end, this sword of mine can resolve all suffering. A swift sword slash against the giant, fighting in this space is truly incredible. How could he marvel in the sky of Tiancong City, shining with the aura of the Sword Emperor as he struck straight ahead? Truly a rare sight. At the perfect moment, the Black Sword Emperor Garanda appeared. The three of them are heading down. Korin said, we will have to do something when we go down. If it's not the Sword Emperor, then I'm afraid you and everyone else wouldn't have been able to escape. This favor must be repaid. However, for now, Korin has an idea. To stay safe, let's cut down the tree. Hearing that, both girls felt a bit confused. Remembering how they almost died because of the demon summoning guy really made them furious, and vaguely recalled an old saying. A gentleman repays a grudge even after 10 years. Today is the day of reckoning. He smiled coldly. Everything has its cause and effect. Now is the time. Let that person stay suspended in the sky for a while. Mary raises her magic staff. All right, if Korin said so, then we will do it. Warren also doesn't object, casting a spell, and suddenly, a large blood-red arrow pierces through the oak tree. That power split it in two. Up above, the Sword Emperor seems to have realized, glancing slightly and clenching his teeth in anger. He stood there watching the tree split in two. The path back of the Sword Emperor vanished into the clouds. There is a call for the young man in the room. Then Alyssa slowly opens her eyes. Someone opens the door and asks, are you awake now? In the middle of the night, Korin sits on a tree, looking at the moon. Elisa also went outside and saw him over there. Korin turned back and asked her, are you okay? Even though I feel some pain in a few places, I can still move. My mind is troubled because when I first entered the academy, I thought I would enjoy a more normal youth, playing at night, dozing off in class, and occasionally thinking about what to eat for school meals. But I have strayed from what is called normal, swordsmanship. Elisa clenched her fist. Recalling her time enjoying the battle with the sword demon, she realized she might have been enchanted by the violence too much. Korin quickly reassured her, saying there's nothing wrong with feeling that way. Destroying evil is always the right thing to do. Hearing that, Alyssa was momentarily taken aback. You keep talking, saying that faith and choice are what matter. Even if you're tempted by the thrill of death, you won't draw your sword to do evil, right? There are many strange people in this world, and most of them make strange choices like that. But you want to live an ordinary life despite having such great power. So you can be proud of yourself. Hearing you say that, Alyssa's cheeks flushed as she gently leaned on your shoulder and said, promise me. She looks adorable. Tonight's moonlit night feels a little romantic. Even though I may be a strange person, I will always be there to take care of you. Because I never know when I might lose my way, let me keep doing these normal things like this. On the weekend, we'll go to the city to snack, watch the latest plays, then go shopping and have coffee. Simple things like that. Hearing the girl beside him talk about those things, Korin gently smiled happily. He agreed, I will do that with you. Elisa smiled softly. That's amazing. So, the story of the Sky Island has officially come to an end. Of course, life doesn't always end gracefully. At the Aiden estate, Korin is making an announcement. Yes, it's a bit late to say it now. You smiled as if nothing was wrong, and I will hold the engagement ceremony. War and Mary froze, immediately wondering what was going on. What? What did you just say, Korin? Who are you getting engaged to? Is it with your classmate? They didn't let you get a word in. Lunia stepped forward and announced herself as Lunia Aiden. In a week, I will hold the engagement ceremony with my fiancé. Mary stammered. We are lovers. The fiancé. Lunia had added that if the eldest daughter of the Dan F family and the abbess of the Great Holy Path served as witnesses for the engagement, Aiden would welcome everyone's participation. Looking at the two innocent girls in front of him, Korin thought to himself, this is quite surprising. I think I'll tease them a little more. They'll probably panic then. I immediately realized that at this moment I had fallen deeply in love with Lunia. Even though I am still young, seeing her honest and determined attitude, I couldn't help but be captivated. Lunia also played along shyly. That full moon night, we shared a moment. I can't hear you tell more. Mary stood up and said, "I'm going outside now." She recalled the image of the old man in her illusion, and the 100 years of waiting she had set for herself. The look Mary gives Corin makes him feel uneasy, while Waron, on the other hand, is too weak and crying uncontrollably. Congratulations on your happiness. Hick, I realize things are getting a bit out of hand, and Corin nervously explained, "No, Lan, actually all of this is just a lie." But without wanting to hear an explanation, the fragile girl covered her face and ran out crying. Only then did Corin feel confused and ask, "What should I do to fix this now?" Lunia stands there smiling, feeling terribly guilty. She raises her hand to cover her mouth as she smiles. Even my fiancé, he looks so pitiful. Under the moonlit night, Corin wonders where they could have gone. If I meet both of them, I would definitely scold them right away. You walk into the bedroom, but what if they hide again? Probably can't find them now. I really brought this on myself. Suddenly, without knowing when, Lan appeared coldly behind him. Corin turned around, confused, and asked, "Lan, do you have something to say?" The little girl took off her coat and rushed forward, saying, "That's exactly right." Corin was a bit startled and somewhat surprised by Waron's actions. She stepped closer, pushed him off the bed, called OP, then seriously declared, "Tonight, I'm sleeping here." Corin felt a bit worried. "Lan, are you okay?" Corin looked at the girl in front of him with a bit of concern and said, "You talk in such a scary way." On the bed, the little girl rested her head against him, sleeping soundly. Corin looked at her and whispered, "Kids will be kids, but asking us to hold hands while we sleep? Tonight is the new moon. You should consider this your luck." Before long, dawn breaks and the sun rises high. He scratched his head nervously, looking at the girl in front of him. Lawn, or rather a flower. You woke up early. The innocent girl wondered why it hadn't come. While Corin was still unsure what the girl was saying, Warren continued to ask, "Why isn't the heron coming?" He stretched and replied, "Herons don't come here, probably only stay a bit further north. There must be a settlement in the northern kingdom for there to be food. Let's eat first." Waron's face was not very happy. Inside the wooden house, "Is this a fake engagement?" Corin, with a swollen eye, said with a bitter smile, "I just wanted to tease a little, but it seems I was thoughtless. Please pass my apologies to John." The female voice echoes, "Oh, you really did well too." Things don't always go as planned. In front of Corin now is the flower personality. She picks up a large piece of fish and then brings the spoon of rice toward him. "Now eat first, and don't forget to remind her that if something like this happens again, she should be more careful." Corin felt the kindness in front of him, focused on the spoonful of food, then gently smiled and replied, "Okay, thank you. Now I have to find Mary." It seems even Ant's servants don't know her whereabouts. If so, the only one who can find Mary is Diogu, a red dog proudly barking and strutting around. Looking around him, he wondered why everyone loved this guy so much. He told him, "If I find her, I will buy you the best quality black cow from Namsan. Now I need to find Mary. Please help me a bit." It coldly shows the asset report and smiles evenly. Conran muttered to himself, "Why is this bastard richer than me? I risked my life working so hard, yet I'm poorer than him." After being mocked and looked down upon by this little dog, Diogu finally revealed Mary's location, the main residence of the Aiden family, with the guest house at the end of the alley. After the senior learned the whole truth, he seemed embarrassed and kept kicking the blanket for a long time. Marriott curled up in bed, not showing her face, calling Corin softly. She continued, "I always believe what Corin says, never doubting. Even if Corin says he will give me a lot of gold and silver, I believe it. Even if he says a shooting star will fall tomorrow, I believe it." Mary gently removed her leg, eyes filled with tears. So Corin absolutely must not lie to me. She thought to herself that even though it hurt deeply, no matter what the outcome, he would still be hers 100 years from now. The girls secretly in love with Corin all knew that the engagement between Corin and Lunia was just a sham, so they understood that their dates were only tricks to deceive others and felt at ease to let go of their feelings peacefully. Except for one person, that is Lunia's younger sister, Alyssa. She wondered why she was even here. Looking back, there has been a strange atmosphere lingering since the beginning of the semester, whether it was from the start of the Black Sword battle, the serial killer case in Fog City, or when he said he would stay by my side. While I was lost in my thoughts about my relationship with Corin, Alyssa widened her eyes. Lunia, standing behind Corin, looked at them as if she was about to kiss him. As he felt confused, Lunia whispered softly because someone was watching, "Be a little sweeter." He immediately took Lunia's hand and asked, "Isn't your hand a bit rough?" She shyly replied, "This is not the kind of beautiful hands that women usually have." Corin caressed her hand and shared his feelings. "But I think it's really beautiful," Lunia complimented and reminded him at the same time. "You're very perceptive, but your sense of the situation right now is really lacking." "Did I miss something in recognizing the situation?" Lunia asked coldly, looking over at the next table. "Nothing's wrong now. You can go ahead." He asked in surprise, "Are you not satisfied with this date?" She pursed her lips, then turned to look at him, smiling softly, exuding an air of aloof elegance. "You are so sweet that I thought I had to take you for myself. But that's not right, my fiancé." On the day of the engagement ceremony, many guests in splendid attire were already present. The women dressed in traditional attire of this land. Bride Lunia appears in a pure white dress. Everyone praises and marvels at her beauty. When she heard him praise her beauty, she softly said to him, "You're truly a man who knows how to please women." He replied, "I'm speaking honestly, not just empty flattery." Korin announces that the engagement ceremony between him and Lunia Ann is officially underway. Amidst the cheers of the guests, he gently supports Lunia's waist so she can lean back. Suddenly, someone from the crowd spoke up. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Korin was slightly startled, sensing that something was wrong. Elisa stands in the middle of the hall and shouts, "I oppose this engagement." The little girl tears up, as if she's about to cry out loud. Remembering her childhood, Lunia held Alyssa in her arms. When she heard someone call her sister a filthy bastard, she was fierce. Dirty? No way. Lunia is determined and fierce. Someone as beautiful as this is my sister. The baby who weighed just over 2 kilograms now says, "Big sister, I've grown taller. I've already surpassed 100 centimeters. Later, I will become a cool knight like you. Do you want some honey candy?" Another period of time passed. The girl grew up, her bright, sparkling eyes shining as she said, "I will go to the academy tomorrow." The child grew up with her gaze often cast downward rather than looking straight at me. "Isn't it only been less than half a year since you started at the academy? You've always been clumsy and didn't know how to take care of yourself, but now you've grown up." Lunia wondered if she had finally made up her mind. She ran to pull Korin away, ignoring his questions to Alyssa about what she was doing. She just wanted him to follow her right now. Lunia's mother hurriedly reached out her hand. "What are you all doing? Hurry and chase after them now." Meanwhile, next to Alyssa's mother, she looked admiring. Lunia held her head, looking shocked that such a wedding happened. The woman beside her anxiously asked if she was okay. Before she could even process it, another call for Korin echoed through the strong wind. The familiar giant eagle appears again. What could this be about now? Warren swings down the rope and reaches out his hand, saying, "Come here." Alyssa is running towards them. War is almost ready, while Lunia steps forward to hold her mother tightly, almost to stop her. Alyssa purses her lips, looks at everyone, then tightly grips Warren's hand in front of everyone's surprise. The eagle soared high into the sky with the three of them, shouting loudly, "Goodbye!" Lunia pretended to be in pain. This shock made me not want to see men for a while. So, the small engagement ceremony at the prestigious Aiden swordsmanship clan in the east ended in chaos. Lunia's goal has been achieved. She smiles as she watches them fly away. Inside the compartment on the eagle's back, Korin was full of questions. He asked the girls, "What is the situation now? Did something fall out of your shirt, a letter that Lunia specifically wrote for you? Later, I will officially come to pick you up, my fiancé." Elisa clings to your shoulder, smiling. "So you already know everything, right?" Korin nodded, saying, "Yes, in the end I gathered reliable allies for the new journey." Mary turned back and asked, "Korin, where are we going now?" He untied the bow around his neck and replied, "Just keep going like this." Korin smiled because there was still much to do. And so our vacation from the academy to the eastern lands came to an end. At the Great Clock Tower, night has fallen countless times over. It's the third night and someone in a cloak is slaughtering black souls. The shadow asks, "Why are you laughing? Is there any reason I shouldn't be laughing?" The flames burn the souls, making them scream in agony. Tu Tian Katjong, the army of the immortal king, is growing stronger, while the person is approaching their limit. If the promise to cleanse this place isn't kept, that kid's life will end. The deadline is approaching, aren't you worried? Erin steps down from her foot. Tu Tian said, "On the contrary, you seem to be enjoying this." She smiled, her face slightly blushing. "Yes, because that means Korin is coming back soon." "I'm defeated," Erin comments. "Anyway, I can see that you've been diligently practicing without stopping, so your foundation is very solid." She has a keen eye and seems to notice that you're focused on mastering the 8 trigrams. "Is there a special reason?" Korin said it was the first martial arts book that caught her eye in the library. Erin kept asking questions. "So why did you choose a spear?" Korin excitedly said, "I heard that the spear is easier to use than the sword." Hearing that, Erin gently turned his head to look. That's quite pragmatic. Korin sincerely shares that he wants to learn her spear technique rather than just the 8 trigram spear. But Erin coldly rejected him, saying no, that would swallow the student's soul technique. "Korin, just invest another half year into the 8 trigram spear." Those words made Korin feel sad. The secret technique of the last insect, Ban Thaw, guides the 6 harmony sword. When he said he wanted to learn the 6 harmony sword, Shu introduced a character to Korin. "But I have to learn so many things. It's been over a month and I still haven't seen any significant progress. You really envy Shu because he can use great magic just by opening with his skills." Then Korin clenched his spear tighter, knowing that envy alone wouldn't solve anything. And he is determined to train even harder, practicing diligently every day little by little. Your goal is simple. Just keep moving forward. Every sharp blade that passes by carries a strong feeling, along with basic senses, the 5 and 8 senses, and Korin also hopes for something even greater beyond that. Night has fallen now. In the quiet space, only the sound of Korin's heavy breathing can be heard. It's done. And then one day, Erin took his bruised hand in hers, achieving success after just 2 months. She was very surprised. I thought half a year would be too short to learn this sword technique. Suddenly, Erin's voice takes on a questioning tone. "Why do you want to become stronger? If strength is all that matters, then CO alone is enough. But Korin has always believed that even heroes need help. You should at least be able to be the one driving the cart next to him, Korin replied. Above all, if I am stronger, fewer people will have to die. Eren was truly moved by these words. You really are the only one who deserves praise. In the end, a truly kind-hearted child, Korin happily smiles. It's just a normal thing. A smile of happiness appeared on Eren's face. All right, during the chaotic event at the Demon Tower, the tower's mages teamed up with Fa-Man to break Eren Danua's disguise. When the disguise shattered, Eren Danua stepped into the real world, and the event ended with her death as the predetermined script dictated. Eren leaves the will to protect the world to the player as Danua's secret treasure is revealed. That is the crucial event of this entire chapter, an event that the player's power cannot stop at all. Korin thought this way, and yet he felt that the hand holding his was truly warm, and that voice was gentle. Someone like this must die. Knowing that, when I saw that smile and thought about it, my mind grew even heavier and I couldn't smile anymore. Eren's swift step suddenly stopped. Then she asked softly, "Do you know about what happened between me and Tet?" Korin replied, yes, she passed down everything, including the 6 harmonies, to her trusted disciple. According to the information Korin gathered, his goal is the descent of heaven, which would mean the destruction of this world. In the end, she refused to take the final step in the inheritance process, certain that it was her greatest and worst failure in life. Eren has some words to share. I have hesitated and pondered for a long time. I have experienced many failures and not always made the right decisions. Then suddenly calls out Korin Love's name loudly. The boy is secretly confused. Is this Eren speaking clearly now? Are you willing to accept me, Erenua, as your master? Korin paused for a moment. This is an event in dialogue that any player who has ever played, even the legendary hero Ahon, would know. Because you know that an event can only be accessed after meeting certain conditions and accumulating enough good karma, an event reserved for players. And then Korin sincerely responded, yes, I accept you as my master. At this moment, you feel that at that very instant, the information in the game no longer holds much meaning. Eren offers a motivating phrase. Falling is okay as long as you get back up. Failure is okay as long as you succeed next time. Crying is fine. Just smile even more. She held Korin tightly and said, keep your righteousness, your faith, and walk the path of the king's way. Then gently kissed your forehead. She will bestow upon you the blessing of the goddess. And because of that, Korin will never forget the warmth of that moment forever. In the city of the dead Nasri, the night of death repeats for 300 years, but the army of the immortal king is gradually growing stronger. Seeing the fragile balance that has lasted for 300 years has reached its limit, Eren is facing a major problem. Tonight is the 3rd night. If this keeps up, King Jeru will truly become just a part of history. This time, the situation is really dire. A sudden voice suddenly spoke out. I've taken care of Jeru. Korin reassures him. Don't worry, we still have time. He smiles confidently. I'm here to save her. Eren, the truth is that if immortal King Jeru dies, time in the city will go back 3 days and all the undead he created will disappear at the same time. As if nothing had ever happened, the population of Nasri is 1.2 million people. Furthermore, if the transformed undead escape the city, the entire continent will be doomed. That's why my master made a pact with death. During the day, it is a peaceful city. At night, it becomes a city of the dead ruled by undead, and that cycle could continue forever. However, if the undead bosses are defeated within 3 days, the immortal King Jeru must be destroyed. Since then, Korin reflected that to achieve that, his master split his soul. The soul here was forgotten from the memory of the body and continued to repeat the fragile cycle for 3 days over 300 years. But Jeru begins to realize the repetition and the fragile cycle has reached its limit. So Korin made a deal with death to cleanse Nasri within half a year. Now, as the half-year deadline approaches, you and Eren have repeated the cycle 3 times. At night, you fight against the zombies. Everything just keeps going on. During the day, we go out and have fun. The peaceful moments spent together, reading books.
Not only that, but also enjoying plays and going to the movies. And now, the final moment has arrived.
Eren sincerely confesses that thanks to you, I have been very happy. However, Korin wondered, she's been seeing it for 300 years. Doesn't she get bored? Eren feels that looking alone and looking together are truly different. Korin is just as happy. As long as you're happy, that's what matters, even if you're a bit disappointed about missing the best restaurant. In Eren's view, it doesn't have to be a fancy place to be meaningful. For her future student, any meal is enjoyable. At this point, Korin hesitated a little. Eren, tonight. Eren interrupted, saying, tonight we will purify Nasri and end this long night forever. Korin gently added, yes, according to her theory, we can do it. I tell myself, she tried with Pak Parhu last time. This time it will definitely succeed as long as nothing gets in the way and Korin comforts me. So don't feel pressured. You smiled brightly and said, I told you. I'm just fulfilling your wish. After everything is done, just make a wish for me. Eren was a bit surprised. Wish? The girl guessed and said, could it be that at that moment we had an object that disturbed the spacefoot? After 3 years of regression, I have awakened the primal language, and after countless deaths, Jiru has found the answer. Based on what he saw, if the primordial languages are placed at the front and back here, the heaven of the dead will continue to exist. Soil the primordial language. Nasri's loop has now ended, and the city's dark energy has increased many times over. That guy couldn't be happier. Finally succeeded. Jiru has evolved, so the dark magic streams are continuously being unleashed, and the mastermind behind all this is the immortal King Ledger. He screamed until his ears rang. Die, witch! This time I will tear that body apart, disgrace that beauty, and even your soul will not escape my grasp.
So, what on earth is going on here?
He is truly very confused. All the undead from the monitored areas are gathering in one place. Something like this has never happened before. So, the true immortal king is summoning all the undead in the city. This is the endless assault of the undead. In another area, Korin used his body to block a large boulder. Aaron was the one who asked worriedly earlier, "Are you okay?" Even she is wondering. Sometimes unusual incidents really do happen, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. First, I need to hide and then figure out how to deal with it. Korin agrees. Yes, then a surprise attack is launched. Lightning strike. Luckily, Korin managed to block it just in time, and it was another lightning strike. You try to resist. It's not over yet. The current situation is extremely serious. Contamination invasion. A dead zone. Korin also noticed the sky filled with lightning and the ground covered in poison. They keep pouring out endlessly. Accordingly, Aaron suspects that Jeru has completely turned into L. If that's the case, his magical power in this city is almost limitless. Don't stop. Keep moving. More mid-level hell-hunting monsters are appearing. Moreover, it was accompanied by a sixth trap attack that officially angered Korin. Seeing the move you were about to use, Aaron shouted in fear not to use the flying skill. If your legs froze, so be it. But Korin ignored those words. His ancient language hardened, and he continued to use the wind spell. With just one shot, the space seemed to shatter apart. Aaron smiled in praise. Impressive. Korin's technique has forced the Immortal King into battle. These low-level cultivators are like eels. He repeatedly unleashes a barrage of lightning strikes to kill them all, then bursts into a deafening laugh. The Immortal King's laughter suddenly halts, leaving him stunned. No way! Is my lightning strike disappearing? You've been active only at night for 300 years, so you've forgotten? Now open your eyes and look. The Immortal King froze in place. Could it be? That familiar voice echoed once again. Yes, Colin has used the solar connection skill to temporarily unleash his divine light power. He confirms once again that it is indeed the sun. The Immortal King scoffs. You say the sun? He laughs heartily. Don't be ridiculous. How could you suddenly wield such terrifying power? Then, the Immortal King launched a full-force storm of lightning and wind, mocking himself for thinking he was the best. Do you really think you stand a chance? The Immortal King unleashed the inner magic power, the endless moon's energy protecting me. The zombies charged forward under his command, but suddenly a look of confusion appeared on the Immortal King's face as ancient characters appeared on the ground, leaving him bewildered. Ancient script? The Immortal King began to be amazed. How can you possess so many ancient scripts? That's when Korin finally spoke. You're right, such power doesn't come easily. In fact, you spent the last 10 days with Aaron. That was the only time Korin truly became a disciple, a hero who didn't care about being forgotten. Alone, Korin has built this up over 300 years, and one by one, the zombies are stopped. The light from the ancient runes spreads out powerfully. It's thanks to the traces left behind after the battles because Aaron carved throughout the city through countless fights. Korin boosted about his magic. Unfortunately, this is our last night. And then he delivered the final blow and disappeared. The Immortal King. It melts, it burns, it purifies. No priest, no source of power has ever been able to perform a purification on such a scale. The Immortal King was trembling in horror. I can't believe how an ordinary human could possess such power. 1.2 million deaths, 3 years in darkness, all that darkness.
Right now, Korin and the Death God stand high above, watching the peaceful town. You really did it.
He kept marveling, unable to believe it. I never thought you would use Dan's treasure for this, so it was just a one-time miracle. Korin said that, after all, it's not my full power. The god continued. You have fully fulfilled the pact, so I have decided I will also honor the agreement. Queen, finally Aaron can breathe a sigh of relief. Everything is truly over now. But she feels incredibly sad. Korin, when this agreement ends, I will speak in a low voice to interrupt. I know your mood is also sinking. I have already gone through that in the future. Because the truth is, the one who protected this land for 300 years will disappear. Aaron expressed that she had fallen many times. Korin was stunned. Yes, that's right, Aaron continued. I have fallen many times before. Korin simply responded indifferently. Yes, Aaron asked again. Do you cry a lot? Korin honestly says he always cries, but he secretly vows he will never forget you. Aaron suddenly hugged Korin. And even if you lose your way later, I still hope you can stay true to yourself. Keep your faith strong and walk the path of a king, and you will. Your heart carries a touch of warmth. Although your current memories differ from those of your master in the past, you are still a hero. You have comforted me with the same words again. Aaron gently spoke once more and said, I will grant you the blessing of the goddess. Corin fell silent. The more this happened, the more his eyes showed surprise that Aaron had kissed those lips again, which made people even more moved. Even more. She called Corin's name with the choked voice as tears streamed down Aaron's face. I truly wish for you to be happy. After some time, Corin now stands alone in the pouring rain. And so, when the sun completes its role, darkness returns once more. Now, Aaron is nowhere to be seen. Except for the long-time disciple she raised since childhood, no one has ever set foot in this palace. Bantha was banished because of the disciple's betrayal, whom she loved as her heir, and the queen has been sealed for over 80 years.
The thing that woke her from a long sleep amid silence and stillness was an unexpected flood of memories. 300 years ago, during her wandering days, Aaron bravely proposed to death to make a pact with Han Nasri for some forgotten reason.
She closed her heavy eyelids. Is this the 3,784th time? The endless battle with the Dark Sorcerer is also tied to the city. Corin silently thought he must have been lonely and suffering for the past 300 years. The one from a different self. This time it's your turn. The Death God makes a contract with me. That made Death wonder. Isn't this boy one of Bantaz's disciples? I thought he betrayed Bantaz and came to me. At that moment, Corin was sure this time I wanted to save someone. You bravely went to Aaron and then smiled confidently. I told you. This time I will save her, Aaron.
No, wait.
Then came her wild kiss. From her, I will grant you the blessing of the goddess. A magic circle appears in the space. Josephine appears and asks Aaron, do you want to read a new book I brought? At that moment, Aaron was holding her face in embarrassment. I'm really going crazy. What is Josephine doing that confuses her? She instinctively touches her lips, memories merging together and becoming impossible to forget. Aaron's face blushed again. Corin, my student, that was her first kiss and an unforgettable memory. At the second holy site, John, the Great Holy Temple, a voice echoes. Nasri, a city with 1.2 million undead, was purified in just one night. The subordinate reports, yes, it resembles the sun, surely a blessing for humanity. But Estelle responds, we know the maiden Estelle, said to possess the greatest holy power in history. 4 years ago, she visited Nasri and successfully purified the place with a prayer ritual. But just 3 days later, everything returned to the way it was.
Nasri has always been the burden and a terror to humanity, but it remains a threat that can be controlled. However, its power can also purify Nasri itself.
Now that no one can identify who holds that terrible power in any aspect, it is even more frightening and unpredictable. That is why Estelle is determined to find out who was responsible for cleansing Nasri. This news has shocked all forces across the continent, including the Mage Tower and the former Holy Temple. It has also spread to the icy northern region of the Dingleback Peninsula, where snow falls endlessly under a white sky. On this harsh land of deadly ice and rampant monsters, the people of the north have long prepared for war, making this place a land where strength is the only thing worshipped and admired. Over 80 years ago, a warrior appeared here, trembling as he begged for forgiveness. I apologize, sir. More than anyone, he is the one worthy of standing at the top. His eyes were full of cruelty. Tet pushed his nose down sharply, causing him to scream in pain. His voice grew darker and he said, the sun has been stolen from us. Fine, whatever, let it go. So who was really responsible for that? I shouted loudly. Corin Locke is him. He is definitely the one who killed PH. He claims to be the first spear of Aaron Danua. Tess repeats that name. Corin Locke, Tom wonders. Do you know that name? Tess reveals. Of course, I knew that my opponent had changed from Pihu to that name. He was so angry he crushed the stone, and I didn't expect him to reveal his face less than a year after that. The henchman saw this and trembled in fear. What kind of power is this? Test has always been engraved in the heart of my beloved master, both someone I cherish and someone I resent. He emphasizes the name Aranua. If you dare to call yourself her first spear, Tess smiles with amusement. Then I will personally come to see you. And now Corin is standing in front of the familiar large academy. You smile with amusement. So, it's already your second year? In a certain area, this place was created to manage the special demons in the academy. In other words, it is an isolation dormitory built for War and Mary. Since only a few people are here, Professor Josephine takes on the role of dormitory head to oversee everything. Josephine looks at what's in front of her. What is this? War casually says it's a bluefin tuna. She also specifically mentioned that brain-boosting foods are good for increasing intelligence. You know, Josephine suddenly turned to call Corin. She seems to have figured out who's behind the tricks, so go ahead and explain. And basically, Corin is playing the role of deputy dorm supervisor helping the professor. Then he mentions that Senior Mary said many visitors would come, so she wants to buy large furniture. Guys, be careful. If this falls on you, you'll die. Corin announced that Waran bought bluefin tuna from the market, so we decided to share. But Waran wants to monopolize it. That belongs to me. So Corin asked Alyssa to come and help. After Alyssa finishes handling the fish, Corin eagerly invites Iras Hayes to sit down. Please have a seat. I will give you a discount. Josephine looked helpless. Forget about this. Clean up and prepare the room for the new students as we discussed. Corin quickly said, I can do it alone. The new students you mentioned are siblings, so they can stay in the middle room. Josephine straightforwardly refuses. No, I will also help prepare the new rooms for the students. There are still 2 more rooms to arrange, and more importantly, she announced that the new students will start tomorrow. Can you help guide them? Hearing this, Corrin showed a dangerous expression. If you give me one condition, I will recall that every year outstanding second-year students guide the freshmen. Senior Mary is now a third-year student. The sound inside the car echoes out. All right, on the left is the Hall of Creation, so the leader of the new students is Corrin, showing off his pride among the magic disciplines gathered to discuss any questions. The young men kept shouting, "Bro, you're so cool, that outfit is awesome," Corrin requested. The girls looked a bit indifferent and said, "Then sing a song to make an impression?" War looked at this scene with a dark face and stopped. After a while, Corrin announced, "Okay, that's the end of the reel. The professors are inside. Go in and do your best." "All done." Warren says goodbye. "I'm heading out now." Corrin was surprised. "Was it that sudden?" War responds, "I'm running late. Someone said they would come bother me." That made Corrin curious. "Who is that?" Without another word, Warren took off into the sky. "Yes, there is." Corrin looked up in confusion. "They said we're not allowed to fly on campus." Then he smiled and led the new students, making everything clearer. The new semester has really begun. A familiar voice echoes. "Boss, yes, sir. We are going inside." John cheered. "All right, do your best." Ren, "Yes, I am sure of it." "Of course I'll be fine. This year there are a few notable freshmen." But Corrin looked at the 2 people in front of him. They would definitely be the focus. Then he pointed out this way. "Everyone be careful when getting off the vehicle." Next, Corrin went somewhere else and asked Alyssa, the person in charge of the west gate, right? Alyssa quickly warned him to be careful not to fall. Her next words left Corrin stunned. "Are you Lord Corrin?" Another strange voice echoed. "Pleased to meet you, Lord Corrin." That person introduces herself. "I am Maruam Elizabeth Elrat." Only now does Corrin realize that he was mistaken in thinking that John would be the most mentioned newcomer. Corrin kneels in a formal manner, surprising Alyssa. Maybe no one remembers her face or name, but everyone knows her family line. Elras gently kisses Maruam's hand. She is the second princess of this country and the legendary villain of the hero Ahan's century. She smiles elegantly with amusement. "Who taught you that?" Corrin lowered his gaze and replied, "I learned from an acquaintance, but in fact it was that person who taught you to do so." Maruam suggests that when a lady stands before a gentleman, he should kiss her hand and invite her to dance. And Corrin silently agrees, "Of course." "Look, Lord Corrin." Corrin cannot forget the old memories. "Beautiful, isn't she? She's our daughter, and there's much more to it." That cruel face is deeply etched in his memory. "I met her last round, but not at the academy." Just then, someone walked in. "Oh my god, isn't this Corrin?" Corrin looked up with a surprised expression. In the script, the princesses were not supposed to appear yet, but this time it's Estelle's turn. "Hello, I am Estelle Hadatha Ellis. Let's shake hands." Corrin stepped forward to greet her. "Saintess Estelle Hadat El Ras. It's truly an honor to meet you." Estelle responds, "No need to be formal. Now we're classmates. I don't have to use honorifics either, right?" Her gaze has locked onto the person next to her. "Miru, you're here too?" "You didn't see me because I'm too small," Miru replied irritably. "I told you not to shorten my name, Estelle." Seeing the other person's expression, Estelle was even more eager to tease and said, "Call me Miss Marudi or Senior. I haven't been in school for over 2 years, but starting today, I'm coming back." Miruam scolded her to use respectful language with someone more skilled and said that the only thing she has more than me is extra muscle before turning around and leaving. "Alyssa, I'm heading to the free hall now. Thank you for showing me the way. I'm heading out now." "See you later, Junior." Alyssa was still scratching her head foolishly. "Yes, it's truly an honor." "Your Highness," Corrin's whole body feels like it's turned to stone forever. At this moment in this palace, John exclaimed in amazement, "Nuna, are we really going to live here?" Jen, feeling embarrassed, reminded him, "Don't be so rural." John kept marveling, but it was as big as a castle. The figure behind caught his attention, and instinctively he stepped behind his sister. "Sorry, Miruam just introduced herself out of the blue. I am Miruam Elizabeth Elras." Then she started a conversation. "We're in the same class, right? Let's shake hands." John Govuk approaches. "Hello?" His outstretched hand suddenly got caught. "That's strange." "Beast clans, you were mercilessly slaughtered by us before, and I can't believe a worthless trash like you still survived. Then if you dare touch my magic staff again, I will gut you while you're still breathing. Understand? It's like walking on thin ice, unable to predict what will happen. 2 characters who shouldn't have appeared at the academy until the second half show up at the same time. Is it another butterfly fluttering by? Death God speculates from above, probably because of Nasri's cleansing. Corrin, exhausted, realizes he's attracting attention too quickly. Now he's clutching his head in despair, another flap of wings turning into a storm. Ogun suddenly called out, "Are you already distracted on your first day, Corrin Locke?" Corrin was startled. "Sorry." Ogun seriously demands, "Explain the concept." The peace judge, Corrin, immediately becomes confused. Then Ogun Vu Pham utters 2 words. Deduct points. After class, Corrin leaves complaining. "What kind of class is this?" he muttered in disappointment, as the first day is usually orientation and ending early is almost a rule. Is everyone else still not here yet? The special dormitory is expected to include Professor Josephine, Mary, Warren, and the Wolf brothers. but Corin's group has prepared 2 additional rooms. Josephine asked, so there are still 2 more people coming, right? Hearing this, Corin seemed to guess something, and sure enough, that familiar voice echoed again. Welcome, Lord Corin, Miruam said proudly. Shouldn't you be a bit more polite? Come and kiss me. Corin hurriedly looked for an excuse to avoid it. A gentleman only kisses a lady once a day. Your Highness, how interesting. An ordinary person like me knows noble etiquette. Miruam raised her voice. I'll be direct. Support me in the throne race next year. Corin tried to avoid that gaze. I'm just an ordinary guardian. Do you really need my support as well? Miruam replied with amusement. Is it really so different for a knight to possess a holy relic that both the old and new church acknowledge? She emphasized the 2 words. Kai suddenly approached Miruam boldly. He looked so intense. Are you doubting me? Her hand is on Corin's neck. Then come closer. I can pay you in advance. Both of them fell to the ground in a tangled position, with Miruam tightly wrapping her legs around Corin. Tell me what you want from someone as noble as I am. I am ready to indulge in every pleasure you desire, she whispered, asking me to fulfill any desire I yearn for. Corin's face looked down with no expression as Miruam continued to seduce. I will give you everything, so just say you love me, she drawled slowly. Yes, oh hero. Miruam kept whispering seductive words. Your fate, swallow me and make me yours. Her mouth started to open. At that moment, a burst of light erupted between the 2 of them. Are you really using incense to seduce me? That doesn't suit someone with royal blood about to inherit the throne at all. Miruam believes that marrying the champion of the sun god is a powerful political move. Marriage and procreation are the 2 oldest forms of exchange. Lord Corin, at this moment, what is the fate you mentioned? Miruam has no intention of explaining. Don't you understand what I'm saying? All right then, let's forget about it. That's what she advised. Next time, try again when you're in a better mood. Corin insists that's not the case. But Miruam is very confident. He might change his mind after hearing my suggestion. How can you be so sure? Corin revealed. I learned from an acquaintance to be careful with beautiful women. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut, which only amused Miruam more. So I just have to try harder. Exiting that room, Corin panted heavily. Damn, these kinds of things keep happening lately. I remember what happened back then, Corin. Thanks again for today. You seem a little scared. Even Senior Mary feels the same. Then even Alyssa. So Corin angrily commented. I understand you chose drama as an elective, but why pick such a messy affair play? Alyssa, that story is beautiful. Even Alyssa and that tiny hand fit perfectly into the large palm, so Corin was quite stunned. Hua always takes breaks like this. He hesitated to ask, do you really feel comfortable? Corin said nothing, only silently acknowledging. And Corin had noticed since he swallowed the sun full of positive energy, especially when Hoa kept releasing negative energy through the U-meridian. So just being near his body made them feel wonderful. It seems so. Seeing that War has no intention of letting go, Corin reminds him, Wah, stop. Break time is over. War pleads, just a little longer. Corin is truly a bit exhausted. Of course, Jian also appears from time to time. In another place, a voice echoes from within. So it must be really exhausting. After hearing the whole story, Elle realized that your problem is that the girl keeps clinging to your body. Corin confirms it without hesitation. Then Elle speaks in a serious tone. Corin, I am talking to you as a friend. The kid flips him off and says, go to hell for real. Jer suddenly shouts, pick one girl. Meanwhile, Corin still doesn't understand what's going on. Why he's suddenly so angry. Calm down. It's useless to get so worked up. R.E.R. Just kill this flirtatious guy already. A voice that made everyone stop in their tracks. Hello, Corin Sunbi. Miruam's appearance surprised Corin. Princess, why are you here? Miruam asked. I was planning to go shopping. Do you mind being my guide? Corin reluctantly agreed. Okay, fine. Jir assesses the situation and seems like we don't need to intervene. He's about to be torn apart. At first I thought I was jealous, but now I think I should seriously investigate this myself. According to the kid's guess, his body might be emitting a pheromone, and for some reason, we are immune to it. Jir was confused. What are you talking about? Lag pointed ahead and looked over there. As soon as he saw Corin, Ario smiled happily. Corin, it's been a while. You reply. Hello, Commander Jir was stunned. No way. Is he attracting all the guys? That guy is definitely hiding something. At this moment, Eel is standing on the lecture platform giving a presentation. Every year, new students of the Mokaba 3 Academy participate in field training at the hunting grounds. He said that among the second-year seniors in the forest, some top students would play the role of monsters to challenge the freshmen. At all costs, the freshmen must defeat them and steal their armbands. Ayo announced, let's get started then. At the hunting grounds, the students are chatting lively. Are you in second year? The little boy invited. There aren't that many people. Want to form a temporary group with us? A cheerful student asks to join in. Jerem smiles warmly, appearing friendly. Let's form a group, count the members, and split up to find the way. But deep down, I feel really uncomfortable. It's so annoying. She's just in second grade. Being taken out of the top because Princess Miram, a first-grade mage, is understandable. Jeremy glanced at Jen and John with a look of disgust, and if it weren't for his sacred mission, he would have quit this academy long ago for being ranked alongside those filthy shuttlecock creatures. Then he remembered last semester when the Church's Shadow Unit infiltrated the academy to eliminate monsters but got captured. Bishop Renault Rusick denies involvement, but to save them, Jeremy decided they sent me. Jeremy the loser will now hide his church identity and act as a model student here. That teammate of yours shouted, "Found it." This mistake, Jeremy. Jeremy mumbles his scheme. They're just 3rd and 4th graders, but I'll pass the test with them to gain their trust. He is extremely arrogant. There are about 400 people like me, and I even feel sorry for the seniors. So in the end, who depends on who can defeat them first and snatch the wristband? They say any means are allowed, right? Jeremy sneered cunningly. I will outsmart these fools, pretend to be friends for now, and use them as pawns when the time comes. Something catches his attention. Suddenly, a beam of light appears on the ground and tears up the earth. Jeremy saw Josephine observing from the branch, and although that's how seniors usually act, it only made him more confident. I will guide the new students through this hunting forest exam. Let me choose the senior I request. Josephine wondered to herself, was this request really a good idea? She pondered silently, unaware that there is a secret always kept hidden about the second-year students at MK3 Academy. Yu Li has mastered Dre Li's ultimate secret technique in just half a year. The sudden appearance of UN causes everyone to panic. What the hell is this? He made a successful investment and obtained the top-tier prime sword. Doran Lin the mercenary uses a sword. Similarly, he successfully invested and someone gave Kranel a golem crafting book. Kranel Luden, the mage who controls the ultimate golem. And there's one more person who doesn't need an introduction. War clenched his fist. This is what she made everyone fall down. It's really hard to control. Bon Yacha War and the next heir of the Aiden family. Even Elisa Aiden. As soon as they saw her, everyone was afraid. Run away, she's smiling now. Alyssa is still innocent, I'm just smiling. That crowd is running in chaos. Spare me. What the hell is going on? Someone just stopped in front of the big tree. Jeremy grimaced at the chaotic scene but showed no fear. Are you pathetic fools really running away just because of a single clown? Jeremy's eyes lock onto the figure before him as an ancient symbol begins to appear beneath the ground, causing the entire area to explode. A running student gets caught in the blast. Another female student was no exception, saying that you had turned all the second-year course students of Mokaba 3 Academy into ultimate weapons. The other kept eliminating each student, and the fierce fire kept raging higher. What? Is something serious going on? Jeremy was so frightened he couldn't speak. On top of that, being forced to face someone so close with their face right in front of him made Jeremy panic. Smile now. The flames are blazing and burning the trees. Jeremy hurriedly runs while holding someone, having been born and raised at San Michele Monastery under the old church. Throughout my life on the path of faith, yet that sharp spear gradually drew closer to him. Jeremy couldn't help but fall forward and had often wondered whether God truly existed. Jeremy was terrified, but now he was certain of one thing. That face looked truly horrifying. The devil is real, that voice suddenly echoed. All right, that's enough. Jeremy was so scared he didn't dare lift his head. But then a hand was placed on his head. You're more stubborn than I thought. Then he introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I am Corin Locke. Meanwhile, Jeremy was still confused. Does Corin Locke mean him? His face shifted from fear to stiffness as old memories flooded Jeremy's mind. The one who faced swordswoman Lunia Ann and still survived. Corin extends an invitation. I am evaluating outstanding new students. Besides the princess, you are the strongest person, so would you like to collaborate with me? You even took the initiative to shake hands. Strong people are always welcome. Jeremy hurriedly replied, yes, I will do it. Senior? Corin smiles with satisfaction. Good. But actually, Corin's first mission in this hunting forest was to evaluate Jeremy. The ancient church spy Jeremy happily looks at the palm chosen by Corin Senpai. Corin always reminds himself to stay close but be careful and approach enemies carefully. In a different area, the frantic student charged forward. Die, you beast! With a single punch, John knocked him flat, and Jen, hearing the noise, turned around to look. John too? She asked with dissatisfaction. She told me to check the back pocket too, to take the armband and strip that guy clean, John replied indifferently. All right, Jaden requests that if everything is ready, we should go now. But John feels a bit hesitant. The top classmates are already leading them here. After all, we are demons, Jen grumbled, saying they want to steal our wristbands because we are second-year knights. And because she understands very well that taking the senior's tape earns more points, but the senior is too strong, we decided to take everyone's tape to get more points. Then Jen urged us at the final destination of this exam, saying we could exchange tapes for the reward at the cabin, so we need to hurry. Seeing the scene before him, Jen couldn't help but feel bewildered. Is it almost time? Why is the cabin on fire? In the next moment, the house burst into flames like a claw of fire. Is that an earthquake? Jen shouted in amazement. What is that? Jaw can see something. Second-year senior. He read the title on the board and wondered. The reward is up there. What are they doing up there? The flames instantly disappeared, restoring the house's normal beauty. Maruam looked at the two of them and sneered. Interesting, I like it. Then she stepped up, surrounded only by the scent of beasts. The guard behind suddenly shouted loudly. This was created by D, so destroying it would be very difficult. We have to keep going. The other two shouted, What are you doing? Following the princess's suspicion, she asked, What should we do? He came up with an idea and just went the other way. Jinan agreed. She thought it was better to die than to go in with her. A flying object passes by, terrifying Dan, but right now she really wants to change her mind. Maybe I should follow them. Why are there so many spells being cast? That is the customer's request. They said not to be too lenient with you. In another area, the light shines throughout the space. For Receipt, the infiltration is complete. The layout is very simple. He has a clear map of the place. 3 entrances, 3 rooms, 3 guards. The paths converge, and the second floor has 2 rooms. Then, Receipt descends into 1 room, followed by the 3rd floor. His hand grips the sword. No one has passed by us recently. Among this year's freshmen, Receipt's spear is shining brightly. What is that? A strange feeling like something is touching my soul. Information about the Death Sphere artifact that can separate the soul from the body. Although it is less effective on complex beings like humans, and Receipt realizes the urgent problem. His concentration is breaking down, and his stealth technique is being disrupted. A sudden voice asks, is the stealth technique of second-year knight Receipt Adin Mustali from the assassin tribe? Receipt was a bit surprised. How does he know about the tribe? He hesitated. I apologize. But then he suddenly prepared to attack. You shouldn't have said that. Just now, Korin showed no fear and simply kicked Receipt. He backed away in confusion. What is that? Receipt prepares to strike again. With no other choice, his rope whizzes past Korin's face. You enjoy flipping and dodging, not bad, and you even manage to seize the opponent's sword. But if he follows that path, the assassin tribe in the underground world, Korin really wants to know. So what will you do? Receipt thought to himself that he hated that bloodthirsty doctrine. His original goal was to come to the academy to escape and pursue a life that wasn't about killing. So I abandoned the tribe. Receit's hand suddenly loosened the sword, but a flash of light reflected onto Korin's face. If my identity is exposed and the entire tribe is put in danger because of it, Ross's armor opens wide and he risks everything. So I must seal that secret with my own death. The heat from the magic spell causes a large fire, but I see Korin breathe a sigh of relief. You're walking a dangerous path. It turns out you've condensed your attack. You're lucky. Fire and heat are safely in my hands, Korin continued, surprising Receipt. One more thing. I have a few reminders for you. Whether it's learned assassin skills, swordsmanship, magic, or stealth techniques, I think I will need them soon. And the second goal in Korin's hunting exam is to test the potential faces. Korin continues to ask, will you join me in a task? On the other side, after escaping Dron's control, John and Jen hurriedly ran away. War cheered them on. Keep going. John has taken a breath. Jen, I can smell it now. Jen responds. I know. The sharp sword is drawn. Are you here? Jen saw a familiar face and called out to Korin Hung. She shouted angrily. What's going on? I heard this year's exam is harder than last year's. The sudden loud crash makes everyone panic. She was very curious about what was happening while Korin stepped behind and kicked John directly in the stomach. He cried out in pain. Then Korin turned to remind him, if you're fighting, never let your guard down. John said, if you do that, you'll die. Jen looked up, not yet understanding what was happening. Korin suddenly snapped, did you not hear what I just said? You used magic to influence him, but Korin felt a bit conflicted inside. I don't like it, but I have no other choice. You have to complain. It's really hard, truly hard. The final task in this hunting exam. Korin watches the scene unfold, finally revealing the pure white fur. Jen and John have transformed into beast forms to ensure the kids can be independent and grow up on their own. Korin is also very serious about this. All right, let's finish the exam. The truth is that controlling a beast in its transformed state is easier when it doesn't have a full form. But when it is fully transformed, it's a completely different story. At that moment, they will be in a violent state and Korin is ready to fight. If they are in their final form, they will look completely human. But in their juvenile beast form, they are much harder to control. Even gentle John turns into a bloodthirsty hound when he transforms. Korin reminded himself that above all, he had to deal with the two of them. Beast transformation communicates without words and attacks in perfect harmony.
Especially since the cousins have lived through countless rhythm crises together, never losing their harmony. Ren charges fiercely to attack.
That forced Korin to fight back with all his strength. Seeing this, Jaw immediately charged forward. You are trying to save your sister, Korin continued. But what does it mean if you just go cold? When your sister is attacked, don't just think about saving her. Then he takes down Joe as well. Attack the enemy. The force was so strong that it knocked him far away. John let out a loud cry of pain. Yet Korin still wanted to strike again, making another poor decision. Stay calm. Then he boldly punched Sun once more. Korin seriously advises, if you have time to growl, use it to observe the enemy. Wasting a second means giving the enemy an extra second. Meanwhile, Jen takes the opportunity to attack from behind, and Korin admits that his sister is stronger than his brother. He was ultimately caught off guard, but focused on targeting the weakness precisely. Don't fight out of anger. Korin turns and lands a really painful blow. Strike the right spot. The blow was like it wanted to tear Ganon's body apart. She collapsed as if she was exhausted, her whole body heavy as if weighed down by stones. Korin quietly reminds him to stand up, and he pressed on until Chi's arm broke and the neck was cut, still moving forward. This is real combat. Exhausted, Jen's beast transformation has disappeared. Now Jen is very confused. We don't know anything. Does the boss always face such terrifying battles? Korin suddenly thrusts his spear down in fear. 2 tears gather in her eyes. Korin lifts the lace veil. But for now, this should be enough, right? No, I can't push them any further. You tell yourself they haven't reached their final form yet, but you want them to know what fighting is and be ready for it. Korin laughs. It's really scary, isn't it? Big brother, was I too harsh? Sorry about that. Janen was so scared she clung tightly to you. She commented, "The boss is too cruel. Don't treat me like a child." Korin honestly remarked, "It's my fault, but your reflexes and physical ability are truly excellent. You haven't beaten me yet, but you passed. Go ahead." You can see their emotions, relief and frustration. In his wide embrace, the siblings feel at ease but vow that one day they will break free from his hold. It was only later that Korin was still standing alone in the room, his gaze subtly glancing back. Miruam said, "They're gone. And you're still standing there?" She looked at him with contempt. Those dogs have natural physical talent, but he hit them like toys. Very well. Korin assumes a serious stance. Now it's my turn to evaluate. If you want to pass, you have to defeat me. But I can't show mercy like I do with children. She's a princess, and it makes you a little uncomfortable. She just called us a bunch of dogs. Miruam chuckled playfully. If he pulled anything from under his dress, I'd have to go all out. Then she turned around. Last time she also took off her dress, but he didn't fall for it. The blue ribbon was discarded on the floor by Miruam. She cunningly spoke, "Miruam, you're finished here." Korin quietly observes. Princess Miruam, what she hides in her dress is a snake spirit, but she does not back down either. Even though I saw through her trick, you calculated carefully, this time won't be like before. How should I deal with her? At the top of the tower, the students are gathered around a board. What is that? What is it writing? The 4 characters appear, then return to the beginning. Everyone's freaking out, holding their heads. Are you kidding me? Right now, night has fallen, and the students walk away looking annoyed. That's true. I wish that crazy clown wasn't here, but still, don't call an elder a lunatic. Does that guy sound familiar? Rumors say he's going to marry the daughter of the Duna family and is also the fiancé of swordswoman Lunia Aiden. He really is crazy. In the middle of speaking, someone screamed in fear. Where did Korin come from? That guy even spoke in a mocking tone. Hello, new students. Korin is performing a drinking show. Are you excited about the assignment? The students are judging. That guy's laugh is disgusting. The drops of wine spill onto the stone from Korin. This is the reward you deserve for your effort, including level 4 and 5 magic stones, and even higher level items. Then he jumped back over to them. Do you know what you and these items have in common? Korin snapped his fingers playfully. You really can start fires easily. Then he made the fire flare up, causing the students to curse. Damn it. Korin laughed loudly. Your tuition money is burning to ashes. The top student shouted in frustration. Our reward, including the test results. Just one punch. Let me hit that guy once. Let go. Let me out now. The student behind replied, I didn't hold you back. Someone else was crying again. I swear to God, I'm about to go crazy. My reward, my magic stone. Just then, a piercing scream made the students stop in their tracks. Marriott rode in on a flying beast, carrying a large wooden staff in its claws. She waved at them. Hey everyone. The students looked up and recognized that it was Senior Marriott. Carrying a box, the lid opens and a blinding light appears. They wonder, wait, is this what I think it is? That excited group is Heimat, a level 3 magic stone, and Magnet, level 2. Korin stepped forward to add, now let me introduce everyone to the volunteer blacksmiths who will forge weapons for free. The talented students are all top blacksmiths in the capital. War stood to the side clapping, giving a big round of applause to the senior third year for bringing the ingredients and the craftsmen, and also to the second year senior war. Thank her now. Now it's Elise's turn to reveal a table full of food by tearing apart a piece of cloth. You're all hungry, right? Today's dishes use the best ingredients. Not just regular cafeteria food, and there's also honey candy. Along with her invitation, eat up, drink up, take everything home, and enjoy your meal. Everyone looked excited, enjoying the moment as fireworks lit up the sky, and Korin raised his glass to everyone, saying, Today is your day. They secretly thought that maybe they were wrong to judge this hero. The ingredients and the chef were all arranged by Marriott. They even praised her for being beautiful when she received the sweet potato. He also asked Warren to track down all the shady blacksmiths he knew of. Even when receiving the items, the students still looked suspicious. They used to seem so intimidating, but now they suddenly act so kindly. Elisa and Korin stand watching the students eat happily. She then asks about the expensive magic stones for 400 people, all paid for by Korin himself. Are you really okay? You just wiped away your tears. Well, just a couple of ends. Yes, I paid for everything myself. Korin appears calm. Money is not the most important thing. Elisa looked at his trembling face and exclaimed, That's terrifying! For Korin, there is something more precious than money. The past memories come back when others are suffering and begging for help. I don't want to die. Korin saved me. And that precious thing is life itself. He has saved every penny from the beginning, just to give the young disciples magic stones and blacksmith tools as planned. Having good equipment doesn't necessarily mean you can fight right away. but your chances of survival will skyrocket. Even though Corrine has given his all, that feeling of unease is always there. Along with Allie's innocent look, this time it's unavoidable. You need to keep Jackman close. The transfer of receipt, provoking Jen and John are all part of Corrin's preparations. The huge challenge coming will take place here. I don't see you in the blink of an eye. Elisa asked, Corrin, where did you go? Because that will happen right at MK3 Academy. At this moment, a man carrying a lantern approaches. It's Elder Sigma Tower Admiral. He said, we must capture that creature. A failed experiment, neither human nor beast. Elder Mostan of the Dark Tower replied, everything is ready. That creature will fall into our hands, especially since the Golden Mage will also participate. Adam said in a deep voice. Marriott will take that vampire girl. Mostan replied, it must belong to our Dark Tower. The Black Demon Tower group is heading to the Academy, and initially the vampire girl will be captured under the guise of library data research. But history is about to take a turn. Under the moonlight, a shadow stands atop the tower. Someone had been secretly preparing in advance, and that was Corrin. The dormitory is specially managed for those the Academy values. At first, it was a dormitory with only Warren and Corrin, but now the room is almost full. Every morning she argues with Warren. After bathing, she heads to the second floor, where students are packed tightly, unexpectedly. At the end, there is the room of the two queens. The first queen, Estelle, has gone to the temple to pray in the morning. The second queen, Maruam, has gone to her laboratory. The two queens have started operating at a different academy with different rules, so I always feel uneasy that something might happen again. At the end of the road ahead, Corrin throws open the door and cheerfully calls out, hey, you two twins, it's time to wake up. John immediately whines in a sleepy voice, brother, just 3 more minutes, please. Ren also followed his example and begged, just 5 more minutes, brother. If it followed the original story, these adorable kids would grow up to be villains. They've also been overwhelmed by the intense exams, so they must be exhausted, just like children. Colin gently bends down on his shoulder and patiently persuades Ren to brush his teeth. Let's just brush your teeth. She yawned and muttered, I hate toothpaste. According to the original story, they are secondary antagonists with strong combat abilities, so it's good that they are developing towards their final form in time for the upcoming trials. The children who became villains after going through terrible things are now so adorable. Looking at these kids, the change in their future seems already decided. You no longer hesitate, the scene shifts to the director's office, where Errol's voice echoes inside. The mages from the Magic Tower visit. Corrin slowly asks what their purpose is. He calmly explained that he was using research materials from the Dream Kaba 3 library and surveying the students' interest in the magic department. Professor Joseph Fye quickly added, the Magic Tower is always short on newcomers, so it makes sense to survey students' preferences. Yes, these kids want to become masters of the academy rather than the Magic Tower. You know a lot about the Magic Tower, right? Corrin the student. Originally, the place that monopolized all mages and magic was the Tower of Magic. It was a place full of injustice where young mages were exploited and all achievements were taken by senior mages. However, thanks to the appearance of Makaba Academy, the Tower of Magic, which had lost its dominant position, became a fierce rival alongside the Academy. Around that time, the witch hunt by the former church began. The Demon Tower, which originally disliked the Academy and always saw demons as test subjects, naturally became an accomplice of the former teacher. And the Academy opposed this, with heroes stepping in to end the witch hunts. It is called the Witch Revolution. Corrin calmly replied, I can't understand the Demon Tower better than the professor, because you participated in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. It is also recorded in the textbooks. She suddenly glanced and frowned, saying it's an old story. And not just me, you also admit with a somewhat heavy expression. He paused for a moment, then spat out another name, Bantaz. The story of Bantaz, a traitorous disciple, is uncomfortable for the professor, but it must be used because both of them, in name, consider themselves disciples of Bantaz. Corrin quietly reveals that the future information plan is connected to Bantaz, and Professor Josephine immediately shows signs of unease after hearing this. So, about the visitors to the Demon Tower this time. Ao sat silently beside them, thinking to himself, does student Corrin know future information? He directly confirms, yes, it's not about borrowing the library or surveying students' directions, but the real purpose is something else. Then it shifts to another scene, this time with Corrin speaking first, revealing that the visit to the Tower of Demons this time is for the senior. Mari looked confused and turned, saying why me and lowering his voice to explain. The blood of the vampire ancestor is something the Demon Tower, which is frantically researching demon humans, will definitely crave. But Marriott hesitated a bit before continuing, saying that messing with her would cause a big problem. The Dan family, known as the Potato Empire, is responsible for all the food supply of the empire and is the strongest family in the South. Corrin looked at her and said that messing with a family like that just for a trivial experiment wasn't worth it, but the Demon Tower didn't care about such things. He didn't hesitate to speak openly because they were following Tess Bunzot. This really surprised Marriott a bit. Tessban, I think it's time to start revealing everything. From now on, what I tell you is only between the two of us, about Bantaz's purpose and his forces. After a moment of discussion, she finally began to vaguely guess some parts. So, according to Korin's words, this so-called paradise that the traitorous disciple of the director is trying to create. She slowly revealed her suspicion that after gathering all 4 primordial worms and the 4 great treasures, they would use that power to destroy all civilization on Earth. At this point, Marriott carefully had asked, then created a world he desired. Is that correct? Korin's face suddenly darkened visibly. Yes, so right now the Demon Tower or the former church under Banthaz don't care at all whether their opponents in this world are strong or not. He slowly added, they think that in the end, everything will disappear and only what they want will remain. Marriott couldn't help but be a little startled after hearing that. Is it really true that such a terrifying thing is happening? Although it sounds like a lie, Bant has enough strength to do that. Korin waited until this moment to speak, so even if it might pressure my senior, I have a favor to ask. Her reaction was actually very cheerful. She was really happy. Without me, you could still do anything well. So why do you need my help? And then she spoke. Marriott's cheeks suddenly flushed red, her eyes sparkling like stars. Korin doesn't need to rely on anyone. I'll help you with anything, just say the word. You seem so happy about it. Senior, there's something I need you to do with me today. After finishing, Korin quickly left but didn't forget to remind me to come to the Happiness Inn at midnight tonight. I'll get ready, so you just need to come. Marriott is left alone here, so her voice is starting to tremble with excitement. So that's how it is. She shyly hugs her hot cheek tightly. All right, tonight I'll stay at the inn with Korin. Korin, do as you please. I'm fine. Tonight Korin will keep sneaking around. During the day at the academy and staying at a hotel in the city at night, a total of 50 Demon Tower demons and mages visit, but only 3 of them are recognized by name. First, Elder Mlek of the Crimson Demonic Sect angrily shouted, I already told you to bring document 137, so hurry up and bring the new one here. An old, hot-tempered conservative who is also the leader of the Fireflame Mages, Elder Mostan of the Dark Demonic Path. He gloomily stared at Guji, the specimen to be tested. Hurry up and get ready, don't waste my time. Finally, it's Hoang Kim, the final boss of the upcoming Hidden Demon Tower event and an ally of Tess Banaz. Capturing him is the most important thing, but the problem is we don't know who he is among those 50. An aggressive dark mage shouted loudly, Hey, you down there, lowly monkey mage, bring the luggage here immediately. If you drop it, I will crush your mana heart. Lack hurriedly ran over carrying the bulky items. Yes, you have chosen to stick with the Demon Tower. Now you're just their pawn. You, change your course. Manroy, standing in the formation, began to scan for an opportunity. When they passed through an alley, he quickly slipped away from the group. Korin from afar immediately smiled as if he had hit the jackpot. The Demon Tower bingo is about to disappear. That night, the gamblers in the casino couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I lost again. Isn't this going a bit too far with all this loot? He didn't answer, only chuckled. Korin then thought, although he didn't care much for alcohol, he heard that every city's tavern has a casino. You observe through the eye-shaped satellite that the guy is two, and the other is Stott. Korin excitedly thinks, this is too easy. By now someone should have appeared. What a coincidence. At that moment, a hand gently rested on Manroji's shoulder. Can I sit with you? Korin looked at his lecherous face and became even more pleased. We're here. Manroji immediately licks his lips at the sight of the beautiful girl. All right then, that's how it should be. You seem even more satisfied now. This is what I care about. He hurriedly pulled Mary Dunaleb away from the casino. Then her voice suddenly shouted out. Mary Dunaleb asks nervously, If we do this, will you really return the money? The scoundrel secretly thinks, what I like most is turning people into helpless pawns and playing with them as I please. Manroy grinned mischievously and said, So be good. Before he finished speaking, Korin appeared behind him with a sinister smile. Done, Manroji immediately realized and turned around to cast a curse spell. Someone. Korin forcefully grabs his face. Is that all the curse has? Then he fiercely slammed Manroji down with ease. Korin grinned with a twisted smile. Stop it. Normally, if you're caught bragging, they'll chop off your hand. But you are about to commit a wicked act against a young girl. You should be punished more severely. He panicked and shouted, Wait a minute, I didn't do anything. That woman. Korin slowly corrected his words. That person is the owner of this place. It's Kalenia, not a young girl. Mary Dunalbev had already sat up and tidied her clothes. Boss, you emphasize, she is a young lady. Korin continued speaking, causing him to stare in horror. The young lady's name is Mary Dunalbev. You brought your creepy clown face close and whispered. The goal of the Demon Tower, the top-tier vampire demon Mary Dunaleb, is to kidnap you, isn't it? Then he softly turns his head toward the door. The former priest and the Demon Tower don't see demon humans as people, right? So I was prepared. Senior, I'll leave it to you. Marriott cautiously steps into the room. Be quiet, Immuton. Korin once again spoke in a chilling tone. That guy, you have a creepy grin on your face. Senior, turn him into a vampire, she replied gloomily from behind. If Immuton wants, anything goes, huh? Early in the morning at the MK3 Academy Library, Mostan muttered irritably. Why has this bastard Manroji been missing since yesterday? Relin spoke grimly, choosing his words carefully. It's probably Manroji himself wandering around the casino. Mostan's annoyed with you. but it's not unusual for him to be drunk and wandering at the casino for days. He gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it. I clearly told him this mission was very important. If it goes like this, the Wizard King Aaron will look down on our mages. A worried bead of sweat suddenly slipped down Moran's weary wrinkles. No, could it be that from the very beginning Ed had... The man suddenly thought of something even crazier. What if he has already disguised himself as Manroji and started acting? Mostan's head suddenly ached uncontrollably. Only direct communication with Tess Banzard can reveal that, so I can't be sure whether he's secretly collaborating with the evil sex behind our black sect or not. He suddenly shouted, Rin, find out Manrogi's whereabouts now! Hurry up! She hurriedly runs away. Yes. One of Mostan's eyes suddenly widened as if he had discovered something. Right in front of him, Jen and John were passing by. Jen casually said as she walked, Don't make a fuss, we're in the library. I told you so? John sighed dejectedly. Jen always just knows how to keep himself in check. He reluctantly let out a yawn while she patiently whispered, Anyway, stay quiet. Mostan's eyes then widened, showing a barely contained craving as he stuck out his tongue. Are those kids really beastmen? Relin could only helplessly sigh at the tavern. Damn it, Bald Manro, I don't know where he's wandering now. I'm on the 3rd floor too. Why am I being made to do all this? She shakes her glass of wine in her hand, and after this, I'll switch to the Dark Faction right away. The Dark Faction just needs to flatter that old man. Suddenly, a voice whispered beside Rin. Pow. 2 martinis, no shaking, just stir gently. I'm Cornlock, are you here alone? Relin frowns and asks, Are you also going alone? But for flirting, you're a bit too young. You're too naive. So he smoothly changes the subject. Maybe it's because the Tower of Demons is full of talented people. Corn skillfully swirls his martini. Even though he's still a rookie star, squinting and speaking arrogantly, he can still recognize beautiful flowers. The acting class with Eris has also wrapped up the exam. Corin reminisces about the rehearsal with Allie. I know the general arts class is theater, but why did we choose such a tragic adultery play? Elisa insisted firmly because it's a beautiful story. This script is perfect. Relin angrily knocks the half-empty martini glass out of your hand. A kid who's not even of age. What are you doing coming into a bar? Shouldn't you go home right now? She muttered angrily under her breath. Oh my god, there's an old man from the evil faction who's always trying to rip my guts out and kill me. Every time they see my face, they get aggressive, and now there are even these little kids too. I really can't take it anymore. Corn, not understanding a thing, just forced a small smile. Sorry about that. She ignored him and then yelled loudly, making him stiff with anger. That crazy bastard. Call the manager out here quickly. This kind of business is not acceptable. Elisa sat nearby, looking incredulous and pondering. Strange, why hasn't it sunk in yet? Ignore Corin sitting there sulking. Relin keeps shouting, losing his momentum. Another bottle. Estelle's delicate fingers suddenly touched her lips gently. Darling, Relin frowned. Who else is here? She giggled. Don't say mean things anymore. You should speak gently, to be truly adorable. Her cheek couldn't help but flush pink when Estelle subtly complimented her. Your lips are so beautiful. Her enchanting eyes stare intently at Rin. Would you like to join me for a drink? You and Elisa stand there stunned for a few seconds. She is the saint. Both of them suddenly looked stunned. Why is she here? Estelle had Alpha Elas, the grand princess loved by the gods and the all-powerful saint.
The problem is this girl's personality. Estelle voluntarily moved closer and put her arm around Vielen.
Oh, you're 22 this year? Then we're the same age. Let's hang out with me tonight. She blushes and agrees. Sure, even though we're the same age, if she was born earlier, I can call her older sister. A self-love enthusiast and a hedonist, soon there are more than 10 empty glasses on the table. Come on, drink up. Honestly, her beauty is enough to seduce both men and women. Estelle leaned in and gently poked Roland's cheek. Not as pretty as you, but I'm still cute. The problem is she's already so drunk she's stumbling around. Sister, I really am not drunk. How did this person manage to crawl over here? Corin immediately stood up without hesitation. We will take Rin back to prepare for this mission. We still have to attend several acting classes. Estelle turned to look at him with an amused expression. So the success of the mission was thanks to your looks, right? I just saved the entire mission from failure, and now you're trying to take credit? Estelle suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately after, a group of dark-clad soldiers suddenly charged out. She softly said, This mission has been in the works for a long time. Elisa nervously thought, What? All the guests here are like that, but she didn't hesitate and stepped forward to Corin. There are 2 level 1 knights here. Step back now. He softly said, Alyssa, stop. Corin scowled and looked closely at each of them. You guys are the ones who directly expose the secret punishers. The ones who dare to suppress demon people are secretly part of the new religion's conspiracy, right? Mordecai looked incredulous, his eyebrows unconsciously furrowing. How do you know about that? Estelle, with good intentions, warns that revealing too much about yourself can be dangerous. You seem to be misunderstanding. I'm not in any danger. Suddenly, several arcs of lightning flashed behind you. I don't need Alyssa for a unit like this. I can handle it alone. Mordecai immediately clenched her teeth in anger. This rude brat, but Estelle didn't seem annoyed at all. Instead, he raised his hand to stop. Stop right there, Vice Captain Mordecai. Her pupils flickered with a sinister light. As expected, Estelle became even more certain at that moment. It seems he truly is the one who owns the sun. Corin Locke, you here, slowly making a proposal. Let's negotiate. I have 2 conditions. She sneered with satisfaction and glanced at Rin, who had already fallen asleep from the alcohol. Fine. The first condition is to take this person. Is that right? What are you willing to pay? Corin responded immediately without hesitation. Elder Morosutan, the leader of the Black Faction. If the goal is truly to punish those oppressing demons, then no one is more suitable than him. Then he quickly finalized his decision, saying, I will provide evidence of the illegal experiments he conducted on demonized beings. After hearing this, Estelle stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, well, if it's that level of information, her eyes will be wide open. The private land behind Antec Village Mountain northeast, with a wooden house quite close to the demon tower, you're sharing that much information without any conditions? Estelle asked directly, what do you want? My target is to reveal Corin's face with a malicious smile. This time the goal is to capture all the mages of the Dark Demon Tower here. I should add that the Dark Demon Tower has now become a den of depraved dark magic. From lowly soldiers to elder mage thieves, none of their loyal disciples are clean. Mordecai couldn't help but immediately brush it off. There's no way that's possible. You think catching all of them is that easy? If we leave them alone, they will team up with Tespenaz to betray humanity. That is the embodiment of evil. Corin paid no attention to him and focused on settling things. Elder Morisutan seems to have already handed you over. You guys can take her, I'll handle the rest. After a moment of hesitation, Estelle finally agreed. All right, she even spoke quite comfortably. So I'll hand over the person we catch today to you. Mordecai roars in anger. The Holy Maiden adds, from the very first condition, I've already given you so much leeway. Do you feel any emotion? Estelle's eyes flickered with a dark glint. And the second condition, what do you want? Corin moved closer with good intentions. From now on, let's cooperate. As long as it's not politics, I will actively help the Saintess. And in return, you deliberately emphasize, pray for me. She suddenly chuckled upon hearing this. Well, you see, you know my abilities. Estelle then changed back to her radiant, flower-like appearance. All right, as long as your holy power allows, I will pray for you. Since we are all living under the same roof, it's not difficult. The Saintess's prayer is a powerful support that can only be received at the end of the story. Corin warmly shook hands. So the prayer schedule is just the Saintess casually dropping the word sister. He looked at her blankly. Yes. Estelle cheerfully stepped forward and said, call me sister, little brother. Corin was momentarily at a loss, unable to believe that you could call the Saintess and the princess at the same time. The more she enjoyed it, the more she pushed forward. I told you to call me sister, and you're arguing? Estelle winked and linked arms with him. Don't you see we're going to be very close? Your brother's progress is so fast. Do you think it's okay? The scene shifts to Julin returning and closing the door behind him. He anxiously bites his finger. Relin is also out of contact, and who cares if Manroji lives or dies? Julin fidgets with the thorn bracelet, tears in his eyes. Relin, it's because of her that I feel life is worth living again. As long as it joins the evil sect, I plan to spoil it for a long time, and even prepared a slave seal for it. Whoever dares to touch my Rin. Just then, a delivery message suddenly came through the door. Here it is. He shouted loudly, left it at the door, then walked away. Not long after, Julin opened the door to find only a stone rolling on the floor. What the hell is this? When he picked it up, he suddenly saw it start to glow. A recording stone? The stone in his hand projects a large screen showing Rin being blinded by someone. Julin's face suddenly paled. No way! Jur on the screen screams with joy. A young, beautiful female mage. Exactly my type. I am truly so lucky. He yelled in fury. Relin? Relin shouted loudly. Help me! This place is the suburbs of the city! Julin growled loudly. No, don't do that. I'll be there right away. He dashed off like an arrow shot from a bow. I will be there right away. From the beginning, my target wasn't these petty minions, but the Tower Master, the wizard Huang Kim Rin. The problem is, among the 50 new mages entering the academy this time, no one knows who the Huang Kim mage really is. However, at least there is someone I can recognize who isn't involved. Julin almost rushed straight to the outskirts. He threw open the door and called out loudly for Rin. The late-blooming love side quest fell into a trap of falling in love with a young girl from the Black Faction. Julin painfully looks at Relin's miserable state right now. Who is Relin? It's a story involving the old mage Jolin. He is sweating profusely. Who could have done this? Julin told himself he would save them. Before he could finish speaking, Corin struck one side of his face with a blade, stunning him. The dark mage Manroji, whom he had captured, was the same. The secret gambling side quest is that while Manroji is busy raking in money, Corin suddenly rushes in and slams his head to the floor. He was originally caught by the player for cheating at cards. All those involved in the side quests in the script, like Relin, Jolin, and Manroy, are definitely not Golden Crown mages. Julin, just waking up, was frightened by the blood-red scene around him. What the hell is this? Do you know who I am? He struggled in fear as Corin clenched his jaw. What is this? Why are you torturing me without even asking questions? Just ask whatever you want. In addition, for the main characters in the side missions, You use tools to keep Julin's mouth open. Maybe they are lying too. One by one, Korin laughed maniacally as he poured pig blood into Julin's mouth and turned him into a blood demon. This guy's pretty fierce, huh? He weakly cries out in pain. You casually say, you have to eat 32 liters of pig blood to become a blood demon? Korin finally got bored of watching the result for a while, but then he looked at Julin with disdain. Another zombie again? The zombie is a servant of the blood demon. If still a virgin, you become a vampire. If not, you turn into a zombie. Korin suddenly blocked the attack. Roji's name is the same. Why are they all so innocent? In this world, is being a virgin a sin? Mari happily raised her hand beside her. I only held my dad's hand too. But what about Korin? Mari Duong stared with bloodshot eyes and asked, so you're going to become a vampire? Korin didn't pay attention and simply interrupted. First, please help this guy regain his composure. Korin looked at Julin, certain that now he was just a henchman and wouldn't be able to lie.
Now, my friend, tell me everything you know.
Marriott started to ask what your name was, and Julin hesitantly replied. Julin, I am Julin. Tell me your plan to leave. Julin, why did you come to this city? He was terrified, but could only grit his teeth and reveal the truth. Marriott Dunob narrows her eyes and asks sharply. And then? Julin was forced to reveal the name Errol to assassinate Principal Errol Casa. Marriott coldly questions, why is he stammering? If that's the case, she impatiently shouted back loudly. He trembled with fear, let out a sob, and then recounted the story. The master of the magic tower, we only know the great mage Huang Kim Rin. We only follow his orders. Julin growled, since it's an important matter, he will personally take part in the mission. It's unclear whether he infiltrated the red or the black faction, but he's definitely become one of us now. Korin slowly smirked with a twisted smile. You grin widely and laugh. I have all the necessary information now. The next step is Korin happily slapping his face. Dear Professor Julin, as for a few low-level mages going missing here and there, well, I keep them all. If you want to save them, gather enough gold to fill a ship within a week, as your fists grow stronger with each beat. Otherwise, Korin would grin wickedly and say, every night I will cut off the fingers of those mages one by one. This guy was the first one. Elder Adam's small screen kept echoing some sinister laughter. He swallowed his anger, unable to speak. Julin, this fool! If he weren't my disciple, I would have discarded him long ago. A dark-clad wizard whispers from behind. This is a matter for the red faction. Even if it's our black faction's internal affairs, we shouldn't proceed with the plan unilaterally. Elder Adam angrily turned around and snapped, shut your mouth! You little brat, who gave you permission to speak up like that? Moston remained silent and said, after all, no faction can act alone without permission. He carefully mentioned Professor Josephine, the space wizard. Say it. Even if we want to capture that vampire and the principal, the witch will definitely use space magic to escape. Most continued. So we created chaos right when the teachers finished the term at the academy, hoping to distract the space witch while she was saving students. But that clown managed to find out our plan. He coldly stepped forward to face Elder Admik. Fine, the dark faction will help too. But you're not planning to split the gold, are you? Elder Admired looked at Moston with a dark gaze. That's right, the Demon Tower doesn't negotiate with clowns, he concluded in a deep voice. Then we have to catch that clown. How does Elder Adam plan to do it immediately? Moston carefully outlined a plan to track him. Isn't it the perfect time since the one we support has just enrolled in the academy? Elder Adam muttered to himself after hearing that. That's right. The image of Miruam appears in their minds at the same time. If it were her, she would definitely know the true identity of that clown. Second Princess Miruam. Miruam has seen Korin's disguise at the hunting ground in the forest. The face of the clown with the cane over his shoulder emerging from the fire is an unparalleled Terraweld nightmare. Because the tower is Miruam's biggest sponsor, she will naturally reveal your identity to the tower and cooperate with them. So, the Thap Demon's plan to capture Marriott or Principal Ario will shift their focus to Korin. All arrows are now aimed directly at him. They will immediately plant someone in the special dormitory to capture Korin. At that moment, he will wipe them all out at once, with Korin and his team defending from within and eliminating the enemies from outside. This is your plan A, but Korin's laughter on the screen suddenly becomes distorted. Oh my god, what is this? Moston stood nearby, unable to hide her excitement. So you figured it out, right? Then she suddenly turned cold and said, I don't know. Are there really that many clowns in this world? Elder Adam was very surprised. Is that so? The next day at the bakery, Korin suddenly exclaimed, what? He was stunned and asked Jin Mustali again. Princess Miruam never said a word about me, did she? He nodded slowly in confirmation. Yes, senior. Korin, a bit confused, wondered why. Jin Mustali widened his eyes, looking at the person opposite him. I also didn't know, after all, the senior's name was never mentioned. What is this? Could Miruam really be on our side? If that's the case, my plan will be completely off. Just as Korin hurriedly stood up, Jin Mustali's expression suddenly looked a bit strange. Senior, you only just casually said a word now. Thanks. I'm busy, so I have to go first. As promised, the informant still maintains that puzzled look in response. No, it's not that. Jin Mustali looked at those panda eyes and couldn't help but feel worried. I think you should rest for a bit. Are you okay? He smiled and replied, it's okay. Korin slowly turned his back and left the shop. There's still another plan to consider. Calculating all variables, Corrin doesn't intend to lose his master uselessly like last time. Elsewhere, Estelle's faction and Morin face each other. She declared firmly, Elder Moran of the Magic Tower, you are under arrest for illegal human experimentation, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful detention. He immediately retorted, what is going on? Are you planning to suppress our Magic Tower? Mostan said through gritted teeth. Princess Estelle chuckled softly. Of course I, a saintess, still acknowledge the authority of the Demon Tower, but Estelle changed her tone coldly. We have received a report. The matter is very serious and the evidence is too clear. Seeing what was brought in, Mostan's face immediately darkened. How did my experiment documents end up here? When he was forcibly taken away, he unconsciously fell into suspicion, but it was actually me who was curious. Morstan's laboratory frequently changes locations, and even their entire Black Crow team can't track it down. I didn't expect you to lie, but I never thought you could gather enough evidence in such a short time. Moreover, the documents Corrin Locke gave her were not prepared in advance. Every stone, paper file, or anything in the cardboard box was all the latest material. If there was any movement from the Academy, that suspicious Monston would definitely have moved the laboratory again. So all of this was prepared by him in just a few days? Were you really planning to overthrow the Demon Tower on your own? Corrin Locke, for the great progress of scholarship to continue, a suitable sacrifice is necessary. The witch hunt was created as a form of discrimination and oppression against Demonkin. The cries were buried in flames, but the old church and the Magic Tower failed, defeated by the three hero companions alongside the new church, Professor Joseph Tess Banhazat and Aaron Danua. Then, the witch hunt was called the Witch Revolution. The authority of the former mage and the Demon Tower weakened further after their defeat. In the end, the former church and the Demon Tower are now collaborating with Bant Thog to destroy the Academy, with Tess Banha under the command of Miroim. They thought it would be easy until recently. At night, the red and black factions started to roar at each other. How the hell did the new religion find out about and attack the secret laboratory? Don't tell me this is also the clown's doing. Or is he a spy for the new religion? The furious black-robed man said, we must act before the master is taken to the holy land of the church. We must infiltrate the Academy and take advantage of the chaos to rescue them. The person in the red cloak also shouted in frustration, stop talking nonsense. We already have enough trouble with that strange clown finding out. In this situation, what kind of night are you talking about? Hurry back to the tower. Elder Admake then cut in coldly, covering his mouth. The flames surrounding him suddenly blazed fiercely. That pressure made the dark sorcerer involuntarily stammer. Yes. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed out. Elder Admiral! He looked down and shouted loudly, Elder Adam screaming wildly. Now that Elder Moran has been captured, one person alone won't be enough. It's time for the master of the Demon Tower to step in and help. He silently pressed his lips together among the mages, as the fierce flames behind him suddenly vanished into nothingness, and strange fragments began to appear in the sky. All the glowing lines of light drift past Elder Admage, quickly forming the floating words, K-C-H-A witch. He instinctively turned his head back to catch the witch. How could he do that? Another line of text appears, and the method is revealed. A faint smile finally curves on his lips. All right then, Elder Admake, leading the Red Faction mages, should lead the entire army to carry out the plan immediately. Northwest MK3, where a small house is surrounded by mountains. There is a secret maker seal here. This is something engraved since the War of the Necromancer. Only Aaron Danua and Josephine know this secret. So when the signal from the Mars seal was emitted, she naturally thought it was a message from Aaron Danua and rushed over. Professor Josephine didn't expect to be ambushed here. She raised her voice. You are Elder Adam and the mages who set up the fire barrier. Long time no see. The witch unleashed a massive energy source with destructive power from countless combined flames. Professor Josephine desperately tried to create a shield to protect herself. Damn it. Are you loudly questioning if you were the ones who activated the Mars seal? How did you find out the location of this Mars? Elder Admake smirked confidently because the master of the Magic Tower has a very powerful ally, and there's another person who also knows the location of the Mars seal. There were 3 heroes who participated in the Wizard War. It was only then that Professor Josephine realized Tess Banaz. She roars in anger. Did you really make a deal with him? What about the consequences that will follow? He nonchalantly brushed it off. Now rules no longer matter. Rather, a flicker of resentment flashed in Elder Adam's eyes. From the very beginning, allowing the demon path to follow the law was a mistake. From the heavenly beastmen to vampires, he feels discontented wherever he thinks of them. Protecting experimental beings like animals just for human rights or ethics is utterly ineffective. Not to mention, they also bring in ordinary criminals and teach them magic recklessly. Your academy only hinders the development of the demon path. She was driven mad just by listening. Do you know that? Professor Josephine shouted in anger. You haven't changed at all. At first it was from the demon race, then from the demon humans. She can't forget the days spent looking at the world through cold iron bars, and then it was the witches. You always hate and hunt down anyone who dares to oppose you or use magic. The more you speak, the deeper the resentment in your heart becomes. But when the hunt was over, they locked me up as a child and started arguing over how to share and experiment on me. In the end, one side said fire magic was fundamental. They said dark magic was the true core, and they started fighting. The screams and cries hit the iron door and echoed back. Professor Josephine's eyes welled with tears as she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Irinua appeared like a divine savior. "I am here to save my child," Professor Josephine continued, angrily saying. "Until your heart is pierced by Aaron Danua's spear, you have no interest in magic. Just a bunch of pathetic people who spend their lives filled with hatred for someone." Her shield is starting to expand now, but Elder Adam is actually enjoying it and smirking. As expected, she is the main character of the Water Revolution. He then used fire magic to pierce the shield and pin down Professor Josephine. But don't let your guard down. Elder Adam raised his hand, preparing to attack again. This body can hold your current form for at least 3 days. He has prepared a perfect plan. Although I feel a bit regretful to hand over the great mission to those dark magic sects, while I am holding you captive, the Demon Tower will kill Chairman Isle, capture the graduating students, and return to the Demon Tower. Elder Admake laughed cruelly with pleasure. In just 3 days, the Academy will be gone. Only those chosen will stay behind to pursue the peak of the Demon Way in the new heaven. Korin's sudden voice made him involuntarily stiffen. 3 days, 3 minutes left. That's longer. Elder Adam roared fiercely and spun around. "Who's that?" You stand calmly alone in front of the raging fire approaching. Professor Josephine saw Nui and frantically shouted, "Get out of the way, Student Korin. He is a senior elder." Korin simply cut in gently. "Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know why they never change?" Before Professor Josephine could react, he calmly said they hadn't been hid enough yet. "Plan B." Korin's spear pointed toward the man in his small group. "You guys get beaten up first, then activate the rescue for the professor." Meanwhile, Jen and John realize they're late for class and rush over as fast as they can. "We're here," a wrench said sternly in a loud voice. "You're late, Student Ren." Student John. Jen, panting heavily, still managed to apologize. He frowned and scolded the two of them. "Today was the first day you were taking on a monster elimination mission. Even though it's just the common level 4 monster, with that spirit, what can it do? I hate having to say it a second time."
"What did I say?" Ren and Do shouted in unison.
A good guard not only needs strength, but also to keep their promises about timing. After hearing this, Alga Renchi nodded in agreement. "All right, fine." He stopped scolding and just urged the two of us to get on the carriage. "Let's go now. Our mission today is to eliminate the common level monsters." Jen sighs and turns away to breathe. "It's because I don't have him that I'm like this." Jaw whispered softly. "That's right. Every day he's the one waking us up." Ren couldn't hold back and shouted in frustration. "Where have you been all morning?" My brother said so again. The situation at Korin's side is now in a desperate state. He clenched his wild spear and said, "Let's first take the hit." Professor Josephine was very surprised. "Why is Korin's student here?" "It's simple. When the people of the Demon Tower are cornered, they will definitely target the most difficult person to deal with." "Josephine, have you prepared a backup plan?" Ancient language pursuit. Korin kneels and prepares to launch. "Elder Admiral, I'm really disappointed. This is not where you should be. You said that with fierce determination as you charged forward. Isn't that your favorite disciple? Master." At that moment, Elder Admake suddenly felt a strange suspicion in his heart. That face. That voice. When he thought of the only answer, he couldn't help but scream in terror. "Are you the clown?" Elder Adam looked at the swirling fire magic in your chest, his armor resisting mid-level magic thanks to fire resistance. But he had already lost his sword. He gathered a huge source of energy in his hand, ready to attack with a heat that would burn everything to dust. The Red Faction mages periodically combined their strength to strengthen the magic circle, with forces from both sides working together to amplify the firepower. The magic circle above the mages erupted into a final blazing tornado, forming a mighty force like a miniature sun, an ultimate skill of the Celestial Red Faction, spitting fire without mercy. Nothing could withstand its burn. Elder Autumn shouted loudly, unleashing a spell at the speed of a meteor aimed at Korin, who calmly prepared for battle, accepting the enemy's flames with a disdainful smile as the celestial fire burst forth with all its power, barely denting the ground. Korin stood motionless within the fire as Elder Aiden, face pale with fear, was overwhelmed by the dust and wind, unable to believe what he saw. You slowly step forward with your familiar terrifying smile. It's not just about resisting fire. Korin bathed in the celestial fire but was not burned at all, causing him to be utterly terrified. That is both a counter and an absolute counter. You keep laughing more and more eerily now. Elder or whatever, it doesn't matter. Korin raises his spear and summons firepower. If you rely on fire, you're not worthy to be my opponent. The move you're about to unleash is Clausulous Solar Convergence. You yourself haven't been able to do it yet. But with this amount of heat, Korin can do it easily without much difficulty. He calmly unleashes his next move. Clausulous, the solar form. A devastating strike erupts in an instant, darkening the vast sky. He and the mages struggled to resist that fierce magical force, while Elder Admake froze like a statue as the light consumed him. Unbelievable. The smoke and dust linger, leaving behind a terrible aftershock. Korin lowered his spear to the ground as the scene gradually became clearer in his eyes. The charred corpses lay scattered across the ground. Korin steadied himself in the hollow and took a breath. Professor Josephine was deeply impressed, truly remarkable.
You admit he's a very strong opponent. Yes, after all, he's one of Danaon's 4 great treasures. She lightly interrupted him. No, I'm talking about you. Corrin Locke. The solar system completely counters both the red faction using fire magic and the black faction using demonic creatures. Professor Josephine is probing Corrin's intentions. You had anticipated and prepared for this incident at the Magic Tower in advance. He glanced away, but she couldn't tell what was in his eyes. Corrin Locke has too many strange points about this child. Being cautious and suspicious is only natural, but Professor Josephine obviously remembers that you entered the academy to protect this world. She finally leaned towards trusting the image of this young man, the one bearing the great responsibility. Professor Josephine suddenly felt that Corrin resembled Aaron Danua, merging with the image of justice. She draped her arm around his neck to help him up. I will help, without any hesitation. What is the next plan? Corrin had already calculated everything carefully. According to the plan, the next target is Senior Marriott. I've also arranged everything on that end. You originally came from within the enemy's core. The sorcerers of the Demon Tower have 2 objectives. One is to assassinate Principal Alcasa, and the other is to capture Marriott Donilov. Corrin had something he didn't expect. At first, I planned to be the target instead of her, but Princess Maruam unexpectedly sided with me, so things got a bit complicated. I stayed calm though, since I already had a backup plan. The official opening day of the Dunalb shopping chain was quite lively, and Corrin's plan proceeded smoothly. While you assist Miss Josephine, Marriott cheerfully said, It's okay. I'll ask you to handle the arrangements. She deliberately joins attention-grabbing events in easily noticeable places, gradually moves to less crowded areas, and then chooses a suitable spot to carry out the ambush. She couldn't help but feel strange. Isn't it too soon? There are too many eyes watching here. Marriott looked around carefully for a moment, probably being cautious. If there was no ambush, just pretend to be getting on the carriage and walk away. She slipped out of the dark alley and onto the main road. If they come, this is the place. Marriott looked at the row of connected carriages. Just as Corrin said, if they catch us here, we can use the carriages to escape immediately. She stepped forward with fierce determination. Diwa, everything is perfectly prepared. 2 shadowy figures with hidden weapons appear in the alley opposite Marriott. Let's go! She recognized Waran and Elisa and lowered her guard. Marriott found it strange, but Elisa looked at her blankly. Corrin said he would come this way. The deserted road stretched out and Marriott was suspicious. Why is no one appearing at the Demon Tower? Deep in the western mountain forest, an unlucky wild boar screams painfully. I stepped on its corpse with pride. Ren, look, I just caught a giant wild boar. Ren nonchalantly replied, I caught an even bigger one, but she was actually preoccupied with something else, and found it strange that the forest seemed to lack pig scent significantly. I heard it's the breeding season, so there should be a lot of them. Last year, Professor Dina even bought many for experiments. The board leader looked down and said, So we've made it deep into the forest, but why do we only see this much? He sniffed. Today, Ren, don't you smell anything strange? Ren lowered her eyes to examine the source of the foul scent. She definitely turned around. Sure enough, she detected someone sneaking after her. The smell of rotting flesh is decomposing. Someone, come out quickly! The figure in black calmly steps out from behind the bushes. Even the elder-level dragon is very valuable, but the black man's heir, Professor Akai, is emitting a strong aura of death, and the golden-furred wolves are no ordinary foes. Professor Akai thought to himself that they are just as rare as vampires, with 2 young and still inexperienced ones, making them easier to capture. Moston would surely be very pleased to find such a treasure. He summoned an army to fight the boss with blazing red eyes. All the boss fighters in this forest have already been killed. Professor Akai patiently persuades you not to resist and to obediently follow him, as you are extremely valuable specimens. John raises his hand to defend himself. Ren, also ready to toss each one aside, can't help but look at them with pity. You intend to resist me? How unfortunate. Professor Akai waved his hand, signaling the Fang Bo gang to charge forward freely. If the specimens are too badly injured, how can I face Lord Moran? The bloodthirsty fangs lunged at the 2 kids fighting over the juicy prey, and in the next second, a massive explosion shook the forest, causing a shockwave that spread for miles. At the same time, at the entrance of the western mountain forest, Aeon Renshi swung his sickle with a powerful horizontal strike, smashing the 3 approaching Pang boss from all directions. Everyone formed a defensive formation, fighting side by side to protect each other. Fang boss is a species with unique mutations and chaotic behavior, so their numbers must be periodically controlled each year. These 4-star Fang boss monsters attack targets en masse. He swings his staff, fighting and scolding at the same time. If you struggle to lead the students to destroy the monsters, then what happens if you can't save them? Aeon Renshi scolds the dark sorcerers. You dirty dark mages, you are not allowed to harm the Academy's students. That is a serious violation of the treaty. A cold voice from a dark mage, actually looking down on no one. Neither you nor those students care about the Magic Tower. If you don't resist, we won't harm you. He paused. So what is your goal then? The dark mage replied succinctly, It was those wolf monsters. Algan Renshi growled irritably. Really troublesome. I hate having to repeat myself. He grits his teeth. Those guys are clearly still lacking. Jen and John will ultimately have to face the level B boss alone. However, the two kids, Yang and Vu, struck with lightning-fast moves, chopping down enemies like butchers slaughtering pigs on a stove. Each one was pierced by sharp claws, splattering blood everywhere. They are growing up. Jaw's bloodstained hand in this form further displays his aura. He defends his students to the end, whether they are demons or beastmen, if they have learned and grown at the academy. Renchi brandished his scythe to intimidate, but they are students. The fierce dark mage pointed aggressively. You dare to confront the demon tower? He simply responded with a cold, faint smile. Dare to confront me? Algan Renchi swung his sickle, gathering dark energy. You were the ones who attacked my student first, he said through clenched teeth with a cold face and bulging veins. It's you guys. Transition to the special dormitory. Corin loudly calls out Senior Marriott. Marriott is also urgently looking for you, Corin. She worries if it's the same person. I followed Corin's instructions, but there was no attack at all. Corin stroked his chin, wondering if Rick had already discovered everything. Their original plan was to attack Josephine Marriott and Chairman Errol all at once. The red and black factions are working together quite closely, so he set the trap and waited. 30 of Fiend's mages have disappeared. Corin went to assist Professor Josephine. You caught the red team but don't know where they went. Maruam suddenly pushed the door open from somewhere.
Are you wondering where the mages of the Demon Tower went? She appears like a ghost, but never frightens anyone.
Miriam smirks faintly. Corin is surprised. Princess Muruam returns to the deep forest. Professor Akai is stunned to see the broken heads and tails scattered on the green grass as he praises his own targeting eyes. As expected, Kim Lang truly lives up to its reputation as being just as valuable as the Elder Vampire. Several dark mages clasp their hands together, deathly aura surrounding and obscuring our faces as we have tamed even death itself, combining multiple corpses with dark magic to create monsters. Professor Akai held his head high and summoned the newly formed monster. How can beasts stand against dark magic? Jia Sai steps forward to warn. Ren Zhen looks up at the dark magic. I understand, she shouted loudly as soon as the monster crouched and chased after the two of them. Run fast, it flashed past and managed to knock both of them down. Ren and Jia lost their balance and fell flat on the ground. The two kids sat up dazed, gasping for breath. The furious monster, having just missed its prey by mistake, was frantically searching for it. What is this? What is with this destructive power? He soaked with sweat in a corner. Surprised, aren't you? It's hard for a creature like you to understand. This is the essence of the demonic life force. Ren and John decide to attack from two sides. They struck it with two sharp cold claws. I have studied the essence of synthetic life to increase the muscle density of creatures. If you calculate the muscle density of each individual and control every fiber precisely, Doan Yanrang feels that this strike is useless, as both strength and endurance surge. He helplessly watches the three shimmering streaks carve into the monster's neck. Are there no wounds? Because mentioning her, that guy is fast and strong, his aura still unshaken. Yes, I understand. The two kids decided to charge again, remembering what Corin once said, but you taught them a lesson. There are people in the academy faster than me and two stronger than me. Corin chuckled triumphantly. But if we fight, I will win every time, Jen and John asked naively. How so? He replied calmly. First, John rushes at its arm with lightning speed. His eyes flash with intense manipulation. John jumps up and lands a punch on the monster's shoulder to lure its gaze and deceive the opponent. He calls down. Ren now. Corin's warning echoes in your mind as you strike the weak spot. Ren aims for its leg to grab it. If claws don't work, then bite with the jaws without rushing. Just keep repeating like that. She skillfully learns to bite through the monster's ankle. It can't resist and immediately screams in pain. Victory is ours. Just as the gene slips back, the monster collapses in defeat. Well done. She happily looked up at the blue sky. It's over now. Just keep going like this. Ren suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She reverts to her beastman form, clutching her neck and making no sound. What is this? He panicked and hurriedly ran over. Ren. The monster suddenly rose up, blocking the two of them, its sharp claws moving as fast as lightning. The monster pierced the genetic soldier's body when she was at her weakest. Jaw screamed in agony, unable to react. Professor Akai sneers maliciously, stroking his jaw. Stupid beasts. The flesh of the chimera is pure poison. He quickly realizes the disadvantage and, unaware of the danger, dares to rush in and bite. Wait, killing it before the experiment even begins, what's left to do then? He gritted his teeth, waiting for the rage to erupt. Be quiet. Jaw, engulfed in flames, throws a powerful punch filled with pure hatred. The monster effortlessly blocked the strike before it could reach Professor Akai. He panicked and tried to stop it. Wait a moment, don't kill it, capture it alive for me. Losing a leg is okay. The close bond and reliance between the wolf siblings, the monster roars wildly. He is determined not to give up. If one of them falls first, the other will definitely... Jaw swiftly slashed with his claws, carving a herringbone pattern into its flesh. He unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes like a deadly net, sending sprays of blood flying. The monster's endurance with these deadly moves has exceeded its limit. Professor Akai, with wide eyes, watched in horror as they were defeated in an instant. He stared in horror, eyes wide open, completely awakened. The flames on Joe's body suddenly turned black and became berserk.
He is desperately begging for the fire of hatred. I will kill you all. I will kill every last one of you. Professor Akai immediately ordered, kill it. What kind of experiment is this? Kill them first. The dark mages immediately set up a magic circle to counter. Yes, Professor Akai. Jaw ignores magic and keeps rushing into the fight head first. He frantically swiped with his claws, blood splattering in circles. He trembled in fear and crawled backward. No way, my disciple. Jaw's final move was about to finish Professor Akai off. Die. A figure descended from the windless sky. Korin just happened to appear and block that attack. Korin? He is. He cried out in frustration. Ren is dead. Why are you only arriving now? You should have come earlier. The sibling wolves live for each other. John helplessly punches his chest. Why does one side go crazy and lose all reason when the other dies? Korin presses the spear into the ground to find a point of focus. He then held him tightly and apologized, saying, I'm late, aren't I? Korin calms himself down. Jen is still alive. Marriott is giving Jen medicine to treat her. Her wounds are very serious. If they had been a little slower, it truly would have been dangerous. He whispered her name, Len. Trunqui's condition is no longer life-threatening. She just fainted. It's okay now. John burst into tears on your shoulder. Korin's brothers kept reassuring him. It's okay, don't worry. He lowered his eyes with a blank stare as the scene rewinds to Maruam coming to tell Korin the news. The Demon Tower has gone after those wolves. You seem a bit confused. Why did she say that to me? Princess Myrom is backed by the Demon Tower. She would never willingly reveal the location of the mages. She smiled mysteriously. I just gave up something very precious. There won't be a next time. Korin didn't say goodbye, just acting as if I owed her once. Maruam whispered, I know. She turned her head with a calculating look and said, you will definitely pay for this debt. He then carried his wound to deal with the disturbance at the forest entrance. Whether it's the black side or the red side, everyone sat down neatly in line. Yes, bow your head even lower and stop showing your face. Augen Renshi breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, none of the first-year students were seriously injured. Korin sincerely appreciates Professor Augen risking his life to protect us. He sincerely admits, no, it's not my achievement. Augen Renshi looks at the talented students. The new students' equipment is far superior to last year's. With gear made from expensive magic stones, they can now protect themselves. He spoke softly as an elder had done before. When mentioning Waran generously distributing magic stones to students, Augen Renshi felt a bit excited. That's the result of putting all our assets into it. Korin scratched his head and smiled. Not everything, just half. Professor Josephine's urgent voice rang out. Student Korin. Korin took a step forward. Excuse me, ma'am, the situation has just stabilized, she interrupted. It's an emergency. Professor Josephine is seriously injured and reporting. The mirror that the chairman is holding begins to react, and he stands there stunned for a moment after hearing that. Could it be that Korin remembers Miriam's words that you will have to pay for this debt? The red faction attacked Professor Josephine, and you start to recall. Once again, there's an ambush on Jen and John in the deep forest involving both the red and black factions. Korin pieces together the events, but the golden mage still does not appear. You thought of something and suddenly launched an attack on your own. Could it be the chairman? Even with the antidote from the regressant, the scenario is returning to its original course. Professor Josephine begins to activate the teleportation gate. You must go now. Stay alert. This time, it's different from the red and black faction games you used to imagine. Korin remembered this in his heart. I know. Anyway, I will go. But you're no longer helpless like before. Marriott is united and determined. I also agree. I can't go against the path Korin has chosen. An elite vampire and a creature as hard as diamond. The swordsman walks through the realm, and Korin Locke, who holds the sun in his hand and possesses 3 aura cores. The current force is enough to face the golden archmage. Professor Josephine leads the way through the space gate, and Korin quickly follows. The scene before her left her stunned. Chairman, your breath slightly tightens for a moment. In misfortune, there is also hope. Professor Josephine hurriedly ran over. Chairman Ario's body is not completely destroyed yet, but causing him to end up like this is indeed a formidable opponent. You grit your teeth. A top-tier grand mage. Korin turned to see 4 shadowy figures, the 4 great treasures of Luaden, gathered in one place under the endless sunlight of Eridawa. The forging of the infinite sun sword Clausulus, Andric Junskis, the passionate one removing his hat to greet Timoris, the long-time standing captain of O. Bourbon looking down at the other. We meet again on this fateful bridge. Is fate really forcing us into this situation? To die or to kill? That is the question. The final golden lock has finally broken free from the chains of the celestial rituals, now unlocked and displaying a backup system. The system is analyzing related individuals. First, Tom Nor with an A+ relevance. Next, the dark figure on the left, Dun Sky, also A+, the arrogant blonde O, A+, and the one sitting on the throne. Tess Bantaz, S relevance. The system shows a 740% increase in hero status. Korin Locke, defeat evil and save the world. Korin couldn't believe his eyes. Why was it him? Tess Bantha replied coldly and indifferently that fate has bound our destinies together. Is the atmosphere around him thick with murderous intent? Are you ready? The young man hesitated. Tess Bantha is right. Tess Banjiat looked at you with a cunning expression. Are you surprised? He continues, I only came to see the student who has repeatedly ruined my plans and even stole your brain. Korin silently thought to himself, yeah, you think I might be going too far with the provocation, right? He glances back, secretly thinking that luckily Director Ario hasn't been eliminated, and no matter what happens, it must be stopped at all costs. You think about the events that happened before. Both in the game and in the previous round, Korin was unable to prevent Ario from being destroyed. And when the true body stepped into the real world, the Master was finally killed by Bantaz. Thanks to Korin revealing the assassination plan in advance, the Master was able to evacuate in time. Eri trembled as she spoke. Korin, I'm sorry. Korin thought to himself that only the heroes who participated in the Witch War knew the location of this place. Then he remembered Tess Banzazat's treacherous face, but he didn't expect him to personally take action. Korin let out a sigh, unexpected indeed, and once again an unforeseen event far beyond the plan has occurred. He raised his weapon, no problem. Korin will take control of this situation. His gaze, filled with the murderous intent, charged forward. I always shift towards a better path. Demonic dragon unleashing its head. Korin clenched his teeth as if enduring something. The realm everyone martial artist dreams of. A domain, a swift strike aimed at the gap in consciousness. Tess Banha sneers coldly and also uses weapons to attack you. The poison dragon unleashes its head, easily breaking through as if nothing. His cold gaze fixates intensely on Korin. He has already unleashed his domain, he thought, the legend of Hero Ahan, a clash of deadly martial arts techniques. Korin grits his teeth and pushes himself harder. This won't be enough. The second realm. Tess Banha then smiled with satisfaction. That's a beautiful spear. The Scarlet Snake is really impressive. Dragon King appears. Korin looks frightened, thinking to himself. This guy also keeps unleashing domains like the Sword Demon. The system shows a backup notification for the Denoric system with relevance levels A+ Dun Sky, A+ OHB, A+ C+, considering the Bant Festival regulations related to you, with an increase of 740% in your stats. But I think so too. The two of them fought more fiercely, and the third realm battle became more intense with no one willing to give up. The fourth domain and the fifth. Tess Bantaz is now going completely insane. He laughed loudly. You've got the basics down, now try to speed up a little. Combining the sixth, Torin used all his strength until the veins bulged. The two of them like two missiles ready to collide at wind-breaking speed, both launching their attacks simultaneously, their eyes filled with provocation. Two sources of light clash as if opposing each other. Korin uses all his strength to withstand Tess Bantazat's attack. He tightly grips his spear, raises it high, then with all his strength strikes a decisive blow at him. Tess Bantazat remains unfazed and even more excited as he counters Korin, despite their techniques being identical. 1 second after the battle begins, both Warren and Marriott are stunned by those who cannot deploy their domain, unable to comprehend this abyss. War and Marriott rush over anxiously. Worried, Mari speaks. Korin. Suddenly, the two of them froze, still showing worried and tense expressions as if they had seen something. Alyssa suddenly appeared from behind them. Of course, the one who deploys the domain will have sharp eyes fixed straight ahead, ready to counterattack. Oh, Bress laughs loudly. And sword/domain is not an easy domain to handle. You have good talent. It's been a long time since the king last appeared. Tess Banta said dismissively, I think you'll find it quite interesting. Don't be too confident thinking your skill is unbeatable. War throws a punch at him. Don't be rude. But unfortunately, he easily dodged her punch. Tess Banat grabbed her arm with his large hand, leaving her no time to react, then swung forcefully, causing Waran and Alyssa to fall to the ground. Alyssa slammed her head down onto the ground, her face covered in blood and showing extreme pain. Waran took a deep breath, clearly terrified by what he saw. Tess Bana smiled triumphantly and swung his fist toward the tough Alyssa. Before he could strike, a figure dashed toward Alyssa. Warren uses her back to shield Alyssa from the deadly attack. Alyssa is overwhelmed with fear and lets out a faint cry. War throws a chain and shouts loudly, Stop right now! The chains fly toward Tess Banzat's large hand, tightening around him, causing him to stiffen slightly, as if he doesn't understand what is happening. Warren's face is filled with rage as his voice drops. You are definitely going to die! Suddenly, the chain is pulled hard, causing her to stumble. Nothing. Tessban frantically struggled, his massive body pulling on the chains. That is not my destiny, War shouted angrily. This damn thing! The chain suddenly snapped apart as he tore it, and she was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. He swung his arm forcefully, causing her to fall flat on the ground in front of her surprised face. He said, So, you're inexperienced? No matter how strong the body is, a concussion can still lead to the same outcome. The Tess vampire raises his sharp spear, preparing to thrust it down, then die. An unexpected attack froze him in place before he could strike. His eyes flicked over in disbelief. Seeing Marriott attack him, he asked her, Are you the blood-sucking demon? She felt very strange, as if she didn't understand what was happening. Marriott shouted loudly, summoning a Dioku Tasanta's monster to struggle free from the ice. He raised the spear, his crazed face commanding the 4 ancient relics of the Aaron Holy Spear to move automatically, piercing with certainty, hitting every target. He thrust the spear forcefully, and it immediately pierced through the monster's body. The spear tip was so close to Marriott's face that she screamed out loud, closing her eyes as if accepting her fate. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, stopping everything immediately. A ring of light appeared, and the spear flew straight into it. The glowing circle shrank and gradually disappeared. Tantha sneered, "So you threw the holy spear into another dimension? Only one person could have done this." "I'm looking straight at you, Josephine. My old friend, isn't it a bit too late to act now?" "Shut up. The traitor and the one who struck are not me. This is the closed solace solar reality, the maximum limit he can currently achieve. The sun, Buffon, amplified by magic to 740%, was unleashed." He turned to look directly at her. Even if the heart wasn't hit directly, that still was an incredibly rapid recovery blow. If that's the case, then it's no longer purely your strength. His face was incredibly calm. "Is it a rule? Maybe he made a vow completely opposite to mine, but bringing the sun to that extent is beyond your ability." Josephine shouted at him for a moment, but still endured. "Extraordinary multi-layered space teleportation magic. Oh, BR, watch the fun end comment. Run away? How pathetic." Dunsky sneered. "You think I'm just going to stand and watch?" Suddenly, a bright light from somewhere blinded them all. Corin appeared shouting, "Everyone, run now!" They immediately helped each other into the green circle. Josephine urged, "Hurry up." Corin's hair changes from white back to black as he steps into the blue circle, a sly smile on his face. "See you later." Test ban, furious, shouted loudly from the other side. Damn it. The blue light circle shrinks and then gradually disappears. Dunsky snapped out of his daze, curious if he would hit the mark. He replied coldly, "No, my spear will definitely hit the target." Mari is now extremely worried about Corin. Tess Banaz's voice continues to target the goal we aimed for from the beginning. Seeing the spear, he stepped forward to shield her. Marriott Sr., one more time merging into the body and one more time rewinding. Before the spear lunged forward, a hand forcefully pushed Corinza aside. The sword flew through, piercing Errol's body. You always change the script to a better outcome. That's what you used to think. But seeing Errol in pain but still forcing a smile, Corin shouted, "Director, I am extremely panicked." I quickly reached out to hold Errol's hand. "No, your hand was about to touch Errol's, but it was too late." Errol had completely disappeared, leaving only a tiny flicker of light that then vanished entirely. You couldn't change anything. The first beings to step on this land were mighty celestial giants, like countless other great spirits, and their era has also come to an end. And upon their bodies, true beings were born, sun, light, earth, sea, and all living things that represent everything. Dan Nan, they are the ones whom the people of this world call gods. They created a paradise and a perfect era of peace that lasted for centuries. The age of Dan Nan is considered the pinnacle of civilization. But as time went on, a new visitor arrived at that paradise, an insignificant and fragile species. But thanks to their burning desire and insatiable curiosity, they earned love from Danon. Their name is Goen, and they are humanity today. Dan, Ananeth bestowed upon them civilization and magic, and human civilization continued to flourish. Before long, their numbers grew to an unbelievable extent. But humanity refused to stop. They cut down the forests of Dre and Elvist and finally took this land from Dan's grasp. Each individual cannot compare, but the human numbers are too vast, 100 times greater than Dan. And so the era of Dan ended because of the humans they once nurtured. But Dan Nan remained steadfast, still longing for coexistence between humanity and this world until the very end. And Dan Nan, the last survivor in the frozen paradise of eternity, that is her. Dan Nan of righteousness, Aaron Danua. She is the only survivor who led humanity along the righteous path. All my disciples leave their names as heroes of this world, but she always bears the loneliness of being the last one remaining in this world. Therefore, she kept searching for legendary sites and relics left by her ancestors. Glorious. In the end, she discovered another Nan still sealed away, and that child eased her long-standing loneliness, becoming her happiness, so she gave it all her love, healing magic, and precious treasures. She loved that child like her own, like a teammate, like a lover, but she didn't know why this world had two different Nan. Those who wish for humanity to harmonize with the world left behind the righteous non-Nan, while those who desire humanity's destruction left behind the non-Nan of revenge. The coming of heaven. When the vengeful Nan learned the history of this world and his true identity, he wiped out all of humanity here to rebuild the paradise of the gods. So, 80 years ago, we prevented the descent of heaven and punished the traitor of Bontazat. Aaron Danua recounts, "In return, I was wounded and sealed away." She lowered her head, feeling helpless in the shadow of the royal city. Arinua's face was filled with deep sadness. So I always thought that Tess Banzard had died a long time ago, until now. This event occurs when Arinua's avatar is destroyed. When it ends, Arinua will leave the shadow of the royal city and ultimately perish at Bantaz's hands. Corin clenched his spear tightly, thinking to himself how much he hated this event. If anything strange happened, it was in this life. You have never had any connection with Arendanu before, so why is she talking to me? Someone who is not her disciple, Corin asked carefully. Are you mistaking me for Bantat's disciple? When we should be more cautious, why are you calling me here? Aaron Dan interrupted him. Kid? Her voice was steady.
You are my disciple, a child from the future trying to handle everything on your own. Korin was surprised and wondered to himself how that could be possible. Could you know what happened in Nazri? That doesn't matter right now. What's important is that she knows you're from the future. Then Korin's gaze became more determined than ever. Things will move forward more quickly now. Immediately strengthen the perimeter here and hide out for a while. Don't let anyone step in. Aaron Donua speaks up. Knowing the future doesn't mean you have to bear everything alone. You are the queen, the only queen of the heavens. On the chessboard, the king piece must always be protected. I have never been a king, but I was a master. My voice remains steady, and I am always a hero. You knew that even knowing the future, she would still choose to sacrifice. Korin approached Erinua's feet and knelt down, pleading. Please, beg them to stay put. Please don't leave this city. You must not continue this time. It can't be like before. I lose control and shout in Aaron Donua's face. We can change it. We can control it. Just need to prepare in advance and rewrite history like I have done until now. Aaron Danua gently touches your face, leaving you stunned. Then she embraces you. We've met again like this, reunited and cherishing each other, but we can't deny fate. Just like Erinua 3 years ago, and what I did in the future, I will trust and support you now. She continued, I will protect you. That is my duty and my choice. Korin opened his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe it. Hey, even though you know everything, in the end, nothing can be changed. Cut to a training ground a few days later. Korin is training frantically, and a voice echoes. Luckily, you still look fine. Black nibbled on popcorn and commented, well, that was the first time I saw Korin so truly sad. The kid continued, saying that during the director's funeral when Korin read the eulogy, he looked so sorrowful it was concerning, and I worried if he was okay. The kid sighed softly, but then after just one day, he trained crazily again. He really is a monster. Jir finds it confusing, and hey, don't you notice that the girls next to Korin are also getting upset? Senior Mary has gone back south, and Alyssa is in the hospital. He looked towards Moran, who was still conscious, probably the only one left. But seeing her proud expression, he quickly made an excuse. Oh, it can't be! War stepped forward and firmly held Korin's bleeding arm. He looked at her with curiosity while she scowled. She opened his hand and saw it was soaked in blood, then pushed it away and let go. Not yet, her voice catches his attention. He turns around to see her punch towards him, but the punch doesn't hit him directly and goes past to the side. A hole appears in the wall after the punch. War steps to the side. She reached out to the wall and beckoned Korin. Follow me. Outside, raindrops fall with a pattering sound. Korin is curious. What is she planning to do? Warren replied. It's too cramped inside to fight properly. With just a whoosh, her figure darted forward at wind-cutting speed, Warren's eyes turning wild. Challenge me then, let's have a proper fight. Korin feels utterly confused. What is that? Suddenly, he swung the spear straight at Warren. Her punch straightened your spear, and Warren's force caused it to tilt to one side. Korin was extremely surprised, thinking to himself that it was off. This was from the group exercise Sam had tried to teach Warren martial arts, but since she was already a natural powerhouse, and Warren had an indestructible diamond body, she could have easily blocked that attack without any injury. Yet she deliberately dodged and veered off. Even though she's still inexperienced, this move was completely unexpected. When did she learn all these techniques? Korin was defeated and collapsed to the ground, his eyes revealing weakness as he looked at her with confusion. Warren didn't stop and was about to land another blow when suddenly, with a loud crash, the ground beneath her was shattered by her punch. Luckily, Warren punched down beside Korin's face. She smirked coldly, her words like a provocation. You're very weak. Korin was stunned. What? You should just stop trying too hard to get stronger. As long as I am strong enough not to die. That's why Warren looked at the words on Korin's body. Please carve this into my skin again. I will become stronger. Her eyes seemed deeply pained for him to be able to protect him. Seeing her action, Korin was very surprised and quickly refused the offer. No, remember what Aaron Danua said? I am an adult. Hey kid, as an adult, I have a duty to prioritize protecting someone like you. Korin placed his hand on her shoulder, unable to carve this onto a child like her. This is not a power meant for talented people like her. Unlike someone incompetent like me, the risk is high. Warren said, I was wrong. I apologize for the correction. Korin added, that's right, I'm not a child. Did she cut you off? Then she hugged you tightly. You're not useless. Korin, stunned by her actions, widened his eyes in disbelief. What are you doing? Korin, you said you could handle everything on your own, but in the end, you're no different from an immature person, just pushing the burden onto others. I can't keep lying here forever. Korin softly smiled. That's right, thank you. Now let's get up. Korin lifts his head high, confident, saying I still have a lot to do. 2 weeks later, the chaos at the Demon Tower, a voice filled with anger, echoes around the round table. The admin of the faction ambushed Senior Professor Josephine, while the Black faction has been kidnapping a first-year student. This cannot be overlooked. Someone suggested that the Tower of Demons was just responding to some mage's misconduct, and he angrily slammed the table. Is that true? There are 2 elder-level mages and 50 more following them. Professor Dema added, I know, but even if the wealthy want to send an appeal, Lost Rin, the representative of the Demon Tower, directly responded. So we also need someone to speak on behalf of the council,
so I think the current situation requires a new chairman to succeed. A man spoke up saying, "For a long time, the chair of the Dream Kaba Academy Council has always been held by the Isle family, so isn't it going to be the same this time?" His next words left everyone stunned. The next president has already been decided. Miss Josephine, is it also from the Isle family this time? Josephine retorted, "No, that's not true." Aaron Danua stepped forward from behind. The assassination of President Errol has thrown the Academy into chaos, but this is only the beginning. She continues, "The upcoming battle will be a great war for humanity's survival. The Academy's only role is to train heroes to save mankind in this fight." She steps forward with confidence because of that. I, Aaron Danua, a person of justice and the mentor of heroes. Aaron Danua continues to assume the position of the new chairman of the council. Josephine speaks from the balcony. "I still oppose the council's decision to focus so much on her." She continued, "He is no longer alone like he was 80 years ago. Then she sighed and said, "The former Demon Tower sect, the Northern Kingdom, his power has grown so much that it is incomparable to before." Aaron Danua hesitated for a moment, but since it's been a long time since she returned to the academy, Josephine excitedly cheered her on. "This is so exciting." A voice from the building echoes out, "I told you not to move yet." MK 3 City Emergency Hospital. Alyssa is at a loss for words. "My sword, please return it to me." The nurse was helpless. Oh my god. Why does it keep happening like this? This really isn't okay. She remembered Tess Banzot's words, "Don't be too confident in your domain skills," because she was too excited when she found out she could use her domain. In reality, Warren was the one who got beaten badly, but someone like me ended up in the hospital. Corin was once pierced through by a giant spear, yet the next day he was already in the gym training his body, while I can do nothing. Just a useless person. Corin smiled brightly. Alyssa blushed shyly. Corin held a warm egg and rolled it gently on her cheek. It was so light, but she felt pain and screamed out loud. You calmly said, "Hey, it's still swollen." Alyssa lowered her eyes, sad. "I have no defense at all. Absolutely no regeneration ability. Just one slip and I'll end up in the hospital. Is that all I can do but rely on your help, Corin?" Corin's next words left her stunned. "Fortunately, go on." Those with special physiques, indestructible bodies, and even genius swordsmen who can use domains are all helping me. Every time I wonder if I truly deserve this help. You spoke slowly, but since I can also help you a little, Corin smiled brightly at me, so I felt comfortable asking for your help. That sounds a bit embarrassing. I'll still need you in the future. Elisa shyly turned her head away. It might be faster to go alone, but together we can go further. She forced a smile. Then give me honey-flavored candy to eat. Let's consider this as receiving help first. We learn through challenges and grow up together. Corin feeds Elisa, who happily opens her mouth. But before she can enjoy it, something suddenly flashes past. Both of them were stunned. Someone has learned how to stand up again. Someone has learned a new emotion again, Alyssa teases. Are you jealous? Josephine said loudly. She looked at the scene and sighed and continued speaking. It seems everyone has recovered, even though the situation looks complicated. Aaron Danua continued. I understand your concern, Josephine, because humanity is facing a greater threat than ever before, smiling confidently and full of life. But even if my own students take away my power and imprison me, what I need to do never stops. As I gaze at the scene inside, reminiscing about my past where I quietly nurtured the seeds of heroes all this time, give it to me. Give it to me. Perhaps throughout history, the greatest hero among all the seedlings I have nurtured will emerge. Aaron Danua looks up with full confidence. His power has grown stronger and more formidable than 80 years ago. We will still win, because the Dream Kaba 3 Academy exists here for that reason. A few days later, the blazing red flames burst forth. A dish is being prepared. Today we decided to hold a feast. It's to celebrate Elisa's full recovery. Alyssa excitedly cheers. I managed to buy this much. Corin is curious. That's a lot. How much is it? She happily gestured with the number 2. 2 gold coins. You exclaimed in surprise. 2 gold coins. You're overcharging. Keep your comments to yourself. The food costs are a bit high. A gentle female voice echoes. Hello, I just picked some mushrooms in the forest and brought them here. So this is a special dormitory? A voice that caught Elisa's attention. Come here quickly. Many people are standing there looking at her with a solemn expression. Alyssa is excited. It's been a while, my dear little sister. She looked towards Lunia standing not far away. Welcome her. Lunia is very happy to see you again. You look healthy. Lunia coldly ordered, bring the wine here. She told Corin that after the previous event, she still harbored deep feelings. He quickly waved his hand and said, you will have to pay this debt with interest. Then I demand that the food be brought out as well. Everyone, serve the dishes. The table is set in a luxurious manner. Everyone excitedly exclaimed, the technique is amazing, the sashimi is perfect. Alyssa blushed when hearing the compliment. This is a dish of fresh fish that preserves the flavor of high-quality ingredients. Thanks to Alyssa, the excited voices continue. This time, it's Warren's dishes with incredibly refined fire control techniques. Everyone is praising the skill, saying it's a gourmet meal. That fake smile, it's really good. Corin must be so happy. There are even 2 skilled cooks like that nearby. Curious, which dish do you think is better? He looked at Corin. Corin hesitated. Suddenly, he looked panicked as if he had seen something. Behind you, there are pairs of eyes staring intently at you. Come on. Between the two of them, whose dish is better? Even just a little. If you choose wrong here, you might end up the one on the chopping block. Suddenly, a voice from afar rings out, drawing Korin's attention. What should I do? Is there any way? Sir, Joe and Bai Jen stepped forward, and he spoke, I didn't come empty-handed, so I bought that. Would you like to eat something? Korin stepped forward and hugged him. Thanks. To me, fried chicken is the best thing in your heart. Thanks for saving my life. Jer, are you still not fully awake? Law keeps eating. Whatever, I'm about to die anyway. Dronwaski spoke up. The food is good, but now I want to start discussing work. Lunia added, I agree. Surely it's not just to gather everyone to celebrate the discharge, right? Korin turned back. Yes, let's get straight to the point now. I'm telling you to speak up. The reason I invited everyone today is to tell you about the upcoming goals of our Korin Guardians. You have shared what you could about the assassination of the guild leader and Bantaz's motives. The Demon King has descended, and Bantaz's ambition is to erase everything on this land and rebuild the world of the gods. At first, the atmosphere was like everyone thought this was an absurd story. But as the details became clearer, the mood grew more serious. The story about the former bishop and the Demon Tower teaming up with the Ban Thashiak to support the new religion's pope, who was actually a heretic, caused some devout followers to protest, and one person slammed the table and stood up. What? No way. Lunia stops her. Enough. This is a man who knows how to tell a joke in an interesting way. What has been told so far is probably believable. She asked him, so what are your plans to fight against that giant force? Korin sighs. Everyone here are experts, I acknowledge, but it's still not enough. You continue with Korin Wyans' goal of making everyone stronger. So I invited this person here. The reason for gathering everyone is very simple. A delicate female voice echoes. Hello, new heroes. Erin Danua cheerfully introduces herself. I am Erin Danua. We are preparing to counterattack. At this moment, Korin speaks. We, both inside and outside the academy, have always been called the Strong Ones. Unfortunately, there is still a vast gap between us and Bantaz. Keep going. Currently, Korin Guardians cannot match him in any aspect, weaponry, troops, or combat strength. The opponent has mastered magic armor, fate stones, and the light spear. The easiest way to compensate on the schedule is to equip weapons of the same level. Korin's gaze sharpened. So the first thing is to get the weapon in hand. Before this summer break ends, I will infiltrate Dan's treasure. The treasure of the gods. Danane's treasure. A place where you can definitely obtain legendary items and execution tools. Erin Danua speaks. The location of the treasure, I, Danon of Justice, will guide the way. This event was originally supposed to happen only after the academy collapsed and Erin Dan passed away. Come on, cheer up and don't worry too much. Yes, Master. Please follow my instructions. The event is opening a year earlier than in the original story. Both Alyssa and Manhwa were stunned. Korin continued. And the second thing is about military strength. Are you suggesting we should form an army? The Iron family seeks the top masters, Lunia and Ronwaski asked. Is the reward mechanism certain? Korin replied. Danon's treasure is also called the treasure of the gods. Don't be surprised to see the contract. Deputy Commander of the Waski mercenaries, Gron Waski, softly hummed in agreement. The Waski mercenary team will follow their employer. Korin excitedly turned to Lunia. Not only Lady Lunia, but even the Five Sword Sisters will find this interesting. She gently bows due to the debt of her engagement. I am willing to sacrifice my life to protect the Piang family, but then she hesitated. But using the lives of subordinates as pawns is a different matter. Lunia clenched her fists with determination. The CC sword has the duty to protect the vital rear. If the sword hall has to sacrifice just to make Korin Wyans stronger, she will continue no matter the cost and cannot casually mobilize the swordsman. Lunia's voice still rings steadily, weapons, troops, and finally Erinua happily comes beside her. Why don't we hear how you plan to boost your strength before making a decision? Lunia's heart has come this far, yet it seems like nothing has changed, Erin Danua whispers into her ear. The traces of training are truly remarkable. Lunia immediately stepped back into a defensive stance. Her cold gaze fixed firmly on Erinua. Even now, the Ain Sword Sect continues to train tirelessly every day. Now you say you can make them stronger again? How? From now on, I will personally teach you all. She continues as a master. Lunia gently raises her hand to draw her sword. Master, you mean even I will be taught too? She said with obvious certainty. Of course. She looked at Korin, her words carrying a hidden meaning. If I can become a strength for that child, then everything else doesn't matter. Lunia frowned. They take a defensive stance. Erin Danua simply looks at her calmly. She let go of the sword, abandoning the fleeting idea in her mind, then turned sharply toward the door. We retreat! Korin called fought Lunia back. Lady Lunia! Lunia stopped and coldly said, My Piang family, continue to refine your strength, as a good master should. Everyone bows their heads in unison. The 5 swords obey the order. Yes, sword masters. Lunia orders that from now until we enter the treasure, the sword masters are to be disciplined and prepared to mobilize at any moment according to the demands of the Korin Guardians. Going outside, a subordinate, curious, Lady Lunia, and Korin Locke are somewhat acceptable, but can you really trust that self-proclaimed chairman? Lunya sighed softly as he dared to say, he would become my master. She remembered Arandanua's gaze and voice at that moment, and as a master, she also recalled her action of drawing her sword. At that time, I had opened my spiritual eye and saw countless paths. Melina was curious, could he really be someone worthy to duel with Lady Lunya? Lunya smirked slyly and retorted, no, right now Irinua is excited. She's full and energized, so let's start the lesson now. Alyssa is curious, who should we start with first? She pursed her lips, then smiled faintly. She smiled happily and asked to go together this time. The swords are placed on the ground, stones scattered across the surface. Arandanua turns her back and walks away, with everyone exhausted lying on the ground behind her. That's enough, someone exclaimed in surprise. No way. Arandanua slowly steps forward, appearing calm. She called out to the two in front of Ren and John, the two brothers. John was trembling like a leaf, forcing a nervous laugh. Yes, she comments, you rush in purely on instinct. In terms of clever fighting, you understand the theory, but your bodies can't keep up. And then you continue acting before thinking, right? Her reactions can't keep up with her reflexes. Arandanua steps in front of Dron Waski. Dron, your balance is good, but when you use certain magic swords, there's a gap in support. You suddenly increase the number of swords. If you're not fighting multiple enemies, reduce the number of swords. Quick responses, timely adjustments, and subtle secrets are shared. As expected, this person seems happiest when teaching someone else. Irinua gently bowed her head, smiling happily with rosy cheeks full of vitality. Corin's voice caught her attention. Master, then let me try once. Our Corian is just warming up. Corin will be the final force. She looked at his shy face and continued. Alyssa and Warren stepped forward. Maybe I should check if these two have extraordinary strength levels first, right? Transition to the special training scene. Aaron Dan. Come here. You can freely explore here. Alyssa's eyes showed determination, thinking to herself that the first strike always wins. She remembered her past self in the Aiden Sex domain, then Alyssa grabbed Aaron Dan's sword tightly. She commented, Alyssa's disciple has a habit of trying to invade the domain, just like that time. Before the domain even started up, she continued to rely on her unsteady foundation. So it's better to start from the basics of swordsmanship. With just one strike, she defeated Alyssa, so she needs to adjust her stance from her lower body and Dantian. Aaron Danwa glances away as Warren Duong's fist suddenly lunges forward from behind. With just one loud sound, she punched a hole in the ground. She lightly remarked, looks like you've learned from Corin. Warren, train the secrets of the 8 extremes and the 8 trigrams. She charged forward angrily, but she was able to dodge gracefully each time. What you need is not to increase your strength, but to ingrain the stance and techniques into your body. Then Aranua questions, and why are you so angry? War remembered her stroking Corin's head and saying, lift your chest up, don't worry too much. War has just discovered the feeling of jealousy, and Josephine helplessly rushes at that foolish person, her figure darting like an arrow, eyes blazing with unprecedented fury. Aranua calmly reached out her hand, grabbing her neck, causing her pain. It seemed War had given up, slowly closing her eyes, when suddenly a hand wrapped around her head, holding her. Aranua hugged her gently and comforted her, saying, don't rush. She smiled kindly. You're already strong enough, it's strange. The movement feels like a chess game, but being held in your arms makes it seem just like Corin Locke. Corin speaks, so it's my turn now. Although a bit shy, let me show you some of the results of my training. Aaron Dan stepped forward and looked at him. I have seen everything through Aries' eyes. Corin, I told you to stay behind to awaken a different source of power within you. She continued, I mean the power you can't control. Just use it as an energy reservoir. The boy asked curiously, the Sibania core. She smiled happily and said, Quan Shensia, it's been a long time since I heard that name again. I fear that the fate chain is hard to predict, but I didn't expect you to be able to use that core. Aaron Dano recounted, Quan was my disciple 800 years ago. He was a prodigy, so controlling that power won't be easy. Are you confident? Of course it is. They say the end of fate is something you can never know. The disciples who once shined like stars for you, some became heroes, others stood on the opposing side. But I've never been as certain as I am now. The two of them rushed to prepare for a battle. From now on, she will pass on everything she has to him. She will complete you, and you will become a hero saving the world, stronger than anyone else. Her last disciple, Corin. Now switching scenes, Dunsky curiously asks, aren't you going to pursue? Tess Bandas sneers mockingly, destroying the world. Under the law engraved on my body, I demand enemies and dangerous situations to be enjoyable. Anyway, those women are my rivals and my destined karma. He continues to be an assassin, rather than a noble duel, which is beneath his dignity. He swung his spear to knock Errol down, looking arrogant. Errol lay on the ground, in pain, but his voice remained steady. Isn't that right? He hesitated. Corin is your opponent, Tess Banthajak sneers coldly, truly laughable. He continued, you didn't stop me yourself, but let your worthless student step forward. But the fate decided by Liampa is absolute. He stepped closer to him and said, you will fight your final battle with me, and the fate of the world will be decided in that fight. Then he attacked Errol with his spear. My grand ambition is absolutely unchangeable. Errol seemed angry, voice strained. Aaron Danua, Today you did very well, not only in your fundamentals, but also in combat skills. Your proficiency is high. Corn, you reply, I still feel I am lacking. Holding up your spear with determination, I will try again. The evil nature of Sabania's forging has been passed down to him, but all he can wield is the #1 demon spear, Hukion. Seeing Corn's frantic state, Irinua's comment is not bad, but she continues in a light tone. That is proof that you are still inexperienced in using aura, mainly because you haven't understood the nature of Sabatia's aura. Remembering the past, John Gok once said, look carefully, this is the power of JJ Gabak, the power I used to slay the young dragon. She continued to behead the evil dragon to disrupt the kingdom. Irinua's eyes darkened as she lowered her spear. I have honed my power for that very purpose, the second demon spear. Orion Chan Do 5 Dragon Heavenly Pillar. She comments on Corrin. I don't think you can do it in just one try, but with persistent practice, this is the power you can wield when using the Sabatia Forging Core correctly. She approached and patted his shoulder, confident that he could do it too. Corrin asked curiously, do you mean like a master? Or maybe your next words make her stop in her tracks, meaning like Tespanza? She lowered her eyes and replied, of course he's very strong, but targeting him is pointless. His existence was a great mistake of mine and a source of regret. She said softly, and I will correct that. You understand what I mean, right? Corrin asked anxiously. So you mean to fight me directly here? You still can't leave the children to their own devices. She interrupted. Adults cannot hide behind children even if they are wrong. It is us. Without waiting for her to finish, Corrin spoke. Aaron, hold your spear tightly and speak clearly. I have lost many people in the future. You tell your story through FM, Junskis, Denoris, Obar, and countless comrades who have died. Then you sigh, losing even those who could have been saved. Holding your hand tightly around the spear, saying you have no regrets would be a lie. But sacrificing your life isn't because of regret. Irinua shouted, Corrin, the reason I kneel again. Why do you bear the fate of saving the world in place of the player? You scream wildly, and even if you call it pride, it's fine. In the world I save, everyone must be there. No one can be missing. Even if it's ultimately because of your greed, you won't accept her absence from it. The second number of the demon curse, Orion, the 5 Dragon Guardian. Corrin, furious, delivered a punch that cracked the sturdy wall in half. His words left Irinua stunned. Please trust your student. Didn't you say he is the epitome of a hero? Corrin smiles confidently. This time I won't let her die because I will save her. She was moved and said, I am so lucky at this late age to have such good fortune. What does it mean for Corrin to gently pat the old man's head? No matter how long you continue to live, it doesn't mean anything. If you keep believing everything will be fine and live accordingly, no matter your age, you'll always be in your youth.
Having made up her mind, Aaron Dan nodded slightly. Alyssa and Warren, watching from afar, were so jealous they were about to explode.
Once again, Alyssa stood up and said, Please continue the lesson for us. Moving to the next scene where the conversation is happening, saying to go along for aid might be a bit difficult. Sorry, I only go to the church where Saint Estelle visits. After refusing, they hurriedly left. Jerem Loser gritted his teeth. Not the former priest, but Jeru Jereman Loser, a first-year spy from Jeru, the former priesthood. Corrin appeared curious and asked, Is it Jerum? He replied that it was Jerum. You continue. I see that brass seed. Am I asking too much? Please go on. I don't follow any religion, but that brass bead representing integrity and humility of Jeru looks pretty cool. He took out the bracelet, and you even claimed a religion. Corrin Locke, a rare first-level knight in the entire alliance. It sounds impressive and all, but Jerome still has a long-standing tradition. I heard that recently they even established Corrin Guardians. It's probably a club-sized organization. From his words, I can sense concern but ignore personal feelings. For someone sent by Bishop Renang to infiltrate the academy, I need to approach the key figures. Corrin nodded in agreement. All right, then do a mission with me. Jerem, the loser, is curious. A mission, huh? The two of them went to a cave together. Corrin spoke. I heard that about 70 kilometers from the village there have been continuous disappearances. I think it's caused by goblins. He felt confused. He even accepted something like this. Isn't the situation outside the academy handled by the R Guild or the church? He awkwardly explained. Since last week, all the missions around here have been automatically taken on by the Corrin Guardians. No, I mean it's being handled. Ron Waski has defeated the injured mage Palin.
The rewards from the guild are being distributed. Grinnell Luton has defeated the golem engineer Dren.
The reward from the guild is being distributed. Grinnell Luton has defeated the golem engineer Dren. You stopped Dre's plan to corrupt Gina. The reward from the guild is being distributed. You keep going. The others in Corrin Guardians are all outside, except for around the village, so we're short of people. We will go back before the evening prayer. Don't worry. Corrin is reserved. This person has a strange charm, kindness, and full of concern. If I wasn't carrying the church's order and was just a student at the academy, he could have trusted and followed me like an older brother. But seeing something, Jeremon the loser panicked. What is that? His friends are really terrible. Corrin is curious. Warren, what are you suddenly doing? War calmly replied, Insect Jiangshi, aren't they just fallen demons? The Gaian treat demons like humans, but that goes against the sacred scriptures and teachings. Demons are just filthy demons. Korin shouted loudly. German, are you looking ahead? He only sees a large mouth full of sharp teeth approaching him. He stares at the monster in disbelief. Its mouth opens wide enough to swallow everything. Suddenly, a figure charged straight at it without feeling afraid. Jeremiah Loser stared in shock at the scene before him. War charged at the monster, his body covered in dirt. She said, "All insects die." The monster was defeated and fell to the ground. She asked him, "Are you okay?" He gaped. "Thank you, Senior," Korin muttered softly. Strange. You look at the corpse of the monster, its size unusually large, but above all, this is a goblin's lair. Predator and prey never share the same den. You glance into the distance, there's something there. A group of people walk together into a mysterious underground chamber. Korin sighs. They know how to use their heads too. This is the experimental area where sorcerers study family fusion. He continues, maybe the John we saw outside is also an experimental product, and what's inside is something that has fused with a demon. Under his scrutinizing gaze, he softly replied that he was human. He trembled and stammered. How could this happen? Who would do such a thing? His hand casually resting on the table accidentally touches a piece of paper. Inside Jeremy's heart, this pattern in handwriting, could it really be Bishop Run's? Korin asks Warren to take good care of Jeremy and to get the evidence here out. Yeah, you chase after Jerem. Colin kicks open the door, revealing a person in a red cloak inside. Elder Autumn suddenly turned back and looked at the door, releasing a surge of energy as he questioned. Who is it? A shadowy figure rushes towards him at wind-breaking speed, then attacks, leaving him no time to react. Korin appears with his spear in hand, a cold smile on his face. The preparation work is done. My plan has 3 points. First, to expose the spy within the former sect, Garamond reveals the darkness of the former sect colluding with the Demon Tower. He coldly looks at the man collapsed in a pool of blood. Second, destroy the giant resurrection laboratory. Korin glances around as if searching for something. The third is this one, Mada's head. This is the head of the Mada monster, a 100-armed 4-headed type. Korin smiled eerily, excited. Now everything is ready to raid Dan's treasure. Korin suddenly remembered a familiar name, Korin Guardians. He secretly thought they were the strongest strategists he could trust, but Bantaz's subordinates have weapons. The Aaron Lightspear, Andre's magic armor, and the fate of Thakliampa, to balance this asymmetric war of power. Today, Korin decides to open the god's treasure vault. The scene immediately shifts to the treasure island. Men, you glance at the pile of gold scattered on the floor. Your master is the heavenly queen of Lokvian, also the last remaining true, Dan Nan, to stay in the mortal world, but she is not a person. Knowing everything about Dan Nan, Korin doubted and recalled that even Ban Thazdat and the relic site where he was found were discovered by his master himself. Hidden maps called Secret Realms, or Fragments of Lokvian, could only be accessed after unlocking certain hidden events. He turned around and looked behind him, and this place is no exception. The original condition to reach it is the death of the master. From the other side of the space gate, Aaron took the initiative to speak. As you said, I will wait here, she asked nervously. Is that true? You think you can do it without my help? Hearing this, Korin confidently replied, I will handle it. He thought to himself that it was even a year earlier than expected. Korin said with a proud tone, because I didn't go alone. I am proud to remember my valuable teammates. Arisa and Warren, who had finished weeks of intense training with their master. Korin immediately looked up at the sky as Maria just happened to appear, and she excitedly called out, Korin. Mariette reports with a smile that there's nothing around. It seems safe. Korin silently thought that Senior Mary had just returned from the south. He confidently slung his bag over his shoulder. Except for Kuna, who had to stay behind to operate the sword, this was the strongest force they could muster for the upcoming battle. If I go with these 3, there's nothing to fear. As he thought this, Korin suddenly stopped, not knowing when Alyssa had tightly held his hand. Her trembling fear makes me want to get goosebumps. I've hated this kind of atmosphere since I was a child. Seeing this, Mari immediately hugged the other arm and shouted excitedly. This scene also made Warren a bit shaken, and in just a moment her face darkened. Warren's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she shyly reached out her hand. I'm too scared, I can't either. John said she was scared, leaving Korin speechless. Elisa suddenly grabbed Mariette's hand tightly. She forcefully pushed him towards Warren, leaving the 2 girls stunned. The very next moment, Alyssa pretended to be innocent and shouted loudly, So everyone just needs to hold hands. Let's move quickly, as if a ghost is about to appear, making the 2 girls furious. At this moment, Korin suddenly spoke up. It's not a ghost, but a god. This place is a refuge that still holds remnants of the past gods. Elisa looked up at him and asked curiously, You know something again this time, right, Korin? Korin silently thought firmly. Of course I do. I came here in the game and also went with PH. He recalled some rules that passing the challenges of the gods would earn treasures, with each challenge set up in stages. Korin is a bit worried because anyone eliminated in Stage 1 won't be able to participate in Stage 2 under this mechanism, since the final challenge is the hardest. The trick to passing the challenge is to get all your teammates through both Stages 1 and 2. You can't help but feel uncertain.
The problem is that the difficulty of stages 1 and 2 is random. Sometimes facing a god who seems friendly or just answering questions can turn into a mission where you risk your life.
At this moment, a sudden gust of wind swept in, and Alyssa screamed in fear. Corin, I can't see anything ahead. It's okay, don't panic. Quickly take out the cloth bag you're carrying and smile confidently. People say the appearance of the god is random, but the god will pay more attention to players carrying items related to himself. Corin confidently asserts. And what I carry is the head of the Mata monster from Beach Jokudu. This head belongs to the creature that was slain by the king of gods, Dak Da. Thinking of this, a sinister smile immediately appeared on Corin's face. He guessed that the first trial set by the appearing god would be from the Dak Da Lord. And your task is to make and bring back a really good dish. Eat well, because I am the one in charge of cooking at the dormitory. At this moment, a sudden burst of white smoke appeared. Corin quickly stopped everyone, his eyes wide with shock. Corin nervously wondered, what kind of instrument is that and what's with this strange scene? Far away, a pair of sunlit hands skillfully play a strange musical instrument, and a mysterious person suddenly appears with a bright, welcoming smile. Oh, hero come to request a challenge. Corin wondered confusedly. He's a god I've never seen before. Why is that after all? The mysterious figure then smiled and said, the monster's head you brought is my father's war trophy, and also the gift he shared with our brothers. Hearing that, he was startled and realized, wait a minute, if he is Dada's son, he calmly continued. Of course, that's just an excuse I made up. I'm actually more interested in something else you brought with you. As soon as I finish speaking, the mysterious person suddenly disappears, leaving Corin stunned. In just a moment, he suddenly appeared with soothing music, as the young women were lost in love. The mysterious figure confidently introduced himself. I am the god of love. As the music played, the three girls fell into a dazed state. Corin hurried over and shouted, Senior Mary, Waran, Orisa! But at this moment, the three of them gradually lost consciousness, their minds becoming hazy. In the fog of sleep, a familiar voice echoed. Safe travels. With such a long journey, wouldn't you kiss your wife goodbye? The other person replied, well, there's no stopping it now. Immediately after, they shared a deep kiss. A sudden thought crossed Corin Locke's mind as Alyssa silently appeared with blazing red eyes behind her brother-in-law's wall. She secretly envied her sister's perfect partner, but why was it herself? At that moment, a sudden voice spoke behind Alyssa. The scene is truly stunning, isn't it? She immediately gasped and admitted it. Yes, that's right. Your Majesty has been standing there all along. Wow, he's still teasing. So Miss Orisa should try dating too. With such beauty, she'll surely be admired at the academy. Hey, no, if you're still hung up on your brother-in-law, just forget about him. This is a test of love. Witnessing the scene before him, Corin was terrified and questioned. What did you do? What have you done to those three people? Engos calmly replied that the trial had already begun. He happily took out 3 small spheres and continued. Those 3 people inside these spheres are enchanted by the objects of their lust that they have long desired. Angus excitedly confirmed, You made Corin startle. He mischievously explained. The test was created based on the memories you and the young women shared, but they are all forbidden loves that must not be fulfilled. Angus emphasizes that certain forms of love can hurt the one you love or yourself. I am talking about such terrifying kinds of love. I only want to preserve beautiful and pure forms of love. Forbidden love only diminishes the value of love itself. He hopes that if these young women can control their desires, they will deserve the reward. Otherwise, everyone will be forever lost in the world of illusions. Corin immediately objected, No matter what. How can everyone overcome the challenge? Angus calmly replied, It's very simple. He responded casually. Just give up on you and make Corin speechless. Angus reassures, Don't worry too much. I genuinely hope they all succeed in the challenge. After saying that, he closed his eyes with a hopeful mindset, thinking to himself, Let me take a quick look. During the test, a faint laugh echoed. Are you drinking too much of that strong liquor, sister-in-law? Alyssa gently stroked the man's head in front of her and softly called out, Brother-in-law. Seeing this, a thought suddenly flashed through Angus's mind. What is this? He yelled in disgust, not even trying to resist at all. You're truly rude and mean-spirited. Alyssa is smiling subtly right now, and today your sister isn't here either. In just a moment, Orisa was eliminated. The sphere immediately shattered. The scene shifts to another location. War is controlling Corin. She said firmly, standing still. This made him confused. Warren, what are you doing? War responds. I heard you're about to get married, Corin asked in shock. So you're congratulating me like this? War suddenly exclaimed. Thank goodness. 2 streams of tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. War whispers. This is the North. Just as you said, the herd still comes and goes there, even now. She instinctively leaned closer to Corin to confirm she was a baby. On this side, he's so furious he's screaming. Filthy language, Waran is out. Angus turned to look at Corin, sighing in frustration. In a way, should Corin Locke be praised for being worth it? You find it hard to understand. That's a compliment. Angus immediately denied. No, you bastard, leaving Corin stunned. What have I done? At this moment, Angus Cam is still grinding his teeth. He wondered if the remaining girl could still maintain a mature and pure love. The scene begins with Isabel's confession. I like Corin, Ang happily exclaimed. So this is indeed a forbidden love story. Holding on to her love for the guy her friend said she liked first, Marriott couldn't help but be stunned by the scene. Even Isbel also likes Corin. Seeing this, he immediately made a decision. Although it feels very old-fashioned and clearly wrong, thinking that the girl before didn't even stop despite cheating, I will change the script. As soon as Mariette turns to leave, Isbel sternly warns, "I'm leaving now, I truly advise you." It's better to give up on Corin Locke. Mariette's face immediately flushed. She awkwardly asked, "What do you mean? I actually like Corin, the junior." Angus is still lost in his decisions to prevent her love. Maybe a bigger rival is needed. Search through Corin Locke's memories. When Mariette wasn't paying attention, Corin suddenly appeared. "Senior Mariette, as soon as you saw him, you smiled brightly." "Corin?" Aang immediately said in a bewitching voice that around this time, Corin's most hated lover was the one who summoned the strongest enemy. Mariette hesitated for a moment, nervously asking, "Can you move aside a bit?" The person in front immediately sneered contemptuously, so it was Seo, and he shouted dismissively, "These bastards really never end." Going back 2,000 years, a god fell in love with a young woman from a dream. Every day she appeared in his dreams, making the god yearn and suffer from unrequited love, a pain beyond words. But after what felt like an eternity, he searched everywhere in the heavens and finally found her. The man hurriedly rushed forward, causing the young woman to panic and transform into a swan. Among the flock of identical swans, it seemed hopeless to find her, but the god used his divine power to locate her. Angus's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and he confidently admitted, "Yes, I, the great god of love, have taken love for myself," and that story became a legend. Angus sneered and glared. "But you are different, even if you're a demon. For someone like you, a mere mortal, it's impossible." He looked at Mariette with annoyance from afar, giving up because this is just the love of a mortal, Mariette Dunolev. At this moment, Mariette was running away in panic, wondering why she did this. She vaguely thought to herself that last time I met Corin, the junior, on the street with Isbel, even though I felt a bit guilty towards Isbel. At that time, Corin had taken the initiative to suggest, "All right, let's go to the restaurant together." Sihu, standing behind, suddenly let go of her hand in frustration. Mariette recalled with excitement that Corin happily accepted my invitation to go on a date. I just wanted to go on a date with my junior Corin. Back to reality, she was so frightened she burst into tears. Why? A sudden surge of immense power strikes, terrifying Mariette, followed immediately by a voice filled with fury. I can barely hold back the others. "But indeed, you, Pihu, the boy who loves Corin Locke." She was stunned to realize he was shouting wildly like a maniac. "Are you really that annoying?" Angus thought to himself with satisfaction. In this world built from Corin Locke's memories, at this moment, he is the strongest. Seo decisively activates the Space Demon Triangle, tearing apart the space itself, Aang secretly feeling pleased. Meanwhile, Mariette Dunolev has lost all memories related to Corin Locke and still cannot awaken as a true vampire. He absolutely believes Mariette has no chance of winning. Seo contemptuously asks, "So you've managed to hold on for so long?" He threatens, "I will lock you in this tank and turn you into a blood bag to extract your spirit." Sihu suddenly laughed, "I will give you one last chance." Angus's eyes immediately lit up. He suggested giving up on Corin Locke and leaving the academy. Sihu spoke on his behalf. His eyes are now filled with hatred for Corin Locke, and that's for the best. Before this, Mariette couldn't help but feel terrified. She stammered, "What are you talking about?" He calmly replied, "The one Corin Locke will face in the future is the strongest person in Dan Anon." Siu sneered, "If you stay by his side, you'll only be walking to your death together." At that moment, he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "But I am the strongest wizard, and only by being by his side to become his strength can Corin Locke find happiness. So go away." Mariette immediately lowered her head in response, despairingly admitting, "Yes, I am with Corin's subordinate." But before she could finish speaking, Mariette once again fell silent, a sudden smile flashing across her face. "No, it's not Corin's subordinate." Mariette immediately confirmed afterward that it was actually Corin. In an instant, Seo was attacked by her, and a large amount of blood splattered all over the floor. He held the bastard's shoulder in disbelief. Angus was stunned, wondering what this was. How could someone use a vampire's power? "Could it be that Lai Luke has returned?" Mariette said calmly. "Because you said such unreasonable things, I realized that this world is just an illusion." She seemed to lose consciousness, her voice trembling as she questioned, "Are you telling me I have to stay away from Corin? How could that be possible?" Mariette affirmed, "I only wish for Mariette Donald to be happy." And with that, she suddenly burst out in anger and shouted, "Corin, it was Corin who wished for my happiness." Thus, Marie Dunal, the complete awakening of the high-level vampire, unleashed a barrage of sharp spears. Mariette sternly said, "If I want to be happy, then Corin must also be happy." She declared, "Therefore, the one who can bring the greatest happiness to Corin in this world is me." Mariette's face suddenly flushed, and she said with firm conviction, "It's not Isbel, nor you, but I myself." The small sphere shattered into pieces in an instant. Angus exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Corin, seeing this, scoffed and asked contemptuously, "Looks like everything isn't going as he wanted, huh?" Which is making him annoyed. "Shut up!" Corin suddenly silenced Angus with a furious shout. This kind of feeling is not love. He keeps recalling the sad faces of the three girls. Aang quickly insists that this is just the stubbornness of innocent girls. He suddenly lowers his voice. That's right, now I understand. Corin didn't hesitate to use his strength to tighten the 3 spheres. In the end, seeing these young women like this, he went crazy, shouting nonstop. It's all because of you, Angus said sternly. This will be the final challenge. Corin. In just a moment, Corin was transported to the middle of 7 swans. He arrogantly continued, this challenge is to confirm. Just as 1,000 years ago, I wondered what true love really is, a test that allows me to prove it. With a contemptuous sneer, she said, I have searched for the girl in my dreams without hesitation, singing love songs for her every night. Can you do the same? Upon hearing this, Corin's face immediately darkened. And arrogantly spreads her arms, 150 swans, including some girls, transformed into swans are hiding. You have 3 minutes to find the real one. Corin involuntarily smiled, as if he felt no fear at all. This made him feel something was off, and he suddenly exclaimed, What are you suspiciously asking? What do you really intend to do? At this moment, Corin decisively uses the Death God's protective jewel to separate body and soul, which has no effect on beings with strong willpower. A series of shockwaves burst out, and the scene before him suddenly became chaotic. Are these 3 swans the 3 of you? If you look closely, their eye colors are different. Corin frowns impatiently, saying, It doesn't take 3 minutes, not even a minute, let them go now. Angus chuckles beside him, arrogantly challenging. I told you to choose the one who is truly genuine. The only one you can choose is just one. The other 2 who are not selected will forever fall into sleep here. He frantically shouted, Fight through the test of true love. Corin chuckled. You're misunderstanding something very important. He calmly approached him. From the beginning, I never had the right to choose. Luckily, it was they who chose me. Are you saying that even if I can't pass this challenge? From the beginning, I came here with the intention to save everyone. If anyone is left behind just because I had to choose one person. You confidently pointed your spear straight at Angus's chest and said, I just need to defeat you first. This scene left him stunned. Angus recalled with emotion, I overcame the Swan Maiden's challenge and won her. This story has been passed down as a legend. But I could never win her heart in the end because from the start she had to become a swan to escape. It was because I was afraid. Angus desperately watched the silhouette of the young woman fading into the distance. He was so hurt he burst into tears. In the end, she used me and left, and I spent the whole night drinking alone and singing. If I could have patiently waited without any urging, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Back to reality. Angus involuntarily smiled and spoke with satisfaction. I have learned one thing through this test. Love is not about possession, but about respecting the other person. Angus admits, yes, Corin, the answer is correct. He reached out his hand and said, I understand why those girls didn't abandon you. Let these girls stay here and go. Angus quickly flew into the air and then proposed that there would be no eternal sleep. And if you pass the final challenge safely, I will allow you to return together. Corin replied seriously, I truly appreciate it, but even if I can't take part in the next challenge, I will still take them myself. Angus immediately objected, saying, no, hand over those girls to me. He continued, your final challenge will likely be extremely dangerous. The very next moment, Corin was subdued. You clenched your teeth in pain as the sun rose from the horizon. Corin was stunned to realize this was not a trick caused by Angus. If there is someone who can activate the Sunclaw Solace that I don't even desire, it can only be one person. At this moment, high in the sky, a muscular figure suddenly appears, accompanied by a commanding voice. The final challenge will be issued by myself. Corin couldn't help but be amazed. The king of all gods, he spoke solemnly. O Heir of the Sun, a name instantly appears in Corin Nuda-Eam's memory. The 4 legendary treasures of the hero, Ahan, Liam, Arangom, Andre, and Glorilos. Angus still bows his head before Noda. He says, I will impose the final challenge on you. O Heir of the Sun! In that, the owner of Kolis, the king of gods Noda Elam, Corin frowned anxiously. Indeed, it was Noda after all. The first challenge was completely unpredictable, so you prepared the head of the White Clan Sadu Demon and lured Daka, the one who easily sets the challenge, to appear. But unexpectedly, a strange figure named Jackners appeared. However, the final challenge could be predicted. Corin is holding the Clue Solace Sun. Because Noda is originally the owner of Cloud Solace, but even if he could foresee it, the preparations he could make are limited. In the game, you can never have the sun, but the final challenge always has to be overcome with strength. To prepare for that, Corin brought the 3 strongest people he could summon, but then he raised his middle finger at Angus and said, the more I think about it, the more it really annoys me. Noda frowned and asked annoyed, don't get distracted, where are you looking? The challenge has already begun. Since when had Sen appeared behind Corin, ready to deliver a deadly attack? He quickly dodged just before his terrifying sword strike aimed at his head. Long ago, the first creatures to appear on this land were giants, he continued. The second are the divine beings, like me, Denon. Nua concluded. The third is the descendants of darkness and the Demon Knight clan. The fourth is you, calling yourselves humans. Nua reminds you that the one you must defeat is the great warrior Swang, a demon. He roared loudly while Noda calmly watched the fight between Corin and Swang. This is Moitura Plain, where I defeated the great warrior Swang and also lost my arm. He raised his hand and continued. If you bring Claw Solus here, then of course the target must be my left arm. He gazes passionately at his arm and says, because this is the essential tool to control the sun perfectly. Now face the Great Warrior String and feel your helplessness. Along with those words, two figures began to accelerate and charge forward. Korn, with a serious expression, rushed to attack Strang. Noda's deep, husky voice echoes, light the lantern. Strang swings his sword horizontally. Korn swiftly jumps up to dodge the attack. The challenge at Mill is a test from the gods to help players grow. Based on their own experiences, the gods create trials and bestow lessons upon the players. Players naturally cannot possess the sun, so Noda's challenge appears for the first time. But considering the context of this world, we can guess the true intention behind the challenge he has set. Korn struggles to fight Strang, wondering how such terrifying strength is possible, as the mighty warrior Strang is purely powerful, because he is a demon warrior who once cut off Noda's arm. Perhaps what Noda wants to test in this challenge is the strength that Korn has accumulated so far. Moreover, strength is not just about raw power. He swung his hand to cast overlapping runes of Kenna, Hagalus, Soilo, and Bana, while Korn swiftly dodged past him and sealed Seng's entire body. In terms of speed, he clearly outpaces him, and his body is now engulfed in flames blazing behind Korn. You seem satisfied. The continuous magic rune chain carved at high speed after countless training sessions is a high-level fire magic rune. He won't escape easily, Korn thought, but he was surprised when he turned back to check the situation. Strang is unharmed, still charging forward with a huge sword. He only curses, damn it, still as healthy as ever. But his move was too monotonous. Then, Korn leapt high into the air with his spear. He uses the deadly serpent slash technique. Korn thrusts the spear sharply and forcefully into Strang's body. Surprisingly, the wind blade only grazed his skin and caused no harm, making him think, what the heck? Does he rely on muscle to wield the spear? Korn slid to the ground, grimacing in frustration. Damn it, magic runes don't work, and I lost my temper. If this had happened before, I would have panicked, but I didn't just dodge. From the very beginning, Korn used run to fight in preparation for this. He recalls Aaron's words, that this training is to extend even by a few seconds the time he can use the sun. Can I control the sun now just with my own power? She replied that in Chris's secret realm, there are already magic worms carved in advance from many days ago, and even in Nazri, it was thanks to the worms that the master carved over 300 years that it was possible. Korn slightly bowed his head and said, the reason I can still use the sun now is because this place is filled with dark magic from the lost sphere. Aaron smiled and countered immediately. No, remember, I saw it very clearly with Errol's own eyes. To protect everyone, you once used your own power to control the sun. Now, your hair is gradually turning white. Those words helped him awaken his power. Korn's strength erupted, causing his appearance to change. Smirking with confidence, Korn raised the glowing sphere high and shouted, Claire is activated. Claw Solus gathers the sun, then points his hand forward and prepares to unleash a tremendous source of power. Suddenly, both Korn's strength and appearance vanish. He returns to his original state. The same big question remains. Has the sun disappeared? Could it be that the countdown has run out? No, it hasn't yet. Besides me, the only one who can control the sun is Korn, who suddenly turned around. Could it be that he looked up at Noda, who was performing a mysterious small sphere with Nada E? He looked down with contempt and said, I told you not to be careless. Seng attacks you from behind once again. The great warrior only hears one thing. The destiny he once fulfilled in the past will surely cut off his opponent's arm. The severed arm flies into the air. Korn lay on the ground, clutching his severed shoulder in pain as blood kept pouring out. He didn't hesitate, thinking to himself that he had to stop the bleeding. Kenna, Noda said as he saw you preparing to treat your wound, planning to burn it to stop the bleeding. Sorry, Master, the sun will not allow that. So you had this planned from the beginning? Noda, with an expressionless face, said, the golden dragon of the divine king of Dan Anon can only be inherited by someone with a complete body. Not even a single wound is allowed to exist. I lost an arm in the great battle against Seng and had to give up my throne as divine king. He thought of the image of the heavens, but I am satisfied because I have defeated all demons and opened the era of gods. Even if I had to give up the throne of the divine king, my heart remains at peace. He continued, saying, then, you black goats ended the era of gods until all my achievements and aspirations turned to nothingness. At this point, he clenched his fists in resentment. The challenge of justice is Aaron Danua. Because she sent you, this trial has begun. Most of the gods here follow Danon of justice, but not all. Korn senses something in Noda's words. So he just raised his hand to unleash his power while answering you. Yes, I hate the current era created by your dark deeds. Noda transforms into a long sword. The sun sword Clausulus. He calmly says, I Noda, ready for battle. Not only despising the filthy demon race, Korn only feels the pain of his sarcasm and also despises weak dark beings like you. Noda's hair suddenly transformed into majestic flames that finally pointed directly at Dan Nan. Tess Banzat. He glared at you with an angry expression and said, I look forward to his era. Danon is a concept personified into an existence. Aranua represents justice and Angus symbolizes love. He, Noda, is the embodiment of the throne, shining like the sun illuminating all beings. He earned the respect of all Danon and held the throne of the gods for a long time until he faced the great warrior of the demon race, Streng, and until his left arm was no longer intact. According to the ancient rules of Danon, only those with intact bodies can become kings. And of course, Noda Ajetlam Lam was forced to abdicate. But he has no attachment to either his left arm or the throne. From the battle with the celestial giant to the demon race, Dan Nan has survived every conflict because he himself saved this world. Noda Eam thought for a moment before grinding his teeth and said, "If I still have something lingering," he suddenly raised his voice. "Then it is you who summoned the black fire. It is something I cannot yet eliminate myself." Noda Ajam became dissatisfied. "I have given you the black flame that ignited your civilization, but you used that very flame to melt away sin and betray the gods." He continued, anger in his voice, blaming that although the pure-hearted were betrayed by you, they still wished to lead this land along the righteous path and uphold Dan Nan of justice. Noda Eslam grew increasingly furious, but was it really the right thing to do? Korin quickly sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged the attack. Everything in front of him has gone beyond his imagination. Blood is flowing too much. If it continues, he will die. Korin immediately breaks and confronts him. "Because calling the lights is the ancestor of humanity. I understand your frustration, but you said that while rushing directly at Noda El to confront Arkine and the Goiden." Colin quickly used the Huashang Wei technique from afar and immediately asserted that there is a big difference. He quickly deflected the attack, then Noda El calmly asserted that there was no difference at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a counterattack. Noda Elam continued, "In the name of the value of race, religion, ideology, and even gold and silver. They keep slaughtering and ravaging this land." He glanced at him briefly and then declared that this world would eventually become a hell even worse than the era when the celestial giants ruled as Noda Elam raised his weapon high. "Before that happens, I must make this world peaceful once again," he said with all his determination, using absolute power. Noda Ejet Lam ruthlessly dealt a fatal blow to Korin. His eyes looked helplessly at the flames unconsciously. I still remember clearly. Korin begins to recall the flood at the Rhodian River. At that moment, countless cries for help echoed out. "Please save me! Save my life!" 100,000 people were slaughtered by Sio, causing every voice to become frantic. "Please, save me! Save my life!" There was someone, and the image of you at that time, helpless, just standing and watching without being able to do anything. Korin's mind still lingers in the clouds. I still remember clearly. You keep recalling the scene you once witnessed of Korin. Those sounds kept ringing in his head. "Save me." Leland approached desperately, begging, "I don't want to die." And those are the screams and pleas for life from friends who once knelt down. As the memories fade, the current scene is almost engulfed in a sea of flames. Suddenly, Korin remembered a cold winter day. Lord Korin. At that moment, Maruam gently touched his cheek and whispered, "You are my destiny." She sighed bitterly and continued, realizing too late. As soon as she finished speaking, Maruam immediately sank into nothingness. Korin clenched his fist tightly as he remembered that scene. "All the people who died because I couldn't do anything." I start to regain my courage and fight back. Seeing Korin suddenly rise up, Noda was a bit stunned. He used all his strength to fend off his attack. "I can't die here like this." Noda Elam gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you still not willing to give up?" Korin, regaining his strength, stood up and said, "What will happen to the people living on this earth if I give up?" With unwavering determination, he spoke and advanced into battle, still having too many unresolved things to leave behind. Hearing this, he fell silent for a moment. Soon after, Noda spoke. "When the burden of justice sent you here, I witnessed all your memories." He recounted that after Sai, Bantaz's former rival, was killed, he understood why an incompetent like you became the new opponent. Noda calmly continued, "Compared to a god, you must have had rare experiences," but he suddenly raised his voice, "even compared to Shu, who couldn't defeat Bantaz." Then, immediately, Noda Ejet Lam raised his weapon high and declared, "You are still too weak." This is the final stage where the power of the sun reaches its peak, surpassing focus and execution, and it is the compressed, condensed sunlight within Eam's left arm. He looked at Korin's weakened appearance and slightly curled his lips. "Even now, just give up, you weakling. This is the last mercy I can give you." Hearing this, you smile and mutter, "That's right, I am weak." Korin's voice blended with the background noise, but even with immense power, I will not use it to create a perfect world. I summon all my remaining reason and step forward. I only hope that Korin carries his desire and shouts loudly. Ordinary people can each live their own lives in a free world. Noda Yam almost lost his composure at this point and shouted, "If you still refuse to give up, I will defeat you. Call the lights." Seeing this, you continue to fight without hesitation. If possible, just try it. The power of the two forces clashes, and the surrounding space is affected and becomes chaotic. He can't help but frown as he senses Korin's strength. How can you still resist with that torn body? He looked at Noda El because I not only rely on my own strength, but also on the law that reflects my actions and thoughts as well as those of my enemies. The first law is duty. Korin will never turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent. It was simply a rule I ingrained in myself to become stronger. But in your first life, you couldn't see that those images kept appearing in Korin's memories. You witnessed the fresh faces of humanity. You have heard words you never heard before. That voice echoed on. Please do it, hero. This power is the strength given to you by those Corrin protects. Those are the powers that Noda L could never feel. Corrin added, if you choose to stand with Tet, then the law cannot do anything but grant me strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly activated the Sabasia Forge core. Corrin suddenly thought of something and gently smiled. Because I have become it, I will never ignore the suffering of the innocent and quickly unleash the core of Sabania. Corrin charges forward with a decisive strike, his power at its peak in this world. When everything had stopped, Corrin still continued to affirm, I will save it. After a moment, he felt as if his legs had already left his body, and then they immediately dissolved into the surrounding dust and merged with the smoke. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence as Noda Eam's gaze fixed on the sun and everything momentarily paused. He gently tilted his face to look at Corrin and wondered, save him? A moment later, the bright sky suddenly tore open, revealing the deep darkness inside. Noda Lam gently lowered his face to look at his arm in front of him. He slowly bent down and reached out his hand to take it. Noda asked Dom K to treat his wounds, and he quickly heard a response. Yes, Dan and Wythwat will obey your orders. Tom K, Noda said seriously. But my thoughts will not change. This world can only maintain a balance of absolute power. He pondered. Moreover, with the current situation, you absolutely cannot defeat Bontha Jyat. But Noda Eam suddenly remembered how many people you could save and how much power you could seize until that fateful day. He continued walking and muttered, I'm starting to find this interesting. Noda Eam quietly confirmed that you have passed the test and begins to place his trust in you. Struggle and prove your willpower. Corrin. After a while, Kay saw Corrin open his eyes and immediately asked, are you awake? He began to explain, your body has been overused. That child must have been very worried. Suddenly, Corrin awoke from his feverish state. Where is this? Suddenly feeling a slight headache, he reached up to rub his head. I clearly remember being cut, but how did Noda, the one on Test's side, let me live? As Corrin was struggling, Dai Amamke suddenly spoke. The prince said he would watch over the outcome. He recounted that you were told to convey that you have overcome the challenge. Suddenly, the system announced the Alam trial chamber. This divine weapon was forged by the combination of the Amake technique and the blacksmith's craft, then completed by Miaha, Dom Key's son, into a full arm. It is the only device capable of containing infinite power and also an indestructible armor that can never break. It can absorb unlimited strength when equipped with Sun Clauseless. Magic power will increase by 200%. The system has no authority over it in the game. This is Here in Peace, once used by OH Press, Bantaz's strongest subordinate. It's not even an ordinary Here in Peace because players generally have no way to obtain this agate lamp. The price paid seems worth it. At least you stopped OHBR from becoming stronger. Maybe you will also be able to fully comprehend the sun. Corrin cheerfully requests, please return my friends who fought alongside me. DMK replied, it's still early. Hearing that, he suddenly froze. In the game, depending on the items you carry, the system will guide you to meet different gods. Conversely, there has never been a case in the game where someone meets all the gods. Of course, the treasure the player receives is usually limited to just one item. But in this case, neither in the game nor in the previous reincarnation have I ever seen anything like this. Daha laughed and said, even if he leaves the throne, he remains the eternal sun. The one recognized by the Fairy King is also recognized by all of us. So we also decided to reward you. DMK suddenly remembered something and said, while Angus said he had to personally reward the 3 young women before walking away. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Manon Marley, Danon of the Sea. Among the treasures, I am the wealthiest, owning countless valuables. Yes, Manon is also the owner of this drunken treasure island. She continued, I will bestow the treasure I cherish most upon the hero who has overcome the king's challenge. You stare blankly at the 3 orbs in front of you, wondering if they are truly 3 treasures. As Corrin ponders, suddenly a voice echoes. Noda is actually acknowledging you? That's unexpected. The owner left Tess Bon Thazit, the strongest sword in history, in the mortal realm. Lou Lavada softly said, I have given everything to Tet, so there is nothing left to give you except one thing. He said, if one day you defeat my successor, I will hand over the relic he left behind. In the original game, after defeating the final boss, you still couldn't retrieve those treasures, especially since Lavada's treasure had always belonged to Banzard, making it impossible to possess. You're misunderstanding, kid. He frowned and said, you are the heir designated by Aranua Dan of Justice, and now you are also the one inheriting the power of the sun. The battle between you and Tet is a fight of honor for warriors. From this moment on, we will not take sides with anyone. Lavada slowly continued, and then, no matter who wins, our wish will surely be fulfilled. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. The legendary Chamber of the Gods. These are the Red Spearheads, one of Man and Marley's twin weapons. The legendary Chamber of Baragang's boiling venom. This poison is extracted from the venom inside the heart of Aga, who was killed by Dai Amki for daring to offend him. Legendary Grade USN. This is the string instrument of the God King Didoyo. It is the legendary instrument that once defeated 9 giants. Trust in it and play your song. You have received 4 treasures including Eam. They continue to discuss. But is this enough for Aaron's ceremony? Maybe I should prepare a little more before sending it out. You don't need to do that. Next time you bring a few more grandchildren, I can grant more. Eventually, you'll have a few children anyway. That's enough. A few weeks later, at Corrin Guardians, a voice was heard. Alyssa had received Neb's red horse. Mary listened carefully. Meanwhile, the senior accepted Mach's curse. That's right. Then answer afterwards.
Yeah, I don't understand why we haven't even passed the challenge but still received the gift.
She asked curiously. Did you fail the challenge? I don't remember anything at all, Alyssa said sharply. When did I join the challenge? Warren helplessly said. Start over. This is so unreasonable. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on someone's face as the three of them fought over a single heart. What a beautiful display of affection. The opponent sneered, I hope all the young girls' love will bear fruit, so I will give gifts to everyone. That smile is really annoying. Just then, Corrin softly spoke up. But senior, you're shy to say it. I still have to write a report to complete the mission for the guild. Mary said we can write about that later and added, you can also take a break. This time Corrin struggled alone again, and we couldn't do anything to help. Hearing that, he agreed and said, that's fine. Corrin's mind begins to drift away. So peaceful. Yeah, just for a moment, not long after, a cat suddenly appeared, startling you. Corrin gently said, Nobby's here. Come here. This girl is a stray cat that has been hanging around Wyans' office lately. He picked it up and asked, Senior, is there any leftover fish in the kitchen? This little one loves fish. Strangely, it especially likes canned mackerel. Mary frowned and muttered, canned mackerel? Suddenly remembering something, her eyes darkened. Corrin. Mary immediately asked directly, do you know if Warren received any treasure from Mammon? He replied, Warren wouldn't tell me. She nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Mary gave a threatening look at the cat. Nabia, do you want to play with me? It's a bit redundant to say, but the academic atmosphere at MK3 is truly very relaxed. Compared to modern universities, it requires far fewer credits to graduate, and even those few classes can be replaced by Guardian Association missions. So, the energetic young students eagerly went out to engage in activities, and that was no different for Cornway after the training session ended when Dronwaski approached. Master, I have finished here. You raise an eyebrow. Already that fast? Your swordsmanship is improving rapidly. That's truly remarkable. The ghost demon sword you received from Manon is linked to the legend of the Great Wrath Morange, a legendary Hiron beast from the hero Ahon's myth. The demon destruction sword specializes in wide area skills, just like the treasure you obtained on the Men Treasure Island. Some other members, including Dronwaski, also successfully obtained treasures at Men, allowing Corrin to complete numerous missions issued by the Guardian Guild. And yes, see. You smile and say, maybe your level up goal is almost reached. Crano Ludin asks, you mean the Guardian rank? It's not even 2 months since it was founded and already reaching rank 1. Doesn't that count as a legendary record? Corrin added, also thanks to W and Mary's support. Because of the ability to move quickly anywhere, schedules are always shortened by at least 2 days. That's good to hear. It seems everyone is doing very well. Lately, I haven't seen Jeremy Loser around, have I? That kid is busy. Jeremy Loser has been missing all day since yesterday. Maybe it's time. Meanwhile, he is now pleading with Aang. Yes, Bishop. He smiled and said, Jeremy Loser, I hear that recently you have joined the Promising Wyans. The other side quickly replied, yes, thanks to that, gathering information according to your orders has become much easier. Suddenly, Jeremy Loser stammered and bowed his head. But, sir, he said, during the mission, I found the laboratory of the Black Demon Sorcerer. Jeramon Lear recounted, there was also a letter from your lordship. He looked up and asked, could it be true that the kidnapping and sacrifice of the children really happened? Hearing that, he seemed to lose all patience. Hey guys, this is really troublesome. He lowered his voice and said, sometimes serving the gods means walking through mud. Jerem Loser stammered, but this is where you cut me off. Remember when we hunted witches? Although some innocent people were sacrificed, it helped purge hundreds of witches, right? The great path, harsh and full of suffering, is something even gods can understand their sacrifices for. Hearing this, his mood suddenly stirred. I understand. As soon as I finished speaking, Jeremy Loser rushed out of the gate. And now muttered angrily, that meddlesome brat! Once this is over, I'll deal with him. The plan to elevate the Demon Lord to cause a great massacre has failed. Everything has fallen apart. Even the Crusade team, which was supposed to incite war, has disappeared. The public opinion campaign to turn demons into enemies has also completely failed. Moreover, during the process, 2 of the 7 factions of the Demon Tower were destroyed. He was so furious he didn't know what to do and shouted loudly. Yet he was completely overwhelmed by that Eastern mage. The anger within him began to grow stronger, and his mind gradually darkened. But even those who failed can still hold some value. Isn't that the will of the gods? At that moment, Sakari's voice rang out. Saintus, how is the plan to escort the sinners progressing? Everything is going smoothly. They will be transported together with the Holy Knights. I also added that the notorious A-level heretics have been restrained. He agreed that they are a bunch of arrogant and cursed beings, and then added that they must be judged at this holy land. Estelle mentioned Morsuda of the Demon Tower's Magic Array Master Kang Heon, and even the church's Crusader assault team. She explained that because there were so many prisoners, traveling by land would take a bit more time to reach the destination. Sakari suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, then what exactly is the Holy Maiden in those ceremonial robes?" Estelle heard this and smiled faintly. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Estelle immediately turned her gaze in that direction. She immediately recognized Maruam when she saw his face directly, while elsewhere, the MKA's execution day was underway. The group heads to the Holy Land to judge the heretics. The journey, blessed by the saintly grace of the Saintess, has begun. Although it was unworthy for the Saintess to appear personally just to escort the criminal, since this was a gathering of important figures, I prepared thoroughly to prevent any escape. Estelle clasped her hands in prayer, somewhat expecting this. Suddenly, outside, everyone shouted and launched an attack on the guards protecting the Saintess. She thought to herself, "Tower demons, since they tried to kidnap Lady Dianaref, I've already seen they were going too far, and now they want to see me as an enemy too? Do they think there's any solid support left, or is it just a reckless gamble?" Estelle muttered, "Is the pressure from the prayers a bit lacking?" Maybe that's true. With this many troops, the effectiveness is naturally reduced. Suddenly, a voice from outside called out, "Saintess, run away quickly. It's too dangerous here." The person stepped in and was stunned when they saw the scene before them. "What? The inside is completely silent right now." King Run immediately spoke when the person entered, saying, "Isn't this someone I know?" Marusutan sneered, "Coming in person to unlock our chains." "Are you crazy?" he said, his voice growing deeper as he looked at the other person stepping inside. "Saintess, you are starting to show your power. I didn't expect a so-called Saintess to be so naive." Did Marusutan realize that as soon as the prison was open, the suppression of our demonic powers also vanished? Their combined power quickly turned into a thick cloud of smoke. He coughs slightly and says, "Is this what you call a Saintess? So fragile?" King Run rubbed his neck and said, "Why are you sore all over? You should go east to rest and recover." Estelle suddenly spoke. "Why did you break the prison without following the proper procedures and commit such a grave crime?" Hearing this, Morris froze in shock. He couldn't believe it. He thought the cursed fire would only burn to the bone, but she slowly stepped forward and said, "Let's repent." Estelle continued, "The Lord protects me so the army with swords and spears cannot harm me. The prayer of the Saintess opens a miracle from the divine." She softened her voice and said, "I will not be harmed. God will protect me from armies, chariots, and wild beasts." Morse, witnessing this scene for the first time, couldn't help but feel afraid. "What is this? You crazy, stay away." "So if you wish, may God watch over and protect me." "My lord," she raised her voice, "wield the iron staff to crush the enemy army." Estelle added, "Just as a potter shatters a ceramic vessel, you will also crush your foes. That is the path to becoming invincible." The opening scene is engulfed in flames. Everything is submerged. Rin shouted, "Leave this to me! The Saintess has disappeared. Find her quickly." The subordinate turned back, glanced, and replied yes. He fought while shouting orders loudly, with no end in sight, must hold on and protect the Saintess. His narrowed eyes showed fierce determination. That person followed behind Estelle and shouted, "Is the Saintess here?" He emphasized the tragic scene, showing that the sorcerer's aura is truly formidable. She smiled faintly and turned to ask, "What are the casualties like?" Jolene shouted, "Thanks to the protection of the Saintess, there have been no casualties so far, but wounded are starting to appear. If things continue like this, we will be completely wiped out." Estelle concluded, "There is no other choice. They are major criminals. I will execute them on the spot, and the rest will be abandoned and retreat." Rin hesitated, but he was sure that retreating now would be too soon. Elder Moran, who dedicated his life to Chimera research, might very well be the one who created this body. She seemed to realize something and stopped. "Wait." Estelle frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I've never seen this face before in the escort team." He saw the situation was unstable and revealed a dangerous expression, then cursed, "Damn it, the great mage in disguise as a believer is acting strangely." Aaron laughed maniacally. "He has made a mistake. She was startled by that source of light." "What do you mean?" Edrin began casting a spell, voice questioning. "You say retreat?" "That can't be true." A massive surge of magic suddenly enveloped the space. In just a moment, the news spread everywhere. The sound of trading echoed. "Breaking news. The Saintess has been kidnapped. The royal family and the Divine Church have teamed up to rescue her." Accordingly, the Guardians Association has summoned 7 elite guardian groups, including Lao Fa non-Koran guardians. "Look at that ship. Why is it hanging with so many goods? With this, even a cannon shot wouldn't be able to hit it." En said, "The team leader seems to be them." He looked down on the approaching group with disdain. "Since when did you start involving children in such an important matter?" Suddenly, someone bows and salutes Koran. "Koran leader." "Koran and Deputy Leader Mary of Koran Guardian invite you in. Congratulations on being promoted to Elite Wyans." He was stunned. "What do you mean?" He shouted, "They are at the same elite level as us." The two of them shouted in shock together. "Those kids?" It is indeed surprising to see Mary, Waron, and Arisa among them. Koran Wyans has connections with the Waski mercenary group and the An family, who possess overwhelming power. However, to become the top Wyans, one must go through extremely complicated and lengthy procedures. But because the guild was in a hurry, they immediately promoted us, whose recent achievements had skyrocketed. That's also why they were so eager to send us on missions. And now, as the Demon Tower extermination campaign is about to begin, the Wyans Association president announced that the Demon Tower had kidnapped the Saintess to rescue her. Our branch has dispatched 7 elite Wyans teams present here. We must definitely include them among the Wyans elites, Pian said with a displeased tone. So, the reward we deserve has probably already been prepared, right? Red B.R. Hood added. We're not a charity organization. Once he understood their point, he raised his voice. Of course, the Wyans Guild leader explained. Regarding this event, the kingdom has promised a great reward for the heroes participating in the Demon Tower campaign. He emphasized that those involved in this Demon Tower operation will be allowed to loot without limits. Whether it's resources or human talent, everything is allowed. Hearing that, everyone below became excited. All right then, so we can take all the treasures and magic tools from the Demon Tower back, right? Someone burst out laughing. Isn't this just turning the mages into slaves? So, are the ragged and poor also included? Lasu said angrily. If they dare to look at our part, they will definitely die. Tanbin Marie S. called from behind. Corin, please hold back and be patient with your senior. He turned around and said dismissively, these guys are no different from a club. They have no aura of elites. Even before the landing, the prize competition had already begun. Some others followed along. Honestly, in this situation, we should be thankful to the Demon Tower. Aren't they the ones who cornered the Saintess? The others probably think the same way. No one truly wants to save the Saintess. Everyone is just blinded by their own interests. She angrily scolded, you bastards, you don't care about the Saintess. Corin, are you okay? The truth about the elite Wyans is like this. Corin spoke to reassure. It's okay. Let's just focus on our task now. Don't worry about such petty provocation. Anyway, they will all die like this. The main story of Hero Ahan's legendary campaign to destroy the Demon Tower. The Gangchan archipelago consists of dozens of small islands and one huge main island. To reach the main island where the Demon Tower is located, you must conquer dozens of small islands one by one. But the Demon Tower was so well prepared that most of the elite forces rushing to land could not succeed. The Windbreaker team was completely wiped out, and the main force lost up to 60% of Wyans' elite soldiers. Last time, this campaign was clearly the worst tragedy in Wyans history. Elderbrain excitedly boasted with self-satisfaction. Damn, Wyans, you guys are going to become prey for everyone. He observes the speed of the boat and reports. 500 meters, 400 meters. A look of happiness becomes more evident on Elderbrain's face. 300 meters. Suddenly, he freezes as a surge of power erupts. High in the sky, lightning begins to strike down as the boat races to escape. Captain High reports, the Demon Towers have appeared on the coast. It seems like it's their trap. Lasso, hearing this, angrily scolds. Damn Demon Towers, if this continues, they'll be wiped out. On the other side, Elderbrain looked at the terrifying natural phenomenon with amazement. What is that? Elderbrain looked puzzled and said, we haven't done anything yet. On the other side, his face also showed a grimace of discomfort. Huh! A slender hand begins to strike the strings of the instrument. Corin stands on the bow of the ship and shouts, Mountain! He frantically shouted, Rock! Rock on! Where are you going? The melody grew more frantic, stomping and then jumping up. The system panel immediately displayed the legendary WW rank. This is the string instrument of the God King Dakda, a legendary harp that once killed 9 giants. Trust in it. The sound will transmit magical energy throughout the entire space. Wherever it goes, it will fly to the call of its owner. Using the harp to attack giants will deal an additional 1,200% damage. Hebuin's magic effect will change depending on the genre of music being played. In the case of rock music, Corin hurriedly intervenes. Where do you think you're going to escape to? The warning of the machine and the disaster effect. Xo was stunned. What more could he possibly do in this situation? That madman. Under the sea, the raging waves began to surge up. Corin's face was crazed with excitement as he pulled the string of the instrument. Suddenly, Ron Waski shouted, Even this step is part of your plan? Master. Suddenly, the sound of a ship crashing echoed loudly through the dark space. He thought to himself that a tragedy where 60% of the troops would die would happen as soon as they set foot on the island. Everyone was helping each other escape from the water. If that's the case, Corin looked up and felt that dying at my hands would be better. With shining eyes, he continued to shout, The show isn't over yet, tiny shining stars, he thought to himself. I will be the first to crush the entire fleet right in the middle of the ocean. At the same time, beams of dazzling light descended from the sky, and the scene shifted to the Royal Army Command Center. The chairman of the God Association grits his teeth in fury and slams the table. The damn magic towers, I never thought they could unleash a great magic that manipulates nature itself. This was supposed to be a large-scale landing operation with over 50 warships deployed. But unexpectedly, we were pushed back and couldn't reach the coast. He calmly asked, What are the casualties? NIST reports, 13 ships have sunk, several others heavily damaged, with hulls severely destroyed and nearly irreparable. Damn it, they must have suffered a massacre. His voice was cautious. That was emphasized by Nis. No one was killed, only a few were lightly injured due to the damaged ships. The Wyans Guild leader was surprised and said, What are you talking about? Half the fleet destroyed and not a single person dead? Several small boats are bringing the group ashore, each face showing exhaustion and weariness. Dronwaski seethes with hatred. Damn it, those damn magic tower bastards. But luckily Korin Wayans brought plenty of rescue ships. Lao replied no. He looked up at the sky with shining eyes. What saved us is music. Lasso's confident tone confirms it. Music has subdued the storm, Korin replied proudly. Of course, music is not meant for killing. Everyone praises you as a small star, but it's to save lives. Korin locks. Korin reached out and grabbed his hand. He remembered that, according to the rules, these elites had never even once shown their true abilities. Korin assesses everyone, but they have also tried so hard to become elite Wayans. Only because in a moment of greed, they failed to grasp the situation. You tell yourself that you can't just let them die. Everyone believes that the disaster was caused by the magic tower. Lao, overwhelmed with emotion, held Korin tightly, believing that our song was what stopped the disaster, and that this time I saved those I couldn't in the previous round. You smile happily, wishing the siege of the magic tower had never happened, but perhaps this scenario is a necessary evil. Korin quietly analyzes the main plot, realizing that the battle against the magic tower is a crucial event for all of humanity, to understand what the tower truly is. His thoughts are revealed. Even those who once chose the demon tower as their goal now see their true face. Everyone reads the report with tears of emotion. If the tower demons dare to capture the Holy Maiden, then my future is basically ruined. If the whole world learns the truth about the relationship between the tower and the Bantas generation, it will be much easier for Korin to gather support later on. The only thing that can't be prevented is the abduction of the Saintess, and some people are crying and lamenting. The bigger concern is whether the Saintess is still alive or not. Korin understands. The Saintess was very popular among the people, so this incident will only fuel the movement against the demon tower, so there's no need to worry. She used to remind me firmly I told you to bring red wine. Estelle is currently imprisoned in the demon tower, but for now, everything remains safe according to the plan. He glanced at the radiant face in front of him, just like these people. Korin continues to play the piano with conviction in his heart. I will be the one to save everyone. Your face shows clear confidence as the scene shifts to a dark place with drops of blood falling to the floor. Estelle is confused. How can this be happening? Dunsky coldly replied, Do you think a noble lady would never get hurt? Rin stepped forward and said, Dunsky, you're a wanted criminal known for terrorism across the continent, right? He responded casually, It's truly an honor to be recognized like that. So Dunsky asked, Do you know what that is? Estelle's voice was filled with panic. Wait, that's what she shouted in shock. Holy relic, why is that in the hands of a terrorist like you? The man sneered. Holy sage. Oh, right. That's what they call it. Inan took her hand. Let's stop chatting and I'll pour the holy blood into the cup. Estelle gasped. What? She started to struggle. Stop it. What are you planning to do? He whispered. Holy blood has many uses, like making the eye of Nua Ertam glow or resurrecting the giant from ancient times. Over here, seagulls are gently soaring over the sea and everyone begins to cheer. What are these lightning in waves? They cheered. Indeed, it is Elder Brain, such an incredible great demon mage. When Elder Brain heard those words, he felt confused because he was not the one who created it. The scene shifts to the Association Situation Room. Aaron Danwa's voice echoes on the screen. Such waves probably aren't natural, right? We have to think that the magic tower might be using both the sky and the sea to call out to Chairman Dan, but that doesn't mean we can give up. She continued, Of course, I'm not saying to give up. If it's a great magic causing the waves and thunder, there must be a hidden magic circle. Just destroy it. That's right, Clara, she reported. Yes, during the Man Revolution, I have seen a similar spell before. If a space mage says so, then it must be true. Josephine is a character recorded in the files, so no one suspects her. Josephine thought to herself, while student Korin was thinking about causing a disaster. Of course, that's completely a lie. The others hesitated to comment, but now that an invasion isn't possible, how can they break the magic-breaking formation? Who would join such a dangerous mission? Suddenly she interrupted them, saying, I have a plan, and everyone was surprised. Iranua emphasized that destroying the magic with a small team was impossible. Korin refused, saying that's just not doable. You insist that we will go to the Demon Tower together to rescue the Saintess, Warren added. Even a large-scale invasion would only lead to more pointless sacrifices. Marriott excitedly clapped her hands together, thinking about the disaster. She complained about that noisy music. Just thinking about it made her sick of it, and she was so worried about being discovered that Korin's heart was pounding wildly. Josephine adjusts her glasses while warning and deceiving the royal family. But there's a problem with this plan. She analyzed the magic problem after losing the Witch War, which strengthened the Steel Archipelago into a fortress for 80 years. They released spirits, summoned monsters everywhere, turning the place into an impenetrable lair. Warren reassured her, That's not the issue, she continued. Isn't it possible to enter through teleportation? She replied, That's the real problem. I'm not bragging. But the Demon Tower believes they failed because of spatial magic. So inside the tower, spatial magic cannot be used, and even the island is restricted with this type of magic. Josephine straightforwardly concludes that they cannot enter the magic tower and that the markers around the island will be disconnected at the joints. She looks confused. So what is this? Mari responds. There is a marker outside the barrier. She explains that the marker in the Forbidden Forest has a weak barrier, so someone can be sent in. But honestly, I just want to pray that no one has to go in there. She wondered why the distance from the Witch Guard's coast was also far, so it seemed safe. Josephine adjusts her glasses, explaining that no one guards that place because it is almost the most dangerous part of the magic tower. Suddenly, Corin stepped in. I'll go. What did Josephine do after hearing that? She hesitated. Corin looked with a judging gaze, and then they all said in unison that he was weak. He objects so strongly in their hearts. Corin frowns and explains. Without the support of the organization, I would definitely be the weakest. Suddenly, Arendanwa's voice rang out. It's okay. She looked at him with a gentle expression. Our disciple, can you do it? At that moment, Corin looked at Arendanwa with a dazed expression. Finally, he smiled with real confidence. Yes, then a magic circle appeared in the sky. Josby reminds everyone to get ready. We'll move in 30 seconds. Respond when you're ready. Don't worry about this side and stay careful, everyone. Suddenly, Warren's worried voice rang out. Corin, you're surprised. She's blushing but still reminding us. Don't get hurt. Corin looked confused. Huh? War held his hand tightly, voice trembling. If you get hurt, it's your fault. She shouted a warning. 10 seconds before teleportation, everyone prepare. Corin reached out and ruffled her hair. See you again at the Tower of Spirits. Corin, you brought the potatoes, right? Show your determination. I won't get hurt. Thank you for taking care of me. Corin's hand radiated warmth as it touched Waron's head, and suddenly a beam of light enveloped the space. Corin quickly moved to the Forbidden Forest, where the Forest Nightmare was created by the 6th School of Necromancy. This is the worst level. Even a max-level team of players would struggle to clear easily. Hundra appears and comments, quite handsome, huh? But that's too reckless. She spreads her arms wide towards you. Come here now. Most of them are captured by countless spirits. Hundra asks you to fall into her arms, then your 4 limbs will be torn apart and die. Her hand is gradually pressing against your face, but Corin calmly brushes past. The scenery is so beautiful, I haven't had time to go mountain climbing lately. She was startled, turned around, and shouted, What is this? He looked around to see that the Demon Tower is the place where the most magic experiments and magical advancements in the world take place. Suddenly, Corin realized that the item in front of Mandragora was one of the many spirits here because he wondered whether he should take it with him since they are a type of guardian, with thick fog surrounding and blocking the view. Corin decided to pass this time. So what if it's a guardian? You do not perceive spiritual beings, a contract that binds itself to gain a 50% increase in physical damage. Simply put, it's a buff. You can't recognize spirits. Nothing has changed since I met Count Savaja. Since it's hard to interact with spirits, I can't be harmed by them. Corin's hand touches the bag and he laughs maniacally, clearly excited. Truly, a great deal. The system reminds you that you have drunk Azerit sparkling water. Your aura level has increased by 3 tiers. Your magic power level has risen and your maximum aura has increased by 2,000. Maximum mana capacity increased by 1,500. You have consumed royal honey. Poison resistance enhanced. The continuous mechanical sound indicates you have consumed a nest of blood bees. The power effect is doubled. The yen bird's sense of the wind through its skin becomes more Mingan to danger. The stats reveal Corin Lock Hero Aura 13,130. Mana 11,920. Resilient Warrior's regenerative trait Pain Resistance. Knowledge of the Beast Power Field sweeps across the entire language of the Swift Swallow. Reporting Strength 233, Agility 160, Stamina 158, Aura 164 mana 175. With these simple stats, I've now surpassed Senior Mary before she became Lunia or a blood-sucking demon. Suddenly, Corin's eyes widened. What is this? The system explains the special level of magic power. In the realm of the Soul King, why are you facing a creature with blazing eyes? My voice trembling with shock. Corin immediately became excited and rushed forward. Why are you only appearing now, King of Spirits? Are you claiming or something? Anyway, I have to defeat you. The treasure has a drop rate of only 1.5%. Elder Drarian, the leader of the Six Laws faction, spent the entire 10-year budget of the sect to import from the east a legendary spiritual herb, one of the 3 great mythical medicines of the hero Ahan. In the end, the item that dropped was Korean ginseng. Corin clenched it tightly in his hand, thinking to himself, I'll keep this, then used his other hand to press the potato into the ground. This will be a gift in return. Corin decided silently that since he received a gift, he should give something back to keep the balance. That's what true mutual support is, right? Over here, Mariette takes out some items. Everyone, take this. Someone was surprised. This is her explanation. This is the potato I created using energy received from Dan and Angus in Mamo. Maha's Curse Explanation System is a skill that creates cursed green crop seeds. When these crops sprout, all the men in the area will experience a special sensation for 9 days. The men in the area will have a special feeling. Over here, Corin smiles excitedly. That Angus really did give me a useful gift. Then he frantically shouted, Grow quickly, my little ones! Vow! Corin decided that before those potatoes sprouted, she had to finish her task and then escape. The opening scene is at the underground sewer beneath the magic tower. This is the meeting point where the infiltration team agreed to gather. Charging straight into the magic tower is an extremely reckless move. You can see even in my shadow, moving up through the underground tunnel, that's the correct attack route. Corin hesitated for a moment. But when did you arrive? Warren's voice sounded from behind. I have been here before too. At first I was going to turn into a crow, but you responded. I see. Are you concerned? Is the path ahead okay? I heard there are quite a few monsters in this area. She also responded, I think there are a few of them. Corin sighed. Looks like luck is on your side. Then footsteps sound approaching from ahead. He suggested, let's rest here for now while we wait for the others to arrive. I guess it will take them another 2 days to arrive. Going against the sewer beneath the magic tower, you'll find an old management room. Corin glanced around and assessed. This room probably needs a little tidying up too. But hey, you really hate cleaning, right? Do you want to swap with Ranny? Suddenly, Warren's attitude turned serious. Are only the two of us going to be here for the next 2 days? You stand there stunned. She approaches, her hand clutching the corner of Corin's shirt. War, blushing and sweating profusely, tidies everything up. I'll help you, Corin thought to himself after a while when night fell. It's probably already evening now, right? Because it's so dark here that the sense of time is becoming increasingly vague. You glance at her helplessly. The little flower girl is already asleep without even taking off her apron, so I note it down and finish the support task. Corin quietly assesses the situation. This time, only I, Mary, and Master Aaron are going up the magic tower. The three of them, according to the plan, Josephine, War, and I will stay here to watch over things. Even if only temporarily, we should tidy up a bit. After a while, Warren slowly woke up. Corin responded, Oh, I see, you're sorry. Did I wake you up? She explained. No, Hoa is still sleeping, Corin instructs. Just go back to sleep. I still have a few things to do. Warren's voice was full of weariness. In that case, then just lean on him a little so I can sit like this for a moment. Corin looked confused. Rania Warren shyly remarks that being in his arms feels so warm and comfortable. Hearing those words, Corin's body also involuntarily warms up. She leaned on him and continued to fall asleep. Later, someone gently pushed the door open and entered. Dioku, thank you for guiding us. Thanks to you, we arrived much faster. Corin called out loudly. Sister Marriott! Wow, Corin, you're here early? He clears his throat softly and responds, Yes, it's okay for now. At the same time, Irinua stepped in to praise her. Truly my favorite student. Josephine continued, I knew something was going to happen ever since we were in the Forbidden Forest, she reminded. But I just saw worm glyphs carved all over the underground sewer. Extremely intricate. Thanks to the over 10,000 magic powers accumulated in a single day, it was possible to descend into this underground sewer 40 times. Josie wondered, making him smile shyly. Mandarin, did you bring the biggest bag filled with potatoes? You managed to do it all by yourself, after all. It's definitely you. Corin, you have a different answer inside your heart. I didn't just grow potatoes. Corin recalls his own journey. I packed all the spiritual herbs and items into a large bag and hid it in the Forbidden Forest. You recall your memories. Furthermore, I left it there with Wayne, the one who caused a natural disaster with the power of rock loan. An information screen appears. Legendary Wear Class. This is the string instrument of the Divine King, a giant hammer of destruction, the symbol of Legend A, the one that once defeated mighty giants. It explains in detail. Its sound will spread throughout the space and be covered by a magical effect that can return to its owner. Whenever I use the whip to attack enemies, it deals an additional 1,200% damage with an automatic healing effect. I can recall my item pouch at any time. Those things make Corin's thoughts even more intense. Moreover, there are also magical spirits monitoring the time there. Before I personally return, no one can touch my treasure. You smile with an excited, almost sinister grin. Good, we even gained more than expected, Corin suddenly shouted. Now everyone is here, so let's get started. Jospin responds, I will stay here ready to activate the teleportation at any moment. War will take on the mission. I will stay behind to guard. Corin analyzes that Josephine is responsible for preparing the teleportation spell, and Moran will handle the protection. Later, he gently extended his hand. Corin cast the spell while thinking, now all that's left is to rescue Estelle and return, starting the Holy Maiden rescue mission. After a while, they moved to the Demon Tower. Someone shouted. With Corin in front, hiding against the wall to warn, wait a moment. The crowd suddenly halted. Corin reached out to pat his head. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Marriott smiled and quickly followed suit. Oh, thank you for your great effort. The person who was patted on the head had a cold expression, but within that face warmth and a happy smile appeared. Over here, she's excited. She's really getting carried away. Ah, it's so easy. Corin argued back. No, this method only allows you to reach the 4th floor without being blocked. You start explaining that from the 5th floor and above, only sorcerers of assistant instructor level or higher are allowed to enter. They have an advanced eye movement recognition system, she wondered. So what do we do now? Corin reassured her. Don't worry, I anticipated this. Corin begins to organize everyone. Miss Marriott has already brought a battle spirit with her. No, that's not true. This time, I went south and summoned a new spirit beast. The creature appeared gradually as Marriott described. And that person is the former leader of the Red Faction, Elederat Malik. At that time, the Black Faction leader was captured by the Saintess Estelle. She explained that the Red Faction leader was captured alive and turned into a vampire when suddenly someone shouted out Corin Locke. He immediately went berserk and shouted, "I won't forgive you. Sit down." She stands with her arms crossed and coldly commands. Chunshich Marriott angrily scolded, "You exposed your teeth again without permission, didn't you, Dunal lady?" "Oh no, Master, I apologize. Do you want me to salt and roast you or turn you into pottery?" The Red and Black faction mages who conspired to kidnap Mary were captured by the Dunalbev family, the rulers of the South, and faced the harshest punishments. But thanks to Lady Mary's mercy, they were not executed but sentenced to hard labor. Thanks to their efforts, the output in the southern region increased by 10%, a truly satisfying ending. Then Elder Admec's eyes suddenly lit up fiercely. They immediately moved forward smoothly. After passing the 5th floor, the scene shifted to a place with old signs and darkness. Corin moved while thinking to himself, Estelle must be in the special area on the 8th floor, just 2 more floors to go. At this point, I doubt that not only the Tower Master, but also Dunsky are there. I'm sure I must be extremely careful and avoid confrontation with them. If there is any, Corin immediately orders Diogu to stop. If you're caught here, you're doomed. Marriott tries to reassure him. No, it seems Corin. Diogu has discovered something. She approached and observed that it seemed scared. Corin was confused. Is Diogu scared? Marriott confidently states that there is something here that makes it react like that. As soon as they entered the room, she exclaimed that it looked like a Demon Tower's laboratory. The boy asked, "Master, have you ever seen this place before?" She replied, "No. Even when I came here as the Academy president, they never allowed me to see this experiment." Suddenly, Marriott's steps came to a halt. Her eyes filled with horror as she looked ahead. Corin and Aranua were confused. Could this be? Corin also fell into panic. This is the first creature to ever dominate this world. In front of them is the terrifying creature, the Sky Titan giant. Now only its eyes remain. Marriott remarked that compared to the giants she had seen on the Sky Island, its size was completely beyond compare and added, "Just one eye and it's already as big as a whole giant's body?" Moreover, the true owner of this eye is suddenly startled by a loud noise behind her. Dunsky stepped in and said, "So just a little more and we'll see it, right? Oh, great giant king, Balo, please be resurrected." Dunsky cruelly declared, "I want to end this once and for all, but slowly infusing the sacred blood is too troublesome." She realized that what they are trying to resurrect is indeed the feared Marys, the giant King Lo who once murdered the divine King Noda and was defeated by the light god Dana. He is the strongest demon lord in history. She began to explain as King Bao fell, and the great battle between the giants and the Danu people reached its end. Corin started to drift into his own thoughts. "I know the Demon Tower is obsessed with resurrection, but this time they have crossed the line. You confirm Bao is the greatest threat to the Danu people, possessing enough power to destroy the entire world. Even the half-god king he once met as a spirit in Mu was killed by him." Corin recalls the events of the past, and the one who destroyed Bao was Lu's light Danu. Things continue, but it's amusing that the so-called heir of Lai, who wants to restore the Danu world, is actually trying to revive the 3 furnaces. You start to piece everything together. As expected, they will use any means necessary to achieve their goal. Do they really think resurrecting something like that is okay? Dunsky sneered. "Well then, let's get started. If the resurrection succeeds, don't forget that it's all thanks to me." The information screen immediately appears. Andri, one of the 4 sacred treasures of Danu, a treasure containing endless life. A tiny light flickers through the darkness as he releases countless snakes. At that moment, as if sensing something, he looked around. What's going on? Be quiet for a moment. Your tone sounds dangerous. Are they here or not?" Corin's face immediately turned panicked, damn it. Then he sneered and shouted, "You damn cursed universe. No wonder everything has gone so smoothly until now." Edrin's voice threatening, "Keep hiding or I'll see that head of yours." Now, all 3 of their faces become extremely tense. At that moment, his eyes widened, and then he spat fire, confirming he had caught it. He keeps causing massive fires, and that power is gradually sweeping through and destroying the space. At that moment, a group of frightened mice ran out. Dunsky was surprised and said, "Is it really mice?" He explained, "There are test mice. We keep a few for easier management of the laboratory." "Is that so?" Then he left, saying it's time to go back. "Outside, the Imperial Army is still fighting against us." Dunsky agreed. I see their figures gradually fade away from the room as strange sounds begin to echo in the darkness. The 3 of them let out a relieved breath. Corin thought to himself that facing Dunsky right here in the Demon Tower was impossible. "You almost got yourself killed," Mari teased. Corin is truly generous. Corin stammers in embarrassment. This is just a matter of shrinking the magic circle." She concluded, "Anyway, the plan is clear now. Destroying that eye will be enough." "I refuse. For now, it's better not to make her angry. The most important thing now is to rescue the Saintess, and I have some ideas in mind. I also want to activate the magic worm remotely to destroy it, but that's not an easy task." Corin silently assesses the situation. The Demon Tower has suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Master, so the entire tower is protected by a barrier against spatial and long-range magic. He hesitated internally, but if only for a short time, Josephine could still set up a spatial magic circle. It's probably almost finished now. Now let's move to the top floor. Corin reminds us. There's not much time left. Let's split up and search the top floor first. Aaron Danua reminds you to cause as much chaos as possible if you're discovered to distract them. She agrees. Yeah, Daidu and I will also split up the search. His voice softly rang out. Then he shouted a warning before turning and running in the opposite direction. Everyone, be careful. As long as we save the Saintess and retreat safely, that's enough. Then Corin looked around and assessed. We need to search these places. Suddenly, a bottle of alcohol was thrown at you. Corin was startled. What? What's going on? Estelle irritably shouted, This is the 17-year-old aged one, right? I told you it's the 35-year-old Duna wine. Corin immediately spoke, startling her. She still looks healthy. Nothing happened while she was locked up, right? Seeing the visitor, Estelle cheered up. Little brother, I'm glad inside. I didn't think the situation was that bad, but she excitedly shouted, Little brother, are you here to save me? Corin looked around and said, What is this place, a hotel or a prison? You should stay away from the bars for now. Wait a moment. Estelle hurriedly intervened, breaking the iron bars without attracting attention. That's not an easy feat. Corin quickly calmed everyone with a gesture of power.
This magic tool is the result of the old men in the magic tower working together, each needle engraved with magic power. Don't worry.
You draw out a sharp weapon from your magic power. Manon appears immediately to introduce himself. I am Manon Marley, the child of the sea bestowed upon Corin Locke, the direct bloodline of Dan the Great Leader of Iron. The spear has the ability to nullify magic. Gator, please accept this with sincerity. At that moment, the information panel instantly appeared. Garter's legendary title is the Red Spear and Manon and Emily's pair of twin spears. It explains in detail how to effectively nullify magic effects on a single target when facing Monster B, dealing an additional 350% damage. Enemies of Type B hit will be cursed with the Lord's Red Dream. Estelle shouted loudly. Garter's tone was steady, like a spear of destruction capable of nullifying magic effects. How could she be surprised? This doesn't make sense. Corin concludes. Then I just need to retreat now. Lady Saint, can you pray? If you have the blessing spell, things will go much more smoothly for Bap. Suddenly, her eyes drooped in great discomfort. I don't understand that either, but right now my holy power can't operate. Just like in the original story, Corin remembers that Estelle still couldn't use divine power at this point. Although I have guessed the main reason, he steps forward to protect her, first must find the others. Corin's face turned surprise as he looked into the endless darkness ahead, recalling his memories. According to the original setup, the strongest ice mage of the Elder Slarian barrier from the Lamsack school confidently reaffirmed his stance, but that was only based on the original story. Corin silently concluded that the current strongest ice mage is Mari Dunalev, who appeared suddenly following his thoughts. Mari's face lit up with joy when she saw a familiar face. She shyly scratched her head and said, Corin, I was planning to handle it quietly, but it seems that's not going to work. He praised, It's okay, you've done very well. At the same time, Aaron Downhay's footsteps sound, so the mages inside the magic tower will arrive soon. Corin calls out, Master, she's urging us, hurry up! Then suddenly, outside the magic tower, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the space. They jump down from above. Corin says this was all part of the plan. He shouted, and she immediately cast her magic. Sister Mariette, the power Mariette uses is the Ice Wing. Corin was satisfied, gradually slowing down before landing. But suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from above, making him freeze. Dunsky charges down. So you rotten rats were hiding here all along? Corin was terrified. Oh my god, that disgusting monster. He remembered that even after defeating Dunsky Ace at Heavenly City, that was just one of his many forms, capable of killing only a black beast and a dragon. Corin pondered. All that remains are two fierce dragons. Am I turning into a dragon again? Corin glanced around and saw two demon bulls with magical power. He was startled to realize they just ignored us. Below, magical crises are unfolding along with countless giant snakes. Strange creatures are gradually forming, and the beasts are flooding this mansion. The ghost frogs, he shouted an order. Come on, hurry and come down, Mari shouted desperately. What the hell is that? Die. With 200 human wounds and countless powers unleashed, only screams of despair remain. It's too painful. How can just a few demon frogs withstand a great magic? Arinwa calmly said, I have to say a grand farewell before I leave, right? She quickly activated the resonance of the silver sword. Although it's difficult inside the demon tower, strange lights appear along the tunnel in the sewer, and Corin can still activate the magic runes. As the battle raged on, a hand emerged from the wreckage, and she shouted urgently, ready to leap into action. 10 seconds remaining, 100 meters to go. This is a plan full of variables. But thanks to everyone's efforts, they all jumped into the spell and succeeded. Suddenly, a dark voice echoes, causing Corin to freeze. Hey there, an enormous eye is watching you. Corin shouted, What's the emergency? Your body is starting to experience intense pain. War shouted anxiously at the top of his lungs. Corin, the scene shifts to a place bathed in warm light. The boat moves smoothly across the calm sea. Alyssa happily waves her hand. Come quickly. The mission is a success. But then her eyes froze. But Alyssa's words made everyone feel sorrowful. Where is he? She asked anxiously. And what about Corin? Where is he? Everyone's hands are on the ground, tears falling along with them. The Holy Maiden Rescue Mission. Marriott's face is now only filled with the despair of failure. Marriott couldn't hold back and cried out in pain, shouting, Corin! Corin, everyone must come back now, even if I have to go alone. Josephine sadly reminds you to calm down. Student Marriott, I understand how you feel, but since the magic tower has been destroyed, the guards have surely been reinforced. Turning back now would be an act itself. She's crying, but at that moment, Aaron Danua pats her shoulder and Marriott takes her hand. It will be okay. Trust in Corin, that child will definitely survive. Act with that belief. Marriott calls out, Madam Chairwoman. She wipes her tears and says we also have work to do here. Are they going to be safe? She responds. No, Arinua reminded me. It's the three of them. She hesitated. Huh? Now that you mention it. They hurriedly realized Waran was missing. Only ruins and remnants of the battle remaining on the ground, and Dunsky immediately went berserk, roaring everywhere. He became furious about the dangerous power. The Saintess has escaped. My subordinate reports that she seems to have been swept into the underground sewer, but with this level of damage, isn't she already dead? Hearing this, he becomes even more resentful. The Saintess is dead. Don't say such unlucky words. Dunsky definitely can't revive the giant without holy blood. Find her immediately. His eyes lit up with a stream of thoughts. We are almost done. Andrive's magic still hasn't stopped. You bastard! How dare you sabotage the Master's plan? Dunsky's voice was filled with murderous intent. I will tear you apart and kill you! A faint voice echoes as the scene shifts. When Corin woke up, he saw her lying on top of him. Corin gently speaks. Holy Maiden, are you injured? Estelle asked anxiously, Are you still safe, Junior? But she was uneasy when looking at Corin's wound. Your stomach, you remind me. We need to leave here quickly now. If we stay, the magic will trace our trail. Corin looked outside anxiously, and if he just sat there, he concluded he might freeze to death. She screamed, It's too cold! To the north of the Steel Island Army Base, bordering the Icy Kingdom, it is always shrouded in eternal winter regardless of weather or season. Estelle wondered if he was truly okay. Junior, she seems to think the wound is serious. Corin gently replies, I'll recover quickly, don't worry. It's more important that we prepare to move right away. She looked confused and said, What? Just hide here. Is that right? Corin explained. If she is confident she can last for a long time, then she might as well go ahead. Estelle was confused. How long will it take? 20 days. She shouted out loud after hearing that. Huh? 20 days? He began to realize that the patrols around the entire city, including the port, must have been tightened. Escaping now is impossible. If we can hold out until the kingdom's regular troops arrive, it will take at least 20 days, Corin emphasized. Besides, I really don't want to stay here any longer. You analyze the route, and we will cross the strait to the north. More precisely, pass through the Steel Islands to reach the southern peninsula of Knot Kingdom. Estelle panicked. What? That's too dangerous. I agree. It's a frozen turnaround area, so we can walk across it, Corin explained. Since the Saintess can't use her holy power right now, she's just like an ordinary person. We can't escape the tower's surveillance, so this is really our only option. Suddenly, Estelle's eyes lit up. No, I have escaped from the demon prison, so my holy power will recover soon. Then maybe I can break through the barrier and get out. Is that right? Corin's voice carries a sense of helplessness. That holy power won't return anytime soon. Are you reminding me to think carefully? Did she really lose her holy power just because of the demon prison? She is beginning to understand the problem. Come to think of it, since then I haven't been able to use holy power anymore. Corin recalls the original story. The mechanism used by the demon tower to seal divine power has not yet been clarified, but the person behind it was already too obvious. Corin recounted just before she was taken away. Among those who frequently interacted with the Saintess, did she notice anything unusual? She hesitated. You mean Estelle understood what you meant? Is there a traitor inside me? You nodded in agreement. Yes, especially among the high-ranking officials of the church, she interrupted. I'm only offering one piece of advice. Corin Locke. Estelle's voice turns cold. If you want to stay alive, be careful with your words. If you say things like that elsewhere, Antu will be waiting for you. Corin's question made her confused. Really? You really never once doubted the existence of gods? At that moment, Estelle slapped Corin hard across the face. She was angry and said, Why would you say such disrespectful words? He reached out to take a weapon. Then Corin turned and walked away. You will also understand someday, because that is the truth of this world. Then, Estelle covered her mouth in horror. Oh my God, what should I do? She looked so happy watching the little rabbit. My cute little rabbit friend is as adorable as a child and as pure as an angel. Estelle is lost in a small happiness. If I could live with this little one in the princess's garden, it would be perfect. She kept praising, but suddenly the bunny was attacked, blood splattering onto the white snow. So adorable. Corin reached out and picked it up, exclaiming, Lucky us, there are probably a few more rabbits around here. This one is plump and firm. It should be delicious. Estelle scowled and cursed the evil creature. They decided to head north to escape the tower's pursuit. This was the only way. She scolds this treacherous bastard's filthy stuff, but it's not easy to get a meal like this. Then Estelle Chu comments, "Do they look tasty? You bring the food, eat some more, I have another one left. During the day, you must keep moving forward without stopping." Estelle, walking behind, said, "Even with the holy armor and her bead of protection enchanted to keep her warm." Corin sighed. "It's really cold." Of course, when the snowstorm hits, even walking a few meters becomes extremely difficult. It is essential to be careful and absolutely avoid being detected while moving. The security network is very dense, but if you bury yourself in the snow, you might be mistaken for a carcass of a wild animal. At night, they dig snow holes to rest in, repeating this every day. But more important than anything else is the time. The two of them have been traveling for a week, and there isn't much time left. "Why do you seem so concerned about her attitude? Are you okay?" Estelle sighed and said, "No. I just feel like I am more of a burden than I imagined." Corin reassured her, "This is not the time to be self-deprecating, you know." She then asked, "But aren't you sorry? Junior, you had to suffer here just to save me." Corin's tone was firm. "I have no regrets." You smile gently at her. "I can recognize someone's happiness and I have the ability to change it. That's why I came to help. If I hadn't come, that would be what I truly regret." Estelle felt a warmth in his heart and softly assessed, if that's truly sincere, then he's truly admirable. "If you are not a traitor, I would have seen you as a wonderful man." Suddenly, Corin's face darkened. Estelle was worried. "Huh? Junior, are you okay?" She probably concluded it's because you kept wearing wet clothes. "Let me help you dry your clothes and warm up a bit." Suddenly, her eyes showed clear signs of panic. "What the hell is this?" Estelle shouted in panic. "Your blood is bleeding." Could it be that she realized it back then? The system explains the curse. Pan Benaha's curse activates upon contact with sunlight. The curse has been activated, and the wound will never heal. Corin tried to resist, but because he carries the power of the sun, he wasn't burned. Yet this curse still exists, and unexpectedly, it backfired in this way. You feel your body gradually growing colder like ice. Estelle keeps calling out, "Wake up, Junior. Here, take my bead. Hold on to it tightly." Then she couldn't hold back her emotions and started crying. "No, I can't let this happen. With such a battered body, you still try to save me?" Time kept passing, and guilt overwhelmed Estelle's mind during a week of marching through the snowstorm. She grits her teeth. Her divine power sealed. I can't even use blessings from the heavens. The only thing I can do now is for Estelle to touch the pendant. "To prevent you from freezing to death," I will try to mutter. Tears still wet my eyes. Here I am, a princess, a saintess, having to go this far. To prevent your body from getting colder, Estelle begins to act according to her thoughts. "I will share my warmth with you through my own body." In that dark forest, a strange light begins to shine during this time. Corin's eyes slowly regained consciousness after the trance, and he vaguely felt the warmth as if Estelle's gentle voice was saying, "You're awake now?" Her face flushed, she asked, "Are you awake?" The saintess. Why is the saintess coming back so quickly? But Estelle calmly replied, "Thank goodness. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters." Corin began to ponder, now clearly realizing it was an incurable curse. What is going on? I glanced at my body, the amount of magic power inside decreasing and the wounds gradually healing. His eyes were panicked. "What's going on?" Corin immediately realized and shouted, "Are they the tower demons? They can't possibly be that fast to catch up." At that moment, a giant shadow appeared above your head, and the two of you immediately stood close together, extremely alert. She calls him Corin. He mutters a curse under his breath. Damn it. Just as their bodies are still recovering, their battle is about to begin. Corin somersaulted in the middle of the fight as countless enemies from the demon tower ambushed the two of them. You analyze that each of them has strength comparable to a level 2 knight or higher. They are hybrid beings between humans and giants, appearing in this scenario as subordinates of Tess Banaz. Corin struggles to conclude but is half giant. The battle is still extremely intense. Each of them is a warrior ranked from level 2 knight or higher, carrying the bloodline of a human and giant hybrid. Kent stepped forward, roaring terrifyingly. The giants appearing in the story should have been vassals of Tess Banaz. At this moment, they wonder if it should be like that. Corin and Estelle couldn't hold back and shouted, "What's going on here?" Seeing that, he explained, "These individuals are a tribe I once knew. I once met them when BJ announced he would enroll in the academy." This immediately made Corin fall into deep thought. Mentioning BJ then reminded you of the past, the top student of the 53rd Night Academy. One fun image after another still vividly appears in Corin's mind. The giant warrior Backer's fierce armor, he also realizes that this is how it is. Then Corin thought again about Miriam and Estelle. The key difference that divided the church into the former Zeren and the new Zon was their attitude towards demons. For a long time, the church viewed demons no different from monsters or spirits. However, an important event occurred, and after the Water Revolution, they gradually accepted demons. The new church has completely changed its view of demon people. They now seek to protect and live in harmony with them. Little by little, everything has changed. Allowing demon humans to enroll in the academy is the most typical example, even in my generation. You thought again about her and Bakker, and among the elders, two stand out as clear examples. The dragon Mary Danf and the giant Bjerre. The reason they were able to enroll despite numerous objections was because Estelle confidently declared Pierre an exceptionally talented student, which even Corin was convinced of. Back then, I truly owed my gratitude to Estelle, the representative of the new church. There's also another reason, but this place isn't the true north yet. What motivates the giants to cross the strait and come all this way? Nan shouted loudly as soon as he saw this target. They are over there. He's frantically pushing the cart to charge at them and take them all out, which makes you somewhat suspicious. Who are you fighting against? In front, the magic tower's people are using fire magic to break the ice. At that moment, urgent shouts ring out. Hurry up, we can't let the giants discover us. They also seem to be struggling greatly. The thick ice suddenly caused them to stop as something appeared. It's known. He charged forward with a fierce look. The people of the magic tower dared to disturb the 1,000-year sleep of the ancestors. This is deadly. This scene immediately fills them with horror. It's a giant. Damn it. The person nearby quickly said, raise a magic barrier. But on the other side, Nan's magical energy was also rushing in to attack. The group quickly formed a defense to withstand his attack. At that moment, a system interface appeared. Garter's red spear from the twin spears of Mana Garter nullifies magic effects on an object, dealing an additional 350% damage against defense-type enemies. Creatures hit by this attack will suffer the curse of the red spear hunt, causing Corin to grit his teeth in tension, and it seems he will need some time to fully recover. At that very moment, the little one's eyes widened as if he saw something. Of course, a monstrous creature appeared in front of him, stomping and crushing everything with a deafening roar. Corin thought again. It seems my intervention wasn't needed, but with just one kick, the monster made the ground shake. Everything was thrown aside, and the magic tower's people couldn't defend. Then Noah approached, patted its head, and praised it. Well done, you're really strong. It's nothing. If it weren't for everyone, I would have frozen to death by now. He exhaled a cold breath and silently analyzed that, according to the script, the giant ogres should have become subordinates of Tesban Thasat and were attacking the mages. What is the cause? A lively voice sounded from somewhere else. It is truly an honor to meet the saintess of the southern land. Greetings, clan leader Karim. It's been 3 years already. He also seemed very excited. Is that kid Becker from school well-behaved and not causing any trouble? You are the half-giant clan leader. Of course. Your son is currently the top student in the 53rd Night Academy. Karim also chuckled happily. Yes, as my son, you should be able to do that. Suddenly the man's gaze stopped on Corin and he said, however, we do not welcome outsiders, the one accompanying her. As Karim finished speaking, you suddenly knelt down on the ground. Finally, Corin clenched his fist tightly, his eyes shining with admiration. I have long believed that the giants are the true creators of this world. At this moment, he couldn't hide his emotion and kept speaking passionately. Every time I read their great legends, believe me, my heart races and I always long for the day I can follow in their footsteps, which makes Estelle beside me quickly step in. Junior Corin has once again blasphemed the divine. Regarding Karim, he was a bit curious when he heard this. Do you Southerners still see our history as just legends? Why did you? Immediately, Corin knelt down again to explain. Because I truly did. Seeing the giant king's tomb of the Great Three Furnaces, Corin's eyes sharpened again. He silently thought to himself that he was not lying after all. That image reappeared vividly in his mind. There really is a giant king's ring in the magic tower. The next second, Karim couldn't hold back and stood up abruptly, shouting, Is that true? They haven't just dug up the ancestors' remains, now they even dare to insult the king's remains. He shows clear anger, like a bomb about to explode. These damn wizards. As soon as they see that, I quickly step in to stop them. But they are both numerous and strong, so they obviously cannot compare to the giant tribe. But they certainly possess a power that should not be underestimated. The more Karim listens, the more he loses his patience. What should we do now? But Corin suddenly took his hand, stood straight, and sincerely offered to join the fight. Without wasting a second, Karim issued the order to fight, preparing weapons so our ancestors could rest in peace. Seeing Corin's mischievous smile, Estelle blurted out, You seem pretty happy, huh, Junior Corin? Is this also part of your plan? Hearing that, he responded quite casually. No, I just found out recently that their presence made her curious. So why are you laughing? But Corin didn't answer, only remained silent, calculating. According to the plan, this place should become more friendly to Becker before being invited to visit. Everything has been carefully prepared by you. So when Becker and his players visit this place, they will discover a giant village that has been slaughtered. Then Corin thinks again about the giants. In the storyline, the giants appear as subordinates of Bon Thazat, but this particular tribe, which values their ancestors, origins, and protects the giant's tomb, seems unwilling to compromise with Bantaz. Returning to reality, he finally spoke softly. Under the starry sky, Corin's eyes always held a hope that still remained. After some time, his plan was partially completed. In this way, we formed an alliance with the giants. Corin has moved to other places. I survived with Estelle for a week and received support from the giants. Every time he took a step, he would reflect for the next 2 weeks, but in the end, Corin was able to be safe. We have returned safely. As soon as we arrived, a figure suddenly rushed out and embraced him, catching him off guard. Marriott and she saw that he was safe and couldn't help but be moved. I thought Corin was already dead. If Korin had died, then he would have. Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead. I have always trusted my disciple. Aranua stepped forward and spoke softly. Luckily, Korin, the Saintess, and Juan all returned safely. Seeing that, he scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. If everyone knew the results I've achieved, they would definitely be amazed. Suddenly, Korin seemed to remember something and paused. Waron. Where is Waron? This immediately throws everyone into a state of confusion. Isn't she with you? Where is she? The scene shifts to another place, where thick snow and ice cover everything, and a series of corpses lie on the cold ground. Korin and Estelle have been fleeing from the Magic Tower's pursuit for a week, but have yet to encounter the chasing mages. There is a girl standing proudly there because there is a very powerful person who can fight without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Waron's cold eyes, emotionless, are guarding the northern entrance. She looks ahead, where only a gloomy, cold sky is visible. At this moment, on the highest rooftop of the Magic Tower, Elder Biel of the Green Sect couldn't help but yawn tiredly. When will those guys finally dare to attack here? Are you too confident? We've been facing the kingdom's army for nearly 2 weeks. Then they recalled the terrifying scene from before, probably because the damage caused by Elder Brain's natural disasters was just too great. Suddenly the door bursts open with a frantic call, Master! Master! He immediately asked, What's going on? He immediately explained hurriedly that it was the kingdom's army. The king's army is advancing. Hearing that, Rien couldn't help but say, rushing headlong into danger like moths to a flame. Bren immediately ordered to prepare for battle. It's time to show them the power of the Magic Tower that briefly made him hesitate. That thing isn't just attacking the vanguard, he's even more frantic. Flying beasts appeared in the sky, making Bren wonder how one can't even fly properly here. Rarian also added, It seems they plan to let everyone die here. At this moment, he shouted desperately that these were not ordinary flying beasts, but Heswell. The scene outside had become extremely chaotic, with over 30 of them, each worth more than 20,000 gold. How can he not waste a second? He immediately uses magic. Don't panic. Respond quickly. Soon after, the soldiers also simultaneously used their ice spear techniques. Sharp ice blocks were launched straight ahead. At this moment, the flying beasts had to stop moving because a barrier of ice shards had been created all around. But less than a second later, they were all shattered into pieces. This scene leaves them all stunned. Lunia, drawing her sword, softly says, You kept me waiting too long, my fiancé. Her sharp eyes already in a fighting stance and sword was ready for battle. Then Lunia loudly ordered them, Cut them all down! They all drew their weapons and charged into the patrol. On the other side, Drarian's group kept using magic to fight. And the number 1 sharp sword here, reinforcements, Lunia's troops are arriving in increasing numbers and with greater urgency. The Y-Sky mercenary army also advanced. They are too powerful, and as reinforcements arrive, he is gradually losing patience and shouting. The fools are landing recklessly, but nothing changes. They will all be wiped out. As soon as he hears the noise, Rarian grits his teeth and asks, Who's making strange moaning sounds in this situation? He suddenly collapsed and trembled, saying, My stomach, all of this was part of Korin's plan. They have no idea. No one will know. The living seeds have been spread all over the Gangon Islands. You used a very special thing, the Cranius living seed. Ingus laughed maniacally with satisfaction. The cursed treasure brought back from the land of the gods carries a terrifying curse effect. That seed is growing, carrying the curse of Maha. All men living on the land where this seed takes root will be attacked within 9 days. At this moment, both Drarian and Brain scream out in agony, feeling the same pain as labor contractions, and everywhere the seed has sprouted, they cry out in unbearable pain. Korin's eyes reveal his sinister intent. That bastard Aang, the revenge has begun. People walk by, ruthlessly trampling those lying on the ground. Run away. What is going on here? I didn't expect him to be capable of such a powerful control technique. Rien entered quietly and said, Looks like what happened with Maiten yesterday is over now, and the most primal power has been lost. Dunsky beside him added, Too fast. Then he looked down at the corpses below and said, If I had just a little more time, I could have resurrected all the celestial beasts. He nodded in agreement, but it's no big deal. Then he gently shook the vial of solution in his hand with a satisfied look, confirming that he could now replicate the blood of the Saintess. He opened the cabinet and then talked about the schedule. Matan was always a discarded card from the beginning. Heading north, there's a research room where I will continue the experiments. This immediately made Dunsky very excited. On the way, if I kill a few half-giants, I can gather a few more sets of bones. Inside that body are monsters filled with magic power. Moving the corpse of the heavenly giant isn't difficult, but dealing with all those outside won't be easy, huh? At this, he couldn't help but grin maliciously. The blood of the Saintess and the giants is enough to restore the main body. Hearing this, Dunsky immediately spoke. In that case, he looked up at the giant eye and laughed excitedly, no longer needing to carry that thing. The scene shifts to the rooftop of the Demon Tower, where the people inside have just endured a terrible ordeal. Drarian gasped for breath, relieved to find he was still alive and that his resistance to magic held up. Lonnie also struggled to her feet, fearing that if they didn't, they might suddenly collapse and thresh around, which would leave her terrified. What's going on? Are you all okay? They kept convulsing and screaming. My stomach, oh god. And Brania, after enduring the torture, was extremely terrified and grimaced. I don't want to imagine it any longer. At this moment, he saw Elder Drarian running away. Elder Drarian, where are you going? He immediately appeared to be in a great hurry. Going to the forest would only make him more anxious in this urgent situation, wouldn't it? Drarian immediately shouted loudly with a resolute voice. Even if that place contains precious souls, it is no longer just valuable, but priceless. There is Mount Goriel to the east, where the 10-year-old Dong Hai products are made. With that, he quickly ran back toward the forest. At least I have to recover that much. Elder Drarian didn't foresee this. Inside the forest, countless mysterious plants appeared, suggesting the forbidden forest had been wiped out. Draria looked at the scene before her, feeling bewildered. Because of the curse of the dark magic, the demon tower lost more than half of its energy, and in an instant, a fierce monster with immense magic power charged forward, also losing control of its summoned monsters, leaving it screaming in despair. Save me. His desperate scream echoes through the space. Someone puts down the map on the table and says, I am here to report the situation. Over in the Steel Army's eastern flank, Marriott and Aaron Danua lead the way. This way, everyone. It's definitely it. I see more corpses than before. He quickly explained that thanks to a curse from the School of Magic, the tower's forces were weakening, the eastern assault was successful, and at the tower, they were almost going insane. My precious test subjects, you fools, do you have any idea how valuable those things are? The Demon Tower has already been occupied by the Waski mercenaries. And in the west, Lunia is fighting while reminding everyone that we can't let our guard down yet. Stay vigilant. Yes, sister, also mention that thanks to Amal, the western front is advancing the fastest. The scene shifts to Sand still fighting relentlessly. To the south of the Steel Army, Sir Captain, the encirclement is complete on the east, west, and south. The mages are using the lost skeletons to summon copies and find a way out. We don't have enough troops to control the entire north. If this keeps up, they'll all escape. His gaze sharpened, and he softly said that there were still troops remaining there. At this point, the mages of the Magic Tower had already fallen, just a few weak recruits. Corrin, weapon in hand, stood tall and proud. As soon as the Corrin Wardian's captain saw him, they shouted, "What are you bastards doing all the way here?" At this moment, Kareem also has to admit Corrinlock is right. As he said, Corrin nodded immediately and replied, "Yes, to achieve their goal, they would use any means necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze sharpened instantly, locking onto the target ahead. It's coming. The major movement causes everyone to pause. He looked up with a worried expression. Really? The ancestor who was supposed to rest in peace. Corrin also looks extremely complicated in front of this scene. So he has been resurrected again? The one who killed the God King of the Dan Noda and also the Giant King breathes out a fiery breath as if to burn the entire space. He slowly moved to hunt down the prey Balo of the Evil Eye. Seeing that, they couldn't hide their excitement. See, this is the essence of the Demon Tower, the ultimate weapon that can surpass even death. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he saw something. Balo's giant foot descended to crush everything. Why is it like this? He stomps hard on the ground. It created an explosion and then jumped up, forcing them to run for their lives. Damn it, why is it attacking even our allies like us? Chief, retreat quickly! Kareem suddenly froze, and it's my fault. He couldn't hold back his grief and broke down crying, trembling for the ancestor who had yet to find peace. It seemed Kareem had realized and was blaming himself for us. Balo's strike caused a massive quake that shattered everything. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from afar, accompanied by a sound that made Kareem stop in his tracks. This isn't anyone's fault. Professor Josephine created a barrier in front of us. The real culprits are the tower demons who forced our people to kill each other. Only now does he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. She's alive. She grit her teeth and fought back as she spoke. Corrin's Bow skill student is just a puppet with no will, but its destructive power is incredibly terrifying. If it attacks again, I won't be able to stop it. Huh? Corrin raises his hand to the sky and shouts loudly. Corrin Guardians approve the ultimate fusion. In the next moment, Grinnell, Luden, and Ewan also shouted together. All right, yes, they worked together to unleash the powerful techniques of Dre Enhanced Warrior Golem. Now, Grinnell Luden could no longer contain his excitement, but this time it will be completely different from before. Everything is still not over. As the pieces of the robot gradually come together, he places his hand on it and loudly asks, "Combine?" One by one, the robot's parts start to merge. Soon after, a complete robot appeared. The system was stable and full control had been established. Every step it takes seems to want to destroy everything. The operator master is in an endless state of fusion. It strikes down forcefully, creating a massive collision. Nature Golem. At this moment, a system display appears as the two golems merge, resulting in the unique fusion of Quickerman and June Golem. When 2 or 3 specific types of magical energy are balanced, the Moitura creator is activated, and only after meeting this rare condition can it be created. The Moitura crafting system was created by the blacksmith and woodworker clans, Redney and Len working together. It is a secret technique developed by this clan to fight against giants. Balo clenched his fists as if he wanted to destroy everything. The final evolved form of Golem Roman member, but he could still easily dodge this attack. Crush him! The robot draws a weapon wrapped in dense magic. It swings its sword a few times, then gets into a ready fighting stance. Let's go. Nature Golem Quicker Warrior combines sword strikes to break through. Over there, Kareem and the Giants keep shouting. Wicker Warrior and Kranal Ludin also seem just as excited. The flames of friendship and courage are burning brightly, making Yoon raise his voice to remind them. It's too noisy. Focus now. Soon after, the robot launched attacks to destroy the 3 furnaces. The Giants and Core and his group watched this scene with happiness. Well done. He didn't stop there. He kept controlling the robot. Charge in, the core is exposed. As expected, they are using Golem technology to control the 3 furnaces. According to Kranal Ludin, it quickly rushes to him, just need to pull that thing out. But suddenly, Balo grabbed the robot's arm. What's going on? Suddenly, it seems he wants to destroy everything. No matter how you struggle, it's useless. Seeing that, Korn quickly shouted a warning. Immediately, Balo's eyes widened and shone brightly as he activated his evil eye. He unleashed a massive source of magic and burned everything around him, leaving Kranal Ludin almost unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? He seems very satisfied after hitting the target. That's a well-made golem. As the master of the Golden Clan, I commend you, but I have seen the limits of golem technology. The golem is not a perfect being. Then Bao suddenly smiled in a very sinister way. But the experiment with Balo has shown me a new possibility. A being combining the body of the Titan and the soul of a wizard. Sedin is the one controlling, and his cruelty is undeniable. And if it is the body of the giant king from mythology, combined with my intelligence, the one standing at the top of the demon tower, Eren is immersed in the pleasure of power. This is what I have always longed for. A perfect being. Balo burst into mad laughter after destroying everything when suddenly a clear voice rang out, making him stop. That's impressive, the so-called pinnacle of the demon tower. Balo immediately looked toward the source of the sound. At this moment, the space around him suddenly shattered and everything collapsed in Balo's confusion, leaving only dust and debris behind. Is this the top of the demon tower you mentioned? The giant king, or whatever? Your team and the ogres are ready to fight, come on. Korn's eyes also showed a desire to win. I will crush everything. True friendship really moves people. Balo also let out a piercing cry. Are you bringing your friends here to surrender again? Over here, Kranal Ludin keeps urging us on. Hurry up, Korn. It's okay for now, but if we activate it again, this island will disappear completely. Don't waste a second. Korn quickly takes action. I understand. You, take me to the energy core location now. He quietly calculated. With destructive power on the scale of a golem, he couldn't break Bao's shell. Hearing that, he immediately responded clearly. Korn had no other choice left. So, the final solution is for you to clench your fists, use your magic, and push the power of the sun to its maximum. An intense burst of light immediately appears, compressing the sun. Korn always makes the most of every moment within the 10 seconds he can hold that power, aiming for Balo's vital points with each move to strike. Korn's steps never stop for a second because he knows he must drive this straight into him. While Balo still shows complete contempt, it's definitely a risky plan. This body belongs to the giant Bao, the one who once defeated the God King. Do you think killing me is that easy? Suddenly, he had to stop as his entire body was gradually encased in cold ice. That was Marriott. She kept urging him on. Korn, hurry up, I can't hold out much longer. He immediately responded, thanking the senior. Then, Korn quickly gritted his teeth and charged forward. Seeing that, Bao immediately threatened. You guys are like rats and will die at my hands. His giant hand reached out as if to crush everything. But at that moment, Alyssa appeared, loudly commanding him to withdraw his dirty hand and swiftly attacking Korn. This only makes Eren even angrier. What are those mages up to? Why don't you rush in and eliminate them? From afar, a figure appeared along with a sharp voice telling him to give up. Tower Master Eren Danua stands proudly and declares the history of the Magic Tower. As soon as the words are spoken, Korn launches a powerful attack and will stop here. Suddenly, a scream from ahead made him panic as Bao summoned fierce snakes to attack Korn. It seems you forgot something, my friend. I've been wondering why you haven't revealed yourself. Just as it was about to swallow Korn, he suddenly thought of something, only to see Korn smirk mysteriously. Beast King, what a coincidence. There's another monster. He quickly drew his weapon. Getter Elkai was cursed by the Hunter-Gatherer, taking an additional 350% damage. Unable to escape the marked hunting ground, Korn continuously strikes the venomous snake. The more he fought, the more energized he felt, and then he used another skill. Sebastian's core has been activated. Korn raises his sword high and shouts, Dark Sage! Suddenly, Dunsky appeared out of nowhere with a sinister smile. Hey buddy, you seem to have a lot of free time. Baelo arrogantly declared, I am a legend bowed down before the giant king, O descendants of the sun. It seemed as if even Korn couldn't react in time. Everything was gradually being swallowed into his eye. At that moment, Warren appeared. She rushes down to attack Balo, and the two sources of energy collide, causing a massive explosion. Everything was pulled into the magic and shattered. At that moment, a sound echoed. War dodged. War immediately obeyed. Yes, Edrin feels a deep pain that makes him angry. Where do you low-level guys get the courage to attack me? Once again, let the power of the demonic ring erupt. But suddenly something appeared that made him stop in his tracks. In front of him, Korn was rushing forward with immense energy. You open your eyes wide and count down from 3 while 3 people scream loudly on this side. Korn, stop! Don't get in my way. Not stopping there, Korn pulls out a sword wrapped in magic. You still haven't realized. The boy swung his sword forcefully and used a regular magic attack, making him seem almost unable to believe his eyes. When did everything turn out like this? Yet Korn remains calm, but his energy shows no sign of weakening. Now you understand, don't you? The difference in level between the two sides. But Balo still couldn't accept this outcome. It just can't be like this. He still clings to the hope of overturning the situation. My faith in the demon way cannot be shattered like this. 2 powerful energies collide, causing an enormous explosion. They watch from above and can't help but be amazed. It's too dangerous. Holy Maiden, you must return to the camp immediately. Estelle quickly replied, I am fine. She still watches intently the battle below. I must witness the fight of those who came here for me. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from below. It seemed capable of illuminating everything. Estelle also had to stop in her tracks before this source of light, her eyes widening in amazement. Am I the disciple closest to the god than anyone else? Then Estelle's tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Therefore, I can feel the power of the divine through my pure heart. A look of happiness fills her eyes, awakening the hidden bloodline within her. Estelle fully understood that the saintess had grasped the truth, whether it was the church or the holy war, and immediately afterward she knelt down. Korn's figure suddenly appeared in Estelle's mind. A place where the divine power she longed for was absent, the place she unconsciously directed her prayers to. Returning to the battle, everything around was already engulfed in a sea of flames, truly a place where gods reign. Edrin coughs a few times, then tries to get up. Balo tries to move his hand, still unable to believe the reality. I can't fail in a place like this, he kept muttering with determination. In a place like this, in front of him is the cauldron symbolizing the power of the god Dagana of the surface tribe. Despite the pain, he still reaches for it. I, the parasitic one, can regenerate forever. But Korn stepped forward and grabbed the cauldron. You're quite resilient, still breathing at this point. Without hesitation, he forcefully poured out everything inside. But everything ends here, and Ba Lo can only stare at it in disbelief before shouting, No, no! Korn knows all about this. The treasure Dian set gave me a Mao. A bottle surrounded by a serpent appears, radiating the legendary 100 poison boiling aura of Bogang, containing venom from mythical snakes. It has an extremely destructive power and can only be used once to wipe out all life if it hits the poison. As I watched the 3 lobes vanish, I said, In a past life, because you threw this into the sea, countless people lost their lives. He kept screaming, No! 3 Lo's trembling hands tried to find a point of reference. Master! Master! But in the next instant, it immediately melted into a liquid. He was now just a pool of harmlessness. Since Lunsky's death, memories from the past have gradually resurfaced, starting from when Saintess Estelle was captured and taken to the Magic Tower. Everyone was surprised by her appearance at that moment. A lot has happened during this time. Even after long adventures, they shared many memories. It has been a month. Every battle leaves a mark on them, and even now the fight continues without end. After a long battle, Korn finally manages a relieved smile. It has finally reached its end. Korn asked Ishted anxiously where she had been alone all this time, but Waran remained silent, saying nothing, and no one knew the answer. She has incredible endurance. For more than 2 weeks, she didn't eat or drink, standing alone against the entire pursuit team of the Demon Tower. This is enough to become a legend of the North. At this moment, Warren holds Korn's wrist. Estelle and Korn's survival probably wouldn't have been possible without this girl. But now that she's finally speaking, you're still safe, right? It made you seem like you didn't even have time to react. What did she say? But War just smiled faintly and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Nothing happened. And that legend in the North became something that never occurred. Instead, the demon extermination mission of Korn Guardians achieved an overwhelming victory that became legendary, and that news spread across the world. Jun Sky smiled eerily and said, You have defeated the greatest enemy of the world. A system information panel appears. Jun Sky, the Great Mage. Difficulty A+C, reward 160 points distributed evenly to Aura. Intermediate and Supreme magic power increases. High and Supreme levels gain understanding of ear, receive a knight, and intuitively grasp the structure of magic. The system also states that the knight becomes a symbol of the battlefield, the most radiant knight on the field. You must never fall, you become the focus on the battlefield. Your abilities change depending on your ally's situation. If you fall, all your allies will lose morale. Furthermore, both aura level and magical power have been elevated to the highest level. Now, only the special grade remains above this. War stood frozen, feeling the surrounding energy as a force that revitalizes his body, strengthening his physique and boosting his physical combat power. Among those with the highest level of aura, Waran is the most prominent. Additionally, Estelle also possesses magical power, capable of absorbing or controlling surrounding magical energy to create supernatural phenomena and cast spells. Among those with the mana level at the exceptional highest rank, the most prominent is Queen Mary. And as far as I know, there are only 3 people who have reached the highest level in both categories. The others are also very powerful. Pihu, the versatile beauty queen OH, and Tesaz. But when it comes to this person in Tespanaz, along with the law, he truly deserves to be called a being beyond this world. If you think that way, then such a thing seems almost impossible. The scene shifts to just 1 year after living my second life in this world. I have destroyed the demon tower and saved countless people. Korin has become increasingly calm, no longer needing to rush or grow stronger, just strong enough at the crucial moment when it truly matters. At the same time, Mari stepped in excitedly and said, "Everything is ready here." Then he asked how things were going, as old images suddenly appeared in Korin's mind. From the beginning, this rescue of the Saintess was authorized to loot without limits. During this demon extermination at the tower, the Korin Guardians were allowed to loot without limits. The actual resources are truly too luxurious. In fact, regarding material resources, we already have Mary managing them, so we decided to just ignore it. We headed somewhere else to return. Reality. The robot is counting the number of people, a total of 457 mages, including 2 elders and 6 professors. If I were to manage that number, would it be all right? Personnel. She placed her hand on Korin's shoulder and said, "So now, Korin, the number of people you have to manage has increased." Marriott's eyes looked at you with longing. "I might need more." Fresh blood makes Korin a bit uncomfortable, but he still agrees. "All right then, it's fine now." Immediately after, she opened her mouth without hesitation, ready to bite. "I'll take my leave then." But what Marriott bit was not Korin, but Warren's hand, and her appearance also surprised him briefly. What's going on all of a sudden?" After a moment of silence, Warren softly said, "Someone's here." The one who walks in is Estelle, looking incredibly radiant. "Hello, Junior." Her clear voice rang out. "Do you have a moment?" Then, Warren and Mary's both looked annoyed as they were sent outside. There was an echo coming from inside. "What would you like to say, Your Majesty?" Estelle asked softly as he approached. "First, I want to thank you, Korin. Thank you for saving me." Hearing that, Korin couldn't help but tease, saying, "Are you planning to repay me with words alone?" "Don't worry, the royal family will have a reward for you. Unfortunately, the church is quite busy, so their reward might be a bit delayed." That makes me a bit interested. The church is getting busy. At this point, Estelle's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. "Yes, so I want to give you a gift first." But before Korin could finish speaking, she forced a kiss on him. "What is that?" "Estelle gives you a very sweet kiss as a reward for saving me." As she gently pulls away, she whispers softly and closes her eyes. Korin follows suit. The scent of peach blossoms lingers at the tip of my nose. So familiar. It feels like heaven. The fragrance of a warm heart sharing its warmth amidst the biting cold. Something gently slips between our lips, brushes past our teeth, and wraps around our tongue. The underside is soft when it touches our tongue, but the top side is hard. Thinking of this, Korin slowly opened his eyes, feeling a burning stiffness. Estelle mischievously raised her finger and smiled mysteriously. But in the next second, she pointed at his face and scolded him. "You bold little kid, you really are a man, aren't you? You've been waiting, haven't you? You've been waiting, haven't you? Look at your face. Do you want me to show you a mirror?" I didn't expect Estelle to leave so calmly. Let's talk about what happened another time. At that moment, you had to call me Miss. Mr. Korin made Korin feel extremely annoyed. "Hey, don't you think this joke is going too far?" But he could only sit there silently, resigned. Overall, she really is a difficult person to deal with. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Estelle appeared to be deep in thought. She kept recalling the kiss just now with Korin. Then Estelle couldn't help but gently touch her lips. She felt this was so strange. Even though it was the first time, my heart was pounding like it was about to explode. Just like before, Estelle recalls the images from the past. The immense divine power was exactly like the first time I faced the strength of the sun. Back then, she was incredibly happy as her false belief was shattered. The feeling of a pounding heart as I finally faced the truth. Korin tries to ask carefully if there was anything unusual about the people who interacted with the Saintess before she was kidnapped. But you were slapped hard by Estelle. In the end, everything Korin said was right. She looked at the necklace in her hand and thought to herself that the Saintess's pearl was originally made of gold, and the reason her holy power couldn't be restored was because someone had replaced her pearl with a fake. Then Estelle's gaze fell on the crack beneath the pendant. Only high-ranking officials of the church can access this item, and suddenly someone ran up to announce, "The Holy Maiden, it's time to meet the Pope." Hearing that, she also became anxious. "Is that so?" Estelle closed her eyes in regret. "Will I be able to see Korin again during summer break? I want to face the sunlight once more with a pure heart." Then she opened her eyes again as she thought about it. The traitors within the congregation grew more furious and determined to capture and eliminate everyone. Then the scene shifts to the Duna potato farm in the south. Early in the morning, the sound from the loudspeaker rang out. "The mice, wake up quickly." Everyone felt extremely sluggish. "Is it already morning?" Soon after, everyone went outside to exercise. The morning exercise at Dan begins with a continuous 1-2-1-2 rhythm of music, facing the yellow potato flag. "Hello?" He suddenly spoke up to start a conversation. "Julian," he instinctively replied. "What did you eat this morning?" "Boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, and dried potatoes, but they were immediately hit with a stick by the guards. More potatoes again? Damn it. Do you think it's possessed by a potato hunger ghost or something? You're not allowed to talk." The guards' shouting still echoes nonstop. You guys are eating trash. Potatoes and potatoes are the result. Blood and sweat are used to produce the people's precious tax money. Jewel Lin both curses the land and secretly laments. It's all because that girl obsessed with potatoes and that lazy guy. Just wait. When this dark era passes, I will rise again. He found this whole thing ridiculous. There's no way a professor like me would fall here. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure, Professor Ronalyn, and Ronald responded, Professor Julin. Julin looked around, unable to hide his happiness and everyone at the magic tower. So finally, you came to save us? But he only pulled out something that wasn't there. Ronald raised his cuffed hands with a look of despair. We also got captured. Julin, who was so happy, suddenly froze, hopefully just a mask that despair is wearing. A month later, the evening sun begins to set. Manny, holding the letter, asks, Have you read the letter sent this morning? He immediately replied with disdain. Are you saying that ungrateful brat? I haven't read it yet. He couldn't help but complain. I raised it the wrong way. I really raised it the wrong way. As soon as it got into the academy, it no longer cared about its parents. Bo increasingly felt helpless as last summer it went to the south, and by winter it was heading to the east. She's always busy hanging out, but on the contrary, she feels incredibly excited. But lately it seemed like Corin has been gaining a lot of recognition. It even got a promotion or something. Hearing that, he vaguely asked again. Word Zaw, it seems they even formed some kind of club together. The more Mani read the letter, the more excited he became. This time, it was about the Saintess being kidnapped. I heard Corin achieved great things there. Hearing that, Bo also chuckled in agreement. That part is just like me. He's really brave. Then he started rambling on and on. As a man, you have to make your mark to advance. Suddenly, she wondered if Corin had ever fallen in love with anyone. Hearing that, Bo let out a resigned sigh, looking quite handsome, but could he even say a word in front of a girl? At least having a girlfriend by that age makes you more mature. At the same time, at the academy, Corin and Marys are about to go inside, watching as he said he would come with friends. Bond sighed again and said, That Corin is still a long way from being mature. At most, he only brings along 1 or 2 guys. As for Corin, he looks very excited. All right, Corin then pointed ahead and shouted, Let's go! Corin and Wien set out for the palace. At the same time, Bo and Mani were busy preparing the meal. Since he brought all his friends, he should at least cook a chicken to treat them. So that should be enough. Sio looked outside, full of thoughts. I'm haunted by this damn game. Every image still vividly appears in his mind. The item box, crafting menu, skill window, quest guide, and familiar terrain, all part of the game called Legend of Hero Ahan. Then Sio hurriedly lifted his leg. I'm so familiar with the game content that I'm even known as a veteran with a big hand in the community. But all of that is just a thing of the past. The scene before his eyes made him let out a helpless sigh. They're all worthless. Nothing is worth anything. At this moment, Sio couldn't help but curse the entire world in this game, including Park Soo's body and that system window forcing him to save the world. None of it is any good. Whether in novels or in games, the characters are always meddling in others' affairs and willing to risk their lives just to save others. Every time I see those intense scenes, I get choked up and become extremely allergic to heroes. Then, the horrifying slaughter scenes gradually appear in his mind. But one thing is certain. This world will be devastated by Tespanha, and the survivors will be a very small group. At this point, Sio has affirmed that I am a player of this world, so whether I like it or not, I must carry the duty to save it. But he still manages to hold on to a little hope. Luckily, this game has a basic level of freedom. With that in mind, Sio's steps continued forward. He's not someone to be underestimated. That's right, he clenched his fist and a strong aura radiated around him. Alright, I'll follow the optimal route and survive. First, I need to master how to use the system. Then I'll gather all the hidden parts available in the early stages without waiting for anything. Sio's eyes sharpened with determination. If it's come to this, I will do it my way. No matter what the story is about, as long as I save the world in the end, that's enough, right? In another place, he suddenly shouted loudly with confusing words. I want to save those kinds of overly sweet potatoes. It has to be the kind that makes you feel satisfied and awesome, right? Sio silently made a firm decision. I will live for myself. The very next moment, he saw Corin running towards him, and I will do the same. It made Sihu wonder what the hell this guy was, but Corin kept rambling on without stopping. Do you know kimchi? I'm Korean, sent by Unosi. Oh, I said I already knew that. Meanwhile, Corin kept talking non-stop as if he were hyperactive. Do you know? He muttered softly. Or is he mentally broken, instantly bringing the other person's mood crashing down? I'm not at the point of hearing such words yet. Then Corin changed the subject. Still, he met someone from his hometown right here. How old are you? He quickly replied indifferently. In reality, I'm 26, Sihu thought to himself, but I'm actually only 22. Hearing that, the other person immediately had an excuse to show off. Is that so? You are 1 year older than him. Call me Hyung. It makes Sio a bit regretful. Damn it. I should have claimed to be a year older. Then Corin asked again. Hey Sio, have you ever played this game before? No, I was about to play when I was dragged into this place. He had already calculated that there was no need to reveal all the information. Hearing that, the other person stroked his chin and thought. I see. CO is still a bit worried because he doesn't quite know what kind of person the one he's merged with, Korin Locke, actually is. But soon after, Korin put his arm around him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I like this role. Just trust me. For now, just open the status window." This made CO a bit confused about the status window, but he had no choice but to accept. Alright, let's just consider this person as a temporary subordinate. Their identity is Korin Locke, who was 28 years old before, a student in the sports science department of a prestigious school in the capital area. You still keep training hard, now playing a minor role in the hero legend of Ahon Korin Locke. Over there, CO couldn't help but wonder and asked, even though you're a student at a prestigious sports university, why are you working as a trainer in Zim's room? I also didn't hide anything and honestly told them that guy took money from the guild leader and fixed the results. I confronted him, so I got hated and kicked out of there. CO silently thought, what a fool, sticking his nose into something that wasn't his business. And honestly, Shio's next words made the other person's movements come to a complete halt. "Aren't you sorry?" Korin immediately replied. "Yeah, if I hadn't rushed in back then, I probably would be making more money now. Maybe I'd even be in Brazil already. If things go well, maybe you'll even make it onto the national team." Then you forced an awkward smile. "I guess I will regret it a lot, huh?" Hearing that, CO let out a deep sigh. It's really boring. These kinds of people usually just wear the label of a good guy to look impressive. Vanity has taken over his entire personality. He involuntarily remembers the past. The college kids keep trying to get my phone number just like this, pretending to be kind and innocent. Now CO also starts to feel worried. At first just a target or bait to attract the attention of the bosses. But now it's time to give up. A month later, the full moon shone down on the academy, surrounded by scattered items from a fierce battle, as Sihu clutched his bleeding arm and stared nervously at the sword in front of him. Damn it! Dongtu clenched his fist so tightly I couldn't believe it. I was too careless. CO looked again at the horrifying scene before her, killing Alyssa Aiden to pull Lunia Aiden out early, then having drawn Waski and Grand Luden grow rapidly, yet they were still beaten badly. Mari appeared with a vacant expression, blocking the vampire Marit Dawn knew will leave. She is very ambitious, having cleared out all the Hiron Peace she could find at the early stage of the academy, including the Golden Mandrake, but due to a mistake in controlling her magic, she let Carinel's golem get destroyed. Now, CO can only run away as fast as she can. Damn it was just a small mistake, and everything has fallen into chaos. He can only keep running forward without daring to look back. From behind, the monster continued to wildly chase after him. In this situation, CO immediately used protective spells to defend himself, but fighting with one hand felt extremely inconvenient. How could he land a hit? In the end, CO decided to use magic because Gep had to get involved physically. Right now, Marriott is weakened by hunger. Solo is more than capable of taking it down. Damn it. There's nowhere left for him to run anymore. He's at the end of the line. At this moment, CO was slightly startled as he sensed the source of demonic power between the game and real combat. From afar, Marriott had already defeated the monster with a single strike. Faced with this scene, he suddenly realized that the difference was like night and day. Sihu kept screaming in despair. "It hurts so much I can't game over. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die." He closed his eyes tightly, refusing to face reality, death. But when he opened his eyes, Sihu realized he was still alive. Huh? Sihu quickly looked up at the call, surprised to see Korin suddenly appear and block the blow. "Are you okay?" It surprised him greatly. Korin, despite the pain, still managed to speak. Seeing that you can still talk means you're okay. It hurts like hell, but Korin's actions make him seem like he's about to go crazy. "Why do you, who have nothing to do with me, have to go this far?" But the other person still spoke in a completely obvious tone. "I saved you, so there's no need for a reason. Reasons like these don't matter. I prefer a happy ending." But before he could finish speaking, Korin suddenly collapsed. Wouldn't it be better if everyone was happy together? The idea that someone has to die is terrible, and you immediately make CO panic. "Wake up, you can't sleep. Do you want to die?" Before closing his eyes, Korin didn't forget to give his final words. "You have to be happy too. Dying here is not an option." And then he immediately collapsed, leaving Sihu in shock. Sihu couldn't hold back and clenched his teeth, shouting, "You idiot, you fool, you crazy bastard!" He was completely stiff, unable to believe his eyes. "Don't die, brother. Sihu could only hold the body and call out for you." Right now, CO looked at Korin lying on the bed and silently cursed this guy. After rushing in with the spear, a whole month has passed, but he still hasn't recovered. CO quietly judged that partly it was because he was severely injured at the time. With a fragile body like Korin Locke's, obviously there are limits. Then CO put on his coat and left. But it doesn't really matter. Now I understand better what I need to do. She remembered my name very well. Pihu walks away with great confidence, a 22-year-old student majoring in mathematics and natural sciences at a prestigious university in Korea. On Earth, there is a promising university girl named Perrin. Siren's gaze is very determined, her future looks bright, and she is always surrounded by men pursuing her. But now I am a player of the hero legend Ahon Paru. CO has been training continuously. For the past month, I have been continuously strengthening my power. Yuen, please speak softly on this side. He silently thought, now I have surpassed the level of an ordinary first-class mage. At this moment, Seo saw Mary sucking the blood of animals. She didn't understand why she was crying so uncontrollably. Seeing that, he became even more furious. You two are still alive after being seriously injured? It was this bastard who hurt Brother Korin. But his pupil dilated when he heard the call. Korin? Mari appears deeply remorseful. I caused Junior Korin to get hurt. Are you okay, Korin? At this moment, Seo also realizes that even though the time spent together was short, I have recognized Korin as my junior. Ino has liked him from the very beginning, and the more Korin thinks about it, the angrier he gets, grinding his teeth. Are you the same? In the next moment, Seo couldn't hold back and lunged to grab her collar. This low-level NPC doesn't even know who they really are. He clenched his fist as if he wanted to release all his resentment. He is mine in this world full of fake things. He is the only one who is truly mine. The scene shifts elsewhere. Korin looks at the mee cake brought and comments, Mien, you're really good at baking. Give me a piece too, she replied. Thank you for the compliment. Here, I'll get you another piece, he continued. Not only are the cakes delicious, but your kindness is also truly good. Then Korin came to help Jay carry the stuff and asked, Rel, where are you going with such a heavy load? She replied, I am transferring materials to the experimental area. The boy cheerfully teased, Are you sure a weak wizard can carry so much? Give me half, I'll carry it for you, Ray said. Thanks. Then Korin turned to ask Handana if she was doing well. Gosu Black has been eating well lately. I just managed to get a sandwich from him. Would you like to try some? She shyly replied. Of course, seeing those actions, Seo was so angry that his veins bulged on his face. He wondered silently, what on earth is that guy up to? Sihu looked at him, wiping sweat off his face, and silently assessed. His face is quite good looking. His way of speaking is also well known throughout the academy for being friendly, regardless of whether he's male or female. Every word she said was in a friendly tone that naturally made those around her feel happier. Later, when he returned to the lounge and was lost in thought, Korin sat next to him and spoke. I wonder what Hanbian, who used to do personal training with me, has been up to lately. I remember when Hanbian gave me a massage and said she even did it for free. She's really kind. She asked him if he felt comfortable, and Korin then remembered the time he went out with Zhang. He muttered to himself, curious about what the person who was forced by the coach to fix a match is doing now. Hearing that, Gahu asked, After that incident, you two became close and still went out to Han Trung together, right? He casually replied, I wish I had experienced love before coming here. I've only had friends. Those words made him curse inwardly. This crazy guy is truly hopeless. Seo's face darkened as he muttered to himself, neither perceptive nor aware of anything. Why is the first person I like this crazy bastard? Suddenly, Korin touched Shu's shoulder and made a comment. But Seo, your muscles are more defined, but your face hasn't changed at all. Embarrassed, he blushed and replied, I'm a performer, so my appearance can't change that easily. Korin casually blurted out, You're really beautiful, making Seo startled and blush all over. You suggested having that cross-dressing contest at the start of the school year, do you remember? The prize was pretty good too, right? I think your face is more than enough. I told you. It suits you really well, Sihu exclaimed. Really? Then he hesitantly said, If you're willing to do my makeup, I'll consider it. Korin immediately agreed. That's the right decision. I'll buy you everything from hats to fishnet stockings. Seo asked, So are you familiar with tonight? I happen to have a Holy Panda meal voucher and wondered to myself, it's just this thing, so why do I feel so happy? Am I also stupid? Suddenly, Korin spoke up. Today is not the day. Among my followers, there's a girl named Juna who said she had something to talk about, so I arranged to meet her, and hearing that, Sihu freaked out, tore the scarf apart, and cursed. Damn it! Seeing that, you were surprised and asked why I kept swearing. I have to admit it. He helplessly covers his face, thinking that this gigolo guy attracts women just like a natural phenomenon. Seo took a deep breath and kept thinking that he had to prepare thoroughly and block everything out. Korin Locke was completely unaware of his own fame, and from now on, it had to stay that way. He thought about Lumia staring intently at the paper in her hand. Seo silently considered that the solution was simple. Looking at the content on the paper, he decided to form an all-male team, leaving no room for girls to sneak in. The team was full, and for that goal, Shu would even cut Lumaya Aiden, who was once the strongest fighter. He pinned the images of the girls up, quietly acknowledging that the difficulty will increase a bit, but with careful calculation, it's not impossible. Switching from ending the game in the most effective way to minimizing encounters with female characters, Shu focused on Estelle's picture in his mind to plan. To catch Bantha Giat, I still have to include that little Saint Estelle in the team. So let's create a scandal to make the Saint and the Pope turn against each other. He stands silently in front of the images of the girls, secretly thinking that before the final battle begins, he will pretend to side with the Saintess and only take advantage of her. That way, he won't have to meet the Saintess himself. Is that right? Thinking of that, Sihu's face shows a sinister expression as he continues to lay out the plan. Alright, the next part of the script is that while I was still thinking that I had wasted 2 years just to catch this gigolo, Korin suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. By now, he's completely drunk, crying and stammering, I really feel so guilty. Korin slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting, Damn it, you idiot, why did you break right there? Hearing that, Seo thought to himself, was today caused by the Radiant River? I was the one who blew it up. At this point, he cried even more, his voice choked with emotion. Mary Warren Gravel. Yuen, so many people have already died, Seo. What the hell have I done to my wife? Damn it, I already knew everything. I knew everything. Sihu observed this silently, noting that he always remembers those he couldn't save and feels sorrowful. He's really a fool easily exploited. Those silly NPCs don't matter at all. Korin looked up, still sobbing. Because I am too weak, Seo spoke. Actually, there is still a way for you to get stronger. Long thought about Aaron's image and silently reflected yes. If he wanted to go with him to the final battle, he also had to become stronger. If it's that girl, the born heir of the hero, she would surely elevate him to an even higher level. Thinking that, Seo clenched Korin's hand and softly said, "You can still become stronger." He continued confidently, "We'll go all the way to Enzin together." Seo smiled softly, his mind wandering, hoping for more beyond that. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, muttering softly, "But isn't this like I'm hitting on Irinwa too?" When Seo let go, Korin collapsed onto the table, while he calmly sipped his wine and kept his thoughts to himself. Well, it's just one more person, just like before. Keep an eye on them 24/7 and don't lose sight. In the party, friends, professors, and allied NPCs, just managing the female characters is enough. The scene shifts to a few months later at the fortress, under a clear and pleasant sky. Inside, Seo is standing when suddenly Korin approaches and calls out to him. He asked if I was going out to eat Holy Panda in town because something important happened, and I told him I have a child now. That makes Seo freeze up, speechless. Remembering Miram, Korin awkwardly says, "Well, the other party is the boss, so it's a bit true." After the royal ball, I became much closer with Lady Wan. He laughed carefree and then said, "Congratulations, I'm about to become a father." Seeing that Seo had no reaction and only lowered his head, Korin called out to him. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth tightly. Seohu's face now was tense with veins bulging, seemingly furious to the utmost, cursing this kind of person inwardly. As evening fell, outside the palace, soldiers still kept a heavy guard. And even in the darkness, the palace's lights never went out. The level of guard and the skill of the elite team are among the highest in the legend of hero Ahn. The scene shifts to the brightly lit interior of the palace. This is the place where the royal knights and the guard team patrol strictly. It is the palace of the second princess. At this moment, Seo rushed in and grabbed Miruom by the neck. Seeing his furious gaze, she asked through gritted teeth. As expected, he is the hero of the Fiyu kingdom. The gaze he gives to Lord Korin is truly extraordinary. But I didn't expect it to be so blatant. Miruom was sweating all over but still threatening. "Do you really think you can hide it from him?" Jerhinter LGA and Mariette Donalbev, you can hide those, right? Now Seo releases her grip and asks, "Do you know everything now, so you've seen it all?" She says, "If I die, I've already arranged letters to be sent both to the south and to Lord Korin." "You can't kill me, right?" he said fiercely, demanding, "Let's make a deal." Seo continued, "I know where what you're looking for is." Hearing that, Miruom said in a deep voice, "If that's true, I have no choice but to act." "Congratulations, checkmate!" He glared, his cold eyes full of murderous intent, speaking in a harsh tone. "It should be called checkmate. I understand her well. The only thing he could never forgive is now the only thing left for you to do." The next day, at Miruom's place stained with blood, the result was exactly as planned. Seeing that, Korin held her in his arms and cried bitterly. "This foolish girl, I told you to wait for me," Miruom weakly said. "That's right, but I couldn't do otherwise. Our child, I truly want to give birth to it." "Mom is sorry, she whispers close to your ear. I love you. Sorry for saying this too late. I love you, I truly love you." Korin Seo stands nearby, muttering to himself, "Damn it, that thing will die a miserable death like this." Miruom's smug and sinister gaze is behind Korin as she mouths to Seo, "You will only fail." Anger erupted. Seo drew his sword and cursed under his breath, thinking that he had overcome Mariette and Miruom as well. How much I risked to get here, only to be discovered at the last moment. His eyes flash with a furious light as he grits his teeth and says, "I can't take it anymore." The image of Korin chained appears in Seo's mind as he speaks possessively. "Your will doesn't matter because you belong to me. In this chaotic world, you are the only real thing to me." With the blurred system light, Seo smiled and said, "Wait for me. I will personally end this script because I will take you back." At this moment, the system also sounds, as the final battle stakes the fate of the world. A full-scale fight with everything on the line, the final act begins. At this moment, the dazzling image of the light of Tes Banha appears. The demon god Seo also summons many formations, with beams of light surrounding him. At this moment, Tes Banhazad ignited the battle, charging straight at Sihu, and the two clashed. A blinding light burst forth, filling the entire space. It was a battle that would be remembered as a legend. A deafening explosion echoes through the sky, leaving only a powerful light source. As the light dissipates, Sihu collapses, his face covered in blood and coughing violently, his voice strained with a strength I have never seen before, rivaling the revered gods of old. In the end, why? Beneath the crater of the battlefield ruins, Tes Banhazat said to Seo through gritted teeth, "But fate had already been sealed, and my defeat unfolded in a different way. You're really strong, but you're not yet complete as a fighter." He continued, "That's truly unfortunate. In the end, we return to the starting point. Lianpa will never accept something so mediocre. Letting Korin Lok, the one chosen by the master, face him would be much better than you. Then Tess Banhazat raised his spear high. His body ignited with flames as he spoke. There's no need to cling to anything. He stabbed Seo in the back and shouted, no matter how many times he repeats it, I will still be the winner. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, secretly thinking that what he clings to is not victory or defeat, not even the matter of survival. Seo closes his tear-filled eyes. My thoughts are drifting to the words I never had a chance to say. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have told you I loved you. Even though I am a man, I should have confessed earlier that I like you, that I love you. Suddenly, the scene shifts to another space, a hand raised in surprise. That's Siren. She woke up in her own bed, mumbling, "This is my room." At that moment, the system appeared, saying you have failed, and all gameplay data will be reset. Thank you for staying with me all this time. Suddenly, Siren's mother entered and said, Siren, enough playing games, come and eat. Seeing that, she ran over, hugged her tightly, and shouted, Mom, I haven't seen you in a long time. Her mother exclaimed, Oh my. Suddenly, Siren's tears streamed down her face. She softly said, But you have to go. And with that, Siren ran off quickly. Her mother loudly called out, Siren, at least eat some rice before you leave. What's wrong with that girl? Then Siren took a taxi straight to Jim's room. Seeing that, Han Bion said, Hey, he's not working today. So who are you? Do you know him? Then Siren ran off quickly amid Han Bion's shouts. You're not allowed to go in there. Don't touch the address book. Sir, please call the police. Help me right now. Running while thinking, it will take less than 10 minutes from here to there. She tries her best to run fast, determined to meet him. When she reached the building, Siren muttered to herself, Maybe I should have stopped by the nearby shopping mall to buy some new things. Now I should go back, buy some makeup, and get ready a bit before coming here. As Hot Hai ran up the stairs, she thought to herself, I absolutely can't wait any longer. I've already waited over 3 years after all finally Siren stood in front of a door, panting heavily from exhaustion. Seeing the room lit up, Siren muttered, He's there because the lights are on. Yes, I have also returned. So she kept pounding on the door and shouted, It's me, Seo! I'll explain everything to you slowly, so this happened because I couldn't wait. As Siren yanked the door handle, thinking he's just an ordinary background character, but he's actually returned to the real world. The door swung open and she yelled, It's me, Shu! Suddenly Siren froze, her eyes wide as if witnessing something, her pupils constricting, and she muttered, It can't be! Looking at the glowing screen in front of her, Siren shouted, This can't end like this! Suddenly Siren's eyes welled up with tears. That day her entire world collapsed. Siren kept shouting loudly, It can't be! The system screen appears showing sub-player Korin Lok starting the inheritance process. Moving to another scene, Ganon with wide eyes exclaimed, It's true. She happily ran off and said, Senior, I want to eat that. I want to eat this. In front of the peaceful and magnificent cityscape, Korin spoke. Guangdou is the most developed city in the Eldest Kingdom, not only home to all administrative offices and the royal palace, but also a transportation hub spreading everywhere. He paused for a moment, then continued, I don't really want to come back here. A girl hearing that asked, What's wrong with you? Isn't this your hometown, Korin? Korin remained silent and replied, Yes, but I can say I have some painful memories here. At this point, he glanced to the side and asked, noticing Marriott carrying a lot of luggage, Senior, why are you bringing so many things? She cheerfully replied, Since I don't know what Korin's parents like, what kind of family does your family have?
It's nothing special. My parents run a restaurant, and my sister is studying at the Royal Academy. What does family mean to me? Family is.
Korin remembered his family image, long silently thought that since coming to this world, home has been a strange space for him. He is just someone who took over Korin Lok's memories and shell, an outsider from Earth. Then he remembered Shu's figure and pondered. In fact, Basio had denied his new life until the very end, and perhaps I did as well. Korin gazed thoughtfully at the photo in his hand, muttering to Korin Lok, continuing to ponder as he stared intently at the family picture, imagining what it would be like without his own family. The image of Korin's family playing together flashes through my mind again. I silently wonder if in my past life I was also confused about whether I had taken over Korin Lok's soul or if we had merged into one and become a different entity. I didn't know, but his family accepted me naturally, even though I suddenly became someone else. Korin lowered his face and softly said, From that moment on, I accepted that the family here is what I have now, and his face showed happiness as he continued speaking. They are the ones who shaped the person my sibling has become today. As Korin approached a house, he spoke up. It's been a long time since I last saw them. Feeling both guilty and nervous, I gently knock on the door, thinking to myself that this is actually the first time I've met them in this life. He pushed the door open and couldn't hold back his tears. He shouted, Mom, Dad, your useless son is back. He couldn't help but become emotional without realizing it. Suddenly, a punch flew straight into Korin's face. The whole family is tense, holding objects in their hands with suspicion. The boy shouts, Mom, Dad, Sister, why? He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, You bastard, you're not my son. Get out of my son's body now, you devil. Dad, I haven't been home in a long time, but what's going on here? Bond pointed at something that was being covered and shouted at it. He asked, "What are all these things? How am I supposed to know that?" Bo yanked the cloth away and scolded, "Don, just an hour ago, the whole family was staring blankly ahead." Bond spoke up. Sia hesitated and said, "Our house again." In front of them, Aaron and Josephine, the hero of the Witch War and the president of the academy where my son studies, appeared, and he exclaimed. Aaron shyly said Corin is truly an outstanding student. He is the top student of our second year at the academy, and personally, Corin and I also have a teacher-student relationship. Hearing that, Monty quietly wondered to himself, Corin has a personal teacher-student relationship, and that shy look too. After saying that, Aaron left without forgetting to call back. Then Uncle, Aunt,
I have an appointment with the royal family, so I'll take my leave first. I will leave the gift here.
She turned to her husband and said, "See, that's exactly how it is, right?" Bond nodded. "You're right," he continued. "Being older probably isn't a problem. The important thing is their feelings for each other," Minnie hesitantly asked. "But isn't it a bit strange for a daughter-in-law to be older than us, brother?" Suddenly, both of them exclaimed, facing a girl kneeling with a sword in front of her. Manny asked her if she was the girl who quickly introduced herself as Lunia Aiden, the fiancée of your son. Lunia raised her face and continued, "I came to the capital by royal summons and happened to stop by here to greet Aiden of the East. Please accept this small token of sincerity from the Anne family for the parents of my fiancé." Then she turned to look at the source of the light and said, "I hope you two don't feel pressured Jenny is bringing out the gift we prepared." The source of light blinded the two people, who quickly covered their eyes, and what was hidden behind it was countless shining gold and jewels. Manny tried to stop Bond, but his voice roared out, "Why haven't you had enough even after going to school?" The betrothal merchant, wielding a broom, raged and scolded, "How dare you seduce innocent girls like a gigolo just to drain their money? My son is cheating on 2 women at once." She calmed down after hearing that. "Calm down! Calm down!" Suddenly, a voice interrupted Bond's anger. "Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am." Marriott stepped forward and greeted them. "Hello, sir and madam. My name is Marriott Danth." The girl next to me also spoke up. "Elisa Aiden is Corin's friend, and Warren speaks coldly." War Jen shyly spoke up. "No, I am Jen, the one who is grateful to him." Sitting on the ground, Corin scratched his head and chuckled nervously. Seeing that, Bo and Monty stared in surprise, thinking, "Aren't there only 2 of them?" So both of them raised their hands high, their faces full of murderous intent, ready to strike him. The woman shouted, "My son, I am so disappointed in you." "What son of a bitch? He's definitely possessed by a demon." "Get out of my son's body now," Corin shouted loudly upon hearing that. "It's not just a misunderstanding. You've never even been on a date before." Seeing the tense situation, Zia stepped in to stop them and said, "Mom, Dad, let him finish first. Big brother isn't the type to play the field." He, with a pale face, silently thought to himself, "Indeed, only you, Zia. But since when did you wear a whole gold necklace like this?" Suddenly, she turned to look at Corin with a sinister expression and spoke. "Big brother must have his own reasons." Surprised, I continued. Zia said, "If he is a responsible man and true love exists, he will choose only one person and stay with her. Right, big brother?" At this moment, all the girls' murderous gazes turned to Corin, leaving him speechless with confusion. Mari happily lifted her bag and cheerfully said, "Uncle, Aunt, I brought some gifts from the South." Hearing that, Corin's mother exclaimed, "Oh my God, Dunifer from the South, just speak freely, Lady Duchess." And Alyssa happily took her basket of candies to Zia and said, "I told you my older sister arrived this morning, and I am her younger sister. Do you want to try honey bomb candies?" "So you're the second young lady of the Anne family? I really like honey bomb candies." When she tasted the candy and spoke, she said, "It's so sweet. Wait, so Lady Alyssa will become my brother's sister-in-law?" Alyssa replied, "Probably." Later, she muttered to herself, "And with my older sister, Mr. Corin will become her brother-in-law." Shuang heard this and exclaimed, her mind wondering, what on earth is she talking about? While everyone was happily chatting, War slightly opened the door and stepped outside. Suddenly, a mirage of Warren followed her and said, "What are you doing sneaking out on your own?"
We also have to do something like those girls do, she coldly scolded.
"It's too noisy. That illusion still insists on saying so. Close your eyes and listen to me for once." She whispers in Moran's ear that Mr. Corin will like it. Later, she also went to a clothing store. The illusion girl exclaimed, "Wonderful, so adorable." Warren shyly exclaimed, "It's too revealing." The illusion happily said men are weak when it comes to flesh. That's from the first volume of Professor Josephine's romantic novel. She thought about Marriott and Elisa and continued, "Plus, think about Mary or Elisa. This level is still normal, right?" War coldly replied, "Everyone's gone crazy. That novel isn't normal either. I'll change back to my old clothes." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Are you wearing something new?" Seeing her in that sexy dress, Corin sighed and said, "You've already given birth normally, but today you look so different. You should have dressed like this sooner." He continued, "My situation is a bit complicated to go home." Then Corin reached out her hand and suggested, "How about we take a walk around the capital together?" Warren's illusion was so captivated by him that he exclaimed, "Oh my God." War took Corin's hand and shyly responded,
thinking to herself that she would need to borrow both of Professor Josephine's romantic novels.
The sky is now a clear and very pleasant blue. Corin holds War's hand as they walk down the street, pointing and saying, "This is the best restaurant." Then the two of them went back to the amusement park. Corin kept pointing ahead and asked, "Have you ever played that game before?" But she remained silent, not saying a word. So they continued walking together until dusk. "You can go this way," but War didn't say anything. She just lowered her face in embarrassment. Suddenly he spoke up. "It's already evening." War gasped in surprise. "It's already done." Corin looked at her and said, "This is the last place." Then the two of them sat down to rest in a place like a cave, and he lay down to share his thoughts.
I used to live here for a while due to some reasons. More precisely, I lived in hiding. But this is a scenic spot I discovered back then.
Since we're here, I also want to show you. Warren focused on Corin's face and said, "It's beautiful, you're right."
But from Moran's perspective,
Corin continued, "This is the best spot to see clearly. Above the cave is a sky full of shining stars.
I sometimes need a place like this. It's nice to watch the scenery with everyone, but sometimes I just want to keep it all to myself." Then Moran softly says, "I feel the same.
I have always spoken my mind. If you come here with other girls, I will be very angry." The familiar images from the past fled back, and War mutters softly in his arms, feeling truly at peace. "When he touched me, my heart was pounding." At this moment, she lowered her face and softly said, "I." Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. Summoning all his courage, Warren seemed to confess that he liked you. Hearing that, Corin suddenly froze, secretly thinking that a confession was not just a joke or a show. He then remembered the angry images of the girls and quietly asked himself, "But how can I respond to that? Maybe I should get into a fight like my father said." Corin recalled the moments with Marriott and Alyssa, secretly thinking he had been pretending not to know. But both Mary and Alyssa. Then there are the figures of Warren and Moran again. He thought to himself that he knew everyone liked him, which was also something he had always struggled with. In the end, who should he be close to? But the problem isn't really about who, it's about the connection between us. Thinking of my original body, Corin's heart is filled with turmoil. After finishing the script, maybe I'll be given a chance to return to Earth. If that time comes, what choice should I make? His hand clenched tightly, long filled with torment. What will happen to the person I choose if I leave? And after leaving her, will I be able to live on? Corin takes a deep breath, mutters to himself, and finally speaks out, "I am sorry." But at this moment, Warren leaned in close to Corin and gently pressed a kiss on his lips. Against the starry sky, the two figures look more romantic than ever. Then War finally pulls back, no longer kissing, with her cheeks flushed. She asked, "Do you not like it?" Hearing that, Corin's face flushed completely, and he quickly denied. "No, not at all." I hold Warren's shoulders tightly and hesitate to speak. But deep down, I wonder if I should tell her that I still can't accept those feelings. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Wait a moment," War continued shyly, "but right now, I am John." She confesses she gathered all her courage to speak out, but perhaps still lacks the bravery to hear the answer. Hearing that, Corin thoughtfully says, "So that's how it is?" Then he helped Warren to stand up and asked, "Was today's date fun?" She softly replied, "I'm always happy when I get to make memories like this with you."
Then I can rest assured. I hope this would be a memory you could recall from time to time.
Then he turned away softly, saying, "Shall we go home now?" Warren said, "Wait a moment. Are these memories of yours only with me here?" Then Warren tiptoed and hesitated before saying today. Once again, she gently kisses Corin in the romantic setting and confesses, "Please dream of us together." At that moment, I thought I was just an outsider, but I received more love than I deserved. With a quiet demeanor, Corin wondered, is everything really okay like this? The image of Maruam covered in blood lying in Corin's arms comes back to me. She told me she loved him and apologized for only saying it now. By now, the sky has turned to night, and the lights outside flicker through the window with Corin. Even if you have fallen asleep on the lonely bed, and even if Corin chooses someone, is that really okay? The next morning in the kingdom, the scene is strangely peaceful and pure. Inside, the prepared feast is laid out heavily on the table. Ren has been devouring it since when? She exclaimed, "This is the best dish I have ever tasted in my life." Marriott and everyone else approached. She said, "Feel free to eat as much as you want. This banquet is for us." Corin suddenly remembered and asked, "This is your first time in the palace, right?" Ren. Hearing that, Marriott then asked, "Corin, isn't this also your first time?" "Yes, in your heart you think this is our first visit here in this return journey." Thinking of this, Corin's face shows a contemplative expression. As he enters the palace, he sighs. "It's been a long time since I've seen a scene like this." Seeing everyone happily pouring drinks, Corin asked, "Those people are the ones who contributed at the Demon Tower, right? I didn't expect the Dream Kaba Academy to train such outstanding students." At this moment, Alyssa was eating a cake when someone approached and said, "Are you Lady Alyssa? Could you sign an autograph for me?" She exclaimed, "I am." While Corin was sitting relaxed, the request for an autograph continued to echo steadily. "Please sign here for me too," Alyssa said nervously. "I don't have my own signature. I was just thinking as I watched everyone enjoying the party. Even though we should have just been training, we've been through too many magic towers, so at least today we should rest a little." Outside, Mary was chatting, then turned to give a thumbs up as a signal to Ian. Of course, I still had work to do. Inside the palace, at this moment, the door opens, accompanied by the voices of the king and queen entering. The king's red cloak fluttered in the wind. Winking said, "Everyone listen carefully." In front of Estelle and Miriam's respectful bows, his voice echoed, "Today is the day to honor my beloved daughter, the Saintess, chosen by the gods themselves and saved from the hands of evil sorcerers." At this point, Winking spoke in a deep voice, and some guards also sacrificed themselves for this purpose. He ordered, "Hero, raise your head." As everyone bowed in respect, King continued in a commanding voice, "I have heard of your remarkable deeds. Great knight, whatever you desire, I will grant you anything just as in the stories." At this point, players can receive not only treasures or elixirs, but even land or titles. Hearing that, Corrin spoke up, "I only have one wish. What I want in my heart is not money, not items, not power. What I want is for Corrin to speak clearly." A pardon. The statement surprised Winking. Facing the astonishment of Estelle and Miriam, he continued, "I request a single pardon, which can only be used once and can forgive any crime." That statement also left the entire hall speechless with surprise, but Winking didn't respond, only coldly saying, "The banquet ends here." He continued, "Let's move somewhere else." Hearing that, Corrin could only stand awkwardly. Images from the past flood back, making him think that during the regression he had many regrets. But the most painful memories are of believing Pihu was a fool, not noticing those around him dying and being unable to protect his master. In the past, Corrin's hand was raised in a place full of smoke and fire, unable to stop that chaos. That sea of flames has engulfed everything. Corrin muttered, "If everything goes according to plan, a bloodstorm will soon sweep through here and I will fail again to stop it." Back in the present, Corrin clenched his fists, determined as Longhair vowed to himself. "But this time will be different. And to do that, what I absolutely need right now is for you to be kneeling before Winking." He asked, "Do you want amnesty? Just once, but do you want me to forgive any crime?" "It depends on how you interpret it," Winking said seriously. "It sounds like you're saying you're planning to commit a crime." With a stern tone, he asked, "You've already discussed this with me privately. Tell me, what is your plan?" Corrin lowered his head and whispered, "I cannot say." After hearing this, Winking hesitantly replied, "I will grant you a pardon that can forgive all crimes except treason and killing royalty. Is that enough?" Suddenly Corrin spoke. "Sorry, but I humbly bow his head and say, I want a pardon that can forgive all crimes." When he heard this, Winking clenched his fists on the chair and said fiercely, "Do you understand?" He was furious and shouted, "Do you understand what you are saying right now?" Winking angrily scolded, "You are so arrogant, claiming that you will commit treason in front of me in the future." Hearing that, Corrin wondered silently, maybe this way is not acceptable. The more he spoke, the angrier he became and shouted, "If your sword is aimed at the royal family, then I have only one thing left to do." Then, Win ordered the guards to arrest him immediately, but suddenly someone stepped forward and said, "You can't kill the hero with your own hands." It was none other than Estelle. She softly called out, "Father, seeing your daughter," you shouted, "Estelle." She said Corrin Locke conquered the demon tower and saved my daughter. Winking replied, "I know. And also, I have spent a few nights with him." Hearing this, Corrin turned pale and thought, maybe it's not entirely wrong. Winking shouted angrily, "Together for a night?" Corrin muttered, "Do you think she has said something truly helpful?" While Wing was stunned, Estelle continued, "I trust Corrin Locke more than I trust my father." He asked, "What are you talking about?" Without noticing his expression, Estelle continued to speak more than anything else in the world. "Are you thinking about your status as a saintess?" Estelle replied. Of course, seeing her trembling hand, Corrin silently thought that she trusted him more than anything in the world, which was an insult, and she was trembling. Corrin gently glanced at Estelle, realizing that at this point, it was a bit early, but Estelle had uncovered the secret of the order and she needed my help. He frowned, sweating, muttering to himself. Anyway, with Estelle's support, there might still be a chance. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. What a fascinating scene. "That's Maruam." She just entered and spoke. "Lord Corrin always knows how to entertain people. I didn't expect that." She glanced coldly at Corrin and added, "You're asking for forgiveness again." Seeing that, he silently exclaimed Miriam. Corrin silently reflected that this was truly the worst timing possible. Miriam is a saintess of the Catholic Church, and I am the one who destroyed the Demon Tower. While the Demon Tower was once an ally of the Catholic Church, she would never be happy about it. You grit your teeth and keep guessing. But if it's Miriam, someone who sees Estelle as a thorn in her side, she will interfere no matter what, no matter how bad it gets. Then Miriam spoke, "Give him mercy." At this, she chuckled softly and with an arrogant tone, "I will not kneel." Looking down at Estelle doesn't feel so bad either. Miriam tilted her chin to the side and continued, "And as you know, this won't be easy." This statement left Winking speechless, his throat tight with emotion, unable to speak. At this moment, Estelle slowly rose to his feet. Faced with the difficult situation, Winking spoke up. "The two saints of the church and the two princesses of this kingdom didn't expect my daughter to side with a traitor." He sat down on the chair, his voice filled with disappointment, raising the question, that parenting is completely useless. Winking softly said, Corin Locke, if you clearly give the order, I will grant you a pardon, one time to forgive all sins. Hearing this, Corin immediately respectfully replied, I thank your majesty. Deep down, I think I've succeeded, but I still can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something. The memory of my conversation with Meruem flashes and Corin mutters, it was the same when I faced the demon tower before, and it's the same this time. Why is that? At that moment, she said the tower had gone hunting those wolves. Night had fallen, but my mind was still troubled by the question of why Meruem helped me. In the room, Meruem sat alone with a snake in her hand and muttered, my hypocritical father must be worried about how far my anger and hatred will spread. So, you're talking to someone with a sharp tone. I must say, I'm disappointed. I can't believe you barged into a lady's room without permission. You really lack manners, not fitting for a gentleman. That's Tet Banthaset. He spoke, I hope you understand. At this point, Tet Bantaz sneered. He continued in a deep voice. I don't like things to be noisy, Meruem asked. You've been suffering heavy losses lately, haven't you? To an unusually high degree. So what's the point of me supporting you then? He replied calmly. Don't say that. This has always been the case. Tes Banha tightly held the quartz in his hand and said through gritted teeth, that's just how it has to be. He continued with a tone of disgust. This damn world hates me too much. He handed the crystal to Meruem and told her to read the fate from it, saying that since it was according to the agreement, she should do so. Her eyes lit up as she looked at it, and long silently thought, this world's secret treasure, something that can reveal my upcoming destiny. Staring at the Liam crystal, Meruem whispered to herself, Liam Destiny Stone. She recalled her childhood image and spoke to her heart. Last year, Tess Ban Hazard came to me and made an offer. If I promised to support him, he would lend me the Liampa Fate Stone once a year. Facing the intense glow from the stone, Tess Banazard said, this time for sure. Seeing Meruem surrounded by a dazzling light, he said with a determined voice, I hope for a favorable outcome. The scene shifts to a quiet evening at the mansion. Corin opened the door and saw someone waiting outside. Seeing Estelle, he called her name, and she nervously responded. Corin invited Estelle in and said, I noticed you arranged your accommodation in the palace right after the banquet ended, so I figured, as expected, she sighed. It's really you, Corin, then took out something and continued. My holy power is being sealed. Hearing that, he asked, did you find out the cause? Estelle recalled the past when leaving the archipelago with Corin and said, my holy power still hasn't returned. Even after leaving the Steel Islands, I still believe time will heal everything. Then, a blinding flash of light erupted. She recounted that on that day, Estelle shed tears witnessing that radiant glow. She gently knelt down, the necklace snapped and fell heavily from Estelle's wrist. She picked it up and held it in her hand. Due to the impact, one corner of the pendant was broken until she uncovered the hidden truth. Back in the present, she held up the necklace and said, the Tower of Death's trap took away all my weapons, but they didn't have Rosario. Because Rosario isn't something I always carry with me, even I didn't realize. So, this item has absorbed holy power. Estelle rubbed his chin and replied, yes, but on second thought, it's strange that the strength given by God is being hindered by this. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and she hesitated before speaking. Maybe holy power has nothing to do with sincere faith in God after all. In front of Corin's listening, Estelle continued to analyze, with the evidence being that just now I spoke disrespectfully, but I didn't lose even a hint of holy power. This made him recall himself carrying Rosario, silently thinking I once got close to this Rosario. The magic power of mine, the reason Sunclaw Solus's divine energy is being drawn in, is mainly because of this. Suddenly, Estelle asked anxiously, Corin, you understand now, right? The past image of you and her standing in the cave floods back when you asked, have you really never once doubted the existence of the gods? Currently, Estelle frowns and continues, the truth of this world. An image of Estelle appears alongside some analysis. In the original story, Estelle only appears as a support NPC for players and is not part of the team, so she cannot interfere deeply with the plot. She didn't realize until the very end that there was a traitor within the Holy Order. Then came the image of the game screen being punctured, so the criminal charge against Rosario was not exposed and it became a hidden flaw in the eyes of the players. Then, Meruem and Estelle are seen standing side by side, but the real story is that when Estelle returned to MK3 Academy, people could already predict that a day like this would come. At this moment, Corin steps out and says, please follow me. The place they arrive at is Men Treasure Island. Witnessing the scene here, Estelle exclaimed in shock, how could it be impossible? Seeing the gods floating in the sky, she said, these are the gods of this world. Is it difficult? Suddenly, Estelle knelt down with a frightened and defeated expression, crying out that it was impossible. Watching this scene from behind, Corin remained silent. The childhood images of her standing with her father and mother are still in her mind. I have never seen such powerful holy energy. Truly an extraordinary talent. Since I was born, this world has belonged to me. A servant shouted, please, Saint, bless me too. At that moment, before anyone could even wish for something, everything was already offered to her. A soldier also respectfully said, I will give my life to protect you no matter where you go. At that moment, the girls also admired Estelle greatly and said she was a saint, wishing he would say just one word to them. They admired everything about her. When Estelle appears, everyone's eyes are fixed on her, unsure whether it is because faith gives rise to power or power fosters faith. No one knows for sure. At that moment, Estelle radiated a luminous beauty that lit up the entire space, and she affirmed, "But one thing I believe without a doubt is that I have been chosen by God." The scene shifts to an evening sunset at the second holy site, the Great Holy Church of Zon. Estelle entered and said, "Hello, Pope Sakari." Saint Sakari softly asked, "I wonder what brings you to see me." She fell silent and spoke. Pope Estelle asked, "Do you believe in God?" Before that question, he could only remain silent. Then Sakari bowed and replied, "Of course, the Saintess, the Lord still protects us, even in this moment. Isn't the holy power we possess proof enough?" After hearing that, she gently smiled. Estelle took Rosario out and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Because even within the holy congregation, only high-ranking clergy are allowed to access this item. Someone has already contaminated it with my Rosario. At this point, her face grew serious as she scolded him. "That's definitely the bastard." Estelle asked again, "What do you think?" Hearing the question, Sakari gave an enigmatic smile while still calling him Pope Sakari. Suddenly, Sakari crouched down and said in a low voice, "So you finally know the truth, but nothing will change." Images from the past flashed through Sakari's mind. He explains that our ability to use holy power is not due to faith, but because we inherited the bloodline of the ancient god, Dan, and the giants. Suddenly, Sakari's eyes flashed with a murderous gleam. He laughed maniacally and said, "The Saintess will find out soon enough. The true god we must serve is Dan Anon, and among them, the great benevolent deity, the new and former followers, what use are they? From now on, it will be our world, only those with holy power." Sakari kept rambling. When heaven descends, Danon's world returns once more. Hearing this, Estelle exclaimed, "What?" He continued to shout in her amazement, "Yes, we have been chosen by the gods." Sakari snapped his fingers and spoke, but at that moment, many monsters and former priests appeared around them, and he lamented that he had ruined everything. Sakari clenched her hand tightly and hesitantly said, "Holy maiden, with your blood you can revive the giant and get closer to heaven. Why don't you do it?" It turns out it's all the same root. Before the goddess's statue, Estelle angrily said, "A lifetime of faith has collapsed. All the Bible verses I have read, all the beings I have worshipped in this world, are all lies." She pushed Sakari away and shouted, "You are not qualified to be pope. Banthaz is not qualified to be a god." Hearing that, the fanatics erupted in rage and shouted, "What? How dare you insult the Lord of Mercy? The holy maiden won't take you?" There, they rushed fiercely towards Estelle. Amid the chaos, she remained unshaken. On this side, Sakari gritted his teeth in anger, veins bulging on his face. At this point, I have already bestowed upon Estelle the items and calmly said, "That's right, Estelle. You mean to say you're my descendant of which generation? If it's you, the one who inherits my bloodline, then you will be able to use it." She grasped the spiked hammer firmly and said resolutely, "For me, there is a duty even more important than faith." A majestic image of Corrin appeared. Corrin. "The god I believe in is the staff of D-Day that Estelle is wielding. This is the weapon Dan Nan of the Great Land used to defeat the Bosa giant tribe's tower." She charged forward, causing the fanatics to be thrown back, shouting, "I decide." And so, a bloody massacre broke out in the church. It was the moment of the religious reform that erupted at the New John congregation. But the saintess who unravels her destiny is not alone. The scene shifts to Miriam's location, and suddenly, she lets out a cry as if awakening from a dream. Seeing that, Tess Banzak calmly asked, "Have you seen the future before Miriam?" Covering her mouth with a mischievous smile, then burst into loud laughter and said, "Is that so?" Miriam walks away saying, "Yes, eventually fate will fulfill my wish." Looking up at the blood-red moon, she murmurs, "My hero, my prince." Standing before the blood-red scene, Miriam's mouth kept repeating, "My fate, my fate." With a look of satisfaction, she softly called out Corrin Locke. The mysterious image of Miriam and Corrin appears. He says, "The reason I have to marry Miriam is because I was captivated by her enchanting allure." At that moment, Corrin happily embraced her. But contrary to expectations, he felt a sense of joy. A horrifying scene appeared of Miriam sitting atop a pile of stacked corpses. In the original story, Miriam causes a tragic massacre of demons and meets a tragic end at the hands of the heavens. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning. The hot birds chirp anxiously on the branches. Corrin's heart is filled with thoughts. But if I stay by Miriam's side and take care of her, then a happy family with Miriam appears in Corrin's mind. You think that if I can make her happy so she no longer has to think about revenge, or those desires, I might be able to save Miriam so she doesn't have to die as a villain in the original story. Shio's angry image repeats. He scolded, "Damn it!" But that was a huge misunderstanding. The scene of the conversation between Sihu and Miriam is being replayed. I have no idea what happened. Miriam was consumed by hatred and became crazy again. She hasn't changed at all from before. In front of the battlefield, bodies lie scattered everywhere. Corrin and Sio stand silently as the massacre of the demon folk continues. Then Sio laughed and asked, So this is the end of everything? Korin looked around in confusion, wondering, where exactly did everything go wrong? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Help me. He asked who was calling for help, while Chi-Chi in front was being chased by the monster and running as fast as she could. Korin shouted, someone is alive, just as the beast's wide-open mouth was about to swallow the girl. He shouted loudly, kid, run over here quickly. Chi-Chi reached out her hand, happily exclaiming, I'm alive. The girl was just about to speak when suddenly blood splattered everywhere before her hand could reach Korin. Blood splattered across his face in utter shock as the monster swallowed Chi-Chi whole. Facing this scene, Korin collapses and can only mutter, why? Why is it like this? With that, he rushed forward like a gust of wind. Korin, filled with murderous intent, shouted angrily, why does it have to come to this? Immediately, he thrust his spear straight into the monster's mouth. Suddenly, Miriam's eyes widened in terror. Inside its mouth, there is an image of Miriam being stabbed in the stomach by the Holy Cross. Korin screams out loud. Miriam, even though her mouth is bleeding, she doesn't look in pain as she calls out to Korin. Korin holds Miriam in his arms, voice choked with emotion, saying, Miriam, why is it like this? She faintly smiles and replies, it's too late now. I'm sorry. I love you. You are the person I cherish the most. You are my destiny. And it feels like all of this has happened once again. It seems the demons have gathered together.
Really?
The oppression of demonized humans by that sect is becoming more and more brutal. Hearing that, the others shouted in unison, that damn snake cut off my arm. If this continues, even this place will be discovered. Elder, please find a way to resolve this quickly. I think we are being pushed to the very border, and this is the only place where we can still survive. Now only the Danis region remains safe. Thinking this, he gripped the armrest tightly and said, do I really have to wait to die? Then Cuss spoke up. Adina, what's the status of the snake? I heard you successfully infiltrated the city near the border. Is that correct? Adina hesitated to answer. Strangely, I was just removing my hat and reporting when it was detected and caught. Cuss couldn't believe it and exclaimed, what? Adina recalled her conversation with Korin's group and continued. They contacted me and reiterated it like that. I don't know how they found out, but they knew I was a demon too. Still, they didn't discriminate against me at all. At that time, John said that all Adina needed to do was help convey our message to the clan leader. Mary also added that soon we would tell her everything we know. Hearing this, he asked if Korin Guardian was the one. I've heard that name before. Cuss hesitated and spoke up, recalling the scene where Korin saved Estelle. Wasn't that the group that rescued the Saintess Estelle? Someone asked, is Wien's Korin Locke the leader who defeated the rebel mage at the city temple? Everyone else also spoke in fear. It's over. He's the hero who saved the kingdom. Is he planning to kill us all while he has the chance? Adina replied. No, he didn't. He made a new proposal for us. He made a proposal. She continued. Korin Locke, that man. In the silence, Adina continued speaking. Is he saying he will deal with that snake? Will they kill that snake? Hey, is he really telling the truth? Kuss sneered and said, this is beyond our reach. Can his group really do such a thing? He stood up and continued hesitantly. Moreover, how can I believe those words so easily? Korin Locke is just an ordinary human after all. And with that, he shouted, the new believers are the same. His pretending to protect us is just to deceive others. In the end, isn't he just watching that sect oppress us? That's not true, is it? Seeing them, Adina exclaimed. When she recognized Ren and John, she asked, did you follow me here? She questioned, are you members of the Golden Wolf clan? I thought you had gone extinct. Hearing that, Ren replied, we almost shared that fate too. I remember when I was imprisoned and rescued by Korin, and I can say that we, who nearly became test subjects for the Empire, were saved by Lord Korin and are now studying at Dream Academy thanks to the help of Saintess Estelle. Jen affirms that without their help, if John had interrupted, we wouldn't be here today. Seeing Cuss's expression, they respectfully said, Elder, we are secretly working as officials within the kingdom. Edna confidently states that, based on what I have seen, their plan is feasible. Unregistered individuals without land to farm have to wander from day to day like us. This is a chance to be recognized as a citizen of the kingdom. Hearing those words, he was a bit contemplative and said nothing. Suddenly, Q raised his hand high and shouted, I don't trust humans, and then gently placed his hand on Adina's head before hesitating to speak. But Cuss calmly said, I will try to believe you. Seeing that, Adina smiled emotionally. Sometime later, the holiday ended even though the Dream Kaba Academy was holding the graduation ceremony. In a room, Korin carries out a bag of something. He has other matters elsewhere. Korin placed it on the table, recalling the time he tasted the precious elixir obtained from the Forbidden Forest when sneaking into the Steel Archipelago. Besides those items, even if I find many others, none can compare to this one. Looking at the glowing item in front of him, Mari asked, Korin, are you really going to eat this? Shouldn't we keep it as a family heirloom? Korin took out a ginseng root. This is Goriel Kali Mountain Ginseng, an extremely rare herb that has developed by absorbing the Dragonbane energy for tens of thousands of years. Brewing it will enhance its magic power, while eating it raw will expand your aura. This is a 10,000-year-old mountain ginseng, a treasure even the gods consider precious. Later, Korin dropped it into a medicinal pot and said, I will brew and drink it right now. Goryo Mountain Ginseng's absorption of medicinal energy varies greatly depending on the preparation method, so only someone with deep knowledge of Goryo Mountain Ginseng can do it. The one doing that is none other than former Elder Andrian, who is struggling to sit in front of the fire. Mari keeps cheering. Des, you can do it! With excitement, he secretly thought about the treasured elixir he had painstakingly cared for. It's done, and later the medicinal pot will also be fully refined. Korin took a sip and then exclaimed, feeling energized. Excellent. The system information appears, absorbing the Cowley Mountain soul perfectly, increasing magic power by 37,564, upgrading the magic level from mid-tier to high-tier, and finally surpassing 50,000 magic power. Korin equipped 2 more items, secretly thinking that they still couldn't compare to Pihu Ober or Hates Bantaz. But I still have the commandments to increase my power. The system displays information, the law I will follow to save the world. If it's a battle related to saving the world, all stats increase by 200%. The magic power of the Holy Light Temple item set increases by 200%, quadrupling to 200,000 magic power. Seeing the newly equipped arm, Long Day is determined. Now I have enough magic to control the power of the sun more easily, and it's almost time to use it. The image of weak Meruem inside Korin reappears. He silently thinks that both in real history and in the first loop, when he thought he had control over all variables, Meruem still caused the massacre, as if it was an unavoidable fate. Next, the proud image of Tess Banza appears. The only one happy with this cursed fate is just one person. Tess Bantazat, Korin continues to analyze. He hopes that the new and former gods, humans and demi-humans, become enemies and destroy each other. He wishes that those who hinder the coming of heaven will perish on their own. A scene of a chained heart with the system panel ringing echoes. I will save the world. I will not turn a blind eye to the suffering of the good. Breaking my oath will only lead to death. All I have to do is one thing so I can keep surviving, Korin's heart whispered. I must stop the villain who wants to destroy the world and prevent the suffering of innocent people. That way, I am fully prepared for this battle. When you knelt before Wen King, he said, I grant you the right of exemption that can erase all sins once. You replied, thank you. Korin has been granted the pardon, a significant privilege. Seeing the empty medicinal pot, he confidently thought, even though I want to avoid this battle, I am also prepared for the possible fight. Right now, Ren and the wolves are happily chatting together. Korin silently thinks, I must avoid Meruem as much as possible until then. If I secretly direct everything to Meruem now, the entire plan will fall apart. The brutal battlefield scene unfolds again. In the previous round, Meruem caused a massacre of demons and you couldn't eat it. Now Korin reminds himself, but this time it will never happen. I made that mistake for the second time. Inside the room, Josephine held a piece of paper and said, Meruem has applied for a mentor for me. As you know, in exchange for her having this privilege, she contributes a huge amount of money to the academy. It is a system that allows students to choose to study after hours with the professor or student they desire. Are you asking Princess Meruem if she wants to meet with me after class every day? She said something like that. He pondered quietly. What kind of sound could it be after all? Korin remembered when they were at the palace, Meruem had said the magic tower was hunting the wolf tribe. Please forgive him. He wondered silently, is she planning to keep me close to supervise? Josephine asked, if you don't want to, I can refuse. He replied softly, no. Taking the envelope, Korin calmly said, I will be her mentor. The traditional mentoring at MK3 Academy means being guided by an experienced or knowledgeable senior in the form of 11. If the junior's abilities improve, the senior will also receive extra points. Conversely, if not, points may be deducted. Jur, with his arms draped over the shoulders of the 2 boys in front of him, excitedly asked, do you want to be my mentees? So, when a new semester begins, seniors often look for juniors to mentor. However, since the juniors already have to submit many assignments every day and there is no particular benefit, it is very rare for them to actively request a mentor. But very rarely, some juniors want to spend more time with their favorite seniors, so they ask for mentoring. Of course, this man thinks it's nothing special. Korin smiled and looked down at the pile of letters in his hand, saying, it's just a desire to follow the footsteps of my seniors and become stronger. But for Korinlock, this request for mentorship from a junior is also a special case because that person is the former Jiao's daughter and the second Princess Meruem Hadatha Elat. Meanwhile, she immediately assumed a haughty expression, holding a cup of tea with an icy demeanor. Come in, my guide, Lord Korin. Hearing this, Korin calmly placed a letter on the table and softly said, my apologies for the letter. Then he continued to stare at Meruem and added, please find another guide. As soon as she finished speaking, she hesitated in disbelief. I didn't expect him to agree immediately, but being rejected so quickly was truly unexpected. After hearing that, Korin didn't hesitate to admit it, looking extremely proud. With a busy schedule, I have to run missions with my team, and now that autumn is coming, I also need to prepare for the festival. It won't be long before the Guardian rank evaluation takes place, and Meruem immediately widened her eyes, her eyebrows slightly furrowing. Korinlock, As soon as I think of your power, I hold you tightly. You are my destiny. I don't know the method or the specific process, but the future shown by the stone's fate has Corrin lock.
Miruam collapsed, her hand reaching close to Corrin's face as she embraced him and wept, blood mixed with saliva still lingering on her lips, her eyes silently glancing to the side.
That is the future where my long-standing wish will be fulfilled. Miriam gazes into the distance beyond the blazing fire, destroying all the demon people of the Demon Alliance. My long-standing wish is to achieve revenge. Returning to reality, Miriam couldn't hold back and clenched her fists on the wooden armrest, seemingly furious about the current situation and not yet grasping the position of the demon, whom she could rely on. At the same time, Corrin also raised his left hand to his chest and bowed politely. I will take my leave now. After listening, Miriam continued to think. Only this man, his left hand now holding the platinum snake, began to strategize. I will make you come to me on your own soon. She looked at Corrin's fading back, her eyes sharp as a sword. Things I cannot have yet, I will make up for them completely to you. The scene shifts as Corrin walks slowly along a deserted road under a clear blue sky. At the same time, Snick was crawling on his shoulder, thinking that this was Corrin Y. If he thought this was a new Wyans team, then a 5-story building wasn't bad. His 2 red eyes looked full of horror. It wondered to itself, probably needing money to operate the Wyans or maybe asking for gold. Suddenly the door opened and Corrin immediately appeared cheerful and said, "Good morning, your house. Stop playing all day and clean up a bit." Seeing that, Snick couldn't hide his surprise. "Ghost dog pet, is this a doghouse?" With a look of panic, sweat pouring down, eyes wide open and mouth agape, maybe having too much space isn't necessarily a good thing after all. It seems unable to believe its limited knowledge, questioning itself. How grand is Corrin Guardian? And you stand there with your hands on your hips proudly, not knowing when you'll finish exploring this place. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out. Corrin Marriott excitedly said, "So it's here? Hey Aang, what if we build another airport so more Hairs Billy can come and go at the same time?" It even made Corrin stunned, sweat pouring down uncontrollably. "Senior, I told you it's fine." Snick, perched on the shoulder, hesitantly lifts its head as if not needing gold, then quietly glances around, looking left and right. "You want to develop the Guardian? Then increase its combat power." At this moment, Corrin suddenly calls out somewhat confused, "Alyssa, what are you doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, the opponent, holding a sword, turned around in confusion. "My sister said we should just try training gradually." Elisa's face flushed red, eyes tightly closed in embarrassment, but Corrin stepped aside and moved away. Now I only smell that sweat. Snick continues to observe the situation on the side, and the troops don't seem to be lacking. It watched Corrin change his shirt. After all, the lower floor is just a rented space. There are things more important than work, right? Snick looked at the cute bunny slippers on his feet and walked slowly, lost in thought. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." "Hello? Are you staying over again tonight?" Hearing that, Warren immediately took the other's hand, worriedly asking if they'd been taking their medication regularly lately. But Corrin couldn't hold back and urged him to go, and War immediately felt a comfortable, warm, and truly soothing sensation. "Corrin, I'm sleepy now." As soon as I finish speaking, Corrin immediately urges, "Then let's go to bed. Snick has seen everything." Its expression was extremely bewildered, sweat pouring down. Elsewhere, Miriam couldn't contain her fury. Clutching her head with both hands, her teeth clenched, her eyes flushed as she covered one eye with her hand and gritted her teeth. This situation is just disgraceful. Switching scenes to the grand, white, enormous castle, Miriam feels a bit uncomfortable and speaks up. "All right, Lord Corrin." She crossed her arms in front of her chest and glanced at the person in front of her. "Honestly, I don't know what you need. I will ask directly." Miriam stood straight, staring intently at Corrin's back. "What do you want? What do I have to give you for you to agree to be my mentor?" "I will accept anything." He immediately responded with a serious expression. "Can you really fulfill anything?" Seeing that, Miriam could only coldly grunt in response, her face extremely grim. "Nothing else matters, as long as I can take revenge." Corrin suddenly whispered softly, lowering his voice to the fullest. "All right." Then suddenly you turn around and step close to Miriam to whisper. After a moment, she immediately turns her gaze to Corrin and asks coldly, "Is that all?" Hearing this, he nonchalantly reached out his hand, a slight easing of his expression. "Yes, but mentoring won't be easy at first. If she doesn't want to, then fine." Which made Miriam quickly reply, "No, I can do it." In a different turn, she kept panting heavily without stopping. Miriam pressed on Hin Nam's chest for CPR while gritting his teeth in frustration. "I'm so tired, sir. What's the point of learning all this? It's so boring and dull." "It's been 2 hours and we've only been learning first aid." Hearing that, the coach still stands straight, looking coldly upward in size. It's natural that it's difficult. Saving lives is even harder than harming them. His tone was very serious, and the only allowed response was clear. As the rookie finished speaking, Miriam couldn't help but ask back, "Are you crazy?" Time has passed, and finally that trainer gave up. Today's lesson ends here. Now it's your turn, princess, to give a clear answer. Hearing this, Miriam immediately showed an annoyed expression, sweating profusely. "Is that really how you feel?" She suddenly recalls Corrin's words from earlier. "Every time the mentoring ends, please show me the prince genuinely smiling." That will be enough. Back to the present. He stands before Miriam and asks, "Are you really going to back out now?" It made her hesitate a bit, even if she told me to suddenly smile right now. Miriam suddenly smirked faintly, her eyes completely vacant. Is this really okay? This comment made Korin can't help but comment right away. There's no sincerity at all. The corner of the mouth looks awkward, and the eyes have to squint a bit more. Then he suddenly opens his mouth and laughs loudly and cheerfully, and Korin turns around and walks away slowly, waving to the person behind him. All right, that's really all for today. See you tomorrow at the performance. Honestly, what exactly are you planning? Taming! Today's training is on fixation methods, and Miriam looks at the other person with admiration. Are you joking around with the patient? At that moment, Korin, acting as the trainer, immediately caught the other person's expression. It feels like she's trying to force herself to smile, more naturally. I told her to try putting some sincerity into it. Then, the next day and the day after that, Korin sat beside Miriam hiding behind a low bush, teaching him how to hide and take cover as the foundation of strategy. Got it? Then he immediately reminded her about her attitude. Why is one corner of her mouth curling up so high? Is your face crooked? Try to tense up a little on the other side, too. A little more time passes, and Korin looks at the awkwardly forced smile and calmly announces, "Okay, that's enough for today." Anyway, I never thought I would only smile once. Hearing that, Miriam couldn't hold back her frustration and walked away angrily. In the end, what am I doing all this for? And yet Korin remains as calm as a still lake. Then, luckily, we meet again. As time passes without holding on, everything unfolds just as planned. Korin Wee's office echoes with surprised voices calling out, "Boss!" Renjong Korin, sitting in the middle, cheerfully said, "Sorry, I suddenly have urgent matters this afternoon, so I've entrusted everything to you." Edna, sitting opposite, immediately replied, "No problem at all, boss. Actually, we're happy to be assigned the task." Ren also quickly added, "Yes, Miss Edna personally guided us very attentively." At this moment, Edna placed her hand over her chest. "Are you Mr. Korin? This is my first time meeting you in person. My name is Edna Iruten." Edna Iruten, a Beastman NPC involved in black market ticket trading, became a royal spy to monitor Miriam's movements in Mao. However, in the kingdom, she hides her identity and infiltrates as a government official. Edna's fake identity is that of a civil servant, a position responsible for policy planning in the kingdom. She wants to propose laws to protect beastmen, but in reality, she struggles to hide her own identity as a beastman. Wandering non-citizen demons are fully exposed to all kinds of prejudice and oppression. The Gen siblings, wearing tattered clothes, hug each other tightly to soothe themselves as wild beasts surround them on all sides, their backs pressed together. Back to reality, Korin quickly hands over the stack of papers to the person in front of her. "Ms. Esna, please accept this," which surprises the other party a bit. This is Korin calmly explaining the origin. These signatures are from those who care and have stood up for the demon race. Isbel, with his serious glasses, I will also sign. If it's for the sake of the demon race, I am willing. At the same time, Jerriman looked anxiously at the paper, because not all demon humans are bad. Some are kind-hearted. Next. Jer's group was extremely excited. We're also voting to support this. Finally, the two girls, one standing and one sitting, each spoke in turn from the perspective of MKAB Academy, proposing measures to reassure students and stating that the MA barrier has been further strengthened. As strange symbols appeared on the floor, Korin immediately said in a serious tone, "As long as you don't know the exact coordinates, you absolutely can't find it with the naked eye, so don't worry." Seeing that, Edna couldn't hold back her emotion and hugged the stack of papers. "Thank you all. I truly appreciate it. Everything is progressing very smoothly." The force Miriam mobilized for the massacre was the royal army. The demon was accused of treason and killed, which could only happen when no one considered the consequences. But if the demon race becomes citizens, mobilizing the kingdom's army to suppress its own people would become impossible. Until the bill is passed, just distracting Miriam enough to prevent her from finding the demon's location is sufficient. Time has passed, and now it is the next day. This time, Korin slightly lowers his gaze with a somewhat surprised expression. You look at the empty stone bench and instinctively call out to Miriam. At the Jurem Old Church with its towering crosses, the clock of fate keeps turning without stopping. At this moment, Miriam narrowed her eyes slightly, her face cold. "So you were hiding here." On the map, Snick was curled up in a ball, and she didn't hesitate to curse. "You filthy beasts," her lips curling into a sneer. And finally, it's I who am plotting to change fate. Miriam's expression reveals a calculating look, her teeth clenched tightly. "I have figured it out," as if mocking. May Magic Tower is behind the plan to kidnap the Saintess. The manager asked through the phone, "Madam Saintess, how is the preparation to escort the criminals progressing?" Estelle, walking proudly and arrogantly, said, "Everything is in order. I will personally lead the Holy Knights to escort them. A group of A-grade heretical criminals has been completely captured here." Hearing this, the manager immediately raised his hand to his chin and cursed. "They are, indeed, a bunch of filthy scoundrels. We must bring them back to face punishment at the nearby Holy Land." Immediately, Estelle explained calmly, "Since there are too many prisoners, we have to travel by land, which will probably take quite some time." Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she noticed something nearby. In front of Estelle was the shadow of a person wearing a dark red coat. Seeing that, she couldn't help but shout out Miriam. In the middle of the forest, Estelle was very confused and approached Miruam to ask what was going on that brought her here. Miruam, based on that person's expression, I have no hesitation in guessing. Seeing her expression, she's definitely not here to ask about her health. After hearing that, Miruam slightly furrowed her eyebrows in a straightforward manner. How much is that information worth? As soon as the words left her mouth, Estelle immediately lowered his gaze and remained silent. At this moment, Miruam spoke again, her tone lifeless, one hand wielding a broken staff, revealing that she knew everything from the Demon Alliance to Mawan's existence, including your church's deliberate concealment of that location. Then she once again approached Estelle and whispered, asking what she had to do for her to finally speak. I am ready to fulfill all her requests. Miruam kept tempting the person next to her, seemingly close to being convinced. If she wanted, we could rekindle the close friendship we had in childhood. After a moment, Estelle immediately avoided eye contact, sweat pouring down her face. I really don't understand what she's implying. Hearing this, Miruam showed an extremely angry expression, her hand gripping the staff trembling uncontrollably. Then Miruam turned and walked away, leaving Estelle behind. You will definitely regret this. I will make her pay a heavy price for her stubbornness. Seeing that, Estelle couldn't help but show a desperate look. Clenching both hands on my chest, I plan to pass by the Empress Dowager's tomb on the way to escort the prisoner. If it's not inconvenient, I would like to stop and offer a prayer for her. But I don't need your god. The scene shifts to her alone, continuously sneering sarcastically. Estelle, that stupid and fake woman. Miruam looked down and stared intently at the map in front of her. The name Mawan, which I had spent so much effort searching for, turned out to be right in the heart of the Zon Church's sanctuary. She reveals her blazing red eyes shining fiercely in the dark space, her teeth clenched tightly together. If you're going to hide it, you should have hidden it well. Damn disgusting bastards. Then Miruam immediately turned his head slightly and spoke. Thank you, sir. Lord Grey, thank you for choosing to leave the new faith and join our plan. We are truly grateful that, thanks to you, Ma's position has been revealed. As soon as the words finished, the other person covered their mouth and laughed loudly, saying Estelle must be the true traitor to the new religion. He didn't hesitate to voice his suspicion, though it's unclear how she sensed it. But she had already detected the presence of the Tesbon Thazet forces hiding within the new religion. Grey once again spoke sternly, causing turmoil with his religious reform declarations that led to many priests being imprisoned, and even the Pope under house arrest. He looked at Miruam's back with a faint smile, fingers intertwined. Luckily, I was outside at the time, so I survived. So this time, if you try to burn the new religion's holy site to the ground, Miruam will unexpectedly oppose your words. It's not the new religion, but John. After hearing that, Ray could only smile awkwardly, his face showing a bit of displeasure. Whether new or old, it doesn't really make a difference. We are all on the same side. As soon as she finished speaking, Miruam immediately turned her head to look at the man and sighed. I was planning to give you the position of Pope after clearing out the giants. She didn't hesitate to look at Grey with his eyes half closed and sighed. How unfortunate. At the same time, countless fireballs suddenly appeared before him, and then Roll appeared out of nowhere, rushing in to tear Grey apart limb by limb. At this moment, you turn your sword around and coldly say, "Thank you for granting me the honor of judging these heretics." Then Lowell shamelessly kneels down in adoration, calling the Saintess. At the same time, Ariba and the others appeared, ready to make their long-held wish come true. She stood solemnly at the back, with a determined expression, finally able to confront Estelle on behalf of the Magic Tower and settle the old debt. The great warrior of Danya quickly added, "I swear my loyalty to the royal family." Hearing this, Miruam calmly glanced at them with a sneer, saying nothing. A moment later, she stepped out onto the balcony at night, leaning on her staff. Today, as the Saintess of Zarin and the Princess of this kingdom, I issue a command. Her left hand, wearing a black glove, gently touched the railing under John's lax guard. Destroy all the beasts corrupting the kingdom and their treacherous plots without leaving any survivors. Suddenly, Miruam unexpectedly raised his staff, shouting loudly with determination, "Destroy them all." Below are countless figures standing at attention, awaiting orders in the late night. The two brothers from the Zhou family stand calmly in front of the gang. Everyone, please stay calm. John looked extremely worried, as if frightened, and continued, "He's almost here." But they shouted loudly, "Shut up right now." One of them looked annoyed and punched Ren. The rumor has spread that the deadly snake is bringing its army here, and our hideout has been exposed. Then he suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Wait, you just appeared not long ago, and that snake has already found us." In that case, he suddenly froze in place, his face darkening. "Don't tell me you're the traitors, are you? If that's true, then no one will survive to leave here." As soon as the words were spoken, a powerful voice quickly stopped them, commanding them to stand down. The leader sitting on the high throne coldly reminds us, "We can't slaughter each other right now." He furrows his brows and looks extremely serious. "I already told you what to do." The leader gently lowers his head, his eyes fixed intently on one person. "All right, give me your explanation." He didn't hesitate to call out to the man wielding a weapon that was both sharp and long, and Corin immediately clenched his jaw as he listened. If I have to sum everything up, Corin clenched his jaw tightly. Sweating profusely, I admit that all the mistakes were mine. I recall my past memories and how Estelle and I stayed longer than planned at the Magic Tower. Corin slowly explained to the Wolf Tribe leader that Estelle had identified Tess's henchman. Banthazard was infiltrating the new religion, and the religious reform had happened earlier than recorded in history. It seems those filthy rats took advantage of the chaos to escape. At this moment, you can't help but remain silent. A thought crosses my mind. This damn butterfly effect is really annoying. Corin, holding a sharp spear, stood before the High Leader and continued. But it's not the end yet. Please give me a little more time. Hearing this, the other immediately looked somewhat puzzled. Time? As soon as he finished speaking, Corin handed over a stack of papers with the draft amendment on resident registration. The law officially recognizes demons as citizens of the kingdom, and he added that there are only 3 days left until the bill review session, which is the legal document that legitimizes the demon race we have worked hard to prepare. He did not hesitate to point out the capable individual. Most of Meruem's forces are royal soldiers, and the royal army is not allowed to use force against the civilians within the country. If you can hold out until then, we will have a chance to turn the tide. Corin once again thought of the other's honest comments. Everyone is doing their best. You quickly present your arguments for a peaceful resolution because it's the only way to end this civil war without unnecessary bloodshed. Finally, Corin looks sternly at the wolf leader in front of him and concludes, "Please don't let those efforts be in vain." Hearing this, the opponent immediately glances to the side with a sharp look. On the other side, 2 people with terrified expressions shouted out loud, "How bad has the situation really become? I have to escape. I have to run now." Immediately, a stream of thoughts flooded his mind. Everyone is trembling in fear. Seeing that, the leader instinctively closes his eyes, exhausted. After a while, he sat in front of Corin, silently blaming himself. "It's my fault. I have once again fallen into the footsteps of the past." At this moment, the wolf tribe leader's mood suddenly plummeted to the lowest point, realizing the mistake of trusting humans. He slowly passed by Corin, bowing his head as he added, "If we keep standing here passively, we won't last 3 days. Just 1 day is enough for the demon race in Maon to be wiped out completely." Meanwhile, he quickly comforted the other person to stop blaming himself, saying there's no point in resentment. After all, fate has already been sealed, but the leader still remains lost in regret. From the very beginning, this has been a life or death battle until one side completely disappears. Hearing this, Corin fell silent for a moment and asked softly, "Is that so? Is that your final conclusion?" When he saw him take the spear and turn to the elders, Jen quickly called out to him. Meanwhile, the leader sat on the throne, summoning everyone. He raised his hand high, stood upright, and shouted loudly, "Stop hiding and come out here!" Everyone was stunned by the leader's words. Whether women or children, they must rush into battle. Those with claws use their claws. Those with fangs use their fangs to destroy the enemy forces. I am very familiar with that platinum-colored snake named Snick. It won't spare anyone. Not women or children. We have no way out and nothing left to protect or leave behind. Suddenly, Joe seemed to be driven by a surge of power. The voice of the wolf tribe leader still echoed. "Fight so they can see the true form of the monster, just like how they mock us." His mouth opens wide, his voice overpowering everything. "If we don't finish off that snake, we're all going to die anyway, so we must survive." Suddenly, both eyes flashed red, and at the same time, 4 fangs appeared. "Everyone stop hiding and charge to fight the enemy." Suddenly, a soft female voice broke the tense atmosphere.
Lord C.G.H.
The girl with the long ears points in that direction, making him quickly look surprised. Seeing that, he immediately understood and asked slowly, "Are you the holy knights of the new church? Are you here to fight alongside us?" As her words finished, countless sharp spears were aimed fearlessly at CCH, and at the same time, Estelle, in her pure white dress, slowly stepped forward and said, "I am here to stop you." The figure of her appears with an arrogant look, her tone full of sarcasm. "If you want to reach Meruem, you must first step over my dead body." Seeing that, a girl standing behind CCH was very frightened and clasped her hands together. "Saintess, why?" "We can't do that. Thanks to the protection of the Saintess, we've been able to hide peacefully until now." And he gently clenched his jaw. As expected, Saintess Estelle is still just a human. Then he approached Estelle and spoke to her with respect. "Your Holiness, we are deeply grateful for the refuge you have provided us, but in the end, you still cannot abandon your kin and blood. Are you going to ask outright without hesitation even though Estelle's face isn't looking too good? Are you planning to side with that venomous snake who is directly threatening our lives?" Suddenly, she changed her attitude unexpectedly, smiling like a flower. "No, that's not it. I just want to keep you here for 3 days. CCH suddenly lost his temper and shouted angrily, "This is not the time for jokes. Saintess, if both we and you are held here, who will stand up to face the approaching army outside?" However, Estelle still maintained an extremely calm expression. "Let's trust the person I trust the most." After hearing that, CCH's face grimaced even more and asked, "Even at this point, you still want us to believe in the gods?" Suddenly, another sound suddenly interrupted, making his face look even more displeased. "Not a divine being." So it was Meruem leading a long line of soldiers. She raised her fist to signal everyone to stop. Meruem's eyes showed a very serious expression. Seeing that, Corin began to speak, his tone cold. "No matter which path you choose, when everything is out of control, standing in front of everyone with a sharp, deadly gaze. The only way is to bet on yourself. I mean, trust that person. They will do it. Can you stand up to my army? The slender hand raised high signals, I will crush all of you. Immediately, all the soldiers understood as Duong Kung drew his bow in front, preparing to shoot, and countless arrows soared into the night sky before Korn's eyes. However, they were all blocked by a shimmering golden barrier, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Meruem immediately looked stunned. Is this a barrier? At the same time, Estelle on the side begins to pray. Great and revered god of the earth, Akka, she closed her eyes as a bridge appeared before her, emanating divine energy. I pray that you grant us strength to resist the steel army of the enemy and protect the innocent soldiers of the king, so that no one falls. As the words finished, a massive seal suddenly appeared, covering the entire town. Meruem slightly furrowed his brows, his expression extremely serious. Could there really be a protective layer covering such a large area? It's hard to believe. Meanwhile, Korn kept staring at her, pondering that Mawen's current location must be the Dan Nash land, deep within the Zahn's sacred realm. The image of Estelle talking with her appeared in his mind. This underground city was created by the divine hand of Akka from the dawn of creation, and Korn couldn't help but wonder to himself. What would happen if Estelle, the heir with Earth abilities, used the power of Andre? He remembered the treasure in the form of a giant cup. Although the Andre treasure itself is not meant for attack the Endless Cauldron, one of the 4 legendary treasures of Dan, it is a symbol of the God King Akka, a testament to the power of the earth and the endless source of life. It has the ability to break all rules and magic. At this moment, an old memory re-emerged from the past, recalling a madman who used it to enhance summoning magic, causing monsters from hell to pour out endlessly. Then, Korn watched as Estelle continued to focus, clasping his hands in prayer. However, for others, they chose to use it as a shield to protect the people. Thinking of this, a faint smile gently appeared on his lips. This defensive layer is not easy to break through, and finding its weakness is even more challenging. Suddenly, another elderly voice suddenly rang out. The battle between the Dan Nan clan and those with no stakes is so destructive it could wipe out this entire planet, leaving Korn stunned. Then Canatin suddenly appeared before the soldiers and added, for this reason, the legend says they must use the absolute law gas to restrain each other. Using the Nan artifact combined with the holy power of the Saintess to revive ancient magic is truly a miracle. Then his eyes involuntarily narrowed, reminding him, but listen up, kid, the barrier on the other side, Canatin quickly said, is not just a protective magic, but a law. Quickly revealed the terms of the agreement. Seeing that, Korn couldn't help but snort coldly right away. A mage from the magic tower? That's quite impressive. Alright, here's the sacred oath of Saintess Estelle. You don't need to explain whether you're fast or slow. This is A's arena, not a one-sided shield, but an ancient contract where both sides set conditions and the winner takes everything. An easier to understand note from the ancient language, the absolute gas covenant. Each side selects their 5 best warriors to duel fairly and determine the winner. Anyone defeated or exhausted must leave the arena immediately. The winner will face the next opponent. In the end, this is the fate for those who cannot bring home victory. Absolute gas covenant. The permanently defeated are never allowed to set foot in the sacred land. At this moment, Korn, worried, furrowed his brow and asked, what are you planning to do? Surely you don't intend to abandon Mawan and run away in shame, right? But all I get in response is the enemy's mocking laughter. At the same time, Meruem, leaning on his cane, immediately sneers. You are quite cunning too, Knight Korn. But it's okay, it doesn't matter. Because the one who laughs last and wins is definitely me, she replied coldly without hesitation. I agree to your proposal. Meruem arrogantly orders the opponent to start the duel. The Absolute Pact is indeed a powerful magic almost without loopholes, but once the rules are set, they apply fairly to everyone. Therefore, this does not mean that our side will have the complete advantage. After hearing this, Marys, standing next to Korn, was very dissatisfied. Why are we being unfairly defeated like this? The battle hasn't even started yet, and you haven't even tried to resist. There's nothing else we can do. Korn quickly explains as the Saintess continues praying, while Estelle is exerting all his strength to maintain the barrier and protect the demon folk. Just keeping gas alive has drained all her energy. She no longer has the strength to fight. He continued to read the ancient inscription that said, if you cannot fight, it means you have failed. Those who lose the ability to fight must leave immediately. As soon as the words finished, Meruem couldn't help but sit on the chair with a sarcastic smile. So there are only 4 of us left? If you don't accept the high cost from the start, Gas wouldn't have been able to activate it. After hearing that, Meruem immediately announces to everyone, all right, let's start the second match. As he finished speaking, a large stone suddenly erupted from the ground, bearing images of John and Can Latin, who seemed to be rivals in this round. You immediately step forward, clasped your hands together, and sighed softly. Meanwhile, Connectin across from you spoke with a teasing tone. Honestly, thank you so much for a dying old man like me to have such great luck. He took his staff, still touching his beard as he continued, not only seeing ancient magic that only exists in legends, but also witnessing members of the Golden Wolf clan with his own eyes. Suddenly, Can Lot Tin's face unexpectedly changed from calm to wildly laughing. That is truly an exhilarating experience. How long has it been since I last observed a specimen as vivid as this? Hearing this, John was extremely angry, his mouth forming an O in frustration. Are you from the magic tower? Canatine also clearly responded by hitting his staff on the floor without any attempt to hide it. I have dedicated my life to studying creatures like you. He frankly admits his plan, aiming to create a more perfect species. While speaking Latin and swinging his staff forward, a beast resembling a buffalo instantly appeared and spat fire with great might. The leader of the beast tribe, however, John was still young and quickly dodged the attack with agility. Then, he continued rushing like an arrow toward Catan. Outside, Marriott couldn't help but gape in amazement, sweat pouring down her face, praising his incredible speed. Meanwhile, John bared his sharp teeth and looked crazy. Your Corn once taught you to descend straight from the sky and head towards Canatine. Flames engulfing the person blazed brightly across the space, and just a moment of hesitation could give the enemy a chance. Seeing this, Corn watched the entire scene intently from start to finish. That was a hard-earned lesson in fighting in the underground world where reflexes are crucial. However, on the arena, John was struck with a powerful blow. His whole body immediately shot up into the air, and the sound of hitting the ceiling echoed. This scene catches Marriott's eye. She remains unmoved, her expression slightly dazed. You're still inexperienced. The first thing you need to deal with is that chimera monster. She calmly demonstrates how to fight. The creature, though large and powerful, is very slow. For someone like you, you should have taken it down quickly. Hearing this, John's eyes suddenly lit up. His face grew serious, but he still seemed unaware, as he was struck with a powerful blow to the body. Behind him, Canatine merely glanced at him with a bored expression, unwilling to speak of it. Then, the beast with the water buffalo body once again struck with extreme brutality, blood continuously gushing out from its mouth. Opposite, the buffalo suddenly releases a large fireball, unleashing intense flames directly at John. A lingering thought quickly surged through your mind. Take a good look at this monster. Even though it's torn and patched, I'm sure you can still recognize it. Tears keep flowing from the corner of Chao Nu's eye. It is your fellow creature. On one side, Canatine remained calm and spoke in a steady voice. The golden fur of the golden wolf tribe is truly a top-quality material that enhances resistance and magic resistance to the maximum. And of course, it possesses a stunning beauty. Watching the young man fighting with all his might, he kept bragging non-stop. It's just an animal after all, but poor intelligence is an unfixable flaw. No matter what, it's only a obedient puppet carrying out my orders. Kanin watched John being battered repeatedly and hurriedly asked, after being tortured like that, you still don't dare to fight back? Could it be that you feel pity for this puppet? He slightly furrowed his brows. Maybe that's true. You Golden Wolf clans are inherently too sentimental and easily deceived. Can Latin deserves the title of Great Sorcerer because he knows how to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. I have understood your psychology to the core. You would never be able to bring yourselves to harm your own kind. That is an instinct deeply ingrained in your blood. It is even more terrifying and resilient than any rule. Then he passionately spoke about Joe's combat ability. But my creation is completely different. Watch those relentless attacks. A chimera has completely eliminated all the weaknesses of your race. Can Latin couldn't hold back and raised both hands in excitement, laughing loudly, as he researched gene editing and reprogramming in the scientific field closest to divine power. At the same time, John's carved shield suddenly fell to the ground. He no longer had the strength to resist. Lying motionless on the ground, John has failed. Seeing this, Canatine becomes even more eager, shouting loudly, "Go ahead and finish them all." He ordered his fierce monster to capture all the specimens hiding in Manhwa, and Canatine's strength seemed to double several times. I will turn everyone there into Shima. At the same time, a cloud of dust appears on the ground, blocking everyone's view. Suddenly, a voice asked in surprise as someone fell backward on the ground. Is it a demon? Is it because of that thing that you can't swing your sword? War suddenly appears and approaches John to check. I'm not sure anymore, but I don't think that's the truth. Seeing that, Canatine took the staff in his hand and began summoning other monsters. Are you trying to talk about pity or some kind of humanity? One of them suddenly lunged forward and bit Warren's body. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts, with Canatine watching everything, clenched teeth, grinding, eyes wide open. Suddenly, Warren unexpectedly admitted, I don't know anymore. Her blood-stained arm kept clenching tightly. I don't have any of those luxuries. Seeing the opponent step closer, Ken quickly raised his staff to warn him. Don't come any closer. He was extremely panicked, his face contorted as he shouted loudly, What kind of monster is this? At this moment, Canatine's carved shield quickly falls into the broken water. Gallatin has been defeated. A proud voice calling from behind echoed out. Koger and Elisa seemed utterly stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She won with just one punch, and Corin just stays silent, pointing elsewhere to hide it. Keep going. Seeing that, Warren felt a bit bored and clenched his fist. I already know. Corin observes the scene before him and comments. The situation has turned around. You better seize the moment or admit defeat. However, Maruam still refused to back down, sneering with a smirk. That girl must be your Corin's secret weapon, right? But I also have a secret weapon just like yours. Here, Warren kept looking at his fist, realizing how difficult it was to control his strength in that fight. Suddenly, a haughty voice echoed from behind. "You will have to die if you fight me." Making her quickly turn her head back, Roel then charged forward like a storm with a long sword in hand. Seeing that, Warren slightly slackened and slowly dodged. "You're quick." At the same time, Roel revealed his bright eyes in admiration. "I'm already interested just at the start of the fight." He unconsciously furrows his brows fiercely. "Devil, I will defeat you." After saying that, Joel split into multiple copies, forming a circle around Warren. While keeping her in his sights, he said, "If you are strong enough to hit me." Then, Roel decisively strikes with a sharp, powerful blow, but is only met with my blade piercing through him. The sword tip aimed directly at Warren's black eye, followed by an immediate explosion that sends rocks flying everywhere. Outside, Corin watched everything and immediately commented that the knight was quite skilled. As he looked at the opponent, he kept making judgments. His speed is quite fast. Even Yang and Y can't keep up, while Za looks confused, unable to believe it. However, Corin doesn't hesitate at all and calmly says, "But you've chosen the wrong opponent. No matter how skillful and quick you are, your opponent is a boy who seems very proud to introduce himself. The one with the indestructible diamond body." Hearing this, Joe became even more furious. "Swinging my sword wildly, I will never surrender. Do you think I will give up?" Facing Warren, who calmly deflects each strike with incredible skill. Her face is extremely calm, her eyes so still it's almost eerie, as screams of pain echo endlessly through the pitch-black darkness. The fight continued until morning. Joel's breath was exhausted and he was panting heavily. At that moment, his sword suddenly fell to the ground. Roel's face darkened, sweat pouring down constantly, eyes vacant. "I lost, I accept defeat. War is the winner." At the same time, she stood silently, watching the man in front of her. Rojo has been defeated. Under the stands, Corin couldn't hide his joy at this victory. Meanwhile, Maruam stared intently, her hand on her chin and her brow furrowed, as if that girl was still hiding her true strength. The girl standing next to her immediately added her opinion. "Maybe she's resting up for the next match." But Maruam immediately objected, "That's not it at all." Suddenly, her eyes suddenly lit up with a bright idea. "Maybe the next match?" Maruam looked towards the great warrior, arms crossed in front of him. "Lord Perseer, please count on you. Please do not worry. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, it is fine." He puts on his helmet and speaks in a cold voice to make the princess's wish come true. The god offers this body, but before he could do anything, Warren's fist shattered Persier's mask. This action unbalanced him, causing him to fall to the ground. Seeing that, Corin seemed so frightened he shouted out loud, "Oh, you didn't have to do that." But Warren calmly turned his head and continued, "It's just something we have to accept." Then she looked at Miriam, who was sitting with her arms crossed, and asked, "So the princess has figured it out, huh?" At this point, she still looked somewhat puzzled, but her attitude remained very haughty. "From the beginning, was your goal just to stall?" Lord Corin immediately admitted it without hesitation. "My plan has been uncovered. From the beginning, the goal was for humans to accept demons as citizens of the Empire and to accept the laws issued by the Empire. Since the law took effect, Miriam can now enter the Holy Land openly. Gas, the absolute agreement of the defeated side, cannot enter the Holy Land. However, Miriam's ally Banzard might step in, or unforeseen situations could occur. The safest approach is to keep Miriam here while the law is being reviewed. This match will only end when the opponent is dead, admits defeat, or is unconscious, so all I need to do is make sure they can't speak." Shutting their mouth like this, the opponent can no longer declare surrender. Although this method is more brutal than expected, it's enough. War, clutching Perrier's trembling mask, reminded him, "Stay still. Everything is over now." Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Warren turned around and noticed the spear embedded deep into the body of the person lying on the ground. "The spear on the other side," Corin quickly explained, his eyes slightly stunned. "That is not my spear." At the same time, Warren noticed the figure resembling Corin, with a puzzled expression, staring intently at the person whose appearance was gradually changing, looking somewhat bewildered.
Don't tell me that shortly after, Warren just happened to realize that girl and immediately called out Aegea. Wizard Andreon can only copy the opponent's appearance, but Zot and A can copy both their weapons and their strength.
But in reality, most weapons can only have their appearance copied. Treasures like Dan's or special weapons cannot be copied. That's her limit. Furthermore, being able to transform only upon encountering an enemy is a limitation that many other creatures do not have, making this power and skill truly exceptional. But if what she copied was A, she looked at her open palm with excitement. Truly a perfect body. Divine strength without equal. Then this would be a completely different story. Then she charged forward at lightning speed. I really want to know. A approaches Warren closely and asks with a sarcastic tone, "If an immortal body fights another immortal body, who will be the winner?" The two immense energies clash, creating a terrifying wave of sound. After a moment, a few drops of blood seeped onto the cracked ground. War looked at his scraped back of the hand and sighed. "It hurts too, right?" Outside, Marriott saw and looked a bit panicked. Her immortal body is also injured, and A keeps mocking her from across. "You still haven't gotten used to that physical pain, have you?" She kicks the injured spot with her foot. "You're too slow to react." Meanwhile, Warren, overwhelmed with anger, finally let it all out as he threw a punch. Both of them faced each other again in a fierce confrontation, and this time War unexpectedly used his foot to break this difficult stalemate. They continued to clash with two opposing auras, and after a while, A looked at Warren with mocking red eyes. "If you don't want to die, surrender, you evil demon!" She widened her eyes, her tone like she wanted to devour him alive. "I will defeat you fairly. Resistance is useless, just stop now and it will hurt less." However, the words were immediately met with a fearless rebuttal. "No, I will be the one to win," she said honestly as she caught A's strike with her hand. Next, Warren delivers an uppercut straight to the opponent's chin, causing A to be thrown into the air and fall to the ground without delay. This action made her panic and turn pale. "What? Close combat is not just about raw strength. Can you do that too?" Warren said coldly, like ice. "I really want to know myself." She suddenly spoke in a low voice, her face darkening as she looked between me and you. War stands firm with steady pace, his feet planted like a tripod. Who has the stronger willpower? Hearing this, Ajia's fury grows even more intense. "If you don't want to surrender, then die." As soon as the words finished, the two once again charged at each other, tearing each other apart without end. They fought with two different auras, intense and fierce, as Warren's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Opposite him, Ajia also shouted loudly, pouring all her strength into the fight. At the same time, rocks and dirt kept flying everywhere, with two blurry figures standing behind a cloud of dust. At this moment, Ajia's hair is covered in fresh blood, her energy gradually fading away. She kneels on the ground, her body wounded in countless places. "Golti, how is that possible?" Ajia couldn't understand the voice asking the person in front of her. "How can you be so strong?" But Warren kept mocking. "An opponent whose body is indestructible cannot be defeated." She honestly admits to having experienced it before. I have also encountered it. Warren steps closer to Ajia. "If compared to that person, you are still not qualified to talk to me." It made her freeze in shock, her face twisting in confusion. Then suddenly Warren unexpectedly changed his attitude, curling his hand into a fist. "And by the way, my name is not the devil. It's Warren. Warren is the winner, and both sides have lost their ability to fight. Thanks to Warren holding out for quite a while. There's only one day left before the demon law is passed." After a moment, Korin places his hands on the shoulders of the person in front of him.
Warren, thank you. That was a great fight. How's your body doing?
"You seem completely calm, as if nothing's happening." "It's okay. Just take a break." Nearby, Mariette picked up a vial of medicine. "Warren, let me apply some ointment. All of Princess Miruam's subordinates have been dealt with. Now it's your turn to step into the arena." Korin anxiously asks, "Elisa, are you ready?" Immediately, she didn't hesitate to answer. "I'm ready. Everything is set." Suddenly, Miruam's engraved portrait trembled violently, and at the same time, Korin looked at Estelle and panicked through the crystal. "Senior Estelle, what is really going on?" she replied without hesitation, her tone extremely urgent. "Korin, something's really strange. G's condition has changed." At the same time, a person in a hood suddenly appeared. It was truly a magnificent battle, worthy of praise. These words leave everyone present in shock. The voice on the scoreboard, along with the shield bearing that person's image, suddenly cracks. The newcomer, a muscular figure with a deadly gaze, is an aide of Bantha. He boldly places both hands on his hips and says, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Huang Kimtweet, the one who sees through fate, suddenly has a terrifyingly bright glow in his eyes. "No more stalling. I will personally be your opponent. O has brought a sinister atmosphere since his arrival. I will take all of you down." Hearing this, Korin calmly approached, holding his spear and sneering. "Someone like you rushing down here? What is your real reason? Killing demons doesn't bring you any benefit, right?" But Oich remained extremely calm and replied, "With such a beautiful stage, it would be a shame if the main actor didn't show up." He raised his hand high, tilting his face to the sky, and kept laughing mockingly. "Furthermore, if I could get support from Jerums through Princess Miruam, it would greatly benefit my people. Isn't it the duty of a king to strengthen alliances with other kingdoms?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Korin focused his energy into one arm, causing it to glow and mockingly say, "You talk a good game, but isn't it true you came here for this?" Immediately, OT clenched his teeth and spoke sharply. Then he once again sneered and asked, "I still have something bothering me. How do you know about the power of the sun, and how did you get it?" Ohat was very curious and quickly asked, "Why did AA entrust the evil the lamb to you? That thing should have been for me." In the past, he left arrogantly right after the fight. Now Hat is wide-eyed and biting his teeth, but seeing you here with his own eyes, I finally understand. You just praised him with a hint of sarcasm. "That handsome face of yours, I'd regret killing you, or maybe it would make many girls cry. You also have the qualities of a leading actor like me," but Korin replied extremely coldly. "So who knows what will happen here? Beauty is not just about appearance, as you think." Hearing this, O suddenly reproached in a deep voice, "You dare to talk about beauty in front of me?" Then he reached out his hand without even glancing at Joel and ordered, "Give me that sword." Seeing that, he was very confused, with a stunned face. The sword was already broken, so what did you take it for? Then, singing while raising the broken sword, he narrowed his eyes and asked back, "You said not to judge by appearances, right?" His eyes suddenly shone brightly like a hawk. Then suddenly, Korin's body was slashed open. blood spraying out wildly, and Ohat, seeing that, became even more excited. Show me what's inside you for a moment. This scene shocked your friends, who seemed so frightened they called out loudly for Corrin. Meanwhile, OH once again darkened his face, revealing sharp eyes. With this broken sword, I can still gut a man like you as easily as anything. There are people in this world with extraordinary power, capable of defeating monsters and exterminating evil spirits with ease. So what exactly are the Supreme Realm or special levels after all? The data backup system. Check the laws. Law 1, the mission, I will not stand idly by and watch innocent people suffer.
A+ compatibility level 2, binding us to not recognize what is his soul. The clone's damage increases by 50% on the third turn. I swear I will save this world.
Oh, rest with an A+ compatibility and a 200% stat boost. Player Corrin Locke, defeat evil and save this world.
The 200% stat boost reminds me once again how dangerous this bastard really is.
Tespanchara's subordinates are truly all brutal savage beasts. Every one of them is a top-tier fighter.
But this guy is on a different level from them. He's quite strong. In a one-on-one fight, distance is very important.
Because I use a spear, I have a significant advantage in range, but OH suddenly swings his sword and strikes at Corrin with a powerful blow. He clenched his hand around the shaft in admiration. Truly, the spear is light and swift. Ohad, who seemed to have gained the upper hand, said, I want it so badly. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Corrin far away.
Meanwhile, his body no longer had the strength to withstand this attack. Using every weapon he had stolen from his opponent, Ohad Press was undoubtedly a master of all kinds of weapons, skilled with any weapon as if it were his own. As he swung his weapon at Corrin, Oat also voiced his confusion, which he still couldn't understand. He moved closer to Corrin, one eye shining brightly.
Why would A give this legendary weapon to someone as useless as you? Ohad asked Corrin a few more questions once again. Or, is it because you are called the most special person? He suddenly grabs Corrin's wrist and starts urging him. Or, perhaps you possess both aura, light, and magic that surpass others. Today I will have my answer to this question. Oh, without hesitation, he threw Corrin into the air and spoke directly. Only someone as special as me can stand on this most beautiful stage. At this moment, he remains unharmed, standing tall like a great mountain until O suddenly unleashes all his strength into his weapon. Your face is as cold as ice. You have no right to compare yourself to me except for your flashy appearance, Corrin. The sharp spear tip is aimed at Corrin's tense forehead, so your place is outside the stage. Corrin Locke, today is your day of doom. Back then, the Mothwong was the legendary move that Corrin practiced when fighting against OH. At this moment, you suddenly leap into the air and strike at OH, who immediately uses his quick legs to block the attack. However, O still couldn't completely avoid all of it. A small scratch appeared on his face and a little fresh blood splattered out. At the same time, the distance between them had widened. Seeing this, Corrin couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. You must be very confident that you can fight with any weapon, right? Your eyebrows are slightly furrowed, but you can't beat me in spear techniques. Hearing that, O immediately praised it. That is indeed a good spear. After finishing, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless sharp swords appeared around O and his eyes glowed visibly. Fighting someone like you, I should show you a little respect. Then he reached out and took a large sword from the rack, the strongest weapon of Dan. O. At this moment, channeling all his strength into it until it glows while reciting a spell, Fragorek emits a powerful light that suddenly erupts in terror. Ohat seems to have lost control of himself, deciding the outcome with a single move, you bastard. At the same time, Corrin's eyes also changed. Their teeth clenched tightly together. That's how it should be, right? Very much to my liking. Both of them rushed forward simultaneously, clashing fiercely without mercy. They, with two opposing auras, clash with great power, creating a battle of equal strength. The overwhelming energy causes the surrounding rocks to fly everywhere in the space. Seeing that, Royal quickly shielded Myron with his hand in confusion. What is this? Honestly, everyone just stared at each other in fear as the two sides clashed, unleashing unstoppable power that shook the heavens and earth. Who was truly responsible for causing such a catastrophic disaster? The one standing above all others, surpassing the ordinary with a single name. The player Corrin, a dust cloud emerging from the ground after a life and death battle. Oh ho! He slightly bows his head, his eyes full of emotion, speaking in a deep voice. This is troublesome. Killing you here would also be a hassle. He raises his sword to the sky, sarcastically. If I fail, it will be just as troublesome. Over there, Corrin was also beaten to a pulp and silently watched. Oh, someone who could block my attack like that deserves praise. Then he subtly glanced at Corrin with a dazed tone and asked, Do you have the right to stand on this final stage with me? Are you calling the man in front of you Corrin Locke? Today we're even, but you suddenly intervened. Wait a moment. Corrin looks at OH walking towards Lo Hong to remind him. The battle isn't over yet, but you don't seem to care. It doesn't matter. Then he glanced back again and softly said, Your destined opponent is not me. At that moment, a sudden thought immediately flooded his mind. When the old man chose this kid as an opponent, I thought he was going senile, but now I see the pink hole is gradually disappearing. Yet OH's voice still echoes everywhere, and that really was a perfect choice. Now only Corrin stands alone in the arena, looking at the surroundings, when suddenly someone hurriedly calls out in panic. Corrin, Warren, and Marriott hurriedly run to where Corrin has collapsed. "Are you okay?" Immediately, he calmly reassures them without rushing or hesitating. I'm fine. I was trying to hold on as I was about to die, but it's for the best, so, Bress would think I haven't lost, and he can't continue fighting." His teeth clenched tightly, eyebrows furrowed as he looked ahead. For now, neither he nor his army can enter the Holy Land anymore. Princess, the army, full of fighting spirit, has lost all morale and despair after witnessing the battle between the Special Ones. But then a voice called out desperately, "Princess Miriam!" At this, Corrin immediately looked stunned. Wait a moment. The battle between the Special Ones has completely destroyed the curse and the binding contract. So whether you win or lose, all agreements will be nullified. At this moment, Ren also looked extremely bewildered. It can be said that from the very beginning, the snake never cared about winning or losing in this battle. It only waits for the moment when everyone is weakened. Seeing that, Miriam did not hesitate to openly admit, "Thanks to you, I wanted to achieve this goal, Corrin." Her eyes reddened with a sinister expression. "Thank you, Senior Corrin, because you and your team have already used all your strength in those battles." There's a story like this from the past. If Estelle Haditha Ellis shows her outstanding talent as a saintess based on her innate holy power, then Miriam Elizabeth, through diligent study and her intelligent and warm personality, has attracted attention as the heir to the throne of the kingdom. As usual, Estelle, like a little tail, purrs softly beside her ear. "Mia, don't just study, play with her." She sighed 3 parts helplessly in response. I know, but the remaining 70% is just Miriam's indulgence towards Estelle. Estelle, the one who has become close with her like friends. Wow, the princesses are so close to each other. That's right, then the king probably doesn't need to worry anymore.
They are the nursemaids and ladies-in-waiting who have been with her since childhood.
Besides Estelle, there is someone even more important. A gentle voice echoes, "Mia, my daughter." Miriam ran to embrace her tightly. "Mom, this is the mother she loved more than anyone else, Maria Elizabeth." Ellis and Miriam. When they were young, they were her whole world. However, on a blood-red moonlit night, a voice called out, "Princess!" Holding the woman in front of her, Miriam whispered, "Nursemaid." Before she collapsed, she told her one last thing. "You must run away." Her spirit was shattered because it was the trip she took with her mother to celebrate the holiday. It was supposed to be a happier day than ever. But once again, Miriam's eyes had to witness the horrifying scene. The wet nurse. Miriam is searching for someone who can be her support right now, but the scholars who enlightened her with magic and knowledge, or the nursemaids and ladies-in-waiting who have been by her side since childhood, are the closest. All that makes up her world. Miriam's soft sobs echo quietly. She burst into tears and ran away aimlessly. Everyone was afraid not to tease her anymore. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Miriam froze, her eyes wide open. This voice is Maria, who was pierced in the stomach by Kut Shuyan, weakly calling Miriam's name. Maria smiles gently, her eyes tenderly looking at her. My daughter, just like that. Miriam's inner world collapsed. She knelt down on the ground as if her soul had shattered. Miriam can only call Laini with her mouth. Oh, mother. Her pupils widened as tears streamed down her cheeks. His hand was stained with bright red blood. That day, in the hands of the Silver Wolf, the father I trusted for hesitating in the battle against the demons covered up my mother's death as an accident. Sister Estelle became a saint of the new religion, protecting the demons. As for Miriam, she chose to walk her own path in the darkness, to the point where tears of blood are streaming from her eyes, weighed down by sacred and grand justice. She was left alone. Even though Miriam was forgotten, she did not sit still or stop, because revenge is her fuel. Her divine power is supplemented by dark magic. She used political power to expand her influence, and eventually Miriam became the saintess of the Jeru Church and also held the kingdom's military power as an inevitable outcome. And then he approached her and asked in a deep voice, "Do you want revenge?" Without waiting for Miriam to respond, he handed her a black stone and told her to take it. She simply held it in her hand, puzzled. This is a brief explanation of the new year. Infinite Serpent Midgard Ore. The aura of dark energy it emits is mesmerizing, and the moment it activates, it unleashes a magic that takes all life within its range. Miriam understood that no one gives anything for free, so she asked clearly, "If it's a magic like this, there's bound to be a price to pay." He said it outright. It's the caster's life, but surprisingly, her lips curled up. Just as she returned to reality, Miriam stared intently at Kuss standing below as she achieved her dream. While controlling the infinite snake, she thought to herself anyway. Since losing everything, she no longer cared about saving herself. Miriam's smile gradually lost its humanity as her life itself became unnecessary, and then the red liquid spilled onto the floor. The snakes crawl with glowing red eyes as Miriam Midgat unleashes her forbidden magic or infinite venom. Get out and stand in front to block everyone. Everyone run away. Chi, I can't leave, she shouted loudly at him. What about you? Clenching my teeth, I couldn't utter the words I was stammering. I thought to myself, I have something to do. Kuss remembers the dark days of his life. Just like that day, I couldn't accept my fate passively. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from behind. Chi-Chi is now becoming the target of infinite arrows. No, he faces two crucial choices. I still have things to do. Tears kept flowing down her cheeks. I still have things to do. Damn it, just then, a familiar voice rang out. What are you doing? He quickly hugs the girl, leaving everything to Alyssa to handle the chaos. On this side, Chi is terrified, clutching Kos's chest. Uncle, Korin called out from afar, interrupting. If you leave, can you stop Miriam? Then he asked sharply. Or are you planning to sacrifice yourself and beg to end this tragedy? He muttered in frustration and retorted, You think you know what you're talking about, human? Korin immediately dismissed this remark, knowing full well that they couldn't just leave it like this. The next words are emphasized more than anyone else, causing him to pause for a few beats and stammer. Wait a minute. Seeing Korin's battered body, he found it hard to believe. What is that wound of yours? I didn't expect you to only care about the main matter and remind me. Just do your job and don't worry. Protect your family. Korin's eyes shone with determination. Because I have my own matters too. Then he headed alone straight toward the giant infinite serpent. Korin frowned, silently thinking, I never expected to meet this monster again. Infinite Serpent Midgat, or a summoning spell for the legendary monster of endless power. Based on Korin's experience, last time it caused countless demon humans and also used magic to kill Miriam. When the magic is completed, the snake formation will slaughter countless people, and the past will just repeat itself. Immediately, your weapon sparks with a small lightning bolt. Korin rushes in and unleashes a flurry of slashes. The system displays a legendary ZCH rank notification among Man and Marley's twin swords. This is the Crimson Sworder. As soon as he defeated it, Miriam's image appeared again, as if the script forced him to choose once more, either to kill her himself or to be engulfed by the blazing red light from the cross-shaped wound. The system quickly confirms that facing the monster-type enemy deals an additional 350% damage, and monsters hit by the twin blades will be cursed with the chase of the Crimson Wound. You charge inside with the twin blades, and as soon as you step in, someone else begins to mock. A man who clings too tightly has no attraction at all. Sir, even Korin has to know when to give up. Although he guessed it, Korin was quite surprised. Miriam cut him off as if to crush his hope. Now, whatever Lord Korin says is meaningless. Miriam's eyes are blazing with fury. I have seen the fate, all plans are complete, and I am laughing. Everything is consumed in smoke and fire because I have ended all revenge. Suddenly, he softly declared, I know you will activate Midgat, or Infinite Snake here, and until that life fades, the Infinite Snake will not stop. It will only meet death when it reaches the Arctic continent. This statement suddenly stirred her up. Did you also see something? I heard that Duke Banthas is on the opposing side. As she finished speaking, Miriam shrugged confidently. Yeah, I guess it's okay. The snakes immediately gathered at one point and turned into the black gem in her hand. Still, thank you for confirming for me. It flashes brightly, as if signaling Miriam the end. At last, I have fulfilled my wish. The giant snake is coiling around the city buildings. The black stone glows brightly to activate Midgat Orm, the sacrificial offering for Miriam. She used it to hurt me, she said through gritted teeth. This pain compared to what I've been through made her pause slightly at Korin's words. Not like Gia, I saw it with my own eyes. The spearhead glows, causing the infinite snakes to spread in all directions. That's the work of the Death God's gem. You just keep knocking them all away. Miriam gritted her teeth and summoned another swarm of snakes. It's just a useless, trivial matter. Midgat has already been activated. No one else can stop us, Korin shouted while fighting off the small snakes. This isn't the first time we've met, so I know it inside out. Your strength and the infinite serpent clashed head-on once. They used their bodies to form a rope to tie up Korin, even plunging in to sink him into the core's center. With the remaining strength, he reached out his hand. Somehow, Korin managed to get himself to Miriam. I'm not the type to listen with words. Soon after, he managed to touch the black gem. The light from it shines out with immense pressure. You refuse to back down, shouting loudly, Look! In the end, you're just wasting your life away. Anyway, I won't break this magic. It's my destiny. Suddenly, Korin said something confusing. Please, just say that, fate. Just say that. And then Korin resolutely declared to break that damn fate. That's why I'm here. No matter what Korin says, Miriam refuses to give up. The infinite Sam Midgat, or has already begun to act. In the end, what are you capable of doing? Your hand clenched tightly, ignoring the system's chaos. You understand, right? Infinite Serpent is a magic that drains the life force of the caster until they die. Still, Korin seemed to have decided to sacrifice herself. If a life could make it act, then another person's life could also stop it. She was taken aback by this statement. What? Faced with this expanding power, Miriam couldn't help but question. No way. You really want to trade your life to stop it? She said, glaring fiercely, refusing to back down. You think I would give up magic just like that? Why do you have to sacrifice your life to stop me to this extent? All I got in return was a slight curl of your lips. Do you think I acted for some ulterior motive? I simply followed every word Korin clearly stated, not wanting to endure any more loss. Her mind was momentarily disturbed. What? What are you talking about? On the other side, the infinite serpent is actively sweeping through all the battlegrounds. Alyssa fights while shouting loudly. Korin, behind them, Kuss is still holding the two children tightly in his arms, tears streaming down as he questions himself. Are we just going to leave like this? The scene has completely changed, and the blood moon is shining brightly. At the moment the goddess was killed by the silver wolf, Korin, confused, wondered why he had entered Miriam's memories like this. Could it be because the infinite snake was draining their life force simultaneously? So there was a connection of minds. After a while, it seemed like you had a faint realization of some parts. This is the root of the hatred in Miriam's heart, seemingly her worst memory. Miriam limped to her feet and retorted, "No, it turns out you don't understand me at all." She turned her head to reveal her soulless eyes, and only then did the true hell on earth begin. At this point, Miriam slowly recounted everything. My father, in order to maintain peace after the war with the demons, covered up the incident as an unfortunate accident, claiming it was to eliminate racial discrimination. Even Estelle protected those demons. Just mentioning it made her hands tremble with anger, and everything gradually built up, fueling Miriam's desire for revenge. In the end, I dedicated my entire life to the pursuit of vengeance. Step by step, she laid out her plan, from seizing military power to becoming the saintess of the former church, now with revenge within reach and only I remaining. Having lost all my loved ones and left in solitude, those days are the most terrifying memories. Korin responded with empathy. I understand that feeling, but Miriam angrily cut in. Don't say such ridiculous things. Facing you now, she looks down on you completely. You'll never understand me. Have you ever experienced the pain of losing your family? Miriam recounted everything with anger. Do you think I don't know anything about your family? They are still living a peaceful life like ordinary people in the capital. If I had killed them all and brought their bodies before you, would those words still stand? Before he could finish speaking, Korin replied softly, No, I have lost my loved ones before. The scene suddenly changed into a place covered in snow. Now show me these things. You think I will feel remorse? Her steps halt at the sight before her. Mia Korin hugs Miriam's exhausted body with sadness. Mia, why did you do this? She struggled to speak. I couldn't stop myself. This very scene made Miriam angry. Was he about to say that revenge is pointless? Stop fooling around. This magic trick is over. Because I have witnessed this future. Who would have thought you insisted that it was not the future, but actually the past? Looking into her eyes, Korin softly explained, I don't know if she believed it, but shortly after this event happened, I was sent back in time 3 years. What? You just keep explaining it thoroughly. In other words, based on what I've experienced, her death is an event that already happened in the past. She was so agitated she couldn't believe her ears. Korin, you've said enough nonsense. So what's the difference between that and the future Lev showed me? In the end, everything still unfolds according to the Destiny's plan. Miriam always believed deep down that it was something absolutely unchangeable. Suddenly, the scene shifted to another room. The sunlight outside and the gentle breeze blowing in. Korin calmly witnesses the tragedy once again. I don't want to talk about things like fate because this is the story of the family I lost. In this life, her enchantment failed, but he is gentle as if reminiscing. In the past, everything was very different, a scene of a happy and warm family. Because we were meant to be husband and wife. Miriam stammered as if denying everything. That's just a lie. Then suddenly it's back to the snowstorm night. Korin's voice echoes in my ear. Does it really sound like a soap opera? Miriam weakly wipes away tears from his face. Sorry, I love you. And the undeniable truth is that her wish to save the world from her own curse is real. Her inability to watch innocent demons fall is also true. Miriam's gentle water sounds echoing. Our child, I have been longing for the day they would be born. But I'm sorry, my child, I couldn't bring you into this world. And with those words, she left forever. Miriam stood there speechless. The family he wanted to protect by stepping in to stop Miriam was the very family he had once lost completely. Suddenly she remembered what Korin once said. Is the feeling of pain from being left alone so unbearable? He smiled and said, I have felt it enough already. After going through those memories, she has made her decision. I will definitely stop it. Miriam's resolve has now changed along with the call of the infinite snake Midgat-Ormer.
However, the unexpected reaction was something Korin couldn't predict. She widened her eyes in horror, while he could only curse under his breath. Damn it! A few lines of darkstone inscriptions appeared before the astonished eyes. Could this be an ancient language in continuous runes? The moment Tess had been waiting for to say this had arrived. And all their struggling was useless. The wolf tribe continues to be dealt with by the infinite snakes. They are cornered with no way out. Help me. With such overwhelming magic power, I can't resist. He gazed at the glowing stone in his hand and sighed. The infinite serpent has acted, and all the demon people there had to perish. That is the way this world operates. Be careful and make your declaration clear. You can't escape. Korin clenched his jaw in frustration. Ban, let her go, Miriam excitedly suggested. No way. Korin would rather let me. Of course you completely oppose it. No. This time Korin decided to push her away, and Miriam gradually drifted away from the dark stone. I'm really sorry. Before her vision was obscured, you smiled and lost her again. I really can't do it anymore. Miriam falls alongside the call of your name, Korin. Korin clenched the black stone,
enduring the pain it caused, and silently thought that after the deadly battle with OH, both his monosaurs and the radiance from the 3 aura cores had been completely drained. Suddenly, a notification appeared, and the backup system began checking the rules. Corin, tense, also felt a surge of curiosity. Under the first law, my duty is not to stand by and watch the arrogant hand fall upon the innocent. Compatibility A+. According to the second rule, I cannot determine if the backup soul increases damage by 50%. According to the third rule, I vow to save this world. The effect of the set and eat increases magic power by 200%. Receiving this benefit, you feel like coming back to life. That damn bastard Banaz. The system instantly confirms that the Banzai compatibility test with backup only increases status points by 300%. Corin channels the external power of the Darkstone inward. Once someone intervenes, the story takes a different turn. I act not for any destiny but to protect what I have sworn to uphold. Others will be protected as well. My laws will save the world. Meruem awaits the final outcome, and my laws will not turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent. The system commands Corin, Hero Corin Locke, eliminate evil and save this world. Your body is infused with an additional surge of extreme power. The Celestial Sun's stance. At this moment, a few cracks appeared on the surface of the dark stone. The endless snakes outside the city gradually disappeared. She widened her eyes, her mind seemingly empty. Suddenly, Meruem noticed something right in front of her. She hurriedly ran over when she saw Corin's body falling freely. Without hesitation, Meruem grabbed the snake and tore off his shirt. She carefully observes and prays. Please, wake up. Meruem helplessly places her hands on him, desperately performing CPR in hopes that Corin will wake up. Please, I beg you. Tears fell from Meruem's eyes, her spirit seemingly shattered. Please wake up. Unexpectedly, his deep voice rang out. It's not that sorrowful expression. She hesitated for a moment, Corin's hand gently caressing as she accepted the truth. And finally, Meruem was able to smile. You used your last bit of strength to praise her. That's right. After the fierce battle, Corin can now say that she looks much more beautiful when she smiles. At the moment when both Corin and Meruem are smiling happily after the ordeal, the Demon Clan members also begin to arrive slowly. But clearly, they didn't come for good reasons, but to loudly blame her regardless of evidence. After all, this woman is the Snake Princess, and all of this is her fault, isn't it? But at this critical moment, a calmer voice interrupted. Stop right there, so you're here. Recognizing Awai Fong's figure slowly approaching the two of Meruem, the surrounding demon folk quickly changed their tone and exclaimed, Lord Cuss! Meanwhile, she suddenly found herself pulled back to the panic-stricken moment from her childhood. The figure transformed into a wolf under the red moon still echoing in Meruem's mind. Are you the one from back then? With deep hatred, as if the smile just now was an illusion, she stood up and enunciated each word through her silver claws. It's clear he also remembers what the other person's identity is. It's been 10 years, hasn't it, Princess Meruem? In just a moment, Cuss's tone shifted to a grinding, gritting one. Since that day 10 years ago, I have never stopped regretting. A surge after surge. A fierce aura erupts, and the overwhelming presence from him continuously radiates out, targeting the tiny prey before him through his declaration. And today, I will correct all my mistakes. Now, Meruem of the present is so different from before that even when facing a powerful adversary, he remains unmoved and shows no intention of retreating. Yes, you will regret not killing me. But then a sudden mutation occurred, causing her pupils to contract violently in shock, with no hint of hesitation. The blow, carrying overwhelming divine power, suddenly gathered all its strength and struck directly at Meruem's feet, causing a pain that seemed to spread through every cell of his strong body. Every word slowly escaped my throat with regret. I deeply regret what happened that day. At that moment, not only Meruem froze, but the other Demon Clan members were also stunned by what was happening. What was that? Lord Cuss. Ignoring everything around him, Cuss continued to recount by bringing his memories back to that night. 10 years ago, on the day I sent my mother away, I ended up putting my entire clan in danger. But before I could fully express my feelings, someone jumped in to defend him. Lord Cuss, your daughter has done that. Be silent. Then, as the noise gradually subsides, he lowers his emotionally filled eyes to the ground. The recent memory of that scene suddenly replayed before his eyes. Corin, wounded and struggling, but with a determined look, slowly emphasizing each word. You all do what must be done. This is my final order. My death here is voluntary. Never seek revenge under any circumstances. Then, he lowered himself again and bowed nearly 180 degrees at Meruem's silent feet. Take my head, princess, and I hope you will let go of your hatred for my people. Until the last word from C falls, a tense silence envelops the atmosphere like a stretched string. But before she can think and respond, a different voice suddenly interrupts, startling Meruem. No, it turns out he is a wolf boy, and despite his fear, he is determined to protect him. Lord Q is just like my father. Please don't destroy him. That made him so stunned he could only utter one word, you! And then the boy interrupted again. Sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong. And clearly this action of the boy has triggered the painful memories from Meruem's past. Please, I beg you, spare his life. Our mother, please save my mother! Uncle,
The emotionally charged image of the owl raising those sharp claws is still vividly clear in her mind. A bead of sweat runs down my cheek, and the fierce determination from a few minutes ago seems to have vanished in an instant. However, not letting Muruam stay uncomfortable for long, he decisively grabs the boy's collar, and despite the boy's desperate screams, "No, let me go!" The chaotic voices from the other side keep flooding her ears, but the princess seems to have realized something and calmly closes her eyes. The next moment, as if she had made her final decision, she knelt down on one knee and uttered 2 words to stop the group in front of her. "Enough!" She looked up at the warm sunlight shining on her body, and with a relaxed demeanor, calmly gave her final answer. "I want to stop now." After the battle, chaos and destruction, it all ended with Kuss kneeling to confess and her acceptance, as the sky over the kingdom filled with flying white papers and shouts. This is a special news report. A special news report. Humanity listening to this hot news can't believe what they see and hear. The one responsible for the princess's death 10 years ago was actually the demon race. Some people were even stunned. What? Wasn't she supposed to have died in an accident? The image of the king is placed on a corner of the newspaper with the headline, "Revealing the truth that had been hidden for 10 years, finally brought to light," leaving them stunned. But look, going back to that day, the day he decided to publicly reveal the story from the past, 10 years ago, I lost my beloved wife. Regardless of revealing the truth might shatter the royal image in the eyes of the people, the king still insisted on speaking each word clearly. But the root of everything was because my wife was too obsessed with the teachings of the former priest. Everything has a cause, so he didn't hesitate to reveal every detail about that day. She had sided with the strict faction of the old religion to hunt demons, and there, countless demons were slaughtered. The pain of an elder with great power could do nothing but watch his clan and only loved ones leave, causing Kuss at that moment to fall into despair. He could only lower his head as if he didn't want anyone to see his true feelings, while the king continued. Then my wife was killed by a father who had just lost his daughter, and Korn stepped forward to clarify and ask the most important question. "Why did you hide that? What was the reason?" A slow silence passes by as the king seems to drift into memories of that year when he finally gave his answer. The father who lost his daughter, in the end, managed to hold back his anger. The scene of the young princess crying uncontrollably still lingers in his mind and forgiving my daughter. Muram, the reason for the long hidden truth has gradually been revealed by the king, from 10 years ago until recently.
There hasn't been a day I haven't struggled with anger over my wife's death or gratitude for the mercy that spared my daughter, because you understand the full story, making it clear how deep Kuss's pain is, as only then can I truly empathize with his anger and forgiveness.
The king's 5 fingers suddenly clenched the armrest tightly, as if to prove the growing discomfort within him. I have been alone, delaying the decision. After that event, it seemed as if only the one who knew the truth remained in the world, sinking into solitude and choosing to endure the pain of losing his wife alone. Of course, because of that cold period, the king at that time couldn't hold back when it came to Muram and didn't understand the feelings of the girl left alone. At this moment, it seems there is no longer a gap between the king and the princess, only a father who understands everything. I finally have the courage to untangle this mess. I'm sorry. In the end, after revealing the truth hidden for 10 years, the eagle could also fly away and land at its destination. Finally, after all the upheavals, the bill was passed and the monsters were recognized as citizens of Estelle. Both Marriott and the monsters happily running back to Corin, not forgetting to call out to his brother Corin. And at the same time, the trial for the assassination of the princess was also held. Whatever the reason, Kuss being handcuffed was certain. Because of the severity of the crime, defendant Kuss is sure to face the death penalty, but the final sentence was reduced to 15 years in prison. Under the blazing orange sky, Corin slowly spoke each word, explaining that the reduction in sentence was thanks to Muruam's shrug in response to him. Who could have known? All of the mother's crimes have been exposed for everyone to see. Maybe she got angry again, but she never stopped there. She directly switched to a different topic the moment a small snake slowly peeked out. You arrived just in time. I have something to show you. As soon as I saw its clear appearance, I quickly realized this must be the infinite Sam Midge. However, the answer is a negative statement with a long explanation from the snake princess. Nothing different. Mid is just a conduit to summon the infinite serpent beast. This girl is the true form of the infinite serpent. Even after losing all its power, it still found its way back to me, no longer concerned with the topic of its long-standing identity as the snake. Are you just going to keep questioning like that? Do you plan to raise it as a demon pet? Muram nodded without hesitation and said, yeah. I am very curious to see what it will become in the future, and the next answer that will make Corin blush. Duty is a mother. I haven't experienced it fully yet, so I guess I have to try it this way now. The panic was clearly visible on his face. As expected, she still remembers all the memories from that time. Although she was just as embarrassed, she still enjoyed teasing him. I really didn't expect someone to be so rough with a delicate lady. It made Corin more confused than ever before. How synchronized are the memories now? Seeing that you could only freeze in front of yourself, Muram finally couldn't hold back and turned aside to laugh. Just kidding. Like a goddess descending from above, she now shines as brightly as the sun before it yields the sky to the moon. Thank you for your guidance.
Not only embarrassed by what just happened, Korin's blushing cheeks clearly showed he was moved by the scene before him, but he quickly regained his composure as he bid farewell. "The weather is getting cold. Please be careful when you go." Miriam replied firmly, not wanting to linger. She took steady steps on the evenly laid stone floor, her gentle voice filling the entire space. Because now it's autumn. When the storm passes, the cool breezes of the new season blow in like ripe, overflowing harvests. And before long, the moon hung high in the sky. Sitting on the soft bed in the room, Miriam now seemed to have shed the burdens from her shoulders. All the hardships are over, and a period of peace seems to be approaching. Now only love and happiness continue to spread from her eyes, like a pair of precious gems. Unexpectedly, just after enjoying some free time, the voice of a stranger rang out. "Looks good, doesn't it?" There was no hesitation or panic. Miriam directly summoned the fierce snakes and didn't forget to retort. "You're also quite impatient, huh? Coming to find me so quickly. It's a pity they couldn't inflict any damage and were easily defeated by the opponent. I don't like fighting with toys." That person is none other than Banzard, arrogantly declaring in a confident tone because he's got no skill and doesn't bother to hold back even with acquaintances, tightening his grip on Miriam's throat and making the announcement. "I am here to announce the cancellation of our agreement, Princess." Then, a wave of emotion continued to pour from Test's mouth. "Even I am surprised that your fate has changed. Your future has never been certain, but the ending is always the same." His cold gaze fixed firmly on her as he spoke each word, confirming that she was to be eliminated by the champion. With no hesitation or doubt, he acted directly to ensure the future followed the correct path. "That is your fate." Miriam closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, a deadly silence enveloped her, making her realize something was wrong. The hand choking her gradually loosened, and a spear pierced through the wall right beside Miriam's waist. "Aren't you going to kill me? Isn't this a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, 2 stars?" Tet holds a crystal emitting a mysterious blue glow, carrying an icy chill to the bone. "I don't really know either." He looked at the glowing crystal in his hand, a rare hint of contemplation crossing his face. "That you are still alive truly exceeds all expectations." His blazing red eyes seem to pierce through the soul, hiding deep and unfathomable calculations. "Still, it keeps my heart restless. After all, we were once loyal allies." Tess suddenly let go, causing her to fall onto the cold floor. "Fine, that's your decision. I will spare your life this time. Don't come near Korin Lock. Until the eternal winter begins, Miriam's eyes will widen in shock at the enemy's decision and warning." He slowly walks toward the moonlight shining through the large window, leaving her behind. "Best not to try any sneaky tricks. I have always been watching your every move." Tet tilted his head to reveal his sharp, cold profile. "If you dare to secretly ruin my chessboard, you will pay with your life. All right, we will meet again soon." There are countless severed snake corpses scattered on the bloodstained floor, evidence of the brutal battle that just took place. The scene shifts to an ancient school with magnificent architecture, golden sunlight pouring down, creating a peaceful contrast to the darkness earlier. In the corridor, Melina happily waves goodbye with a bright smile. "Senior, I was very happy today. Thank you for coming with me." Korin smiled and said a goodbye to her. "Yes, take care on your way back." Hiding behind the stone wall, Jeremyn's face shows pain and shock at the intimate scene before him. "No, this can't be happening." He couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out of his hiding spot, his voice trembling with emotion. Melina turned around in surprise when she saw him. "Are you Jeremyn? What's going on?" He stands in front of Melina, trying to gather all his courage to ask about what is tearing his mind apart. "Are you meeting with Mr. Korin this Friday?" She confirmed straightforwardly. "Yes, and then I wondered, how did you find out?" Melina's brief answer hits Jeremyn like a lightning bolt, and the world around him crumbles. "Why, Melina? Why are you dating him, Korin? Have we never had anything between us?" He clutched his head in pain, overwhelmed by feelings of betrayal and jealousy. "Why does it have to be him, Korin?" Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Melina nervously steps closer. "Jeremyn, do you feel unwell anywhere?" He tried to reassure himself with positive thoughts about the other person, unwilling to believe the harsh truth before his eyes. "No, I trust Korin. He knows I like Melina, so he would never do that." His gaze followed Korin's back as he walked between the two girls, the image of the perfect senior forever lingering in his mind. Korin has always been a kind senior who cares deeply for his juniors. Someone as wonderful as him would never do such a thing. Jeremyn's trust is shaking violently. Korin's smile now looks fake, never genuine. His final rage finally erupted, his face contorting with anger as he thought about his true nature. How could I ever trust that Lang Nya who only flirts with other people's girls? "I can't take it anymore." He rushed forward and grabbed her hands tightly. "Melina, I want to tell you the truth. I don't want you to go on that date because of me." Jeremyn's face flushed with embarrassment, and he decided to bet everything on this moment. "I like you." "What do you mean?" Her cheeks flushed like ripe peaches as Melina trembled, letting him hold her trembling hands. The truth is, the embarrassment spreads all the way to her ears, and she gathers all her courage to speak the most sincere words from her heart. "I like you too." Medina quietly glanced to one side, overwhelmed with happiness. She gave a thumbs up to show her appreciation. "Thank you, Senior Korin. It looks like the Chokjin campaign has been a complete success." Seeing the happy scene of the young couple, he felt happy for them. After months of uncertainty, they are finally officially a couple.
Meanwhile, Marriott and Alyssa are competing to invite him to try sweet treats.
Corin, try this. Do you want to taste the honey candy? Corin happily accepts everyone's affection, puffing out his cheeks as he chews a sweet honey candy with a very satisfied expression. Autumn is the season of harvest. For all the efforts made so far, this is truly the time to reap what has been sown. Under the fiery red maple leaves falling along the path, Melina and Jeremy walk hand in hand through the peacefulness of a beautiful autumn afternoon. Since the time they bravely stormed the magic tower and overcame dangers with their comrades, enduring hardships and exhaustion after countless endless battles, even if their bodies are covered in wounds, their spirits have never cooled down. Until the arduous journey to the sacred land, a place deeply etched into Corin's memory, left an indelible impression. The clear blue sky of the academy shone brightly beneath the orange and red of the autumn maple leaves. It seems that even someone like me who has gone through so many storms is granted a brief moment of peace. Corin takes a deep breath, closing his eyes to enjoy this rare tranquility with a warm, satisfied smile on his lips. Just then, a mischievous voice rang out. "Hey there, little Corin." The familiar sound startled him, and the pure white garment appeared within his sight. Saintess Estelle stepped forward with a friendly wave. "I told you to call me by my title. Isn't it senior sister, but you? Forget about it. It's not important." Estelle nonchalantly ignored the stares and eagerly handed over a piece of paper. "Look at this. You read the information on the promotional flyer for the famous beauty contest. Thukui Tunu, are you planning to participate?" In that dream Kaaba, the advertisement has a prominent headline. "Vote for your girl, Thukui Tunu." She believes that her beauty and reputation will be unmatched in this competition. That's right. That's right. Your sister will sweep all the awards. Corin still feels that something is not right. But shouldn't she go back to the Holy Land to attend the Harvest Festival? Estelle has arranged a daring plan to have it all both ways. She will stay in the Holy Land with the followers and return just in time for the finals, where everyone begins to choose the most talented young women. He broke out in a sweat from this daring move. "You think that's okay? The Autumn Harvest Festival."
This is a harvest festival celebration common in most cultures. The festive atmosphere is lively with colorful lanterns and bustling crowds in the streets.
Last year, there was a festival connecting the academies, with boys and girls strolling together in the autumn sun, creating unforgettable memories. The festival atmosphere reaches its peak as everyone unites for a common goal, but the academy still hosts its annual National Harvest Festival. Among the events, the highlight of the festival is the magnificent red shoes walking on the golden maple leaf carpet, signaling the start of a top beauty contest. There is a tradition of awarding the basket made of gold won from the festival competitions to candidates for the Thukui female title. The race to win this title promises to be intense and full of surprises. It's a competition to seek fame and has also been a main storyline mission. If the player is female, she will have to campaign or showcase herself to be chosen. The symbolic image is of a petite girl confidently raising her index finger. Those golden baskets are definitely for you. If it's a man, he will have to win at least one part of the competition and give the golden basket to the female lead. The competition also presents equally challenging trials to prove their strength. Returning to the present, Estelle smiles brightly, eagerly looking at Corin and extending her small hand in request. "So, you should join the contest, win, and give that basket to me. You're completely on the defensive, stunned and unable to believe it's in your hands." "Me? Why me?" She doesn't hold back and pouts right in the schoolyard. "Just go ahead. You have to do what I tell you or I'll be angry." Colin was confused as he sensed the surrounding atmosphere growing tense with whispers. "Saintess? Sister? People are watching us. Calm down a bit, please," despite the boy's desperate attempts to stop her. Estelle remains firm in her resolve. "I don't care. You take responsibility yourself." She gritted her teeth in envy. "That damn stupid idiot!" Jir shouted in anger, even the Saintess. Amid the tension, Marriott interrupts once again, making the situation even more unpredictable. Saintess Estelle is slightly surprised. "Junior Mary." The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Marriott didn't smile like she usually did, but instead looked serious. Corin doesn't like that. Corin stands between the two women, feeling like he's facing an erupting volcano. Estelle's and Marriott's eyes clash in the middle, creating a tense standoff. The situation didn't end there as Marriott softly spoke. "Corin, I also want to join in capturing the noble lady." Your face completely changed. "Senior, you're not interested in those things, right?" Her pupils flare with the mesmerizing red as she whispers a threatening question. "Are you going to give that ice bracelet to me?" Before I could reply, another arm gripped my arm from the other side. "Brother Corin, me too." Even Alyssa refuses to stay out of it. "Corin, I want to try too." You keep going from one shock to another. "What?" The ghost of despair is visible in Corin's expression. He realizes he is caught in the eye of one of the most brutal battles. No, what's wrong with everyone? All that's left in his mind is just this one line. It's really falling apart. If things keep going like this, Mari won't let go, continuing her assault with words that assert her dominance. "You don't plan to give it to the Saintess, right? You're the first person to get close to Corin." Estelle smiled dangerously, holding a spiky staff in hand. Maybe this isn't even worse than death. Waron chuckled softly, full of strong confidence, thinking about the upcoming festival.
This is the first Harvest Festival since I awakened, so staying by your side will be quite exciting.
He won't abandon us. All attention now is focused on the tiny wish object. That clock. 4 blazing eyes with terrifying auras all fixed intensely on Corrin.
You're going to give it to me, right?
His lonely back surrounded by them, breath quickening under the overwhelming pressure on his shoulders. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Corrin knew all too well that every choice would lead to terrible punishment. No matter who I give the gold badge to, those who don't receive it will definitely make me pay. In a corner of the uneven playground, Jer, wearing dark sunglasses, with popcorn in hand, watches the great show with a satisfied expression. Are we finally going to see Corrin torn to pieces? Thanks to this, all the effort to get to the academy was definitely worth it. Corrin desperately looked for a way out of this predicament. Suddenly, he sprinted like a sprinter, leaving a trail of mist behind him. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll skip this round of the competition. See you all later. He rushed forward wildly, not daring to look back even for a second. Yes, before having to make a choice that leads to disaster, it's best to find another solution. Corrin immediately thought of the only person capable of resolving his deadlock. Director of Mechaba, I will talk to my master to request canceling this Noble Girl recruitment event. Corrin's eyes flickered with a final glimmer of hope, believing that Aaron would save his life. Even if the sky were to fall, there would still be a way out for me. Elle and Jer calmly watched Corrin's figure fade into the distance. That damn bastard probably thinks he's pressed the escape button. But behind Corrin, the murderous aura and the desire to possess from the 4 girls reached its peak, creating a terrifying scene as he ran and screamed in utter despair. Master, my 2 friends are calmly discussing your fate, so why does the button he just pressed look like a death button? Corrin charged straight into the heavy wooden door of the director's office, with a deafening sound that shattered the tense atmosphere. Master, Erin gently raised her head to look at you. She still maintains the calm and composed demeanor of a master. My disciple, what's going on? You suppressed the rising panic in your chest. It's about the female harvest competition in the Harvest Festival. She slowly stood up from the red velvet chair. So it was about the festival. Erin calmly revealed surprising news. It just so happened that during the recent faculty meeting, something quite embarrassing related to that festival occurred. Corrin exclaimed in shock, utterly stunned. An embarrassing incident? I have a feeling that what's coming will be even more shocking than I imagined. No way. Erin's slender hands gently lift her shining platinum hair, her face now showing a shy and very feminine expression, and the truth is, her embarrassed words shatter all hopes of a peaceful escape that you were seeking. They asked me to run for the Young Lady of the Year award this year. She still hasn't noticed my strange behavior and curiously asks, Hey Corrin, are you planning to participate in any of the competitions? I wonder who you would give that ribbon to if you win. All clear thoughts in your mind are clouded. That yellow ribbon, deep down you secretly long for it. Oh my God. Your knees give out as you kneel on the cold floor. I will give it to you. Oh my God, rest! A mischievous smile appears on Corrin's face as tears fall. I will hang that yellow ribbon. His shoulders tremble with exhaustion and fear of the turbulent future awaiting him during the upcoming festival. It seems this time he won't be able to rest peacefully again. Corrin kneels before Erinu's desk and speaks firmly. You must give her the golden ribbon. Your voice is becoming more determined. I will personally deliver that gold ribbon. In my heart, I realize there's no more way to back out. Corrin quietly contemplates what must be done. She stared intently at his back and asked worriedly, Are you feeling unwell or troubled about something? Master, at midnight on the final day of the Harvest Festival, you stood up and asked if you could spare some time to visit the clock tower. So it's really until midnight? She raised her hand to her lips and smiled, saying, All right. Immediately after, Corrin hesitated before continuing, I will definitely do it. He turned around, emphasizing each word, and made the master become a noble lady. The scene shifts to the dining hall of Mokaba Academy. A voice rang out, Damn it, Jer said while eating rice and teasing. I already gave you a warning. Do you really believe you're capable of handling this on your own? Lack sits next to the cushion and adds his words. This fan is definitely going to ruin you. The list of female heirs includes Estelle, Mary, Alyssa, Warren, and Aaron Danu, a total of 5 people. Corrin, sweating all over, feels uncomfortable inside. All 5 of them are secretly putting pressure on me to hand over the golden badge. But the problem is, I only have myself. You recall confidently declaring to Aaron Danua, and even promising to give the first-class gold dual badge, before returning to reality as Corrin clutches his head and laments. What should I do now? Jer suddenly offers a solution with a mouthful of food. What else is there to consider? Just pick someone at random and hand them over. You pushed Fang away. I can't bring myself to do that. The remaining people will definitely be hurt. Hearing that, he could only sigh and blame. You're so naive. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Hey, don't worry too much. There's still a way out. Hearing this, Corrin was stunned and exclaimed, What kind of way is that? Law raises her hand and whispers, surrendering to her fate. That's the only way out. Jer immediately thumbs up in agreement.
Not a bad idea, I agree. You might as well go self-destruct to settle the debt.
Corrin looked at the two with a sigh. Useless friends. But no matter what, he would never give up. It's always been like this. No matter how tough the challenge, Corrin has never known to back down. Suddenly, he stood up and muttered to himself, If the situation has pushed us this far, Korin confidently declared. I will win the golden ribbon for all 5 of them. He raised his hand high and shouted with fiery determination, I plan to enter all 5 competition categories at this Harvest Festival and take the top spot in each of them. The kid was just as shocked, and Jer whispered, he's gone crazy. He's willing to go all out just to keep his reputation as a playboy. Korin ignored everything and walked away, smiling to himself, saying, that's what a friend is for. I need to protect all of them fairly. I can do this. Back 3 weeks before the Harvest Festival, there is a small mountain located in the north of Maba City called Sun Peak. During festivals, people often hold moon viewing gatherings there. Many locations with excellent views overlooking the entire city. This mountain is always bustling with visitors coming to hike. And recently this trail has been buzzing about a strange event, with a group of people doing push-ups on the ground, accompanied by loud shouts. What are you shouting so weakly for, guys? Is that the best strength you've got? Shout louder. 1 knee down, 2 hands on the ground, then they follow the instructor's next move. Bah, jump up and keep going. Keep it up. That's right. Well done. Soon after, the 2 women nearby started to gossip. What kind of game is this? I heard he's a student from the Guardian Academy. Lately, he's been coming here regularly to lead exercise sessions. Suddenly, the boy's face flushed as he thought. She looked at Korin with admiration for his physique, while the other young women rushed over, calling out excitedly, wow, I've never touched such firm muscles before. Korin, look at these muscles. Korin Locke, a former national team coach candidate, has arrived. He quickly takes off his shirt, showing off his 6-pack abs, and shouts loudly. The muscle display to entertain the ladies officially begins. The group of fans below cheer excitedly. Oh my god, you're amazing. Please stay with me. The admiring looks from the ladies only boost Korin's spirits even more. Although he should be focusing all his energy on preparing for the Harvest Festival, the reason behind Korin's efforts is actually quite simple. Then he put on his clothes and in a serious tone said, hey everyone, Korin reminds you that the Harvest Festival is coming soon, right? In my mind, this is the first step to kick off the festival. The scene shifts silently to 2 weeks before the Harvest Festival, unnoticed by anyone. Korin stands at the front, raising his strong arm to rally a group of armored men. Jir looked down from the high window, suspecting that those might be the mages from the Magic Tower, and confirmed his suspicion. It really is them. I never thought I'd once admire them. Yet that guy Korin was ordering them around like a servant. At that time, your preparations were going very smoothly. Korin pointed to the side and reminded them, just follow my instructions exactly as I told you. Then came a week before the Harvest Festival. Lately, you've been making remarkable progress. I'm talking about your control ability, Alyssa whispered, bowing her head. Aside from that, I think I have nothing more to teach you, Korin said, leaning on his hands. Gasping and complaining, you are too modest. Haven't I been losing to you repeatedly? She replied self-deprecatingly. However, if I were to enter a real battle, I am sure I would be defeated. Alyssa raised her hands towards her legs and confided. I just can't imagine myself ever beating you. Karina, I should have trained even harder. I have always avoided wielding a sword out of fear. You raise your glass to encourage me. Experience, whether much or little, isn't the key factor. What matters is the intensity and the experience of facing someone truly skilled. Do you agree? You still have a lot of potential to break through. Deep down, I suddenly realized that maybe this is what's been bothering you all along. It's not so bad after all. Elisa frowned and repeated, do you have enough experience and skill to face someone with real strength? Maybe I should try facing my grandfather. She suddenly glanced over and hesitated before calling out. But Korin, your movements froze. Have you already figured out how to handle the Dewey Bang matter after Ellis's question? Korin drank water with a pale face, while her words still echoed in his ears. Even her older brother is participating in this competition. There are 5 people in total. Seeing your reaction, Alyssa covered her mouth and laughed. Sitting close and placing her hand on Korin's, she asked, are you clear on everything now? Korin looked away and stammered, yes, I think I understand. Elisa openly expressed her feelings. I have genuine affection for you. I express this with all my sincerity. Korin, you are so tense, you can only reply with one sentence. Thank you. But then she leaned in closer and whispered. So Elisa smiled and said softly, you don't have to give me that Dewey Bang award. For a moment, Korin widened his eyes in surprise. She truly likes Korin. In that regard, Alyssa definitely will not accept to be inferior to anyone. But at the same time, she was anxious that she wouldn't be the one chosen. That's why Alyssa decided to step back from the very beginning. She accepted the role of the one who concedes, proactively stepping out of the competition. It was a habit Alyssa had developed since she was young. However, Korin's firm voice suddenly rang out, making her startle. You can't do that! He lowered his head and confirmed, I will also give you a Dewey Golden Ribbon Award. Alyssa turned in shock and exclaimed, what do you mean? Korin laid out his plan. I know this might seem cowardly and selfish, but I plan to give the golden ribbon to all the girls. You watch him anxiously, but to do that, you have to win first place in 5 different competition categories. Korin gradually stood up to reply. If you're someone indecisive, always wavering and dragging things out with many people at once, at least you should experience a bit of hardship like this. Elisa tried to stop him, saying, I really don't mind, so you don't have to do anything for me, but you still interfered. Stop right there. Korin glanced back, his tone firm. You totally deserve it. The scene shifts to the Academy's special dormitory, and you ask quietly, "Is this week's exam?" Jen confirms for now that's the case. Corin whispers, "I will skip the exam and wait to retake it." "Are you crazy?" John sweatily denies. "Hey, I don't think that's a good idea." He frowned and sighed. There's no other way. To secure 5 Biyun awards, he must win all 5 competitions and invest time in preparing for each category, leaving no spare time at all. What about the Snake Princess then? The other person guessed that Miriam had sent a message saying she had to attend an event in Vuongdo so she wouldn't be there. John, with his eyes half closed, thought about the prize and tried to persuade. "Even if it's just 3rd place, I still have the Dewey Band. There's no need to risk everything." Corin dejectedly refused. He knew he could still receive a bronze or silver Dewey Bang, but those were not worthy enough to be given to a noble lady. Moreover, remember what Alyssa said, "You don't have to give the Dewey Bang to me." Making Corin feel heartbroken, he spoke softly. "If only one person receives it, the others will definitely feel disappointed. I can't accept doing that." Jen crossed her arms and questioned him. He can only handle more events happening at the same time if they are more important. The boy, exhausted, pointed at the paper on the table and said, "In the end, I finalized the 5 competitions I'll participate in." She wondered about the circled names and asked, "The hunting festival? The food fair? A charity auction?" John nodded along. "Do you really believe you can win all these categories?" Suddenly, Corin pointed to a spot, making both of them extremely curious. As always, there is a way. First of all, calling the kids here, it was also because of this. Finally, the Harvest Festival opening day has arrived. The first day of the Autumn Festival, the hunting competition. A person holding a microphone stands before the excited crowd and announces, "Please pay attention, the first competition event long awaited, marking the start of the festival. Getting ready to start, the Autumn Festival hunting competition." This is the hunting festival itself. The rules are simple. Just go hunting. Special creatures will be released into the hunting grounds, and contestants must defeat them to earn points. However, there is a special rule in place. Suddenly, the people there looked in one direction and whispered among themselves, "What is that? Are they really allowed to bring that in?" Alex looked at Corin in confusion and concern. "Hunting dog?" He smiled brightly, admitting. "Exactly right," he questioned. "They're not dogs. They look more like wolves, but why are they so huge?" Corin excitedly explained, "They're an imported breed. I had to spend a huge amount of money to get it." Alex looked at John and Janin beside him with suspicion. But even so, their size is still beyond imagination. Corin forced a smile and changed the subject, but let's put that aside. Aren't they very adorable? And of course, there is a rule in the hunting festival that allows participants to bring a professional hunting dog. Corin shyly reached out to John to continue. "They have also undergone very thorough training. Goldie, give me your paw." He also raised his paw, cooperating accordingly. Corin could only silently admit his mistake. "Sorry about that, John. Please lend me a hand this time." But Alex is still scratching his head, uncertain. Should we approve this or not? Corin immediately asked if there was any clause regulating the size of the hounds. He admits it. No, actually, there are no rules at all. He approached and whispered, "Sir, do you understand why rules are created?" Alex raised his hand to stroke his chin, looking puzzled. "To ensure everyone follows the rules?" At that moment, the girl in the stands raised her hand and loudly declared, "The competition officially begins now." Corin seized the opportunity, calmly speaking, "I was mistaken." He immediately ran forward with a determined look, followed by John and Jen shouting, "Rules exist to exploit loopholes not yet strictly regulated." The search for the Dewey Bang Bang officially begins. Not long after, her voice echoes, "The hunting festival. If you win, everyone will talk about it. Isn't that dog playing too rough?" Where did he get that from, after all? The guy everyone knows is immediately mentioned, Corin Locke. The nearby contestant muttered to themselves while watching you, John and Jen. "That's strange. I feel like I've seen that thing somewhere before." Corin, holding the ribbon in his hand and smiling triumphantly, feels an overwhelming sense of joy. "I finally won." John from behind said, "Everything is pretty much settled for this event," Ren added. "Do you have any plans for the remaining competitions?" He grinned mischievously and replied, "Of course I do. I have a perfect plan." Miss Nagaonan reminds you that your plans often fall apart in the strangest places. Corin immediately covered her mouth, saying, "Don't say a word." She thought about the 5 Dewey Bands and told herself that for now, she had already obtained the gold Dewey Band. The second day of the Harvest Festival, a charity auction. It's called an auction, but it's not actually about selling people. The item being bid on is a date ticket. Now, someone is announcing 13 gold coins. Does anyone bid 14? Luna then raised her hand to greet everyone as the announcement echoed out. Yes. The date with Junior Luna from the night class 53 was finalized at 13 gold coins. Du quickly knelt before her, shyly making the offer. "Senior Luna, could you please choose today for me?" she shyly asked. "What is this? Is the junior nervous?" That's quite a surprise. According to the rules, if they bid for a date ticket, that person becomes the exclusive knight for the day and gets to choose the day with the one they bid for. It was a plan to satisfy the knight's romantic spirit, and it succeeded beyond expectations. The great condition was that all proceeds would be donated, which also suited the Academy's purpose. How should I put it? Everyone there was talking excitedly. I heard Senior Bay is showing up today. I'm crazy. I have to buy it no matter what. I heard even first-year freshmen are participating. So if I win the bid, I get to date her? That's my dream. Because of the nature of the auction, competition among celebrities is extremely fierce. And of course, secret battles will occur. Cut to a mansion at night, where a voice says, if you want to buy that flirt, go ahead and bid for him yourself. Marriott blushed and stubbornly demanded Isabel. Corin told me not to show myself, but I will never accept losing Corin to other girls either. Please bid on it for me. She clenched her small hands, her eyes shining, and pouted. We're friends, right? Seeing that, she could only sigh, agree, and accept it. They are not high-level guardians, mostly just students earning a little pocket money of about 4 gold coins. The most you can spend is at most 10 gold coins. Considering Corin's reputation and popularity, the maximum is around 50 coins. Not long after, the host pointed towards Corin and loudly announced that the final auction would be the hottest topic everywhere, the hero who saved thousands of lives. Our outstanding talent from the academy, the one who will surely become the next special grade knight. He bows as the crowd roars his name. That's the junior Corin Locke. The boys in the stands are strongly protesting. You damn multitasking bastard, die, die. The female students are whispering excitedly. Corin is also stepping onto the stage. Let's see what happens. A serial dater? That sounds a bit tricky, but there's nothing malicious about it. Corin is very kind. I can see that. That's true. Maybe we should pool our money and try to negotiate the price. You should just listen quietly now and start working on it. Honestly, I wonder how much Junior Corin expected to get. Deep down, I thought the plan I devised knowing I was the last one was very simple. Then Corin looked up and nodded, realizing that the highest bidder was Senior Luna 53, who had bid exactly 13 gold coins. A second later, he suggested 14 gold coins, which I thought was a fair amount. At this moment, Jen was holding a bag of money in his hand. Corin silently lamented that he was really short on money, but decided to just pay for himself and get it over with, so the auctioneer quickly announced that the bidding could begin. It's none other than our junior Corin's date ticket, so let's start at 3 gold coins. A series of arms rise high at 4 and 5 coins. He excitedly updates the rising bid, now 6, 7 gold coins. Suddenly, a muscular arm was raised, causing the host to be a bit stunned, but he still shouted loudly, Hey, 9 coins! Jir excitedly shouted, I won't let Yen go to eat with that guy Corin and the girls. Your friend next to you laughs happily and chimes in, Corin, you have to come eat with us. Black How enthusiastically joins in, I won't let you steal the beauties away anymore. But the shout made them stop in their tracks. 20 coins. They stared in shock as Isabel raised 2 fingers while a faint announcement echoed in their ears. Someone had paid 20 gold coins. Seeing that, Corin pouted and immediately guessed that this was Senior Mary, definitely the top contender. But this battle has gotten out of control. At that moment, Jen opened his purse in panic and kept trembling. Meanwhile, someone bid 21 coins, but the Jira group refused to give up at 22 coins. While Corin was still stunned and wondering why, Isabel suddenly pushed up his glasses and bid an outrageous 50 gold coins. After hearing that, he muttered to himself, why did it have to go this far? Corin felt like he was turning to stone on the spot. No, Senior Isabel, I understand now. But isn't this going too far? On the contrary, she smiled mischievously, secretly sending a message. Just go ahead and happily date Mary. The host cheerfully repeats 50 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Suddenly, a mysterious man bid 1 platinum coin and the entire audience fell silent, all eyes on him. Corin also gasped in surprise, calculating. A platinum coin is worth 100 gold coins. 1 platinum coin is enough to buy an entire floor of a building. No joke. Even if you can't afford one, you could easily buy the best top-tier horse in the southern region. Isabel couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Who would be willing to spend that much money in just one day? Then she immediately recognized Uncle Mark. He looked down and replied, It's been a while since I last saw you. Isabel. The crowd begins to get curious. Why is that uncle here to see the main character? Why would someone of his stature come here? Isabel stammered, Uncle, why is that? Mouth curling into a smile, he interrupted. It's obvious, isn't it? Corin was surprised that he got straight to the point. Isabel, your Mary has already asked me for help, right? Just to go on dates with that charming guy? The next second, the MC screams like a demon. That Corin Lock guy, unless a fish falls into my eye, don't expect Mary to be by your side today because she's got the whole day scheduled for a date with this father. I awkwardly scratch my cheek and say, Sorry, sir. He's hot-tempered and shouts loudly, Don't call me sir. Corin still muttered quietly, You're a bit rude, aren't you? What do you mean by being impolite? History is always written by the hand of the victor. In a tense moment, Isabel quickly countered with $100 or $110. He chuckled teasingly, Isabel, my girl probably handed you quite a bit of money, but that money is nothing to you. You just name a price no one expects. It's just pocket money I gave her myself, 1,000 dong. A voice echoed through the silence. Seemingly, no one left to make a bid, as he straightened his vest with a smug tone. Then let me do it. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing M to freeze for a few seconds. Meh, what are you doing here? Min pushed the door open, covering her mouth as she questioned, Don't tell me you're scheming to ruin Mary's date. Seeing that, he jumped in surprise and called out, "Min!" She immediately grabbed his collar and scolded him. "I'm really at my wit's end with you," Min said, pulling him along while giving orders. "The children are waiting, so come with me quickly." Mac only knows how to cry as he calls out, "Hey, Corin!" She suddenly stopped, blushing, and said, "We're all going to have a family dinner soon." He politely bowed his head and said, "Be careful, Mom," but was still shouted at loudly despite being grabbed by the collar from behind. "Who is your mother? I'm just asking who your mother is." A few seconds later, the door slammed shut. Isbel took out the money bag and spoke. "With 1,001 gold coins in my hand, I feel at ease. Although I had to pay far more than I expected, this is just enough for me to survive." The host loudly asked for 100 coins. "Does anyone else have any?" Corin then sighs and complains. "Once I got the Dewey Bang, it was real, but I never expected this outcome at all. Anyway, at this point, everything should be truly over." Suddenly, a voice rang out, making your pupils dilate wide. 2,000 gold coins. The figure of a young girl gradually appeared at the main gate. Everyone turned their eyes toward her and collectively exclaimed, "Ha!" The scene shifts to a mansion as the Autumn Harvest Festival begins, and the city of MK3 also starts to enthusiastically join in. The very presence of the Dream Academy is a guarantee of safety for the entire Makamba city, which is why the nobility naturally became sponsors of the Guardian Academy. "You are truly very beautiful." The crowd raised their glasses in praise. "Principal Aaron, do you have some free time later?" Managing and welcoming sponsors like these is one of the core responsibilities of a principal. Aaron Donua thought to herself how much she missed her students. She looked out the crescent moon-shaped window and guessed, the Harvest Festival is being held again this year, isn't it? Aaron Donua knew that this Harvest Festival had existed long before she was born and appeared in the world. A festival carrying a history of immense nobility and ancient tradition. It is originally regarded as a sacrifice to show reverence and gratitude to Mother Earth, Dan Nan Da. During this important festival, the Dan Nan will take turns receiving offerings that people have presented. First is Dan, who brought abundant fertility to our land. Then comes the sun god Nuda and the god of light Lo, the ones who nurture the lush trees. Even the Dan Nan, who govern the rivers and the weather, along with the Dan Nan of music that brings lively echoes, have added more excitement to the Harvest Festival. And the final highlight to close the Harvest Festival is the event where the chosen Autumn Maiden, the noble lady of the season, receives blessings from the threads of beauty. Erno also vividly remembers the moment when those blessings helped the entire world enjoy a life of prosperity and abundance. Those old days had so many elders who were present here. Surely now only distant memories remain of loved ones in the family, filled with longing and impossible to recover. Erin Donua raised her head and continued, "I guess it's been about 2,000 years since we last met." She looked at Orest's figure and called out the name Dan Nan of Beauty Orest. He smirked mockingly. "So this place was cleaned by the Academy? Do they have many layers of protection, I wonder? It's a shame that after all this time we meet again and have to face each other through this illusion like this." Aaron Dan couldn't help but wonder why, at this point, not only had this happened, but the person had also become Tessa's subordinate and was interfering in this world. "Oh," Bress explains, "the final band will be able to win. Soon after, the entire land, including the place you just created, will turn into a pile of debris." He deliberately emphasized that on those piles of debris, no one would bother to discuss justice or beauty anymore. "Our time is up." In the midst of the silence, a contemplative voice echoes. "What a new era needs right now is the light that will shine down on the ruins and debris." The scene shifts to a luxury hotel in Makaba City, where Corin and Estelle are sitting in an elegant restaurant. She pointed her toe to touch your pants and said softly, "Corin has poetry in his mind." "That's right. Following the plan means we've gained another ice crystal and more." "Hey, little brother." Corin's face was flushed, sweat pouring down as he thought to himself. But she propped her chin with one hand and grabbed Corin's hand with the other, her voice sinister. "Do you want to play a wicked game with me?" Corin felt confused inside. This turn of events was completely unexpected. She was describing a dreamlike scenario, with my brother as the heir of Egam the sun god, and me as the heir of Andra the earth goddess, while beneath the table Estelle was teasing Corinne with her foot. "We will merge and combine our powers together. Imagine the child that will be born between us." She moves her leg closer to your sensitive area. "That child will surely possess greater power and be able to save more people, right?" Estelle's face flushed with excitement as she smiled, embodying her brother's strength and my beauty, a child akin to a deity. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Estelle noticed that your attitude was a bit strange. Corin, my brother." Suddenly, he grabbed her entire foot. Corin reached out and tickled Estelle's foot. She suddenly leaned back and burst out laughing uncontrollably. After a while, Corin stopped, and Estelle was able to stop laughing. He stood up decisively and loudly questioned, 2,000 gold coins must be a joke." She was stunned by Corin's attitude as she stammered, calling him brother. He was furious, grinding his teeth as he demanded, "Don't call me brother, and that goes for Senior Mary, too." I didn't expect even the Saintess to act so recklessly like this. Estelle still hasn't realized his mistake and is justifying it, claiming it's not a huge amount of money. Colin angrily slammed the table, emphasizing that it was a very large sum of money and not something to be spent recklessly here. Everything has its limits. "I never wanted the scene where everyone uses money to buy Dewey Bang." Estelle took a deep breath to calm herself down. She changed her attitude, calmly emphasizing that using money to buy can also be understood that way. Estelle confidently asserts, but in that situation, both I and my junior Mary would definitely act the same way. What we plan to do is not to buy Dewey Bang, but to prevent him from being sold. Estelle also deeply understands Corin's actions. I know why he wants to participate in the auction. She also blames herself. I know you're participating in multiple competitions at once, and I also blame myself for placing this burden on your shoulders. Estelle's hand clenched tightly and kept trembling, but even if it was just a fleeting moment in name only, you becoming someone else's possession. She tries to stay calm while confessing her feelings. It's really uncomfortable. Understanding that, Corin gently reassures her. Don't worry. He softly steps closer, making sure, I promise that until now and in the future, nothing will make you uncomfortable. Corin smiled brightly and confidently as the scene shifts to the important school festival, the Wednesday Harvest Festival. The God Academy mainly trains guardians to oppose demons, but many students pursue academic paths, whether in magic or merchant guilds at the Magic Expo, where anyone can freely register to showcase their achievements. This year, with the collapse of the rival La Tower, a huge number of people flooded in. Some brought their inventions to showcase, like this portable water purifier that helps you drink clean water while exploring. What I created is a snow cone machine that uses ice magic. Ordinary people create inventions to serve everyday life. They are all very excited and curious to learn about these inventions. Now, this is the missile I designed so it can orbit the universe and then land back. What is a missile? Extraordinary beings invent with a vision aimed at the future. There is something that makes everyone gape in amazement, and for the special ones, that strange thing will be etched into their minds. A very powerful impression. The car speeds in, smashing and overturning everything. My booth! Dama frowns in anger and raises his voice to question. Who the hell was responsible for the attack? She widened her eyes in surprise, trying to get a better look. You are on the car with a figure standing proudly with arms crossed. Corin, with a clownish expression, happily announces to everyone, my work is ready for release. The other person points angrily and questions. Who is that guy? Destroying someone else's booth and dragging out that pile of scrap metal? It's just an ordinary carriage, nothing special. Honorable judges, please tell him to say something. Dima ignored it and loudly ordered everyone to be quiet. She closed her eyes, trying to focus and sense. Can't you hear it? Dima sensed something strange, the heartbeat of that beast. Then she made a final conclusion. Its whole body is made of scrap iron. The magic power gradually flows instead of blood pounding throughout the body, but it is completely different from ordinary rickety carriages. Dama carefully touches the vehicle and comments that this beast is growling, indicating it wants to be unleashed immediately. She opened her eyes, curious and puzzled, asking her father, Corin Locke, how exactly he created the soul of this beast. Corin closed his eyes, having guessed this beforehand. Professor Dima, I knew you would figure it out. You started to sweat nervously, but I didn't even know that Corin was just the one who designed the idea for the carriage. I only awarded a ticket to escape the potato farm and casually said that the idea had automatically created it. Dema decided to award you and announced that no further works need to be reviewed. The Magic Exhibition Fair of Champions. This can be said to be your victory, hitting exactly the judges' preferences. Chun Shich embraces Corin, tears of joy streaming down his face. It's done. Now you won't be kicked out of the office anymore. You also gently comforted the old man. No need to go back to that potato field anymore. That must have been tough for you. Chun Shich? So far, from the hunting grounds at the auction to the magic fair and the busy marketplace, there have been many people coming and going. The knight greets you politely. Hi Anna, has Nabi been sneaking out lately? Everyone was very excited about your stall. Your younger brother and sister came with these friends. The small, simple, cute shop is so charming. I heard eels are really good for men. Come here, little brother, and pour the wine. Corin, still smiling, responded while carrying the tray. Yes, I'm coming right now, big brother. I've been non-stop completing the quests on the market board. Even offering free PT, you are always willing to help everyone. Then Corin was declared the leader. Corin Locke's stall has broken the highest revenue record since the Autumn Harvest Festival opened. This result is expected. With this, you hold 4 golden ice discs, only 1 remains, and there's no competition you're more confident in than this final one. On the 5th day of the Harvest Festival, the mock trial participants are divided into prosecutors and defense lawyers for an imaginary defendant. To enhance immersion, the defendant is based on a real event that happened at the school. At first glance, it seems tough, but for him, this is the easiest competition. Just yesterday, you were memorizing the kingdom's law book about the rights of demon folk. Among the students of MOVA, surely no one understands the kingdom's laws better than you. Furthermore, the professors acting as judges are only there to oversee the event, while the actual verdict is decided by the student jury, meaning all you need to do is persuade the audience. The trial begins with the other side accusing Corin, the defendant, of throwing food out the window and being charged with littering. Just hearing that, you seem confident and amused. How can you possibly justify this? Victory is ours. Corin's eyes sparkled as he rebutted back. What are you talking about? The defendant is just returning to nature what was taken from it. Your words leave the other side stunned. What? The other person slammed the table and turned away in a fierce reaction. Your Honor, this unreasonable argument, yet you seem to nod and accept it. It must be food from nature. A trembling, angry voice continues to echo. Your Honor, the girl continued to object and added another charge. With the charge of skipping class during outdoor lessons to hang out on the street, Korin confidently points ahead and emphasizes that he is simply pioneering his own path. Ega once again agrees with this argument, nodding in agreement. Another side pointed accusingly, claiming the defendant secretly conducted experiments in the dormitory that nearly caused a major explosion. Korin nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders in response, still safe and sound, right? Ega continued to agree with his reasoning. As long as the students are safe, Korin becomes unbeatable in this competition. Come on, everyone is innocent. The audience shows great excitement for Vu, also known as Korin Lock. Come on, Korin, show what you've got. Sweep everything away with your tongue. Ega slams the gavel down, restoring order to the hall. There is still one final trial left. In the decisive round, he quickly made his request. In the final match, the prosecution team is invited to read the indictment. Korin smiles confidently, believing in his abilities. Then I accept the 5th Dewey Bang Award. The prosecution quickly gets to work. I hereby begin the prosecution of the defendant in this case, Joran Joker. You seem surprised, trying to recall in your memory. That hateful face looking around is the most prominent, raising its sharp glasses as it reads the indictment. Defendant Joran Joker used his handsome appearance and eloquence to establish shady relationships with up to 5 female students at the same time and is charged with multiple seductions. Korin angrily slammed the table in protest. What do you mean catching many fish at once? Law. Your Honor, I object. The defendant breaks out in a cold sweat, speaking in a panicked, flustered voice. According to the laws of the kingdom, socializing with multiple people of the opposite sex is not illegal. Moreover, the defendant never explicitly said to go on dates with them. Korin then turned around and concluded, yes, they are friends. So isn't this what friends do? The entire area below is shrouded in silence. Taking advantage of this, she continues to pour fuel on the fire, dating, kissing, and even sleeping together in the same bed. Can that relationship really be called friendship? Korin turned pale and shouted loudly to question. Who just said that? He sneered and twisted the question. Who said that? This is a story about the fictional character Joran Joker. Your Honor, the atmosphere becomes extremely awkward. Korin still stubbornly tries to find a way to turn the situation around. Think carefully. Maybe Joran Jika has his own struggles. For example, to save the world, he temporarily isn't allowed to date anyone, and Ega quickly strikes the hammer down, delivering the verdict. In the end, he has made his own decision. According to the jury's vote, defendant Joran Joker, everything has finally come to a close. The Harvest Festival on Thursday ends. The Harvest Celebration on Thursday concludes. The results are 4 gold ice discs and 1 silver ice disc. Seeing a different color on the table with a pleased expression, Korin still couldn't accept the result. Those damn jurors. What exactly is wrong with Joran Joker? You oppose the final decision they made. Punishing her by dismembering her into pieces just because of the number of ambiguous girls is too much. Why are those two confused and questioning what's going on? The director is a scumbag. Korin collapses to his knees, head bowed, trying to rack his brain for a solution. There's still one thing missing. Now that the competitions are over, I have to think of a way. The boy's face twisted in anger. Damn it, do I have to do that now? Ren probably guessed the intention and asked again. Are you planning to participate in that? Korin also didn't hesitate to confirm the information. That's right, he was in despair and had no choice but to do that. That is the only option left. This crucial moment has finally arrived on the last day of the Harvest Festival. So far, the plans you've made have a high chance of failure or encountering problems. Well, I guess you're not really the type to rely on your brains. Because Perry Ho was the planner and you were the executor, repeated misfortunes made preparing plans B and C now a basic necessity. So this isn't difficult at all, only men can do it, making it the most masculine act, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. Korin started to motivate himself. Be proud. Korin's eyes widened with determination. Korin shaved his head, then changed into a wig and dressed as a girl for the Harvest Festival final. This final competition is now officially open. The cross-dressing contest may now begin. The school's cross-dressing contest may be an official event to win the Golden Ribbon Prize. But perhaps it's only natural. I should have just gone along, attended classes normally, earned 2 golds, and then participated in the cross-dressing contest. You should have just blindly picked a ticket instead of volunteering for this competition. Most participants are either penalized or have lost bets. That's right, they only participate out of obligation and have no real will to win, just hoping this tragedy ends quickly, except for one person. Korin was filled with determination, silently telling himself, I will be the champion, I will be the champion, I will be the champion, I will be the champion. The referee quickly calls the first person to step up. Come on, Peter, be number 1. Korin looked up in surprise. What the heck is going on? The audience below is enthusiastically cheering. Jer, you're so beautiful, marry me. You must also be incredibly surprised. Why is that guy Dan suddenly so enthusiastic? Don't tell me you're the one hosting and calling the next contestants up. Next, I invite contestants number 2, 3, and 4 to step onto the stage. The atmosphere here is getting more and more intense. I will hold back until this group gets to debut. Corin looked at them in fear, eyes wide and sweating. These bastards, I don't want to lose again right now. My image is already ruined anyway. I must stop that smooth-talking guy from getting the golden ribbon. Is he just trying to sabotage me to prevent me from being number 1? Corin tries to calm himself down. All right, I get your level now. He confidently declares that he will also give his all and mentions that he has some talent in dancing. Back in the military, Corin watched a lot of idol videos. He closed his eyes, realizing that the most important key was to fully immerse himself in the role. He steps onto the stage to perform naturally, must hypnotize himself. Jer is kicked off the stage in anger, going crazy. Corin's mastery has defeated all his opponents. This stage belongs to him. Everyone looked up with captivated eyes. Senior Corin had stirred the crowd, and everyone was drawn into his performance, shaking up the entire stage. The other contestants are now voluntarily withdrawing. Just give him the award quickly and send him off. I give up. I surrender. Even those who haven't gone on stage are completely silent, and even the host is stunned. Now, Corin's breath has become even more alluring. He blushed and finished his performance. It was perfect. A total of 15 people, 4 injured and 10 gave up. The host quickly announced the final results. The survivor? No, the winner. Corin locks in. He successfully obtained the golden band he had been dreaming of. It's done. The city is now nighttime. Do you see that place over there? The fruit shop in the shopping district? That's where the academy was first established. She began recounting how it was formed, originally starting as an orphanage. Starting with me, Josephine, a few children lost their families to monsters. Aaron looks down below, enjoying the view with Lon. Pretty amazing, right? My city. Corin approached from behind and asked her curiously, the autumn goddess is parading very lively. Aren't you regretful? Aaron feels no regret at all and is even very satisfied. The festival is for students, and I already feel happy enough thanks to my well-behaved pupils. You also quickly notice the passion inside him. Since the boy told me to come to the clock tower at the right time, I could feel a very serious determination. Aaron turned around, curious to ask about the situation. What happened? Just tell me everything. Corin stepped forward and honestly expressed his wish. Master, I hope everyone can be happy. You use all your sincerity to express your feelings, not just for me but for many others. Even if to some people they may just be strangers with no value, possibly seen as fake or accused of overacting. But Corin holds a noble ideal. If possible, I still wish for everyone to be happy. That is also your goal in life. To live, you want to protect something as obvious as that. Aaron looks at Corin with a trusting gaze. If it's a game, then surely it can be done. Suddenly, he tightly grasped her hand, determined to succeed. Then, Corin held Aaron close to his chest among all those people. You frown and firmly remind him that until everything is over, he must stay close to me. Aaron blushes, surprised and not understanding what is happening. Coin. It's starting. The event takes place on the last day of the Autumn Harvest Festival. The greatest climax occurs in the middle and end of the hero legend of Ahan, the fall of the Academy. Time will freeze at the exact hour, or more precisely, everyone will enter a world where time is suspended. The thing that stops time is at the top of the clock tower. That is the letter T. It is the ancient worm that Tess Benazat hid since the founding of this academy. He used its power to forcibly activate all the worms carved throughout the city, causing thousands of them to move and resonate, pulling everything, including the academy's buildings, into the shadow abyss. That caused a serious consequence. The academy collapsed and dark monsters enveloped the city. Ordinary students couldn't even move, and even some talented ones trying to resist couldn't change the situation, but they still fell one after another. He and Obur are fighting against the great assault of the Dark Beast. This was originally an impossible mission to complete, including the key characters. Many people in the academy will have to die. The space will be engulfed in flames everywhere, and the familiar sword suddenly appears here. Among them, none other than Aaron the family warrior, including the master. Because ancient language is indestructible. Whether playing games or in the previous life when coming here with Parko, he couldn't prevent this event. Whenever this happens, the righteous Aaron always sacrifices herself for the heroes of the academy. She is willing to give her life for justice and her students. I am an adult kid, and as an adult, I have a duty to prioritize protecting children like you. She bravely stepped into the blazing fire, sacrificing herself. Yes, tonight is your final night. Aaron glanced at him, her voice trembling softly. Coin, the fateful moment has been predetermined. The clock has now reached that very time. At the exact hour, a massive surge of power begins to emerge. The familiar T appears once again. The ancient language is activated, and thousands of ancient scripts across the city resonate together. On the street, people begin to notice this strange phenomenon. The letter T starts appearing everywhere. But this time, there was a strange difference compared to before. Luckily, this ancient language was not a teleportation spell. People are still bustling in every corner of the street. Autumn is the season of harvest. They surround the boat with 4 girls standing on it. For all the effort so far, this is the season to reap what has been sown. Since crossing into this world, working together to complete countless missions to save friends, Korin has experienced many different things and has strived to become stronger. Every moment spent wandering around the Dreamkava Academy, Korin has never intended to give up. He always tries to do his best in his duties and lead everyone. Listen carefully. As I said, the repeated failures and everyone's cooperation, then reporting the results to Korin. This part is included too. It is all part of the process of fixing everything. Returning to the present, he holds Aaron even tighter, as it should have been naturally. The scene across the city is now filled with joy, everyday life of the people, and what he has received from someone for a better tomorrow. Korin places his hand on Aaron's shoulder, quietly affirming that she is only repaying what has been done for her. He worries about a frightening future ahead. The cold winter is coming soon. Will you be able to survive the cold winter and welcome spring in peace? Korin cannot forget Aaron's birthday. However, happy birthday, your face lit up as you called out to Aaron. A smile quickly appeared on her lips. Thank you, my student. Aaron blushed and felt incredibly happy. My good student, everything around Korin now feels so fulfilling. At least this autumn has been very successful for you.